In a cutting-edge armored black vehicle, a seasoned Special Forces veteran commands the wheel, accompanied by a spirited beauty and an eccentric mechanic, alongside an artificial intelligence expert. Chapter 1. The Flourishing White Towel. On the desolate streets of a small town, the screech of tires against asphalt roared like a monstrous beast, echoing fervently between the buildings. A horde of zombies, concealed in the shadows of the structures, were drawn by the cacophony, raising their stiff necks to howl and staggering towards the source of the sound. A black-painted infantry fighting vehicle barreled through various vehicles obstructing the road, akin to a colossal icebreaker forcefully clearing a congested waterway, advancing unimpeded. The zombies that followed the sound were ruthlessly crushed beneath its treads, their bones fracturing with a series of sickening crunches. Without the slightest hindrance, their flesh and blood would be instantaneously pulverized by the 30-ton mass of the vehicle. The heads of the zombies burst like overripe watermelons, spraying a sanguine mist laced with tiny white maggots, each explosion occurring in succession. The vehicle's rubber tracks shuddered, dislodging chunks of foul-smelling flesh and bone fragments. Thanks to the filtration of the armored chassis hydraulic suspension, those inside the vehicle felt not a hint of its jarring motion. The air conditioning was set to a chilling degree, and Shi Qingshan's blood-the AI, engineer Wang Hongwan, at the helm of the armored vehicle, gazed at the swaying heads of the undead behind them, hesitating before offering a suggestion. Taking a detour wastes energy and time, just reverse. Shi Qingshan asserted decisively, never one to dither over matters of efficiency. Very well. Reluctantly, Wang engaged the reverse gear, and the vehicle's propulsion system emitted a subtle hum as the treads trembled and began to roll backward, once again rolling over the bodies of the zombies beneath. The massive war machine plowed through the landscape as if it were a cornfield. The zombies behind it toppled and crushed like mere straw. On the narrow road, cluttered with abandoned vehicles, two crimson tire tracks stretched forth to the entrance of the broadcasting apartment complex. Within the courtyard of the apartment, there stood but one residential building, its entrance secured by a tall electric folding gate, leaving just enough space for a vehicle to pass. The infantry fighting vehicle deftly reversed halfway inside, effectively sealing the entrance, preventing the pursuing zombies from entering. Shi Qingshan retrieved a bullpup assault rifle and a Type 05 handgun from the weapon rack, checking the ammunition before affixing suppressors and laser sights. He then looked up to the power expert, Engineer Zhang, and inquired, "Have you counted? Which floor is the distress party on?" Zhang glanced upward, gesturing with his arms in response. "The second floor from the top, the unit on the far left." Shi Qingshan nodded. "All right, you all stay in the vehicle and wait for me. I'll go take a look." With that, he donned his blast helmet, opened the hatch above, and leaned out to survey the surroundings. As he emerged, a green blowfly nearly flew into his mouth, prompting him to hastily lower his visor. The sunlight outside was harsh, and the air was thick with the putrid stench of decaying rodents, making it hard to breathe. The rifle emitted a series of muffled thuds as it dispatched several approaching zombies. Seeing the courtyard cleared, Shi Qingshan climbed atop the vehicle, using the rear footstep to leap down, crouching low as he advanced swiftly towards the unit door of the apartment on the left side of the corridor. The security door was firmly locked. From his arm pocket, he produced a unique key, inserted it into the lock, and, after a few turns, it clicked open. Slowly, he pulled open the long unopened security door, drawing his handgun and cautiously stepping inside. The corridor was cool and silent, steeped in an air of desolation. As expected, there was no electricity, and the darkness was Pervisivino zombies, no people. The elevator shaft housed two elevators, one of which stood ajar. Shi Qingshan waved aside the spiderwebs sealing the door, stepped in halfway, and illuminated the floor buttons with his flashlight, muttering quietly, "16th floor? Do they want to exhaust me to death?" He slowly holstered his handgun, lifted his visor to wipe away the beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it and taking a deep drag. Amidst the swirling smoke, he squinted and turned to find the staircase, but suddenly noticed a long-haired head peering silently from behind the fire door. A chill ran down his spine, and instinctively, he drew his handgun, ready to fire. "Don't shoot. I'm not a zombie," came a low voice from the darkness, a woman's voice, subdued and urgent. Almost scared me to death. The cigarette that Shi Qingshan had been holding fell to the ground, its descent unbeknownst to him. "You have a gun, so why fear the zombies?" A woman's figure slowly emerged from behind the door, her voice crisp and melodious. Shi Qingshan switched on his flashlight and directed it towards her. The woman quickly raised a hand to shield her eyes from the glare. In the beam of light, her chin was delicately rounded and prominent, framed by her chestnut-colored long hair that accentuated her alabaster arms. In her other hand, she held a golf club, suggesting that she was a young woman. Shiking Shan turned off the flashlight and retorted, "I'm not afraid of zombies, but you should know that scaring someone can be deadly." The woman rubbed her eyes, momentarily blinded by the bright light, and, not daring to retort, cheerfully apologized. "I'm sorry, soldier. I didn't mean to frighten you. I just wanted to see if you were a bad person. You've killed off 2 million brain cells with your scare." Shiking Shan still felt a tinge of irritation. He slowly bent down to pick up his cigarette and grumbled, "Was that a distress signal you sent from the 16th floor?" The woman discreetly rolled her eyes in the darkness, but quickly plastered on a smile. "It was me. I'm so hungry. I haven't eaten in 2 days. Do you have any food?" Shiking Shan lowered his gun, placed the cigarette back in his mouth, and rummaged through his jacket pocket. Reluctantly, he tossed her a small packet of compressed biscuits. She caught it with both hands, scrutinized it in the light, and eagerly tore open the packaging, breaking off a piece and stuffing it into her mouth. She chewed a few times before attempting to swallow, nearly choking on the dry, crumbly biscuit. "Eat slowly. You'll choke if you don't drink water." Shiking Shan's words were sharp. The woman patted her chest and mumbled, "Thank you for the reminder. Could you please take me with you?" Shiking Shan took a few deep drags from his cigarette before extinguishing it underfoot. "What do you think I'm here for? Are there any other survivors here? I can take anyone willing to leave." The woman quickly swallowed the last of her biscuit and replied, "There are no other survivors. I'm the only one left. I want to go upstairs to get some spare clothes and toiletries. Could you please help me retrieve them?" Shiking Shan hesitated, thinking that women were troublesome. It was the 16th floor. Why not just pick up some clothes along the way? After she finished speaking, the woman looked at him with hopeful anticipation. Seeing his reluctance, she added, "I know that soldiers never refuse the requests of the people." Shiking Shan frowned. Enough with the nonsense. Lead the way. He had little patience for frivolous chatter. The woman beamed with joy, quickly stowing the biscuits in her pocket. She gestured for him to follow and, raising her golf club, climbed the stairs behind the door first. Barefoot, she tiptoed silently up the steps, leading the way. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, she seemed to find the sound of Shiking Shan's military boots too loud. She turned back anxiously, placing a finger to her lips in a shushing gesture. The 2nd floor already had windows, and the slanted light cast a soft glow on the woman's profile. Shiking Shan suddenly caught sight of her exquisitely beautiful face, and his breath caught in his throat. Everyone possesses a desire for beauty, and it is a universal truth that people are drawn to exquisite things, including Shiqing Shan. This woman boasts an oval face, double eyelids, long eyelashes, a well-defined nose, and plump lips, all of which coalesce into a visage of perfection. Most notably, she exudes a unique charm and grace that captivates men, truly deserving of the title of a goddess. Unbeknownst to the long-haired beauty, Shiqing Shan was lost in thought. She turned around, bent slightly, and pressed her ear against the fire door of the 2nd floor corridor, listening intently for a moment. Then, with a gentle flick of her fingers, she beckoned him and whispered, "Come." Chapter 2. The goddess Anjia, as the enchanting beauty urged him to ascend, Shiqing Shan found himself on the verge of distraction. "Hey, why have you stopped? Don't frighten me." In an instant, the long-haired goddess had sprinted up to the 2.5 floor. Upon realizing the absence of sound behind her, she turned back, bending slightly to whisper, revealing a glimpse of the profound valleys of her snowy neckline beneath the loose t-shirt. Shiqing Shan hurriedly averted his gaze, stammering, "Oh, my shoes are rather heavy. I was contemplating whether I should also remove them like you did. Take them off. The noise from your shoes while climbing is too loud, and they appear quite cumbersome. It would be exhausting to reach the 16th floor." The goddess advised in a hushed, enticing tone. Shiqing Shan merely sought to mask his earlier unease with a flimsy excuse. There was no way he would truly discard his combat boots. He hastily caught up, saying, "Perhaps not. I only have this pair of socks. If they get torn, will you sew them for me? Then it's best you keep them on. Let us move quietly and ascend slowly. Don't tire yourself out." The goddess swiftly amended her statement, a hint of alarm in her voice. A thin layer of dust coated the cement steps. The two fell into silence, maintaining a distance of 3 or 4 steps apart as they continued their ascent, leaving delicate footprints that trailed behind Shiqing Shan. The goddess's chestnut locks, styled into graceful waves, danced at her slim waist, having evidently been freshly washed, releasing wafts of an exquisite fragrance that invigorated Shiqing Shan, making the 16th floor seem less daunting. At long last, they reached the 12th floor. Shi Qingshan fared well. But the goddess was breathless, drenched in fragrant perspiration, utterly fatigued. She fanned herself with her palm beside her flushed face, desperately wishing to extend her tongue for relief. The stairwell windows were sealed shut, and the outside air was even more stifling. Shi Qingshan removed his helmet, wiped his brow, and inquired, "Have you stored a lot of water? With hair that long, a single wash must suffice for half a month." Leaning on her golf club, sweat trickled down her pointed chin as she struggled to swallow, about to respond when a sudden creak from the floor above startled her, causing her to change color. Like a nimble kitten, she darted behind Shi Qingshan, clutching his arm tightly, her wide eyes fixed in terror above. A faint, alluring fragrance mingled with the scent of mosquito repellent wafted into Shi Qingshan's nostrils, and he felt an electric tingle where she gripped his arm, sending shivers throughout his body. He waved his hand, signaling her to release him, fearing that if she held on any longer, he would be unable to lift his weapon. Once she loosened her grip, Shi Qingshan donned his helmet and, with rifle in hand, cautiously ascended the steps, slowly turning around the stairwell corner. The fire door on the 13th floor was ajar. A grotesque, zombie-like visage pressed against the crack, its eyes glinting with malice as it glared at him, emitting a low, guttural sound. Shi Qingshan's rifle's red laser swiftly targeted the zombie's forehead, just as he was about to pull the trigger. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly noticed that the door handles had been tied together with shoelaces. This zombie cannot escape. Since it posed no threat, there was no need to waste a bullet. In moments of peril, every shot is a matter of life and death, a principle repeatedly emphasized in their special operations training. "Did you tie the shoelaces on the door?" Shi Qingshan inquired, turning back to her. The long-haired goddess blinked her large eyes and nodded. "Safe. Let us continue our ascent." Shi Qingshan kept his gaze fixed on the zombies and was the first to move upward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted, followed by a clang that startled Shi Qingshan into nearly kneeling before the zombie. He thought something dreadful had occurred, but upon turning, he saw the goddess covering her eyes with her hands, her feet stamping nervously, the golf club clattering to the ground as if she had been terrified by the grotesque face of the zombie peering through the door crack. Her scream incited the zombies inside to begin their own howls, and a purplish arm squeezed through the gap, clawing at the air, while the shoelaces wrapped around the doorknob creaked ominously as if ready to snap. Soon, the fire door downstairs began to stir. That door was left unbound. Shi Qingshan took a bold step down, seized her hand, and pulled her upward, exclaiming, "You brave woman! I thought you had some courage. Yet you cannot even bear to look." The goddess trembled, nearly unable to stand, but still found the presence of mind to retort, "You are the coward. I have a name. It is Njia." She shivered, one hand shielding her eyes, as Shi Qingshan's strong grip guided her against the wall, evading the filthy hand of the zombie. The doorknobs on the 14th and 15th floors were also ensnared by shoelaces, and the two raced past. Finally arriving at the 16th floor, Shi Qingshan had caught her earlier words and realized her surname was in, prompting him to snidely remark, "Missin, is that golf club meant for bashing your own feet? Why did you throw it away at such a crucial moment?" And Jia freed herself from Shi Qingshan's grasp, her delicate brows furrowing as she gasped, "What nonsense! That face disgusted me. I just ate a bit and do not wish to vomit it back up." After speaking, she dashed into the corridor of the 16th floor, opening a security door with a creak and beckoning, "Hurry in. Do not let the flies follow." Shi Qingshan swiftly stepped inside, and Njia slammed the door shut behind him, securing it with 2 locks, leaning heavily against it. Shi Qingshan cautiously surveyed the room. Aware that mosquitoes and flies could carry brain-eating parasites, he had to be vigilant. Suddenly, a voice crackled through his helmet's headset. "They're calling Typhoon. They're calling Typhoon. This is Typhoon. Please proceed." Shi Qingshan set down the microphone. "Team leader, what is the situation up there?" came Zhang Gong's voice. "All is normal. We have found a surviving female comrade, and we will descend shortly." Received. After finishing the communication with the vehicle, Shi Qingshan turned to see Njia stretching her neck as if swallowing something. He hurriedly asked, "What is wrong?" Njia's fair face had turned pale, her heaving chest rising and falling as she gently patted her chest, gasping, "My heart is in my throat. I must swallow it back." Hearing this, Shi Qingshan let out a scoff, smirking, "Your bodily structure is rather peculiar. Just be careful not to send it to your stomach." Njia narrowed her eyes, snorting with a cold laugh. "You truly have a sense of humor." She twirled away and dashed into the room, dragging out a suitcase and hurriedly packing her belongings. Shi Qingshan was drenched in perspiration, unable to lend a hand, and thus removed his helmet, placing it on the table beside him. He absent-mindedly picked up a card to fan himself while surveying the magnificent house. The living room in which he found himself was grand, adorned with a splendid crystal chandelier that hung elegantly from above, while a circular staircase ascended to the upper level. The entire wall was comprised of floor-to-ceiling windows, offering an unparalleled view of the ocean, complemented by opulent European-style decor, undoubtedly a mansion of great luxury. On the walls, several large portraits of the goddess graced the space, alongside a photograph of her in a graduation gown and cap, captured with her mother against the backdrop of foreign architecture. The two individuals in the photograph bore an uncanny resemblance, both strikingly beautiful. The one appeared slightly more youthful while the other had a hint of skin laxity. The living room was imbued with a faint, delightful emlang of fragrances, mingled with a smoky aroma wafting from the kitchen. Shiking-shan stepped onto the beautifully crafted wooden floor and approached the kitchen doorway. Peering inside to discover Anjia had fashioned a fire pit on the floor using an iron flower pot stand, with the doors of the solid wood cabinets removed to fuel the cooking fire. "Handsome, could you please help me with this suitcase?" Anjia called from somewhere within the house. Following the sound, Shiking-shan found a room, and upon entering, he gasped in astonishment. "Goodness, are you in the shoe business?" Before him stood a cabinet brimming with an array of colorful women's shoes. Various styles of high heels, athletic shoes, and knee-high boots occupied an entire wall, giving the impression of stepping into a shoe store. This was an open-plan dressing room. 3 additional walls of cabinets showcased an entire section dedicated to bags, while the other 2 were lined with hanging garments. The floor-to-ceiling grids held an assortment of shoe boxes and shopping bags. Brands such as Nike and Adidas were familiar to Shiking-shan, their high prices well known to him. The logos of Chanel, LV, and Dior were also recognizable, often found in night markets. However, the lesser-known brands eluded his knowledge. Nevertheless, the sheer volume of clothing was astonishing. Even if 2 pieces were worn at a time, one could hardly exhaust the collection in a year. Chapter 3. Packing luggage. Anjia stood on tiptoe atop the leather shoe changing stool, her palms supporting a large suitcase that seemed impossibly wedged in place, neither able to push it in nor extract it. Shiking-shan, with a casual flick of his rifle to his back, deftly adjusted the suitcase with a gentle kick and liberated it for her. "Thank you, handsome. Do take a seat on the sofa for a moment. You look quite overheated, and I haven't even offered you a glass of water," Anjia exclaimed, hopping down from the stool, her chest swelling with excitement. Shiking-shan swallowed hard and glanced up at the ceiling. "It's nothing. By the way, how did you wash your hair without water?" "Water? I still have plenty. However, that water is for my own consumption. You cannot have it." Anjia's stunning visage flushed with a hint of embarrassment as she hesitated before uttering a rather displeasing remark that left Shiking-shan visibly irked. Noticing his discomfort, Anjia quickly clarified. "Oh, don't misunderstand. I meant there's still plenty of water in the bath. I've been drinking bathwater these past few days." "Oh, I see." Shiking-shan nodded, then unexpectedly added, "Are you concerned I might find it difficult to drink broth?" Pfft. Anjia stifled a laugh, her large eyes curving into crescent moons, an enchanting charm illuminating her features. "Hee, you soldiers have quite the humor. Are you an artistic soldier?" With a fan card in his hand, Shiking-shan fanned himself, self-deprecatingly remarking, "Is there such a thing as an artistic soldier as dark as I am? Please, do not insult them." "Hey, where did you get that? Please do not meddle with my things." Anjia's expression shifted abruptly upon noticing what Shiking-shan was holding, her fair face paling as she reached out to reclaim it. Initially oblivious to the item in his grasp, Shiking-shan instinctively recoiled as Anjia lunged for it. Looking down, he saw it was a photograph of a well-known middle-aged tycoon embracing Anjia and kissing her cheek, their poses decidedly intimate. Didn't you all claim you wouldn't take a single stitch from the common folk?" Anjia's brows furrowed, her face turning a delightful shade of pink as she reached for the photo once more. This time, Shiking-shan relinquished it, realizing further teasing would tarnish the soldier's image. "We indeed do not take a single stitch from the masses, but we never mentioned that we couldn't borrow a photo to fan ourselves." Anjia snatched the photo back and carelessly tucked it into a pile of clothes behind her, pointing at the carpet. "Look at the large shoe prints you've left behind. Get out." She ushered Shiking-shan out of the wardrobe, adding, "If you're hot, there's a swimming pool upstairs. Go wash off. If you're thirsty, you can drink the broth, as long as you don't mind it being unclean." "I certainly don't." "You have a swimming pool?" Shiking-shan was taken aback, his eyes widening like eggs. "Have you boiled the water in the pool?" "Rest assured, the water in my pool is purified and filtered. There is no risk of parasitic infection," Anjia retorted sharply. "Oh, then I must wash up." With that, Shiking-shan made his way up the staircase, following the direction Anjia had indicated. As he ascended the stairs, he caught sight through the glass door of a rooftop terrace transformed into a miniature tropical garden. A large glass dome enveloped the entire balcony, where lush green plants thrived in sizable pots lined along the walls, still vibrant and far from wilted. Shiking-shan pushed open the door and stepped onto the terrace. His gaze was immediately captured by a brick swimming pool occupying a substantial portion of the rooftop. Elevated from the ground, measuring around 4 or 5 square meters and half a person's height, sunlight streamed through the glass and sunshade, reflecting off the water's surface and casting a warm glow on Shi Qingshan's face, causing him to squint. As his eyes adjusted and he discerned the items before him, his heart inexplicably raced. A set of red bikini swimwear lay draped over the edge of the pool, still damp, undoubtedly belonging to the beautiful one. In the vigor of his youth, the sight of such intimate belongings stirred an undeniable reaction within him. Goodness, was this not a temptation? What was in truly scheming? She could have at least cleared the area before inviting him up. He willed his gaze to wander elsewhere, contemplating the pool's water, estimating it must hold 6 or 7 cubic meters. Its clarity was almost a waste. He ought to collect some. Looking around, he spotted a large plastic barrel in the corner of the terrace, typically used for collecting rainwater for the plants. The lid lay nearby, perfectly suited for his purpose. He approached, pouring the water from the barrel into several pots, then rinsing the barrel in the pool before submerging it entirely, with a series of bubbles emerging. The barrel soon filled. Shi Qingshan lifted it out, scooping a handful of water to taste. It was surprisingly sweet. There was a slight hint of skincare product, yet it was entirely drinkable. Finding unpolluted water these days was a rare luxury. After his labors, he glanced around to ensure no one was watching, swiftly shedding his gear and clothes before plunging into the pool. It had been over a month since he had enjoyed a freshwater bath, and the sensation of the cool pool water on such a hot day was utterly refreshing, opening his pores and dispelling the heat. He planned to invite Zhang Gong and Wang Hongwen, who were waiting below, for a wash as well. The groundwater was tainted with brain-eating parasites, and bathing would soon become a luxury. Alas, such pleasant moments are fleeting. By the time he hastily finished and returned downstairs, Jia had already tidied up and was waiting in the living room. She had changed into a light yellow shirt dress, having removed her long socks, revealing her exquisitely sculpted legs, complemented by a pair of pink running shoes, exuding youthful vitality and charm. "Are you planning to carry water down?" she asked, her eyes widening in surprise. "Indeed, the water stored in the car will only suffice for 2 or 3 days, and with you joining, it won't be enough. We should take some precautions against finding water on the way," he replied. "But with these 2 large boxes, we won't manage a single trip." And Jia frowned, troubled. Shi Qingshan set the water barrel down assertively, stating, "Open it. Let me see what you've packed. We can only take 1 box down. There is simply not enough space in the car for 2. These are essentials. I have already discarded many items." And Jia pouted and squatted down, methodically opening her 2 suitcases. "What is this? High heels? An evening gown? Are you planning to go on a date with zombies?" Upon seeing her belongings, Shi Qingshan was infuriated and swiftly pulled out items from the suitcase, tossing them onto the sofa. "Don't throw that away." And Jia snatched the canvas bag from Shi Qingshan's grasp. "What is this?" "Soft and plump. This is a neck pillow, a mask, and earplugs for the journey." Shi Qingshan was at a loss for words. "Missin, we are boarding a war vehicle, not an airplane." "I know, which is why I brought this. My cervical spine is not in good shape, and I have trouble sleeping. Without this, how can I rest amidst all the noise?" And Jia clutched the bag tightly. Fine. But why do you need so many different bras? Who are you trying to impress? Don't take them all out. Leave me too." And Jia became agitated. "One is unnecessary. At your age, you won't need them to prevent sagging." "Goodness, you." And Jia couldn't help but curse, quickly realizing her slip, and immediately resumed her ladylike demeanor. "Could you please leave me one?" Shi Qingshan ignored her, keeping his head down as he continued rummaging through the suitcase. Chapter 4. Finding the map. Why on earth are you packing so many socks? Just bring 1 pair of sneakers as a spare, and tidy up your makeup bag. Keep a small one. What is this? Money? What use do you have for so much cash? Paper bills are so stiff now they could be used for wiping." Shi Qingshan rummaged through the side pocket of his suitcase and carelessly tossed several bundles of 100 yuan notes onto the ground. "This is Sophie's sanitary pads. Do you still use diapers? Hey, can you respect my privacy?" And Jia, unable to contain her frustration, snatched the sanitary pads from Shi Qingshan's hand and stuffed the remaining items into a suitcase, slamming it shut with considerable force. Hearing her resort to dialect, Shi Qingshan realized she was genuinely upset and retreated, suggesting, "If you think you're short on clothes, why not take that bikini? It hardly takes up space." Hey, don't throw high heels at me. That could be fatal." All right, I apologize. Now, let us get to the point." And Jia stamped her foot and pouted. "You don't act like a soldier at all. What kind of point could you possibly have? Listen to you. Soldiers aren't robots. It's only natural to lighten the mood with a joke when encountering a beautiful woman." Shi Qingshan pulled out a cigarette and lit one for himself. Hearing herself referred to as beautiful lifted in Jia's spirits considerably. Now, what's the matter? Shi Qingshan furrowed his brow, exhaling a puff of smoke as he inquired. Do you have a paper map? The satellite navigation systems had already failed one, and preparations needed to be made in advance. And Jia waved away the acrid smoke, retorting. No. Is there a bookstore nearby? We need to find one. Must we? I'm familiar with the roads around here. And Jia attempted to open a window but paused mid-step. Of course we need one. What if we encounter a road you're unfamiliar with? We can't just wander aimlessly. After a moment of contemplation, and Jia added, I recall that Director Chao's south house across the street has one. A few days ago. We could still make internal calls. I called every household, and they all answered with zombie-like voices. His family answered too, but they didn't speak. Perhaps they met the same fate. Across the street? Let us go borrow one from him. Shi Qingshan gestured with his cigarette and looked around for an ashtray. And Jia handed him a cup of water, scoffing, Humph. Why say borrow? If he's dead, will you ever return it? Of course I will. Once we're done. If you come back, you can return it to him. If you don't, I'll burn it for him. I truly can't believe you. And Jia rolled her eyes dramatically. Just wait. I'll go borrow it. Shi Qingshan donned his helmet, drew his pistol, and peered through the peephole before gently opening the security door. The top floor of the apartment was spacious, with two households separated by two elevators. Light streamed in through an ajar stairwell door, illuminating the once pristine and tidy ceramic tiles, now dusted with a thin layer of grime. It was evident that no one had emerged from across the hall, as only Shi Qingshan's military boot prints and a few scattered smaller footprints marred the floor. Feeling a warmth beside him, and Jia nervously leaned out to peer as well. Is this your first time out today? Shi Qingshan indicated the footprints on the ground with a glance. Indeed. I was worried you wouldn't be able to open the unit door downstairs. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to go down even if you threatened me. And Jia sighed softly, suppressing her voice. The lock you use is truly not something an ordinary person can open. If it were a standard lock, I could open it more swiftly than those with a key. Stop boasting. Director Chao and I use a fingerprint lock. Go ahead and give it a try. As long as there's a keyhole, I can unlock it. Just watch. I'll demonstrate it with my eyes closed. Feeling underestimated by the beautiful woman, Shi Qingshan couldn't resist showing off. He stepped forward, wielding his pistol, crouching swiftly toward Director Chao's residence across the way. After kneeling to examine the fingerprint lock for a moment, he gently pushed aside a cover, revealing the keypad and keyhole concealed beneath. Shi Qingshan then retrieved a universal key from his arm pocket, delicately inserted it into the lock, adjusted it slightly, and with a twist, the door swung open. He glanced back at Jia, noting her astonishment as her jaw nearly dropped to the ground, which filled him with a sense of pride. Suddenly, a realization struck him. She might have seen something terrifying. Whirling around, he was met with the horrifying sight of a blood-soaked zombie head protruding from the door crack, nearly colliding with him. Shi Qingshan fell onto the ground, pushing away with his feet, causing the zombie's naked chest to become trapped by the door, its head and arms left outside, mouth agape, clawing at him. In that moment of imminent peril, Shi Qingshan gripped his pistol tightly and pulled the trigger. With a muffled sound due to the silencer, the shot, which should have been sharp, resembled a muted pop. The zombie's head jerked back, a gory hole appearing in its forehead, while splatters of crimson stained the white wall behind it, where writhing white maggots could be seen. This was a female zombie, her chest exposed, her entire body slick with blood, long hair obscuring her face, rendering her age indiscernible. Shi Qingshan stood up, spitting in disgust. Ugh, that almost took my first kiss. A foul odor wafted from within the door, and he gagged, hurriedly retreating to Njia's side. Why didn't you call me when you saw it emerge? Njia defended herself with wide, innocent eyes. I did shout, but why couldn't my voice escape my throat? Shi Qingshan understood that in moments of fright, one might indeed experience the phenomenon she described, a temporary state of inhibition caused by heightened tension in the central nervous system, which would pass after a while. All right. I want to hold it against you. So, was unlocking that door a piece of cake for me? Njia nodded gently. Yes, although you didn't close your eyes. It was indeed swift. It seems I must find something to block my keyhole. Is that really necessary? Once we leave, this small town will be overrun by zombies. Do you think you could ever return? And Jia looked up at him, lowering her head despondently, fully aware that the soldier's words held a grim truth. She had a premonition that she might soon be on the run for her life. How long could she possibly survive amidst such calamity? Was this female zombie the wife of Director Chao? As the air in the neighboring house became somewhat more ventilated, Shi Qingshan resolved to venture inside in search of the map. However, his wife was away on a business trip abroad, and his son was attending university in a distant city. Logically, no woman should be present in their home. And yet, there she was, naked, and Jia was equally perplexed. Humph. This is quite straightforward. is it not? This woman must undoubtedly be the mistress of Director Chow. Sure, Qingshan was certain of this. Yet, why was Director Chow absent? If he had also succumbed to the fate of the undead, he would have emerged amidst such commotion long ago. And Jia covered her nose with her sleeve to fend off the foul stench. Sure, Qingshan, fixated on the bloodstains adorning the zombie's face, stroked the prickly stubble on his chin and inquired, "Does Director Chow's household also utilize purified water for bathing?" And Jia nodded in affirmation. Indeed. It was he who recommended that I install a purified water system. There is even a small swimming pool on the floor above his. I see, he replied. Director Chow has surely been devoured by this woman. If you don't believe me, let us enter and investigate. With that, he donned a mask and made his way toward the house across the street. And Jia hurried back to grab a mask of her own before hastily catching up to Shi Qingshan, closely following him to the entrance of the opposing house. Pinching her nose, she bravely glanced at the zombie lying on the ground, and after a moment of discernment, she exclaimed in shock, "Oh, how could it possibly be her?" Chapter 5, Zombie Rain Beware. Do not let the flies enter your mouth. Shi Qingshan exclaimed, and Jia promptly pressed her lips together and donned her mask. Do you know this person? And Jia nodded. She is the star of the district television station. I heard she just got married not long ago. Yet it seems she is entangled with Director Chow. A vivid image, one that perpetually filled Shi Qingshan with humiliation, flashed through his mind. It was from his ex-girlfriend's bedroom, where a pair of high heels lay limply draped over a stranger's shoulder. His emotions surged uncontrollably as he retorted, "Humph. Women are all the same, naturally incapable of enduring solitude." And Jia, sensing the impropriety of his words, placed her hands on her hips and rebuked, "Hey, could you refrain from generalizing? Have you been hurt?" Shi Qingshan shot her a glare and turned to step over the threshold. And Jia, frightened by his abrupt departure, leaped and dodged the corpse of a zombie on the floor, quickly pressing herself against him. The floor of the room was strewn with a woman's handbag, shoes, a short skirt, glasses, and a top, extending from the entrance to the bedroom. One could easily surmise how desperate the two had been at that moment. The bedroom door was slightly ajar, and Shi Qingshan cautiously approached, gun in hand. Captain Shi, Captain Shi. Just as he was intensely focused, a sudden noise from his earpiece startled him. Seeing him flinch, and Jia assumed a zombie had emerged, and with a shriek, her hair stood on end as she turned to flee. However, upon seeing the figure lying at the door, she abruptly halted, her legs buckled, and she crouched down, unable to stand. Thunder God, please respond. Shi Qingshan lowered the microphone. Having been startled twice in succession, his voice had taken on a dry timbre. In his earpiece, Wang Hongwen said, Captain Shi, the number of zombies is increasing. You all need to descend quickly. Understood. We will head down immediately. Shi Qingshan hastened his movements, tilting his head to peer through the door into the bedroom, holding his breath as he kicked the door open. Buzz. A few startled flies buzzed out. And Jia, who had just regained her footing, suddenly uttered a sound of distress and dashed to the bathroom, retching violently. Shi Qingshan had mentally prepared for this. Upon seeing a rotting severed arm on the ground, he shut his eyes. Thus he was oblivious to the room's gruesome appearance, nor did he wish to know. The sound of Njia's heaving unsettled his stomach, and he held his breath, suppressing his nausea as he groped to close the bedroom door. After a while, Njia emerged from the bathroom, her face pale and streaked with tears, her expression indicating that dinner would likely be a lost cause for her today. Why didn't you give a heads up before opening the door? Njia's voice quivered with a hint of tears, weakly reproaching him. Because I was startled. I retract my previous statement. Please do not frighten me again. Njia pouted, seemingly feeling wronged as she reluctantly admitted fault. Where's the fault in me? It was Director Chow who was scaring you to the core. Shi Qingshan moved to the bookshelf and rummaged through the atlas. This is the one. Anjia took a few hurried steps, eagerly retrieving the map from the corner of the bookshelf, presenting it to Shi Qingshan with both hands. As he caught a glimpse of her stunning visage, with her moist long eyelashes and innocent, tear-filled eyes, Shi Qingshan felt a softening in his heart. He reflected, how can I blame her for my lack of resolve? She has not seduced me. Besides, Anjia is not wrong. I have indeed faced my share of distress. Every situation has its advantages and disadvantages. It is precisely because of my heartbreak that I transformed sorrow into motivation, diligently honing my military skills, ultimately achieving what I have today. Let bygones be bygones. As a wise saying goes, do not punish yourself for the mistakes of others. With this newfound clarity, his gaze softened considerably. Ah, it's the latest version. My companions below are struggling. We must hurry. Indeed, indeed. Anjia nodded repeatedly, finding the air unbearable. Had it not been for the corpse blocking the entrance, she would have raced home long ago. The two hastily returned to the opposite door, where Shi Qingshan hoisted the water bucket onto his shoulder, using his gun-holding pinky to assist Anjia with her suitcase. as they hurried downstairs. At the 12th floor's fire door stood two zombies, their heads tilted back as they sniffed the enticing scent of living flesh. However, due to their knees being unable to bend, they could not ascend the stairs upright, merely licking their lips and shuffling impatiently. Finally, they caught sight of two indistinct figures descending and let out excited, guttural cries, baring their teeth in anticipation of an attack. Yet, they were suddenly tripped by the stairs, scrambling desperately to climb up. A couple of gunshots rang out, and the concrete steps were immediately splattered with dark red filth. "Wait, I have nowhere to step," Anja exclaimed, stomping her feet in protest at the sight of the flowing blood. With a sigh of resignation, Shiking-shan seized her suitcase and hurled it to the 11th floor. Wrapping his arm around her waist, and, amid her screams, carried her down the stairs. During their descent, they encountered two more zombies, which Shiking-shan effortlessly dispatched. As they reached the ground floor, a sudden metallic creaking echoed from outside, followed by the rapid-fire sound of a machine gun. Shiking-shan rushed to the entrance to peer outside. The electric gate had been toppled, and a throng of blood soaked as the zombies were drawn to the clamor of the tank tracks. Shiking-shan urged Jia to follow closely, pulling her suitcase behind her. With a pistol in one hand, he fired shot after shot, each bullet exploding the skull of a staggering zombie. Just as they approached the armored vehicle, he had expended the last of his handgun's ammunition. He hastily set down the water bucket, grasped his automatic rifle, and with a swift but stroke, toppled a zombie that nearly grabbed Jia. Subsequently, he fired two additional shots, the sound echoing in the chaos. Due to the proximity of the zombies, he couldn't fire directly, for the splatter of blood would mar their faces. However, the sheer number of zombies lunging forward tore at his clothing, and with his ammunition depleted, Shiking-shan had no time to reload. More zombies swayed toward them from the distance, their senses heightened by the scent of blood, rendering them frenzied and much quicker in their movements. At that moment, a zombie stumbled due to its own clumsiness, tripping over its feet, causing a chain reaction as those behind it fell in a heap, struggling to rise. Just as the situation grew dire, the rear door of the armored vehicle swung open, and a frantic Jia scrambled inside. Shiking-shan retreated while using the rifle but to fend off the encroaching zombies, seizing the opportunity to pull the water bucket and suitcase into the vehicle. When he finally boarded, a swarm of zombies blocked the side door, which opened and closed erratically before coming to a halt. Shiking-shan, while kicking at the zombies attempting to climb in, shouted, "Lao Wang, quickly drive forward." "All right," came the response, and with a deep rumble, the vehicle lurched forward several meters, dislodging most of the zombies clinging to the doorframe, though a few managed to get half of their bodies inside. Shiking grabbed a nearby fire extinguisher and forcefully struck down several zombies. Just as he was about to close the door, the vehicle gradually came to a stop, allowing the zombies that had surrounded it to seize the door. "Don't stop," Shiking yelled, kicking at the hands gripping the door. "Lao Zhang, hurry. Pass me a gun." No sooner had he spoken than he felt an object in his hand. Looking down, he saw Jia had handed him a handgun. He quickly disengaged the safety and pulled the trigger repeatedly. The deafening sound erupted as a magazine's worth of bullets accurately struck the zombies at the rear, causing them to collapse. Seizing the moment, he shut the door. "Lao Wang, why have we stopped?" Shiking-shan, his ears ringing from the gunfire, felt a surge of frustration, his voice rising. "We can't move," Wang Hongwen replied, sounding defeated. Shiking-shan quickly leaned against the observation window to see outside. Realizing that the tank's tracks had crushed the fallen electric door, the door was swarming with zombies, piled higher than the vehicle itself. Perhaps Wang Hongwen feared that the tank would tilt too much, risking the turret colliding with the pillars of the gate, hence the halt. "Reverse," he commanded. The tank began to back up immediately. "Fire the grenade to blow open the door." "Understood," Zhang Gong responded. Moments later, the vehicle jolted twice. With a thunderous explosion, the sound of shattering limbs and debris reverberated from the roof. Shiking-shan removed his helmet and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He gazed out of the observation window and beckoned to Anja, asking, "Have you ever witnessed a rain of blood?" Chapter 6, Snow White or the Black Mountain Demon. 200mm shells detonated at the entrance, creating a massive crater, while the electric door twisted skyward. As the smoke dissipated, dismembered zombies crawled across the ground, and not a single clean spot remained in the entire broadcasting apartment complex, all marred by the foul, black ichor. Only a few zombies were directly struck by shrapnel. Most were propelled into the air by the force of the explosion, landing with broken bones or suffering internal bleeding from the shockwave, rendering the majority unable to rise again. Seizing the opportunity while they were momentarily dazed, Wang Hongwen pressed the accelerator, and the armored vehicle soared over the crater, roaring onto the street. The westward sun bathed everything it faced in a golden hue. and the speeding black vehicle flickered in and out of the enormous shadows cast by the towering buildings. Zombies that obstructed the path were sent flying like rubber balls, their filthy blood splattering onto the treads, which then flung it far behind. Turn left. Can we rescue my mother? And Jia looked towards Shan, who was wielding a fly swatter, searching for targets. Old Wang, stop. Creak. The vehicle gradually came to a halt. Where does your mother live? Just 2 intersections away. In a villa area by the seaside. And Jia replied. Shan pondered for a moment. We have been circling the city for quite a while, and we passed by there without spotting a single living soul. Other than you, it seems everyone else in this city may be dead. And Jia shook her head vigorously. No. I saw several people in armed police uniforms driving around the city for days, rescuing some individuals. When was this? Where did they take them? Shan inquired urgently. They haven't come for over 10 days. It seemed they were headed towards lynching. Then why didn't you go with them? And Jia sighed. I wanted to. But you saw it too. There's a hospital on the street outside my house. And there are so many zombies that no vehicle can enter and expect to exit again. They don't dare go in. Oh. Shan nodded, pulling out a map to check the location of lynching. Can we go look for my mother? And Jia bit her lip, her starry eyes brimming with hope. Of course we can. Old Zhang, turn left. All right. Seizing the moment, Engineer Zhang took over the driving from Wang Hongwan. Wang Hongwan, wearing glasses, bent down to the rear compartment, gazing at Jia for a while before hesitantly asking, Are you Snow White? And Jia nodded, removing her mask. You could recognize me even with the mask on? Upon seeing his idol from dreams materialize before him, Wang Hongwan was immediately overcome with excitement. How are you here? I'm your fan. No, I mean your music admirer. He stumbled over his words, his face turning crimson, eliciting a chuckle from the others, which eased the tension in the vehicle. Shan looked up. What Snow White? Black Mountain Demon? Do you know each other? And Jia shot him a glare. You speak so unpleasantly. Wang Hongwan nodded vigorously. It's Snow White and Jia. A star. Of course I know her. A star? And Jia. Oh, no wonder you look a bit familiar. You don't quite resemble your television self, do you? In an instant, Shan's mind merged the image of Jia before him with the one he had seen on television. Am I really that unattractive without makeup? Initially, Shan did not recognize her, and Jia felt a slight pang of disappointment. However, upon realizing he knew her, an inexplicable excitement surged within her. You are not unattractive. In fact, you are more beautiful than on screen, Wang Hongwan exclaimed. And Jia smiled faintly, her eyes curving as she looked towards Shan, eagerly awaiting his response. Indeed, you are not unattractive. Given Shan's acerbic wit, this response left Jia somewhat satisfied. What brings you to this quaint locale? He inquired. This is my hometown. I am recuperating here, she replied. What ailment have you suffered? Have you recovered? Wang Hongwan asked with concern. Depression. I've fully recovered. I felt better once all the people I loathed had perished. And Jia said through gritted teeth, her tone laced with resentment. As they spoke, the armored vehicle swiftly arrived at the coastal villa area. Zhang Gong forcefully breached the gate, the barrier snapping away as he drove in, occasionally sounding a brief, low-frequency siren. And Jia quickly interjected, Do not sound the horn. It will attract the big rats. What big rats? They asked, shaking their heads. And Jia, puzzled, inquired. Haven't you heard the broadcast? Shan replied, There is no signal for the broadcast. The radio and satellite system in the vehicle are both down. Oh, right. It has been a while since there has been any news from the broadcast, and Jia recalled. Zhang Gong asked, Missin, which house is yours? Have we arrived? She exclaimed, suddenly standing up, only to bump her head against the ceiling of the vehicle. Fortunately, the soft material above cushioned the impact, sparing her from injury, though it left her slightly dizzy. Shan handed her the Tank Commander's helmet, saying, Don't rush. Put on the helmet and use this to find it. Initially, and Jia misunderstood, thinking the helmet was merely to protect her head. However, upon putting it on, she realized she was now outside. No, wait. And Jia suddenly understood. This was a VR helmet. The scenery she beheld was a live feed from the vehicle's rooftop camera. That house with the blue fence is mine, she exclaimed, turning her head several times before quickly indicating her home. The vehicle silently glided up the path, crushing a few pets that had turned into zombies. As it slowly approached the blue fence, from the Tank Commander's helmet, Shan observed Jia's heart rate rapidly escalating, reaching over 100 beats per minute after the vehicle came to a stop. He swiftly switched to her perspective and noticed she was fixated on a window on the second floor of the villa. There stood a male zombie, bloodied and bare-chested, staring vacantly outside. It seemed her mother was in grave danger. Shan sensed Jia was overcome with foreboding. He checked the magazine of his Type 05 rifle and was the first to open the hatch and leap out. A series of muffled thuds echoed as several zombies that had emerged from nearby villas collapsed to the ground. Jia, in a daze, followed suit. Heading straight for the villa. Alarmed for her safety, Shi Qingshan hurried ahead to protect her. Upon entering the courtyard, a loud bang startled the two individuals, causing them to look up swiftly. On the second floor, a zombie struck the window, clearly recognizing them. Although Shi Qingshan did not inquire about the identity of this zombie, he subconsciously dismissed the possibility of it being Jia's father. The creature's mouth moved slowly as it chewed, its visage and lips smeared with dark crimson stains, intermittently striking the glass with a severed, blackened limb. The hand belonged to a woman, and faintly, a glimmering diamond ring could be discerned on the remnants of her fingers. Suddenly, Jia erupted into tears, bending down to grasp a handful of stones which she hurled towards the zombie, crying out frantically, "I will smash you, you bastard!" Shi Qingshan, witnessing her pick up a piece of brick and charge towards the interior, swiftly seized her by the waist from behind, pivoting to drag her towards the vehicle. It was evident that she had recognized that hand. Jia struggled desperately, tears streaming down her face, but Shi Qingshan's grip was too strong. Her feet barely grazed the ground as she wailed, "Mom, bring back my mom." Wang Hongwen assisted in pulling Jia into the armored vehicle. Just as Shi Qingshan turned to eliminate the zombie, he was alarmed to hear the turret on the vehicle's roof pivoting. Glancing inside, he was dismayed to see Jia grasping the weapon control handle, its design reminiscent of a gaming controller. She must have seen Zhang Gong use it. "Quick, designate a target," Shi Qingshan shouted to Wang Hongwen. No sooner had he spoken than the heavy machine gun erupted with a cacophony of fire. Shell casings rained down like hail, clanging against his helmet, while nearby villas suffered the onslaught, collapsing under a barrage of bullets and debris. Wang Hongwen painstakingly aimed the machine gun at Jia's home. But alas, the ammunition ran dry. As the smoke cleared, Shi Qingshan could only marvel, "Goodness, the women from the northeast are truly fierce." Just as he exhaled in relief, he turned to see Jia still frantically pressing buttons on the control handle. What the hell? Shi Qingshan felt a surge of fear. The 30mm autocannon erupted once more, spewing fire, prompting him to hastily retreat into the vehicle's cabin. With a thunderous boom, the main cannon unleashed its fury, shattering the villa into splinters. Flames shooting up into the sky. Chapter 7. The mouse fishing. The armored vehicle traveled far, the towering flames still visible in the distance. And it seemed that natural gas had joined the spectacle. Shi Qingshan maintained a calm exterior, though turmoil brewed within. Such a splendid villa, what a pity. Ah, well, one might consider this a selfless act of charity, akin to learning from Lei Feng, and perhaps the homeowners on the other side would find their properties intact. With just a few bullet holes, they could patch those up themselves. "Sure, team, it is nearly dark. Should we exit the city, or find a place to stay for the night?" Zhang Gong inquired, glancing back at him. "Let us find a place to wash the vehicle first. I can hardly bear to open the windows, the stench is unbearable." "Very well, we shall wash the vehicle first. However, while locating a car wash pump is simple, the water supply has ceased. Where shall we procure water?" Shi Qingshan observed Jia, whose eyes were tightly shut and stained with tears. Without asking her, he opened the map and noted, "If we proceed in this direction, about 5 kilometers outside the city, there is a small lake. Set the coordinates, and we shall wash there." "Agreed." As they spoke, they passed a small car wash, and with a screech, the armored vehicle halted and reversed with a thunderous roar. Shi Qingshan, demonstrating his expertise, exited the vehicle and dispatched several approaching zombies with gunfire before prying open the car wash's security gate. He and Wang Hongwen heaved out a car wash pump from within. The atmosphere was stifling. Although this small city lay in the north, the relentless rise in global temperatures over recent decades rendered the summers unbearably hot. Even at dusk, the stillness of the air made the heat intolerable. Wang Hongwen, unaccustomed to physical labor, was drenched in sweat after just a few steps carrying the pump. He vigilantly scanned their surroundings, occasionally setting down the pump to adjust his glasses, which continually slipped down his face. Shi Qingshan regretted enlisting his help. Though the pump was heavy, it would have been quicker to carry it himself and enjoy the relief of the cool interior of the vehicle. Instead, Wang's frequent pauses caused him to sweat as well. Across from the car wash, a KTV establishment stood, its shattered glass doors revealing a female zombie clad in an exceedingly short skirt, her nostrils flaring as she stepped gingerly over the shards of glass. At that moment, Shi Qingshan and Wang Hongwen had just managed to lift the pump onto the vehicle. Feeling an urge to depart swiftly, Shi chose not to waste any bullets on the zombie. However, as he prepared to close the door, he inadvertently glanced back and was taken aback to see several cans of luncheon meat inexplicably materializing from within the dimly lit KTV. Interesting. Shi Qingshan halted, raising his weapon to shoot the approaching zombie in the forehead. He distinctly remembered that area being empty just moments before. The sudden appearance of the cans gave him the impression that someone had laid a trap for him. Who could be luring him over? Greetings, Thor. The captain is on standby. A chilling, synthesized male voice emanated from within the vehicle. Activate thermal imaging to scan a 30-meter radius to the right of the vehicle. Thermal imaging activated, confirming the 30-meter scan to the right of the vehicle. At that moment, a holographic display descended from above the vehicle's command seat, revealing a patchwork of red and yellow hues, with varying shades forming distinct outlines. Zoom in on sectors 5 and 7 to fill the screen. Enlarge the 5th and 7th zones to full screen. Confirmed. Instantly, the holographic projection revealed infrared images from within the pitch-black KTV door. What could those be? A chill coursed through Shi Shan as he beheld a multitude of dense animal silhouettes on the screen, varying in size, with the larger ones resembling hefty pigs weighing over 100 pounds. Get in the car. And Jia exclaimed suddenly. Startled, Shi Shan reacted without a moment's thought, swiftly leaping into the vehicle and hastily pulling the cabin door switch, inquiring, "What's the matter?" And Jia, trembling with fear, pointed at the screen, exclaiming, "They're all giant rats. Oh my, they're formidable enough to gnaw through wooden doors." "What? Let us move." Shi Shan urgently called out to Zhang Gong. There was no need for his words. The armored vehicle had already begun to hum and accelerate. Damn it. Are they placing cans at the door to lure me in? Why not just charge at me directly if they're hungry? Shi Shan felt a lingering dread at the cunning of those rodents. And Jia pondered for a moment and remarked, "They're quite intelligent. As soon as the sun sets, these large rats swarm into shopping malls and hotels to scavenge for food. They completely avoid clothing stores and hardware shops, as if they can sense the absence of food inside." Wang Hongwen clapped his hands, exclaiming, "They only emerge at night. Could it be that they fear sunlight?" "Indeed. That is highly probable. Have you ever seen them during the day?" Shi Shan, still uneasy, leaned against the rear cabin door to observe for a while. When he noticed the large rats had not pursued them, he turned to Njia. She shook her head slightly. "Throughout the night, I hear the sound of glass shattering and their incessant squeaking. Come daybreak, all is silent. They've nearly driven me to the brink of neurosis. Fortunately, they fear the light." Shi Shan returned to his seat, lighting a cigarette, and soon the smoke began to swirl within the confines of the vehicle. Njia, no longer despondent, appeared considerably rejuvenated. Her earlier emotional outburst had propelled her to swiftly acknowledge reality. "Cough, cough, could you please consider the non-smokers?" And Jia feigned a cough, frowning slightly as she waved her hand to disperse the smoke. "Let me have a couple of puffs to calm my nerves." "Just two." Shi Shan inhaled deeply, and in an instant, half of the cigarette was consumed. And Jia shot him a disapproving glance. The vehicle jolted slightly as it collided with a car blocking the road. If it were merely zombies, the armored vehicle would have emitted a dull thud without any noticeable tremor. Shi Shan offered a cigarette to Njia. "Why not join me? If we both smoke, it won't be so pungent." Njia hesitated, but ultimately accepted the cigarette without verbally refusing. Shi Shan handed her the lighter, and as she expertly pinched the cigarette between her slender, fair fingers, igniting it with a practiced grace, he found himself momentarily entranced. Njia disregarded his astonished expression, tossing back the lighter before turning to Wang Hongwen. "Was that the robot speaking just now?" "Indeed. It was Thor. It is the latest artificial intelligence computer for battle vehicles developed by our research institute. I am responsible for the machine vision segment. Would you like to test its recognition capabilities?" "Certainly. How shall we proceed?" Observing Wang Hongwen's eager expression, Njia felt reluctant to dampen his enthusiasm. Wang Hongwen cleared his throat and spoke. "Hello, Thunder God. Please proceed, Engineer Wang." The battle vehicle responded. Wang Hongwen cast a triumphant glance at Njia and inquired, "Who is the beautiful lady seated in the vehicle?" Njia, originally named Insayin, is of Manchu descent, hailing from the Shaogang district of Liaoyang City. Born in July 2004, she is a pop singer and actress, known for her prominent works. How impressive. How does it possess such knowledge? Can it also search for information online? Njia expressed her astonishment. Wang Hongwen scratched his head and chuckled innocently. It used to access the internet, but now it can only detect satellite signals. There is no data flow available. This is merely a facial recognition feature of Thunder God, as the facial information of the entire nation is stored in its database, allowing it to identify you. Oh, I see. Upon hearing this, Shirchat-Shing recalled something. Njia, do you know where the brain-eating amoeba originated? Njia shook her head, sighed, and stared vacantly at the rapidly retreating buildings outside the vehicle. "Have you heard from the broadcasts whether other regions are experiencing outbreaks as well? Are we under lockdown here? What else do you know?" Shi Shan urgently sought to gather more information. Njia concentrated for a moment, exhaled a wisp of smoke, and slowly replied, "The outbreak has spread nationwide. One morning a month ago, I was abruptly awakened by the commotion outside, only to find the entrance of the hospital filled with sick individuals. I turned on the television, and the news channels were filled with scenes of hospitals desperately trying to save patients, while some began airing segments of zombies attacking people. By afternoon, most television channels lost signal, and those still broadcasting urged the public to avoid contact with untreated water, stock up on food, cook it thoroughly, protect against mosquitoes and flies, and remain indoors awaiting rescue from the military, among other advisories. Shi Qishan, Engineer Zhang, and Wang Hongwen were rendered speechless, as concerns for their families surged to the forefront of their minds. Chapter 8. Survival Experience. Zhang Gong abruptly left the driver's seat and approached the rear compartment. His expression filled with anxiety as he inquired, "Has even the capital fallen?" And Jia gazed at the vacant driver's seat and the scenery retreating outside the window, hastily grasping a handrail. Wang Hongwen reassured her, "It's all right. He has activated the autopilot." And Jia nodded and responded to Zhang Gong. "An outbreak has also occurred in the capital, but it seems a garrison unit remains uninfected. When I called a friend that day, he mentioned numerous soldiers were clearing zombies from the streets. What about Zhanghai? Surely it has succumbed as well?" Wang Hongwen could hardly fathom that this coastal metropolis might be spared. A heavy silence enveloped them. Sensing the team's morale dipping, Shi Qishan spoke up, "Old Zhang, with elders above and children below, we will expedite your return home. The conditions in the capital are significantly better. At least there are soldiers maintaining order, so you need not worry excessively." "I understand, thank you." Zhang Gong nodded, but at that moment, the armored vehicle came to a sudden halt, prompting him to return to the driver's seat. And Jia, intrigued, stood up and followed him into the cockpit of the infantry fighting vehicle, which was adorned with projection screens and buttons. The compact and shock-resistant holographic projection screens, initially developed for military applications, now displayed a zombie standing in the middle of the road, which Zhang Gong had just collided with. A smaller screen provided a real-time composite image of the area within 2 meters around the vehicle, showing the current status of the tracks. And Jia marveled at the array of unfamiliar instruments, exclaiming, "This vehicle resembles a spaceship. You Haven T just returned from a space adventure, have you?" "No space adventures, but we have experienced survival on a deserted island." Shi Qishan chimed in, joining them while lighting a cigarette. The small port area, nestled against the mountains by the sea, had not expanded much. The Thor infantry vehicle sped along the wide national road, soon entering the suburban fringe. The fields alongside the road were a vibrant green, overrun with thick, waist-high weeds. After cresting a small hill, a vast expanse of water filled the vehicle screens. Shi Qishan instructed Zhang Gong to stop, saying, "Old Zhang, you all can get down to wash the vehicle. I'll keep watch from the hill. Be careful to protect your heads while washing. Don't let any contaminated water splash on you. All right, you can count on me." After giving his instructions, Shi Qishan donned a helmet and descended from the vehicle, taking with him a 12.7mm automatic sniper rifle. And Jia glanced back at Shi Qishan, pondered for a moment, and then followed him down. As the armored vehicle began its descent, Wang Hongwen, seated in the commander's spot, appeared somewhat despondent. The fiery glow of the setting sun lingered, igniting the evening sky in shades of crimson. The barren summit of the rocky hill bore no vegetation. Shi Qishan found a suitable spot to set up his sniper rifle, kicking aside a few stones before lying down to observe with binoculars. And Jia, breathless, caught up with him, glancing around before moving a smooth stone to sit beside him. She adjusted her skirt, settled down, and sprayed herself with mint-scented mosquito repellent, resting her chin on her palms and staring off into the distance. The two remained silent for half a day. Time seemed to stand still, with only the gentle breeze occasionally lifting on Jia's skirt and long hair. The setting sun outlined her silhouette with a golden hue, rendering the scene breathtakingly surreal. "Did you bring cigarettes?" She broke the silence first. Shi Qingshan, seemingly burdened with thoughts, glanced at her sharply and retorted, "Don't give people nicknames." "What do you mean?" Anjia's eyes widened even more than his. "Don't they all call you Sherdue?" Shi Qingshan fell silent. "They call me Sherdue, as in, the captain's team. How was I supposed to know that?" "What's your name then?" "Shi Qingshan. Stone in the first character, Green Mountain in the second, Mountain in the last." Anjia murmured softly, "What a convoluted explanation. Isn't it still Sherdue?" "What did you say?" "Nothing. I just asked if you brought cigarettes." After a moment's hesitation, Shi Qingshan pulled a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket and tossed it to her. "What's wrong? Are you reluctant to share?" Anjia shot him a disdainful glance, shielding herself from the wind as she lit one. "Smoking is detrimental to health. Truly a case of a dog biting El Dongbin, failing to recognize a kind heart. Yet you smoke one after another? Aren't you afraid of dying?" "I'm different. You're the one with the unique physique. Just don't let the smoke darken your heart." "Looking for trouble?" Anjia playfully kicked Shi Qingshan's leg. He appeared to relish the moment. Just there. Kick a few more times. In your dreams. You're as hard as a rock. I won't complain about the pain. But my foot still hurts. Silence enveloped the mountain top once more. Are we going to die? Anjia slowly exhaled a wisp of smoke and inquired. Shiking-shan nodded slowly. Yes, but not now. He gestured toward the direction of the armored vehicle. With Thor around, we are quite safe. Anjia smiled. A grin that emanated genuine satisfaction, evoking a protective instinct in any man. Down at the foot of the distant mountain, Thor was parked by the reservoir. While Zhang Gong and Wang Hong busied themselves laying out the car wash pumps piping. How did you survive? Anjia greedily inhaled the fresh air and asked. That's a long story. Make it short. Shiking-shan lit a cigarette, gathered his thoughts, and squinted through the swirling smoke as he began to reminisce. There had been no prior warning before the outbreak of this pandemic. At that time, his 6-member Special Forces team had just been deployed to several deserted islands in the sea for solitary survival training. After enduring 15 days on a barren island and exhausting all edible snakes and mice, Shiking-shan retrieved a black device resembling a lighter, pressed a button, and the red indicator light began to flash, signaling for rescue. However, days passed without a boat arriving to collect him. He had to rely solely on a dagger to catch fish and collect dew from morning leaves for hydration. Surviving, he shouted loudly, "Is anyone there? Who is still alive?" To his dismay, instead of finding living comrades, a group of blood-soaked, terrifying figures burst forth from the compartment in response to his call. In their pursuit, Shiking-shan locked himself inside the command room of the vessel and gleaned vital information from notes left by the captain. He discovered that these individuals were the reanimated corpses of brain-dead individuals, controlled by parasitic brain-eating worms, transformed into zombies. To eliminate them completely, one must destroy their brains or hearts. Having undergone rigorous military training, Shiking-shan swiftly overcame his initial panic and, after surveying the situation, broke a window and leaped into the landing craft's armored vehicle compartment, which housed the newly developed Advanced Intelligent Infantry Combat Vehicle, the Thunder God. Fortunately, 2 factory specialists, Wang Hongwen and Engineer Zhang, who had accompanied the vehicle for testing, had survived. They had been living within the vehicle to evaluate its long-term independent operational capabilities behind enemy lines, thus narrowly escaping annihilation. Shiking-shan instructed the 2 to start the vehicle's engine to draw the zombies' attention while he stealthily avoided them, scavenging for food and diesel before returning to the command room to retrieve his team's special operations gear. Opening the hatch, the trio maneuvered the amphibious Thunder God into the sea and, just before their fuel and power ran out, successfully returned to the base. Upon reaching the shore, the scene before them was increasingly horrifying. The entire naval base town was engulfed in a foul stench, resembling a vast garbage dump. Zombies roamed the streets, frantically devouring the corpses of the deceased, with intestines and entrails strewn about. As they heard the commotion, the zombies converged upon them, and in a state of panic, the group aimed the vehicle's 7.62mm machine gun at the advancing horde. As flames erupted from the barrel, bullets rained down like a torrential storm, shredding flesh and bone, scattering the zombies before them into disarray. Yet, undeterred by death, the relentless gunfire attracted even more zombies, and soon the vehicle's ammunition was depleted. Encircled by the unyielding tide of the undead, the group activated the vehicle, breaking through the encirclement and racing back to the base courtyard. However, upon arrival, they found the main gate ajar, revealing that their comrades had transformed into zombies. The base had fallen from within. They opened the warehouse, replenishing the vehicle with ammunition, generator fuel, drinking water, and field rations, and subsequently searched for survivors, eventually arriving at the small port area, where they encountered the harrowing scene that had unfolded earlier. Chapter 9. The lone commander. As Shiking concluded his narrative, the sun dipped below the horizon, illuminating the battlefield vehicles below with a soft, white glow. And Jia quietly listened. Her curiosity piqued as she pointed to the insignia beneath his chin, inquiring, "What rank does this signify? How many men do you command?" Shiking gently brushed his fingers over the 2 stripes and a star of his insignia, replying, "This denotes the rank of major. I once had 5 soldiers under my command. As I mentioned earlier, they have honorably perished on the ship. Now, I am but a lone commander." "How could you only have 5 soldiers? My cousin, a mere squad leader, commands 8 or 9 subordinates." And Jia remarked, her expression tinged with disdain. "That is not the same." Shiking pondered momentarily before explaining, "Let me put it this way. In other units, a position corresponding to my rank would be that of a battalion commander, overseeing 30 squad leaders like your cousin." And Jia, her fingers entwined in her hair, tilted her head and mused, "A battalion commander? There should be platoon leaders and company commanders beneath that rank. Have you served for over a decade?" "What decade?" Shiking retorted, "I am the same age as you know. You're only 26? I find that hard to believe. She challenged. Show me your identification. Shi Qingshan retrieved his officer's certificate from his pocket and displayed it to her. And Jia scrutinized the document, comparing it with Shi Qingshan, before breaking into a radiant smile. Wearing that broad-brimmed hat, you look quite handsome. However, I must say, you appear more anxious in person than in the photograph. Shi Qingshan shot her a glance of exasperation. Isn't that obvious? The photo was taken at my graduation from the National Defense University, after 5 or 6 years. Of course I would appear more mature. And Jia smirked, wrapping her arms around her smooth, rounded knees, lightly swaying as she teased. Could it be that your superiors deemed your abilities lacking, thus limiting you to only 5 men? Humph, quite the opposite. My capabilities are exceptional. Exceptional, you say? As high as a 5-story building? Shi Qingshan scoffed. 5 stories? That hardly qualifies as high. You may think I only have 5 brothers under my command. But they were all elite soldiers from various military districts. Alas, they met their demise at the hands of the undead instead of bravely sacrificing themselves for our nation. I wonder how their families are faring. We didn't spend much time together, and I don't even know where they are from. Otherwise, I would have surely visited their families. As he spoke, a glimmer of tears began to form in Shi Qingshan's eyes. And Jia, moved by his sentiment, fell into silence for a moment before gently asking, "Where are you from? Who else is in your family?" Shi Qingshan lit another cigarette, the red ember flickering in the twilight. "My family consists of my father and mother. If your eyesight is sharp enough, from your home, looking directly south, you would see my home hundreds of miles away, across the sea." Understanding his concern for his parents, and Jia deliberately steered the conversation away from that topic. "Ah, no wonder you speak with a hint of a coastal accent, living so close to the sea. Why didn't you join the Navy? Special forces must be arduous and exhausting." In response, Shi Qingshan firmly imparted, "You must understand. Serving in the military means going wherever the country needs me, not choosing where I wish to go. Do you think the military is a family business?" Yes. "Oh no, it is not. The military is not a family business." And Jia humbly accepted the criticism. The darkness fell swiftly, and without night vision equipment, it became increasingly difficult to discern the situation below the mountain. Suddenly, Shi Qingshan became alert, as he faintly perceived several emaciated zombies emerging from the underbrush. Drawn by the illuminated wash vehicle, swaying unsteadily toward the armored vehicle. The distance was considerable, yet he pulled the bolt and aimed at the waist of the zombies. Bang! 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 He fired several shots, severing them in two. The 12.7mm caliber bullets, upon striking any part of the body, would reduce it to fragments, just like the living. Substantial blood loss would incapacitate them. Shi Qingshan rose, extinguishing his cigarette, and urged, "We must hurry down. Zombies have dilated pupils. Their vision is poor during the day, but they see better than we do at night." "All right." And Jia stood up, brushing off any dust that may have clung to her skirt, and trotted down the mountain alongside him. Hearing the gunfire, Zhang Gong and Wang Hongwen quickened their pace at the wash vehicle. Fragments of the zombies' bones and flesh lodged within the tracks of the armored vehicle were difficult to dislodge. And the inner sides of the drive wheels and support wheels were also hard to reach areas. The two endured the pungent odor, working swiftly. But by the time Shi Qingshan and Jia reached them, they had managed to clean only the upper half of the vehicle and the bulldozer blade. Shi Qingshan circled the armored vehicle and noticed that a large lamp cover on the right side was broken, and several LED bulbs were damaged, likely having been struck by a barrier in the community. "Old Zhang, this won't do. We need to reshape the front shovel into a wedge and raise it higher. With such collisions, even the sturdiest chassis will sustain damage." Zhang Gong promptly agreed, "Indeed. I've considered that as well. Altering it into a triangular shovel has the added benefit of pushing zombies aside rather than running them over directly. Just look at how the debris is jammed within the tracks. It's utterly impossible to clean." Thoughtfully stroking his short beard, Shi Qingshan contemplated, "Let us not wash it. We'll drive directly into the lake. We won't need the water jet propulsion. Merely accelerating for a stretch on the tracks should suffice for self-cleaning." "Excellent idea. That should work." Zhang Gong and Wang Hongwen, already fatigued, readily endorsed this notion. However, this would lead to water pollution. Shi Qingshan hesitated momentarily. "Oh, you're overthinking. This water has long been contaminated. Just a moment ago, I tossed a water pipe in, and a crimson-eyed carp was staring at me from the shore, looking as if it wanted to bite me. It was utterly insane. Even herbivorous fish seem intent on devouring humans." Wang Hongwen shook his head repeatedly, sighing. "Well then, we should hurry and pack up. The shore is no longer safe. If the light attracts a few large rats, we'll be in trouble." Shi Qingshan decisively concluded. In reality, there was little to gather. They discarded the wash pump, and the group hastened their movements, cutting off the power before entering the vehicle. Zhang Gong resumed his role as the driver, raising the bulldozer blade to its highest point, lowering the wave breaker, and gradually driving into the water, causing the armored vehicle to float. The water jet propulsion at the rear operated for a while, and after pushing the vehicle away from the shore, the tracks began to turn, gradually accelerating. The generator roared to life, and the 8-cylinder diesel engine growled as the armored vehicle emerged from the water like a monstrous creature breaking the surface. The tracks kicked up 2 waves of dark crimson water that sprayed high into the air. Zhang, now hesitant to activate the water propulsion system, feared it might become obstructed by debris. The terrestrial movement mechanism struggled to maintain direction in the water, causing the vehicle to meander and trace a serpentine red line across the surface. After a few minutes, Shi Qingshan opened the hatch and peered out, returning with the news. It's all clear now, old Zhang. The water has become pristine, and the tracks look as good as new. The engine's RPM gradually decreased. Splendid. This is how we shall wash the vehicle from now on, Shi Qingshan remarked with a slight smile. As long as we are spared from another zombie rain, this method will suffice for cleaning. After all, an amphibious vehicle is not a submarine, and it can merely wash the tracks. He glanced back at Njia, who was quietly gazing out the window, lost in thought, and said, "Tonight, after dinner, we shall rest on the water, perfectly timed to recharge the batteries. A splendid plan. Tonight, we shall sleep on waterbeds." Zhang's spirits lifted, no longer burdened by his earlier gloom. Wang Hong, initially feeling somewhat despondent, brightened upon hearing Shi Qingshan's announcement that they would not be returning to land that evening, and he eagerly began preparing the evening's meal. Chapter 10. Camping on Water. Alas, a pile of stones. Njia suddenly exclaimed the nickname she had given to Shi Qingshan. Shi Qingshan frowned and turned back, intending to display a stern expression, only to find her beautiful eyes clouded with concern, as if burdened by some dilemma. "What troubles you?" Njia whispered, covering her mouth with one hand. "Do you want instant noodles?" "Pa, I have no time for your nonsense. I can barely hold it in." "Oh, urgent business. Is it a minor or major issue?" Njia, irritated, stamped her foot and shot him a sideways glance, replying petulantly, "Minor. Minor? Eh? There's a toilet over there." Shi Qingshan pointed to a distinctly different seat at the back of the war vehicle. Njia hesitated as she walked over and lifted the seat cushion, confirming it was indeed a toilet beneath. Turning back, she noticed the 3 men staring at her, and with an indignant expression, she said, "What are you all looking at? Hurry up and dock. With you all staring, how am I supposed to manage?" Shi Qingshan replied seriously, "It's quite dangerous on the dark shore. Just use this. We'll step outside, and when you're done, we'll come back in." "How does that sound? What does that sound like? Just get out already." And Jia was nearly in tears. The 3 men quickly opened the hatch above and climbed onto the roof, attending to their own needs in the process. After a while, with no sign of movement from inside the vehicle, Wang Hong and couldn't help but lean into peek. Shi Qingshan cleared his throat and called out, "Old Wang, we have a girl sharing our cabin tonight. Let us boil some water for personal hygiene later, so we don't offend her." "Huh? Oh, right. Moments later, the group heard the whirring of the drainage pump working below, and water began to flow up from beneath the vehicle. "All right, come down." And Jia beckoned from inside the vehicle. Shi Qingshan looked around and said, "You can come out now. It's not too hot outside. Let us eat on the roof." "You all eat. I have no appetite." And Jia, having witnessed too much bloodshed today, truly felt unable to eat. That won't do. A lack of enthusiasm for meals indicates a problem with your mindset. We are now a team, and it is my duty and responsibility to care for enough. Enough. I'll go out. Don't lecture me. And Jia, too impatient to listen to his preaching, interrupted. The group retrieved a gas stove and a box of military rations from inside the vehicle, settling cross-legged on the uneven roof. Wang Hongwen pushed the box in front of Njia and said, "Missin, please select whatever you wish to eat. We have braised pork intestines, sweet and sour ribs, and sauced beef, all very fresh and recently produced." Upon hearing the dish names, Njia's face turned pale, and she covered her mouth, swallowing hard several times to prevent herself from vomiting on the spot, tears glistening in her eyes as she struggled. Shi Qingshan, with a touch of schadenfreude, chuckled and added, "There are also pickled mustard greens, spicy kimchi, and shredded salted vegetables." Njia wiped her tears with a tissue, rummaging through the box until she found a pack of sour cabbage and a pack of self-heating rice. Puffing out her cheeks, she said to Shi Qingshan, "I can't eat these either." Shi Qingshan pondered for a moment and replied, "How about this? Today, our vehicle welcomed a beautiful new crew member, marking a day of significance. I propose that we enjoy a meal in this picturesque setting, where the water glistens gently." "Excellent." Wang Hongwen enthusiastically applauded in agreement. Since there were no objections, we commenced our feast. "Old Wang, could you see what dishes we have?" A few of us emptied the food box, discarding energy bars and mixed rice. selecting only the individual dishes and meats, ultimately gathering 8 plates. It was rare for Engineer Zhang to speak up. What a pity there is no soup or fish, otherwise. It would be a splendid spread. With a twinkle in his eye, Shi Qingshan remarked, who says there isn't? Just wait, I shall fetch it. He then rose and exited the cabin. Before long, he returned with a water bottle and several cups, pouring a glass for each person. Where's the fish? Where's the soup? Wang Hongwen inquired curiously as Shi Qingshan settled back down. What do you mean? Right before you lies fish soup. It contains both fish and broth. Wang Hongwen lifted his cup to sniff. What fish soup? This is merely cool water. Cool water? This is mermaid soup, a delicacy you cannot easily acquire. Shi Qingshan winked at Njia. Njia rolled her eyes at him and concealed her cup, declaring, I shan't drink fish soup. I desire wine. Wine? You yearn for the rare. Alcohol is prohibited on the vehicle. Where would it come from? Wang Hongwen responded, Oh, leader, how disingenuous. I distinctly saw 2 bottles of white liquor in your drawer. Shi Qingshan was promptly betrayed. That was reserved for cleaning the windshield. To our surprise, the usually taciturn Engineer Zhang chimed in. In this sweltering heat, the windshield cleaner won't freeze. There's no need to substitute it with liquor. Faced with the trio's collective scrutiny, Shi Qingshan faltered. It's not that I'm unwilling to share. There is plenty of free alcohol on the streets. But we are soldiers. Drinking on a battle vehicle breaches protocol. And Jia nudged him. Stop with the excuses. We are outside the vehicle. And besides, you're the only soldier here. If you want tea drink, then hurry and fetch us some. Seeing that further delay would incite public outrage, Shi Qingshan relented and went below deck to retrieve 2 bottles of liquor. With the addition of white wine, our food was soon forgotten. The group drank eagerly, requiring no encouragement, each seeking to become blissfully inebriated, using alcohol to numb their senses. Even Wang Hongwen, who typically abstained from liquor, succumbed and was seen heaving several times by the side of the vehicle, intoxicated to the point of befriending a school of red-eyed fish. In the face of calamity, even the strongest souls can be overwhelmed by the specter of death and an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Where lies hope? What paths await in the future? None could say. And Jia's cheeks flushed crimson, her beauty more radiant than ever, as she swayed unsteadily, nearly losing her balance. Shi Qingshan, fearing she might tumble into the water, hurriedly guided her back into the cabin. In truth, the fish in the water posed no real threat. However, contact with contaminated water could lead to infections from brain-eating parasites, which was a matter of utmost seriousness. Shi Qingshan gently laid Njia on a chair, supporting her soft neck and providing her with a headrest. Njia mumbled, I want to lean on you to sleep. You will regret it. Shi Qingshan removed her shoes and socks, opened a box, and took out a towel to cover her, before returning to the top of the vehicle. Zhang, having consumed nearly a bottle, lay on the roof alongside Wang Hongwen. Both sprawled like puddles of mud, impossible to drag away. Shi Qingshan thought that on such a hot day, sleeping outside would be cooler and more convenient for expelling alcohol. So he gathered some items to shield them from the sun, preventing them from rolling into the water, and sprayed them with mosquito repellent before returning to the armored vehicle. The Thunder God was quite large. The infantry compartment could accommodate 7, with 3 additional personnel, totaling 10. By hanging 2 hammocks, 6 could squeeze into sleep. Currently, one side of the seats was piled high with supplies, while the other was occupied by Njia, who, due to his large stature, had to sleep on the floor. Shi Qingshan turned on the electric mosquito repellent, laid a soft mat on the ground, but suddenly got up, turning around, fearing that Njia might vomit in the middle of the night, splattering him in the face. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Shi Qingshan lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply before exhaling slowly. Concerns for the future, worries for his family, and thoughts of his comrades surged into his mind. The smoke wafted through the hatch atop the vehicle, dispersing into the vast expanse of the sky. The generator had ceased at some point. A gentle breeze blew, and the waves softly lapped against the vehicle's body. Occasionally, the distant cawing of crows could be heard. With the absence of human pollution, the night sky had transformed into a crystal-clear canvas, revealing the resplendent Milky Way. Stars dotted the heavens, twinkling like diamonds. The night sky, unhindered by smog, truly resembled the lyrics of a song. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. How I wonder what you are. At some unknown moment, the utterly exhausted Shi Qingshan drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 11. The journey begins. Shi Qingshan dreamt of engaging in a verbal spar with Njia. Njia remarked, How could you possibly become a major at the tender age of 26? Surely someone in your family is pulling strings within the military to promote you. Or perhaps you merely don someone else's uniform. He retorted, What does my rank as a major concern you? Just because I call you a princess doesn't mean you truly believe you are one. Such a meddlesome Pacific policeman. Njia replied, A Manchu princess is indeed a princess. My ancestors were of the Zhenghuang banner. I am truly a princess of the Qing dynasty. He scoffed, huh? My lineage has produced several emperors. Do you think all Manchu women are princesses? Such naive misconceptions. Suddenly, he exclaimed in pain, ouch. Where are you hitting me? In a daze, Shi Qingshan perceived Jia crouching, her fist landing squarely upon his groin. No, that was not right. He jolted awake, his eyes opening to reveal Jia's leg dangling from the chair, her delicate foot inadvertently striking his most sensitive area. After a fleeting moment of discomfort, he felt a warmth radiating from her foot, causing an uncontrollable reaction below. Gradually closing his eyes, Shi Qingshan relished the long-lost warmth of a woman's body, contemplating. No wonder she claimed I would regret it. It turns out her little foot is quite unruly in her sleep. The energy density of graphene lithium batteries is remarkably high. Running the air conditioning all night while parked consumes minimal power. The enclosed metal cabin easily retains heat and coolness. As daylight broke, Shi Qingshan resolved to forego further sleep. He gently lifted Jia's south leg back into place, adjusted her blanket, and rose to turn off the air conditioning, stealthily climbing atop the vehicle. Last night, Zhang Gong had indeed indulged too much, remaining sprawled in his position, snoring thunderously. He was a man of few words, burdened with heavy thoughts, a quintessential techie who, at 40, seemed like an old man. Shi Qingshan often worried about his mental well-being, hence deliberately getting him drunk to ease his strained nerves and prevent any drastic actions. As for Wang Hongwen, Shi Qingshan had no such concerns. His self-centered nature precluded any thoughts of self-harm. His head dangled outside the vehicle, clothes and the exterior smeared with vomit, yet he remained blissfully unaware. It seemed wise to have allowed him to sleep on the roof last night. Otherwise, he might have vomited on someone else. Stretching lazily, Shi Qingshan fetched a bucket of water from the lake, ignited the gas stove, and stared into the distance. Lost in thought. Since the upheaval, he had lost all motivation to exercise, his mind a chaotic jumble, plagued by sleepless nights, struggling to differentiate between reality and illusion. Last night had been his best rest yet. Whether it was the gentle ripples of the water or the faint fragrance of Jia that had lulled him into a deep slumber remained uncertain. The sun gradually emerged on the horizon, initially resembling a half-salted duck egg yolk, glowing a vibrant red. As it broke free from the shackles of dawn and ascended into the sky, the sunlight grew increasingly intense. Shi Qingshan mused, even if the earth were to perish, the sun would continue to rise, unwavering for eons. Throughout the ages, it had witnessed countless ascents and descents of humanity. However, it is certain that as long as humanity does not face complete extinction, it will gradually proliferate and thrive. The sun blazed ever more fiercely, awakening Zhang Gong and Wang Hongwen from their slumber. At that moment, Shi Qingshan had already prepared several bowls of cool water. After the two washed up, he reheated yesterday's leftovers. Anjia remained in a deep sleep, impervious to all calls. Shi Qingshan attempted to rouse her several times, ultimately conceding defeat. Zhang Gong and Wang Hongwen, nursing a slight hangover, lacked appetite and could barely manage a meager meal of rice and pickles, each washing it down with a packet of nutritional supplement. Once the leftover dishes were thoroughly warmed, Shi Qingshan consumed them all, acutely aware that food would become increasingly scarce, and nothing could be squandered. As the sun ascended, the heat it carried intensified, rendering the iron plate unbearably hot to sit upon. After satiating his hunger, Shi Qingshan prepared a cup of nutritional supplement for Anjia and took an energy bar down into the cabin. This beautiful yet pitiable girl was gradually softening his heart of stone. Anjia remained asleep, a towel draped over her head, covering only her upper body, while her slim waist and curvaceous figure below were accentuated by her long, slender legs, gleaming in their whiteness. Hey, Anjia, rise and dine. No response from Anjia. Shi Qingshan waited a moment, about to call again, when suddenly the towel was tossed aside, and Anjia, squinting her drowsy eyes, uttered, "Don't give people nicknames." When did I ever give you a nickname? Wasn't it you who claimed to be a princess from the Qing dynasty? Nonsense. When did I ever say I was a Qing princess? You must be dreaming. Anjia propped herself up on her arms. What dream could I possibly be having? Oh, it seems I truly was dreaming. Alas. Shi Qingshan sighed. These days, I feel as if I'm living in a surreal realm, unable to distinguish between dreams and reality. Anjia's eyes sparkled playfully as she reclined back onto her pillow, a soft smile gracing her lips as she asked, "Did you dream of me?" Shi Qingshan nodded. "Indeed, I dreamed of you. Did you dream that I was a Qing princess while you were my attendant?" Anjia's voice took on a slightly husky, languorous tone. "Quite the contrary. In my dream, I was the emperor, and you were my concubine, only to discover upon our union that you were my long-lost daughter." Pfft. You've watched too many court dramas, haven't you? Anjia feigned a kick. But Shi Qingshan deftly evaded. He had already experienced the pain of Anjia's dreamlike kicks, a lesson not easily forgotten. As Anjia conversed with Shi Qingshan, her fair legs unconsciously engaged in alluring movements, causing Wang Hongwen to steal glances, his heart aflame with envy. Witnessing his dream goddess sharing laughter with another man stirred a tempest of discontent within him. As a handsome senior engineer, he found it baffling that she would overlook him, instead engaging with a rough soldier. In that moment, Anjiao appeared to Wang Hongwen as a treasure he had discovered, while Shi Qingshan seemed merely a robust scavenger, about to claim the precious gem without the courage to intervene. Sure, I still feel a bit dizzy. Would you mind driving? Wang Hongwen devised a method to separate the two individuals. Let me take the wheel. Zhang Gong volunteered eagerly. Shi Qingshan and Anjia exchanged a few lighthearted jokes. Their spirits considerably lifted. Old Zhang, you also indulged quite a bit yesterday. Allow me to drive. Are you heading to the capital? Anjia inquired thoughtfully as she sat up. Indeed, I am going to seek the military, passing through Yanjing in the process. However, before that, I intend to visit Lianqing, where there are armed police. Perhaps I can establish contact with the military commission. What is the matter? Where are you headed? We could accompany you. After contemplating, Anjia responded, well, I shall join you to Yanjing. Initially, I had no intention of returning, but now there is truly no safe place for me. At least there are some friends there who can provide mutual support. Excellent. Since everyone is in agreement, we shall first visit Lianqing and then hasten to the capital. Shi Qingshan decisively stated. He handed the nutritional supplements and energy bars to Anjia, then rose to the cockpit to start the armored vehicle. The water jets outside kicked up two streams, propelling the massive vehicle toward the shore. Since the advent of automatic driving in vehicles, the battleground for the ladies has transitioned from rooms to the interiors of cars. The mobility of automobiles, coupled with their safety, convenience, and comfort, has led many female technicians from various bathing establishments to resign and venture into entrepreneurship, investing in electric RVs with plush beds, traversing the urban streets and alleys, welcoming and bidding farewell to clients with great joy. The secure and enclosed ring road has become the preferred venue for transactions among ladies and clients alike. The once bustling Shaojiang district to Lianqing Xiaoyan Expressway is now eerily silent, were it not for the wind-whipped remnants of advertisements fluttering from towering billboards. This scene would resemble a still photograph. Within many vehicles, nude passengers have transformed into lifeless husks, refusing to open their doors, ultimately succumbing to the scorching sun on their mattresses. Some car doors are ajar, yet their occupants have mysteriously vanished. It is not difficult to surmise their fate. They have either become the desiccated bones strewn across the ground or joined the ranks of those trapped behind quarantine nets, reduced to grazing like zombies in the ditches. Shi Qingshan drove the armored vehicle off the highway and into the only service station on the expressway. As the fuel for the onboard generator was nearly depleted, necessitating a refueling of diesel, numerous vehicles occupied the contactless charging stations within the service area, while in the gaps, emaciated zombies competed with flocks of red-eyed birds for morsels from the bones scattered on the ground. The armored vehicle navigated around the densely populated zombie areas. Halting in front of the gas station, armed, Shi Qingshan climbed atop the vehicle and swiftly dispatched a dozen approaching zombies. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Gong and Wang Hongwen hurriedly disassembled the fuel pump, short-circuiting several wires. Then, they connected it to the inverter from the armored vehicle, releasing a liquid that emitted a distinct odor of diesel. Upon observing its purity, they promptly began refueling the tank. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed. Shi Qingshan turned his head to see a bus parked beneath the shade of a tree, where a zombie, lacking its upper lip and exposing its ghastly white nasal bone and dental ridge, was ravenously gnawing at the glass, oblivious to the fact that it had chipped its incisors. Standing atop the car with a gun in hand, Shi Qingshan gazed at it. The sun blazed down, yet he felt an overwhelming chill enveloping his entire being. Chapter 12. The strange team. By afternoon, they finally arrived at Lianqing, yet the sight within the city chilled their hearts. A landscape of desolation unfolded before them. Numerous high-rise buildings billowed thick smoke, charred and barren like sticks of burnt wood. The air was tainted with a noxious stench, and the streets were littered with zombies, dismembered limbs, and shattered glass from the fallen edifices. Beneath the scorching sun, the asphalt seemed on the verge of melting, while the newly planted willows in the roadside greenery drooped under the relentless heat, deprived of rain, destined to perish before summer's end. The armored vehicle wandered for quite some time through the vast city, but not a single living soul was in sight. Those fortunate enough to survive would undoubtedly choose to flee by car, for walking would quickly lead to being surrounded by the overwhelming numbers of zombies. Yet even driving, one would likely find themselves ensnared in traffic, ultimately trapped and consumed within their vehicle by the horde. Shi Qingshan glanced at the sun's position and remarked, Zhang, We should deploy the drone. Lianqing is too expansive. Searching like this is a waste of time. Zhang responded, but our drone lacks a camera. Its probe is merely for aiding battlefield radar in detecting moving objects. Unless someone is driving a car, it cannot distinguish between living beings and zombies. After pondering, Shi Qingshan asked, zombies move sluggishly, as long as there is a target moving at a greater speed. The Thunder God's phased array radar should be able to identify it, right? Let us release the drone to extend our detection range and investigate any anomalies we find. That should work. Command it to proceed. Shi Qingshan nodded and called out, Thunder God. Ready and awaiting orders, Captain. The armored vehicle promptly replied. Can you filter nearby moving objects for those exceeding the average speed? Affirmative. Excellent. Begin filtering. He issued the command. The system commenced filtering for swiftly moving targets, confirming their analysis. Within moments, thousands of red dots appeared across several large screens, with the majority clustered behind the vehicle, zombies drawn by the noise they had made earlier. Each red dot was enclosed in a small frame as the Thunder God began tracking and analyzing the movement speeds of each. In under 2 seconds, the Thunder God announced, anomalous targets detected near the buildings 500 meters to the right, 19 in total. The group perked up, and Shi Qingshan quickly turned the vehicle down a commercial street on the right. This street, once vibrant and bustling, now lay in disarray, littered with debris, fallen light boxes, and vacant shops, presenting a scene of desolation and chaos. The armored vehicle rumbled over the scattered refuse with a cacophonous clatter, resembling a fearsome steel beast drawing nearer to its target. On the vehicle's screen, thermal imaging revealed figures peering cautiously from the windows of buildings lining the street, each movement unmistakably indicative of living beings. The Thunder God's voice echoed once more. Armed personnel detected. Threat level at 30%. Upon turning back, Shi Qingshan noticed that a dozen or so zombies had followed closely behind the vehicle. Concerned about potentially endangering the concealed individuals ahead, he gradually brought the armored vehicle to a halt. Approaching the rear hatch, he extended the barrel of his firearm through the spherical shooting port and unleashed a series of muffled gunshots. After a succession of dull thuds, the zombies behind the vehicle collapsed lifelessly to the ground. As the echoes faded, tranquility returned to the surroundings. At this moment, the concealed individuals remained utterly still, not daring to raise their heads, instead adopting a low posture as they lay quietly on the ground. Their peculiar behavior puzzled those inside the vehicle. Logically, one would expect survivors to emerge and greet fellow humans, yet they appeared intent on avoiding detection. Were they nefarious brigands taking advantage of the chaos? Or were they simply fearful of losing their supplies to the newcomers? Shi Qingshan did not wish to dwell on the reasons. He maneuvered the vehicle directly between two buildings and activated the searchlights. The intense beam illuminated the area where the individuals were lurking, causing several exposed figures to scramble awkwardly back into the shadows. Listening intently, Shi Qingshan announced through the loudspeaker, "You have been discovered. We are merely passers-by and mean you no harm. Please, send out a representative to converse." He placed down the loudspeaker, his gaze fixed firmly on the large screen. After a brief interval, movement was detected on the right side. A man in his 30s, with wide-open eyes, timidly peeked out from behind a wall and asked, "How many of you are there?" Shi Qingshan responded via the loudspeaker, "There are 4 of us." "How many are you?" The man did not answer but instead turned to converse with others before inquiring, "Are you military personnel?" Shi Qingshan replied, "I am military. The other 3 are not." The man pressed further, "Where do you come from, and where are you headed?" Shi Qingshan felt a twinge of displeasure. The man's evasiveness suggested hostility. At that moment, the facial recognition system identified the individual, revealing on the screen, Li Ming, age 29, a habitual thief currently serving a prison sentence. This wide-eyed individual was a criminal, and it appeared he had escaped from incarceration. Shi Qingshan refrained from answering the thief's question directly and instead stated, "Let us not rush to inquire about our origins. First, enlighten us on the source of your military-grade rifles." Startled, the thief seemed astonished that Shi Qingshan had noticed their firearms and recognized them as standard issue. With a quick flick of his eyes, he replied, "We found them." "Found them? Pray, tell us where you discovered them." Shi Qingshan's suspicions about these individuals deepened. The thief faltered, his throat bobbing nervously, and countered, "Who can prove you are indeed military? Tell me, where did you steal this armored vehicle?" Recognizing the lack of willingness to engage in a meaningful dialogue, Shi Qingshan decided against a battle of wits. It appears you do not welcome our presence. In that case, I shall adopt a strategy of courtesy followed by force." Suddenly, the 2 machine guns mounted on the armored vehicle pivoted, aiming at the 2 buildings where the individuals were concealed. "On the count of 3, I shall demand your immediate surrender. Do not harbor any illusions of resistance. I am aware that there are 19 of you, yet sheer numbers are futile. A single artillery shell could obliterate you all. fearing that his intimidation might falter. Shi Qingshan promptly instructed Zhang Gong, switch to concussion shells. He intended to use them to incapacitate anyone who dared to flee or resist. 3, 2, 1, wait. Another man rose from within the window, a gaunt figure in his 30s, with swollen eyelids and a bald head. One hand brandished a rifle, while the other was held aloft as he stepped cautiously out of the building. Let us converse amicably. No need for hostilities. Shi Qingshan glanced at the screen and was taken aback to discover that this man was also a prisoner, named Hu Jiqiang, a 35-year-old convicted rapist. Damn it. I have stumbled into a den of thieves. Shi Qingshan sensed that Hu Jiqiang was the ringleader and inquired, where did you obtain your firearms? Hu Jiqiang offered a strained smile. If you wish for the truth, then extend some sincerity. How about we meet face to face? After a moment's contemplation, Shi Qingshan lifted the hatch, revealing half of his body. Now can we speak? Hu Jiqiang fixed his piercing gaze upon him for a moment, then burst into laughter. Lowering his hand, it was Captain Liu from the fire brigade who provided us with the weapons. To be honest, we have no idea where he procured them. Before leaving, he entrusted us with these to protect the elderly and children. Captain Liu from the fire brigade? Where has he gone? Upon hearing the mention of the fire brigade, Shi Qingshan felt a slight easing of his vigilance. He believed that even those who had erred in the past could redeem themselves in the face of calamity. Captain Liu and his team went to the provincial capital, Liaoyang, to contact survivors. Oh. Shi Qingshan nodded, then asked, are there many survivors with you? Where are they currently residing? Hu Jiqiang replied, we have nearly 300 individuals, young and old, all residing at the New World Plaza in the city center. Such a large number. Is there someone in charge of management? I wish to see them. The revelation of nearly 300 survivors brought Shi Qingshan a sense of unexpected joy. The horrors he had witnessed in recent days had rendered him quite pessimistic regarding the number of survivors. Hu Jiqiang surveyed the black armored vehicle and said, of course. We welcome you to join us. Our commander particularly favors military personnel. Commander? Very well. Summon your people, and let us depart. Can this vehicle accommodate so many? Hu Jiqiang stood on tiptoe, attempting to glimpse the interior space of the armored vehicle through the hatch. Shi Qingshan responded, there is insufficient room inside. If you wish to ride, you must all ascend to the roof. Very well. Hu Jiqiang gestured to either side, and 5 or 6 armed men, along with a dozen robust individuals carrying large cardboard boxes, emerged from the building. They climbed atop the vehicle, passing up boxes filled with various supplies. Once everyone had ascended, the roof was devoid of space, with even 2 individuals perched atop the cannon. Shi Qingshan immediately regretted his decision. Chapter 13. The Fallen Woman New World Plaza exists in major cities across the nation, featuring designs that bear resemblance to one another, predominantly comprising semi-enclosed large commercial centers. Upscale penthouses, office buildings, pedestrian streets, ground-level shops, ultra-5-star hotels, and supermarkets. Although the scale of the New World Plaza in Lianqing is considerable, its entrances are limited, with only a handful remaining accessible. Currently, 2 passages have been left open while the rest have been barricaded with bricks and debris, transforming it into a city within a city. As the armored vehicle advanced toward the plaza, its noise attracted a throng of blood-soaked zombies. Although a portion was shaken off along the way, several dozen still trailed closely behind. Following the commands of Hu Jiqiang, Shi Qingshan maneuvered the vehicle to the entrance of a pedestrian street. This entrance, approximately 7 to 8 meters wide, was completely blocked by 3 upright fire trucks. Recognizing their own kind in the vehicle, one of the fire trucks revved its engine and moved aside, yet the gap created was scarcely over 2 meters. Far too narrow for the imposing armored vehicle to pass through. A figure atop one of the fire trucks gestured for others to enter first, prompting a dozen individuals perched on the roof to leap down and hastily carry boxes into the pedestrian street. After which the fire truck reversed to seal the passage once more. Curious about their intentions, Shi Qingshan refrained from inquiring and instead observed their actions with a detached demeanor from within the vehicle. If he truly wished to force his way in, these vehicles would pose no obstacle. At that moment, a shop beside the entrance opened slightly, and a person emerged, leaping and bounding to attract the attention of the zombies before swiftly retreating inside. The zombies, successfully drawn, surged toward the narrow opening, pushing against one another to enter. A few zombies, unable to approach, seemed to sense something amiss about the shadowy armored vehicle, shuffling forward to beat against its sides. After a while, the individual who had lured the zombies re-emerged from the shop, performing another series of jumps to redirect the surrounding zombies back toward him. Shi Qingshan suddenly comprehended that the shop served as a trap for eliminating zombies. It must surely be equipped with tools for dispatching them. They were luring the zombies in one by one, allowing for a quiet and safe extermination while conserving ammunition, an ingenious strategy devised by an unknown mind. Indeed, shortly thereafter, several individuals clad in raincoats, masks, and gloves began to carry the corpses of the zombies from the shop, discarding them into a large pit on the opposite roadside. An excavator was parked nearby, presumably for the purpose of burying the bodies. Once all the zombies had been cleared away, 2 fire trucks gradually departed, creating a passage for the armored vehicle to enter. This entrance was guarded by 5 or 6 armed individuals, with Hu Jiqiang waiting inside. As the armored vehicle rolled into the pedestrian street, he approached Shi Qingshan, who was peering out. "My apologies," he said. "Only one person here knows how to position the fire trucks properly. Earlier, we were being followed by zombies, and he could only bring 2 vehicles in time, which is why you had to wait outside momentarily." Shi Qingshan nodded. "No problem. Safety comes first. I completely understand." Hu Jiqiang chuckled. "Long live understanding. Come. I shall take you to meet our commander." Shi Qingshan maneuvered his armored vehicle through the pedestrian street, arriving at a square. Once the vehicle came to a halt, curious onlookers began to gather from all directions. He donned a bulletproof helmet and loaded both his rifle and handgun with ammunition, instructing the 3 individuals inside the vehicle. "Do not exit. I shall descend first to assess the situation." Just as he was about to disembark, Anjia suddenly called out to him, "Hey, could you inquire if there's a place to bathe? I noticed those women appear quite tidy." Following her, Shi Qingshan observed a few elegantly dressed women, adorned with heavy makeup, fanning themselves as they stood at the periphery of the crowd, watching the commotion. A sense of perplexity washed over him. Among the throng of approximately 80 to 90 individuals surrounding the vehicle, aside from 2 children, the majority were young women, with scarcely any older individuals present. Although their complexion and attire suggested a decent standard of living, an undercurrent of anxiety and sorrow seemed to permeate the expressions of most women. The situation felt somewhat unusual, prompting him to investigate further. After ensuring his equipment was in order, Shi Qingshan opened the rear door of the vehicle. The air outside bore only a faint odor. Hu Jiqiang was waiting below, and upon hearing the door open, he eagerly craned his neck to peer inside, catching a glimpse of Anjia's exquisite visage, nearly causing his eyes to bulge in astonishment. From the crowd emerged 2 alluring women, who approached and each took hold of Hu Jiqiang's arms, their ample bosoms pressing against his shoulders. Ignoring them, he wiped his brow and cheerily addressed Shi Qingshan. "What a pleasant encounter. How about we all share a meal? We have a chef and some frozen meats here." Shi Qingshan surveyed the assembly and replied, "I appreciate the offer, but we will not impose. We plan to depart after tonight." "You mentioned nearly 300 people. Where are the others?" Hu Jiqiang casually responded, "Everyone is occupied with their own tasks. A few groups are out gathering supplies." Thoughtfully, Shi Qingshan began to extract information. "Why are there no elderly individuals here? I have come to Lianqing to find a relative who is quite advanced in age." "Elderly? We don't have any. They can't outrun the zombies or rats. They wouldn't have survived this long." Hu Jiqiang shook his head vigorously. "My grandparents are elderly, and they are still alive." A timid little girl of about 4 or 5 suddenly spoke up. Shi Qingshan turned to see a dignified woman in a white dress tugging at the girl, likely to silence her. "Oh, by the way," Hu Jiqiang interjected, "there are a few elderly folks tending to a rooftop garden. If you wish to find them, let the little one guide you while I report to the commander." "Very well," Shi Qingshan said, smiling gently at the little girl, whose bright eyes peeked out from behind the adult. "Little sister, would you be so kind as to lead me to those elderly gardeners?" Upon hearing this, the girl hurriedly retreated behind the woman, seemingly shy and unsure of how she had mustered the courage to speak moments before. Hu Jiqiang gestured towards the poised woman. "You there, take him." He paused for a moment, then stepped forward, whispering a few words into the woman's ear. Turning his back to Shi Qingshan, he playfully pinched her bottom and said, "Go ahead." The composed woman showed no reaction to his antics, taking the little girl's hand and bowing her head as they exited the crowd, making their way towards the supermarket entrance. Shi Qingshan gave a slight nod to Hu Jiqiang, saying, "Thank you for your efforts. I will head over first to take a look." Hu Jiqiang snapped his legs together and saluted, serving the people. "Ha." The tightly knit crowd parted to make way, and Shi Qingshan surveyed his surroundings, quickening his pace to catch up with the mother and daughter. As he reached them, he encountered a group of nearly 20 men emerging from a small path behind the supermarket. Similar to Hu Jiqiang's group, some were armed with firearms, while others carried various items, presumably a team on a mission to gather supplies. Suddenly, the little girl called out to a man whose arm was bandaged and suspended in a sling, who was carrying a snakeskin bag. "Daddy." The injured man, disheveled and drenched in sweat, looked weary. Upon hearing her voice, he smiled and raised his head, but his expression quickly froze upon seeing Shi Qingshan. He glanced at the armored vehicle in the distance, hesitated for a moment, and approached the composed woman, asking, "Lu Ning, who is this?" "My husband." He is a soldier brought back by Hu Xiaolu today, here to find relatives, and will be leaving tomorrow. I'm taking him to the rooftop to see the elderly with my parents. Oh, I see. Then you should hurry along. Wait, Sister Ning, come here. A lanky, young man with a gun emerged from the crowd, pulling out a few cards from his pocket and waving them as he turned towards a security booth in the shaded area of the supermarket. Lu Ning, don't go. This week's ration tickets are enough for us to submit. The woman named Lu Ning bit her lip and shook her head, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. Husband, you take Minmin and lead this officer to the rooftop. I will join you shortly. Don't. The man with the injured arm dropped his bag, ready to stop his wife, but suddenly he caught sight of the little girl and halted abruptly. His clenched fist slowly relaxed as he bowed his head in pain. Shi Qingshan stood by, bewildered, until the beautiful woman named Lu Ning entered the booth. After a moment, muffled sobs and the sound of flesh striking flesh echoed from within. And he finally understood, staring in shock at her husband. Chapter 14. The aerial vegetable garden. Shi Qingshan was utterly astounded. Right beneath his very eyes, he discovered such an absurd situation. His finger instinctively hovered over the trigger of his rifle as he coldly inquired of the man, "Was your wife coerced?" The man, with his arm hanging limply, slowly shook his head, his complexion ashen. "She is willing," he replied, before shouldering a snakeskin bag, allowing the little girl to tug at his clothing and stepping into the supermarket. Shi Qingshan released a button on his bulletproof vest and glanced back at the swaying guard station, letting out a faint sigh. He was not a police officer. As long as the actions were consensual, it was not his place to intervene. Suppressing his inner fury, he quickened his pace, lifting the translucent curtain to follow into the dimly lit supermarket. The first floor of this supermarket was a department store, vast in size, with battery-operated lamps illuminating segments of the shelves, barely allowing one to discern the goods displayed. The exit of the department area was blocked by a row of checkout counters, leaving only the entrance partially obstructed by a few tables. Outside the tables, a commotion ensued as two groups of men, just returned, queued to turn in the items they had scavenged that day. Shi Qingshan mused. These men were risking their lives to amass supplies, seemingly intent on transforming this commercial hub into a long-term living settlement. Yet, how would they cope once the food exceeded its expiration date? An irate voice broke through his thoughts. Our boxes are packed to the brim. Why do they receive 10 ration tickets while we only get 8? Exactly. We have more. Another man chimed in, displeased. Their boxes contain mosquito repellent, flour, ham, canned meats, and salted pork. Look at what you have. Instant noodles, biscuits, chocolates. It may seem plentiful, but it weighs at least half as much. Just 8 tickets, take it or leave it. The speaker was a middle-aged man with a square face, sitting imposingly at the table, his voice booming with authority. Perhaps intimidated by his presence, the two dissenters fell silent, obediently taking their cards and dispersing through the crowd. Once they departed, others jostled to hoist their large boxes onto the table. Let us see what we have. I gathered quite a bit of honey. This is a valuable find, nutritious and never spoils. What is so great about that? Too much will give you diarrhea. Enough honey. No one is allowed to bring back any more. Shi Qingshan sidled over, peering curiously from outside the checkout area. Behind the square-faced man, 3 fans whirred, with several UPS power supplies providing electricity for the devices. 2 men, armed with rifles, lounged on a sofa, engrossed in a video game, while the television flickered with images of combat, their lives seemingly comfortable and carefree, in stark contrast to the anxiety etched on the faces of those outside. 4 or 5 women maneuvered among the shelves with flatbed carts, categorizing and organizing the newly collected supplies. One of the women, noticing the man with the injured arm and the little girl in the corner, called out, "Yanghua, why are you watching the child? Where is Xiao Longnu?" From the crowd, someone chuckled. Xiao Longnu is off with Yun Zhangqi, playing the roles of the divine condor heroes, flying side by side. That lecher has spent most of the ration tickets he earned on Yanghua. Amidst laughter, everyone erupted in mirth, observing the man with his head bowed, shrouded in darkness. Trembling slightly, Shi Qingshan surmised his expression was far from pleasant. Soon, the crowd began to disperse, and the man named Yanghua placed his pocket on the table. The square-faced man casually glanced through it and remarked, 3 pieces. He then retrieved several cards from a drawer and tossed them onto the table. The man showed no sign of dissatisfaction with the quantity, picked up the 3 food tickets with one hand, and murmured, "Thank you," before turning to walk towards the corridor. Just as Shi Qingshan intended to follow, the square-faced man spotted him. "Wait, who are you?" "I'm here to find someone upstairs." Shi Qingshan halted, responding. The square-faced man scrutinized Shi Qingshan, clad in a black special forces uniform, resembling a futuristic warrior, and inquired, "Are you a special soldier? Where are you from? Is it just you?" Shi Qingshan glanced at the man's retreating figure on the stairs and replied, "I'll tell you when I come down." He hastened towards the corridor's exit. Stop. The sound of gun bolts clicking echoed as the two individuals engrossed in their game raised their weapons. Shi Qingshan abruptly turned. The chambering of a bullet echoed, and a red laser fixated on the square-faced man's forehead. Witnessing Shi Qingshan's adept shooting stance, the square-faced man quickly softened. Didon T misunderstand. Was T calling you? He slightly turned to the armed men, waving his hand. Put down your guns. What is with the fuss? After reprimanding them. When he turned back, Shi Qingshan had already vanished. Advisor, he has gone upstairs. The square-faced man grimaced. I know he has gone upstairs. You all shut that damned game down. Always playing around. Never enough. Keep your eyes peeled and guard the door. I'm going to see the commander. Damn it. Where did this monkey jump out from? Acting so brazenly. He pushed aside the table and hurriedly exited the supermarket. After a while, several women crouching on the ground slowly lifted their heads from behind the shelves. Shi Qingshan's claim of searching for someone was merely a pretext. His true intent was to discreetly investigate the peculiarities of this place. Following Yanghua, he ascended 3 floors and reached the rooftop, where he finally comprehended the reason behind the cultivation of vegetables at this height. The 3-story supermarket was attached to a high-end residential building, and for aesthetic reasons. The originally chaotic rooftop was covered with soil and adorned with greenery. Now, the flowers and plants that once thrived had been uprooted, replaced with tomatoes, cucumbers, and peppers. As they arrived, several elderly individuals tending to the garden walked cautiously under the fiery sunset, meticulously scooping water to irrigate the vegetables. Shi Qingshan undoubtedly did not recognize them. Nor were the elders aware of his background. He tentatively inquired about the fire brigade, but they responded evasively, offering vague answers, merely stating that the fire brigade had left. But where they had gone or why remained a mystery. The man known as Yanghua silently observed Shi Qingshan as he inquired about the elderly individuals one by one. When he saw his beautiful wife, exhausted and drenched in sweat, finally ascend the stairs to grasp their child's hand, he tightened his lips. As if he had finally reached a momentous decision, Shi Qingshan returned, burdened with thoughts, and upon noticing that Lu Ning had also arrived, he expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you all. I am fine now. I don't have any food stamps to offer you, but there are some provisions in the car. Would you accompany me to retrieve some? Lu Ning's cheeks flushed crimson, her damp hair clinging to her forehead, and she appeared somewhat embarrassed in Shi Qingshan's presence. Her gaze cast downward. We have enough food. You should keep it for yourself, the man known as Yanghua insisted. At first, Shi Qingshan misinterpreted his words as sarcasm, but upon seeing the sincerity in his eyes, he realized the man genuinely wished to decline. Mr. Yang, Shi Qingshan began to express his gratitude, only to be interrupted. I am not surnamed Yang. My name is Lu Jian. I apologize. A rush of heat flooded Shi Qingshan's face as he quickly comprehended that Yanghua was merely a nickname, likely stemming from the man's arm injury. No worries. I know that soldiers are all good people, the firefighters treated us well in the past. Please. Lu Ning hastily interrupted, who Xiaolu does not allow. She hesitated, her eyes reflecting fear. Lu Jian cast a complex gaze at his beautiful wife, gently caressing her flushed cheek, before looking up at Shi Qingshan and saying, Brother, what do you think of my wife's appearance? If you don't mind, perhaps you could take her away. What did you say? Shi Qingshan was caught off guard by his unexpected remark, nearly biting his tongue in astonishment. Chapter 15. The prisoner of the jail, what do you mean? Lu Jian replied with a bitter smile. I have injured my arm, and no one is willing to partner with me. The food stamps earned by my family of 5 are barely sufficient for our contributions, most of which go to Lu Ning. Rather than endure this humiliation and wait for death, it is better for her to venture out with you. I will not leave, even if it means death. Our family must perish together. Lu Ning suddenly burst into tears, crouching down and embracing her daughter tightly. Lu Jian's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Lu Ning, you must consider Minmin. She is still young and deserves to live. Lu Ning fell silent, weeping silently as she held her daughter, who, despite the circumstances, appeared unfazed. Gazing wide-eyed and wiping her mother's tears with her small hands, evoking deep sympathy from onlookers, Shi Qingshan felt an unsettling tightness in his chest. Why must you hand over your food stamps? To whom? The food stamps must be given to the Commander Lin here, the one on the first floor who distributes them. He mandates that each person submits 20 food stamps weekly. If one fails to do so, they are not allowed to stay. Our family must submit 100 stamps each week. The women here are forbidden from seeking supplies, so Lu Ning can only do laundry, cook, and boil water, earning a maximum of 2 stamps a day. My parents can earn 2 stamps daily, and I can earn 2 or 3, which totals only about 40 stamps per week. Far from the required 100. Lu Jian calculated the figures with a deeply furrowed brow. Shi Qingshan inquired with surprise, I noticed there are few elderly individuals here, but many young women. How do they earn their food stamps? Lu Jian sighed. Few of the women here do not rely on others. Men with guns can earn 10 food stamps a day, most of which they spend on women. To put it plainly, if they want you to leave, you cannot stay. If they do not wish for you to leave, you cannot depart. The elderly and children deemed worthless have already been driven out. Damn it, who established these rules? This is nothing but a cruel manipulation of women, a means to eliminate burdens. Shi Qingshan exclaimed in anger. Lu Jian hushed him, glancing at his parents laboring in the fields, then wiping his tears with his sleeve. Brother, if my wife catches your eye, you must take my daughter as well. Whether to find the fire brigade in the north of the city or to seek a safe place to live, as long as Minmin can survive, Lu Ning will certainly. She will treat you well. What? The fire brigade is in the north of the city? Did they not head to Liaoyang? Shi Qingshan asked in astonishment. Lu Jian shook his head. Let us discuss this downstairs. He then took his wife and daughter into the stairwell. He led Shi Qingshan down to the second floor, pushed open the door to the corridor, and entered the dark clothing area of the supermarket. After confirming that no one was around, Lu Jian whispered to Shi Qingshan, the fire brigade is indeed in the north of the city. Just a few days ago, we encountered them. If not for my family being held here, I would have fled to them long ago. Shi Qingshan frowned and asked, I heard Hu Jiqiang say that the fire brigade left their firearms behind and went to the provincial city in search of survivors. Could they be deceiving us? Do not listen to them. They are all criminals, scum of the earth. Each one possesses a heart more malevolent than the last. It was indeed these individuals who drove away the firefighters. Lu Jian hissed through clenched teeth. Quickly, tell me what transpired. Shi Qingshan urged. Lu Jian gently caressed the little girl's head, his eyes brimming with profound sorrow and paternal affection. I have told you, they will undoubtedly not spare me. If you promise to help my wife and daughter escape, I shall divulge everything. Rest assured, I can ensure the safety of your entire family. I swear it upon my honor as a soldier. Shi Qingshan raised his right hand in an oath. His breath quickened, as if the truth were on the verge of revelation. Upon hearing his words, Lu Jian's eyes sparkled with hope, and Lu Ning ceased her tears. The two of them gazed up at Shi Qingshan, pondering whether he jested. Over time, they will come for us. Quickly, explain why these individuals sought to expel the firefighters. Lu Jian hastily elaborated. They are all inmates from Yinqing prison. More than 50 in total, armed with firearms. Initially, only 5 of them arrived. Wait, did they bring their own weapons? Not those supplied by the firefighters? Shi Qingshan interjected. What firearms would the firefighters have to give them? The firefighters only possess 3 handguns. Lu Jian replied. Ah, that clarifies things. Please, continue. Shi Qingshan peered through the door crack towards the stairwell, ensuring no one was approaching. The initial group of individuals had vanished for several days, only to return with over 40 armed accomplices. They arrived and disarmed the firefighters, dousing them in oil and expelling them under the cover of night. The following day, we discovered several firefighter corpses on the streets. The scene was utterly horrific. Damn them. Are they even human? Do you know where these vile creatures originated? Shi Qingshan's grip on his weapon tightened. His eyes ablaze with fury as he fixed a penetrating gaze upon Lu Jian, his pallor a fearsome shade of gray. Lu Jian shifted slightly, wary of Shi Qingshan's weapon misfiring. They claim that their survival is due to Lianqing prison being situated on a small island in the sea, where there exists underground freshwater. However, the water is bitter and brackish, forcing the guards and prison officers to consume water shipped from elsewhere, which led to their infection and transformation into zombies. After they became zombies, the over 2,000 inmates left in the prison went unattended, most perishing from thirst and starvation. Just as these individuals were on the brink of extinction, a notorious killer named Zhao Jinlong, now their commander, managed, with just a small knife, to sever 2 padlocks and subdued the transformed guards, seizing the keys and liberating the 50 or so survivors. What a catastrophe that will haunt generations. No wonder they kept asking me about the number of people I had brought. They feared a military crackdown. By all that is holy, I alone could eradicate them. Lu Jian quickly cautioned him. Do not act rashly, brother. Revenge is best served in due time. The 50 or so surviving criminals are ruthless characters, each having survived by feeding on the blood of others and their own urine. It would be prudent to contact the military for a thorough extermination. Do not recklessly endanger your life, for then no message would ever reach the outside world. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside, climbing the stairs. And Lu Jian quickly fell silent, tension mounting in the air. Shi Qingshan pressed himself against the door seam, peering outside. Once the crowd had passed, he turned back and whispered, Is there another exit leading out of the building? Indeed. However, it is locked. Shall we take the escalator down instead? Lu Jian said anxiously, lacking confidence. The escalator leads us through the first floor. It would expose you. Quickly, lead me to the locked passage. I have a plan. All right. It's just across. with utmost caution. The group traversed the hall and arrived at the opposite side. At the end, a fire door was tightly secured. Shan produced a master key and effortlessly unlocked it. Once outside, he instructed the couple, "You two should find a place to hide. Let's reconvene here tomorrow night for a more detailed discussion." "Certainly. Take care, brother." They are ruthless individuals. Shan nodded and quietly descended to the first floor. The night had enveloped the surroundings, and he used the shadows of the building to stealthily approach the armored vehicle. In the distance, a structure illuminated by neon lights stood out starkly amidst the surrounding darkness. The entrance, pulsating with vibrant light, was bustling with men and women coming and going, creating a lively commotion. Shan vaguely spotted a figure tumbling out from within, scurrying toward the armored vehicle. The silhouette and movements bore a resemblance to Wang Hongwen. A sense of foreboding washed over him, and he immediately sprinted toward the figure. The two arrived at the armored vehicle almost simultaneously. Wang Hongwen, visibly disheveled, his glasses missing and a bruise marring his lip, gasped, "Quick, quick. Anjia has been surrounded." Chapter 16. The misfortune of Anjia. What transpired? Shan was so furious he could have ground his molars to dust. "I told you all not to disembark, yet none of you listened. That Hu Jiqiang invited us to a nightclub for drinks, and Anjia was subsequently intoxicated by them. Sensing the dire situation, I attempted to retrieve her, and they assaulted me. You must go and check. She can scarcely stand." Wang Hongwen's voice quivered with emotion. Hearing the commotion, Zhang Gong opened the cabin door. "What is going on?" Shan was nearly bursting with rage. "Are you all unaware that he is a rapist? We are truly leading sheep to the slaughter. Return to your posts and prepare for battle. I shall rescue Anjia." With that, he hurried towards the source of the lights. At the entrance of the nightclub, 2 armed guards stood watch. Upon seeing Shan, helmet obscuring his face and charging towards them with great intensity, they raised their weapons. "Who the hell is that? Stop right there." Shan slowly came to a halt, raising his hands. "I am here to deal with you." "What? Who are you?" The noise of a diesel generator roared from a nearby room, drowning out their words. Feigning helplessness, Shan shrugged and took a couple of steps forward, suddenly lunging at one of the guards, deftly deflecting the gun's muzzle and ramming his helmet into the man's face. With a resounding crack, the guard collapsed, clutching his nose and weeping, blood seeping through his fingers. Before the second guard could react, Shan crouched low and leaped forward, delivering a devastating blow to the man's abdomen that lifted him off the ground. The guard immediately doubled over, clutching his stomach and curling up like a shrimp, unable to utter a word. Swiftly bypassing the incapacitated guards, Shan pushed open 2 doors, and a cacophony of noise assaulted his ears. The dimly lit hall was permeated with a medley of synths, dazzling stage lights casting a hypnotic glow. Towering speakers emitted deep, resonant vibrations that made the floor tremble. The dance floor was a sea of bobbing heads, swaying wildly to the rhythm of the music. Around the periphery of the dance floor, couples embraced, indulging in drinks, swaying their heads, kissing, and engaging in lewd acts, revealing bare flesh in a hedonistic display. The atmosphere exuded a complete absence of ethical restraint, resembling a human domain devoid of morality. Shan suddenly sensed an ominous presence. He strode into the flickering lights, scanning the edges of the dance floor for Anjia, occasionally lifting the chins of women with similar hairstyles to check, drawing forth a chorus of curses. Suddenly, a beam of light illuminated a familiar face. Anjia was in the center of the dance floor, ensnared by Hu Jiqiang, helplessly shaking her head to evade his kisses. Behind her loomed a stocky, squat man with small eyes and a flat nose, gripping her waist with one hand while tugging her skirt up to her waist with the other. His other hand fumbled with his zipper, revealing his intentions. Yet Anjia's height and long legs rendered him unable to reach her. Realizing time was of the essence, Shan glanced around, seized an unopened beer from a nearby table, and hurled it through the air. The man, as solid as a black iron pillar, spread his legs apart, pressing against Anjia's waist, compelling her to lower her stature. Just as he attempted to ascend further, a bottle, propelled by the wind, struck him squarely on the forehead with a resounding crack. His face instantly blossomed with blood and beer, his eyes rolling back as he fell backward, lifeless. The crowd around the black iron pillar scattered like startled fish, creating a small clearing. Hu Jiqiang, still oblivious while holding Anjia, was suddenly met with a swift kick to the groin from Shan, who had pushed through the throng. The onlookers seemed to collectively hear the sound of crushed eggs, wincing in sympathetic pain as Hu Jiqiang's eyes bulged in agony before he crumpled to the ground, causing others to instinctively clench their buttocks in response. Anjia staggered. Her hand pressed to her forehead, and through her blurred vision, she spotted Shan before her, exclaiming for help. In an instant, she collapsed, falling into his arms. The event transpired in mere moments. the booming speakers still blaring as most remained unaware. Shi Qingshan draped one of Njia's arms over his shoulder, brandishing a gun with one hand while encircling her waist with the other, pushing through the crowd. Unexpectedly, before they could exit the dance floor, the door burst open, admitting 6 or 7 armed individuals, one of whom covered his blood-soaked nose with a piece of white paper. They entered, craning their necks to search the vicinity. It was evident their target was him. Noticing an exit sign on a door to his right, Shi Qingshan surmised it might lead to safety and crouched, maneuvering Njia through the throng before pushing the door open. He was not afraid of these intruders. He had never bowed to anyone in a fight or with firearms, but he sought to shield Njia from harm. Behind the door lay a stairwell, and as the heavy wooden door shut, the cacophony of noise was significantly muffled. The fluorescent lights above flickered erratically due to unstable current, casting an eerie glow. Shi Qingshan presumed the lower level was a parking garage, so he hoisted the limp Njia onto his back and opted to descend. The basement was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the faint green glow of emergency exit lights, confirming it was indeed a parking lot. He adjusted Njia's weight, freeing one hand to retrieve a flashlight, casting its beam around. The cars were coated in dust, and the exit was obstructed by debris, rendering escape impossible. Retracing his steps upwards was not an option, so he spotted an elevator beneath another exit sign and hurried in that direction. The elevator was out of service, but a staircase nearby offered an alternative. Faint footsteps echoed behind him, prompting him to extinguish the flashlight, disregarding where the corridor led, and he hurriedly ascended, thinking it best to find a hiding place first. Shi Qingshan carried Njia up to the first floor, only to find the door obstructed by an object. Pressing on, he continued his ascent, lowering his head as he climbed several levels. Ultimately, exhaustion set in, his calves quivered with fatigue, and he felt as though Njia weighed at least twice as much as before. At that moment, a sound echoed from downstairs, prompting him to halt his steps and quietly push open the corridor door beside him. The hallway beyond was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by a sliver of moonlight filtering through the window at the far end, and in the stillness, he could hear the rhythmic pounding of his own heart. The decor suggested it resembled a hotel room. Shi Qingshan switched on his flashlight to illuminate the ground beneath him. The mottled carpet displayed a deep crimson hue, leaving him uncertain whether it was its original color or stained with blood. The corridor appeared chaotic, cluttered with suitcases, slippers, and towels strewn about. Each room bore a number on its door, some ajar, others firmly shut. He casually selected an open room, peered inside, and upon finding it unoccupied, slipped in and secured several locks. Bathed in moonlight, Shi Qingshan approached the large bed and lifted the top blanket, tumbling onto the soft mattress alongside Njia. Njia lay utterly still, as though even her breath had ceased. A wave of anxiety washed over him as he hastily removed his helmet, cradled her face in his hands, and leaned closer to listen. A fragrant breeze reminiscent of orchids and musk, mingled with a faint scent of alcohol, tickled his ears. Shi Qingshan exhaled in relief, only then recognizing the somewhat intimate nature of their position. Njia lay sprawled beneath him, and he found himself resting on her, their noses almost touching. Feeling the warmth radiating from her body, he sensed his desire stirring anew and quickly rolled off, his gaze landing on several bottles of mineral water atop a storage cabinet. Rising, he selected a glass bottle, twisted the cap open, and gently lifted Njia's head to offer her a sip. Njia managed to open her mouth to drink, but upon swallowing, she instinctively recoiled as if to spit it out. That simply would not do. Alcohol could not substitute for water, and Shi Qingshan was not inclined to indulge her bad habits. Firmly gripping her neck, he forcibly poured half the bottle down her throat. Njia convulsed, gagging as she tried to expel it, but Shi Qingshan held her close, preventing her from turning away. Ultimately, she swallowed it back down, succumbing once more to a deep slumber. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Shi Qingshan muttered, "What a troublesome situation." He tilted his head back and finished the remaining half of the water. However, as soon as he tasted it, he spat it out in shock, shining the flashlight to reveal the label, Zhonghua Old Brand, White Flower Snake Grass Water. Damn it. No wonder it reeked of stale rags. Chapter 17. Who takes advantage of whom at the moment when Shi Qingshan was providing water to Njia. Atop the adjacent high-rise luxury apartment, the square-faced strategist Lin Junshi was reporting to a middle-aged man with a protruding belly and tattooed arms. "Commander, just now, that Li Laosan was struck on the head with a wine bottle by the new soldier. The one who brought him, Hu Xiaolu, also suffered a severe injury." Who? Was injured? Zhao Jinlong lay languidly on the sofa, his gaze unfocused. The tattoos on his arms were quite intriguing, depicting 2 dragons entwined around his limbs, their heads etched upon his pectorals, not merely muscles, but flesh. What made it particularly fascinating was that while most opt for azure or flood dragons, He had chosen a coiling dragon, akin to those adorning the pillars of imperial palaces. According to legend, such dragons are the lowest tier, unable to soar. Often, coiling refers to subterranean creatures like earthworms. Back to the commander, Hu Xiaolu. Hu Jiqiang. The rapist. The square-faced strategist declared. Damn it. I detest rapists. They want to sleep with women without spending a dime. They deserve to be punished. Is this Hu Xiaolu the one who just brought back an infantry vehicle? Lin Junshi inquired. Indeed. He is unlikely to commit such offenses again. Is he dead? Not dead. But he's incapacitated. Living in such a state is akin to death. Damn. That soldier is quite ruthless. Has he been apprehended? That fellow is quite cunning. After the incident, he vanished without a trace. Our location is too vast, making it difficult to locate him. However, the infantry vehicle remains parked below. He cannot escape. Zhao Jinlong raised a finger and shook it. Do not underestimate him. We must employ strategy to ensnare him. Understood, Commander. I shall devise a plan. Lin Junshi nodded affirmatively. Go ahead. Yes, Commander. Lin Junshi saluted and departed. Zhao Jinlong meandered to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the armored vehicle in the square, his eyes flickering for a moment before he murmured, with this vehicle, I need not worry about our retreat. Shi Qingshan pressed his ear against the guest room door, chewing on a dry energy bar. After listening for a considerable time, he finally relaxed as silence enveloped him. He bore no fear of engaging in battle. Yet he was not entirely assured of keeping Njia unharmed, especially while she remained incapacitated. Earlier, while carrying Njia to safety, he had been called repeatedly by Zhang Gong through his earpiece, but he had been unable to respond until now. Who is it? Who is it? Sure team. Where are you? Did you not receive the call earlier? It was Wang Hongwen's voice. I did. I was unable to respond. No one attacked the armored vehicle, right? No. We saw a few armed individuals rush into the nightclub earlier. Have you rescued Njia? Njia is right beside me. She may have been drugged and has yet to regain consciousness. Where are you? We shall come to your aid. Zhang Gong's voice chimed in. We are currently at the hotel. Do not sleep. Come to retrieve us in the late hours. You are at the hotel? Why wait until midnight to come for us? Wang Hongwen asked, his tone laced with caution. Now, Njia resembles a soft lump of clay. I can no longer bear the burden. Moreover, there are still those searching for us. Venturing outside now is perilous. Very well. Let us keep in touch at all times. Zhang Gong conveyed. All right. Shi Qingshan concluded the communication, walking to the window to draw it open. The room, having basked in sunlight all day without ventilation, felt stiflingly warm. He located the electric mosquito repellent, plugged it in, removed his bulletproof vest and stab-resistant tactical suit, and retrieved a clean towel from the bathroom. After twisting open a bottle of purified water and pouring some out, he wiped his body with it, feeling considerably cooler. Leaning down, he touched Njia's face, which was also drenched in sweat, and opened another bottle of water to wipe her forehead and neck. He found a card to fan her, intending to wait until she regained some consciousness before descending. Once he finally endured until midnight, with a gentle breeze wafting in through the window. Shi Qingshan could no longer withstand the onslaught of drowsiness and lay down on the bed. He planned to rouse Njia in a few minutes. But as soon as his head met the mattress, he succumbed to a deep slumber. Time passed, and in his dreams, Shi Qingshan found himself back in his hometown, where his little yellow dog approached the bedside, its paws resting on him, licking his lips with its tongue. Ugh, how disgusting. Get away. Huh. Do you enjoy drinking herbal snake tea? Unexpectedly, the dog's mouth was fragrant, just like Meow Feifei. Shi Qingshan was still oblivious to the fact that he was dreaming. The little yellow dog continued to lick him, and he could not evade it. Struggling to open his eyes, his gaze gradually focused, and the dog's form began to transform into that of a beautiful woman, Njia. Njia? Have you awakened? Shi Qingshan's throat felt parched, and he cleared it, attempting to rise. Suddenly, he released his grip, about to apologize, when Njia unexpectedly pushed him down, feeling the sweetness in his mouth. Shi Qingshan then realized that it was Njia who had been licking him. A surge of warmth ignited in his lower abdomen, and his breathing grew heavy as he embraced her slender waist. Njia's voluptuous form felt exquisite, her softness pressing against his chest. Shi Qingshan abruptly sat up, flipping her beneath him, and as they kissed fervently, they began to remove each other's clothing. Njia was in a dress, which he swiftly pulled over her head. In her flurry, she fumbled with his belt, yet after much searching, she could not find the clasp. Ultimately, he undid it himself. Breathless, they exchanged no words. Shi Qingshan inhaled Njia's intoxicating fragrance, continuously kissing her lips, earlobes, and neck. Njia, with her eyes half closed, held him tightly as if wishing to meld him into her very being, whispering words incomprehensible to others. At last, when they were truly honest with one another, Shi Qingshan gazed upon her enchanting visage, slowly descending towards her waist. And Jia gasped, her starry eyes gazing at him dreamily, her mouth agape, unable to utter a word. After a night of passionate entanglement, unaware of how many spring breezes had passed, when the sky began to lighten to a soft blue, the two finally exhausted, succumbed to a profound slumber. Sunlight streamed through the glass window, casting its glow upon the contrasting forms of two figures on the grand bed. And Jia nestled her head into the gentle curve of Shi Qingshan's shoulder and chest, her long hair cascading over her face as she slept soundly. A faint sound emanated from the helmet on the bedside table, abruptly rousing Shi Qingshan from his slumber, gazing down at Jia resting on his chest. He could hardly believe that he had spent the night with his goddess. "Hey, Jia, could you kindly pass me the helmet?" he implored. You can get it yourself," she replied, her voice still drowsy. "I can hardly move with half my body pinned down by you." Shi Qingshan lamented. A frown etched on his face. "Serves you right. You took full advantage of me while I was drunk." And Jia not only remained in her position but also wriggled her body playfully. Hey, don't move. Who was taking advantage of whom? You were the one who initiated things last night, like a dog licking me, remember? What did you say? You're the dog, Jia retorted, her anger flaring as she suddenly lifted her head and pinched the soft flesh at his waist with her fingertips. Okay, I concede. It was I who took advantage of you, Shi Qingshan exclaimed, caught between laughter and exasperation. After a brief pause, the sound from the helmet resumed. Chapter 18. The flaws of human nature. Stop it. They might have something important to discuss with us. And Jia shot him a disapproving glance, pouted, turned over, and handed him the heavy helmet. Shi Qingshan donned the helmet and said, "Please, go on." "Commander Shi, where are you? Why haven't you come down yet?" It was Wang Hongwen's voice. "Oh, we're still at the hotel. I was too exhausted last night and accidentally fell asleep." Shi Qingshan's voice was rather dry. He gestured towards the bottled water on the shelf, hoping Jia would fetch him a bottle. "Exhausted? Doing what?" Wang Hongwen asked, his tone alert. "Nothing much," Shi Qingshan replied, slightly annoyed by Wang's persistent questioning. At that moment, Engineer Zhang's voice came through. "Commander Shi, someone came by last night saying their commander wishes to meet us, assuring that there is no malice intended. The incident at the nightclub was a misunderstanding. Those two who bullied Jia have already been punished, and they are forbidden from having armed guards in the future. They harbor no good intentions. These people are escapees from prison. Several firefighters have lost their lives because of them. Be cautious down there." "Ah, is that so? Then let's leave quickly. If they don't let us pass, we'll blow open a path. We'll discuss it further once I descend. You all stay in the combat vehicle for now and wait for my signal." "Understood." And Jia elegantly stretched, leisurely dressed, and approached the shelf to pick up another bottle of herbal water. Shi Qingshan, noticing from the corner of his eye, hurriedly shoved the empty bottle from the bedside table under the pillow. "Hey, what about the empty bottle next to the bed?" And Jia turned to the vacant bedside table, her beautiful eyes widening with inquiry. "What empty bottle? I'm not referring to the water you're holding. I mean that plastic bottle." Shi Qingshan feigned ignorance. And Jia furrowed her brows suspiciously, returning the herbal water and taking down the remaining 2 bottles of mineral water. "Did you just say those people are criminals? Did they drug my drink last night? I feel like I barely drank anything before losing my strength. How would I know? I warned you all not to leave the vehicle, yet you chose not to listen. Do you realize you nearly lost your virtue last night?" Shi Qingshan's temper flared upon hearing this. I've lost my virtue before, thanks to you. What is the difference between you and them? The difference is significant. It was you who initiated it, all right? Fine. Even if I initiated it, knowing I was drugged, why didn't you stop me? I wasn't unaware. Besides, once the meat is in the mouth, how can one spit it out? Shi Qingshan muttered softly. "What did you say? You filthy stone. I'm going to fight you." And Jia suddenly jumped onto the bed, seizing a feather pillow, and began to hit him furiously. Shi Qingshan grabbed a pillow in retaliation, and the impromptu battle commenced, ending just as swiftly as it began. The feathery chaos settled with both parties equally wounded, and Jia, having gained no advantage, pouted while plucking feathers from her hair, grumbling, "You, a grown man, don't give me an inch. Didn't I just let you ride on me? If I were in charge, I would have dealt with you right on the spot. Come on, do you dare? Try to punish me once more." And Jia protested. Not coming back. I'm already sweating. Hurry up and get up. If we don't go down soon, old Wang next door will be frantic." "Is old Wang next door?" And Jia's delicate face suddenly changed color. "No, I meant if we don't go down soon, Engineer Wang will start to worry." Shi Qingshan clarified. "Oh, if there is someone next door, it would be utterly embarrassing. I tell you, once we step out of this door, forget about what happened last night. Treat it as if it were merely a dream. Do you understand?" And Jia said, covering her swollen face. Isn't the bottle right here? She suddenly spotted the glass bottle beneath the goose feather. What are you hiding? Did you give me this to drink last night? Shi Qingshan hesitated, then suddenly had a bright idea, getting up while changing his clothes, and said, yes. This thing is an antidote. If I hadn't let you drink it, you would still be feeling awful. Is that so? And Jia tilted her head in thought and agreed that the water might indeed be an antidote, so she ceased to press him further and began to tidy her clothes. Once they were both presentable, they peeked out to check the corridor. Seeing no one, they quietly made their way downstairs. As they descended, Shi Qingshan led the way with determination, while Jia followed slowly, munching on an energy bar, her cheeks bulging as she remarked, "You're too ruthless. You've left me with sore legs and a painful back. What do you take me for? If I were your wife, would you treat me like this?" Shi Qingshan grumbled, "I don't have a wife. Do you want me to carry you? No need for that. My legs are sore, but I'm not crippled." And Jia retorted sharply. Shi Qingshan, slightly displeased, replied, "I'm sore too. Just so you know, action and reaction are mutual." And Jia supported herself against the wall. Stepping down carefully, "Don't act innocent. Last night, you took advantage of me. If I had been awake, I would never have let a loser like you get away with it." "Oh, so you've always wanted to make it difficult for me to succeed, huh? PFF, I don't want you to succeed. Who would have thought that a goddess in the hearts of millions of men could be so easily swayed by you?" And Jia shook her head in disbelief. As they bickered, they crossed the parking lot and retraced their steps back to the first floor of the nightclub. The nightclub lobby was a chaotic scene. Under the emergency light's white beams, bottles lay scattered everywhere, and some drunken individuals were sprawled on the ground like corpses, either lying haphazardly or slumped against tables, fast asleep. Upon reaching these disheveled men and women, Jia began to feel apprehensive. Patting her chest as she exclaimed, "What was I thinking? How could I have come here with them? Look at that girl. She has T even fully developed yet. Are all these men demons?" Shi Qingshan sighed. In the face of calamity, human nature becomes distorted, and the worst traits are laid bare. Without the constraints of a system, the wicked will indulge themselves, and to restore order and make them behave, one must resort to force. Shueli scoffed disdainfully. "All right, you old traditionalist, spouting off theories. I'll tell you, last night's advantage didn't come for free. My safety relies on you." "No problem. I'll ensure your safety. But it can't be for too long. I have tasks to fulfill." Shi Qingshan replied earnestly. "Don't worry. You won't have to bear that responsibility for a lifetime. Am I to give you a few small stones then?" "What small stones?" Shi Qingshan, worried that someone might be waiting for him at the door, glanced over occasionally, his mind wandering. "Of course, I mean the little stones that are troubling me inside." Anjia replied. "Inside? Do you have kidney stones? Get lost. I meant to give you a few children." Anjia punched him lightly and pouted in indignation. "You want me to father children for you?" Shi Qingshan widened his eyes, thinking he must have misheard. In truth, he had misheard. "You beauty. Can't you comprehend human speech? Damn it. Who's talking over there? It's so noisy." A person with a heavy nasal tone sat up from the long bench. From a distance, Shi Qingshan noticed the bandage on his nose, quickly pulling Anjia to flee through the door. Outside, there was no one guarding. The square was sparsely populated, with a few children curiously examining a war chariot. Groups of women gathered together in the shade, kindling fires to prepare breakfast. Shi Qingshan instructed Anjia, "Stay close behind me." Anjia nodded. Shi Qingshan lowered his facial shield, bending slightly as he quickened his pace, using his weapon to cover Anjia as they approached the war chariot. Chapter 19. A group of children aside from a few youngsters, none impeded their approach. As the two neared the armored vehicle, Wang Hongwen opened the rear door. Shi Qingshan surveyed his surroundings, allowing Jia to support him as he climbed inside. The group of children, startled by Shi Qingshan's approach with a firearm, instinctively recoiled. But upon realizing he was not a threat to them, they quickly gathered around once more. "Uncle, are you a soldier?" A lean boy, around 14 or 15 years old, inquired as Shi Qingshan prepared to enter the vehicle. With one leg already inside, Shi Qingshan paused, cautiously scanning his environment before nodding in affirmation. "Yes. Is there something you need? Do not worry. Those people won't wake up until noon." The boy spoke with the authority of an adult, inadvertently reassuring Shi Qingshan. There were 4 children by the vehicle, aside from a 7 or 8-year-old girl, a boy and a girl of similar age, all bore grimy faces, clearly lacking adult supervision. Shi Qingshan lifted his mask and retrieved a piece of chocolate from his pocket, smiling as he offered it to the girl who was nibbling on her fingers. "She doesn't want it. She has probably already snuck enough candy today. If she eats more, her teeth will fall out." The lean boy interjected, blocking Shi Qingshan's gesture. "You're mistaken. Not eating candy will also lead to losing teeth," the little girl retorted, her 2 missing front teeth causing her words to whistle. "Take it. Just have a little at a time. Too much sweetness isn't good for you." Shan advised. Thank you, uncle. The girl beamed, reaching out to accept the treat. This time, the lean boy did not intervene but instead curiously peered into the vehicle, asking, Uncle, are there any troops near Lianqing? What is the matter? Why do you seek the military? I want to find the troops to eradicate the criminals here. They commit unspeakable acts. The boy declared, his teeth clenched in determination. Unspeakable acts. Shan nearly chuckled, though the expression was accurate. It sounded rather amusing coming from a child's mouth. Aren't you afraid I might inform those criminals about your words? I'm not afraid. I trust soldiers. Uncle Lu from the fire brigade has always been good to us. Oh, I too am searching for Captain Lu from the fire brigade. Do you know where he might be? The lean boy shook his head. After Commander Zhao and the fraud Turlin drove them away, we haven't seen him since. They say he was eaten by zombies. Who is the fraud Turlin? Shan inquired, puzzled. That is the Commander Lin here. He is guilty of impersonating an officer and swindling, so we all call him Fraudster Lin. While Shan conversed with the children outside, and Jia listened intently from within the vehicle, the Wang Hong and S attention remained fixed on her face. He had lost his glasses the previous night and, not daring to return for them, had found a pair of swimming goggles instead, which gave him a rather comical appearance. Missin, your face, what is wrong with my face? And Jia asked, retrieving a mirror from her bag to inspect herself. Oh dear, why is it so red? Could it be? That flush? Wang Hongwen stammered. What is that flush? And Jia inquired, puzzled. Shan replied from beneath the car. It's an allergic reaction to alcohol and drugs. Stop speculating. And Jia, please bring down a few cans of luncheon meat. Upon hearing Jia's name, the larger girl below suddenly widened her eyes, and when she recognized her, she leaped up in excitement. And Jia had a reputation in the circle for being proud and solitary. Her carefree and unrestrained nature, despite her talent and beauty, had rendered her efforts largely unnoticed. With a relatively low public profile, however, in the hearts of fervent young fans, she was undoubtedly an idol. Are you and Jia, the Snow White? Can I take a photo with you? And Jia smiled slightly, of course. The girl immediately beamed, rushing forward to pull out her phone. Tilting her head towards Jia and forming a peace sign. Humans are the most adaptable creatures, and hardship has not extinguished their passion for idol worship. Several other children, evidently aware of Jia's stardom, clamored to gather around her, eagerly vying to take pictures, their previous composure inconsistent with their ages disappearing entirely. Shan, squeezed to the side, watched Jia pouting and continuously striking cute poses, momentarily entranced. Sure, you're drooling. Wang Hongwen mocked him with a forced smile. Who are you fooling? I'm not infatuated with her. Shan wiped his mouth with his sleeve. Upon hearing this, Jia shot him a glance. Yet her mouth couldn't help but curl into a smile. A woman adorns herself for the one she admires. She relished Shan's starry-eyed gaze. Having not bathed for 2 days and feeling uncomfortable, she asked the children, is there a bathhouse nearby? A bathhouse? We have a swimming pool, but the water is contaminated. It smells like chlorine. It can only be used for watering plants. The smallest girl chimed in. We have a bathtub where several people can bathe together. That's just a bathtub, you silly. You're the silly one. Your whole family is silly. The children chattered animatedly, yet judging by their grimy appearances, no useful information was to be expected. Shan turned to Jia. Can you hold out for another day? You're too conspicuous. Getting out of the car could attract danger. Is hygiene worth your life? And Jia pouted in dissatisfaction. No way. What if I can't stand the itching? Just scratch. Scratch what? Watch your language. You're a goddess. Don't ruin your image in others' eyes. Goddess? If I don't bathe soon, I'll turn into a lunatic. At that moment, a slender boy spoke up. Do you want to take a bath? We have clean water and plastic tubs where we live. Why not come wash up at our place? Really? Thank you. Thank you. And Jia clasped her hands together in gratitude. Where do you live? Shan asked him. On the 3rd floor of the supermarket. In the dining and entertainment area. The little girl answered eagerly. Shan thought to himself, this makes things much easier. The armored vehicle can be positioned at the rear entrance of the supermarket, providing an escape route in case of emergencies. Noticing Jia's pitiful gaze, he finally nodded in agreement and instructed Zhang, who was on standby in the cockpit. Lao Zhang, follow me and reverse the armored vehicle to guard the supermarket's rear entrance. No one is allowed to board. Let Jia take a bath. Understood. Zhang started the vehicle, following a group of children as they made their way to the supermarket. The rear door of the armored vehicle was left ajar, and Jia sat at the back, watching Shan swagger as he walked, sticking out her tongue and making a face in discontent. You look ridiculous, like a duck waddling. It's making my head spin. Wang Hongwen overheard her remarks and chimed in. Those soldiers intentionally sway their heads back and forth while walking, claiming it makes them less of a target. In my opinion, it's merely a sign of idleness. When misfortune strikes, they might inadvertently become targets just by wobbling their heads. Anjia rolled her eyes at Wang Hongwen. Choosing not to respond, her displeasure directed at his comment about Shikingshan. Meanwhile, Shikingshan, swaying his head, asked the lean boy, "How many of you are there in total? Is there no need to pay for rations here?" The lean boy glanced around cautiously and whispered, "We have a total of 10. But 6 of them are hiding and remain unseen. We only need to provide rations for 4. For rations require 80 tickets for a week. How do you manage that?" he inquired. "Xiaowei and I accompany the adults to gather food, earning 7 or 8 tickets daily. If that isn't sufficient, we send Chi-Chi to steal a bit from the supermarket, just enough to scrape by." "Stealing from the supermarket? Is that where they store supplies? The security must be quite tight, right?" "Chi-Chi is small enough to sneak in through the exhaust pipe. She is indeed our great contributor." The little girl Chi-Chi, with her dirty face held high, boasted. Shikingshan smiled at her, about to tease her when suddenly, the ground tiles in front of him shattered with a loud crack, revealing a bullet hole. A sniper. He immediately reacted, instinctively dodging to the side, only to collide with the lean boy, and the two tumbled into a heap. Chapter 20. Fierce battle. As Shikingshan fell to the ground, he instinctively rolled several times. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. This time the bullet narrowly grazed his arm, sending shards of stone from the ground flying and stinging his face. "Run!" Squinting his eyes, Shikingshan waved his hand to disperse the nearby children, ensuring they would not be inadvertently harmed. Clang! The incoming bullet was deflected by the overturned armored vehicle, ricocheting away. Seizing the opportunity, Shikingshan executed a tactical roll towards the vehicle and leaped into the cabin. The alarm of the Thunder God blared urgently, displaying the enemy's location calculated by the anti-sniper system on the screen. "Sure, why is there blood coming from your eyes?" Njia's voice trembled with fear as she rushed to him, eager to assess his injuries. "I'm fine. Just got hit by some debris." Shikingshan dismissed his own wound, immediately commanding, "Thunder God, defensive fire. Defensive fire. Target lost," came the response from the vehicle. "What the hell?" Shikingshan exclaimed. "The Thunder God has locked onto a position on the 12th floor of the office building next to the square. A shadow was spotted there when the turret turned, but it vanished. Damn it, that was a sniper who shot at me. Thunder God, engage the enemy with the firearm." Without hesitation, Shikingshan grabbed his rifle, rolled off the vehicle, and sprinted towards the office building. "Hey, you!" Njia, unable to catch him, felt a surge of panic and tears stream down her face. "You fool! Why did you run out again?" She crouched on the floor, wiping her tears. Her reaction deeply saddened Wang Hongwen. Ever since they returned that morning, he had suspected a relationship between Shikingshan and her, and now his conjecture was confirmed. Shikingshan had not anticipated the presence of a sniper and rushed out without a moment's hesitation. The sniper posed the greatest threat to the armored vehicle. If not dealt with swiftly, the sniper could damage the vehicle's targeting system, leaving them without repair parts. As he approached the office building, a figure peered around the corner from the square entrance, raising a gun to shoot upon spotting him. Shikingshan fired first. Bang, bang. The assailant clutched his neck, blood gushing forth, collapsing to the ground. Rat-tat-tat. 2 more individuals emerged from around the corner, unleashing a barrage of gunfire at him. Yet, their aim was wildly erratic. Bullets whizzing harmlessly past Shikingshan. With a low stance, he fired a few precise shots, hitting them, while the heavy machine gun from the armored vehicle finished off the remaining assailants. The southern side of the first and second floors of the office building housed street-level shops. To ascend, one could only use the stairs on the north side. Shikingshan cautiously advanced through the hall, weapon drawn. The elevator had become obsolete. To reach the upper floors, he had to climb the stairs on either side. After a brief contemplation, he decided to ascend the west staircase. Suspecting the sniper was likely positioned above the entrance, with the west corridor of the office being adjacent to the entrance. Indeed. As he approached the entrance of the west corridor, he heard the faint sound of footsteps descending the stairs and immediately concealed himself behind the door's dead angle. Unexpectedly, the person descending also sensed the commotion below and halted in their tracks. Outside, the distinctive sound of a heavy machine gun firing erupted once more, likely rousing the slumbering criminals, those unfortunate souls who, still bleary-eyed, had yet to comprehend the unfolding chaos before becoming targets of the wrathful Thunder God. Seizing the opportunity amidst the gunfire, Shikingshan produced a flashbang and hurled it through the crack of the door into the corridor. After a resounding bang, he kicked the door open, and with a creaking sound, the door swung ajar, followed by the deafening crack of 2 gunshots. The door was punctured with 2 gaping holes, and Shikingshan swiftly slipped inside. A few gunshots rang out, and a man tumbled down the staircase, struck in the wrist and abdomen. His eyes were tightly shut, and he gasped for breath. Taking advantage of his precarious state, Shikingshan demanded, quickly, "Where are Commander Zhao and General Lin residing? Speak, or I shall shoot you in the head." The man, pale as death and bleeding profusely from an arterial wound in his wrist, gasped, "They are at the New World Mansion, top floor." Without further inquiry, Shi Qingshan retrieved the sniper rifle that had fallen from the man's grasp and ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the third floor, he positioned the rifle's scope against the window, observing two figures faintly silhouetted against the expansive windows of the New World Mansion's uppermost level. However, his vantage point was too low to reach them. Hoisting the rifle once more, he ascended another 10 flights, and upon peering again, he discerned that one figure was indeed the swindler Lin, accompanied by a portly man. Sweat trickled down his brow into his eyes, blurring his vision, while the wound on his eyelid throbbed painfully, aggravated by the moisture. Wiping his face with his sleeve, he exhaled slowly, cautiously cracking the window open and extending the barrel of his rifle, estimating the distance to be over 800 meters. He contemplated climbing a few more flights to shorten the distance by about 10 meters, yet this risked detection, potentially alarming the snake before striking. The sniper rifle in Shi Qingshan's hands was a 5.8 mm caliber, equipped with a 39x magnification scope. Its smaller caliber and lower kinetic energy rendered hitting a target at 800 meters largely a matter of chance. However, he was grateful that it had been this rifle that had struck him earlier. Had it been a 12.7 mm, he might well have been left mangled. The flag at the hotel entrance drooped limply from its pole, the stillness devoid of wind. Shi Qingshan pressed his eye closer to the scope, his earlier haste causing his heart to race. He attempted to regulate his heartbeat, calming himself gradually. The crosshairs in the scope fluctuated slightly with his breathing rhythm as he aimed at the broader figure beside the swindler Lin, steadily squeezing the trigger. In front of the grand windows of the penthouse, the swindler Lin anxiously addressed Zhao Jinlong, saying, "Commander, that soldier has likely already killed Old Five. We should not linger here. Let us not allow him to turn the sniper rifle upon us." Zhao Jinlong furrowed his brow tightly, fixated on the menacing black vehicle in the square, and raised his hand to quell Lin's urgency, asserting, "Do not panic. I have it under control. The firearm is out of reach from any location. Its range." Before the words could fully escape his lips, a small hole suddenly appeared in the glass before him, and the swindler Lin collapsed onto the ground. Zhao Jinlong was momentarily stunned. Swiftly dropping to the floor and turning to see that Lin had been shot in the chest, Lin stared blankly at the blood gushing from his wound, seemingly unable to fathom that his life was slipping away. A soft crack echoed through the air as the tempered glass window developed a fissure. Another bullet struck Lin's forehead, his eyes wide open as he fell backward with a thud. A piercing scream erupted from two bare women on the bed. Zhao Jinlong, his heart shattered, knelt on the ground and scrambled to the bedside, frantically opening the safe to retrieve a handgun while hastily grabbing a walkie-talkie from the table, rushing towards the door in desperation. Although he had hit a target, Shi Qingshan felt no satisfaction. His aim had not been Lin at all. The hit was merely a stroke of misfortune for Lin. Yet, the second shot he fired after making minor adjustments was no mere chance. It was the result of countless rounds of live-fire practice that had honed his instinct and understanding that transcends words. Below, a war vehicle commanded the area with an intimidating presence. And after a dozen bodies lay sprawled across the square, silence enveloped the scene, as no one dared to venture out to meet their demise. Chapter 21. The rescue of hostages. Shi Qingshan quietly observed the building across from him through the sniper scope, akin to a hunter seeking his prey. The muzzle of his rifle shifted slowly, as precise and steady as a CNC machine. Numerous figures flitted about in the windows of the New World Mansion. Yet he could not discern whether they were foes, for the magnification of the scope was insufficient, rendering the individuals in his field of vision almost indistinguishable, akin to viewing someone 100 meters away with the naked eye. Ascending a few more floors, he reached the rooftop, affording him a broader perspective. Just as he found a shaded spot to lie down, Njia's trembling voice emerged from his earpiece. "Sure Dui, how are you?" A warmth spread through Shi Qingshan's heart as he pulled down the transmitter and replied, "The sniper has been dealt with. I'm fine. You, what are you trying to prove? Are you out of your mind?" Njia's voice softened. Shi Qingshan relished the playful reprimand, unable to suppress a chuckle. "There's a song that goes, I'm a madman, and you are the fool. Let us wander the world together in our folly." "You lunatic. Perfectly suited, for I am indeed mad, and you are the goddess of lunacy. Ugh, you infuriate me. I won't talk to you anymore. Wait. Wang Hongwen is looking for you." Shi Qingshan could easily imagine Njia feigning anger, her adorable demeanor eliciting a smile from him, as he savored a hint of romantic sweetness. "Sure Dui, what shall we do next? There are many people in the New World Mansion beside the supermarket. Can you see if Thor can detect any armed individuals among them and direct me?" "All right, hold on." Sure DUI, Zhang Gong suddenly shouted. The radar shows a vehicle exiting the building's underground parking garage, heading towards another exit. Sure Qingshan felt a surge of urgency. Someone is escaping. Wait. It could also be a diversion. You all pursue them. I'll keep watch here. Understood. Be cautious, and call us if you encounter any trouble. The armored vehicle revved and swiftly turned around, accelerating towards the rear of the New World Mansion. Once the vehicle disappeared from sight, a few minutes passed before a handful of daring individuals began peeking out from various buildings. Shi Qingshan shifted the scope back to the location of his earlier attack, hoping to locate the children who had fled. To his dismay, he witnessed a scene that nearly caused his heart to explode with rage. The nefarious criminal known as Yun Zhanghe had taken the little girl Chi-Chi hostage. He held a gun in one hand while tugging at her hair with the other. Peering out through the window of a bridal shop, Shi Qingshan was consumed with fury. How dare you use a child as a human shield? I've been waiting to settle this score with you. Today, you shall meet your demise. The bridal shop lay approximately 500 meters from the rooftop. Shi Qingshan prepared to take the shot, but Chi-Chi was too close to Yun Zhanghe. The high ambient temperature caused the scene to shimmer, and firing at such a distance without caution posed a significant risk. Hesitating briefly, he raised his weapon and dashed downstairs, traversing a floor in just 4 strides, reaching the 3rd floor in less than a minute. With the rifle poised against the window, I peered through the scope, witnessing Kiki still entangled by the grasp of the elusive Yun Zhanghe, who had her braids in his clutches. However, her body was no longer pressed against the glass. She was bent backward, desperately gripping her hair, attempting to free herself from his hold. At that moment, I felt a solid 90% certainty that I could eliminate Yun Zhanghe with a single shot, yet I sensed it was not the optimal moment. As long as I remained undetected, the hostage's life was temporarily spared, and I refrained from taking unnecessary risks, waiting for Yun Zhanghe to lower his guard before striking. Suddenly, a commotion broke the tense silence. It appeared Kiki's cries had caught the attention of a lean young man, who rushed out from the adjacent shop wielding a wooden stick. He charged into the bridal store, raining blows upon Yun Zhanghe before dropping the stick and fleeing. Caught off guard, Yun Zhanghe absorbed several solid hits. And by the time he realized he needed to draw his weapon, the young man was already outside. Cursing, he shielded his head and pursued, pulling the trigger on his gun aimed at the young man's retreating figure. Bang! The young man collapsed suddenly onto the ground. The echo of the gunfire reverberated through the buildings, and after a brief moment, he scrambled to his feet, only to discover Yun Zhanghe had met his demise. The villain's neck was a gruesome sight, half of his head obliterated, the remnant splattered against the wall, lifeless beyond redemption. Initially suspecting a gun malfunction, he soon noticed the weapon intact on the ground and quickly deduced the truth, turning to excitedly wave his arms toward the office building. We are sharpshooters, each bullet extinguishing an enemy. Seeing that neither the young man nor Kiki had sustained injuries, I breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a swell of pride as I expressionlessly began to hum a gorilla song. The square returned to a state of tranquility. Yet, this peace was short-lived. A few minutes later, the New World Mansion suddenly erupted with muffled gunshots, followed by sporadic bursts of fire. Confused by the unfolding events but fearing the criminals might resort to indiscriminate violence, I abandoned my sniper rifle and dashed downstairs with my assault rifle, making my way toward the mansion's entrance. As I approached the building, a group of men and a few women emerged from the lobby, heads bowed in panic. Among them was a man wrapped like a mummy, black iron pillar, and a rapist, Hu Xiaolu, who walked with a leg dragging behind him due to my earlier kick. Following them were a dozen armed men and a throng of disheveled women, and it dawned on me that the earlier gunfire was a signal of rebellion. Comrades, Zhao Jinlong and several key figures have escaped back to the prison. Please lead us to eradicate them, spoke a middle-aged man with graying hair and a bushy beard. His left shoulder bandaged, a woman beside him pressing a towel against the wound, blood dripping onto the cobblestone floor. I swung my rifle and commanded. Our armored vehicles have already pursued them. You must guard these individuals in the center of the square. Announce to the remaining criminals that they will be spared if they surrender peacefully. If they do not emerge within 5 minutes, we will shoot on sight. The bearded man nodded fervently. Understood. We shall proceed at once. Shi Qingshan halted him, saying, You should first bandage your shoulder. Excessive blood loss can be perilous without a transfusion. It's nothing, just a scrape. It will stop bleeding on its own soon enough, replied the bearded man nonchalantly. Once the armed men escorted the criminal away, Shi Qingshan noticed that the bearded man had not followed them and showed no intention of tending to his wound. He inquired, Earlier, you referred to me as comrade. Have you ever served in the military? The bearded man grinned broadly. I served as a volunteer soldier for a few years in my youth. Due to family circumstances, I was discharged upon the completion of my service. Upon seeing your rank, I should rightfully address you as commander. Shi Qishan waved his hand dismissively. No need for that. My name is Shi Qishan. You may call me Xiao Shi. Haha. Then I shall affectionately call you Xiao Shi. My surname isn't, so feel free to call me Laowen. Shi Qishan nodded. Very well. By the way, Laowen, you mentioned earlier that Zhao Jinlong and the others escaped back to prison. How did you come by that information? Laowen gestured towards the voluptuous woman beside him, who was applying pressure to his wound. She was in Lin's room during the incident. It was she who overheard it through the intercom. Following his gesture, Shi Qingshan's gaze shifted to the woman. Chapter 22. Olden. Beside Olden stood a voluptuous woman in her 30s, adorned in a silk camisole. Her figure was slightly plump, yet her face was petite and well-proportioned, with ample bosom and generous curves that many found appealing. As she was soft to the touch and comfortable to embrace, she was likely a victim of deception, now serving as the matron of the household. Who is this lady? Olden pondered aloud. Oh, she is my student. When I arrived here a few days ago, she recognized me. It has been over a decade since we last met, and I scarcely dared to acknowledge her. With a voice as gentle as flowing water, the voluptuous woman gazed into Old Anne's eyes, filled with admiration and reverence. What a pity it is for parents everywhere. Shi Qingshan admired Old Anne's courage, moistening his parched lips as he remarked, Olden, are you not from this place? Given the current dangers on the roads, where do you intend to find your daughter? I hail from Liaoyang, Olden replied, and I am bound for the Xiaojiang district in Lianqing in search of my daughter. I am uncertain of her condition and must depart shortly. Having already delayed for several days, I hope she can endure. His brows knitted together in worry, a frown etched across his face. Do not go. I have just come from there, and the situation is, Are there many people with the surname in Xiaojiang district? Shi Qishan suddenly recalled in Jia. Well, if there are, it is likely not many. Our branch of the An family originally adopted the Han surname from the Manchu Anjia clan, predominantly found in the north and the capital. And Jiao? And Sain? Shi Qingshan blurted out. Old Anne's eyes widened in shock as he grasped Shi Qingshan's arm with fervor, exclaiming, And Sain is my daughter. And Jia is her stage name. Have you seen her? Is she still alive? Shi Qingshan smiled. What a coincidence. And Jia is with us. She followed the infantry vehicle in pursuit of a criminal. She is likely returning soon. Let me inquire. Olden, his beard trembling with excitement, nodded incessantly, gazing eagerly at Shi Qingshan as he called for the armored vehicle. Thunder God! Thunder God! This is Shi Qingshan. Please respond. There was no reply. They may have ventured too far. The tall buildings here interfere with the signal. Oh, as long as Xiaoyin is alive, that is all that matters. Alive and well. Olden beamed like a child. Everyone listen. Everyone listen. You 5 minutes later. Seeing that no one else emerged, Olden took the microphone and proclaimed, All those from Lianqing prison, come here and squat. He gestured towards the 10 or so criminals huddled under the scorching sun, heads buried in their arms. Among them, several fallen women had already been separated. From the throng of over 200 people, 4 or 5 men sluggishly stepped forward, reluctantly joining the criminals, squatting down with their heads clasped. Olden surveyed the crowd and inquired, Is everyone out? Suddenly, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of shouts and curses as a few men, clutching their heads and bearing scratches on their faces, were forcibly driven out, scrambling towards the group of criminals to squat down. Once the criminals had been cleared, Olden directed the men in the crowd to gather the bodies of the criminals who had been shot dead. After a brief count, he reported to Shi Qingshan. There are 35 criminals here, both living and dead, with another 15 unaccounted for. Shi Qingshan nodded, contemplating for a moment before instructing. Assign a few men to guard the passage, while the rest search for any remaining criminals. If found, do not engage forcefully. Notify me and I will deal with them. He suddenly recalled the 6 hidden children and called out to the lean young man, assigning him the task of bringing everyone out. As Shi Qingshan meticulously arranged what he deemed essential, the voice in his earpiece finally crackled to life. This is Shi Qingshan. Please speak. Captain Shi. We lost track of that vehicle. After it drove onto the barge headed for the prison, we turned back. Is everything all right on your end? Shi Qingshan wiped the sweat from his brow and replied, It's fine. Let them live another day. The criminals here are mostly dealt with, so rest assured. Understood, Captain Shi. We'll be there shortly. Wait. Let me speak with Jia. Perhaps it's better to wait. We can discuss it upon our return. He had intended to share the good news of his father's arrival with Jia, but suddenly changed his mind, wishing instead to surprise her and see if she would be overwhelmed with joy. Olden, do you think Jia will be overjoyed to see you here? Olden chuckled wryly. If she doesn't give me the cold shoulder, that alone would make me ecstatic. I don't expect her to be happy. Shi Qingshan asked, perplexed. Why not? Alas. Olden sighed, unperturbed by the potential ridicule. It's because I betrayed Xiao Yin's mother back then, which led to her continued disregard for me. Oh, Shi Qingshan suddenly recalled the zombie in Njia's mother's room and her reaction at that time, surmising that Olden and her mother must have divorced. He attempted to comfort. You never know. With Njia's mother gone, she may just accept you back. Her mother, is she dead? Olden's expression shifted to one of sorrow. Yes, she was not infected. She was devoured by a male zombie that entered her room. As Shi Qingshan spoke, he observed Olden's demeanor, trying to ascertain the situation within Njia's family. It's that scoundrel Chao Guotai. He set me up. His schemes led to my family being torn apart and left me without the forgiveness of either mother or daughter. I loathe him. I detest having let a wolf into my home, failing to recognize this treacherous white-eyed wolf. Olden clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning crimson as he gritted his teeth and cursed that Chao Guotai. One of Olden's female students gently patted his back, urging him to calm down, and then turned to Shi Qingshan, saying Chao Guotai was the most favored student of Teacherin, whom he treated like a son. Yet, this beast had the audacity to set his sights on our instructor's wife and even coaxed his own sister into seducing Teacherin, leading to the disintegration of his family. Seizing the opportunity, he appropriated Teacherin's wealth and won over his wife. Shi Qingshan listened in astonishment, exclaiming, had I not heard this with my own ears, I would have thought it was a plot from a soap opera. Are there truly such people in reality? Olden lamented, this matter lies primarily with me. I am a person of deep emotions and have never known how to refuse others, thus leaving myself vulnerable in matters of the heart. It was precisely this weakness that Chao Guotai exploited to execute his sinister scheme. Just as Shi Qingshan was at a loss for words, the headset buzzed to life once more. Chapter 23. Anya's Dilemma. As soon as the radio connection was established, Shi Qingshan immediately inquired, why have you stopped? Lao Zhang replied, Captain Shi, we encountered members of the fire brigade at the entrance. Should we bring them inside? That's splendid. Hurry, bring them in. Shi Qingshan exclaimed with delight. Understood. Soon, a battle vehicle came into view, its roof adorned with 7 or 8 firefighters clad in a hodgepodge of camouflage attire. Once the vehicle came to a halt, they eagerly leaped down, instantly surrounded by a warm and enthusiastic crowd. Voices rose in a cacophony of greetings, inquiring about their well-being with heartfelt sincerity. Shi Qingshan stepped forward, clasping hands with a slightly older man of shorter stature, who bore the insignia of a third-class officer. Are you Captain Liu? I am from the Lianqing Fire Brigade, and my surname is Liu. Thank you, Captain Shi. You are our savior. Captain Liu appeared to have endured considerable hardship, his clothing tattered and his face unkempt, his skin visibly marked by the sun in contrasting shades. He vigorously shook Shi Qingshan's hand. What savior? It's merely our duty as soldiers to protect our homeland, to rescue those in peril. We are all soldiers here. Let us not stand on ceremony. Shi Qingshan continued. Did you not have more than 10 men? Where are the others? I can drive to fetch them. Captain Liu's expression suddenly darkened with sorrow. This is all that remains. The others have sacrificed their lives. Ah? The crowd, surrounding them, erupted in a wave of indignation. It was those criminals who caused their deaths. Indeed, they must pay for their blood with blood. A throng of women surged towards the trembling criminals, who were cowering in the sun, unleashing a torrent of fists and feet upon them, trampling mercilessly. The once arrogant criminals, who had thrived on the suffering of others, screamed as if slaughtered like pigs, pleading for mercy, their cries echoing through the air. Shi Qingshan and the firefighters attempted several times to separate them, but ultimately ceased their efforts. These women had endured unspeakable humiliation and torment. Allowing the criminals to escape punishment would indeed be a grave injustice. Suddenly, a deafening gunshot rang out, and the chaotic crowd fell eerily silent. Following that, 3 more shots pierced the air in rapid succession. A woman, inexplicably armed with a rifle, swiftly dispatched 3 criminals, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence, none daring to intervene. Quickly, seize the gun, Captain Liu shouted. However, by the time the firefighters rushed to disarm her, she had already shot 5 criminals. The remaining dozen or so were left bloodied and motionless, feigning death on the ground. Shi Qingshan shook his head slightly, contemplating that it would have been better to delay disarming her. Eliminating them all would provide a sense of relief. Yet, amidst the dead were He Taizhu and Hu Shaolu, which spared him considerable trouble. Although he harbored such thoughts, he refrained from voicing them, taking the megaphone to implore, everyone, do not act impulsively. This is a critical moment for humanity's survival. Every life is invaluable. Our party, government, and military apparatus are functioning normally, and order will gradually be restored. At a moment of speechlessness, he pondered briefly before uttering a phrase often recited in the military: discipline is akin to steel. Those who dare to touch it will suffer the consequences. Although we find ourselves in perilous circumstances, the laws of our nation must still be upheld. Those who dare to test the waters of legality serve as cautionary examples. With that, he gestured towards the pile of felons who had been slain. The direction of Shi Qingshan's finger was precisely near where the armored vehicle had halted. He inadvertently noticed Jia had also disembarked, leaning against the vehicle, munching on potato chips and smiling brightly as she listened to him speak. Shi Qingshan discreetly blinked, only to see her expression gradually darken, suddenly turning away and retreating into the vehicle. When he glanced back, he observed Lauen's smile frozen on his face. Realizing Jia had seen him, he hastily concluded his speech. All right, everyone, heed Captain Lu's orders. Let us collaborate according to our respective duties and maintain the normal operation of this base. As Captain Lu began assigning tasks, Shi Qingshan turned to Lauen and said, Lauen, I share a good rapport with your daughter. We have had meaningful conversations before. So fret not. Allow me to speak with her. Perhaps she will be receptive. Lauen hurriedly expressed his gratitude, urging him to proceed. Noticing that Captain Lu's arrangements were systematic and that he had no pressing matters, Shi Qingshan approached the armored vehicle. Upon entering, he removed his bulletproof vest and helmet, exclaiming, It's quite cool in here. And Jia, come, let us engage in a deeper conversation. And Jia remained silent, sitting on a chair with her head lowered, fidgeting with her fingers. Her expression conveyed a sense of turmoil and distress. When she did not respond to his invitation, Shi Qingshan felt a twinge of disappointment. He then noticed Wang Hongwen, with his eyes magnified by swimming goggles, staring at him, which was somewhat unsettling. Clearing his throat, he remarked, Old Wang, put on your helmet and stay alert. After Wang Hongwen sluggishly turned his attention away, Shi Qingshan took a seat beside Jia and whispered, You have misunderstood Lauen. He has been wronged. And Jia looked up in confusion, her strikingly clear eyes assessing him before she lowered her gaze again, saying, I know. You know? Then why do you still ignore him? He risked his life to find you, which speaks volumes of his love. And Jia nodded. I intended to forgive him. However, look at him, associating with another woman. It infuriates me with his infidelity. If he had considered our family during his affair, we wouldn't have been torn apart. And my mother wouldn't have died. As she spoke with increasing ire, tears streamed down her face, drawing Wang Hongwen's glances in her direction intermittently. Whether Lauen was indeed unfaithful remained uncertain to Shi Qingshan, and he refrained from steering the conversation in that direction. After a moment of contemplation, he said, Your father has sustained an injury to his shoulder. That woman is his student, who has been assisting him with his wound. Now, how many are left alive with their loved ones? You must cherish what remains. And Jia nodded through her sobs, wiping her tears and asking, Is his injury serious? Shi Qingshan cast her an encouraging glance and replied, Perhaps you should see for yourself. He has been waiting for you under the sun, yearning for your presence. And Jia turned back to glance out of the observation window before looking at Shi Qingshan, a hint of shyness in her voice as she remarked, It has been over 20 years since we last met. I may struggle to call him father. Shi Qingshan pondered for a moment and replied, Just think of it as acting. Let Olden play your father. And Jia shot him an incredulous look. Is it really the same? Why wouldn't it be? Do you need me to give you a little encouragement? Shi Qingshan's hand stealthily crept to Jia's waist, giving it a gentle squeeze. With a swift motion, Jia swatted his hand away, wiped her tears, donned her sunglasses, and hurriedly exited the vehicle. Shi Qingshan leaned against the observation window, watching as the father and daughter approached one another, finding a shaded spot to sit and converse. A sense of melancholy enveloped him, and Jia had found her father. Perhaps she would not accompany them to the capital after all. Then he contemplated, if Olden is indeed Jia's father, who was the affluent gentleman in the photograph who had kissed her? Sighing deeply, he chose to dismiss such sentimental musings. Redirecting his focus, he turned to begin counting the ammunition. His primary concern was the imminent assault on the criminals hiding within the prison. Indulging in emotional matters during the apocalypse seemed a luxury he could ill afford. Among the criminals he had just confronted, there might have been some whose crimes did not warrant death, yet it was imperative to eradicate the malevolent leaders, for if left unchecked, they would continue to perpetrate their evil deeds and endanger innocents. While their armored vehicle replenished its ammunition at the naval base, Shi Qingshan primarily loaded 7.62mm machine gun rounds and 30mm cannon shells, with only a scant supply of 100mm howitzer shells and no armor-piercing rounds. They had stocked 5,000 rounds of machine gun ammunition and 1,200 rounds of 30mm cannon shells, most of which were packed in boxes to save space. Lacking linked ammunition. Now, reloading manually would require a considerable amount of time. They possessed only a hand-cranked ammunition loader, which operated at a sluggish pace. After a moment's thought, Shi Qingshan resolved to seek assistance from the firefighters. Chapter 24. Hope. The order of this settlement was originally established by Captain Lu. And now he effortlessly assigns tasks to the people as if he were navigating familiar waters. Captain Liu, take a break and have some water, Shiking-shan called out, unloading a pack of purified water from the vehicle. Oh, thank you, team leader, sure. Captain Liu, sweating profusely, gratefully accepted the water, took a sip, and sighed. It is much easier to organize people now. In the past, I was always worried about being attacked by giant rats, and I couldn't even sleep at night. Now that we have these firearms, at least the safety of the base is assured. Curiously, Shiking-shan inquired, are the giant rats more dangerous than zombies? Oh, they are far more perilous. Zombies move slowly and lack intelligence. As long as you don't get surrounded, you can escape. But giant rats are different. They are swift, cunning, and vicious. Several of my brothers have fallen victim to them. Captain Liu's face twitched as he spoke, as if the memory still haunted him. Is it really that formidable? I have witnessed the cunning of giant rats myself. Just a few days ago, I nearly fell victim to their bait. But why didn't they chase after me then? Could it be that they are afraid of light? Shiking-shan asked. Captain Liu nodded. Indeed, they fear light. You haven't seen the eyes of the giant rats, have you? Normal rats have black pupils, but these creatures have blood-red eyes. Once, we entered a small supermarket during the day to search for food and stumbled upon a nest of giant rats, 2 as large as wild boars and 7 or 8 the size of cats. They must have entered at night and couldn't leave by dawn. When we opened the door, we found them huddled together, tightly shutting their eyes, completely devoid of their nighttime ferocity. When we looked for objects to throw at them, they bared their teeth in threat but dared not open their eyes. They squealed in pain upon even the slightest exposure. Ultimately, we set them ablaze, and they never once opened their eyes. Shiking-shan's heart raced at the tale, exclaiming, truly, calamities come in waves. I initially thought humanity would face extinction solely due to zombies. I never imagined these rats would be even more formidable. Do you think the emergence of the mind-eating parasites that infect humans is related to the appearance of these giant rats? Captain Liu shook his head. It's unclear. After the outbreak, our fire brigade held a televised conference primarily discussing the infection status across various regions. However, as the meeting progressed, more and more individuals fell ill. And before we could even address the cause of the outbreak, the signal was interrupted. Shiking-shan quickly inquired, what is the infection status in various regions? Captain Liu shook his head, a nationwide outbreak. The coastal areas are the hardest hit, while the inland regions are also spreading rapidly. Albeit with a delay of a day or two, there is no way to prevent it. Those who are infected have long since contracted the virus. The delay merely indicates they are in the incubation period, yet to show symptoms. With each word, Shiking-shan's heart grew heavier. His home was in a coastal area. Although it was a small city, it had a dense population. Given the current situation, his hometown was likely not in any better condition. He couldn't help but wonder how many had succumbed to becoming zombies. Is humanity facing extinction? He furrowed his brow, speaking to himself. Captain Liu pondered for a moment and said, Team leader, sure, I have made a discovery. I wonder if you have noticed it? What discovery? Shiking-shan asked. I have observed that those among our firefighting team who remain uninfected are all residing in dormitories, while the water utilized by our squad is sourced from underground. This led me to suspect that the city's tap water network may have been contaminated. Subsequently, I discovered that the majority of the over 200 survivors also predominantly rely on underground water, purified water, and stored rainwater. Living in relatively isolated environments with no contact with external water sources, further corroborating my hypothesis. Shiking-shan's eyes brightened. For him, this was a piece of good news. His parents resided in the old meat processing factory's residential area, where they used underground water. Captain Liu's words reignited his hope. Hurry. Sure, we've received the satellite broadcast. Wang Hongwen suddenly poked his head out of the armored vehicle, shouting urgently. Upon hearing this, Shiking-shan leaped up and dashed over. The large screen inside the vehicle displayed a repeated video of the president speaking from the deck of an aircraft carrier, commanding the immediate implementation of military control nationwide, urging the surviving troops to report casualties and to use major cities as bases to search for civilians, maintain order, and await further instructions. Shiking-shan scrutinized the broadcast several times before turning to Liu, saying, Captain Liu, we must take our leave. Before we go, I wish to assist in eliminating the criminals holed up in the prison. Wonderful. Thank you immensely. Captain Liu exclaimed joyfully, shaking Shiking-shan's hand vigorously. I will make arrangements. Leaving 4 armed guards here while the rest accompany you. No need. Just find 3 or 4 sharpshooters to accompany us. Too many will hinder the vehicle's capacity. First, let's gather a few individuals to assist me in loading the ammunition belts. Captain Liu promptly agreed, summoning about 10 nimble men who brought out several tables and began loading ammunition beneath the vehicle. With the combined strength of many, Utilizing a hand-cranked ammunition loader alongside manual labor, it took an hour to complete the loading of shells for the machine guns and 2 mounted guns. Captain Liu recruited 3 firefighters familiar with firearms to stand by beneath the vehicle. Noticing a circle of women gathered around Jia, seemingly waiting to take photos with her, Shi Qishan chose not to greet them, leading Captain Liu and the others aboard the vehicle to depart. Unexpectedly, as Zhang Gong turned the vehicle around, he suddenly halted, poking his head out to inquire, "What's wrong, Jia? Where are you all headed? Why didn't you call for me?" Jia asked loudly. Shi Qishan quickly jumped down from the vehicle, pulling her aside. "We are heading to the prison. Why would we bring you along?" Jia pulled her arm away defiantly. "Oh, so now I'm a burden to you. You plan to ditch me halfway, don't you? Ditch you? Have you lost your mind? What? You want to come with us to the capital?" Shi Qishan stammered in surprise. "Am I not allowed to accompany you?" Jia retorted, mirroring his stammer. "Wonderful. Of course, you can come. It's absolutely permissible." Shi Qishan clapped his hands with delight. "Look at your expression," Jia teased, her playful demeanor radiating a captivating charm that stirred the soul. Shi Qishan found himself momentarily entranced, quickly biting his tongue to snap back to reality. "Aren't you coming with us?" Jia's countenance fell as she shook her head. He has taken a liking to that female student, and her family still has 3 or 4 members alive, all unwilling to leave. "My father wishes for me to remain as well. That is simply unacceptable. Has he even considered my feelings? Had I known it would come to this, I would have prevented your acquaintance." Shi Qishan deliberately adopted a stern expression. "Utter nonsense. Why should Olden consider your feelings? Regardless of the arguments presented, I shall not stay. I refuse to be a mere third wheel." Shi Qishan chuckled, glancing at the time. "That is splendid. Let us hasten our return. While they are still unsteady, we shall strike them unexpectedly. Tonight, we shall make our way to the capital." "Indeed, but do take care. Do not act recklessly. Bullets do not discriminate," Jia said, gazing intently into his eyes with concern. "Rest assured, bullets cannot penetrate an armored vehicle." Shi Qishan reassured her with a pat on the shoulder before turning to depart. "Wait, what is it?" Jia hastily removed a silver bracelet from her wrist and held it before him. "This is a talisman I obtained during my visit to the great Zho temple. I have worn it for many years without removing it. I wish to lend it to you." "Lend? Are you reluctant to gift it to me?" Shi Qishan teased with a grin as he accepted the bracelet. Jia pouted, "It is feminine. I shall seek another to procure one suitable for a man on my next visit." Shi Qishan examined the bracelet for a moment, gazing into Jia's earnest eyes before giving her a thumbs up. "Impressive. Impressive, indeed." Jia raised her hand to playfully strike Shi Qishan. But as her hand hovered in the air, she gently brushed the wound on his eyelid instead. "I shall take my leave now." Shi Qishan smiled, turning to board the armored vehicle. With a rumble, the vehicle vanished from sight, leaving Jia with a complex expression. She sighed softly before returning to the crowd. Chapter 25. Assault on the prison. With a tinge of reluctance, Captain Liu jested with Shi Qishan as the armored vehicle powered up. "Huh, after all this coaxing, you still insist on tagging along. Do you think war is a place for women?" Shi Qishan affectionately ran his fingers over the bracelet imbued with Jia's warmth. "Come on, tell us how you managed to win over the superstar." A young firefighter chimed in cheerfully. "Captain, share a story. Captain, please." Several firefighters clamored in unison. Feigning anger, Shi Qishan retorted, "What do you little brats know? If a man and woman are right for each other, they simply come together. There's no need for pursuit." Captain Liu chuckled. "Our Shi Qishan is indeed fortunate." True to her celebrity status, she merely cast a glance into the vehicle, and even now, my heart races. Laughter erupted among the group. Wang Hongwen, growing weary of their conversation about Jia, intentionally interjected, "Shi Qishan, should we deploy a drone ahead to scout the prison?" "Good idea. Let us see if those scoundrels have made their escape. Release it." With that, the scenery outside the observation window began to blur past. Cars that once obstructed the road were pushed aside by the prison bus and armored vehicle, which now moved forward at a steady pace, unimpeded and without the need to slow down. "Wow, it's so quiet. I hadn't noticed. This vehicle is even smoother than a sedan," Captain Liu remarked, belatedly. "Is it even imported? Do we even need imports?" This infantry fighting vehicle, aside from its conventional firepower system, boasts unparalleled capabilities in power, intelligence, and defense. "We are second to none in the world. Nobody dares to claim the top spot," Wang Hongwen boasted confidently. "Indeed, just look at the plethora of high-tech equipment inside. And the interior is fully padded, no exposed steel. If one were blindfolded and entered, they would surely think they were aboard a spacecraft." Captain Liu praised sincerely. Wang Hongwen pushed his goggles atop his head and declared, "It's not just the exterior. The interior is even more formidable. Thunder God. Please enlighten Captain Lu regarding your primary mechanical performance parameters. Understood, Engineer Wang, came the cool, male voice of Thunder God. This infantry vehicle has a combat weight of 30 tons, employing an all-electric propulsion system powered by a 100-kilowatt diesel generator. It features an adaptive intelligent oil-gas electric suspension, a maximum highway speed of 120 kilometers per hour, and accelerates from 0 to 100 kilometers in 4.2 seconds. When fully charged and fueled, it boasts a maximum range of 1,000 kilometers. Equipped with a super-flat, non-penetrating, fully automated turret, advanced graphene ballistic armor, and a lightweight titanium alloy body, it meets stringent protection requirements. The highest protection level withstands a 135mm armor-piercing incendiary projectile from 2 kilometers in front, and a 113mm armor-piercing incendiary projectile from 1 kilometer to the side, with a 2-meter penetration resistance. The key components of the bearings and wheel tracks are crafted from special alloys to ensure it can traverse 100,000 kilometers without major failure. Captain Lu nodded enthusiastically as he listened. Impressive. Truly remarkable. Technology evolves at an astonishing pace. Wang Hongwen continued with great pride. Our group has also developed a new high-power hydrogen fuel engine, accompanied by hydrogen generation equipment. It merely requires water to recharge the batteries. Unfortunately, it has yet to undergo reliability testing. Otherwise, it would be most suitable for use right now. Shi Qishan interjected. All right, old Wang. Enough of promoting your factory's products. No one is buying at the moment. Hurry up and deploy the drone to scout the prison for the number of occupants. Huh? Oh, sure. Wang Hongwen donned his helmet and tapped a few times on the projection screen at the gunner's position. With a whoosh, the drone was released. As it ascended higher, the battlefield radar's detection range expanded, and soon the red dots formed a rounded shape that transformed into an inverted gourd, enveloping a small island in the sea. Upon magnifying the island, everyone noticed, within the clear contours of the prison, hundreds of red dots were shifting. What is going on? Why are there so many people? Captain Lu exclaimed in astonishment. Most of them are zombies. Shi Qishan replied. Look, there are a dozen red dots clustered together, some moving quickly and nearby. A circle of red dots surrounds them, as if the zombies are separated by a fence. These individuals must be the criminals. Splendid. Zhang, accelerate. A single missile can take them all out. Wang Hongwen exclaimed with fervor. Patience, we are about to enter the water. We can launch missiles once we are 4 kilometers from the target. Zhang remained composed. The sea was slightly choppy, and once the war vehicle entered the water, it swayed violently. The confined space made it exceedingly easy for one to feel dizzy. Shi Qishan and his team had adapted long ago, but the firefighters turned pale. And within 2 minutes, Captain Lu was the first to shout, I can't take it anymore. Is there a bag? I'm going to be sick. Shi Qishan glanced at the others. Upon hearing Lu's distress, their expressions grew more pained. He quickly stood up and lifted the toilet lid, saying, Use this. Captain Lu nearly live-streamed his ordeal midway, but thankfully managed to cover his mouth, ultimately expelling his stomach's contents into the toilet. The others could no longer hold on and rushed over, covering their mouths. One could easily imagine that the toilet was only slightly larger than a face. How could 4 heads fit? So one vomited on the other's head while another spewed onto a collar, leaving everyone in a state of utter disarray and filth. Shi Qishan was taken aback by the horrific scene before him, exclaiming, Oh dear, what are we to do? I think I'll just close my eyes. He painfully covered his eyes. Team leader, we are ready to launch the missile. Good, launch. With a whoosh, a missile shot forth from the 100mm cannon and exploded in a corner of the prison a few seconds later, sending a plume of smoke rising. The red dots on the large screen vanished for 2 seconds, but astonishingly, 6 or 7 re-emerged, scattering in disarray, an indication that missile attacks were no longer viable. Damn it! There are still so many alive. Hurry, let's reach the shore. Shi Qishan shouted furiously. The war vehicle's water propulsion system roared to full speed. Waves crashing onto the vehicle's roof, and they dared not open the hatch. The odor within the vehicle was suffocating. Several firefighters lay utterly incapacitated on the floor, too preoccupied to tend to their own hygiene, rendering them unreliable in times of crisis. Once the armored vehicle finally made landfall, Shi Qishan hastily opened the hatch above. Inhaling a breath of fresh air, and commanded, Old Wang, eliminate that individual atop the tower with the machine gun, and blast the iron gate with a shell. In an instant, the machine gun roared to life, and the towering structure was swiftly reduced to rubble. Following that, the main cannon reverberated twice, sending the prison's iron door spiraling into the air. As the vehicle traversed the sandy shore, it failed to locate a path onto the island. Every approach was obstructed by jagged rocks. Stop the vehicle, Shi Qishan, growing impatient. retrieved a newly acquired high-defense bulletproof shield from behind his seat, and selected a compact submachine gun, instructing Wang Hongwen, "Guide me to the enemy's position." With that, he leaped from the vehicle and dashed towards the prison entrance. The battlefield radar indicated that 6 individuals remained within the prison, 3 of them, upon witnessing the door explode open, quickly took cover behind it. Though Wang Hongwen alerted Shi Qishan, he did not slow his pace. Instead, he bent low, concealing himself behind the shield, with the submachine gun's barrel protruding from the firing aperture. As he approached the entrance, the 3 ambushes abruptly emerged, brandishing their weapons and unleashing a cacophony of shouts that drowned out even the gunfire. The bullets from their rifles struck Shi Qingshan's shield, causing it to sway perilously as he staggered backward, struggling to maintain his balance. Simultaneously, the submachine gun in his grasp erupted in flames. Rat-a-tat-tat. The trio quaked as they were struck down, meeting their demise in utter dismay. How ruthless, they thought in their final moments. Utterly astonished that the man's shield bore a spear as well. Having successfully dispatched his first target, Shi Qingshan immediately surged toward the next line of defense. The remaining 3, paralyzed by fear, were utterly unprepared for the reality of combat, which starkly contrasted with the dramatizations they had seen on television. In a panic, they turned to flee, exposing their backs to their adversary. Shi Qingshan, with a chilling smile, drew his pistol and unleashed a rapid succession of shots, transforming the trio into living targets, each succumbing to his fire. The prison fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 26. The heavy rain. Most of the zombies within the prison perished from thirst, their bodies desiccated by the sea breeze and sunlight, resembling dried husks. In the distance, the dormitory swarmed with flies, exuding a suffocating stench reminiscent of rotten fish. Shi Qingshan, having run hurriedly moments ago, gasped for air, his eyes rolling back in disgust. "Old Wang, quickly check if there are any survivors here, or I might end up stinking like the rest. I don't see any unusual targets." Wang Hongwen's voice crackled through the earpiece. The sun blazed down mercilessly, with Shi Qingshan fully armed and clad in a dark bulletproof vest, sweat streaming down his face, making it difficult to keep his eyes open. He was no longer inclined to search for any overlooked threats, holding his breath as he swiftly fled the prison, which resembled an open-air latrine. Upon returning to the vehicle, he found the interior tidied up. Captain Lu had discarded his filthy clothes and was scrubbing his torso bare. "Sure. Let's ride on the roof back." Shi Qingshan hurriedly waved his hand. "That won't do. Riding on the roof is far too perilous. While brain-eating parasites might not lurk in the sea, it's better to err on the side of caution." After some contemplation, the others reluctantly complied, grimacing as they climbed back into the vehicle, which then turned towards the sea. The sea breeze was gentle, and the sound of the waves was rhythmic. Shortly after Shi Qingshan departed from the prison, a tattooed arm, adorned with a coiling dragon, stirred slightly within the overturned prison transport vehicle. Zhao Jinlong was jolted awake by a startling sound, only to realize it was his own labored breathing. He rubbed the blood-stained crust from his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. The car windows were shattered, and he lay atop the vehicle, with the seats hanging precariously above him. Beside him, 2 comrades lay contorted at odd angles, one with a broken neck, the other with a shattered spine. Slowly piecing together the situation, Zhao Jinlong moved his limbs, supporting his injured head as he sat up and crawled out of the mangled vehicle through the window, gazing at the disfigured corpses of his companions strewn across the ground. In the charred but unburned prison transport vehicle, Zhao Jinlong began to chuckle, his laughter growing louder until he collapsed onto the scorching concrete. June's weather is notoriously fickle. The sky, once clear and bright, began to gather clouds by noon, obscuring the sun and enveloping the ground in a damp, stifling heat akin to being trapped in a steamer. Outside the supermarket at New World Plaza, a group of men busily loaded water, diesel, and food supplies onto an infantry fighting vehicle. Lu Jian, with one arm in a sling, was also lending a hand, keeping pace with the others. Surrounding Shi Qingshan was a circle of people, including Olden and his students, Lu Ning and her daughter, as well as a lean group of over 10 children, all there to bid farewell to him and Njia. "Sister Lu Ning, please tell Lu Gu to stop. His wound could become infected from all this sweat." Shi Qingshan urged Lu Ning, who cradled her daughter. With a gentle smile, Lu Ning tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "It's all right. Your Lu Gu is skilled at loading supplies, so let him do what he does best." "Was Lu Gu a loader before?" "He doesn't seem like it," Shi Qingshan remarked, scrutinizing Lu Jian. "We are both civil servants. Lu Gu used to work in urban management." "Oh, urban management. No wonder he is so proficient at loading." In an instant, Shi Qingshan comprehended the situation, no longer finding it peculiar. Captain Lu emerged from the supermarket, drenched in sweat, and remarked, "Sure, it appears rain is imminent. Perhaps we should postpone our departure until tomorrow." "No, Captain Lu. We must not allow them to continue loading. We can replenish our supplies along the way. It is perilous on the road. Whenever possible, we should remain in the vehicle. Stockpiling too much is futile, as it will spoil over time. To ensure our long-term survival, we must devise methods to cultivate our own sustenance. Shi Qingshan nodded in agreement. Indeed, the sweltering weather makes it difficult to preserve many items. Rice and flour should be frequently aired out. Otherwise, they will quickly mold. We understand, and once the weather improves, we will attend to it, Captain Liu assured, patting his grimy hands. A flash of lightning illuminated the sky, followed by a rumble of thunder as dark clouds loomed ominously overhead. The sky appearing as if it were on the verge of weeping. Captain, there is no more room in the vehicle, announced a firefighter. Shi said we must leave space for 4 people to sleep. Then let us cease loading and take a moment to rest. Captain Liu waved his hand. Shi Qingshan surveyed the group and declared, all right, we shall take our leave now. Farewell, everyone. Laoan glanced at Njia, reluctantly grasping Shi Qingshan's hand, saying, little Shi, you must promise to return and see us. Rest assured, Laoan, Njia and I will definitely come back. Please take care of your health. Shi Qingshan replied, casting a glance at Laoan's plump female student. You need not worry, my health is excellent. Laoan assured him sincerely. After bidding farewell to each individual present with a handshake, Shi Qingshan took Njia's hand, both with tear-filled eyes, and they entered the armored vehicle. Waving goodbye to those who had come to see them off, the vehicle gradually rolled out of New World Square, heading towards the outskirts of the city. Not far from the city limits, large raindrops began to fall, eroding the dirt road and creating small puddles, the scent of damp earth filling the air. Shi Qingshan and Njia hastily closed the hatch and retreated into the cabin. The driver had now changed to Wang Hongwen. Shi Qingshan turned to Zhang Gong and said, the distance from Lianqing to Yinjing via the expressway is over 800 kilometers. If the number 1 expressway is clear, we should reach the capital by tomorrow evening. Zhang Gong nodded silently, his gaze fixed on the large screen displaying the survival guide for the apocalypse. It stated that flies and mosquitoes do not carry brain-eating parasites or their eggs, and that such parasites cannot survive in seawater, which relieved everyone significantly. Outside, the rain intensified. Drumming loudly on the vehicle's roof, and through the windows, only a hazy curtain of water was visible. Thirsty zombies flocked to the streets, tilting their heads back to gulp the cool rainwater, as the armored vehicle passed with a series of loud thuds. Wang Hongwen's glasses were shattered underfoot, leaving him to don swimming goggles instead. However, the goggles were not breathable, fogging up quickly, and in such heavy rain, visibility was severely compromised, necessitating a switch back to Zhang Gong as the driver. The rain obscured road markings and signs, and the group relied on a paper map and satellite navigation to corroborate their route, laboring greatly to locate the entrance to the expressway. Observing the torrential rain outside, an idea struck Shi Qingshan, and he inquired of Njia, can you drive? Can you eat? Njia shot him a glance. Look at you, being all serious. Hadn't you just taken a shower? I wish for you to drive the battle vehicle. Let us ascend to the rooftop and enjoy a natural shower. Njia's eyes instantly sparkled as she exclaimed, of course, I can drive. Yet, I have never operated an armored vehicle. It's akin to driving an electric car. Just avoid stomping on the accelerator, abrupt braking, or sharp turns. And when encountering zombies or obstacles, simply plow through them. Just ensure we remain secure. Absolutely. I am quite the seasoned driver. Njia had long harbored the desire to photograph herself behind the wheel of an infantry vehicle. It was a habit cultivated over the years to showcase novel experiences on social networks, and even now, she occasionally glanced at her phone. Zhang Gong and Wang Hongwen were also apprehensive, considering the sweat accumulated during the day. They feared that sleeping closely together at night might overwhelm Njia with an unpleasant odor. Upon hearing Shi Qingshan's suggestion, they readily agreed. Such a downpour, such pristine water, would be a waste to let it go unused. The battle vehicle halted to allow Njia to take the wheel, and Shi Qingshan provided guidance until she adeptly maneuvered the vehicle. Soon after, the others clambered out of the cabin. As Njia accelerated, the torrential raindrops bombarded the vehicle's roof, drenching the 3 occupants as if they were caught beneath a waterfall, rendering them unable to open their eyes. At that moment, Wang Hongwen's swimming goggles proved their worth. He steadied himself against the turret, raising a fist before him in a superhero pose, exclaiming with exhilaration. Shi Qingshan wished to caution him to exercise care, but as he opened his mouth, the deluge filled it, rendering him speechless. He could only calmly disrobe and commence washing himself. Chapter 27. The enchantment within the vehicle. The torrential rain fell intermittently as the armored vehicle continued its journey into the evening. It was only when darkness enveloped the sky once more, accompanied by renewed downpours, that they found a relatively desolate stretch of road, devoid of the undead, to halt and rest. The group ingeniously stacked 2 ammunition boxes between the rows of seats to serve as a makeshift dining table, laying out an array of vacuum-sealed delicacies, including garlic sausages, soy-braised pig's trotters, marinated chicken feet, and beef tendons. They also opened 2 bottles of liquor and a pack of beer, creating a sumptuous spread. Qingshan poured himself a cup of liquor, raised it, and spoke first. There is an old saying in our region, if it rains in the evening, it will last until dawn. Since we cannot travel tonight, let us indulge in our drinks, with the criterion being not to regurgitate. I have a good sense of it, Zhang. You can handle a pound of liquor easily, old Wang can manage 3 bottles of beer, and Anjia, you can down 5. Anjia playfully kicked Qingshan in response. Are you trying to get me drunk? Just so you know, I won't be relying on you for sleep tonight. Then whom do you wish to lean on? Feel free to choose. How about old Wang next door? Qingshan jested, pointing at Wang Hongwen. Wang Hongwen froze for a moment, silently reciting, Ba, may the Bodhisattva bless me, amen. I shall not lean on anyone. I will sleep on the hammock, Anjia declared, and without hesitation. She lifted a bottle of beer to her lips, gulping down a good half. Qingshan clinked glasses with Zhang and Wang Hongwen, taking a hearty swig of liquor. Grinning as he remarked, sleep on a hammock? We worry you might fall off. I am not afraid. Why should you be? Anjia retorted nonchalantly, sitting cross-legged on her chair. Barefoot. Of course we are concerned. You are not the most placid sleeper. With 3 of us men and 9 legs, if you were to crush a few, it would be disastrous. There are countless women in the world still waiting for our rescue. Right, old Wang? Qingshan teased. In the face of dire circumstances, the 3 men's laughter was subdued. A brief silence enveloped the vehicle, broken only by the intensified sound of rain outside. Anjia whimsically envisioned the plight of those 3 legs. Unable to contain her laughter, she kicked Qingshan playfully twice, pouting, you big rogue. Hearty laughter erupted once more among the men. After spending several days together, they had long shed their facades. Yet the grim realities surrounding them and their anxieties about the future weighed heavily on their spirits. Only alcohol offered a fleeting escape from their worries. Whether genuine joy or fade of happiness. As the rain poured heavily outside, the atmosphere within the vehicle became increasingly lively. With the liquor flowing, conversations blossomed. Each member hailed from a different profession, each with their unique experiences, leading to an endless exchange of stories. They consumed every drop of the opened liquor, and it was only when they each cracked open another beer that they felt truly satisfied. As they tidied up the bottles, boxes, and leftover bones, Wang Hong involuntarily climbed to the upper bunk, while Zhang, after finishing a bottle of liquor, lay motionless across the chairs. The armored vehicle could accommodate a maximum of 6 people. 2 could sleep on the seats, 2 on the foldable beds above, and 2 on the floor. Now, with boxes piled high on the opposite side of the vehicle, Qingshan and Anjia were left to sleep on the floor. As Zhang Gong and Wang Hongwen softly drifted into slumber, Qingshan exchanged a conspiratorial glance with Anjia, leaning in to whisper, Are you unwilling to lean against me for a nap? Do you not wish to relive old dreams? Anjia shot him an exasperated look and muttered softly, Relive what? You're acting more like a playful jester than a special forces commander. Even a commander cannot exert authority over his wife, can he? Qingshan retorted, retrieving a sponge mat from beneath his seat and gesturing gallantly, ladies first. First, turn off the lights, and Jia pointed to the car's ceiling. What lights? We're not undressing. Even without undressing, we should turn them off. Come on. We're an old married couple. What is there to be shy about? With a slight push from the alcohol, Qingshan seized Jia, pulling her down onto the mat, cradling her face as he leaned in for a kiss. Their mouths meeting passionately, causing her full lips and chest to shift in response. A prolonged kiss left them both breathless. And as Qingshan's hand began to wander towards her thighs, Jia firmly grasped his wrist. No, she insisted, her voice soft yet resolute. Let us take it easy. Can't you hear them snoring? Qingshan inhaled her intoxicating scent, whispering near her ear, If you say no, then no it is. We agreed it was only that once. Jia's supple body swayed beneath him, the exquisite sensation nearly eliciting a cry from him. But what if I can't hold back? I feel like I might burst. Why don't you touch me? Qingshan lamented, his face drawn. Jia sighed in resignation, poking his forehead playfully. What a hassle. You can do as you please, but turn off the lights first. With a mischievous grin, Qingshan leapt to extinguish the overhead light, and in the ensuing darkness, sounds of rustling and soft gasps filled the air. Thunder rumbled ominously in the distance, intermittently illuminating the entwined figures within the vehicle, shielded by the torrential rain outside. The enchanting interlude between Qingshan and Jia lingered for quite some time before settling into silence. Ugh, now I'm thinking about it too, Jia complained. No worries. I'm here for you. Qingshan leaned in closer to her ear, his warm breath sending shivers down her spine, prompting her to shrink her neck. No. When a woman says no, she means yes. Here I come. though he possessed a high tolerance for alcohol. Having consumed over a bottle of white liquor rendered him somewhat clingy. Suddenly, Wang Hongwen on the upper bunk turned over, prompting the two to fall silent. After a moment, as the snores resumed, and Jia rolled over, resting her head against Shi Qingshan's chest, tightly wrapping her arms around his waist, declaring, "Let us not cause any trouble. I find myself missing Olden." A sudden flash of brilliant light illuminated the car, followed by a crack of thunder as the rain intensified. Shi Qingshan tenderly stroked in Jia's hair, exhaling deeply, and quietly remarked, "Olden has it tough. He told me this afternoon that he has been waiting for your mother to reconsider, which is why he hasn't remarried. You are his only daughter, and he has entrusted me to care for you well. Did you promise him?" And Jia inquired, lifting her face to look at him. "Of course I promised. Out of respect for your father's trust in me, I must." I never agreed. The raw rice has already transformed into a watery porridge. Your disagreement changes nothing. Are you not afraid of being adorned with a green hat? And Jia raised her eyes, threateningly. "So fierce? Do not frighten me. I know you are not that frivolous. Are you unaware that I already have a boyfriend? Is it that older gentleman in the photograph?" Shi Qingshan had long been curious about the relationship between Jia and the middle-aged tycoon in the picture. Previously, it was mere gossip. Now, with their relationship established, his curiosity was insatiable. "Oh dear, no. Are you seeking trouble?" And Jia scrunched her nose, pinching his chest with her fingertips, her voice laced with annoyance. "It cannot possibly be that flamboyant host, right? He is unworthy of you." Shi Qingshan suddenly recalled Wang Hongwen mentioning Jia's well-known host boyfriend. "At least he is more handsome than you, and fairer too. Unlike you, who would be indistinguishable if you fell into a coal pit. Black is not my natural color. Haven't you seen the photo on my officer's ID? I was quite the youthful charmer." And Jia looked up, disdainfully regarding Shi Qingshan, retorting, "Once a youthful charmer, now merely an old relic. You must admit, having an old relic to eat is preferable. Your youthful charmer might very well have rotted and become infested with maggots." And Jia displayed a look of disgust, giving him a light smack, saying, "You are revolting. Just look at that mouth of yours. At least their sweetness surpasses yours. His sweetness is of no use. It does not guarantee popularity." Shi Qingshan was obstinate. And Jia sighed, continuing to undermine him. "He is more handsome than you, a renowned host, undoubtedly more appealing. He boasts 10 million followers on Weibo. That is proof enough. Could so many people possibly admire him for no reason? What is there to be proud of? I understand the inside story. They are all fabricated. And only a few speak up. And how many do you have? Not a single one. However, I am confident that I possess a strength that surpasses his." "What strength?" And Jia inquired. "That strength." Shi Qingshan poked her belly with his finger. You scoundrel. How would I know if he is strong? I have never tried. Do you think I am that indiscriminate?" And Jia seemed genuinely angered, her voice rising considerably. "Hush. That reassures me." Shi Qingshan patted his chest. "Look at you." And Jia shot him an eye roll. Although Shi Qingshan was not a conservative man, as a male, he subconsciously desired to understand which boar had trampled his delicacy, feigning nonchalance as he inquired, "By the way, you didn't mention who that wealthy man in the photograph actually is. A surrogate father." "What?" Shi Qingshan was immediately thrown into disarray. Chapter 28. The capital at dawn the following day, the torrential rain finally ceased. After a night of cleansing by the downpour, the bloodstains on the war chariot diminished considerably, and the scenery appeared rejuvenated. The dew on the leaves sparkled like crystal, cascading down with the breeze. The grass swayed and stretched, glistening with vibrant green. Shi Qingshan opened the rear hatch and descended first, armed and vigilant as he patrolled the vicinity. He then climbed atop the vehicle to provide cover, while the other three tended to their personal hygiene. The sky was a brilliant blue, and a gentle breeze accompanied the soft patter of rain, caressing their cheeks. Breathing in the fresh, moist air invigorated their spirits. Nature seemed to revive, flourishing anew with the reduction of human interference. After completing their ablutions, they hastily consumed a light meal and resumed their journey towards Yanjing. Unexpectedly, as they approached the toll booth of the expressway leading directly to the capital, they were met with a blockade of abandoned vehicles, rendering the entrance impassable. Cars of all sizes congested the roadway, stretching for nearly 2 miles. With no alternative, the war chariot had no choice but to traverse over the rooftops of the smaller cars, searching for gaps between larger vehicles while cautiously avoiding damage to the tank's tracks, which inevitably slowed their progress to a crawl. After wasting half a day at the toll booth, they made little headway on the expressway before encountering another setback. A large passenger aircraft that had crash-landed and exploded, devastating the road for nearly a kilometer. Coupled with the continuous emergence of accident scenes, what was initially expected to be a day's journey turned into an exhausting 2 days and nights for the 4 travelers. The cities they passed through were shrouded in smoke and charred remnants. While the heavy rain had extinguished the raging fires, the urban landscapes lay in ruins. A somber sight devoid of life. As they approached the outer ring of the capital, the roads showed signs of being cleared, becoming significantly easier to navigate. Scattered across the fields beside the road were remnants of fallen jet fighters. Why would a fighter jet crash? Did it run out of fuel? And Jia peered out the window, puzzled. Probably not. If it had run out of fuel, it wouldn't have burned so fiercely. Shi Qingshan shook his head vigorously. Zhang Gong pondered for a moment and suggested, there's a military airport nearby. It's quite possible that an engine malfunction occurred during takeoff or landing. Then why didn't this happen before? And Jia became the inquisitive one. That remains unclear. Shi Qingshan suddenly considered a potential cause, stating, could it be that birds, infected and no longer fearful of the deterrents, were drawn in by the noise of the aircraft during takeoff, entering the intake and damaging the engine? Zhang Gong nodded emphatically. Yes, that's a plausible explanation. When a fighter jet takes off, there are a few seconds when the intake is unprotected. Who would have thought that even the skies are unsafe? Are they truly trying to drive us to despair? And Jia sighed, disheartened. Propeller-driven planes should still be able to fly, and helicopters with mesh over their intakes would be fine. Shi Qingshan mused. Indeed, as soon as he finished speaking, the thunderous voice of the communication system broke through. Beep, beep, beep. 50 kilometers away, in the air, we have identified a helicopter from our Army's Eagle Corps. With the registration number LH99989. Shi Qingshan hastily activated the radio, fine-tuning the frequency to initiate communication with the aircraft. LH99989, this is Major Shi Qingshan, commander of the 31st Group Army Typhoon Special Operations Team, dispatched to provide reinforcements to the capital. Please provide guidance. LH99989 acknowledges. Please report your location and identification method. We are operating a single black infantry combat vehicle, currently situated on the G1 highway at the 30-kilometer mark, heading in your direction. Understood. I will proceed immediately. Moments later, the helicopter hovered above the Thor, executing a turn to guide the combat vehicle off the expressway at the East 4th Ring Road. Following the Songyu route directly towards the 3rd Ring Road, towering skyscrapers lined the route, and opulent hotels and clubs now lay within a realm claimed by the undead. The 4-lane road had transformed into a vast parking lot, with vehicles stacked mechanically on top of each other to form towering steel barricades. Many cars contained corpses, both human and zombie, once mere modes of transport, now turned into their final resting boxes. In a small square, a cluster of undead women engaged in a macabre dance, while at the bus stop, a throng of office workers awaited their non-existent rides. Among them stood a dazed white-collar worker, his suit stained with blood, repeatedly waving a lifeless phone at the subway entrance. In their hunger, they scavenged shoes from the ground, and in thirst, drank from the fountain, their bellies distended, lingering in place, perhaps due to years of ingrained habits and haunting obsessions. Yet, the litter strewn about, fluttering plastic bags, and the non-functioning traffic lights signified that this once thriving metropolis had devolved into a ghost town. Upon spotting the armored vehicle halted at the 3rd Ring Road, the helicopter bid farewell and departed. As the Thor combat vehicle navigated the labyrinthine barriers beneath the overpass, it was obstructed by a 4-wheeled firepower suppression robot. A dozen sharp-eyed soldiers, armed and vigilant, surrounded the vehicle. A young second lieutenant with a scruffy beard approached and knocked on the vehicle's body. Shi Qingshan leaned out from the cockpit. Upon seeing his insignia, the lieutenant immediately saluted. Please present your identification and open the vehicle door for inspection. Shi Qingshan returned the salute, instructing Zhang to open the rear door and retrieve his officer's ID, which he handed over. The lieutenant examined the credentials, then moved to the rear door to inspect the occupants. He received a facial recognition device from a soldier beside him and aimed it at Shi Qingshan. A beep sounded, and the screen displayed unauthorized access. The lieutenant promptly returned the identification to Shi Qingshan, saluting respectfully. Report, sir. The area within the 3rd Ring Road is currently undergoing disinfection and cleaning. Access is prohibited. Please wait here patiently. Ah. Have the zombies and giant rats within the 3rd Ring Road been eradicated? Shi Qingshan inquired as he pocketed his credentials. Not yet. The area within the 2nd Ring Road is relatively clear, but the 3rd Ring remains hazardous. Even with the evacuation efforts, the capital still harbors a population of 22 million. With an increasing number of zombies the further out you go, we are understaffed, only able to conduct a cursory cleansing of the main streets. That is impressive in itself. I've heard that the permanent population within the 2nd Ring Road exceeds 1 million, Shi Qingshan remarked. Indeed. The lieutenant nodded. May I inquire from where the commander has arrived? Asked Shi Qingshan. I hail from Lianqing, he replied. And where do you come from? How many personnel are stationed here to maintain order? We are from Jingbei. After receiving orders, we have been stationed along the second ring road and have just relocated here. We are not entirely apprised of the situation, came the response. Shi Qishan nodded and inquired, how long must we wait before we can enter? Perhaps until tomorrow afternoon. You may wait here. The ban could be lifted at any moment, was the estimate. Contemplating, Shi Qishan withdrew and asked Zhang Gong today. Access beyond the third ring is prohibited. Where is your residence? Let us visit your home first. My family resides in Xingfu Hatong, just within the third ring. Since entry is barred, we might as well wait here, Zhang Gong replied. Very well, Shi Qishan agreed. He leaned out, intending to find a spot to disembark from the armored vehicle when a distant sound of tires screeching against the pavement reached his ears. 8 or 9 off-road vehicles swiftly approached from within the third ring. These vehicles soon arrived at the front of the defensive line. At the forefront was a modified vehicle with a high chassis, from which a young, plump man wearing large sunglasses emitted 2 brief sounds from a siren. Gesturing for the combat robots blocking the westward entrance to clear the way, the junior officer's expression soured, yet he commanded the soldiers to maneuver the robots aside, allowing one vehicle to pass through the gap in the fortifications. The diverse array of off-road vehicles roared as they entered, only to speed away through another exit beneath the elevated bridge. Shi Qishan grimaced at the noxious fumes, watching as the vehicles distanced themselves, and queried the officer. Who are these audacious individuals? Is it not forbidden to traverse within the third ring? The junior officer chuckled wryly. Who knows what these esteemed individuals are up to? Regardless, they are not to be trifled with. They make this journey daily, and no one dares to intervene. Where are they headed? Shi Qishan asked, pulling out a pack of cigarettes and offering one to the officer. The junior officer accepted it with both hands, retrieving a lighter from his pocket. He lit Shi Qishan's cigarette first, then his own, inhaling deeply before replying, to the Capitol Library. They have solar power there and are all busy with their computers. The Capitol Library? Wang Hong suddenly interjected through the earpiece. Sure, the database server at the library is quite formidable. Let us extract some digital information to enrich the database of Thor. Very well. Is the Capitol Library far from here? We wish to pay a visit. Shi Qishan asked the junior officer. Not far at all. It will only take a few minutes. The officer indicated in the direction the vehicles had departed. Shi Qishan nodded, saluted the officer in farewell, and drove the armored vehicle toward the library. Chapter 29, The Library as they traversed the route. Every access point into the third ring road was obstructed by layers of vehicles, transforming the towering edifices into natural fortifications. They did not journey far before arriving at a cluster of buildings. Wang Hongwen, having previously visited the Capitol Library, directed Shi Qishan to circumvent the old structure and approach a grand edifice adorned with a steel and glass façade. The third phase of the library is a high-tech, eco-friendly construction, featuring a thin-film solar power roof capable of meeting its daily energy needs, having been operational for less than 6 months. Whether due to their retreat into the shadows or a recent cleansing, the courtyard was devoid of zombies, although no parking spaces were available. Noticing several luxurious SUVs parked at the foot of the stairs, Shi Qishan maneuvered their vehicle to the side. After disabling the Thor system, he and Wang Hongwen extracted a metallic briefcase from the cabinet. This was Thor's disk box, which would expedite the process of copying the library's digital resources. To mitigate unforeseen circumstances, Zhang Gong opted to remain behind to safeguard the vehicle, and Jia, weary and desiring rest, declined to accompany them inside. Shi Qishan acquiesced, arming himself with a rifle before disembarking the vehicle to escort Wang Hongwen, who bore the disk box, toward the library. The library's entrance was guarded by 2 male employees wielding bomb-proof forks. Upon their approach, the doors were promptly opened, accompanied by welcoming smiles. Of the over 300 library staff, only the 2 of them remained, and they welcomed the presence of armed soldiers, which provided a sense of security. Inside the spacious and brightly lit hall, rows of wooden bookshelves were filled with volumes, exuding a faint aroma of ink. To prevent zombies from being attracted to the occupants within, the reading area's tables and chairs had been moved to the glass curtain wall, further emphasizing the emptiness of the space. Captivating the eye was a solitary sofa in the center of the reading area, upon which a beautiful young woman, resembling a porcelain doll, lounged while perusing a magazine. Not far from her sat a short-haired, athletic beauty engrossed in a book, her waist bulging, suggestive of concealed weaponry. Upon hearing the door's movement, the 2 stunning young women lifted their large, round eyes to glance at the newcomers before promptly returning their gaze to their reading material. Frankly, one could not discern beauty solely based on facial features. With extraordinary makeup artistry, both face and figure could be altered. Yet height and long legs were attributes not everyone possessed. By these 2 criteria alone, both women were undeniably striking, a rare sight to behold simultaneously. Shi Qishan felt a measure of admiration for their tranquil demeanor in this tumultuous and perilous world, finding the calm to read truly posed a challenge. A younger library employee, perhaps finding Wang Hongwen's goggle-clad visage somewhat amusing, bore a mysterious smile and gestured toward a nearby location, saying, "There is an outlet over here. You are here to use electricity, I presume?" They mistook the hard disk box in Wang Hongwen's hand for a military laptop. "Please, follow me this way," another employee chimed in. Wang Hongwen shook his head, stating, "We require assistance in copying some digital resources stored on the library's servers. We kindly ask for your cooperation." "Ah?" The smiles of the two men immediately froze on their faces upon hearing the words. The middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle shifted his gaze to Shurqingshan's military insignia, then grinned broadly, proclaiming, "We are fully committed. As long as the library's resources prove beneficial to the troops, our efforts will not have been in vain." Noticing that he appeared to be in charge, Shurqingshan saluted respectfully and extended his hand for a handshake, saying, "Thank you for your cooperation. May I ask how to address you?" A younger library staff member interjected. "This is our deputy director, Liu." "Greetings, Director Liu. I sincerely appreciate your support." Shurqingshan responded. "It's my duty. Follow me to the server room." Director Liu gestured for them to proceed, assigning another person to guard the door before leading the two upstairs. The sound of footsteps caught the attention of a beautiful girl lounging on a sofa, with her gem-like captivating eyes fixed on Shurqingshan's insignia for a moment. She abruptly tossed aside the fashion magazine in her hand and rose to follow them upstairs, with the short-haired beauty promptly trailing behind her. On the second floor, which housed a tea bar, CAF, and audio-visual area, not a soul was in sight, save for the cacophony emanating from the electronic reading room in the corner. Our central server room is within the electronic reading room, but the staff responsible for its management have been infected. Currently, there is no one to maintain the equipment, and I'm unsure how much longer it will remain operational. Director Liu sighed, shaking his head slightly. A strand of hair fell onto his shoulder, which he brushed back with a hand, returning it to the crown of his head. The trio arrived at the entrance of the reading room and pushed open the door, only to be greeted by a pungent aroma of spicy snacks. Inside, the sounds of shouting, laughter, and the clicking of mice echoed throughout the building with remarkable volume. A dozen or so young men and women were engrossed in a fierce shooting game on the computers, including the boisterous young man driving an off-road vehicle. Director Liu furrowed his brow slightly but quickly regained his cheerful demeanor. Noticing that no one paid him any mind, he hurriedly ushered Shurqingshan and Wang Hongwen inside, closed the door, and led them into the innermost server room. The server room was adequately air-conditioned, divided into inner and outer sections, with the inner area locked. Through the large glass window, one could see towering black server cabinets, some of which had green indicator lights that continued to blink incessantly. Director Liu distributed several shoe covers and produced a key from his waist to unlock the inner door. The noise within the server room was considerable, with fans humming loudly. Once inside, Wang Hongwen located a cabinet with a monitor, pulled out the keyboard, and began typing away rapidly. Shurqingshan, unable to contribute meaningfully, stood by and briefly discussed the external situation with Director Liu before falling silent. After a moment, he could not help but inquire, "Old Wang, how long will it take to fill the hard drives?" Wang Hongwen replied, "Our hard drives aren't even connected yet. I estimate it'll take at least 2 hours at best. You might as well go play on the computers outside. I can handle this on my own." "Very well. I'll be outside. Call me if you need anything." Shurqingshan eagerly acquiesced, as he had grown weary of standing idly for over 10 minutes. Director Liu did not wish to linger in that place. He felt that with the world seemingly at an end, the damage done to the server by Wang Hongwen was of little consequence. He refrained from hovering nearby and, after Shurqingshan exited, he stood for a moment before descending the stairs. The electronic reading room was ablaze with activity, as the youthful patrons engaged in a first-person shooter game titled Mission Glory. Upon emerging, Shurqingshan craned his neck to count the computers, noting there were 18 in total, 2 positioned side by side in each partition. Now, only the computer closest to him remained unoccupied. Though it was powered off, it was still claimed by someone. A long-legged beauty, clad in a white shirt adorned with golden patterns and low-waisted shorts, with her chestnut-red hair cascading down her back, occupied the adjacent seat, engrossed in a post-apocalyptic television series. She lounged against the chair, headphones on, her arms crossed behind her head, her ample bosom prominently displayed, one long leg stretched out, its delicate high-heeled sandal resting on the desk beside her, entirely filling her partition. Wasn't she the same girl he had seen downstairs, reading on the sofa? When did she come up? Goodness. The saying "neck down is all legs" was indeed applicable to her. Shurqingshan was suddenly reminded of a joke. Before marriage, long legs are significant. After marriage, stout legs are lengthy. He couldn't help but chuckle. "Hey, what pleasant thoughts are you indulging in? Should I touch them?" The long-legged beauty removed her headphones and, with a frosty gaze accentuating her striking black and white eyes, cast him a disdainful sidelong glance. Shi Qingshan paused slightly. "Oh, why not?" he exclaimed, feigning a reach to touch her. "Wait, you." The girl hastily withdrew her leg, causing Shi Qingshan to change his course mid-reach and sit down, powering on the computer instead. "Well, which brigade are you from? Such audacity. How dare you flirt with me?" The long-legged beauty quickly glanced back at a short-haired girl seated nearby, noticing her hand resting on her waist. She quickly signaled her to remain still. Shi Qingshan chose to ignore her. It was evident that this girl was spoiled and unruly, and the more he disregarded her, the more insistent she became. The beauty leaned forward to scrutinize his nameplate. "Shi Qingshan, right? I'm asking you, which brigade are you from?" Shi Qingshan continued to ignore her, instead donning his headphones. "Hey, are you deaf or something?" The beauty kicked his thigh with her foot. Shi Qingshan glanced down to find a distinct shoe print on the Special Forces pants he had just changed into that morning. Anger surged within him as he turned to glare at her, enunciating each word. "Clean that off for me. Apologize at once." Chapter 30. The glory of mission without a trace of lethal intent. One cannot aspire to the rank of a Special Forces captain. The long-legged beauty found herself ensnared by Shi Qingshan's piercing, hawk-like gaze, instilling within her a sense of inevitable entrapment. Feeling somewhat anxious, she tucked her cascading locks behind her ear, her eyes darting away as she stammered. You must apologize first. Provide a reason." Suppressing the surge of frustration within, Shi Qingshan retorted, "It was you who first insulted me." She crossed her arms defiantly, tilting her chin upward. "Humph. At such a tender age, you ought to learn better. Next, you intend to tear my clothes and slander me, don't you?" Shi Qingshan shot back. "Who has slandered you?" "It was your disdainful gaze that insulted me first." The girl, now exasperated, countered. "My gaze?" Shi Qingshan found himself almost amused by her, as her utterly adorable face rendered him incapable of anger. "Let me show you how I insulted you with my gaze." The petite beauty scrutinized Shi Qingshan from head to toe, offering a demonstration. "All right, now your gaze has insulted me in return, so we are even. Hurry and clean your pants, or I shall inform your guardians." "You dare. Don't think the Typhoon Squad is so impressive. My grandfather can certainly handle you," the young lady declared, brimming with bravado. Shi Qingshan was momentarily taken aback. It was conceivable that this girl could recognize him as a member of the Special Forces. But the Typhoon Squad was a newly established assassination unit, and not many were aware of its existence. How could she possibly identify him? "Stop with the nonsense about Typhoon and Hail. I'll say it once more, quickly erase those footprints." Shi Qingshan feigned ignorance. "Stop pretending. Don't think I'm unaware. Your sword differs slightly from others. It is a ceremonial sword, am I correct?" She pointed at the emblem of lightning and sword crossing on Shi Qingshan's arm badge. This time, Shi Qingshan was genuinely astonished. The capital was indeed a place of hidden talents. A mere girl could be privy to such confidential matters, rendering any effort to conceal them futile. Perhaps the enemy was already aware of the Typhoon Squad's existence. Noticing his silence, the girl with ebony eyes pondered and then said, "You didn't steal that uniform, did you? Tell me, which army corps are you from? If you cannot answer, you are merely an imposter." Gradually regaining his composure, Shi Qingshan began to believe that her grandfather could indeed keep him in check. Her tone suggested she possessed considerable knowledge of military affairs. It was unlikely she would know of the Typhoon's clandestine operations unless someone of high rank in her family was involved. He removed his earpiece, raised 3 fingers, then made a 0, followed by 1, and said, "Aren't you afraid that I might be an imposter and, upon exposure, will shoot you?" The young beauty flashed a bright, even smile, revealing her pearly whites, and mysteriously replied, "Your subtle movements have betrayed you as a Special Forces soldier. I will not place myself in peril." "What subtle movements?" Shi Qingshan inquired with curiosity. The girl gently tucked her short hair behind her ear, exuding a refreshing yet alluring charm. She pouted slightly and said, "Why should I reveal that to you? You were just so fierce with me. TCH. What a charade." Shi Qingshan ceased to pay her any mind. Donning his headphones and launching the film files on his computer desktop. "Shueli, hurry online to support us. We've lost 3 consecutive matches." A girl on the opposing team suddenly stood up and shouted at the petite beauty. "All right, I'll log in immediately. This is utterly unfair." The long-legged beauty's eyes widened in determination as she swiftly grabbed the mouse and exited the media player. "Ha ha ha, it won't make a difference even if Shueli joins. Her skills are far too lacking to alter the outcome," chortled the arrogant chubby boy. "Humph, just wait for me. I'll target you the moment I'm online," Shueli retorted fiercely. Her declaration elicited a chorus of laughter, as it seemed no one believed she possessed the capability to back it up. Tilting his head, Shi Qingshan observed her as she opened a game called Mission Glory, locating her self-created server. He inquired of the girl who called for help. Are you on the red team or the blue team? Red team. Great. I'm joining now. She selected a Type 95 automatic rifle and upon entering the game, charged out. Only to be instantly sniped as she stepped outside. Ha ha ha. How about that, Shueli? Are you convinced? The chubby boy guffawed. Not at all. I saw you. Just wait. After respawning, Shueli dashed out once more with renewed vigor. Shiking Shan shook his head. During his time in the military, he often played the military version of this game and was quite skilled at it. Their team of 8 had even won first place in the military district competition. The civilian version of the game differed only slightly in mode names, such as the military version's red-blue battles being called squad confrontations, while the civilian version referred to them as head-to-head confrontations, and so forth. After logging in, Shueli failed to spot an enemy and was sniped 3 more times in quick succession, even switching to a sniper rifle, which she wielded like a mere stick. Her pride began to wane as she noticed Shiking Shan sneaking glances at her screen. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she snapped, "What are you looking at? If you're capable, come and play." I will. Shiking Shan felt a surge of irritation as he watched from the sidelines, his competitive spirit ignited. Shueli regarded him with skepticism, asking, "Can you handle it? Don't drag down my ranking." Shiking Shan rolled his eyes. "You're already in last place, all right? Move aside." Shueli craned her neck to peer at the opposing side. Seeing no one paying attention to her, she quickly stood and swapped positions with Shiking Shan. The game's map was set in a forested canyon. Shiking Shan adjusted to the mouse and, upon exiting the red base, threw a smoke grenade and dashed toward the enemy hillside. Utilizing the terrain for cover, he adeptly crouched, jumped, and crawled, evading the flurry of bullets that barely grazed him. Encountering 2 blue team members along the way, he dispatched them swiftly, achieving a double kill and racking up points. As he reached the mountaintop and suddenly emerged from behind a boulder, the arrogant chubby boy, who had been hiding there to snipe, noticed him immediately and switched to his pistol, attempting to flee. However, Shiking Shan unleashed a precise burst, landing a headshot. Instantly, bold red letters appeared on the screen. Headshot 100. Blood debt blood repayment 50. Yay. Shueli celebrated with a victory gesture, clapping her hands. Wow. Nice going, Shueli. A wild swing takes down the master. The chubby boy exclaimed. Utterly astonished, Shiking Shan replaced his magazine and charged down the mountain towards the blue team's stronghold. The blue team members he encountered were utterly inexperienced. Some fell before him, struck down by distant shots before they even realized his presence. The screen erupted with notifications: bullseye, double kill, triple kill, penetration, headshot. After respawning, the arrogant chubby player confronted Shiking Shan outside the blue base. At that moment, Shiking Shan's rifle had run dry, prompting him to swiftly draw his pistol for a duel. What the? Who is this? The chubby player exclaimed. No way. Shueli, you must be using hacks. After Shiking Shan dispatched him with a headshot from his pistol, the chubby player leapt 3 feet into the air, craning his neck to look at Shueli. Are you out of your mind? There are no hacks. If your skills are lacking, don't come up with excuses. Shueli feigned concentration on the game, secretly flashing a smile at Shiking Shan. Her face bloomed like a peach blossom. With an upward curve at her lips, pristine white teeth, and sparkling eyes, she was an enchanting little sprite, captivating yet dangerous. The chubby player, oblivious to her charm, plopped down and urged his teammates, hurry, hurry. Shueli is outside the base, take her down. However, without ammunition, even the mightiest would falter. After eliminating 2 foes with grenades, Shiking Shan brandished a dagger, intending to storm the enemy's stronghold, only to be overwhelmed and shot down by a swarm of defenders. Upon respawning, he armed himself with an SVD sniper rifle, positioning himself outside his own base to pick off enemies. Those targeted by him found smoke grenades and acrobatics futile. It was either a bullseye or a fatal penetration. The battlefield soon echoed with lamentations and curses as despair spread among the blue team. The outcome of the match became painfully obvious early on. As the round concluded, the player known as Sherry recorded 8 deaths and 50 enemy eliminations, earning the title of MVP and leading the red team to victory. Chapter 31. The bet. During a brief interlude while changing maps, Shiking Shan gestured for Shueli to hurry back, only to find her resting her chin on her delicate hand, her eyes sparkling with admiration for his remarkable achievements. So, how about it? Isn't it impressive? Shueli nodded vigorously, her thumbs raised in approval as she exclaimed, absolutely stunning. Should I kneel and sing conquer for you? Shiking Shan teased. Conquered by you. With no way to retreat unexpectedly, Shueli, in a playful mood, cradled her trembling hands against her chest and exaggeratedly sang a couple of lines. Goodness. Bring it on. I refuse to be defeated. The audacious little chubby one shouted from the side. By all means, let us go again. I specialize in silencing dissent. Shuali playfully rolled up her sleeves, stifling a laugh as she exchanged seats with Shurchingshan. This time, the map transitioned to a rural mountainous area, employing a shotgun mode. The moment Shuali entered the game, her true skills were revealed. After dying twice, she looked at Shurchingshan with a drooping mouth and said, "Uncle, you take the mouse. I'll handle the movements and reload. Let us coordinate." The term uncle sent a chill down Shurchingshan's spine as he inwardly cursed, "Am I really that old?" Seeing her pitiful expression, he sighed, stroked his beard, and reluctantly took hold of her mouse with his left hand. "Can you shoot with your left hand?" Shuali gasped, incredulously gazing at him. "When my right hand gets tired, I switch to my left. Using one hand too long can bend a gun." "Bend a gun? How is that possible?" Shuali scratched her head in confusion, glancing at the short-haired beauty next to her. The short-haired beauty shrugged in mind. "My gun has never bent." "Oh dear. Switch to the handgun, oh no. Don't lose focus." Shurchingshan, unaccustomed to handling the mouse with his left hand, found the initial awkwardness amusing. Though there were many inconveniences, such as difficulty controlling direction and reloading, he gradually adapted, and his overall ranking climbed back to the top. In the midst of the fierce battle, he suddenly felt a tickle on the outer side of his thigh. Looking down, he saw a small hand, as delicate as a scallion, wiping the shoe prints off his pants. "Could you concentrate on the game? You didn't wipe when I asked. But now you're scrubbing hard. What a nuisance, dragging me backward while I'm trying to fight." Shurchingshan feigned annoyance. Surprisingly, Shuali was not perturbed by his mock scolding. Instead, she laughed and said, "This big smudge is quite glaring. I must quickly eliminate the evidence to avoid being blamed. Why would I blame a little brat like you? Hurry up and reload." "Oh no, run." Suddenly, two blue team members burst forth from behind a collapsed building. After Shurchingshan blasted one away, he began reloading his shotgun, but before he could warn Shuali to run, the other opponent shot him down. "Ahaha. How about that, Shuali? The shotgun is truly formidable." The audacious little chubby one cackled wickedly. "Just wait there. I'll be right over." Shuali retorted with determination. She deftly maneuvered the keyboard with her left hand while her right hand seized Shurchingshan's hand that clutched the mouse, guiding their direction towards the collapsed building. As her warm and damp palm grasped the back of his hand, Shurchingshan instinctively attempted to withdraw, only to collide with a member of the opposing blue team. Reflexively, he aimed and fired, the sound of the gunshot echoing as the adversary fell victim to a shower of pellets. "Oh, so that's how it's done," Sherry exclaimed, her eyes widening in realization, her grip on Shurchingshan's hand tightening, preventing him from pulling away. The sensation of her soft and delicate palm was quite pleasurable for Shurchingshan, leading him to refrain from extracting his hand, and together they sought the thrill of shooting. Their joint control over the mouse was significantly smoother than before. Now, Sherry took the lead while Shurchingshan assisted in fine-tuning the aim. Gradually, they developed a harmonious synergy. By the end, it was predominantly Sherry who played, with Shurchingshan passively holding her hand as she maneuvered, his attention wandering to a zombie series on his computer screen. Finally, the match concluded with Sherry having perished 17 times, yet eliminating 38 enemies and leading the red team to victory. "Impossible!" exclaimed the chubby boy, casting aside his headphones and sprinting towards Sherry. Shurchingshan quickly withdrew his hand from hers, the fleeting sensation akin to extracting it from a moist and tender embrace. "Well?" Shurchingshan conceded to his own fanciful thoughts. No wonder Sherry earlier remarked that his gaze was insulting. It seemed his smirk had indeed been rather lewd. "Let me tell you, Chong Chao, nothing is impossible. If you dare, let us battle again," Sherry declared, lifting her chin with pride, revealing her elegant, swan-like neck, brimming with newfound confidence to defeat the arrogant Zhang Chao. "Oh, feeling bold, are we? Let us have it out. One-on-one." As Chong Chao approached, unaware of the trap, Sherry provoked him, causing him to turn and run back, only to pivot midway and point at the others, exclaiming, "Don't interfere. Keep your eyes peeled and ensure no cheating occurs. I distinctly remember she wasn't seated here just moments ago." He cast a suspicious glance at Shurchingshan. A few onlookers, eager for entertainment, began to cheer, suggesting stakes for the competition, which garnered enthusiastic responses from the majority. "What shall we wager?" "I'm game." Sherry tossed her cascading hair back, her lips curling into a perfect arc that exuded an air of invincibility. "Really?" Chong Chao squinted, slowly proposing, "If you lose. How about that Mercedes G75 of yours?" "Oh, come on, Chong. That's a hefty bet. Sherry's car is an off-road, bulletproof version. There's only one in all of Yinjing, and you can't buy it even with money." A young girl interjected. "Let us consider a different wager." "All right." Sherry raised her hand to silence her, smiling sweetly as she inquired of Chang Chao, "And what if you lose?" "If I lose, you may choose any two of my cars. Their combined worth will undoubtedly surpass yours." "Not interested." Nowadays, non-bulletproof, fully electric vehicles are everywhere. I wouldn't accept one for free, Sherry replied, shaking her slender index finger. Then what do you desire? No need for a wager, tonight. Brother Chow will deliver a clean service to your door. Chong Chow and his friends erupted into a raucous, lewd laughter. Shueli looked at them with disdain, exclaiming, "Huh. Stop dreaming. If you lose, how about treating everyone to a grand feast? It's a trivial matter. If I lose, I shall host a buffet at my home." Chong Chow, with a grand gesture, declared. "Sounds splendid." The crowd cheered in unison. "However," he added, "wouldn't that put you at a disadvantage? How about this? If I lose, I will arrange a lavish banquet, and you can casually select any hybrid vehicle of mine." Chong Chow feigned a gentlemanly demeanor. "What's the matter? Can't you part with those clunky cars? I have no interest. I only have one stipulation. All the food must be fresh. No canned goods, pickled items, or dried meats. Understood?" Shueli revealed a sly smile akin to that of a cunning little fox. "Well, I shall do my best." Chong Chow appeared somewhat troubled, acknowledging the challenge of sourcing fresh ingredients nowadays. "All right, it's settled then. Choose your maps, and let the battle commence." Shueli extended her hand towards Shi Shan, saying, "Give me 5." Hoping to share an energizing high five, she was taken aback when Shi Shan, lacking in synchrony, merely raised his hand, greeted her with a casual hi, and then lowered it again. Infuriated, Shueli balled her fist at her waist, casting a piercing glare at him for a moment, before forcefully grabbing his hand to complete the high five. With a beaming smile, she then sat up straight before the computer. Chapter 32. The passion of Shueli. The bustling crowd naturally divided into two factions. The majority rooted for Shueli, eager for a night of revelry should she prevail. Consequently, a throng gathered behind her. In contrast, Chong Chow was supported only by his girlfriend and a few loyal followers. As the game commenced, Shueli selected a sniper rifle and swiftly ascended to the deck, searching for Zhang Chao amid the fleet of aircraft. Even on the smallest maps, encountering one another in a one-on-one match proved challenging, especially since both had activated their jammers, rendering the mini-map a mere reflection of their own positions. Suddenly, while Shueli was in full sprint, a red flash illuminated the screen, her health plummeting rapidly. She could not discern the location of her assailant and soon met her demise. "Ahaha, Shueli, how does it feel to be shot by Brother Chow?" Chong Chow's voice echoed with a lewd cackle from the opposite side. "Shut your filthy mouth, you fat idiot." Shueli frowned, her full lower lip jutting out in a pout as she cast a disheartened glance at Shi Shan. Shi Shan shook his head and gestured for her to lean in closer. Shueli hastily removed her headset and leaned toward him, as he discreetly imparted some essential strategies for naval combat. She nodded vigorously, rubbed her itchy ear, and re-entered the fray. This time, upon reaching the deck, she refrained from aimless wandering and instead crouched low, peering through the gaps between the J-31 and the vehicles, searching for Zhang Chao. Unbeknownst to her, Chong Chao employed a similar tactic, and from a distance, the two unexpectedly spotted each other lying prone. Chong Chao was taken aback to find not Shueli's feet, but the ominous black lens of her sniper scope. In a moment of distraction, he was swiftly eliminated with a shot. "Damn it, I've capsized in the gutter," he exclaimed. "Let us go again. Let us go again." Unwilling to accept defeat, he rushed back to the deck upon respawning. He believed that Shueli could not have strayed far. Driven by a thirst for vengeance, he dashed forward without careful search. Consequently, when a red dot suddenly appeared on the minimap, 2 shots rang out, and the screen flashed red twice before he collapsed. In those final moments, his skewed perspective caught sight of Shueli's ambush in the distance. "Ah, how treacherous. You shot my feet." Shueli laughed gleefully. "This is what it means to use one's own method against them. What other vile tricks do you have? I guarantee you 1T return. I'll be damned. Having come to this world, Brother Chow has no intention of returning alive. This time, let us forego the sniper rifles and engage in a fierce battle with AK rifles. What do you say?" "Absolutely. As you wish," Shueli replied, casting a questioning glance at Shi Shan once more. He beckoned her closer, whispering further strategies into her ear. After re-entering the match, she indeed secured the lead once again. In first-person shooter games, prowess largely hinges on skill and the feel of the weapon. After playing several rounds under Shi Shan's guidance, Shueli had found her rhythm, and in a direct confrontation, Zhang Chao was no match for her. They alternated between handguns, shotguns, and the Type 95 rifle, culminating in Shueli's resounding victory with scores of 2, 1, 3 o'clock, and 3 o'clock. "Oh, hooray!" cheered the crowd of men and women behind her, jubilantly bouncing with joy. Although these individuals once hailed from affluent backgrounds, those days are now but a fleeting memory. No matter how vast their fortunes or immense their power in the past, they now find themselves at ground zero, grappling daily for sustenance just like the ordinary survivors. Among the jubilant crowd stands a gaunt young man named Linen, whose once celebrated status as a wealthy heir in the capital has crumbled. He was the president of an extravagant off-road vehicle club, but in the wake of the apocalypse, the club's hundreds of members have dwindled to just over a dozen, either perishing or succumbing to other calamities. In this new world, food has become the universal currency for trade, with the military overseeing the centralized storage of provisions within the safe zones, distributing them based on labor. No individual is permitted to commandeer the large supermarkets or grain stores. And to stave off hunger, one must engage in communal labor. Linden's once inexhaustible supply of soft currency has turned to mere waste paper, rendering his influence increasingly negligible within his former circle. Most tragically, his stunning model girlfriend, unable to endure the rigors of labor, has sought refuge with the lowest-ranking member of the circle, Chang Chao. Chang Chao's disreputable father, who once ran a food factory, found his business on the brink of collapse due to poor management, with warehouses overflowing with canned goods. Unexpectedly, the onset of the apocalypse transformed this surplus into a valuable commodity. Utilizing food as leverage, his father gathered a band of idle thugs to safeguard their assets, propelling their family into a significant power in the capital. With both provisions and manpower at his disposal, Chang Chao ascended to the role of a leader within the circle. However, in terms of influence, he still pales in comparison to Xue Li's family, though her parents' wealth vanished in the chaos. Her grandfather commands as the highest military authority in the capital region. Private property is now under military protection and without oversight. Even Chang Chao's abundant supplies would have long been ravaged by the starving and the scavengers. Thus, despite Chang Chao's covetous gaze upon Xue Li's beauty, he dares not offend her, swallowing his pride and enduring her scorn. Linen observes this dynamic with a keen eye, thus shamelessly trailing behind Xue Li each day, content to serve as her aide. This arrangement allows him to secure a daily meal while enjoying the proximity of his dream girl, leading a seemingly carefree existence. After winning, Xue Li extended her hand, beaming as she looked towards Shi Shan, who, having understood her gesture, reciprocated with a light touch. At that moment, a sound echoed from behind them, accompanied by Wang Hongwen's voice. "Captain Shi, I've completed the copy." "Oh, it's done? Then let us go?" Shi Shan replied, shutting down the computer and rising to his feet. "Wait, where do you think you're going? We agreed that everyone here would attend the feast." Xue Li suddenly interjected, blocking his path, her exquisite features marred by a hint of displeasure. "Thank you for the kind invitation. However, there are several of us, and I want to be joining." Shi Shan gently brushed aside her arm and stepped out of the reading room. Xue Li hurriedly pursued him. "How many of you are there? You should all come. Is there a mission tonight?" Shi Shan mused that the Xue Li was unexpectedly enthusiastic and replied, "There is no mission. It's just that we're not acquainted. And I wouldn't want to impose. The manner of speech is truly ungracious. What do you mean by not recognizing each other? We have touched hands and legs. Yet you still claim not to know one another?" Xue Li crossed her arms, feigning indignation. Shi Shan's face flushed crimson, stammering in defense. "What are you saying? It wasn't me who touched you. No. I meant that others are not familiar with you." As he spoke, he awkwardly glanced at Wang Hongwen. Following his gaze, Xue Li turned to the oddly dressed Wang Hongwen, whose eyes seemed nearly to bulge out of his goggles, and remarked, "You must be old Shi's friend, right? I would like to invite you all to dinner, with no ulterior motives, simply hoping to make a few more friends. Please do grace us with your presence tonight." Well, have nothing pressing. But the other two, I need to check with them," Wang Hongwen said, his eyes fixed on Shi Shan. Speculating about his intentions, his words hesitant. "Where are the other two? Come, I will personally invite them," Xue Li said enthusiastically, seeing her genuine desire to extend the invitation. Shi Shan contemplated and concluded that it should pose no problem. These young people were bold enough to charge through the heavily guarded third ring road, indicating they had formidable backing. As a newcomer, making a few friends might prove beneficial. Thus, he replied, "They're just downstairs. No need to trouble yourself. I will go ask them. After all, there's nothing pressing. The sun is about to set, and we should be leaving too, so let us go together." Xue Li waved her hand and headed toward the staircase first. "Humph. If you lay a hand on Xue Li again, I shall not be polite." A low female voice whispered in Shi Shan's ear. He turned at the sound to find a short-haired beauty, concealing a weapon at her waist, had appeared behind him like a specter. This woman stood tall, nearly 175 centimeters, her exquisite oval face nestled against his shoulder, her eyes narrowed, gazing at him with an unfriendly glare while softly issuing a warning. Observing this striking beauty, with a high nose and delicate features, who exhaled like orchids, Shi Shan hesitated to respond, thinking to himself, it is unwise to quarrel with a woman. He quickly turned and hurried a few steps to catch up with Xue Li, who was walking with a jingling of accessories, stepping lightly with a feline grace. Chapter 33. The nickname King. As the last rays of the setting sun bathed the scene in a warm glow, Xueli's eyes brightened at the sight of a sleek black infantry vehicle parked outside. "Is this vehicle yours?" she exclaimed with delight. "Indeed," replied Shiking-shan with a nod. Xueli dashed over, circling the vehicle, which bore the marks of wear and grime. Modular design, unmanned turret, all-electric propulsion system, composite material body. "I've seen this vehicle at the armament group before. You were parked at the intersection of Songyu Road just now, weren't you?" "What did you say?" Shiking-shan asked, having missed the first part of her statement. "Yes. You were just parked at the intersection of Songyu Road." He finally grasped. Wang Hongwan, with keen ears, was astonished to hear that she had previously seen the vehicle. "You've seen this before? What is your field of study?" "Of course. I'm majoring in biological engineering." "What about it?" Xueli replied, a hint of pride in her voice. "Biological engineering? How could that be? This is military equipment. How could you?" Yang Xueqing. Suddenly, Jia leaped down from the vehicle, a bright smile gracing her face as she approached Xueli, whose mouth had formed an astonished "Oh, by Kai. You're not dead," Xueli exclaimed joyfully, running a few steps to meet Jia. "You little rascal. Were you really hoping for my demise?" Jia shot her a playful glare, their hands naturally intertwining. "By Kai? Is that the nickname you gave Jia?" Shiking-shan inquired, unable to suppress a chuckle. "Yes. Look at her, so pale and never blushing, she resembles a cabbage." Xueli giggled. "How audacious." Jia feigned a fierce expression, reaching to pinch Xueli's side. And the two erupted into playful chaos. "Quite the fitting image. It seems you two are old acquaintances. How did you meet?" Shiking-shan asked with genuine curiosity. "Oh, we both studied in Boston, USA, and share a circle of mutual friends, so we often saw each other. She was just a freshman when I met her. A little brat who loved giving nicknames. We all called her the Nickname King." And Jia smiled brightly, her joy evident. "You are the true Nickname King. Have you forgotten the nickname you gave me?" Xueli pouted. "What nickname?" Shiking-shan asked, intrigued. "Don't say it." Xueli quickly tried to cover Jia's mouth. Jia deftly evaded, her gaze playfully fixed on Xueli's chest. "That nickname can't be used anymore. The actual situation has changed." "Haraha. Oh, I see." Shiking-shan followed Jia's line of sight, glancing at Xueli's proud figure, and his understanding dawned. "Is it something along the lines of princess?" "Bingo. You got it right. 10 points. Jia laughed heartily. Wang Hongwen, thoroughly entertained, asked Xueli with a mischievous grin. "So, you also attended Berkeley College of Music?" Irritated from having her nickname revealed, Xueli shot him a glare. "I told you I'm studying biological engineering. There's no way I'd be studying biology at a music college." "Oh right, my mistake. So, are you at MIT or Harvard?" Wang Hongwen chuckled foolishly, patting his head. "Of course, the field of bioengineering is at Boston University. How could you not know that?" Xueli rolled her eyes in response. "Oh, MIT's bioengineering is quite impressive too. By the way, I studied at Stanford, so technically, I'm your senior." "And so what?" Xueli wrinkled her pert nose, showing no intention of engaging further. At this, Wang Hongwen found himself at a loss for words. Standing there with his mouth agape, feeling utterly awkward. Observing Xueli revert to her rude and willful demeanor, Shiqing-shan felt a pang of pity for Wang Hongwen, who, being a technical professional, was not particularly articulate and had unfortunately found himself in a tight spot. Thus, he interjected, "Xueli, weren't you inviting us to dinner? With you acting this way, are we still going?" "Of course. A genuine invitation to you all. By the way, Bai Kai, dress formally tonight. I have a surprise for you." Xueli returned to her mischievous smile, speaking mysteriously to Jia. "What surprise? Don't keep me in suspense." Jia could not help but inquire. "If I tell you, it won't be a surprise anymore. Just wait and see." At that moment, Xueli's group of friends emerged from the library, prompting Jia to immediately turn and lean closer to Shiqing-shan. Noticing the large crowd, Shiqing-shan realized she wished to remain incognito and mused to himself. Thankfully, she is merely a minor celebrity. It would be exhausting if she were a top-tier star. Xueli waved at a broodingly handsome young man in the crowd, calling out, "Darling. Wait for me." "Darling?" Shiqing-shan felt as though he had just swallowed a fly, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Xueli certainly had audacity. Flirting so brazenly in front of her boyfriend, was this the Thrill City dweller's sought? He watched as she approached the handsome young man, whispering something to him, before turning to the dejected Chang Chao, exclaiming, "Hey, you lazy bum, hurry back and prepare. Make it sumptuous. We'll arrive at 8 sharp." Chang Chao's features contorted with worry as he asked, "Can we use some frozen meat for this? Just this once?" Xueli waved her hand dismissively. "You're just all talk. Enough. I knew you were full of hot air. Hurry back and get ready. With that, Chang Chao's frown lifted, and he swaggered off with his young model girlfriend. Sherry, see you later. Bye. The others also exchanged farewells with Xueli, departing one after another. Hey, stop staring. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Xueli tugged at the brooding young man, pulling him back. I'm heading home for a shower. Let Linen take you to pick out a few nice outfits. Fatty Chang has plenty of beautiful socialites. She winked at Shirqin Shan. Upon hearing that the dinner might not be entirely innocent, Shirqin Shan hesitated. Perhaps we should pass. We VE had a long day and would prefer to rest early. Why are you so fickle? We agreed. Besides, both the senior and Njia are going. Right, senior? The little fox, Xueli, swiftly gathered Anjia and Wang Hongwen. We must wait here until the martial law is lifted. We are eager to enter the third ring for an urgent matter. Shirqishan found another excuse. That can be arranged. I can take you in, he declared. I am utterly certain that martial law will not be lifted by tomorrow afternoon, Xueli said, patting her trembling chest. Before she could finish her sentence, Zhang Gong leaned out from the vehicle. Seeing the anticipation in his eyes, Shirqishan finally nodded in agreement. So it shall be. Let Linen ride in your vehicle, and you shall follow me. We shall meet shortly. Xueli waved playfully in farewell and climbed into a sturdy silver Mercedes-Benz SUV, which, after starting, slowly turned around and drove away. The others hurriedly boarded their armored vehicle, with Zhang Gong driving closely behind her. They soon returned to the intersection of Songyu Road. Below the overpass, the construction personnel had changed shifts. The short-haired beauty alighted from the vehicle and seemed to exchange a few words with them. Moments later, she waved for them to pass, and indeed, the soldiers did not stop them, allowing the armored vehicle to smoothly enter the third ring. Inside the vehicle, the array of firearms displayed on the racks, the enchanting star Anjia across from him, and the technologically advanced infantry fighting vehicle, all these elements sent Lin N's adrenaline soaring, leaving him almost breathless with excitement. From the observation window, Shirqin Shan watched as Xueli swiftly overtook the armored vehicle through a narrow passage, honking a few times as she sped away, igniting his curiosity about this captivating little enchantress even further. Chapter 34. The absolute troublemaker. The sultry summer nights always arrive with a reluctant demeanor. As twilight fully enveloped the surroundings, the zombies lurking in the shadows and within the buildings began to stir once more. Shirqin Shan observed the departing luxury car and remarked to Linen, I never imagined that Xueli possessed such commendable driving skills. Indeed, she obtained her FIA racing license while studying in France. Linen replied, his tone tinged with pride. France? Wasn't she studying in Boston, USA? Shirqin Shan inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. And Jia interjected, I can clarify that. Xueli later went to France for another year of school, but she ended up indulging in racing, neglecting her studies, and was subsequently brought back by her grandfather. Exactly. We became acquainted through our shared passion for racing. Linen discreetly assessed Njia, nodding in agreement. Observing the slender and dapper Linen, Shirqin Shan couldn't shake the feeling that he appeared somewhat worn out. Perhaps a consequence of excessive indulgence. It was no wonder that Xueli, nicknamed the Princess of Peace, had developed such a generous figure. Today's youth seemed to have little understanding of moderation. He silently reflected and tentatively asked Linen, you and Xueli seem quite compatible. You aren't married yet, are you? Master. Let's stop at the Huawei Mall ahead. We should go in and pick out a few garments. Linen replied vaguely, addressing the driver, Zhang. The armored vehicle jolted abruptly as it traversed a vast, filled crater. Shirqin Shan glanced back, witnessing a scene reminiscent of a battlefield. Abandoned cars and bullet-riddled doors lined the streets, with smoke lingering ominously in the air. Some high-rises bore shattered glass facades, the downpour extinguishing only the surface flames. While thick smoke continued to billow from within, the ground was stained with blood, littered with tattered shoes, refuse, and heaps of golden casings, vividly illustrating the ferocity of the prior conflict. Amidst the remnants of destruction, numerous zombies still roamed outside the vehicle's walls, presumably having escaped the buildings. Yet the absence of corpses indicated that the remains had likely been cleared away. A blinding car headlight interrupted Shirqin Shan's thoughts as a military truck sped past on the opposite lane. The truck's bed was laden with dismembered limbs of zombie. The tank rolled over the shattered glass, producing a grating sound that sent shivers down one's spine, while the resounding crack of the alloy door frame echoed ominously, striking fear into the hearts of all who heard it. As the armored vehicle fully entered the building, a powerful searchlight illuminated the first floor as if it were midday. Beneath the beam, to the right of the entrance lay the jewelry section of the mall, while to the left was the cosmetics area. Behind the display cases loomed large shadows, revealing rows of shoe cabinets, from which various men's and women's shoes lay haphazardly scattered across the floor. Shirqin Shan activated the battlefield radar for a quick scan, finding no immediate threats. It seemed this place had been thoroughly searched before. Zhang Gong gazed at the glass counter directly facing the entrance, appearing somewhat perplexed. He inquired, Captain Shi, should we press on or? Shi Qishan glanced around and shook his head. Let's refrain from that. The high cabinet is anchored by a load-bearing column. We wouldn't want to cause a catastrophic collapse. Although this building might never reopen, Shi Qishan, accustomed to various constraints throughout his life, hesitated to cause any destruction. He removed his helmet and asked Linen, have you been here before? Is it safe? Linen hesitated. I came here before, but haven't returned since the outbreak. However, I heard it was cleared. There are no zombies inside. Shi Qishan then turned to Njia. What outfit do you wish to wear? Njia replied nonchalantly. Let's see what we have first. I can just pick something at random. The clothing was on the second floor, and Linen immediately volunteered. I'll take you up. Wait a moment. Shi Qishan donned his special operations gear, grabbed his weapon, and leaped down from the tank to survey the surroundings. He waved his hand, signaling. Let us proceed. The group jumped down, but Zhang Gong remained stationary, stating, You all go ahead. I'll hold the position here. Njia curiously asked, Aren't you going to change your clothes? Due to the limited space in the tank, Zhang Gong had already discarded his suitcase. He looked down at his tattered shirt and replied, I'm about the same size as Captain Shi. Just get me a clean t-shirt. That works. Shi Qishan nodded in agreement. He attached the tactical flashlight to his weapon, leading the way, while Wang Hongwen carried the illumination lamp behind him. Njia and Linen walked in between them as the four turned past the cosmetics counter, heading toward the escalator leading to the second floor. Noticing the array of women's shoes nearby, Shi Qishan turned to Njia. Aren't you going to try on a pair of shoes? Njia, anxiously clutching his shirt, glanced around warily and whispered, Let us wait until we come back down. We don't know what styles of clothing are up there yet. It's better to choose an outfit first and then match it with shoes. Fair enough. As he spoke, Shi Qishan stepped onto the escalator, beginning his ascent to the second floor. Suddenly, a slight tremor rippled through the elevator, startling everyone. Shi Qishan quickly raised his weapon, within the beam of the flashlight. A small dog with glowing eyes lunged at them, baring its teeth. Bang! He pulled the trigger, and with a muffled thud, the transformed zombie dog was sent tumbling down the stairs, motionless. It seems there are still some stragglers. Everyone, stay alert. Shi Qishan aimed his weapon upward, illuminating the darkness of the second floor, uncertain of what dangers might still lurk within. Ugh, this is disgusting. Let's head to the other side. Anjia tugged at his clothing from behind, grinning as she remarked, The tomato blossoms. What a triviality. Shiking-shan mumbled in response, yet hoisted his firearm, leaping over the handrail of the escalator to the opposite side, then turned back to lift her across. Wang Hongwen and Linen were hesitant to leap over the small dog zombie. After all, who could ascertain whether it was truly dead? A single bite in a sensitive area could lead to a world of trouble. Once they too had jumped across, Shiking-shan took the lead in climbing upward. Grumbling as he ascended, there are indeed plenty of trifles regarding Anjia. Is it disgraceful not to change clothes? With her looks, even draped in burlap sacks, we would resemble models. Anjia shot him a disapproving glance, retorting, Enough. Can't you keep your comments to a minimum? Have you never heard of respecting your host? It seems you were less than pleased. Oh, I am not displeased at all. Shiking-shan suddenly recalled that Anjia's husband was following closely behind. No worries. Linen chuckled dryly. Anjia, sticking out her tongue, also remembered this detail and discreetly pinched Shiking-shan's thigh. Moments later, upon reaching the upper floor, they all took out their phones, activating their flashlights to illuminate the shadows, wary of any lurking zombies. Suddenly, Anjia let out a high-pitched scream, startling Wang Hongwen, causing his flashlight to clatter to the ground. What happened? Shiking-shan crouched, swiftly scanning the area with his gun. Anjia, clutching her racing heart, exclaimed, You nearly scared me to death. It was merely some mannequins. Hey. Shiking-shan lowered his firearm, his finger digging into his ear. Can you refrain from shouting until you ascertain the situation? You nearly deafened me. They were frightened too. You're the only one making a fuss. Others remained silent. Anjia pinched his arm, pouting in dissatisfaction. Linen swallowed hard, pointing towards a dark corner, his voice hoarse. I recall there being an Armani over there. Excellent. Let us take a look. Shiking-shan dismissed Anjia's little antics as mere playfulness, paying them no mind. The Armani section boasted an array of men's and women's clothing, shoes, belts, and various tops. Anjia immediately fixated on a black Hepburn-style dress adorning a mannequin. She swiftly located her size from the rack and selected a pair of nude high heels before heading to the fitting room with her flashlight in hand. Men's summer attire was straightforward, comprising merely trousers, shirts, and t-shirts. Shiking-shan, unable to try on any gear himself, casually selected a few items in his size to toss into a tote bag. Moments later, the fitting room door creaked open, and with the click of high heels echoing, Anjia gracefully emerged, one hand on her hip striking a pose. Bathed in beams of light, she appeared as though an angel had descended from the heavens. Her cascading waves of hair radiated a dazzling glow that nearly blinded the men present. The black-fitted dress she wore clung perfectly to her form. Adorned with delicate black velvet flowers on the bodice and hem, exuding simplicity and elegance, paired with her angelic visage, devilish figure, and long, fair legs. Her beauty was utterly breathtaking. Upon witnessing the disgraceful spectacle of Wang Hongwen and Lin exchanging vitriol, Shi Qingshan could not help but lament inwardly, "Goodness. This is undoubtedly a harbinger of trouble." Chapter 35. Meat-filled buns. Upon descending the stairs, Jia instructed Shi Qingshan to unlock the jewelry display case, meticulously selecting several exquisite diamond ornaments. As she approached the cosmetics counter, she casually picked up a palette of makeup and began to enhance her features in the car. Scrutinizing herself in the mirror. No matter how beautiful a woman may be, complete satisfaction with one's appearance remains elusive. It seems Jia is determined to captivate all. Relentlessly so. Shi Qingshan attempted to speak several times, but ultimately could not contain himself. "All right, enough with the makeup." While others appear ragged and emaciated, your striking appearance might draw unwanted attention. Be careful, or you might find yourself as the filling in a meat bun. And Jia discerned his thoughts and playfully cast him a glance, retorting, "But you're here, aren't you? Your gun is filled with vegetarian stuffing, right?" "My gun. You know quite well whether it's vegetarian or meat-filled," Shi Qingshan replied as he started the car. "Ugh." And Jia shot him an exasperated look. Returning to perfecting her already flawless lips, Shi Qingshan was at a loss. He truly could not fathom why a woman would concern herself with appearance amidst such perilous circumstances. Stealing a glance at Shi Qingshan, and Jia smiled subtly, clearly aware that he was worried about her being noticed by others. She relished the feeling of being cared for and had faith in Shi Qingshan's ability to keep her safe from harm. "Unfathomable," Shi Qingshan muttered, handing the clothes from his tote to Zhang Gong. His tactical gear, freshly donned that morning, remained clean and functional, waterproof, fireproof, breathable, and cut-resistant. It was the quintessential attire for navigating a post-apocalyptic world, fighting evil, and promoting good, although wearing it in summer might feel stifling. Shi Qingshan remained vigilant for unforeseen dangers in an unpredictable environment. As the armored vehicle gradually merged onto the main street, a ring of a cell phone echoed. Lennon retrieved his phone, astonished to discover that communication had been restored in the capital, piquing his interest. Upon answering, the melodious voice of Shui Li resonated. "Darling. Where are you?" The term darling sent Lennon into a flurry of excitement as he exuberantly responded, "Shui Li. We've just exited the Huawei Mall and are heading towards the place of the fatty intestines." "Perfect. I just picked someone up and am heading there as well. You go ahead, and I'll catch up shortly." "All right, we'll wait for you." Lennon's voice was overly sweet. After hanging up, he turned to Zhang Gong and inquired, "Do you know the Longan Villa area? Is it that area beneath the second ring elevated bridge?" "Yes. That's where we're headed." And Jia, knowing that the locale boasted splendid scenery and was highly coveted, looked up and asked, "Does that place belong to the family of the sausage?" Lennon shook his head. "It's the fatty intestines. That area has been seized by his father and a group of people, sustaining a multitude of lazy women who engage in the flesh trade to acquire supplies." "Is no one regulating the squatting on others' properties?" Shi Qingshan inquired with curiosity. If the people do not raise concerns, the authorities won't intervene. There weren't many residents to begin with, and those who remain have been subdued by the father of the fatty intestines. Moreover, how many truly reside in their own homes nowadays? Most individuals are farmers rescued from the suburban mountains, each selecting their own residence. My family nearly fell victim to their encroachment. The military is currently preoccupied with securing the safe zones, lacking sufficient personnel to manage the finer details. Lennon wore an expression of resignation. As he spoke, the armored vehicle turned onto an elevated bridge. From this vantage point, one could intermittently observe tracer bullets streaking into the darkness along the third ring road. At times, when combat intensified in a particular area, mortars would join the fray, and bright illumination flares would ascend into the night sky. Shi Qingshan noticed Zhang's gaze repeatedly drifting toward the right side screen. Following his line of sight, he saw what appeared to be a maze-like district below, shrouded in thick smoke, starkly contrasting with the nearby twinkling skyscrapers, suggesting it was uninhabitable. "Is your home located there?" he inquired. "Yes," Zhang responded in a low voice. Shi Qingshan leaned closer, patting him on the shoulder. "Come on. I'll accompany you down to take a look." "No need. It seems uninhabitable now. I'll drop you off first, and then return to check myself." Zhang's gaze shifted forward, dismissing the desolate ruins. "That's unacceptable. Let us go together after dinner." And Jia encouraged. "At this point, I have no inclination," Zhang retorted brusquely, and Jia opened her mouth, rolling her eyes at the back of his head. A profound silence enveloped the armored vehicle. After a moment of contemplation, Shi Qishan remarked, "It's too perilous for you to go back alone. This catastrophe has claimed so many lives. We are fortunate to have survived. We must look out for one another to avoid further losses. Really, it's unnecessary. I must first check on my son at school. He is boarding there. And the school is surely under military protection. Besides, I won't exit the vehicle, so there is no danger." Zhang insisted on his solitary course. Shi Qishan nodded. "Very well. You go assess the situation, but do not disembark. I will ask Xueli to help locate your family once I see her." "All right. I'll follow your advice." Zhang pressed his lips together. In the distance, a cluster of lakeside villas illuminated by soft lights captured everyone's attention as the armored vehicle hummed down the elevated bridge. With Lin and S guidance, they navigated through winding paths to the largest villa, number 88. At the entrance, a barricade was set up, guarded by several frail old men wielding iron swords. Upon seeing the armored monstrosity approach, they glanced at their rattling blades, hesitating to intervene before lifting the barrier to allow passage. At the villa's entrance stood 2 security personnel in suits. When a sleek black armored vehicle rolled in, they attempted to assist in opening the gate but were bewildered, unable to find where it was located. At that moment, Njia finally completed her makeup, pursing her lips as she donned oversized sunglasses that obscured half her face. A diamond necklace adorned her ivory neck, enhancing her radiant allure. Shi Qishan observed several luxury cars parked in the lot, but Xueli's Mercedes SUV had yet to arrive. He and Zhang agreed on a return time. Just as he reached for his rifle to disembark, only to be halted by Njia. "Hey, this is a visit to someone's home, not a robbery. Why are you bringing a gun? Without it, what if you catch someone's eye and end up as mincemeat?" Shi Qishan exclaimed, his eyes wide. "This is a private villa, not the Dragon Gate Inn. Your behavior is exceedingly discourteous. If you insist on bringing a gun, I shall not go." And Jia turned her hips and sat back down, pouting in displeasure. Very well. I will not bring the gun. Is that satisfactory?" Shi Qishan immediately acquiesced, removing the rifle from around his neck and placing it on the weapon rack. The handgun too. And Jia remained unsatisfied. "Fine. The handgun as well." Shi Qishan unfastened the holster strap to his thigh. "Is that all?" And Jia scrutinized him, assessing any other places where weapons might be concealed. "There is another handgun here." He gestured towards his groin. "Ugh, how indecorous." And Jia reached out to pinch him, but Shi Qishan dodged backward and began to remove his helmet. "I did not instruct you to take off your helmet," she exclaimed anxiously. "Whatever you tell me to remove, I shall do so. It would be too embarrassing otherwise." Shi Qishan regarded Njia's sunglasses as a mirror, running his fingers through his hair that had been flattened by the helmet, speaking in a flirtatious tone. "You." Njia glared at him, stamped her foot, and huffed. "Do as you wish." She bent down to exit the armored vehicle, seizing the moment when no one was watching. Shi Qishan stealthily touched the hard handgun beneath his belt. He had spoken the truth, and if Njia did not believe him, there was nothing he could do. After removing the helmet, he covered the insignias on his collar and shoulder with Velcro, recalling Njia's earlier reminder that military discipline forbids wearing uniforms in private settings. Once he exited the vehicle, Zhang Gong greeted him before hastily driving away. After the villa's courtyard fell silent, a faint sound of a generator could be heard from the backyard. It seemed the safety zone had yet to restore power, and they would need to seek out a generator and diesel for electricity. Just as they were about to step into the villa, a car horn suddenly blared, and a large black sedan slowly entered through the gate, coming to a stop between them and the villa. Chapter 36. The temptation of lust. The security personnel hurriedly opened the rear door of the car, and a middle-aged man with a bloated face, a protruding belly, and slick-back hair emerged from the back seat, a bag tucked under his arm. A burly bodyguard followed him out from the front passenger seat. Lin discreetly introduced him to the others, stating, "This is the father of the glutton, known as Wu Chang, a notorious deadbeat. He always leaves his debts unpaid when hiring escorts." "Humph." And Jia scoffed, seemingly displeased either with Lin's indiscretion or with Wu Chang's disgraceful behavior. The car glided away with a rustle. Wu Chang spat, "Ha, Tui," and cast a sidelong glance at the 4 standing in the courtyard. Noticing his gaze, Lin forced a smile and asked, "Uncle Chang, you've returned?" "Ah." Wu Chang appeared to struggle to recall Lin. "Who are you?" "I am Lin, from the Lin Group." "Oh, now I remember you." Wu Chang's expression darkened, and through gritted teeth, he remarked, "You used to make my son cry, didn't you? You really have some nerve showing up at my house now." Lin quickly nodded and smiled ingratiatingly. "Uncle Chang, I'm currently with Xueli." "It's Fei." "Oh no, I mean Chang Xia who invited us." "Xueli?" Wu Chang's murky fish-like eyes shifted to Njia, who stood with arms crossed, exuding an aura of a goddess. His eyes widened in shock. Njia was the type of woman who could cause a man's heart to race at first sight, leaving him breathless with desire, though obscured by glasses. Her flower petal-like lips and pointed chin were enough for Wu Chang to discern that she must be an enchanting beauty. Based on her figure and his years of experience in the realm of women, his eyes darted, and he quickly donned a smile. This doesn't resemble Xue Li at all. Am I losing my eyesight? Linen hurriedly clarified. No. This lady is a friend of Xue Li. She'll be here shortly. Oh. Wu Chang rubbed his palms together, revealing his stained teeth from smoke and alcohol. Very well. As the saying goes, 1,000 friends are few, but an enemy is many. In this critical moment of life and death, you young people must rely on each other to survive. Yes. We feel the same way. Linen quickly concurred. Please, go on up. Chang Chao might be on the 3rd floor at the bar. Wu Chang waved his hand with a smile, though his eyes were surreptitiously observing Jia from top to bottom. He was completely captivated by her. Oblivious to the predatory glare from Shi Qingshan behind her. Observing Wu Chang's lascivious demeanor, Shi Qingshan snorted coldly, thinking to himself, as expected, it seems today's meal will not be a peaceful one. He discreetly pulled a small box from his pocket, retrieving a tiny button and peeling off its adhesive backing. Meanwhile, Wu Chang stepped back, feigning gentlemanly decorum as he invited the others inside. As Shi Qingshan sauntered closer to him, he brushed past, using Wu Chang's distraction by Jia to surreptitiously affix the button to the underside of Wu Chang's bag. Wu Chang remained completely unaware of Shi Qingshan's subtle maneuver. He couldn't help but stretch his neck, gazing at Jia's graceful figure and her alluring silhouette. The sound of her high heels clicking against the floor resonated like a rhythmic drumbeat, each step igniting a flutter in his heart, leaving him yearning to kneel and kiss the heels of her shoes. After a while, as the figures vanished up the staircase, Wu Chang squinted his swollen eyes, gulped audibly, and instructed the bodyguard behind him, Go, prepare 10 pills of Viagra and a bottle of obedient water. The bodyguard, visibly shaken, stepped forward with concern, saying, Boss, take care of your health. Wu Chang furrowed his brow. Cut the nonsense. Hurry up. The bodyguard hesitated. Boss. That woman is accompanied by a man in long attire who seems to be her bodyguard, and he looks formidable. Oh, is that so? Then prepare extra bottles of obedient water and find someone to incapacitate them all. Don't ruin my plans. Understood, boss. Hey, why are you still standing there? The bodyguard replied. I heard them mention that Commander Yang's granddaughter might be coming too. What should we do? This bodyguard, surprisingly astute, caught Wu Chang off guard. Then let's incapacitate them all together. Wu Chang's mind was clouded with desire, his intentions still unscrupulous. Yes, boss. The bodyguard turned to leave, retrieving a walkie-talkie as he walked away. Meanwhile, as Shi Qingshan reached the 2nd floor, he donned a small Bluetooth device in his ear. The listening device he had affixed to Wu Chang's handbag allowed him to overhear their conversation. Upon hearing Wu Chang's audacious remarks, he sneered coldly, his eyes glinting with malice. And Jia walked ahead, waiting for Shi Qingshan to apologize. Although she understood that his earlier comment in the car was merely a jest, she found herself yearning for sweet words to soothe her. After a prolonged silence from behind, she assumed Shi Qingshan was upset too and turned to glance back, only to catch his grim expression. What's wrong? Are you upset because I didn't let you bring your gun? She asked, pouting slightly. Huh? No. I have my handgun. Shi Qingshan pointed to his waist, indicating the weapon concealed there. Humph. You can't talk about anything other than what's below the waist. And Jia turned away, feigning annoyance, deliberately stomping as she descended the stairs. As they reached the 3rd floor, their footsteps attracted the attention of 2 security personnel clad in suits with earpieces. Excuse me. No disheveled individuals allowed inside. They shouted, pointing at Shi Qingshan. Me? Disheveled? Are you blind? My attire is perfectly intact from neck to ankle, Shi Qingshan exclaimed, gesturing to his clothing. One bald man with a mustache pointed a finger at Shi Qingshan, saying, Who are you calling blind? Alas. His finger was suddenly seized and twisted backward by Shi Qingshan, causing the bald man with the small mustache to collapse to his knees. In haste, he shielded his nearly broken finger with his other hand, his face contorting in pain as he wailed, It hurts terribly. It's about to break. Let go, damn it. Observing this, another large security guard attempted to grab Shi Qingshan by the collar, only to be evaded by Shi Qingshan's sidestep. A swift jab struck him squarely in the throat, causing him to clutch his neck with both hands, staggering backward before collapsing to the ground, his eyes bulging and gasping for breath. The incident transpired in the blink of an eye, prompting Jia, Wang Hongwan, and Linen to retreat against the wall, anxiously urging Shi Qingshan, Captain Shi, please, don't cause a scene. Release him. Don't injure anyone. Sensing the escalating tension, Linen hurriedly dashed into the small bar to summon Chang Chao to resolve the turmoil. Only Shan recognized that these two individuals had deliberately sought trouble. It could not be resolved amicably. Rather than passively endure their provocations, he chose to strike back. A throng of young men and women burst forth from the bar. Some familiar from the library earlier that day, while others were strangers. Upon witnessing his two security guards incapacitated, Chang Chao immediately felt a surge of anxiety. "What is going on?" he inquired, tilting his head toward Lin, and Lin, quick-witted, replied, "Chang, your guards refused to let Brother Shi enter due to his disheveled appearance," which inadvertently escalated into a scuffle. Disheveled appearance? Chang Chao was baffled. Typically, his guards wouldn't mind if someone arrived in nothing but their undergarments. Despite his usual bravado, it was contingent upon having muscle around him. In reality, he was a pushover in his small circle, a quintessential bully of the weak and coward before the strong. Now, realizing the advantage was not on his side, he found himself at a loss for how to proceed. Chapter 37. The ex-boyfriend in Jia observed the bald man with a small mustache breaking into a cold sweat, prompting her to urgently tug at Shan's sleeve. "You should let go. Look, the host has already come out." Chang Chao also softly urged Linen, "You should get him to release his grip. This is all a misunderstanding." He gestured repeatedly for her to persuade Shan. Turning his head back, Shan coldly chuckled and questioned Chang Chao, "Brother Chang, what is the reason your security won't allow me in?" Under the piercing gaze of Shan, Chang Chao felt a chill run down his spine and awkwardly forced a smile. "It's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Who would dare to deny my guest entry? You too. Why are you still standing there? Have you lost your minds?" He sternly reprimanded the two security guards, who were just beginning to regain their composure. Shan refrained from breaking the man's fingers, reasoning that he was merely following orders and that there was no need for excessive force. Upon noticing the man had lost his earlier bravado, he simply pushed him away, releasing his grip. "Please, come inside. Didn't Tishueli come with you?" Chang Chao asked sheepishly. Linen chuckled nervously. "She said she would pick someone up and would be here shortly." "Oh, then let's head in first. I've arranged for a robotic bartender. We can drink while we wait for her." Chang Chao, not possessing a particularly astute mind, failed to contemplate the odd behavior of the two security guards. Shan, wishing to toy with Wu Chang, restrained himself from further outbursts and followed the group inside. The bar was modest in size, dimly lit, with heavy bass-driven slow-tempo hip-hop music playing in the background. A row of tables in the center was laden with a mix of vegetarian and meat dishes, the aroma of cooked food wafting through the air, causing him to swallow involuntarily. And Jia, adorned in an attention-grabbing outfit, noticed the gazes directed her way and pulled Shan to a secluded corner. Chang Chao approached a mechanical arm stationed at the bar, conversing with a waitress clad in a crop top. She nodded, retrieved several cocktail glasses, and tapped a few buttons on a screen. The mechanical arm sprang into action, swiftly mixing a few cocktails. Chang Chao returned to the group with the waitress carrying the drinks, first offering a glass to Jia and looking inquiringly at Linen. "And this lady is... Did you not recognize her?" "She isn't. He is my boyfriend," Shan interjected, taking the words from Linen. Oh, so she is Brother Shi's girlfriend. What a pleasure. Ha ha ha." Chang Chao laughed awkwardly, then handed another cocktail to Shan. "I don't drink." Shan raised his hand to push it away, though he understood that there hadn't been enough time to tamper with the drinks. He remained wary, uncertain if Fei Chang had set a trap akin to Wu Chang's. Jia discreetly pinched Shan's thigh, feeling embarrassed by his behavior today. Just as Chang Chao was pondering how to diffuse the awkwardness, the door to the bar swung open, and 3 figures, 1 man and 2 women, entered. Feel free to eat." Upon recognizing Shueli, Chang Chao hastily threw out the comment and turned to greet her. A chorus of excited female voices erupted as they rushed towards the door, seemingly having discovered some delightful surprise. Seizing the opportunity while the attention of others was diverted, Jia discreetly stepped on Shan's foot with her heel, playfully reproaching him. "What's the matter with you today? You've been wearing such a gloomy expression. As if someone owes you money. Did you not see those 2 security guards causing trouble just now?" In response, Shan cheekily pinched her pert backside, relishing the moment. Jia swiftly swatted his hand away, exclaiming, "That was a misunderstanding. You didn't suffer any loss. You make it sound as if you were the one getting hurt. What do you want me to be like then?" He retorted. "At the very least, you should maintain a smile. Haven't you seen those martial arts masters who effortlessly defeat villains while laughing? Is that so?" Shan grinned. "Perhaps it's better to refrain from smiling altogether. It would be less embarrassing than crying." Jia rolled her eyes and shook her head. Look who I've brought along." Shueli, adorned in a striking white low-cut dress, approached with a lively bounce, her fingers playfully dancing, as she ceremoniously revealed the man behind her. "Jia." The man hastily advanced, attempting to embrace Jia. Shi Shan sensed impending trouble and stepped in front, inadvertently receiving the man's embrace. A wave of strong perfume assaulted him, prompting an urge to sneeze. Hey, comrade. You've jabbed me in the knee. The man quickly released his grip and stepped back, pointing an accusatory finger at Shi Shan. Who is this security guard? How rude. Do you even want to keep your job? We have no interest in your job. Shi Shan crossed his arms defiantly, refusing to engage in any verbal sparring. Hey, you. The man rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront Shi Shan, but Lin interjected, grasping his arm. As the tension escalated, someone turned off the music, and a group of curious onlookers gathered. Xiueli, having caught on to Shi Shan's innuendo, nearly burst into laughter, but upon noticing the situation escalating, she quickly suppressed her amusement and intervened. You too, don't let your tempers flare. Tianfeng. Old Shi is not a security guard. You've misunderstood. Just because he isn't guard doesn't mean he can hurl insults. He is as dark as night. Coming here to stir up trouble. Tianfeng retorted vehemently, his neck craned defiantly. I can't stand seeing someone act like a rogue in front of everyone. Step any closer and you'll regret it. Shi Shan replied with a cold smirk. Who was acting like a rogue? Where did this bumpkin come from? Running amok in Yanjing? You'd better hurry back to your rural hometown. Tianfeng spat, his anger escalating, his words punctuated by flying spittle. The more furious Tianfeng became, the more amused Shi Shan appeared, feigning a nonchalant demeanor as he mockingly replied. I'm from a small place, and I want to leave. Perhaps you should demonstrate how to do so? Laughter rippled through the crowd. Tianfeng, now utterly irrational with rage, leapt up, shouting, I'll show you, you brat. Who do you think you are? Suddenly, he choked on his words, grasping his throat and coughing for a moment before he finally managed to ask, What the hell did you throw into my mouth? With an innocent gesture, Shi Shan exclaimed, You opened your mouth too wide. I saw a flight attendant fly right in. Curse you. Tianfeng, enraged, swung his fist, while Shi Shan raised his leg to deliver a kick, only to be firmly held back by Njia, who dragged him away. Tianfeng, on the other side of the human wall, leaped and threatened, Hey, you little brat, just wait until I find someone to deal with you. Shi Shan, wary of injuring Njia, let out a cold snort and remarked, Can this pathetic fan possibly have 10 million? Even if they did. Such a lack of quality proves it's all fake. Step aside. Don't obstruct my meeting with my girlfriend. Tianfeng shouted discontentedly at those restraining him. Who is your girlfriend? Clarify yourself. Shi Shan retorted, stepping aside to reveal Njia behind him. Njia, wearing large sunglasses, had recognized Tianfeng at first. Only upon hearing his voice did she realize that this ex-boyfriend was still alive. It turned out the surprise Xiueli had prepared for her was this. She immediately regretted not inquiring beforehand, as she inadvertently exposed her ex-boyfriend's lackluster character in front of Shi Shan, leaving her quite embarrassed. Jia. Tianfeng pushed through the crowd, taking a few steps forward to grasp Njia's hand. To his surprise, she retreated a step, evading him. Tianfeng, you're not dead? Tianfeng was taken aback, bewildered by her reaction. He stood there with his hands outstretched, momentarily speechless before stammering, I'm not dead. The crowd that had gathered fell silent, exchanging knowing glances, their curiosity ignited, and the atmosphere turned oddly tense. Xiueli, somewhat dazed, had anticipated that the dramatic scene of lovers reuniting with heart-wrenching tears would not unfold. Instead, it had taken a melodramatic turn, firmly suppressing her urge to flee. She forced a smile to ease the tension, saying, Let us all eat and chat. Come on. Fatty, why are you just standing there? Hurry up and bring the drinks. Oh, Chang Xiao quickly snapped his fingers, signaling the servers to bring the drinks, but to his dismay, no one responded. In a short while, the two female servers in the small bar had mysteriously vanished. Chapter 38. The mantis catches the cicada. Where on earth have they gone? Chang Xiao, frustrated by the absence of anyone to command, nearly dropped his cup in exasperation, just as he was about to step out in search of them. The door of the small bar swung open, revealing a procession of a dozen or so scantily clad women, heavily made up, followed closely by the two waitresses. Oh my! How thoughtful of you, Brother Chow. You even brought beautiful ladies to accompany us? Truly, I am taken aback. Several of Chang Chao's rowdy companions beamed with delight, hastily expressing their gratitude. Ahem. No need for pleasantries. Drink freely today. With Brother Chow, there's always wine, meat, and lovely ladies. Yay! Brother Chow is magnificent. Long live young Master Chang. These former privileged sons of wealthy families, accustomed to a life of debauchery and opulence, found themselves yearning after the collapse of their elevated status in this post-apocalyptic world. The moment the alluring professionals entered, their eyes sparkled with excitement as they rushed forward with jubilant shouts. As music began to play, A throng of infatuated souls gravitated towards one another, forming pairs and threesomes, with attractive women being courted by multiple suitors, swaying rhythmically in a whirlwind of desire. Chang Chao was perplexed. Why were these women, who could only be commanded by his father, present here to entertain? Puzzled, he summoned the two waitresses to pour drinks before forcefully pulling the lead escort away from the two eager young men, discreetly leading her to the bar for inquiries. When one is in a foul mood, even the sweetest melody can turn into mere noise. And Jia, feeling increasingly irritable, did not wish for outsiders to witness the spectacle. Noticing that Wang Hongwen and Linen had not left, she asserted, "There is nothing to see here. You two should go get something to eat." "Ah? Oh. Very well then." Though Wang Hongwen was somewhat reluctant, it was clear that she preferred to keep them uninformed. So he and Linen left with a sense of disappointment. Once in, Jia was left with only Shi Qingshan, Xueli, and the short-haired beauty. She took a step forward and coldly addressed Tianfeng. "I have already told you, I cannot accept that matter. I have found a boyfriend. So please cease your futile entanglements." Saying this, she linked her arm with Shi Qingshan's. "Jia, listen to me." Tianfeng's mouth fell open. But upon seeing Jia turn her head away, he awkwardly swallowed his words. His face flickered between hues of blue and white, indecision clouding his expression. After a moment of silent resentment, he cast a glare at Shi Qingshan and squeezed through the throng of wildly dancing bodies to leave. "Hey, Tianfeng." Xueli began to pursue him, but was halted by Jia's firm grip. "What is going on? You're not actually interested in him, are you?" Xueli stomped her foot in distress, quickly defending herself. "Oh, what are you saying? We are merely ordinary friends." And Jia, somewhat skeptical, dragged her to a quieter corner where the music was softer and warned seriously, "I must caution you. I have already had someone investigate Tianfeng, even while pursuing me. He was spending his nights with different women. He is nothing but a shameless scoundrel, a lecher." "What? He is that despicable? But I truly haven't deceived you. Rest assured." Xueli raised two fingers in an oath, then retrieved her car keys from her bag and handed them to the short-haired beauty who had approached her, saying, "Yanan, could you please escort Linfeng?" "I refuse. What will you do if I go?" The woman named Yanan seemed to share a relationship with Xueli that was both friend-like and protective. "Do not worry. With old Shirtu around, I shall be in no peril." Xueli's reassurance only heightened Yanan's unease, as she had not held a favorable impression of Shi Qingshan. After witnessing him, accompanied by such a lovely girlfriend as Jia, still flirt with Xueli, her dissatisfaction deepened. "Let Linen take him instead. Oh, come on. You must go. I implore you." Xueli playfully nudged Yanan. Reluctantly, Yanan cast a threatening glance at Shi Qingshan before accepting the keys and hastily pursuing Tianfeng. As she watched Yanan's figure fade away, Xueli waved to summon Shi Qingshan. Smiling as she inquired, "Did you truly toss a fly into Tianfeng's mouth just now?" "I was merely teasing him. Where would I even find a fly?" "Teasing? Then what did he swallow?" Noticing Xueli's astonished expression, Shi Qingshan replied nonchalantly, "Nothing of consequence. His breath was foul, and I simply removed a piece of dirt from my neck and tossed it into his mouth to block it." "What?" Jia, overhearing, kicked Shi Qingshan hard, exclaiming, "You disgusting fool! Are you a pig?" Xueli finally burst into laughter, covering her mouth as she trembled with mirth, tears of joy streaming down her cheeks. "I never imagined you two would become a couple. You are not coercing her under false pretenses, are you?" Shi Qingshan, feeling pleased after frightening Tianfeng away, retorted, "Quite the contrary. She was the one who took the initiative. You foul stone. Is this never-ending? You are merely a pretentious opportunist." Jia angrily twisted Shi Qingshan's arm. Upon hearing the insinuations in their conversation, Xueli's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Yankai, do tell. How did he take advantage of you?" Jia shot Shi Qingshan a glare and recounted. "I was drugged at a bar in a survivor gathering." "Stop." Shi Qingshan interrupted, sensing the situation escalating. Both of them had been in a daze at the time, and it was unclear who had initiated what. "You are being targeted again. Someone intends to drug your drink." "Again? Is this for real?" "Impossible." Jia's mouth fell open in shock, recalling her past trauma. "It is indeed true. You best avoid the drinks here. They may be laced." Shi Qingshan gestured towards the cocktail glasses in their hands. "What poison? Who would dare drug us? What should I do since I have already taken a sip?" Xueli's face turned pale as she observed his serious demeanor. Shi Qingshan hushed her and pressed his palm to his earpiece, prompting Jia and Xueli to lean in closer. After listening for a moment, Shi Qingshan chuckled. "A sip or two is of no concern. It is the unfortunate who has set his sights on Jia and intends to make a move tonight." "What? You still laugh? Is this truly the case?" Jia's expression turned serious, her composure faltering. In an attempt to alleviate her anxiety, Shi Qingshan spoke lightly. "There is no need to be tense. They wouldn't dare act brazenly. Especially with Xueli present, which gives them pause. They will only resort to covert measures, administering drugs to make us believe we are intoxicated, leaving us unaware of the events that transpired by morning. Such audacity. Who wouldn't dare to engage in such underhanded tactics? Where are those scoundrels? Just watch how I deal with them. Xueli rolled up her sleeves, ready to confront Chang Chao. Shi Qingshan quickly grasped her wrist, cautioning, "No, we mustn't alert them. We need to gather evidence to eradicate this nest of troublemakers once and for all, preventing them from harming others in the future." Xueli, her silver teeth clenched in indignation, asked, "How do we completely eradicate them? Should I have my grandfather send people now?" After pondering briefly, Shi Qingshan replied, "For safety's sake, it would be prudent to summon a few allies. However, let us not bring too many. They should remain outside, concealed, and wait for our signal to storm in." "All right. Release my hand. I need to use the communicator." "Oh, my apologies." Shi Qingshan quickly let go of Xueli's delicate wrist. She entered a frequency into the communicator and turned to call for reinforcements. "Are you quite enamored? Have you lost your senses while touching me?" Jia teased, leaning closer to Shi Qingshan, a hint of menace in her demeanor. "Not at all. I simply fear for her safety," Shi Qingshan replied earnestly. After a moment, Xueli turned back, her cheeks flushed with excitement. "They will arrive in no more than 20 minutes. What shall we do now?" With a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Shi Qingshan inhaled the tantalizing aroma of the food, patting his stomach. "Now, we shall indulge in this feast." Eagerly awaiting the main event, as Jia approached the dining table, she asked nervously, "You don't think they drugged the food, do you?" Shi Qingshan confidently distributed 3 plates, shaking his head, "Absolutely not. As long as we avoid the soup and the open drinks, we should be safe." "Wait, I forgot to ask. How did you know the drinks were tampered with?" Xueli inquired, as she placed a vegetable pie onto her plate. Shi Qingshan, crunching on a cucumber, pointed at his earpiece. "I noticed Uncertainty's unusual demeanor earlier, so I discreetly equipped him with a listening device." "Well." Upon hearing this, Xueli's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Truly impressive. Storm Team, I wish to cling to your coattails." "Sure. I have 3. Which one would you like to cling to?" Shi Qingshan quipped, waving the cucumber. As soon as the words left his mouth, he was pinched by Jia, eliciting a yelp. Xueli's face flushed, and feeling shy in front of Jia, she cleared her throat and asked, "If I see someone under the influence of the drug, should I call in the others?" Shi Qingshan exaggeratedly rubbed his arms, mumbling, "Haven't you heard that haste makes waste? How can we secure a conviction without catching them in the act? This time, we must obtain irrefutable evidence." Leaving them no room to evade responsibility, he made a decisive gesture, symbolizing the complete eradication of the threat. Chapter 39. Unequal Distribution. "Surely, you wouldn't use me as bait, would you? Your heart is rather cruel." And Jia glared at Shi Qingshan, biting her lip, as her plate contained only a modest serving of vegetable salad. "Rest assured, I shall remain by your side, ensuring that rascal does not succeed." Shi Qingshan waved a cucumber in the air. Xueli appeared somewhat impatient, glancing around and asking, "Why hasn't anyone succumbed yet?" "Patience. The effects of the drug are not instantaneous. When someone begins to faint, we shall all feign unconsciousness. Call for assistance only when I instruct you. Do not act prematurely, lest our efforts go to waste." Shi Qingshan meticulously cautioned the 2 of them. On the opposite side of the sofa, a voluptuous woman clad in a miniskirt plopped herself onto Wang Hongwen's lap. "Handsome, are you a swimmer? Why are you wearing goggles?" With that, she snatched the goggles off his face. Hey, don't take those off. I can't see." Wang Hongwen's eyes bore the imprint of the goggles, resembling a pair of red-rimmed spectacles. Giggling, she teased, "You can't see up close." The woman knelt between Wang Hongwen's legs, her waist swaying as she took a sip of her drink and playfully spat it back into his mouth. Wang Hongwen, overwhelmed by desire, swallowed the alcohol and embraced her waist, burying his face into her ample bosom, inhaling deeply. Shi Qingshan approached, carrying a platter of food, and gently grasped Wang Hongwen's arm, advising, "Old Wang, do refrain from drinking. Have you forgotten the lesson from last time?" Wang Hongwen suddenly stiffened, seemingly recalling a previous incident at the nightclub in Lianqing. Shi Qingshan nodded to himself, recognizing that old Wang was capable of learning from his mistakes. "Oops, why is it wet? You haven't tea leaked, have you?" The voluptuous woman stood and felt between her legs. Wang Hongwen, slightly dazed from the drug, smiled foolishly and asked, "Hey, do you have any tissues?" Shi Qingshan shook his head, deciding to ignore him as he swiftly returned to Jia and Xueli, activating the camera function on his device and discreetly hiding behind the curtains. After approximately 10 minutes, someone finally grew weary and slumped over the table, falling into a deep slumber. Shi Qingshan exchanged glances with the others, and they began to feign inebriation, reclining on the sofa and squinting to observe the unfolding situation. Gradually, aside from a few alert professionals, the rest either leaned or lay down, succumbing to slumber. Hey, wake up, drink some more. The professionals slapped the cheeks of those nearby, and upon seeing them incapacitated, exchanged knowing looks, tidied their disheveled attire, and stealthily exited the small bar. Moments later, several security guards entered, beginning to carry the unconscious individuals out one by one. Observing the unexpected turn of events, Shan took advantage of the distraction and stealthily concealed himself behind the sofa. The music ceased, the lights brightened, and footsteps gradually approached from outside. Chang Chao's boisterous voice echoed, "Brother Nyo, strip this woman and this man, and place them on the same bed. Send this woman and those two men to another bed." "What are you scheming now?" Wu Chang's voice responded, tinged with displeasure. "Father, just leave it be. These individuals are in cahoots with Sherry, always sneering and mocking me. Just wait till I sow discord among them and watch them turn on each other." Haraha. Shan felt the sofa shift slightly and quickly reached out from behind to grip Sherry's shoulder. "You little rascal, even craftier than your old man." Wu Chang chuckled darkly. Now, Dad's still the master, he even steals food from my plate." The two continued their playful jabs as footsteps approached the sofa where Anjia and Sherry sat. "Xiao Chao. Sherry looks untouched to me. You'd better not take her innocence. If she realizes it by morning, we'll be fugitives." "No way," Chang Chao exclaimed in disbelief. "Look at her figure. How could someone untouched have curves like that? You don't understand. Judging a woman's experience isn't just about one aspect. You have to observe her holistically, her brows, neck, chest, waist, legs. I don't have time today, but I'll teach you properly another time." Wu Chang boasted, proud of his expertise. "Then what is the fun in that? Can't just grope her, can we?" Chang Chao grumbled. "You still don't get it. Playing with a woman isn't just about brute force. You must savor her, treat her like a treasure. Learn to use your tongue, start from the toes." "Enough." Chang Chao cut him off abruptly. "I don't share your tastes. I prefer straightforward action. How about we switch? You kneel and worship Sherry, and I'll take this beauty." Wu Chang flew into a rage. "You ungrateful brat. After all I've done for you, you dare compete with me? Take it or leave it. If not, both are mine." Chang Chao immediately backed down. "Fine, Dad. I'll take her. Brother Nyo, carry her to my room." "Wait." Wu Chang stopped him. "Sherry's pretty companion just left. What if she returns and finds Sherry in your room? Play here. If anything happens, we can retreat quickly." "Huh? Then we won't even get a few minutes?" Chang Chao's voice dripped with disappointment. Wu Chang smirked. "Relax. I had someone collapse the car barricade at the intersection. She won't be back anytime soon. Xiaonyo, post someone downstairs. If anyone comes, sound the horn. Take whichever one you fancy. Damn it. Who knows when we'll die? Might as well enjoy ourselves while we can." "Yes, boss." The bodyguard turned and left, closing the doors softly behind him. The rustling of clothes being removed filled the room as Wu Chang leered. "Xiao Chao, I didn't want to say this earlier with Xiaonyo around, but you can have the girl in the black dress first. I'll start with Sherry. Once you're done, I'll take over. Your old man doesn't mind leftovers." "Damn it. Don't you know how long I've been chasing Sherry? I was joking earlier. How could you lay hands on your own daughter-in-law? Besides, even if you don't mind, I do. How could I enjoy her after you?" Chang Chao protested. Your petty nitpicking is nothing like me. Must take after your mother." "Don't think I don't know. You've been sneaking into my basement to visit those women I've hidden." Wu Chang seemed to have tossed his pants aside, the metal belt buckle clinking as it hit the floor. Shiking Shan stood behind the sofa, utterly astonished. He had encountered perversion before, but never to this extent. The two men were conspiring over a woman, a display of utter depravity and shamelessness that reached the pinnacle of grotesqueness. Could the apocalypse truly drive individuals to madness? "Hey, Dad, doesn't that beauty resemble a movie star?" he inquired. "Which movie star?" Wu Chang asked, intrigued. "I think her name is Jia." Chang Chao stepped forward, attempting to remove the oversized glasses from Anjia's face. As Shiking Shan lamented how Anjia and Shueli managed to retain their composure, he was suddenly interrupted by two sharp cries. He quickly glanced up to see Anjia's pointed high heels stomping down upon Chang Chao's face. Shueli also rose, seizing the large glass ashtray from the coffee table and bringing it crashing down onto Wu Chang's slicked back hair. "Ouch!" Wu Chang exclaimed in pain as blood trickled through his fingers. He hastily grabbed his trousers, attempting to escape, but was abruptly tripped by Shiking Shan, who had leapt from behind the sofa, causing him to fall unceremoniously to the ground. Shueli, still seething with anger, kicked Chang Chao, whose nose was now bleeding profusely, several times. "Do you think this lady is a rubber doll? What a ridiculous game to play. You two are utterly depraved." "Shueli, I was just joking." Chang Chao stammered, bewildered. Wu Chang, regaining his senses, rolled his eyes, and was about to shout for help when Shan swiftly drew a handgun from his waistband, aiming it at him. Don't make a sound. If you dare to shout, I will shoot you. As he spoke, he seized Chang Chao's shirt from the ground, stepping on it to tear it in half. With a thud, a packet of blue pills fell to the floor. Shan picked it up and discovered it contained over a dozen Viagra pills. A glint of mischief flashed in his eyes as he handed the gun to Anjia, clamped a hand over Wu Chang's mouth, and forcefully poured the pills down his throat. He then took half of the torn shirt, crumpled it into a ball, and stuffed it into Wu Chang's mouth, binding his hands tightly with his belt. Wu Chang, choking, rolled his eyes back in distress, desperately swallowing the pills lodged in his throat. Chapter 40. Unforeseen circumstances after securely binding Chang Chao in the same manner. Shan picked up the wristband from the windowsill and examined the recorded footage, nodding in satisfaction. We can summon them now. It was about time. I was nearly sickened by those two perverts. Xueli wrinkled her nose in disgust, approached the window, and whistled through her fingers. In a short while, muffled footsteps could be heard from outside, soon followed by shouts. Don't move. Crouch down. Any movement will result in gunfire. Amidst the hurried sounds of footsteps, Yanin and several soldiers swiftly ascended to the third-floor bar, exhaling in relief upon seeing Xueli unharmed. She averted her gaze in distaste from Chang Chao, who wore only his underwear, and Wu Chang, who was propped up like a tent, waving her hand to signal the soldiers to take them away. Old Sure, I owe you one today, otherwise I would have been in dire straits, Xueli said, still shaken. How bad could it have been? At worst, you would have had some spit on your body. They wouldn't have spared me. If your friend had succeeded today, would I still be alive? And Jia expressed her discontent with Xueli's arrangement for the day. It's your fault for dressing so attractively. You were the one who insisted I dress formally. I merely intended to invite Tianfeng to surprise you. Who knew my good intentions would lead to such trouble? Xueli felt quite embarrassed by the situation. Enough. Ultimately, we emerged unscathed and eliminated a nest of troublemakers, which we should celebrate, right? Shan interjected to ease the tension. I'm almost ready to despise myself. Knowing full well Chang Chao is no good, I still chose to associate with him. This is my retribution. Deserved. Xueli stomped her feet in frustration, truly upset. Xiao Xue. Let us head home. Grandfather is probably worried sick. Yanin softly suggested. Xueli nodded in agreement. Yes, my friends have been drugged and are unconscious. Please separate them by gender and arrange a room for each. I will come down to find you shortly. Understood. Yanin did not ask further and turned to leave. Old Sure, and Jia, what are the phone numbers and serial numbers of your wristbands? I will set up an emergency communication network for us to stay in touch. Sure. Shan quickly found paper and pen, jotting down his and Jia's numbers and wristband serial numbers to hand to Xueli. It seemed the capital's communications had resumed somewhat, but the channel addresses were likely limited and could not be freely utilized. You should stay at my place tonight. Xueli's clear eyes revealed sincerity. No need. Jia and I will manage here. Besides, we are still waiting for Zhang Gong to return. Old Wang Want wake up anytime soon, so we want go. Shan donned the wristband back on his arm. Oh, very well. My friends will need to stay here too. Please help keep an eye on them. And I will arrange for a few guards to protect you. Xueli seemed somewhat reluctant to leave. And Jia, who was not truly angry with Xueli, noticed her hesitation and said, Xueli, it's been over a year since we last met, so why not stay here? We can catch up more as sisters tonight. Indeed. Let us all squeeze together. Shan encouraged. Squeeze your head. Who would squeeze with you? Here are the rooms. You can sleep alone. And Jia stated bluntly. Xueli chuckled. No way. I have to leave the capital early the day after tomorrow. I need to spend more time with my grandfather. What? It's so dangerous outside. Where do you think you're going? And Jia asked in astonishment. Just then, the door creaked open, and Jinan returned, peering in halfway. Xiao Xue, let us go. I've arranged everything with your friends. Oh, I'm leaving. I'll contact you tomorrow. We can discuss it then. Xueli puffed her cheeks, glancing back 3 times as she waved farewell, trailing behind Yunan. Shan observed her youthful figure with a hint of admiration and quietly inquired of Jia. With Linen appearing so indulgent, how could Xueli possibly be a novice? Mind your own business. And Jia retorted as she plopped back onto the sofa, kicked off her high heels, and rubbed her delicate toes, complaining, it's all Xueli's fault. She keeps coming up with terrible ideas. Between Tianfeng and Wuchang, it's truly overwhelming. Shan suddenly recalled her earlier words about Tianfeng and asked, what has Tianfeng done that you cannot forgive him? Do enlighten me. Those trivial matters are hardly worth discussing. I'm utterly exasperated. Goodness, today has been nothing short of disastrous. And Jia pouted, her expression sorrowful and on the verge of tears. Now you realize your mistakes? Shan said smugly. I told you I wanted to bring a gun inside, and you wouldn't allow it. You claimed this isn't the Dragon Gate Inn. And Jia, aware of her shortcomings, did not wish to concede easily. She mumbled softly. You weren't allowed to bring a gun. You just secretly brought it in anyway. What? Who concealed anything from you? I distinctly told you I had a handgun tucked at my waist. What on earth were you thinking? Humph. Were you referring to your waist? You must have known this place was dangerous. You just wanted to watch me squirm. And Jia frowned. Shi Qingshan shook his finger. I'm no oracle. How could I foresee such things? It seems, to prevent similar occurrences in the future, you might need a makeover. A makeover? And Jia immediately became alert. Sensing an ominous premonition. I'll smear some soot on your face, disguise you as a beggar so that you don't attract unwanted attention. You can't be serious. And Jia asked, her eyes wide with concern. Surely, you don't wish to be drugged every day, do you? And Jia sighed despondently. How could such things happen so frequently? I always thought that in this world, bad people were in the minority. Shi Qingshan sat beside her, gently stroking her smooth cheek. That was once the case. Now, there are more villains than heroes. In this despairing environment, the brilliance of humanity may shine, yet the wickedness of bad people will only grow worse, more cruel, and more twisted. You must remain vigilant. And Jia listened, lost in thought, slightly nodding as her head rested gently on Shi Qingshan's shoulder, instinctively pouting her alluring lips. A familiar siren wailed, signaling the return of the armored vehicle. Shi Qingshan hurriedly rose to glance out the window, noting that the vehicle was halted outside the villa, with Zhang Gong's head peeking out as he negotiated with the sentry. As the vehicle from Sydney was departing, Yanin disembarked to engage in a conversation, after which they permitted the armored vehicle to enter. This contingent of soldiers numbered a full company, as they escorted approximately 50 to 60 disheveled men and women out of the villa, crowding the courtyard to the point of overflow. Some individuals were even shoved into the fountain to stand. Upon alighting, Zhang Gong found himself unable to locate anyone among the throng and attempted to make his way towards the villa, only to be halted. Observing this, Shi Qingshan hurriedly sought to descend and assist him, but a young soldier was stationed at the third-floor staircase, raising his hand to declare, "Please halt. We are currently conducting a thorough search, and you will be free to move about once we have completed our procedure." Shi Qingshan did not press the young soldier further. Instead, he turned back to the bar, leaning out of the window to shout, "Old Zhang, they are searching now. You should wait a while longer before coming up." "Shirteen, are you all right?" Zhang Gong called from below. "We are fine. Please wait outside for the time being." "Very well." Knowing that they were safe, Zhang Gong turned to return to his vehicle. Suddenly, a voice emerged from among a few women, scantily clad and draped in bed linens, exclaiming, "Zhang Ge?" Zhang Gong paused, scanning the crowd, and, after recognizing the speaker, inquired with uncertainty, "Teacher Xiaomei?" "It's me, Zhang Ge. Have you found Tao Tao?" A young woman with ear-length hair, wrapped in a bath towel, stepped forward barefoot. Chapter 41. Quarrels at the head of the bed, reconciliations at the foot. Teacher. A chubby child clad in a school uniform suddenly emerged from the armored vehicle, only to be embraced by Zhang Gong, who then rushed towards the short-haired woman. "And Jia. Look, it seems that Lao Zhang has found his son and wife." Shi Qingshan exclaimed with delight, and Jia hurriedly slipped on her shoes and dashed to the window. Peering down, "Hiki, is Zhang Gong's son only in his early teens? How adorably plump." Shi Qingshan tilted his head, observing Jia's motherly smile, and could not resist gently caressing her soft, ample figure as he chuckled, "I say, shall we create one of our own tonight?" And Jia swatted his hand away, clearly understanding his implications. "Humph, you can find anyone you desire, but I shall not partake with you. That is what you said. Tonight, I could simply choose a beautiful lady's room to enter, and I assure you, no one would resist. You dare. If you leave, I shall immediately find a man's room to enter." And Jia retorted fiercely. Shi Qingshan quickly backed down. Every man fears the prospect of being cuckolded. A few military trucks rolled in through the entrance, ushering away those standing in the courtyard, leaving only Zhang Gong, a few others, and a soldier from their unit. Shi Qingshan took Jia's hand and descended the stairs. Noticing the beaming joy on Zhang Gong's face, he congratulated, "Lao Zhang, congratulations on your family reunion." Zhang Gong scratched his head and chuckled sheepishly, "Hee. Thank you. However, you've misunderstood. Teacher Xiaomei is my son's homeroom teacher. She was abducted from school a few days ago." "Oh, so that's the case." Shi Qingshan glanced at the woman draped in a towel, recognizing her as a strikingly beautiful young girl, likely around 25 or 26, just rescued. Teacher Xiaomei, barefoot and bare-legged, used a towel to cover her body. Upon noticing Shi Qingshan's gaze, her face flushed, and she hastily lowered her head, tightening her grip on the towel. And Jia, with a radiant smile, bent down and pinched the chubby cheeks of Zhang Gong's son, asking, "Tell Andy, what is your name? Where is your mother?" "My name is Zhang Xiaotao." My mother has passed away. Zhang Xiaodao was a rather slow-witted child, resembling Zhang Gong, speaking in a measured pace. Your mother has passed away? I'm so sorry. And Jia felt a twinge of awkwardness, straightening up slowly, contemplating her words to comfort Zhang Gong. However, Zhang Gong was lost in a tender gaze with teacher Xiaomei, seemingly unperturbed by the sorrowful revelation. Zhang Gong. Huh, what is it, Jia? You. What is the matter with you? Speak. And Jia pouted. With you constantly smiling like that, I find it hard to express myself. Huh. Oh, it's nothing. Nothing at all. Everything will be all right. Zhang Gong, sensing Jia's intent, turned to console her. Seeing Jia's expression grow colder, Shi Qingshan, fearing an outburst, quickly grasped her hand and led her toward the villa, turning back to Zhang Gong to say, we shall head in first. Lao Zhang, you all should rest early. Understood. Zhang Gong playfully responded. Once inside the building, Shi Qingshan noticed no one followed and could not resist admonishing Jia, do not wear your thoughts on your face. You still need to practice the art of concealing your emotions. And Jia exuded an aura of coldness, hastening her steps as she coldly declared, I cannot practice. None of you men are worth a thing. Oh, must you condemn all for the actions of a few? This was your own assertion. And Jia abruptly halted. Pointing outside, look at Zhang Gong. He appears quite pleased after his wife's passing. Even a man as honest as he is like this, how can you be any different? Without waiting for Shi Qingshan to retort, she entered an unoccupied room on the second floor, intending to shut the door behind her. Wait. Shi Qingshan quickly blocked the door with his foot, forcing his way into reason. Every person possesses their own strengths and weaknesses. One cannot judge the whole by merely a fragment. That approach is ineffective. I must educate you. With a swift motion, Shi Qingshan scooped Jia into his arms. And with a swift kick, the door slammed shut. What are you doing? I need to take a shower first. And Jia exclaimed in surprise. Moments later, the room was filled with the thudding sound of the headboard colliding against the wall, akin to an earthquake. Indeed, the saying holds true. When a couple quarrels at the head of the bed, harmony reigns at the foot. The following morning, a gentle breeze stirred the white curtains, bringing with it the scent of lake water. The distant sound of rapid gunfire jolted Shi Qingshan from his slumber, rubbing his sleepy eyelids. He recognized that the military had commenced another day of exterminating zombies. His gaze fixated on the round quartz clock on the opposite wall. After a moment, he discerned that the hands pointed to 10 minutes past 7, and Jia lay beside him, still lost in sleep. Her fair, smooth back was exposed beyond the towel, her flawless skin tinged with a faint blush. Reflecting on the passionate encounter from the previous night, a sense of conquest stirred within him once more. He gently turned Jia over, his hand grazing her soft, elastic form, unable to resist the allure of her delicate curves. A soft moan escaped Jia's lips as her chest arched, her teeth biting down on her lower lip, while her porcelain-like arms encircled his head. Just as the flames of passion were about to reignite, the door creaked open unexpectedly. Wang Hong'an entered, rubbing his temples, and through a hazy vision. He noticed Jia's black dress and high heels strewn across the floor. Sensing the charged atmosphere, he quickly deduced the situation. Jia gasped, seizing the towel and hastily wrapping it around both of them. Startled, Wang Hongwan's gaze fell upon Shi Qingshan's uniform carelessly discarded by the bedside. His face twitched in surprise, and he quickly stammered an apology. I'm so sorry. Please, continue. With an awkward expression, he fled the room. Breathing heavily, Jia, holding the towel, glared at Shi Qingshan in a mix of embarrassment and anger. Why didn't you close the door? I was in a rush to douse the flames last night. And didn't he have the chance? Shi Qingshan defended, his tone lacking conviction. Humph. I despise you. Get up quickly. He wants us to continue. Continue what, dear sister? If you don't rise soon, I may just bite you. Jia displayed her pearly white teeth in a fierce grin, which only served to accentuate her cuteness. Unable to resist, Shi Qingshan leaned in for another kiss. Get up. Jia found herself ensnared once more, and the two of them, much like greedy children, continued their affectionate exchange until the vibration of the wristband interrupted them. It was surely Xueli who had ensnared them in her net. Cabbage is up. Early riser. Jia, unwilling to admit her wakefulness, lingered in bed. Stop lying. My friends are already well fed and are waiting for you. What are they waiting for us to do? Let them bring you over here. My grandfather wishes to meet Shirtu. If he wants to see him, why not contact him directly? Why call me? Stop pretending. He is undoubtedly next to you. Certain parts of him might still be connected to you. You child. What nonsense. Hee. I have work to do. So I'll be waiting for you. Xueli giggled a few times before cutting off the communication. Shi Qingshan and Jia exchanged glances, noting the sun rising outside, and reluctantly parted ways to freshen up. The bathroom was equipped with a water filtration bathing system, and after some coaxing, Jia allowed him to join her. and they indulged in a romantic bath together. Anjia had never taken a close look at Shikingshan's physique. He typically wore tactical gear, and their previous encounters had mostly been in dim lighting. Now, as she gently scrubbed his body, her gaze traced the contours of his sun-kissed skin and the smooth lines of his muscles, her fingers gliding over his defined abdominal muscles. With a smile of delight, she thought to herself, "What a treasure I've found." The aroma of porridge wafted through the hall, where Zhang Gong and Wang Hongwen were chatting on the sofa, while Xueli's group of friends admired the thunder god in the courtyard, creating a comfortable and pleasant atmosphere. Upon seeing the couple descend the stairs hand in hand, Zhang Gong, with a beaming face, stood up and exclaimed, "Captain Shi, Anjia, Xiaomei has made millet porridge. Hurry up and eat." "Right here." Teacher Xiaomei, hearing the commotion, emerged from the dining room in her apron, beckoning them over. Shikingshan and Anjia, having toiled through the night, were already famished. Once Teacher Xiaomei and the ever-attentive Zhang Xiaodao brought out fried eggs, pickles, and millet porridge, they immediately devoured their meal with zeal. The essence of home-cooked meals. The warmth of human connection, the gentle smiles, and the companionship of a loved one enveloped Shikingshan, momentarily transporting him to a serene state. As if the tumultuous events of the past few days were merely a fleeting nightmare, he shook his head, striving to avoid dwelling on thoughts of his parents' comfort. Worry was futile, and he knew he must return promptly. Chapter 42. The Cause of the Apocalypse. Shi Qingshan and Anjia sat in a modified vehicle driven by Linen, trailing behind a few fuel-powered cars at a rapid pace. The workplace of Xueli was still a considerable distance from the villa, and Zhang Gong and Wang Hongwen had taken the thunder god to the lakeside for a wash, leaving the two of them to accompany Linen. The streets within the second ring road were bustling with various trucks, filled with masked men and women, while armed robots resembling Gatling guns escorted them toward the outer ring. Observing these individuals, it was evident that, as Linen had suggested, many resembled farmers. They would likely fare better in survival compared to those in the complex urban environment, where running water was scarce in the mountain villages. Linen explained that these individuals were organized volunteers collecting supplies and establishing secure zones. "Why don't you participate in volunteer work?" Shi Qingshan inquired, lighting 2 cigarettes and offering one to Linen. After expressing his gratitude, Linen replied, "I intend to contribute as well. Each person is required to volunteer for 3 days each week. I've already completed my quota for this week, so unless I need to earn work points to exchange for food, I can take a break." "Oh, so everyone must volunteer?" Shi Qingshan flicked the ash from his cigarette out of the window, pondering whether these individuals made a wise choice in coming to the city. Linen shook his head, saying, "Volunteers can find substitutes, just like Fei Chong and Wu Chang, along with the women under their command. They exchange their bodies and the canned goods in their warehouses for others to volunteer on their behalf. How does one earn work points? What is their purpose?" Shi Qingshan expressed curiosity about this management model of the safe zone. Work points can be exchanged for food, fuel, and batteries, among other supplies. Different tasks yield varying amounts of work points. For instance, men can earn 20 points daily for transporting supplies onto vehicles, while women earn 15. Carrying the corpses of zombies and giant rats earns men 30 points and women 25. Cleaning the streets provides 15 points for everyone, regardless of gender. Skilled workers such as barbers, chefs, maintenance personnel, and healthcare providers are uniformly managed by the military, recording their work daily and providing logistical support. Linen answered with meticulous detail, and Jia interjected, "Isn't this akin to returning to a planned economy, where everyone eats from the same pot?" Linen nodded uncertainly. "Others have said the same. I don't fully understand." Shi Qingshan remarked, "This resembles the people's commune model. It is perhaps the most suitable approach at present, uniting strength and facilitating the management of various individuals. Who knows, if it persists, the world might transition into a communist society." And Jia casually responded, "How is that possible?" Shi Qingshan discarded his cigarette, but, shaking his head with a smile, "A communist society is fundamentally based on the abundance of productive resources. Currently, we are still preoccupied with filling our stomachs. Maintaining a capitalist society is challenging enough. I think it would be fortunate if we can avoid regressing to a feudal society." As they spoke, the vehicles ahead turned into a parking lot of a large building. Noticing the prominent characters on the rooftop, Shi Qingshan asked Linen, "What are we doing at the National AIDS Prevention and Control Center?" "Xueli works here. You all can head up." Linen responded, "I have matters to attend to with them. Rest assured, Xueli will see you back later." "Very well. Thank you." Shikingshan shook hands with Linen, opened the car door with Jia, and waved goodbye to their escort. "Is Xueli researching AIDS?" "I thought she was involved in bioengineering," Shikingshan inquired, gazing curiously at the plaque of the AIDS Prevention and Control Center. And Jia, equally puzzled, replied, Perhaps she is developing AIDS treatment here, which indeed falls within the realm of bioengineering. Let us go in and ask her to clarify. At the entrance of the building, sandbags were piled up, and machine guns were mounted, indicating a high level of security. The two were halted at the entrance by vigilant soldiers. Approximately a squad of guards was stationed there. Some were on alert duty, while others registered and inspected visitors, each bearing a subtle air of weariness and depth in their eyes, reminiscent of seasoned veterans. Upon noticing Shikingshan's military rank, the squad leader was quite courteous. After ascertaining the reason for their visit, he made a phone call. Moments later, the aloof Yanin appeared to greet them. Shikingshan only knew that Yanin also bore the surname Yang and resided with Xueli, leading him to speculate that she might be a relative of Xueli. Clad in a white lab coat that draped over her tall and athletic frame, Yanin approached with her hands tucked into the pockets of her fitted jeans, striding gracefully like a model. Upon seeing the two, she merely nodded slightly, her exquisitely sculpted face devoid of a smile. After registering at the entrance, she guided them into the building. And Jia, observing the hurried researchers around them, asked, Yanin, is Xueli conducting AIDS research? Yanin led them into the elevator, pressed the button for the top floor, and replied nonchalantly, no. This facility also belongs to the National Disease Control Center. She is merely temporarily using the AIDS Prevention and Control Center for her work. Shikingshan tugged at Jia and smirked, implying, she is rather arrogant, just ignore her. The elevator stopped at the top floor, and as the doors opened, the three stepped into a bright corridor of a glass laboratory, permeated with the scent of disinfectants. Welcome to both of you for your visit. Xueli approached with a charming smile. Today, she wore a short-sleeved white lab coat, paired with a stylish gray skirt, her collar open, suggesting a hint of allure as the buttons of her shirt seemed on the verge of bursting open, accentuating her long, slender legs adorned with high heels. Oh, who is this? I hardly recognized you without the vest. Shikingshan jested. How rude. Xueli shot him a glare. Curiously glancing at her name badge, Shikingshan asked, are you involved in gene sequencing? What are you sequencing? Currently, we are sequencing the brain-eating amoeba. Would you like to take a look? Xueli replied with a cheerful grin. Shikingshan quickly waved his hands. No. Suddenly, he recalled a long-held question. Where does this brain-eating amoeba originate? It's quite formidable. Xueli gestured for them to follow her, explaining as they walked, it has now been confirmed that the brain-eating amoeba is a genetically mutated parasite carried by giant rats. Shikingshan clenched his fist, proclaiming, I suspected this illness must be linked to those large rats. There were no issues before they appeared. Enough with the hindsight analysis. And Jia took a jab at Shikingshan and inquired about her greatest fear, the giant rats of Sydney. Where did those colossal rodents come from? She asked. Sydney, unfazed, replied, that is quite a lengthy tale. Then let us condense it. Both Shikingshan and Jia chimed in unison. With a chuckle, Sydney couldn't help but laugh. You truly are a harmonious pair. She paused outside the small conference room, observing that it was unoccupied, and opened the door, saying, before my grandfather arrives, I shall elaborate for you. What does your grandfather want with us? Shikingshan inquired, her curiosity piqued. With a mysterious smile, Sydney replied, that is a secret for now. You shall find out shortly. She poured tea for both of them and began to narrate the relationship between the giant rats and the brain-eating parasites. In recent years, humanity's failure to effectively manage the greenhouse effect and halt the degradation of Earth's ecological environment has led to a sudden and accelerated rise in global temperatures. While nations debated whether climate change was a product of human activity, a year prior, in the year 2030, a glacier formed 15 million years ago and the Arctic collapsed. Beneath the massive ice, scientists from Maple Country discovered a prehistoric giant virus. They injected this virus into amoebas, subsequently implanting the infected amoeba into 3 rats for experimentation. To their astonishment, the rat size doubled within 10 days and continued to grow. The scientists, brimming with excitement, sought to observe the mutations of the experimental rats, continually providing them with food. A month later, several of these experimental rats had grown to the size of domestic cats, overwhelming the observation boxes. Just as the staff attempted to transfer them to larger enclosures, the previously docile giant rats suddenly bared their fangs and emitted piercing cries. Their eyes glowed a menacing red, and their fearsome appearance sent the staff fleeing in terror, allowing the 3 experimental rats to escape into the city's sewer system amidst the chaos. Chapter 43. The former commander 2 months had elapsed, and the hospital near the experimental base began to receive a steady influx of patients exhibiting symptoms of encephalitis, including headaches, fever, and vomiting. The number of afflicted individuals surged, and within a single day, the hospital became overwhelmed with patients, while ambulances from surrounding cities struggled to cope with the deluge. The progression of this encephalitis was alarmingly swift. Within 12 hours of the onset of symptoms, Patients would succumb to paralysis and enter a state of unconsciousness. Soon, numerous hospitals began reporting similar cases. By the time the Ministry of Health of Maple Leaf Nation and the World Health Organization reacted to organize a quarantine of the outbreak zone, it was already too late. Cases of the same affliction began to emerge across Maple Leaf Nation, including the United States, and throughout the entirety of North America. Scientists discovered a parasite within the brains of patients who had succumbed to brain death, which they named the brain-eating worm. This insidious parasite was transmitted through contaminated water sources. Mere contact of the mouth, nasal passages, or eyes with tainted water could facilitate its entry into the human body. After an incubation period of approximately 20 to 30 days within the human system, the parasite would manifest in the brain, leading to brain death within a mere 24 hours, leaving no hope for recovery. Alarmingly, even after causing brain death, the brain-eating worm would continue to reside within the skull, commandeering portions of the nervous system to control the host's search for food and water, maintaining blood flow, and preventing decomposition to sustain its own existence. Those under the control of the brain-eating worm, whether human or animal, would devolve into mere shells of their former selves. They exhibited a particular predilection for consuming the living. Once bitten, the infected individual's blood would be infiltrated by the parasite, resulting in a transformation into a zombie, even if they did not perish outright. This horrifying brain-eating worm originated from a mutated amoeba that had escaped from the body of a giant rat. Following the escape of 3 such rats, their formidable reproductive capabilities allowed them to proliferate in the sewers, contaminating water sources and precipitating a widespread human affliction. As the human population in the quarantined areas dwindled, hordes of giant rats emerged from the ground, brazenly encroaching upon human territories, consuming everything save for the living dead, which they eschewed. In this era of globalization, North America's robust transportation network, with its direct flights to any region, coupled with infected avian species, facilitated the rapid dissemination of the epidemic across the globe. The apocalypse had finally arrived. Upon concluding her harrowing tale, Shweli and Sher Chinshan exchanged bewildered glances. Had the entire world truly succumbed to this calamity? Both felt parched, yet they remained oblivious to the cooling tea before them, forgetting to take a sip even as it ceased to steam. Time seemed to come to a standstill until the gentle sound of the glass door interrupted the silence. Facing the door, Shweli looked up and immediately rose, exclaiming, "Grandfather, you're here." An elderly man entered, clad in a military green short-sleeve shirt, adorned with the insignia of a general. He had a slight stoop, and his hair was streaked with gray. "It has been a long time, Xiao Shi." Sher Qingshan sprang to his feet, astonished. "Commander Yang." He hastily stood at attention and rendered a military salute. Commander Yang returned the gesture, clasping Sher Qingshan's hands warmly. "Ah, splendid. You still possess such vigor. The esteemed former commander is too kind. Your hair." In Sher Qingshan's recollection, Commander Yang Zhengguo's hair had never been this gray. "Ah, it has long turned white. I used to dye it often, but now I hardly have the time." Commander Yang chuckled bitterly. The old commander, whom Sher Qingshan had not seen for several years, wore many more wrinkles upon his face, his brow perpetually furrowed, appearing rather haggard, as if he had aged a decade. Sher Qingshan turned to glance at Shweli and inquired of this esteemed elder he deeply respected, "Could it be? Are you Shweli's grandfather?" "Ha, indeed. Little Shui is my granddaughter. Just yesterday, she came home and mentioned meeting someone from the Typhoon Squad. As soon as I heard your surname, Sher, I knew it had to be you." Commander Yang said warmly, patting Sher Qingshan on the shoulder, devoid of any airs of authority. Sher Qingshan forced a smile and pointed at Shweli, saying, "Why didn't you tell me earlier that the old commander was your grandfather?" Shweli giggled and nudged Njia, saying, "Thank goodness I didn't tea. Otherwise, if you had gone to see your grandfather, wouldn't your precious cabbage have been devoured by the pigs?" Njia immediately retorted with a smirk, "Oh really? Why not remark that this pair of yours would also end up nibbled by the pigs?" Commander Yang chuckled at their banner and inquired, "You must be Njia? Hello, Grandpa. You know me?" Njia clasped her hands together and gracefully bowed. "Of course. I often heard little Shui mention you when you were studying in America." Commander Yang removed his hat, extended his hand, and invited the group to take their seats again. "Little Sher, you must keep a watchful eye on little Shui. She is not to visit any dubious places. It was perilous last night." Sher Qingshan mused to himself, realizing he would soon head south and could not keep an eye on her for just a day or two. Nevertheless, he readily agreed, "Yes, Commander. As long as I am in the capital, I will ensure Shweli's safety. What if you are not in the capital? Will you no longer concern yourself with me?" Shweli inquired with a mischievous smile. Well, Commander, if you have no further tasks for me, I would prefer to head south to report back to my unit." "Indeed. Your task is to protect me." Shweli pouted, half smiling as she replied, "This." Sher Qingshan cast a troubled glance at Commander Yang. "Don't mind her. Commander Yang shook his head with a wry smile. This child loves to tease. My intention is for you to take little Shui with you when you return to your unit, taking a longer route to ensure her safely reaches the Xinjiang Special Zone. However, Shi Qingshan's face displayed a look of difficulty as he hesitated to express his thoughts. I wish to make a brief detour to visit my parents. Oh, that is entirely understandable. A visit home won't take much time. Just let little Shui accompany you. Certainly, I will fulfill the task without fail. Shi Qingshan stood to acknowledge the command. Sit. Commander Yang gestured for Shi Qingshan to remain seated and continued. I am aware of your armored vehicle. It is highly advanced and secure. However, being new equipment, it was primarily designed for decisive strikes against the enemy. The journey ahead is fraught with danger. Have you encountered any issues or inadequacies during its use? Is there a need for modifications? Observing the worried gaze of the old commander upon Xueli, Shi Qingshan pondered for a moment and remarked, based on our recent usage, the Thunder God War Chariot has proven to meet its initial design objectives. It is remarkably reliable, exceptional, and safe. However, its purpose has evolved. If we could attach a wedge-shaped iron shovel to the front and a closed amphibious trailer at the rear for storing supplies, it would significantly enhance the crew's survivability. Commander Yang accepted the tea that Xueli had offered, sipped it, and placed the cup down with a thud, exclaiming, Excellent. We shall proceed as you suggest. I will speak with the equipment department shortly. Present any requirements to their engineers. They will surely accommodate you. Indeed. Thank you, Commander. Shi Qingshan responded, standing to salute once more. Sit, sit, sit. Commander Yang's face brightened with a smile as he turned to Njia. I've heard that you and Shaoan have confirmed your romantic relationship. Upon hearing her name brought into the conversation, Njia's face flushed, and she immediately lowered her gaze to the table. Shi Qingshan scratched his head and chuckled. Well, sort of, I suppose. Xueli, with her eyes darting playfully, inquired, Grandpa, how come you are so familiar with Shi Qingshan? Commander Yang chuckled heartily. In the Southern Theater, Xiao Shi is quite the celebrity. He is renowned for being both scholarly and martial, even in the confines of a blanket. Grandpa. Xueli puffed out her cheeks in mock indignation, displeased with her grandfather's coarse humor. Realizing the company was all younger than him, Commander Yang cleared his throat and continued, Back when I was in the Southern Theater, Xiao Shi consistently clinched first place in individual combat competitions year after year, and he frequently published articles in military journals. Do you think I wouldn't know him? I have been received by the commander several times, and he even inscribed a few characters for me. Shi Qingshan proclaimed with pride. What did he inscribe for you? Something about blanket flatulence? Xueli teased with a giggle. Impossible. What could he have written? It was. Shi Qingshan suddenly stumbled over his words. Chapter 44. Modes of transportation. Seeing the hesitance in Shi Qingshan's demeanor, Xueli feigned surprise and said, Go on. You haven't forgotten, have you? Of course not. Shi Qingshan hurriedly retorted. So what characters did my grandfather give you? It was versatile in both literature and martial arts. Shi Qingshan finally stammered out. Njia and Xueli simultaneously burst into laughter. Commander Yang shook his head with a wry smile, remarking, Look at you. Such a splendid idiom, yet it is turned into a joke when it leaves your lips. Shi Qingshan grumbled to himself. It's all because of that pun you mentioned earlier. Now, whenever someone says versatile in both literature and martial arts, they inevitably think of that earlier phrase about passing gas under the covers. Seeing Shi Qingshan's embarrassed expression, Njia and Xueli laughed even harder, tears streaming down their cheeks as they clutched their stomachs, unable to stand upright. The girls' hearty laughter was infectious, and Commander Yang found himself smiling, the persistent worry etched on his brow dissipating significantly. Outside the laboratory, Yang Yanin was gazing affectionately into the eyes of Commander Yang's tall and handsome security officer. They, along with the soldiers from the security detail, were drawn to the unexpected laughter, peering curiously into the small conference room. Upon witnessing Xueli and the commander laughing heartily, the icy demeanor that had surrounded them for weeks seemed to gradually thaw, smiles beginning to appear on their pale faces. Commander Yang watched his granddaughter, who was doubled over with laughter, and a new wave of concern crept onto his forehead. Several years prior, Xueli's parents had perished in a plane crash, leaving her with only her grandfather as family. Truth be told, he was reluctant to allow his granddaughter to accompany her mentor to the south, yet she was resolute, and he could never bring himself to deny her desires. Wiping the corners of his eyes with a handkerchief, Commander Yang inquired, Xiao Shi, do you need me to send 2 more armored vehicles for your protection? Shi Qingshan, sensing the old leader's lingering unease, pondered for a moment before replying. I think it's best to forego that. We are not going into battle. Having too many people might complicate matters and hinder our swift arrival. Commander Yang nodded, then asked, how many more can your vehicle accommodate? Shi Qingshan silently calculated, thinking, The vehicle can sleep 6, and Zhang Gong will certainly remain in the capital. Wang Hongwen is likely to follow us to Zhonghai. If Njia decides to join, that would allow for 3 additional passengers. If she opts out, we could accommodate 4 more. He was uncertain whether Njia would be willing to join him on this perilous venture. Faced with the specter of life and death, even the closest of companions can harbor unpredictable thoughts. Shi Qingshan felt conflicted. He yearned for Njia to remain by his side, yet he dreaded the thought of her facing danger. His gaze involuntarily drifted in her direction. As if sensing his thoughts, Njia happened to look at Shi Qingshan. Upon meeting his gaze, she shot him a meaningful glare, indicating, "You must take me with you." In that instant, Shi Qingshan felt a wave of relief wash over him, comprehending the meaning behind Njia's eyes, his heart swelling with emotion and gratitude. He turned to Commander Yang and said, "Old Commander, the armored vehicle can accommodate 3 more individuals, but we need to include someone knowledgeable in electromechanical and mechanical repairs." Commander Yang nodded thoughtfully and called out to the door, "Xiaohu, come in." Immediately, a voice responded, reporting. The commander's security officer entered through a narrow opening. Commander Yang inquired, "Do you have someone in mind who is well-versed in electromechanical systems and armored vehicle maintenance, as well as possessing formidable military skills?" Officer who furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before responding, "There is such an individual, but he has been discharged for violating military discipline." "Oh? What rule did he breach?" Commander Yang asked. "I heard he got into a brawl at a nightclub and vandalized the establishment." Leading the owner to retrieve his military ID and contact the unit, officer who replied succinctly, without any superfluous words. "That won't do." Commander Yang immediately dismissed the idea. Setting aside his character, the mere fact that he lost his ID demonstrates his lack of reliability. "Absolutely not. Think of someone else." Officer who straightened up and said, "He participated with me in an international hunting competition. Though he can be rather reckless, he is not malevolent, and his military aptitude and vehicle maintenance skills are exceptional. I cannot think of a more suitable candidate." Commander Yang hesitated briefly, then slowly asked, "Is this person still alive? Where does he reside? Having been discharged, would he be willing to accept our summons? He rents a desolate mountain near the Yulong Reservoir to cultivate peaches. I cannot ascertain whether he is alive. As for his willingness to join us, we must go and find out." Officer who replied, Commander Yang pondered for a moment, took out a pen, tore a page from a calendar, wrote a few words, and stood up to address Officer Hu. "You stay here. Later, take Xiao Shi and the others to the equipment department to modify the vehicles. Everything must be done according to his specifications, and it must be completed by tonight. Afterward, take my note to the warehouse to select supplies. Take what you need." "Understood." Officer who accepted the note with both hands. "Also, today seek out the individual you mentioned. As long as he is alive, bring him to see me. If he has passed, have Director Jean from the equipment department assist in finding another." "Yes." After giving his instructions, Commander Yang turned to Shi Qingshan and said, "Xiao Shi, aside from Xiao Shui, I would like Yin Nan to accompany you southward. A 3rd technician would be ideal. Do you have any objections?" "I have no objections." Shi Qingshan quickly rose. "Good. I have matters to attend to, but this evening, let Xiao Shui take you to my home for a drink." Commander Yang donned his cap. "Yes." Shi Qingshan saluted and shook hands with him in farewell. After seeing Commander Yang off, Shi Qingshan noticed Officer who had also stepped outside, so he slowly sat down and looked at Shueli. "Miss Yang, could you share why you ventured all the way to Shenzhen, risking danger?" Shueli chuckled, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. "Why didn't you ask about my grandfather earlier?" Shi Qingshan replied, "If the leader wishes to speak, he will. If not, I cannot pry. I possess that much awareness." Shueli's eyes twinkled as she said, "There is nothing to keep secret from you all. My mentor intends to take me, along with the sequenced variants of the brain-eating amoeba genes and the genes of the giant rat, to the Dahua Gene Research Institute, where we shall collaborate with the surviving scientists there to develop a vaccine against the brain-eating amoeba and a specialized rodenticide. Can parasites be prevented?" Anjia inquired from the side. "It is challenging. Yet, we must endeavor to create one. Otherwise, humanity is at risk of extinction." Shueli furrowed her brows, her lips pressed tightly, and her eyes revealed a hint of worry. Shi Qingshan could not restrain himself. "Why not fly? Wouldn't that be both swift and safe?" Shueli shook her head, responding, "The sky is fraught with chaotic collisions. Traveling by high-speed aircraft is perilous. While helicopters can fly at a slower pace, the distance is far, necessitating mid-route refueling. Currently, we cannot contact any airports along the way that have aviation fuel. We can only risk landing to search. The sequencing results of the brain-eating amoeba and giant rat genes are of utmost importance to ensure safety. My mentor decided that each of us would carry a copy and travel by different means of transportation. He departed this morning by helicopter. And although I had initially planned to take a boat tomorrow, fate led me to encounter you. So I reluctantly agreed to travel by land with you. So, are you feeling put out by riding in our vehicle? Shikingshan asked. Oh, a little discomfort is acceptable. After all, we are friends who have shared hardships. Shueli replied with wide eyes. You're not seasick, are you? Shikingshan continued to tease with a smile. This time, Shueli seemed a bit displeased. Crossing her arms, she said. So what if I'm seasick? Others would be delighted to be in the company of a beauty. Why do you seem so unwilling? Anjia, recalling Shueli's mention of shared hardships, suddenly thought of the Chang father and son and hastily interjected. By the way, what happened to those two perverts? They must not be let off lightly. They are dead. Shueli replied tersely. What? Dead? Anjia was taken aback by the severity of their punishment, her mouth agape in astonishment. Chapter 45. The installation of a trailer upon hearing of their demise. Shiqingshan nodded in approval. In times of chaos, strict measures must be employed. Their deaths are indeed warranted. Shueli seemed to have an epiphany, the corners of her mouth curling into a sly smile, yet she quickly composed her expression and remarked. I wasn't clear before. Wu Chang is dead, but Chang Chao is still alive. This morning, Wu Chang suddenly suffered a heart attack and could not be saved. A heart attack? Could it have been from fright? Shiqingshan pondered, perplexed. Fright? His death is directly related to you. Shueli stifled a laugh as she spoke. What do you mean by that? Don't place blame indiscriminately. Shiqingshan retorted. With a lift of her chin, Shueli continued. Stop pretending. Did you not consider the consequences when you stuffed all those pills down his throat last night? Can taking those pills even lead to a heart attack? Shiqingshan had not contemplated this before. Could you drop the could? Wu Chang already had a heart condition, and after taking so many pills, I've heard he spent the night awake. Dousing himself with cold water. Well, I won't say more. Shueli could no longer contain her laughter, covering her mouth with her hand. Oh, I see. Serves him right. He thought he could take 10 pills in one night, completely overestimating himself. Anjia coldly interjected. He brought this upon himself. Shiqingshan then turned his gaze, smiling at Anjia's exquisite features, and remarked, by the way, the catalyst for Wu Chang's death was you. Anjia feigned indignation, saying, what does this have to do with me? No one is blaming you, so why shift the responsibility? Shiqingshan replied with a mysterious smile. If it weren't for your irresistible allure, would Wu Chang have dared to prepare 10 pills at once? He might have perished under the allure of your beauty last night. You, what nonsense are you spouting? Anjia's face gradually flushed with embarrassment. Look, the sun has risen in the west. Cabbages have turned into tomatoes. Shueli exclaimed with glee, clapping her hands in delight. I won't engage with you all any longer, Anjia declared, slamming her hand on the table as she stood up, twisting her waist and covering her face as she fled the small conference room. Just as she exited, she nearly collided with Advisor Hu outside the door, hastily stopping and apologizing before stepping aside. Advisor Hu seemed to recognize Anjia, curiously observing her retreating figure, his calm demeanor slightly rippling. Humph. Can't take his eyes off a beauty. Yang Yanin muttered with displeasure. That's not true. Advisor Hu refrained from defending himself with many words. After all, she is a woman. And a hint of jealousy flickered across Yanin's eternally frosty visage as she turned sharply, exclaiming, exactly. Shiqingshan followed Shueli out, astonished to see Yanin displaying a more feminine demeanor. Upon noticing Advisor Hu observing him, he quickly extended his hand. Advisor Hu, time is of the essence. Let us proceed swiftly. Advisor Hu, appearing to be of similar age to Shiqingshan and also a major, exhibited a maturity in his demeanor that was markedly more composed. He replied, Captain Shi, Commander Yang has left us his helicopter. Let us head to the rooftop. After surveying the surroundings, he gestured for the group of 1 man and 3 women to follow him toward the stairwell. It was Anjia's first time aboard a helicopter, and throughout the flight, she nervously clutched the sleeve of Shiqingshan's shirt, eliciting continuous laughter from Shueli. On the road, Shiqingshan established contact with Wang Hongwen and Zhang Gong via the aircraft's radio, just as he relayed the coordinates of the equipment department to them. The plane began its descent. The equipment and surviving personnel from the General Equipment Department had already been relocated to a vast underground parking facility within the second ring road. After the helicopter landed, 3 women remained aboard while Hu Jinfeng guided Shiqingshan through the checkpoint, winding down the slope into the underground garage. The immense garage was illuminated by bright white lights, resembling daylight, while the thunderous sounds of exhaust fans and machine tools reverberated, punctuated by the dazzling flashes of electric arcs. The air was thick with a sulfurous odor, mingling with swirling smoke. Various special vehicles were parked near the garage entrance, including some less fortified bulldozers, loaders, excavators, and transport trucks, all being fitted with protective iron mesh. As they ventured further inside, they discovered a corner of the underground space filled with a dozen bloodstained, battle-worn robotic vehicles, their bulletproof tires gnawed to tatters by giant rats. Busy engineers were dismantling their rubber tires, converting them into metal triangular tracks. Dean Jean, Hu Jinfeng suddenly called out to a group of individuals crouched in the distance. An elderly man with graying hair stood up, exclaiming in a loud voice, "Commander Hu, what brings you here in person? Has Commander Yang issued an important directive?" Hu Jinfeng hurried forward, gesturing to Shi Qingshan behind him, saying, "This is Captain Shi. He has a crucial mission in the south. The combat vehicle he is traveling in requires modifications, as mandated by Commander Yang, to be completed tonight." "Understood. Where is the combat vehicle and what modifications are needed?" Dean Jean inquired, turning his attention to Shi Qingshan. Shi Qingshan saluted and shook his hand, replying, "Hello, Dean Jean. The combat vehicle will arrive shortly. I would like to add a wedge-shaped plow to the front and request your assistance in constructing a sealed trailer for transporting supplies." "Oh, that is quite feasible. What do you intend to load into the trailer?" Shi Qingshan pondered for a moment before responding, "Primarily food for the journey, drinking water, and ammunition, along with spare parts for the vehicle." Dean Jean nodded, leading the two into an office converted from a shipping container adjacent to the garage. He rummaged through a mountain of blueprints and produced a blank sheet of paper, handing a pencil to Shi Qingshan. "What dimensions do you envision for the trailer? Please sketch it out." Shi Qingshan contemplated for a moment, then pushed the pencil back, saying, "Our combat vehicle is 3.8 meters wide and 2.5 meters high. We need a sealed amphibious trailer approximately the same width and height, capable of carrying around 5 tons of supplies. There aren't any specific design requirements." "Oh, an amphibious design makes it a bit more complex." Dean Jean sank into the soft embrace of a sofa chair, stroking his white-streaked mustache in thought for a moment. He then began sketching on the blank paper, lifting it to ask, "Does this general shape work for you?" When a master craftsman takes action, their expertise is evident. With just a few strokes, Dean Jean brought the outlines of the combat vehicle and trailer to life on the paper. The lower part of the trailer was designed with a stout, boat-like form, featuring 2 triangular tracks on each side, while the slightly rounded top of the square enclosed cabin gave it an endearing, plump appearance, striking a balance between charm and functionality. Director Jean explained, "The weight of 5 tons of cargo, coupled with the minimum 2 tons of the trailer itself, is quite substantial. It necessitates 4 wheels for stability, otherwise, it would be precarious. Employing triangular metal tracks would enhance mobility and deter giant rats from gnawing at it, making it a suitable choice. Furthermore, when traversing water, its full load displacement must be at least 8 tons, necessitating a sufficiently broad base. The newly developed torque shaft connecting the 2 vehicles may not be ready in time, so we shall resort to using a tank's alternative. Although it may be heavier, its strength is adequate. What do you think?" Shi Qingshan expressed his satisfaction. "This is exactly how I envisioned it. However, could we incorporate a hatch on the top, similar to a battle vehicle? This would facilitate access in case of a zombie siege." Director Jean nodded and promptly sketched a hatch on the vehicle's roof, asking, "How does this look? Any further requirements?" Shi Qingshan shook his head. "None at all." "Very well. Since there are no objections, I shall arrange for the construction immediately. Time is of the essence." Suddenly, the internal phone on the desk rang. Director Jean answered, listening intently before stating, "Yes, let them bring it down." He hung up and remarked, "Just in time. Your battle vehicle has arrived. Let us go outside and take a look." "Excellent." The group made their way to the corridor outside the office, and moments later, the Black Thunder God glided silently into view, immediately capturing the attention of the nearby engineers. These engineers, being seasoned professionals, instantly recognized the Thunder God's extraordinary features and found themselves drawn to it. Chapter 46, Seeking Someone. Look. This infantry vehicle is hybrid. No. I believe it operates entirely on electric power. Is an all-electric system reliable? The United States employs hybrids. What if an all-electric system loses power and becomes stranded? You simply do not understand. Our esteemed academician Ma's team has developed an all-electric system that is a generation ahead of American technology, which has been mature for over a decade. Goodness. This vehicle is equipped with graphene-coated ballistic armor. Well, the front and rear bumpers are made of titanium alloy. What a necessity. Of course, it is essential if cost is no object. While the bumpers alone do not significantly reduce weight, imagine if the entire vehicle were constructed from titanium alloy. If the ballistic armor plates were also titanium-based, and with the elimination of the gearbox due to the all-electric propulsion, we could easily shed 10 tons. Is that even feasible? How much would it cost to build such a vehicle entirely out of titanium alloy? The engineers were in constant awe, whispering amongst themselves, leaving Hu Jinfeng momentarily stunned. "Ah, so this is the #1 vehicle from the armaments group," exclaimed Dean Jean with a hearty laugh. I was just worried that your vehicle might lack sufficient towing capacity. But it appears my concerns were entirely unfounded. Dean, do you recognize this vehicle? Inquired Shirqin Shan. Dean Jean nodded, circling around the Thunder God vehicle. I saw the prototype once. I can't believe it has been delivered in just 2 years. Zhang Gong and Wang Hongwen jumped down from the cabin, while the engineers eagerly peered inside through the rear door, marveling at the internal structure. It's so spacious. Indeed, it is all electric. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so roomy inside. The turret doesn't occupy any interior space. It must be remote-controlled. I have heard of this new design concept, but I never imagined it would be implemented so soon. This is a vehicle of the future. Dean Jean strolled to the rear of the war vehicle, parting the crowd. He bent down to inspect the rigid towing hook and hydraulic oil pipe interface beneath the vehicle, then took out a tape measure to gauge the width of the rear hatch. Addressing the engineers who looked on in confusion, he commanded, "All of you set aside your current tasks and construct an amphibious trailer for this infantry vehicle that can bear a minimum load of 5 tons, using the finest materials. I want it ready for testing by this evening." "Dean, do you have blueprints?" one engineer asked. Dean Jean produced his sketch. "Follow this design. Use metal for the tracks. And ensure the chassis frame and shock absorbers are made from the best materials, prioritizing lightweight and durability. Utilize those leftover titanium alloy plates and carbon fiber materials from the warehouse. Make it a masterpiece." "Understood, Dean." The engineers immediately dispersed to their tasks. Overhearing their conversation, Wang Hongwen discreetly tugged at Zhang Gong, and the two quietly moved to Shirqin Shan's side. "Team leader, impressive. Adding a trailer has caught the attention of the entire assembly." Wang Hongwen, now sporting glasses, regained a semblance of an intellectual image. Shirqin Shan self-deprecatingly remarked, "I possess no such prowess. There is an important passenger who wishes to use our vehicle. I am merely riding on her coattails." "Important passenger?" Wang Hongwen glanced at Hu Jinfeng. Shirqin Shan shook his head, feigning mystery. "She's a young beauty." Wang Hongwen's eyes sparkled. "A young beauty? How young?" Shirqin Shan winked at him, remarking that the significant aspects were indeed substantial. However, he added, there was no need to entertain any thoughts, as the young lady already had a boyfriend. "Humph. Even with Anjia having a boyfriend, you still attempt to pursue her." Wang Hongwen, now quite familiar with Shirqin Shan, spoke with casual ease. Shirqin Shan's face flushed slightly as he cleared his throat. "Ahem. Anjia once had a boyfriend, but this one currently has a boyfriend, which is entirely different. Such pretentiousness. It must be Xueli, right?" Upon hearing Shirqin Shan's comment about the significant aspects, Wang Hongwen had already deduced the answer. "Oh." Shirqin Shan stealthily glanced at Hu Jinfeng, noting that he seemed oblivious to their conversation, and quickly interjected, "Ah, I see you and Lennon get along well. Do you still dare to pursue his wife?" "Who is his wife?" "Lennon told me last night that Xueli only sees him as a brother. Moreover, even if Xueli were unattached, I wouldn't pursue her. That little vixen is not someone I can provoke." "A brother, you say? No wonder." "No wonder what?" "Oh, nothing." As Shirqin Shan saw Hu Jinfeng returning, he decisively cut off the topic and turned to Zhang Gong, saying, "Old Zhang, your task has been completed. We shall depart southward the morning after tomorrow. Is there anything I can assist you with?" Zhang Gong shook his head. "Captain Sure, will we meet again?" "Of course. We will, without a doubt," Shirqin Shan replied, uttering words he himself was not entirely convinced of, as he firmly shook Zhang Gong's hand, then turned to Wang Hongwen. "Old Wang, there are troops here. At least safety can be assured. Will you stay or?" Wang Hongwen did not hesitate, "Since we are heading south. May I accompany you back to Shanghai?" "Certainly. I have already reserved a spot for you." To be frank, although Shirqin Shan found Wang Hongwen's personality somewhat displeasing, he acknowledged that the man was competent and skilled in technology. Those who possess abilities tend to carry a certain pride, which Shirqin Shan could accept. He was not oblivious. He could sense Wang Hongwen's underlying disdain for him. After all, he hailed from a big city, possessed a high level of education, and was well-versed in cutting-edge technology. In contrast, Shirqin Shan only held a university degree and was adept only in the art of combat, were it not for the chaotic times. He would seem insignificant compared to Wang Hongwen, who would not even smile in his presence. Hu Jinfeng cast a penetrating gaze at Wang Hongwen and said to Shirqin Shan, "Captain, we cannot intervene here. Shall we seek out that individual?" Shirqin Shan glanced at the time. It was already 11 in the morning. He hastily replied, "All right, let us proceed." He instructed Wang Hongwen and Zhang Gong to remain with the armored vehicle, exchanged greetings with Dean Jean, and hurriedly exited the parking lot with Hu Jinfeng. Moments later, a helicopter ascended into the sky, heading towards the northern part of the city. On a sweltering summer day, the rainwater that had pooled in the low-lying areas from the previous day's downpour evaporated rapidly, leaving behind patches of thin mud. Due to the rapid dehydration, the thin mud cracked, with its edges curling and overlapping, resembling a series of chocolate rolls. At noon, the asphalt road, scorched by the relentless sun, seemed on the verge of melting, emitting a pungent odor of crude oil, while the heated air rose and shimmered, causing the road to appear distorted from above. At this moment, Qingshan and his companions were aboard a helicopter, gliding northward along the highway, gradually approaching a range of mountains to the west of the Yulong Reservoir. These hills belong to the Yinshan Mountain Range's foothills, and from above, the peaks appeared in a staggered formation, each standing at a modest elevation of 400 to 500 meters, lush and indistinguishable. Without precise coordinates, locating anyone here proved nearly impossible. Hu Zhenfeng leaned against the helicopter's window, peering down for quite some time, unable to discern any notable differences among the slopes, and perspiration began to bead on his forehead. The individual he sought was named Lu Shubao. Half a year prior, Lu had approached him, seeking explosives to blast a path through the mountains, a request Hu had declined. Perhaps his refusal had lacked the necessary tact, provoking Lu to leave before finishing his meal. Hu recalled Lu mentioning that his parcel of wilderness was adjacent to the western edge of the reservoir. Yet it now appeared that at least a dozen hills bordered the reservoir's west side. It was impractical to descend and search each one, especially given the constraints of time. After the helicopter circled the national highway along the reservoir, Xueli could no longer hold her tongue. Fengge, stop daydreaming. We'll run out of fuel if we make another lap. Hu Zhenfeng ignored her, his expression grave as he instructed the pilot, Old Gao. Lower the altitude and fly close to the treetops on the way back. Understood. The helicopter banked sharply, descending more than 200 meters, maintaining a distance of just over 10 meters above the canopy as it turned around and headed back. The rotor blades stirred up a tempest, causing the fruit trees on the slopes to sway violently. Various mountain chickens and wild birds concealed within the foliage were startled into flight, scattering in all directions. It became evident that only the uninfected birds, free from the brain-eating parasite, fled in a panic, while those afflicted launched themselves at the helicopter. A myriad of mountain chickens, doves, and other unidentified birds recklessly charged toward the helicopter, only to be hurled away by the gusts generated by the rotor blades before they could reach it. They exhibited no fear of death, flapping their wings and diving from every conceivable angle. Flying against the wind from below proved challenging, but approaching from other directions was significantly easier. The helicopter's windshield and fuselage were incessantly battered by the collision of red-eyed birds, the rotor blades striking them with a sickening thud, feathers flying and blood splattering in a gruesome display. The danger alarm of the helicopter blared to life. For Jia, who was aboard a helicopter for the first time, encountering such peril was overwhelming. She instinctively clutched Qingshan's arm tightly, her eyes wide with terror as she scanned her surroundings, fearful that an ostrich-sized bird might crash into the aircraft. As the helicopter's nose dipped, accelerating its speed, the pilot, upon witnessing an increasing swarm of frantic birds charging forward, decided against further risk. He yanked the control stick, rapidly ascending into the sky. Chapter 47. Lu Shubao. The helicopter ascended to a height of nearly 1,000 meters before hovering in place. The windshield was smeared with blood, and the pilot activated the wipers in an attempt to clear the gruesome stains, only to spread them further across the glass. Let us stop searching and head back. I'm starving, Sydney remarked, peering down. Hu Zhenfeng, feeling somewhat disheartened, nodded in agreement, ready to give the order to return. However, Qingshan interjected, Old Hu, I've noticed something unusual about the third mountain peak. There are hardly any birds there. Hardly any birds? Are you suggesting that there might be people living there? Hu Zhenfeng inquired. Indeed, Qingshan replied, stroking his freshly shaven chin. Is it possible that a hunter resides atop that peak, scaring the birds away? Hu Zhenfeng pondered this for a moment. That is a possibility. Should we descend and investigate? Don't look. Let us hurry back, Sydney insisted, clearly skeptical about the presence of anyone below. Very well. Let us descend and take a look. If there is no one there, we'll leave immediately, Qingshan urged her. Sydney glanced at the others, seeing no support for her stance, and pouted in silence. Hu Zhenfeng signaled to the pilot, who gently pushed the lever, and the helicopter began its descent, slowly rotating as it did so. As they dropped to a height of over 200 meters above the treetops, birds infected with brain parasites suddenly surged back, filling the air with a cacophony of flapping wings and frantic cries. Look quickly, Jia exclaimed, lifting her sunglasses to point at a narrow gap in the trees. There's a path. Everyone directed their gaze in the direction of her finger and soon spotted a winding white line leading up to the mountain summit. It was a narrow gravel path, barely wide enough for 2 or 3 people to walk side by side, easily overlooked unless one was attentive. The helicopter circled the mountain peak, eventually locating a small clearing of about 10 square meters, paved with white stones. This clearing lay on the southeastern slope of the mountain, previously unnoticed as the helicopter had been searching from the south to the north. Now, it appeared like a patch of bare scalp on a densely haired head, strikingly conspicuous. At the center of the clearing stood a figure, long hair billowing in the wind. At first glance, one might mistake him for a plump peasant woman. But a closer inspection revealed a bearded chin and a protruding belly as he shaded his eyes and gazed up at the aircraft. "That's him," Hu Jinfeng exclaimed. His fist clenched in excitement. Shi Qingshan scrutinized the individual with suspicion. Under normal circumstances, one would expect anyone spotting a military helicopter to react with exuberance. Yet this man's demeanor seemed peculiar. Could he have turned into a zombie? Why is he so composed? Not at all. Look, he is still smoking. And Jia, with her keen eyes, noted, possessing sharper vision than the pilot. "Old Gao, descend," Hu Jinfeng commanded decisively. As the helicopter lowered, the various wild birds swirling around the cabin were immediately caught in the rotor blades, resulting in a cloud of blood and feathers as flesh and bone rained down. The man below, caught off guard, hastily shielded his head and fled into the woods. As the helicopter descended, the onlookers soon discerned that the open space was not barren but rather a small courtyard enclosed by a fence. It was adorned with a variety of vegetables, including scallions, garlic, tomatoes, and cucumbers. Beneath a large tree, several makeshift shelters and a farm equipment shed were constructed with color-coded steel sheets. The eccentric figure, clad in a white tank top and smoking a cigarette, sat atop a pile of bamboo baskets in the equipment shed, gripping a conical hat and a water gourd tightly to prevent them from being swept away by the fierce wind. The helicopter, a military transport variant of the Little Antelope, had rotor blades exceeding 10 meters in diameter, barely managing to land. A few large tree canopies were disturbed by the rotor wash, causing branches to crash down into the courtyard, which were then caught up and sent swirling by the gusts. The cucumber trellis and tomato vines were uprooted, and the steel roof of the shed rattled ominously before being flung onto a tree branch, leaving the courtyard in disarray. Once the helicopter finally touched down, the engine silenced, and the rotor blades gradually ceased their rotation. Several individuals disembarked. The eccentric man's cigarette had been severed at the base, leaving only the filter, while his long hair fell over his face, with leaves and vines tangled around his waist, rendering him motionless and dazed. Upon witnessing the transformed courtyard and the despondent expression on the eccentric's face, Xueli could no longer contain her amusement and burst into laughter, prompting Anjia to hide behind Shi Qingshan, her shoulders shaking with laughter. "Humph! You needn't laugh. If you do not provide me with satisfactory compensation today, you shall have cause to weep," the eccentric remarked coldly, surveying the hole burned into his white tank top. "We apologize, dear friend. We shall compensate." Hu Jinfeng quickly stepped forward to clear the vines that ensnared him. Seeing this, Shi Qingshan also rushed forward to assist in the cleanup. Suddenly, the man lifted his long hair from his face, leapt down from the bamboo basket, and bellowed, "Sure to?" Instantly, Xueli shouted, "Scissors, paper," and erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Shi Qingshan, taken aback, looked up in surprise, stepped into the grass, and joyfully grasped the man's arm. "Lu Shubao? How have you grown so large? When did you come to hide here? Sure to, is that really you? If I call your name, will you dare to respond?" Lu Shubao grinned widely, brandishing the gourd at Shi Qingshan in jest. "Get lost." Shi Qingshan playfully punched him in the chest, laughter crinkling the corners of his eyes. "What is going on? Why did you come to this wretched mountain?" Lu Shubao returned the playful punch, thumping his chest. "What about you? Why has no one been able to contact you? The brothers thought you were dead." The crowd was taken aback, realizing that they were already acquainted and appeared to be quite familiar with one another. Initially apprehensive, Hu Jinfeng felt reassured seeing the camaraderie between Shi Qingshan and Lu Shubao, bolstering his confidence in completing the mission. After a brief moment of astonishment, he queried, "So you two have known each other for a long time?" Shi Qingshan replied with a smile, "Indeed. We have undertaken missions abroad together. We are sworn brothers." "Oh, so that is the case. Darling, look what I've brought you, dynamite." At this, Hu Jinfeng nodded and pointed to a corner of a box peeking out from the airplane's cabin. "Oh my, isn't this Udatsing? No wonder the skies were filled with dust and the earth trembled just now. It's you who has descended to our realm." Lu Shubao, with a flourish of his long hair, remarked with a sly eye and a tone laced with mockery. "Hee, do you take me for a monster? I have come to apologize to you. My hospitality was lacking last time." Hu Jinfeng, rarely in a jesting mood, forced a smile. "Oh dear, I cannot bear such a burden. What apology could you possibly owe me? Isn't that a curse upon my lifespan?" Shi Qingshan, noticing the tension between the two, furrowed his brow and playfully slapped Lu Shubao's belly with the back of his hand, saying, "Speak plainly. Who taught you to talk like that?" Lu Shubao, drawing in his belly, chuckled, "What wind has blown you here? Since this fellow brought you, I shall refrain from holding it against him." Shu Bao, you must understand my predicament. Your last visit coincided with an international conference, where leaders from dozens of nations gathered, and security was tight. Even if I had given you dynamite, you wouldn't have been able to bring it back. Hu Jinfeng, unusually verbose, seemed quite concerned about his friendship with Lu Shubao. Lu Shubao raised his hand. Enough. Let us put a stop to this. I, Lu, am not so petty. I have come to realize that you've always worn that sour face. You did not neglect me at the time. It was my pride that caused a rift. Let bygones be bygones. Hu Jinfeng nodded. This time, I've brought you enough dynamite to level this mountain. Hey, if you level it, what will I eat? My survival depends entirely on this treasure mountain. Lu Shubao lifted the mat behind him to reveal several large baskets of juicy peaches. He picked a ripe, deep purple peach, rubbed it against his belly, and handed it to Shurqin Shan. Then, selecting 3 large ones, he tossed them with a flourish of his hair to the 3 women standing behind, exclaiming, Ladies, taste the earthly delight of the flat peach. As he spoke, each peach landed perfectly in their hands. Chapter 48. The Zombie Perpetuum Mobile. The location of this small hill is breathtaking, offering a glimpse of the emerald lake below through the gaps in the thicket by the courtyard. The azure sky and white clouds are mirrored in the water, with the brown hills and green trees creating a picturesque harmony. In this apocalyptic world, possessing such a place to cultivate grains, fruits, and vegetables for self-sufficiency would indeed be a delightful existence, free from worries. A gentle breeze rustles the leaves, and Anjia, gathering her hair to one side, gazes up at the cerulean sky, momentarily entranced. A thought suddenly blossoms in her mind. She yearns for a secluded paradise to live out her remaining days in tranquil bliss. Previously, entangled in the web of fame and fortune, her heart was beset with myriad desires, yearning to be more beautiful, to become a superstar, to showcase herself on the grandest of stages. To achieve these aspirations, she toiled relentlessly, seeking every opportunity to present herself. Yet, most opportunities came with strings attached. To seize them, one might have to sacrifice purity, freedom, or dignity, things Anjia could not bring herself to do. Ultimately, her proud defiance roused the ire of a certain individual, resulting in her being marginalized. To return to the limelight, she would have to acquiesce to his demands. However, Anjia was determined not to follow in her mother's footsteps, a pitiable woman easily deceived by men. She vowed to break free from such a fate, pledging never to rely on men, to earn her own keep, and to carve out her own path, even if it led to failure. Little did she know. Just as Anjia was gathering her resolve to re-emerge, a pandemic erupted. All her plans were thrown into disarray, having narrowly escaped death. She found herself ensnared in peril once more. Watching the streets teeming with zombies and the helpless retreat of rescue personnel, despair nearly overcame her. A saying rings true: when God allows you to live, he surely has a purpose. Perhaps her prayers were answered. Just as she was preparing to venture out in search of sustenance, a miracle occurred. A special forces soldier, resembling a lump of charcoal, drove a black vehicle straight to her. Though not quite the prince on a white horse she had envisioned, Anjia nonetheless expressed her gratitude to God. After all, even a white horse was a rarity these days, let alone a prince. Growing up in a single-parent household had instilled in her a strong sense of independence. But a cataclysm had irrevocably altered her, transforming everyone and reshaping the entire world. The vows she had once made were cast aside. Concepts of independence, fame, and wealth became mere illusions in the face of death's looming shadow. Anjia stood momentarily lost in thought, observing her black car prince engrossed in conversation with Lu Shubao. Oblivious to her presence, pouting slightly, she found her feet moving involuntarily towards the fence, where a large tree obscured the beautiful view. Nestled in this serene and lovely courtyard, each individual harbored their own reflections. Snowpear appeared carefree, catching the peach tossed by Lu Shubao, tiptoeing to avoid the bird carcass on the ground as she sought refuge beneath the shade of a grand chestnut tree. Beneath the great tree stood a beach motorcycle, with a small 2-wheeled cart affixed to the back, seemingly modified for transporting peaches down the hill. A sheep, its belly pressed to the ground, was tethered to a small cart, undisturbed by the recent gusts of wind and flying debris. It remained tranquil, nibbling on the grass beneath its feet that had not been swept away. Snowpear, with her long legs, perched herself on the cart seat, swaying slightly as she sweetly inquired of the sheep, little lamb, would you like to have some peach?" The sheep, with half-open eyes and chewing mouth, remained indifferent. Feeling rather bored, Snowpear called out to Lu Shubao, "Hey, how can we eat this peach without washing it? Do you have any clean water here? I'm talking to you. What are you looking at?" Lu Shubao glanced around and pointed to himself, saying, "Are you calling me to feed you? At your age, you still need someone to feed you? I was asking you where we could find water to wash the peaches, not for you to feed me, you vain creature." Snowpear retorted, rolling her eyes. "You clearly asked me to feed you just now. Everyone heard it. Lu Shubao pointed to the two bystanders, Shi Qingshan and Hu Jinfen, who quickly looked up at the sky, seeking an escape from the verbal sparring. I was. Snow Pear opened her mouth to argue, but suddenly lost interest in the quarrel. With a huff, she turned and threw the peach she was holding far away, puffing her cheeks in annoyance. The peach landed and rolled out of the courtyard gate. Oh dear. And Jia suddenly raised her hands and dashed back, hiding behind Shi Qingshan, exclaiming in a panic, Zombies! Zombies! There are zombies below. Where? Shi Qingshan swiftly drew his pistol, preparing to investigate. Lu Shubao quickly grabbed his arm. Hey, hold on. Don't panic. Everything is under control. Seeing the puzzled expressions on their faces, Lu Shubao waved his hand mysteriously, saying, Come. Behold my masterpiece. He strode confidently to the spot wherein Jia had stood, flipping his long hair as he pointed down the slope, chuckling in the past. Hiring workers was costly. Not only did you have to pay them, but you also had to treat them well, or they would abandon you at the slightest inconvenience. Look how splendid it is now. A heap of weeds and a few rotten peaches can keep them working day and night without end. Curious. Everyone looked down to see a small cement platform about 10 meters below, covered by a black shade cloth, with a contraption resembling a turntable beneath it. 7 or 8 zombies were bound to the horizontal bars extending from the turntable, slowly moving in circles with their hands raised. It became evident to everyone that the zombies were fixated on a circle of chicken coops placed at the center of the turntable. Inside those coops were a dozen hens, positioned with their backs facing outward and heads turned inward, pecking at the fresh grass and a pile of rotten peaches at the center. As the turntable rotated, a stream of clear water flowed gently from beneath the grass, cascading onto the cement ground and trickling along several drainage channels towards the roots of the surrounding fruit trees. The zombies, drawn by the succulent chicken backs, licked their lips and roared with eagerness, tirelessly pursuing the delectable morsels just within reach, their hollow, dead fish-like eyes brimming with desire. Lu Shubao, brimming with pride, declared, What do you think? The perpetual motion mechanism I have meticulously crafted is quite remarkable, isn't it? Shi Qingshan observed for a moment, then scoffed. What kind of perpetual motion mechanism is this? Won't it just cease when the zombies starve to death? Lu Shubao, with a finger raised in a gesture of pride, responded, It is certainly not feasible for the zombies to perish from hunger. The brilliance of my design lies in its ability to enable the zombies to continuously turn the wheel to draw water from the well while sustaining their lives. Can any of you discern the underlying principle? His words piqued the interest of the onlookers. After a brief observation, Yanan was the first to speak succinctly. Eggs. Lu Shubao gave her a thumbs up, exclaiming, Kudos to you. This ice queen is indeed clever. Look closely. Isn't every chicken's rear positioned over a water trough? This trough serves a purpose beyond merely draining water and providing hydration for the zombies. The hens, after feeding on grass and peaches, lay eggs and produce droppings that flow into the trough, allowing the zombies to consume the nutrient-rich eggs and manure for sustenance. Conversely, the droppings generated by the zombies are carried away by the water along the pipes to nourish the fruit trees, thus creating an ecological cycle. What do you think? My invention deserves a Nobel Prize, doesn't it? Shi Qingshan laughed heartily, patting him on the shoulder. Whether the Nobel Prize can be awarded to you, I cannot say. However, if discovered by the Zombie Rights Protection Organization, you would undoubtedly face litigation. Lu Shubao shrugged with an exaggerated gesture. What a pity that would be. Laughter erupted among the group, amused by his antics. Chapter 49. Accepting the call, Siri, with a disdainful pout, stood far from the railing, tiptoeing to peer below while muttering dismissively, Humph. Just fanciful thinking. Those 2 zombies down there must be dead. This thing surely hasn't been made for long, has it? Hey, you're only allowed to rest. Zombies can't be made to toil without a break, can they? Who says they are dead? I shall prove it to you. Lu Shubao dashed back to the shed, retrieving a slingshot resembling a sauced pig's trotter, and picked up a white pebble from the ground to load into the rubber band. With a flick of his wrist, the stone zipped through the air, striking one of the dragging zombies precisely on the head. To everyone's astonishment, the zombie immediately struggled to rise, flailing its arms as it began to chase after a hen. What do you think? Not dead, right? Lu Shubao grinned broadly, showcasing his teeth to Siri. Humph. Having been bested by Lu Shubao twice, Siri was on the verge of throwing a tantrum when suddenly her wristband vibrated. Hey, speak. She shouted irritably at the wristband. Crackling static filled the air as the signal faltered. Speak up. Hey, Siri raised her voice, stepping beside the helicopter and climbing the ladder to gain height. Siri, come. Before anyone could discern the words, a cacophony of calling echoed from the sky. A flock of red-eyed sparrows, having spotted the shouting Siri, flapped their wings and swooped down rapidly. Just as Siri was about to be attacked, Lu Shubao swiftly scooped up a handful of stones from the ground. With a toss of his long hair, he raised the slingshot and expertly launched several stones in quick succession, knocking down 3 of the zombie birds. Shiking-Shan was not idle either. He pressed down on the pistol raised by Hu Zhenfeng, drawing his own silenced gun from his thigh and firing with precision. The remaining zombie birds fell from the sky, their bodies crashing down perilously close to Siri, startling her into a frantic scramble into the helicopter, where she slammed the door shut, too frightened to emerge again. The minor crisis dissipated as swiftly as it arose. Shiking-Shan, observing the absence of further threats, beckoned to Siri from beneath the helicopter, saying, "It's safe now. Come out. It's sweltering in there." Siri's heart raced in her throat, and remaining in the cabin, she pleaded, "Now that we've found someone, let us depart swiftly." Her face was flu's. "I have no intention of drinking his wretched water." Xueli still harbors resentment towards Lu Shubao. She is all curves and no brains. If he wants to drink, let him be. Lu Shubao tucked the slingshot into his pocket and took a big gulp from the water gourd he picked up from the shed. "Your eyes are small, but your mouth is large. You have a big belly but a small mind." Xueli swallowed her saliva and retaliated with bitterness. "You." Lu Shubao was about to retort when Shiking-Shan, seeing the flames of conflict reignite, quickly intervened, saying, "How old are you? Still bickering with a young girl?" His words held weight, and Lu Shubao's voice diminished considerably as he deliberately appraised Xueli's alluring figure, stammering, How is she small? I can't see it. We don't need him anymore. He infuriates me. Let's go." Xueli turned to board the plane again, but Yanan seized her and forcefully dragged her into the shade. Yanan pushed Xueli onto a beach motorbike and peeled a peach, offering it to her. Just as Xueli was about to toss it away, Anjia caught her wrist and firmly shoved it into her mouth. "We leave the day after tomorrow. It would be troublesome if you suffer from heat stroke." Hearing Xueli's nonsensical remarks, Lu Shubao scrutinized Shiking-Shan and Hu Zhenfeng with suspicion, asking, "What exactly do you want from me? It can't be as simple as delivering explosives, can it?" Shiking-Shan, noticing Hu Zhenfeng's silence, nodded solemnly and pointed at Xueli, stating, "There is indeed a matter. We have been assigned by the military commission to escort her to the south, and we currently lack someone who understands vehicle maintenance, which is why we thought of you." "What? Protect her?" Lu Shubao recognized the peril of this mission and immediately rejected the idea without hesitation. "No way. I have already retired. Why should I risk my life for her? But you are still in the reserves. You have an obligation to respond to military summons at any time." Hu Zhenfeng remarked coldly. "What? If I refuse to answer the summons, will you arrest me? What do you say?" Hu Zhenfeng's arms tensed slightly. "What do I say? I say you'd better have the capability to catch me if you want to." Lu Shubao's eyes darted mischievously as he subtly surveyed the surroundings, then suddenly dashed towards the gate. Shiking-Shan, aware of Lu Shubao's tendency to respond to soft pressure rather than hard, had anticipated his escape and immediately lunged forward to firmly embrace him. Lu Shubao struggled to break free, exclaiming, "Old buddy, why are you holding me? I need to relieve myself." "Then do it right here. The restroom is not over there. That's out of the question. There are women here." Shiking-Shan maintained his grip, chuckling and jesting, "It's all right. Just do it here. With your little worm, they won't see from a distance." "Who has a little worm? What are you talking about? Can we not play together happily anymore?" "Why not?" Shiking-Shan whispered conspiratorially in his ear, "Don't you love vehicles? My infantry vehicle is incredible, fully tracked and powered by electricity. With bulletproof carbon fiber armor, a lightweight titanium alloy body, and an onboard intelligent supercomputer terminal, every aspect embodies cutting-edge technology. Would you like to take it for a spin?" "Just bragging. Have you used every term you know?" Lu Shubao harbored profound skepticism regarding the existence of the war chariot spoken of by Shiking-Shan. "When have I ever deceived you?" Shiking-Shan asserted vehemently, "If you doubt me, allow me to show you. Should I utter even a single falsehood? I promise to return you safely." With a dismissive wave of his hand, Lu Shubao replied, "I shall take a look. But I truly do not believe such a chariot exists. However, if what you claim is indeed true, I shall accompany you on your journey south." "Excellent. Let us board the aircraft," Shiking-Shan proclaimed, striking a pose of invitation. "Onward then, please." Lu Shubao's eyes glinted mischievously. "Wait a moment." He turned and approached the beach area, unfastening his prized goats and leading them before Shiking-Shan, handing over the reins. "You shall lead them for now." He then made to step outside the courtyard. "What are you up to now?" Shiking-Shan inquired. Lu Shubao paused, shaking his head with a wry smile. "What do you mean return? Even if you are deceiving me, I accept that. After all, we are good brothers. As long as I can fight alongside you, I am willing to undertake any perilous mission." With that, he opened the gate and strode out without a backward glance. Shiking-Shan's mouth opened in astonishment as he struggled to articulate a response. What a master of sentimentality. Suddenly, Xueli sprang to her feet and hurried to the gate, peering outside, and exclaimed, "Lu Shubao has escaped." "What? That cannot be." The others rushed forward to look outside, and indeed, Lu Shubao had vanished without a trace, neither on the flagstone path nor upon the concrete platform. Xueli scoffed. I told you so. He is nothing but a loudmouth with a small heart. At the first sign of danger, he flees faster than anyone. No sooner had she spoken than a rustling emerged from the nearby drainage ditch. Chapter 50. Encirclement. Oh dear. From the corner of the small path, an arm emerged from the ditch. Lu Shubao clambered onto the road, grimacing as he rolled over, lying on his back and panting heavily, his belly protruding. Who the hell threw a peach on the road? It nearly killed me, he exclaimed. Amidst the stunned silence of the crowd, Xueli suddenly burst into laughter, realizing that the peach in question was indeed the one she had thrown moments earlier. Haha. This is what we call retribution. Thank you, all the angels, for avenging me. What a delightful day for us common folk. Xueli's gloom dissipated, and she began to dance without a care for her image. Her exquisite features, paired with her melodious laughter, rendered her sweetly endearing, making it hard for anyone to harbor resentment towards her. Shi Qingshan was also swept up in her exuberance, unable to suppress his laughter. In the face of overwhelming crisis, it was rare for him to experience such clarity. Usually, even the sunniest of days appeared overcast to him. He often donned a facade of nonchalance to avoid burdening those around him, yet in the stillness of night, worries for his parents, concerns for his comrades, and uncertainties about the future would crash upon him, suffocating him. However, the carefree presence of Xueli always lightened the shadows in his heart, as if sunshine radiated from her being. Xueli embodied the spirit of a sunshine girl, seemingly untouched by sorrow, which perhaps explained why she was surrounded by numerous friends. She had a remarkable ability to infuse others with positive energy and hope. Noticing that Lu Shubao seemed to have taken a hard fall, Shi Qingshan quickly handed the sheep's reins to Jia and, along with Hu Jinfeng, rushed over to assist. Lu Shubao pushed their support away, rubbed his backside, and threw the squished peach away with force. Cursing under his breath, he limped towards the well, halted the turntable, and alongside Shi Qingshan and Hu Jinfeng, evaded the grasping zombies as they lifted the chicken coops onto the path. The helicopter's cabin was cramped, filled to capacity with people, leaving no room for chickens or sheep. Nevertheless, Lu Shubao insisted on bringing them all along, declaring that he would neither abandon nor give up on them. Ultimately, the pilot devised a solution, allowing them to proceed. The helicopter roared to life, its rotors whipping up a gale, spinning faster and faster before finally lifting off into the sky. Bah! Cluck, cluck, cluck. Suspended beneath the helicopter's landing gear were a series of chicken coops and the now restless milk goat, their terrified cries echoing as they flew towards the city. With a soft Chinese cigarette in his mouth, Lu Shubao gazed down from the heights at the orchard nourished by his diligent sweat, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. At long last, he would be leaving. He had grown weary of this monotonous and tedious life of toil. Only through experience could he understand that his adventurous and restless spirit could not be confined here, as it felt akin to imprisonment. As he looked at the metal shelter where he had lived for 2 years, its roof torn off by the wind, Lu Shubao flicked away his cigarette and waved his hand, his heart brimming with unspoken words condensed into 2 simple ones. Farewell. Inside the helicopter, the heat was stifling, the noise deafening, and the fierce wind caused their hair to dance wildly. Lu Shubao grasped his beard tightly, attempting to prevent it from intruding into his nostrils. Once aboard the plane, Xueli did not cease her chatter, her gaze fixated on his soiled pant leg as she stifled a giggle. Lu Shubao, thoroughly irritated by her laughter, shot her a glare. What are you staring at? Even with your 2 little eyes, they cannot compare to the size of mine. What? Which of my eyes is larger? The engine's roar drowned out Lu Shubao's words, feigning ignorance. This time, Xueli could no longer muster a smile. Bah! A dog cannot produce ivory, she retorted. Show me your ivory. Lu Shubao crossed his legs and began to shake them restlessly. Yin Nan, seeing Xueli at a loss for words, tugged at her, signaling her to cease. Xueli scrunched her nose, suddenly glancing at her wristband, and made a face at Lu Shubao. I want to stoop to your level. With that, she raised her wristband to her ear. Hello. What is the matter? What? Who has died? What happened? Good. I will find someone right away. Hold on. Xueli raised her head, anxiously addressing Hu Jinfeng. Hurry to the V Hotel and save them. A few of my friends are trapped there by giant rats and have already died. Calm down. Speak slowly. Which V Hotel? Hu Jinfeng extended his hands, urging Xueli to compose herself. The Vida Hotel, beneath the East 4th Ring Bridge. Quickly summon assistance. Xueli was on the verge of tears. Hu Jinfeng, now comprehending the urgency, immediately used the helicopter's radio to call for help. Command Center. Command Center. Civilians are under attack by giant rats inside the V Hotel at East 4th Ring. Requesting rescue. Requesting rescue. Upon hearing that the rats had killed someone, Shi Qingshan furrowed his brow and inquired, "Who is trapped?" "It's 5 of the people who played with us yesterday, all from the off-road fuel vehicle club. Why would they take such a risk going to the 4th ring?" Xueli replied anxiously, "There's a man-conqueror off-road vehicle in the underground parking lot of Lin and's V Hotel. He was afraid of danger and never dared to drive it before, but today, for some unknown reason, he went mad and did." "What is their current situation?" Xueli frowned, her knuckles turning pale from clenching. "I didn't inquire in detail. The signal was poor." "Why don't we go there directly?" "There's a helipad on the hotel's rooftop." After a moment of contemplation, Shi Qingshan suggested, "Let us first return to retrieve some rifles. Our firepower is insufficient, and entering without proper arms would be futile." "Don't you have handguns?" "Moreover, the troops will soon be on their way to provide support." "Brother Feng, how long will it take for them to arrive?" Xueli immediately asked Hu Jinfeng upon seeing him put down the walkie-talkie. "There are no troops near the V Hotel. Deploying nearby units will take at least 20 minutes at best." 20 minutes? That is too slow. By then, everyone will be dead. Let us go first and assess the situation. Observing the urgency in Xueli's expression, Shi Qingshan recognized her strong sense of loyalty. Faced with a friend in peril, she showed no concern for her own safety and her desire to rescue them. Moved by her selflessness, Shi Qingshan reconsidered and determined that saving lives was paramount. Though their weaponry was inadequate, he reasoned that exercising caution might mitigate the risk. His inquiring gaze fell upon Hu Jinfeng, who understood the implication and nodded slightly. He approached the pilot, offering a reassuring pat on the shoulder and uttering a few words. Instantly, the helicopter altered its course, heading directly towards the East 4th Ring Road. The helicopter soared at full speed, capable of reaching the V Hotel in merely 5 minutes. Shi Qingshan drew his pistol, extracting the magazine to count the remaining rounds. Having fired 5 shots earlier, he had 10 bullets left. He felt his pockets, finding them empty, as he had deemed the day free of peril and thus left his spare ammunition behind. Hu Jinfeng produced his own spare magazine and tossed it to him. After a moment's hesitation, Shi Qingshan loaded 5 rounds into his own magazine and returned the remainder. Lu Shubao, having not handled a firearm in over 2 years, felt a twinge of excitement upon seeing the 2 men tinkering with their pistols. With a chuckle, he remarked, "My slingshot is quite effective too." Shi Qingshan, aware of his character, retrieved a small backup pistol from his waistband and tossed it over. Lu Shubao caught the gun as if it were a hot potato, tossing it a few times before pinching it between 2 fingers, expressing disdain. "Why is it still warm? Did you hide it in your underwear?" "Not at all." "Why is it so warm then?" "I'm not wearing any." "Good grief. Aren't you afraid of an accidental discharge?" "If I were that unlucky, even iron underwear wouldn't save me." Lu Shubao examined the small pistol with skepticism. "Is this little thing capable of taking down a zombie? It might not even be as useful as my slingshot." "Can your slingshot penetrate a skull?" "Enough of that. Hand it over." Shi Qingshan feigned an attempt to snatch it. Hey, let me use it. If I can't even joke around, how can I compliment you?" Lu Shubao's chatter never ceased. Before long, a hotel adorned with a prominent V-shaped sign emerged in the sight of the group, standing tall at the edge of the 4th Ring Bridge. Chapter 51. Rescue. The hotel stands as a towering box-like structure, soaring over 30 stories high. Its exterior adorned with silver glass that glimmers with a dazzling golden radiance under the sunlight, creating a breathtaking spectacle. This embodiment of modernity, a pinnacle of industrial civilization, is on the verge of entering a phase of decay and deterioration after its final luminous outburst. Should human civilization falter irreparably from this point onward, this edifice will transform into a monumental tomb, standing sentinel on Earth for a century, a millennium, or even 10 millennia, until it is unearthed and explored by a new rising civilization. A helicopter circled the building, executing a reconnaissance flight but failed to locate a suitable landing spot. The zombies lurking in the shadows, alerted by the commotion, surged forth in pursuit of the aircraft, ensuring that any attempt to land would result in encirclement. Gazing down at the horde of zombies, resembling ants swarming below, Xueli hugged her arms, shivering in trepidation, exclaiming, "Ascend! Ascend! There's a helipad on the roof. We mustn't touch down." Shi Qingshan furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the environment below. To the east of the underground parking entrance, he observed a gaping hole in the rolling shutter door, through which a Jeep Wrangler was wedged, effectively sealing the breach. The shadows of the doorframe were crowded with zombies, all desperately attempting to squeeze through the narrow gap between the vehicle and the shutter door, inadvertently jamming each other and creating an even tighter blockade. Without a combat vehicle, entry into the parking lot from this position was utterly implausible. Through a transparent curtain wall above the entrance, Shi Qingshan noted that there were at least 40 to 50 zombies lingering within the hotel lobby. If they could descend without attracting the attention of the horde outside, there might be a chance to enter the underground parking lot via the lobby. However, this was a mere fantasy, The noise of the helicopter was deafening. And even if they attempted to rappel down, it would be too late. There were no fewer than 50 zombies meandering near the hotel entrance and with ammunition depleted. Entering the lobby was no longer an option. Shi Qingshan gazed into the distance, momentarily awestruck by the grandeur of the architectural landscape. In a mere few decades, the scale of the city had expanded to an astonishing degree. In all directions, steel and concrete jungles stretched to the horizon. Yet now, aside from the billowing smoke rising from the buildings and plastic bags drifting in the air, everything remained eerily still, rendering the vast city a desolate ruin, broken, filthy, and suffused with an aura of death. Old Gao, halt at the rooftop, Hu Jinfeng commanded. Wait. Shi Qingshan hesitated, contemplating the inevitable encounter with zombies should they descend 30-plus floors via the staircase, which would undoubtedly deplete their remaining ammunition. He had noticed a patch of open space on the roof of the refrigeration room at the hotel's rear, barely sufficient for the helicopter to land. And there should be a door leading into the hotel. However, based on experience, it was highly likely that the door would be locked from the inside, posing a risk of being unable to gain entry. Shi Qingshan mused. It would be prudent to first assess the rooftop, if it too was secured. He could then suggest proceeding via the refrigeration room's roof. At this moment, they were not aboard a combat vehicle, and undoubtedly Hu Jinfeng's word held sway. Given that others had already issued commands, voicing dissent could easily provoke discontent. He reassured himself that this was not mere timidity or indecision, but rather a rational analysis of the situation. The helicopter first lowered Lu Shubao's precious nanny goats and hens before gently landing on the rooftop. Before it could stabilize, Hu Jinfeng leaped out, braving the swirling heat to rush towards the rooftop door, closely followed by Shi Qingshan. The door was closed and unyielding, lacking a keyhole. Yet a narrow glass window adorned its surface. With a swift motion, Hu Jinfeng shattered the glass with a gunshot and reached inside, declaring, "It's a padlock, secured." "What now? Can we get in?" Xueli, trailing behind, inquired loudly, as several women approached, their hair billowing in the tempest stirred by the helicopter's blades. Shi Qingshan gestured for them to retreat, commanding, "Return to the helicopter and wait. Shu Bao, neglect your chickens for now. You must stay to protect them. We don't need protection. We have guns." Xueli pointed at Yang Yanin behind her, observing the icy beauty wielding not one, but two handguns. Shi Qingshan's mind raced with the phrase, "The dual-gun old lady. Don't even think about my handguns." Yang Yanin, noticing Shi Qingshan's peculiar gaze upon her weapons, quickly concealed them behind her back. She had heard tales of Shi Qingshan's extraordinary marksmanship, but she could not bear to see her prized guns damaged. Shi Qingshan scoffed, deeming the firearms unworthy of his attention. The compact 07 model could only hold 7 bullets, insufficient for combat despite its adequacy for self-defense. A click echoed as Hu Jinfeng readied his handgun to shatter the padlock, prompting Shi Qingshan to intervene urgently. "No, that would create too much noise." "Then what do we do?" Hu Jinfeng frowned, suggesting, "Yanin, could you ask Lao Gao if he has 2 wrenches? I intend to pry the lock open using leverage." "Wait." Njia, drenched in perspiration, wiped her chin with her sleeve, exclaiming, "Sure too? Aren't you skilled at lockpicking?" "Indeed, I am." Shi Qingshan realized that if he did not voice his thoughts soon, they would be stranded on the rooftop. He approached the edge and pointed downwards, proposing, however, "I believe entering the hotel from there would be more advantageous. The roof of the refrigeration room should accommodate the helicopter." Hu Jinfeng, gripping the scorching ledge, peered down and resolutely declared, "No, it's too narrow. If the helicopter's rotor strikes the condensation tower, we would be doomed." After a moment's contemplation, Shi Qingshan inquired, "Does the helicopter have a descent rope?" "It does, but is it necessary to use it? Taking the stairs won't consume much time." Hu Jinfeng replied, "I worry that encountering zombies on the stairs would waste ammunition. If we had a dagger, we could navigate the stairs quietly." Shi Qingshan proposed a compromise. While they deliberated, Xueli could hardly tolerate the heat any longer, urging, everyone should share their thoughts. "Yanin, where do you think we should go?" The rooftop sweltered, and beads of sweat formed on Yanin's fair forehead as she cast a glance at Hu Jinfeng, stating, "We aren't descending, but I believe this route would be preferable." "Bai Kai, what about you?" "Accessing the parking lot from below is closer. It would minimize unforeseen incidents." Njia naturally supported Shi Qingshan's suggestion. At present, the score stands at 2-2. Just as Xueli was about to voice her opinion, a sudden rustling sound of glass grinding drew her attention. An arm unexpectedly protruded from the shattered window of the rooftop door. Startled, Xueli found herself perilously close to the door, nearly snatched by a zombie that was clawing its way up the stairs. She shuddered violently and retreated abruptly, beads of sweat instantly forming on her forehead. Shi Qingshan, standing nearest to the door, had already braced himself for any commotion. As soon as the zombie revealed its head, he swiftly kicked it. The impact sending the creature's head crashing against the doorframe before it rebounded and tumbled down the stairs. Xueli's complexion turned pale, her heart racing as if it had leapt into her throat. Resolutely, she exclaimed, "I support taking the route below." Lu Shubao, having just rushed over after covering the chicken coop with a wooden board, was drenched in sweat. Noticing everyone's gaze upon him, he hastily lifted his shirt to reveal his ample belly and declared, "I'll take the top floor." "What nonsense. Who needs your input?" Xueli retorted disdainfully. "I can choose whoever I want to support, and it's none of your business." Lu Shubao, having spent 2 years on the mountain, was now anxious for any form of interaction, even if it meant engaging in a quarrel. As the two prepared to bicker again, Shiking-shan raised his hand to silence them. Addressing Lu Shubao, "We have 2 options. One is to descend to the parking lot, and the other is to go down from the rooftop of the cooling room. Choose wisely." Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lu Shubao replied, "Let us take the cooling room roof. At least it sounds refreshing." Shiking-shan turned to Hu Jinfeng, seeking his input. Hu Jinfeng succinctly stated, "The minority must yield to the majority." The group then bent low and approached the helicopter, carrying a cluster of chicken coops. As the nanny sheep took flight, the pilot, Lao Gao, displayed remarkable skill, landing the helicopter directly atop a 2-meter-high outdoor air conditioning unit. The sheep and chicken coops nestled safely within the crevices, offering both shade and security. The helicopter's rotor blades hovered just above the cooling unit's condenser tower, sparing them the hassle of a rope descent. Once the rotor speed diminished, Shiking-shan leapt down from the unit and made his way to a corner of the rooftop, where an open manhole beckoned. This was the sole passage into the building. He lifted the cover, a foul odor nearly overwhelming him. Fortunately, the lid was ajar, and the interior was not locked. Holding his nose, Shiking-shan peered down to discover a 5 to 6 meter high iron ladder leading to the ground. "This is a death trap. Have you lost your way? This is clearly a cesspit." Lu Shubao, seeing his sheep and chickens comfortably settled, approached while covering his nose with the hem of his shirt. "We must descend, no matter what." As Shiking-shan noticed Hu Jinfeng had also arrived, he chambered a round in his handgun, took a few deep breaths, and grasped the iron ladder, climbing down first. Chapter 52. Infiltration. As Xueli witnessed the figure of Shiking-shan vanish from the helicopter, an unexpected wave of concern surged within her. She felt an urge to call out to him but hesitated, fearing that Njia might grow suspicious. In that moment of indecision, the 3 individuals gradually descended. "Wait for the troops. It's too perilous for just you few to go down and rescue someone." Unable to contain herself any longer, she raised her hands and shouted, addressing them as you. Although younger, Xueli was no novice in matters of the heart. She understood the art of concealing her true feelings. And Jia shot her a discontented glance. "Why did you wait until now to shout? You should have spoken up earlier." Xueli realized her fault. It was she who had insisted on this course of action, now that they had committed to it. She had no words to counter, her lips pursed in silent defiance. The refrigeration room loomed large and dim, its labyrinthine pipes creating an oppressive atmosphere. The vast space was eerily quiet, the sound of dripping water echoing distinctly. Shiking-shan and the others carefully descended the iron ladder, the clanging of their shoes against the metal pipes resonating loudly. If zombies were nearby, the noise would surely attract them, yet by the time they reached the ground, there was no sign of disturbance. "Hurry, it stinks in here." Lu Shubao pinched his nose and waved his small handgun, urging Shiking-shan onward. "Watch where you aim that thing." Shiking-shan snapped, covering his mouth and nose as he cautiously maneuvered around a cluster of large pipes. There, on the cement floor, lay a highly decomposed corpse. Its soft tissue had liquefied, and clusters of maggots writhed upon the surface of its skin, the source of the unbearable stench. Lu Shubao nearly retched at the sight, his stomach churning, and he gestured frantically for Shiking-shan to move aside and hasten their escape. It wasn't that Shiking-shan relished the grotesque scene. With experience, he had already closed his eyes. The dim lighting made it difficult to navigate swiftly. Pushed along by Lu Shubao and Hu Jinfeng, Shiking-shan quickly skirted past the rotting body, disregarding the possibility of zombies lurking outside the refrigeration room. And they burst through the door. The moment they emerged, Lu Shubao retched violently. A viscous spray erupted from him, splattering against Shiking-shan's neck and hitting the opposite wall, even splattering the 2.5-meter-high ceiling, a testament to the pressure building within. The outer room was brightly lit, furnished with several desks by the windows. A zombie, hearing the commotion, struggled to rise from the floor, but after a prolonged effort, Shiking-shan seized a nearby fire extinguisher and swung it down upon its head. With a resounding crack, the creature collapsed, a torrent of red and white matter spilling from beneath its matted hair. Lu Shubao convulsed a few times before bending over again, preparing for another wave of nausea. Shiking-shan approached the office door and peered through the glass, making a safe gesture. Turning back, He spotted Hu Jinfeng opening a red fire cabinet in the corner, retrieving 3 gas masks, 2 shovels, and a fire axe. Good finds. Shi Qishan exclaimed as he hurried to take one of the shovels, securing his handgun into his leg holster and slinging the gas mask around his neck. Lu Shubao, having retched for what felt like an eternity, appeared as though his stomach had shrunk a size. At that moment, the odor within the room was utterly unbearable. Remaining there any longer would necessitate the use of gas masks. Shi Qishan, once he managed to suppress his nausea, hurriedly pulled his companion into the corridor. There were no zombies in the corridor, and after a brief discussion, the trio chose a door at the southern end and quietly approached, creating a narrow gap to peer through. Beyond the door lay the hotel lobby, where a nearby zombie, attracted by the faint sound of the door, emitted a dry, creaking noise from its joints, swaying its body before slowly turning around. Its eyes were vacant, cheeks sunken, as it vacantly scrutinized the sliver of light emanating from the door's gap. Its nostrils flared slightly, gradually revealing a gruesome array of white teeth and dark, decayed gums. Run! Hu Jinfeng exclaimed, donning his mask, and with a muffled shout, he forcefully pushed the door, knocking the zombie to the ground as he charged forward. The wind carried the sound of bones crunching under the weight of his axe, as several obstructing zombies were toppled. The remaining zombies in the lobby, alerted by the commotion, immediately surged toward them. If they were caught, what hope would they have for survival? The group sprinted desperately towards the elevator, aiming for a wooden door beside it, which, by all accounts, should lead to the staircase. Hu Jinfeng reached the door first and yanked the handle. Damn it. It's locked. He raised his axe, ready to break it down. Wait. Cover me. Let me try? Shi Qishan shouted as he ran, transferring the shovel to his left hand. Kneeling, as if in slow motion from a film, he slid along the ground while deftly retrieving a master key from the pocket of his left arm, positioning it accurately from a distance and inserting it into the lock. With a twist, the door sprang open. Shi Qishan swiftly withdrew the key, pulled the door wide, and performed a forward roll inside. Hu Jinfeng and Lu Shubao wielded their shovels and axes, striking down several zombies that lunged at them, hastily squeezing through the door and slamming it shut behind them, just as the pursuing zombies collided against it. After a moment, the incessant thudding of zombies against the door filled the air when suddenly, Lu Shubao's voice rang out in a higher pitch. Why is it so dark? Where are we? Good grief. A storage room? This is rather awkward. What now? What do we do? Charge out. Wait. Moments later, the storage room door swung open, and Shi Qishan burst forth, driving a floor scrubber at full speed, which immediately knocked down a significant number of the encroaching zombies. Hu Jinfeng and Lu Shubao followed closely behind, swinging their axes and shovels to keep the zombies at bay. Seizing the chaos, Shi Qishan leaped off the scrubber, allowing it to wander aimlessly, diverting the attention of the zombies. He then dashed across to the opposite side of the elevator, pulled open another wooden door, peered inside, and waved his hand urgently, prompting the 3 of them to hurriedly squeeze through. With a bang, the door closed behind them, plunging them once again into darkness, and the chilling sensation indicated they were in a corridor leading underground. There was no time to rest. Shi Qishan retrieved a flashlight from his pocket, while Hu Jinfeng and Lu Shubao frantically secured the door with bolts and reinforced it with 2 shovels against the handle, finally allowing themselves a sigh of relief. They removed the bloodied masks and gloves and discarded them. Shi Qishan wiped the sweat from his forehead and cursed. Damn it. Is it easy to save 2 bullets? Who? There are likely not many zombies left below. I will take the lead. Hu Jinfeng nodded, carefully wiping the grime and blood from his arm with a handkerchief, saying, Here. Use this. He then extracted a spare magazine from his pocket and tossed it to Shi Qishan. Give me a few spare bullets as well. Lu Shubao directly removed his sweat-soaked shirt and reached out to Shi Qishan for ammunition. Shi Qishan glanced at him and tossed him a bullet, saying, Why do you need so many bullets trailing behind me? Just keep 1 ceremonial round in your pocket. Anything more is a waste. When have I ever wasted bullets? Although I may not shoot as accurately as you, I still ensure that each bullet eliminates an enemy, as you well know. Lu Shubao retorted, displeased. Stay in formation. Shi Qishan disregarded his complaints, holding a flashlight in one hand and resting it against the arm of the other that wielded a gun. The flashlight and handgun formed a straight line as he led the way down the stairs. Chapter 53. Linen has died. The trio descended to the first sublevel, noticing the staircase extended further down. Quietly, Shi Qishan opened the corridor door to the first sublevel, peering in with his flashlight. He turned back and whispered, There's nothing unusual here. Let us check the next level and conduct our search upwards. Don't shine the flashlight indiscriminately. The enemy is aware of our presence while we remain in the dark. Your light will give us away. Lu Shubao exclaimed, his expression one of incredulity. Can you truly see without the flashlight? It's pitch black. Who knows if anyone is inside? Lu Shubao derided Shi Qishan if there were anyone inside. They would certainly have turned on the lights. Your reckless use of the flashlight will reveal our location. Be cautious or you might end up riddled with bullets. Where is your vigilance? Shi Qishan appeared momentarily taken aback. Hu Jinfeng, equally baffled by Lu Shubao's words, reached back to touch Lu Shubao's forehead, then his own. Seemingly pondering something. What are you doing? Lu Shubao jumped, turning back to scold him in a hushed voice. Shi Qishan explained on behalf of Hu Jinfeng. He wanted to check if you're feeling feverish and confused. I merely felt nauseous. It's not a cold. Am I ill? Lu Shubao rolled his eyes. Hu Jinfeng quietly asked, if you're not feverish, why speak nonsensically? Who would shoot us to pieces? The kidnappers. Are we not here to rescue the hostages? Do they not have guns? Lu Shubao responded with surprise. Who told you there were kidnappers? We are indeed here to rescue someone, but they are surrounded by giant rats. Not people. Shi Qishan clarified. Giant rats? What do you mean by that? Lu Shubao scratched his head, realizing he might have misheard. Shi Qishan suddenly understood, evidently. Lu Shubao was unaware that the world now harbored not only zombies but also more perilous giant rats, a sign of his sheltered ignorance. Big rats. Now you understand. These rats are man-eaters. Oh my. Had I known, I wouldn't have come down. Don't you know I'm terrified of rats? Those creatures with their small, beady black eyes are utterly repulsive. Lu Shubao shuddered, clearly frightened. How would I know you fear rats? Aren't you supposed to be fearless? Shi Qishan continued down the stairs, muttering under his breath, coward. You're like a woman, afraid of rats. I'm not afraid. I just find those things disgusting. Compared to rats, Lu Shubao feared more the taunts of others regarding his courage. As they conversed, they reached the second sublevel. At the bottom of the staircase, Shi Qishan quietly pulled open a door at the end, and a brilliant beam of light burst forth. The trio peered inside and beheld a parking lot. About 10 meters away, where a towering 8x8 chassis-heavy truck had met with an accident, crashing into a load-bearing pillar. The truck, imposing in stature, had a sealed cargo compartment and was an outdoor off-road vehicle, likely the man-conqueror that Shuali had mentioned. The intense light emanated from a row of outdoor high-intensity LED lights atop the vehicle. Fortunately, the direction of the headlights was not aimed directly at them. Otherwise, they would have been unable to open their eyes. The vehicle continued to rumble, its front tires on the side, designed for off-road control, lay shattered all around. The cockpit crashed against a concrete pillar, collapsing inwards, with the windshield shattered. The immense force propelled the driver out of the vehicle, landing him atop a small car. Sprawled in a lifeless position. Help? With a swift motion, Shi Qishan dashed inside, cautiously advancing with small steps, quickly approaching the driver lying on the car's roof. The driver, in his early 20s, was familiar to Shi. He had seen him just that morning. Under the intense light, it was evident that his forehead had caved in. Blood streaming down his face, indicating a severe skull fracture. A faint, rapid pulse could be felt at his neck. Yet blood-tinged froth continuously oozed from the corner of his mouth, suggesting broken ribs had pierced his lung. Uncertain of the viability of the medical resources at hand, Shi Qishan scanned the surroundings with vigilance. The illuminated areas of the underground parking lot shone as bright as day, while the shadows loomed darker. Glancing at his wristband yielded no signal. Shubao, apply a simple bandage and wait for us here. Let's search for others. Lu Shubao pondered briefly before climbing onto the rear of the vehicle, affirming, all right, you two go ahead. Aware that the greatest peril lay in the lurking giant rats, which feared the light, Shi reassured Lu Shubao, stay within the illuminated area. With this barrier of light, the rats cannot enter. Fear not, my friend. You are well aware of my combat capabilities. Besides, I possess ranged artifacts to fend off any lurking fiends. Lu Shubao brandished a small pistol. Shi Qishan patted his comrade's shoulder, contemplating briefly before retrieving a spare magazine and leaving him with 4 bullets, then turned to join Hu Jinfeng in the darkness. Previously obstructed by a truck, their view of most of the parking lot was limited. Now, illuminated by their flashlight, they beheld a scene of chaos. With bloodstains marring the concrete pathway, scattered shoes, a woman's wig, and several dark red streaks of blood extended into the inky depths. Shi Qishan hastened a few steps to retrieve the nearby wig, but upon shining his flashlight upon it, he recoiled as if electrocuted. The hair had erupted with the revelation. Damn. It's real hair, complete with a piece of scalp. Come back. Hu Jinfeng urged. Shi Qishan quickly retreated. First leaning against the truck to ensure no threats approached from behind, then scanning the surroundings with his flashlight. Gun poised against any sudden emergence of giant rats from the shadows. Could it have left? Why is there no sound? Who knows? I see there are still lights atop the vehicle that haven't been turned on. The switches must be in the cockpit, right? With a casual tug, Hu Jinfeng pulled at the door of the RV behind them, surprisingly finding it ajar. Quickly, let's turn on the lights on the roof. The two of them stepped into the RV, only to be struck dumb by the horrific sight before them. The dimly lit living room reeked of blood. Lennon lay on the ground, his upper body bare, his abdomen missing, internal organs exposed. A rat, twice the size of a cat, paid no heed to the astonished duo, gleefully tearing into Lennon's intestines. It appeared Lennon was not yet deceased. His face bore no color, pale as a sheet. His head rested precariously upon a table leg, his eyes wide with terror as he beheld himself being devoured inch by inch. Upon the arrival of Shi Qingxuan, a flicker of dying light ignited in his gaze, and a sibilant sound escaped his throat as he struggled to utter, "Help me." His fingers twitched feebly, but his arms lacked the strength to rise. The enormous rat emitted a displeased growl, as if disturbed from its repast, and bared its teeth in a menacing snarl. Lunging for his neck, with a gaping maw, it clamped down on his chin and neck, violently shaking its head in a frenzy of tearing and ripping. A sickening crack resounded, and Lin's legs twitched before falling still. Shi Qingxuan felt a shiver run down his spine, as a chill surged from his feet to the crown of his head. Snapping back to reality from his stupor, he cursed vehemently, "Damn it, perish." Raising his hand, he fired 2 shots in quick succession. The enormous rat, its rear end facing away, flipped onto its back with its belly exposed, yet still defiantly snarled a chilling threat before finally succumbing to stillness. In the distance, the shrill cries of other giant rats echoed in response. Chapter 54. A frightening encounter. What does it mean? Lu Shubao abruptly rose, gun in hand, listening intently to the sounds emanating from the darkness atop the vehicle. Hu Jinfeng shuddered. This is not good. Quickly, turn on the lights. He reached for the door, closing it and securing the lock. In a flurry, Shi Qingxuan darted into the driver's cabin, yet upon viewing the myriad of switches and knobs on the control panel, he felt utterly at a loss. Lu Shubao observed his distress and inquired, "Old buddy, tell me the truth. Is it a mouse or a tiger?" Shi Qingxuan, haphazardly pressing buttons, replied, "Didn't I mention a large mouse? Does that sound like a tiger?" As the vehicle responded to his frantic actions, it rose and fell, the home theater activated. The awning extended, interior lights flickered on, and the generator roared to life. Is this how one comforts a child? Does a mouse create such a ruckus? Perhaps a mouse spirit? Suddenly, all the lights extinguished, and in the enveloping darkness, faint sounds of scurrying creatures echoed, resembling the rapid movement of a dog's paws against the ground. Damn it! Bang! 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 The deafening gunfire erupted. Lu Shubao fired several rounds into the dark, and through the dim light of the muzzle flash, he caught glimpses of terrifying monstrous shadows. Good heavens! Is this a mouse or a dog? Shi Qingxuan, engulfed in darkness, was drenched in sweat, realizing that instead of illuminating the space, he had inadvertently turned off the remaining lights. One hand fumbled to locate the previously switched-off buttons, while the other brandished a flashlight, sweeping it around Lu Shubao, hoping to scare away the colossal rodent threatening him. "Hey, don't shine that light in my eyes. I can't see," Lu Shubao shouted. At that moment, the light, accidentally switched off by Shi Qingxuan, flickered back on, and amidst the shrill squeals, several dark figures darted into the shadows. "Goodness, you nearly scared me to death. Old buddy, you're not using me as bait, are you? Get lost." The RV trembled slightly, and Hu Jinfeng exclaimed, "They're gnawing on the tires." He leaned out of the window, firing 2 shots downward. Crash! A large rat leapt up, nearly biting Hu Jinfeng's arm, shattering the double-glazed window in the process. Shi Qingxuan, no longer daring to press buttons indiscriminately, calmed himself, aimed the flashlight at the dashboard, and pressed a button behind the front ceiling light he had just discovered. Click! The ceiling lights finally illuminated the entire area around the RV, casting away shadows as if it were daylight. 7 or 8 rats, large and small, shrieked in terror, scurrying beneath the vehicle or aimlessly crashing about on the ground. "You wretched creatures, let us see how rampant you can be now." Shi Qingxuan gritted his teeth, flinging open the door and stepping out. He aimed for the heads of 3 rats beneath the vehicle, firing to kill, then pursued the 4 larger rats that had shut their eyes and fled, delivering a fatal shot to each. As the echoes of gunfire faded, the underground parking lot fell silent, the theme song from an action movie playing in the vehicle's theater suddenly resonating with clarity. Are all the rats dead? Lu Shubao, his face ashen with fear, stood atop the vehicle, gripping his gun tightly, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Is it truly that terrifying? Shi Qingxuan questioned, unconvinced. Lu Shubao, with a mournful expression, lamented, "I am truly afraid. Elephants are formidable, are they not? Invincible. Yet, they too fear mice. Good heavens, could it be that I was an elephant in my past life? How could an elephant's appendage be as slender as a finger? If you are to be frightened, then retreat to the vehicle. I shall accompany consultant Hu to search for any surviving souls." And what of this individual? Lu Shubao crouched down to inspect the man's eyelids and felt for a heartbeat. He has breathed his last. That saves me the trouble. Dead? As Shi Qingshan was about to step forward to examine the body, he halted, shaking his head in resignation. Old Shi. Hu Jinfeng exited the vehicle and, following the trail of blood on the ground, took a few steps forward before abruptly pointing ahead. Following the direction of his finger, Shi Qingshan beheld, illuminated by the spotlight, their colossal shadows cast against the wall at the end of the parking lot. In the midst of the shadows, the fire ventilation duct's grill was shattered, revealing a large, square opening. Exchanging a brief glance, they nodded in unison, raising their weapons while cautiously lowering their feet to minimize the sound of their saws crunching on the dust as they approached the ventilation shaft. Shi Qingshan stowed the flashlight in his pocket, remaining vigilant while he stealthily loaded bullets into the magazine. The parking garage's ceiling towered 4 to 5 meters high, a rarity indeed. Most of the parking spaces were occupied by tour buses and tall business vehicles, which had not been moved in quite some time. Their surfaces coated with a layer of dust. A trail of footprints descended from the ramp, leading directly to the corner where traces of off-road vehicles could be discerned. As they walked, Hu Jinfeng analyzed the ground markings, stating, at that moment, 5 individuals crashed their vehicle through the garage's roll-up door and descended on foot. Perhaps their journey had been too smooth, causing them to lower their guard. A woman was suddenly dragged away by a massive rat, leaving the others in a panic, hastily attempting to escape in their vehicle. Unfortunately, the doors were left ajar, and 2 were subsequently pulled away by the gigantic rodent. The young man responsible for driving, in a state of sheer terror, collided with a load-bearing column of the building, catapulting from the car and fortuitously landing in the light, thus preserving his entire body. As he gestured, the corresponding traces on the ground became clearer. Shi Qingshan nodded in agreement with his deductions, reflecting that this taciturn individual possessed some insight. Observing his valor during the battle against the zombies on the first floor, it was evident that his position as Commander Yang's security advisor was indeed earned through his own merit. Shi Qingshan's judgment proved astute. Hu Jinfeng, possessing exceptional military skills, was, however, somewhat inept in social interactions, giving off an air of arrogance due to his unfamiliarity. His peculiar demeanor was ill-suited for a leadership role, yet his ability to engage with others without condescension or silence, coupled with his direct communication style, earned him Commander Yang's respect. The ground was a chaotic mess, marked by rat paw prints and signs of a person being dragged. The ventilation shaft was situated over a meter above the ground, and several conspicuous bloodstains marred the white paint of the duct. A woman's shoe and a 2-piece walkie-talkie lay scattered on the concrete before the opening. Hu Jinfeng whispered, "These rats are far too small. They could not possibly drag a person inside. Be cautious. Observe the paw prints. There must be larger ones lurking within." Shi Qingshan nodded, slightly bending forward as he reached for the walkie-talkie, yet his gaze remained fixed on the darkened entrance. Suddenly, a woman's anguished cries echoed from behind. As the two were on edge, this sudden sound nearly sent them into a state of panic. They turned sharply, only to discover that the noise emanated from the cinema within the RV. Amidst the buzzing vibrations, a mocking cry of "Yame Dai, Yame Dai," intertwined with the cacophony, leaving Shi Qingshan utterly bewildered. "Quick, turn it off," he shouted to Lu Shubao. "Turn off the television or the sound." Lu Shubao, already climbing the ladder to the solar panels atop the RV, inquired as he descended. "Turn them all off." Just as Shi Qingshan was about to retrieve the walkie-talkie, a sudden rustling from the exhaust vent behind him occurred. With a swift motion, a rat the size of a wild boar darted out like the wind. Silent and stealthy, its sharp teeth aimed at his neck. Shi Qingshan instinctively spun around, his hair standing on end, and reflexively dropped to the ground while pulling the trigger of his gun. The bullet struck the rat in the abdomen, yet it felt as if it had hit a quilt. The creature paused midair, then with a fierce twist of its head, bit into Shi Qingshan's right forearm where he held the gun, landing and frantically tearing at him. Chapter 55. The survivor, Shi Qingshan's gun was flung far away, and he felt as if his arm might break. Bang! Hu Jinfeng finally regained his senses and seized the opportunity to fire a shot at the giant rat. Squeak! The giant rat was struck in the hindquarters, letting out a wretched scream, yet it did not release its grip. Instead, it shuffled behind Shi Qingshan, limping backwards as it dragged him toward the darkness of the slope leading to the upper level. The creature possessed considerable strength. Shi Qingshan hopped on one foot, enduring the hot, rancid breath that erupted from its nostrils. He kicked fiercely at its large belly while frantically searching his person with his left hand. Damn it! The handgun was gone. He hadn't brought his dagger either. Just as he felt utterly helpless, his hand unexpectedly brushed against a hard object in his right pocket. He pulled it out with vigor, a flashlight, just as he was about to smash it against the giant rat's nose. He suddenly noticed that the creature's red eyes were glistening with tears. A flash of inspiration struck him. He recalled that this creature was sensitive to light. It aimed to drag him into the shadows to finish him off. How cunning. Without hesitation, Shi Qingshan clicked on the flashlight, directing a beam of white light straight into the giant rat's cherry-like eyes. Squeak! The rat let out another agonized cry, shaking its head in distress, and released Shi Qingshan's arm, attempting to flee. It stumbled right into Hu Jinfeng, who promptly shot it down with 2 decisive shots. One 9mm bullet blasted off one of its ears, while another penetrated its left eye and exited through the right jaw. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Miraculously, the giant rat escaped with its life, as both shots missed its vital points. However, the bullets may have damaged its optic nerves, for it tumbled and scrambled toward the brightly lit off-road vehicle. What the hell? Why isn't it afraid of the light? Don't come any closer. Lu Shubao shouted from a distance, extending his handgun out of the window, firing shot after shot at the giant rat's head. Lu Shubao was an adept marksman. By the time he fired his second bullet, the giant rat had already succumbed to its injuries. Nevertheless, gripped by fear, he trembled as he rummaged through his pocket for spare bullets, preparing to reload. Enough. At this rate, it would take 10 bullets to vanquish a single foe. How could he boast about that later? Shi Qingshan flexed his arm and retrieved the handgun from the ground, slowly approaching the giant rat's lifeless body. He was curious to examine how this creature, which had nearly claimed his life, could be so resilient. Lao Shi, how's your arm? Hu Jinfeng's eyes were filled with complexity and concern as he gazed at Shi Qingshan's forearm, puzzled by the absence of blood. It's nothing, just a bit of soft tissue bruising. My clothes are impervious to knives. Advanced technology is indeed remarkable. Shi Qingshan extended his thumb, inadvertently straining his muscles and grimacing in pain, promptly cradling his injured arm. Hu Jinfeng let out a sigh of relief upon hearing this. He was not one to easily admire others, especially as he perceived the commander held Shi Qingshan in excessive esteem, which ignited a competitive spirit within him. Yet, after just half a day's acquaintance, witnessing Shi Qingshan's calm decisiveness and bold meticulousness, he found his initial opinions subtly shifting, even fostering a sense of mutual respect. As Shi Qingshan cautiously approached the corpse of the giant rat, a sudden sound echoed above, startling him into a crouch as he instinctively raised his weapon, ready to pull the trigger. Wait. Hu Jinfeng quickly raised his hand to stop him, glancing up at the ceiling. The noise emanated from the white smoke duct directly above them, which was now emitting a dull, rhythmic sound of thump, swish, thump, swish, as if someone were crawling within. Were they human or zombie? Call out and ask. Shi Qingshan, with an injured arm, urged Hu Jinfeng to approach the duct opening. Holding his gun firmly, Hu Jinfeng called out loudly to the opening. Is anyone there? An excited voice of a girl immediately responded. There is someone. Help. Help me. The sounds of movement from within the duct grew noticeably quicker, soon nearing the corner just above the duct opening. It's too high. I can't get down. The girl cried out. Shi Qingshan hurriedly handed over the flashlight, while Hu Jinfeng cautiously shone it down towards the lower part of the duct, leaning his head in to look above, saying, Wait here. I'll find something for you to land on. Jump down. I can't jump. My shoulder hurts. The girl sobbed. The duct was over 4 meters high. She had surely been dragged up by the giant rat. Possibly the same girl whose scalp had been torn away. Shi Qingshan leaned closer to the duct opening and asked, How did you get up there? Is there anyone else? The girl replied through her tears, I was dragged up by a giant rat. There were 2 others up there, but they're cold now. They seem to be dead. Whoa. Hu Jinfeng inquired. Are there any rats up there? Whoa, I don't know. It's pitch black inside. I can't see anything. Please save me. Hu Jinfeng shook his head at Shi Qingshan, whispering, She won't survive. If she has been bitten by a giant rat or a zombie, she'll turn within a month. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? Shi Qingshan was momentarily stunned, unable to resist tearing open the Velcro on his sleeve to inspect his arm closely. Fortunately, aside from a few bruises, there were no open wounds. He sighed in relief, his heart racing with a hint of fear. Help me. Please don't leave me. The girl, hearing the silence, feared they would abandon her, and her sobs became increasingly frantic. We haven't gone anywhere. We're figuring out how to save you. Shi Qingshan, unable to bear her despair, wanted to have Xueli comfort her. However, in the depths of the building, the communication device had no signal. Suddenly, his eyes caught sight of a broken intercom lying on the ground, and an idea struck him. He quickly tucked his handgun into its holster, picked up the intercom, inserted the battery, and turned it on. Lights illuminated. Who is there? Who is there? Shi Qingshan pressed the button to call out. Old Shi too. Is that you? Have you found them? Xueli's delighted voice came through the intercom. This is Shi Qingshan. We've found a surviving girl. That is wonderful. The rescue team is on its way. What is your location? They're about to breach the entrance. You must not approach the parking lot gates. Xueli spoke urgently, her words tumbling forth in a frantic rush. Xueli, listen to me. Four of your friends are dead, and one has been dragged into the ventilation duct by a giant rat. She may have been bitten and is crying incessantly. You should try to comfort her. Shiking Shan exclaimed in one breath, extending the walkie-talkie towards the duct's opening. Xueli was fully aware of the dire consequences of a rat bite. And a moment of silence enveloped the walkie-talkie. It's me, Xueli. Please don't let them leave me behind. I don't want to die. Wowa. Wujing? Don't worry. You won't die. We have been friends since childhood. I will not abandon you. I swear. Do not be afraid. Xueli urged her. Her voice trembling. Yes, I believe you, Xueli. The girl's emotions stabilized considerably. Sure too. You must bring Wujing back. I implore you. Xueli turned to Shiking Shan, her eyes pleading. Shiking Shan glanced at Hu Junfeng and reassured her. Rest assured. We will not turn a blind eye to your plight. Yes, I believe you. Suddenly, a cacophony of gunfire erupted from the upper level of the parking lot, followed by a resounding creak of the rolling shutter, as the roar of a powerful diesel engine grew ever closer. Chapter 56. Ratatouille Stone. Is there still danger inside? 2 armored vehicles just went down. Are you all right? Came Anjia's anxious greeting over the intercom. Shiking Shan refrained from disclosing his arm injury to Anjia and replied, I'm fine. We just eliminated a nest of giant rats. The danger has been temporarily averted. My goodness. A nest of colossal rats? You're not hurt, are you? Anjia's regional accent vividly conveyed her astonishment. Rest assured. Not a scratch on me. I tell you, those rats were simply unfortunate to encounter me. I dealt with them decisively. Shiking Shan said, tucking his hand into his collar zipper, his arm in a sling, forcing a spirited demeanor to reassure Anjia. As he turned a corner, the headlights flickered, and he glanced back to see 2 infantry vehicles rumbling down the slope. On the rooftop helipad, another helicopter descended as gunfire echoed from the square below. Yanin stood against the fiery sunset, clad in tactical gear atop the smokestack, holding her weapon aloft, her garments billowing in the breeze as she stood guard over the helicopter's occupants. Hey, don't let your guard down too much. Those rats are cunning. Be wary of their ambushes. Xueli cautioned, concern lacing her tone. Over the intercom, Shiking Shan replied confidently, everything is under control. But I must go. We need to rescue the people. Gently releasing the intercom, Anjia hurried to the rooftop's edge, her heart heavy with worry as she gazed below. 2 armored personnel carriers and a drone equipped with a Gatling gun blocked the entrance to the parking lot, encircled by layers of zombies, all thwarted from entering. Soldiers hidden within the vehicles were methodically dispatching zombies through shooting ports, each shot a precise blow to the head, with ample ammunition at their disposal. The battle-hardened warriors had mastered an efficient method of exterminating the undead. Xueli approached slowly, leaning against Anjia, her elbows resting on the rooftop ledge as she stared blankly into the distance. The sunset blazed like fire, a gentle breeze tousling the hair of the 2 enchanting women. Tears streamed silently from Xueli's eyes as she tilted her head to watch the sun dip below the horizon, quietly sobbing. Anjia sighed softly, tenderly stroking Xueli's hair, allowing her to lean on her shoulder. With a nasal tone, Xueli inquired, Bok Choy, besides me, do you have any good friends still alive? Anjia pondered for a moment and replied, yes. There's also Shiking Shan. You, aren't you 2 lovers? I suppose. We are both lovers and friends? Xueli lifted her head, wiping her tears, her eyes reddened as she gazed at Anjia. You haven't truly developed feelings for him, have you? Anjia shot her a sidelong glance. What? Do you think I would offer myself in gratitude for his saving grace? Isn't that so? Xueli tilted her head in reflection. I remember your standards have always been high. So many dashing and charming men have pursued you, yet you never gave them a second glance. How could you possibly be interested in a rough, unrefined soldier? Unrefined. Misuse of terms. Don't forget your grandfather was also a soldier, Anjia reminded her. My grandfather is just a big oaf. Grandma always complained about him eating noisily, like a pig. Xueli suddenly burst into laughter, tears still streaming down her cheeks. Anjia shook her head and handed her a tissue, stating, a rough person is not the same as being vulgar. You may have learned a foreign language, but do not forget your mother tongue. Although Shiking Shan may be somewhat straightforward, he is neither vulgar nor coarse. You must understand this. Xueli forcefully blew her nose and tossed the tissue down the stairs, watching it flutter down like a white butterfly. Exactly. What I mean is that he is straightforward. They say love can blind one's eyes. I remember you were quite adept at finding faults in others. Can it be that in your eyes, Shiking Shan has no flaws? How is that possible? No one is perfect. Everyone has shortcomings. Of course, Shiking Shan has his share of flaws, but he possesses even more virtues. Anjia replied. Oh, pray tell. What flaws does he have? Xueli's attention had entirely shifted to Shiking Shan. Anjia tapped her lips with her finger, contemplating before responding. He is indeed a little rough around the edges, unrefined in appearance, yet he has a depth to him and is very considerate. Such individuals are often genuine and unpretentious. And what else? Xueli remained noncommittal about her answer. Moreover, his words are not particularly sweet. He can be rather sharp-tongued and ungracious. Yet, I know he is a classic case of a harsh exterior concealing a kind heart. In truth, he is quite benevolent. As a boyfriend, he is certainly adequate. Anjia smiled. Pursing her lips, Xueli feigned annoyance, resting her chin on her hand. TSK, your praises are making me feel a bit nauseated. Is this what you consider his flaws? To me, it sounds like a list of merits. Humph. If you find the grapes sour, don't drool over them. Do you think I can't see through your sentiments? The moment Shikingshan is mentioned, your eyes light up. Are you trying to compete with me? Anjia teased. Her words sharp. Xueli's face flushed, and she retorted, what nonsense. Do you think everyone is like you, enamored with a scruffy old man? Let me tell you. Shikingshan is definitely not my type. Keep your little thoughts to yourself. After finishing, she huffed and turned her back to Anjia, thinking, you criticize others for being sharp-tongued, but you are far worse. In the underground parking garage, the sound of clattering echoed as a dozen soldiers leaped down from 2 infantry vehicles. A junior lieutenant, noticing that both Shikingshan and Huzenfeng held higher ranks than himself, rushed forward to salute, reporting, the 2nd platoon of the 3rd Battalion from the Mobile Regiment has been ordered to come to the rescue. Please provide instructions. Huzenfeng returned the salute. Noting that 3 individuals were trapped in the ventilation duct, leave a few men to devise a way to rescue them, while the rest will search the 2 levels of the parking lot. Understood. Wait. Shikingshan recalled Anjia's admonition and felt a lingering apprehension regarding the cunning of these large rats. He added, be attentive to any sounds in the duct to avoid being ambushed by any remaining rats. Yes. The lieutenant immediately turned to organize the search team, while he himself peered into the smoke vent, shining a flashlight upwards. He called out to Wu Jing, do not cry. We will rescue you shortly. He assigned a small-framed soldier to be tied with a rope and to crawl into the duct, pushing against the walls as he ascended. Shikingshan and Huzenfeng observed for a while, noting the orderly rescue efforts, before both approached the largest rat carcass. Lu Shubao was also lingering nearby, and they all shared a keen interest in the tenacious giant rat. The colossal rat, riddled with bullet holes, lay in a pool of its own blood, the stench overwhelming. The 3 individuals, pinching their noses, leaned closer to inspect the creature. Goodness, what a size! This rat, measuring nearly 2 meters from its body to its tail, lay on its side, its 4 stout legs taut and straight. If it were to stand, it would tower at approximately 1.5 meters high. Its head was pointed, its body round, and aside from its clawed feet, its tail was thick and elongated, resembling a wild boar. Lu Shubao, upon seeing it, leapt up in fright, jumping onto the nearby car roof, trembling as he exclaimed, it's not dead yet. Impossible. Even shot full of holes, it's still alive? Is it some kind of cockroach? Shirchi Shan, skeptical, replied, if you don't believe me, look at its belly. It's still moving. Seeing the fear etched on Lu Shubao's face, Shirqing Shan and Hu Zhenfeng turned their gazes towards the rat's notably swollen abdomen, and indeed, they observed something beneath the fur faintly wriggling. The author wishes to express a few heartfelt words in this chapter. For those interested, feel free to read on. Those who have made it this far are likely seasoned readers, much like I once was. Due to a severe shortage of engaging material, I reluctantly joined the ranks of amateur creators. Amateur, indeed, akin to my Mandarin, which is somewhat ordinary. When this book reached 30,000 words, I did not receive any short messages. By 50,000, it remained silent, and my heart sank by half. Upon reaching 100,000 words, I boldly applied for a contract, only to be predictably rejected. The hope of earning a little pocket money from this amateur hobby burst like a soap bubble. Now, returning to the story. The primary purpose of a novel is to entertain the reader and provide an escape. Works that provoke thought and reflection are not typically within the capabilities of online authors, as they require time for refinement and careful consideration of language. Though I aspire to weave some personal insights into my narrative, hoping to resonate with young readers when they encounter a particular phrase, I am wary that my limited writing skills might disrupt the story's coherence, leading to countless revisions. Time is the most elusive resource for online authors. Producing at least 5,000 to 6,000 words daily is no simple task, and there is little time for meticulous crafting. Have you never written a paper during your school days? Therefore, I now avoid works by authors who claim to write 10,000 words daily. It's infuriating and a waste of money. Each reader has their unique preferences. Infantry Combat Vehicle is written with my own enjoyment in mind, inevitably leading to dissatisfaction among some readers, but I can only cater to the majority. Some readers cannot tolerate even the slightest flaw and will dismiss a story with a curt comment, goodbye. The remaining readers are those who appreciate certain shining aspects of the narrative. I was previously unaware of the distinctions between male and female genres. Occasionally, I would click on books recommended by others, only to be emotionally battered by the plot, leaving me heavy-hearted. I wondered why the review section was filled with praise, only to later realize that those commendations came from female readers, as the story was crafted to cater to women's preferences, which men find challenging to relate to. Thus, I am often surprised to see female comments in the review section of Infantry Combat Vehicle, thinking, "Dear comrade, you've entered the wrong room. You might just get a light spanking." Writing a book for oneself allows for unfiltered expression, free from the scrutiny of others. However, once it is shared with the public, the responsibility to satisfy a broader audience emerges. Otherwise, it risks being deemed unsatisfactory. Some readers have commented in the review section, describing Jia as distasteful and Shi Shan as lacking the demeanor of a soldier. This was never my intention. Yet, immersed in this creative fog, my vision remains obscured. Despite several revisions, I still find myself unsatisfied. To my esteemed readers, well-versed in the literary seas, could you kindly share your thoughts in the comments regarding which aspects of this chapter may fall short? Should there be an abundance of responses? I shall be inspired to provide further updates. Even those who wish to remain silent, please make your presence known. It will allow me to gauge the number of readers following the updates. If the audience is sparse, I may consider discontinuing. Chapter 57. Mutual destruction. Upon closer inspection of the giant rat's abdomen, Hu Jinfeng remarked, "It does not appear to be pulsating." Shi Shan suddenly enlightened. "Ah, I see now. It turns out there are baby mice inside. No wonder my shot earlier did not kill it. Quickly, shoot them," Lu Shubao shouted from atop the vehicle. Shi Shan replied, "Conserve your ammunition. Once the mother rat is dead, the little ones will soon suffocate." Hu Jinfeng shook his head in dismay. In less than 2 months, this rat has already given birth to 2 litters. Shi Shan expressed his concern. Old Hu, considering these giant rats consume anything and adapt to various environments. Along with their rapid reproduction, do we humans have any hope of survival? Will the Earth soon belong to them? Hu Jinfeng replied with a bitter smile. If scientists cannot find a way to control them in the near future, we will indeed face extinction. Shi Shan resolved silently. We must ensure that Xueli reaches the Dahua Gene Research Institute safely. Every additional person adds to our strength. The survival of humanity rests in the hands of those scientists. Stone, do you think rats are monogamous? Lu Shubao suddenly inquired. What do you mean? Shi Shan asked, puzzled. Lu Shubao, grinning, pointed at the smoke vent above. Trembling, do you hear that? Is another large one approaching? The group quickly looked up. Noticing something slowly making its way toward Wu Jing within the glass fiber smoke vent, the sound of boards rustling ominously. Not good. Get out. It's dangerous in there. Shi Shan shouted, swiftly chambering his pistol and aiming at the source of the noise in the duct. The gunfire echoed, puff, 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 as bullets perforated the vent. Suddenly, whatever was inside quickened its pace, causing the duct to resonate with a flurry of sounds. Ah! Wu Jing screamed, her voice piercingly close, as if being dragged swiftly backward by the creature. Bang! A soldier, attempting to rescue her, fell to the ground, being pulled out by the squad leader and another soldier. Damn it! You scared me to death. What a huge rat! The small-statured soldier repeated, his face drained of color. Shi Shan sensed the gravity of the situation. He could not fire recklessly now, as it might harm Wu Jing. Hearing her scream approaching from above, he instinctively fired several shots at the most pronounced movement in the duct. Puff, 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 click. At a critical moment, his ammunition ran out. Missed. Shi Shan cursed, about to borrow a weapon from a soldier, when he saw Hu Jinfeng rush towards a helpless soldier, seizing his automatic rifle. Without aiming, he took several steps forward and squeezed the trigger. Didada, didada, a barrage of bullets shattered the glass fiber panels, leaving them riddled with holes. The duct finally ceased its tremors, the white walls instantly stained crimson with blood. You. Shi Shan was left speechless, thinking to himself, Hu Jinfeng, you are merciless. Is this how one saves another? Wu Jing surely cannot survive this. Hu Jinfeng seemed to sense something, his sharp gaze sweeping over Shi Shan as he remarked. She will be grateful to me. With a single hand, he tossed the rifle towards the approaching soldiers. The smoke pipe emitted a series of crackling sounds, and suddenly, a girl in a pink dress and a large rat came crashing down, stirring up a tempest of dust in the basement. Fine particles scattered, enveloping Shi Shan's head and face, while the others hurriedly squeezed into 2 armored vehicles. As the dust began to settle, looking out from the observation window of the vehicle, the fallen girl was covered by a thin layer of dust, and the surrounding dirt was stained with the blood flowing beneath her. Her feet were bitten by a rat even larger than the one on the ground, and both the girl and the creature had succumbed to their fates. Shi Shan recognized her. She had been the one who had criticized Fei Chong for his greed while playing games with Xueli in the library. A once vibrant and beautiful young girl had perished in such a tragic manner, snuffed out like a flickering flame. Shirchishan felt as though his heart were being constricted by an unseen force, suddenly seizing him with acute pain, as a profound despair surged within him. As the sun set, the last of the zombies outside the parking lot were finally eradicated, their corpses piled 4 or 5 layers deep before the armored vehicles. Flies, drawn to the light, buzzed excitedly, savoring the unique flavors of each zombie's brain, reluctant to depart. 3 powerful headlights emerged from the underground garage, 2 armored vehicles leading the way, followed by an electric pickup. The trio rolled over the zombie bodies and came to a halt in the plaza. A helicopter overhead descended with a bleeding goat and a cage of chickens, its roar filling the air. Shiweli, adjusting her skirt and wildly dancing hair, leaped from the aircraft and ran to the convoy, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the 3 individuals stepping down from inside. Shirchishan furrowed his brow, jumping from the pickup with several bottles of pure water in hand, and handed one to her. A sudden sense of foreboding gripped Shiweli as she tiptoed to peek into the pickup bed, where it appeared 5 white body bags were lined up side by side. Tense, she inquired, where is Wu Jing? The whirring of the helicopter blades rendered spoken words inaudible beneath. And Shirchishan shook his head, replying, we did our best. I'm sorry, we couldn't bring anyone back. Shiweli fixated on his lips. And before he could finish, her mouth twitched in distress as she turned and threw herself onto Yanan, her shoulders shaking as she began to weep. And Jia was the last to disembark from the helicopter. Noticing Shirchishan's dust-covered appearance, she hurried over to brush the dirt from his hair, worriedly asking, what happened to you? And your arm? Shirchishan offered her a bottle of water, signaling that he was fine, and gestured for her to comfort Shiweli as well. Anyone would struggle to accept the sudden loss of 5 best friends they had played with just the day before. Lu Shubao rushed off to check on his beloved chickens and goats, while Hu Jinfeng surveyed the now empty plaza and waved at the foremost infantry vehicle, signaling that they could regroup. The squad leader in the infantry vehicle poked his upper body out to salute, retreating back inside, but after a considerable wait, the vehicle remained stationary. When he turned to look, he discovered the driver was transfixed, gazing dreamily at a beautiful woman. He leaned over and gave the man a slap on the back of his head, exclaiming, what the hell? Do you need me to call your spirit back? The vehicle was immediately filled with the raucous laughter of a group of scruffy soldiers. Squad leader, is that not in Jia? Let's get out and take a picture with him. The driver, an experienced non-commissioned officer whose service exceeded that of the squad leader, spoke to him without formality. What do you mean, your family and my family? How old are you? Still chasing stars? Hurry up and move. Who, the advisor, is watching us? The squad leader urged repeatedly. Only then did the armored vehicle begin to slowly move, while from an unknown vehicle behind, a cacophony of laughter and mock howls erupted. Chapter 58, Completion of the tow truck. The twilight descended rapidly. As the last rays of the setting sun vanished below the horizon, the sky gradually deepened in hue, heralding the arrival of darkness. On the journey back, Hu Jinfeng reported the day's events to Commander Yang, who, amidst his busy schedule, instructed all personnel aboard the combat vehicle to gather at his residence in 2 hours, including Lu Shubao, as he wished to personally prepare a meal for their farewell. Noticing there was still ample time, Shirchishan suggested they first visit the General Equipment Department to observe the progress of the tow truck's construction, providing Lu Shubao with an opportunity to witness the Thunder God in action, dispelling any notion that he was merely boasting. The group unanimously agreed, given their status as women. Shiweli and Yanan also wished to experience the interior space of the combat vehicle for their own safety and convenience. The helicopter landed outside the underground parking lot temporarily requisitioned by the preparation department. The 6 of them unloaded the chicken coop and the nanny goat, after which Hu Jinfeng instructed the helicopter to return to its base, as Shiweli's home was nearby, allowing them to drive the combat vehicle there. Shirchishan led the nanny goat, while Lu Shubao and Hu Jinfeng carried the chicken coop as they passed through the checkpoint and descended into the manufacturing workshop of the equipment department. Half of the parking lot was dimly lit, yet the illuminated areas buzzed with activity. Aside from the arcs of light from the area where protective nets were being installed on trucks, most engineers were gathered around a dark gray, 4-wheeled, triangular track tow truck. The tow truck was nearing completion. Aside from the exposed torsion axis and the black triangular track wheels, the rounded body and boat-shaped chassis were constructed from titanium alloy. Under the lights, the deep gray, substantial metal reflected a somber sheen, exuding a sense of quality. The tow truck still bore visible weld seams and lacked a coating, currently undergoing testing on a rig with 2 robotic arms pushing and pulling it to assess its maximum angle and metal fatigue. The engineers surrounding the truck were either lying on the ground observing the suspension mechanism or jotting down various experimental parameters. Even Dean Jean was vigilantly monitoring the real-time test data on a nearby display screen. Dean Jean, is the tow truck ready? Hu Jinfeng inquired. Almost there, Ding Jin replied, turning around to be momentarily taken aback by the sight of 5 strikingly handsome men and women before him, each more formidable and beautiful than the last. Lu Shubao had already taken the nanny goat from Shi Qingshan's grasp and was leading it in circles around the combat vehicle, shaking his head and muttering indistinctly to himself. Shi Qingshan, puzzled, wondered, had Shubao changed his mind? Upon reflection, even if he valued loyalty and their friendship, it was indeed unreasonable to expect him to join in an adventure when he was living so well. What justification was there? Lu Shubao was no longer a soldier and had no vested interest to compel him to take such risks. He was someone who preferred gentleness over force. The notion of being apprehended was utterly unfounded. Moreover, even soldiers are human. The idea of selfless dedication is mere rhetoric. Every individual first considers their own welfare and that of their family, only then the larger collective. The current cohesion within the military is founded on unity. Unity is strength. It is unity that preserves life. It is unity that paves the way for a brighter future. Only a singular, formidable force of justice can uphold societal order, preventing humanity from descending back into an era of mutual slaughter and the law of the jungle. Thus, it is understandable that numerous individuals support and willingly accept the arrangements made by the army that embodies justice. Shi Qingshan recognized Lu Shubao's capabilities and genuinely wished for him to accompany him southward. However, he found himself at a loss, having little to offer. After much contemplation, he approached Lu Shubao and inquired, "What seems to be the matter, Shubao? Is this vehicle not to your liking?" Lu Shubao shook his head, expressing his dilemma. "It's not that. This vehicle lacks a place for my chicken coop and to tether my sheep. Come now, forget about your chickens and sheep. We have a trailer to carry our field rations." Shi Qingshan sighed with relief, realizing he could not sway his eccentric old comrade. "Stop. Don't utter those words. They make me feel nauseous. Having been a soldier for 5 or 6 years, spending most of my time in the wild, I have had my fill of that slop." Lu Shubao rubbed his stomach, appearing quite uncomfortable. Wang Hongwen cheerfully leaped out of the vehicle, saying, "Captain Shi, I've taken Engineer Zhang back. He seemed restless here. Perhaps missing that young teacher." "Oh, really?" Shi Qingshan glanced at Wang Hongwen, lost in thought, and nodded slightly. Lu Shubao wandered over to the rear of the trailer with his sheep, peering inside. "Wow, there's even an insulation layer in here?" Turning back, he noticed Ding Jin overseeing the operation and approached him, asking, "Comrade leader, could we perhaps leave a ventilation hole in the trailer?" Ding Jin adjusted his glasses, curiously inquiring, "Why is that?" Lu Shubao gestured toward his sheep, explaining, "I must bring them along." Ding Jin chuckled, "This trailer is temperature controlled. Are you certain your sheep can withstand the cold?" "Oh dear, that won't do. If my sheep hibernate and stop producing milk, what will I drink?" Lu Shubao shook his head and walked away. Shi Qingshan felt quite pleased. He had not anticipated Ding Jin's thorough consideration, having even installed solar panels on the trailer's roof and added a refrigeration unit, thereby allowing for a greater variety of food storage with an extended shelf life. He approached Ding Jin, offering a cigarette, and asked, "Ding Jin, would placing those chicken coops on the roof affect the solar panel's efficiency?" Ding Jin politely declined. "It certainly would have an impact. However, if they are gathered closely, it shouldn't pose a significant issue. This new type of solar panel is highly efficient." Shi Qingshan chuckled, "Then please arrange for those chickens to be settled on the roof. I appreciate your assistance." After a moment of contemplation, Ding Jin nodded. "Commander Yang has issued orders to accommodate all your requests. Thank you immensely." Shi Qingshan felt reassured, pondering that the sheep, being larger, would not fit on the roof and would require more water and food, making it impractical to bring them along. He estimated that if he could transport the chickens, Lu Shubao would likely consent. The testing was swiftly completed. Engineers brought the trailer into the robotic spray workshop, applying a matte black coating. Then added an iron cage on the roof, covered with solar panels, while the sides were enclosed with black mesh of the same color as the vehicle, cleverly concealing the chicken coops within. Viewed from the side, the trailer exudes a smooth and robust silhouette, curvaceous at the front and rear. The front end of the roof is notably bulging, housing the refrigeration compressor within. The central protrusion serves as an access hatch leading into the cabin from the roof. At the rear, another bulge conceals Lu Shubao's hen. The overall design is harmonious and understated, maximizing space while showcasing a remarkable industrial aesthetic. Truly a testament to the craftsmanship of a great nation. The wedge-shaped iron shovel at the front of the war vehicle has also been meticulously crafted, featuring a detachable structure made of titanium alloy, both sturdy and lightweight, easily lifted by 2 individuals, typically secured onto the bulldozer blade with a locking mechanism. It can be effortlessly released by twisting the hydraulic pipe when needed. Engineers have ingeniously added two hydraulically folding flat shovels at the tip of the shovel's edge, akin to those found on a forklift, albeit considerably shorter. This innovation not only enhances its pushing capability, but also enables lifting and moving functions, allowing it to displace obstructive vehicles and debris by lowering the flat shovels. Qingshan reflects that this seemingly unremarkable trailer belies the intricate craftsmanship of titanium alloy and the time taken for its meticulous fabrication and system integration. He believes that only a handful of nations could produce such a titanium alloy trailer and shovel within half a day, especially in a world fraught with chaos and disarray, where each operates independently. Chapter 59. The Heart Knot of Qingshan. After all the tests were successfully completed, an additional hour was spent on painting the trailer and reinforcing it with an iron cage. During this time, the engineers replaced the diesel engine oil and filter of Thor and lubricated the moving mechanisms. Under the guidance of Qingshan and Wang Hongwen, Lu Shubao swiftly grasped the fundamental structure of the battle vehicle. He had now become an expert among the 6 crew members, confidently directing the vehicle's reverse motion, attaching it to the trailer, and sequentially connecting the concealed brake fluid lines and control circuits, shedding his earlier jovial demeanor and exuding the air of a seasoned driver. The triangular tracks of the trailer were known to be prone to malfunction. After Director Jean instructed the team to equip the trailer with maintenance tools and replaceable parts, he repeatedly briefed Qingshan and Lu Shubao on the precautions before completing the handover. Qingshan was deeply moved by the earnest dedication of the mature and wise engineers, as well as the youthful and astute ones before him. Observing their graying hair and perspiring brows, an inexplicable warmth welled up in his chest. With a sharp salute, he stood tall, turning to scan the crowd slowly with a proud gaze. Lu Shubao and Hu Jinfeng also stood at attention, paying their highest respects to these pillars of the nation. Director Jean was momentarily taken aback, a flood of emotion surging within him, and tears began to fall as he choked on his words, extending his hands to shake hands with Qingshan and a few others. Take care. Take care. Farewell. After the 7 boarded the vehicle and waved goodbye, the battle vehicle silently started and glided away, taking the meticulously crafted trailer out of the underground parking lot. The capital's safe zone was making remarkable progress in its reconstruction efforts. Today, the streetlights within the second ring road were illuminated, a result of a month of hard work during which the troops secured all substations along the route from the capital to the northern plateau, enabling Yanjing to directly utilize the wind power from the vast grasslands. Shueli resided within the West Garden Park, and on the way there, Hu Jinfeng inquired of Qingshan, Team Leader Shi, where is the other member of your crew? Commander Yang requested everyone to be present. Qingshan still harbored lingering feelings about Hu Jinfeng's decision to kill Wu Jing, although it may have seemed prudent at the time, as Wu Jing's fate could have been far worse had he been taken away. Qingshan felt an unsettling discomfort since Wu Jing had not asked anyone to end his life. To illustrate, it was akin to witnessing a comrade suffering grievously on the battlefield. One cannot simply end their pain while they are still valiantly battling death. No one has the right to arbitrarily take another's life unless they themselves request it, and only in situations of extreme suffering where life is beyond salvation. Qingshan pondered whether his sentiments were merely an act of compassion, but quickly dismissed the thought. He had never shown mercy to villains and enemies. Perhaps his unease stemmed from Hu Jinfeng's actions conflicting with the spirit of not abandoning or giving up on comrades. Such decisiveness in Hu Jinfeng seemed more suited for survival in a post-apocalyptic world, he mused. Team Leader Shi? Hu Jinfeng called again, noticing Qingshan's silence. Oh. Qingshan regained his composure and thought, never mind. Since Zhang is not accompanying us south, it will take at least half an hour to go and fetch him. We shouldn't keep Commander Yang waiting. Oh, is that Zhang's family from Yanjing? Hu Jinfeng inquired casually. Qingshan silently nodded, affirming the inquiry. At that moment, Hu Jinfeng began to surmise that Qingshan might have developed a perspective regarding his actions that resulted in the deaths of Wu Jing and the giant rat. In truth, after spending a day together, he had developed a mutual respect for Qingshan and sincerely wished to befriend him, not wanting any rift to form between them. After much contemplation, he sighed deeply and muttered to himself, in this world, one must be ruthless to stand firm. Qingshan glanced at Hu Jinfeng, understanding that he was imparting a caution. Yet he did not wholly agree with the sentiment. Each individual possesses their own manner of navigating society. Some are astute and versatile, others are steadfast and kind-hearted, while some are deeply calculating and others radiate positivity. It is difficult to assert that the clever will fare better than the sincere, or that the cunning will suffer fewer setbacks than the straightforward. There are always 2 sides to every situation, as long as one does not engage in malevolent deeds. Adhering to one's own principles of conduct is the best course. Upon realizing this, Qingshan felt a sense of relief. The world had descended into chaos, and there was no need to dwell on who was right or wrong. In such circumstances, any decision made could easily be deemed erroneous. Once a life is lost, it cannot be restored. Thus, ensuring the dignity of those around him should be of utmost priority. Though he was not a saint, he was a soldier. If he could not save the world, he could at least look after those he knew. After pondering, he addressed Hu Jinfeng. "May I trouble you with a request?" Hu Jinfeng felt a weight lift from his heart and promptly replied, "Please, go ahead." Shiqingshan hesitated before speaking. "The Zhang who hasn't arrived is a local resident, currently residing at number 88 Longton Villa. That house stands out quite prominently, and I fear that ill-intentioned individuals may seek to trouble him. After we leave, would you be able to keep an eye on him?" Hu Jinfeng readily agreed. "That is a trivial matter. I will inform the personnel in charge there tomorrow." Shiqingshan expressed his gratitude. With Hu Jinfeng's assurance to look after Zhang's family, he felt a burden lifted. Earlier, he had promised the members in the vehicle that they would look out for one another, for no matter how chaotic the world became. Remaining true to one's principles was the essence of humanity. Meanwhile, the women gazed vacantly out the window, while Lu Shubao, holding his goat, remained in the cockpit, observing Wang Hongman maneuver the battle vehicle. In truth, operating the battle vehicle required little expertise. Even Anja could quickly master it. When the road was clear, devoid of zombies or obstructing vehicles, the battle vehicle could choose to drive automatically. In exceptional circumstances, it would evade obstacles on its own, only issuing a prompt to stop and switch to manual control when evasion was impossible. At the most fundamental level, Lu Shubao had to learn to monitor the vehicle's posture. This was crucial because the driver's seat of the Thunder God was equipped with a gyroscopic motion compensation and shock absorber. When powered, it would maintain a vertical position regardless of whether the vehicle traversed a trench or ascended a steep slope. The seat would move in the opposite direction of the vehicle's tilt, ensuring that the driver remained in the most comfortable posture. Thus, relying solely on intuition would not suffice to gauge the vehicle's external posture. One also needed to read the attitude indicator, much like piloting an aircraft. The armored vehicle, being fully electrically propelled, exhibits a slight variance in its operational mechanisms compared to those powered by internal combustion engines. Conventional armored vehicles typically rely on two drive wheels external to the transmission to propel the tracks, in conjunction with supporting and load-bearing wheels. In contrast, the fully electric propulsion system utilizes four direct current motors located on the front and rear drive wheels to drive the tracks, akin to transforming a conventional automatic two-wheel drive vehicle into a seamless variable four-wheel drive one. This aspect is relatively straightforward, as Lu Shubao possesses considerable knowledge in both mechanical and electrical domains, and he has an innate aptitude for understanding these systems at a glance. However, when it comes to digital operating systems and microelectronic circuits, he finds himself akin to a novice, lacking in comparison to Shi Qingshan, who has at least studied some digital theory during his university education. Lu Shubao, having graduated from a vocational school in electromechanical maintenance, is only familiar with basic principles of electronic circuits, rendering the comprehension of these more complex systems particularly challenging for him. Chapter 60. Shiweli's home. The Thunder God vehicle presents an array of sensor data in real time on the driver's display, showcasing the operational status of the four main motors: battery temperature, charge levels, efficiency, track tension, engine condition, and more. However, one cannot rely solely on this information. The more advanced the technology, the more intricate and thus less reliable it becomes. It serves merely as an auxiliary function and should not be excessively depended upon. The onboard supercomputer is both sophisticated and intricate. Any malfunction or degradation of a packaged chip, no matter how minute, be it a resistor, capacitor, inductor, or transistor, coupled with significant fluctuations in air temperature and humidity, could potentially cause it to fail or behave erratically. Consequently, the Thunder God cabin is maintained at a constant temperature, ensuring both the operational readiness of its occupants and the effective functioning of its complex electronic components. At this moment, Lu Shubao finds himself in dire need of mastering the more intricate integrated intelligent management system and information command control system of the battle vehicle, his areas of weakness. While he need not attain expertise, he must at least be capable of discerning whether these systems are functioning correctly, lest he be unable to recognize a bug when it arises, impacting his judgment. Initially, he attentively listened to Wang Hongwen as he elucidated the various functions available within the menus displayed on the screen. However, it wasn't long before yawns overtook him, tears streaming down his cheeks. Wang Hongwen had never mentored anyone before. He understood this internally, yet articulating it proved challenging, making it appear convoluted and cryptic, akin to reciting incantations, inducing a hypnotic effect. Most critically, Lu Shubao had not rested during the afternoon, and now fatigue and hunger sapped his ability to learn. He glanced back at Shiqingshan, who was engaged in conversation with Hu Jinfeng, and then turned to the sullen Shiweli. unable to restrain himself. Old friend, when will we have a meal? My stomach is practically touching my spine. Shiking-shan shrugged. I'm not certain. You'll have to ask Xiueli. We're going to her home for dinner. Lu Shubao's gaze shifted to Xiueli, his eyes wandering slightly as he contemplated how to broach the subject. Xiueli raised her eyes and assessed him, remarking, You're talking nonsense. Your stomach is a good meter away from your spine. Isn't it? Bend down and see if you can still glimpse your toes. Lu Shubao was aware of Xiueli's discontent. Unusually, he refrained from retorting harshly and instead offered an awkward smile. Don't be deceived by my belly. I once had an 8-pack. Yet, after just 2 years post-service, I'm left with but one. A soft laugh escaped in Jia. Then perhaps you should eat less to trim that belly? Lu Shubao chuckled innocently. Well, one must eat sufficiently to have the strength to lose weight, right? Xiueli, who often found joy in laughter, nearly succumbed to his humor, yet the sorrow of losing a friend held her back from smiling fully. Nevertheless, as she raised her head again, her tone softened considerably. We are almost there. Just around the next bend. The battle vehicle turned into a tree-lined pathway, and soon arrived before a heavily guarded vermilion gate. The vehicle could only halt outside. Xiueli led the way as the group disembarked and walked through the gate, rounding a screen wall and proceeding along the winding corridor. Beneath the scattered glow of street lamps, the path was adorned with rockeries, bonsai, and serene ponds, exuding an antique charm. After passing a vividly decorated octagonal pavilion with a double-eaved roof, a tranquil courtyard emerged before them. We've arrived. Please come in. Snow Pear greeted the sentry outside and pushed open the slightly ajar wooden door, calling out as her foot lingered outside. Grandfather, we are back. Ah, everyone's here. Come in quickly. Commander Young responded upon hearing her voice, emerging from the southern kitchen of the outer courtyard with a knife in hand, wearing an apron and accompanied by a housekeeper. Wow, the commander himself is cooking? Qinshan chuckled. Commander Young smiled heartily. I've prepared a few home-cooked dishes for you to try. Little Snow, please lead everyone to the dining room. I'll be done shortly. All right, grandfather. Everyone follow me. Snow Pear instructed, pointing to a corner. Just tie the sheep to that little tree. Lu Shubao, feeling uneasy, remarked, I'm leaving my sheep here. But it's only allowed to drink milk, not to be slaughtered for meat. Fine. You're so tedious. If you're worried, just take it away. As she spoke, she guided everyone into the verdant inner courtyard, opening a side room on the west side that housed a large round table, announcing brightly, please take a seat. I'm going to take a shower. Bai Kai, are you coming? We use well water at my place. It's unpolluted. And Jia replied, of course. And after I wash up, I'll help you with your hair. Sure too. You look as if you've just returned from the desert. Qinshan plopped down on a chair and waved his left hand dismissively. No need. I can wash it myself. And Jia frowned, maintaining her patience. You have an injury on your arm. You'd better come out when I call you, understood? All right. I got it. Qinshan acquiesced, knowing that further disobedience might lead to an immediate reprimand. Lu Shubao, glancing back and forth at the affectionate pair, leaned closer to Qinshan with a grin after Jia left. Wow. Your wife is truly beautiful. She looks like a star. You've got good taste. Qinshan smiled mysteriously, thinking to himself, could it be that my wife was a star all along? Yet he replied, she is just average. I'm sure there are those who are even more beautiful than her. Pfft. Lu Shubao scoffed, you're getting a bit full of yourself. Why not aim for the heavens then? Not even up there might you find a wife as splendid as mine. Do you need me to introduce someone to you? Qinshan boasted. Lu Shubao waved his hands repeatedly. No way. I don't want to be a backup. I prefer to find my own girlfriend. No need to raise your kids later. Damn it. Am I that undesirable? Qinshan slapped the table with his left hand, feigning anger, as they bantered about in Jia. Wang Hongwen, sitting nearby, could no longer maintain his composure and eventually rose to leave. After entering the house, Yang Yanan took her cup from the preparation table and gulped down a few large swigs, wiping her mouth and then handing it to Hu Jinfeng. Noticing the escalating volume of Lu Shubao and Qinshan's chatter, her pretty face revealed an expression of annoyance as she said to Hu Jinfeng, come outside. What is up? I have something to discuss with you. Hu Jinfeng obediently stood up and followed her out. They pushed open the small courtyard door, circumvented the sentry, and slipped into the shadows behind the large tree outside the wall. After Wang Hongwen exited, he settled onto a stone bench behind the pomegranate tree in the courtyard, lighting a cigarette, the glowing tip flickering as he lost himself in thought. In the bedroom on the west side of the northern house, Xiueli opened the wardrobe and retrieved a bath towel, saying to Anjia, you go wash first, and after you're done, come in and choose some clothes to wear. Anjia casually rummaged through Xiueli's summer wardrobe and remarked, it's all casual and punk style, isn't it? Don't you have any proper clothes? Xiueli glanced sideways, pulling out a few white t-shirts and denim shorts, tossing them onto the bed. You are the one without proper clothes. Hurry and wash up. Dinner will be served soon. Anjia grinned, feeling satisfied as she touched the texture of the garments before finally taking the bath towel and stepping out towards the eastern wing's bathroom. In the dining room, only Shiqingshan and Lu Shubao remained. The housekeeper gradually served a table full of dishes, saying, "The commander mentioned that you two should eat something to tide you over. He's watching over the fish to ensure it's cooked to perfection." "Thank you, Auntie," Shiqingshan politely replied as he stood up. "No need. You two sit down." The housekeeper smiled and turned to leave. Lu Shubao, with lightning speed, grabbed a piece of fermented tofu pork from the plate and stuffed it into his mouth. Heedless of the heat, Shiqingshan slapped his hand, exclaiming, "Hey, did you wash your hands? There's a wash basin outside. Wash your hands before eating." Lu Shubao, with oil glistening on his lips, rolled his eyes in bliss and got up to wash his hands. Chapter 61. The Prank. Commander Yang, hailing from the Central Plains, prepared a lavish spread of assorted dishes, including minced meat with vermicelli, fish-flavored shredded pork, a cold salad of 3 kinds of vegetables, braised eggplant, and stir-fried intestines, an exquisite blend of flavors. The aroma wafted through the air. Shiqingshan swallowed hard, peeking outside before hastily snatching a piece of fatty intestine and popping it into his mouth, humming a tune as he exited the room. Just as Lu Shubao finished washing his hands and was about to enter, he bumped into Shiqingshan on his way out and inquired, "Where are you off to?" Shiqingshan gestured towards the bathroom, indicating he was headed to wash his hair, and sidestepped past him. "Humph." Lu Shubao was well aware that Shiqingshan had something in his mouth. "Be careful not to bite your tongue." Shiqingshan's face flushed crimson, fortunately concealed by the darkness. He glanced into the brightly lit northern room and, through the window, noticed Shiweli had finished her bath and was now tossing her damp hair to dry. With a mischievous glint in his eyes, he stealthily approached the bathing area. Upon entering the eastern chamber, the light spilling from the bathroom revealed Njia's clothes strewn across the sofa in the outer room. Through the frosted glass of the bathroom, a curvaceous silhouette was faintly discernible. Njia had raised one long, beautiful leg onto a stool, her bosom proudly displayed, while her arms circled above her head, seemingly washing her hair. Gulp. Shiqingshan swallowed the piece of intestine in one go. What a splendid opportunity to tease her. He scanned the area for onlookers, swiftly disrobing and quietly turning the bathroom doorknob. The door was locked, but that posed no challenge for Shiqingshan. He swiftly retrieved a universal key from his clothing and quietly inserted it into the lock, grinning as he silently turned the mechanism. He pushed the door open, slipped inside, and shut it without a sound. Unbeknownst to Njia, a rogue had entered behind her. She remained oblivious, her back turned to the door as she gathered her hair atop her head, accentuating her graceful figure and alluring charm. Shiqingshan, with a playful flick of his tongue, gently tapped her rounded shoulder in a mischievous manner. "Ah!" Njia gasped in shock, nearly leaping up, her eyes wide with terror. In a flash, Shiqingshan's left hand cradled her head, leaning in to kiss her surprised lips, while his other arm wrapped around her waist, tilting her back slightly. He whimsically named this move the prank kiss. MMM. MMM. Startled, Shiweli squirmed desperately, pushing against Shiqingshan's chest with all her might. What the hell? Shiqingshan's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he realized the person in the bath was, in fact, Shiweli. His mind buzzed with alarm. He had made a grave mistake. Now, he feared not only Shiweli's screams attracting attention but also being mistaken for a rogue. Shiqingshan dared not release her, sealing her mouth tightly with his own, compressing her lips. MMM. MMM. Shiqingshan implored, "Don't shout. I've mistaken you for someone else." "Woo, woo." Shiweli protested, "You scoundrel. I will scream." Shiweli was utterly uncooperative, her struggles intensifying, prompting Shiqingshan to resolve. "Let us see if you dare to shout." Suppressing the discomfort in his right hand, he grasped the 2 soft mounds beneath him with fervor, feeling Snow Pear's body shudder as her legs weakened, nearly causing her to slip. It worked. Stone Qingshan immediately pressed his advantage, his large hand tenderly kneading her, causing Snow Pear to lose all will to resist, her starry eyes gradually becoming unfocused, her strength to fight back dissipating. Stone Qingshan sensed her slippery form growing softer, now entirely sprawled across his lap, his eyes darting around in search of something to stifle her voice. There were people outside. He could not afford to be careless. They had to negotiate before allowing her to speak. Suddenly, he noticed a white lace cloth hanging from the faucet. Just as he intended to release his grip to retrieve it, a thunderous voice echoed from outside. "Snow Pear, are you done yet?" Both bodies jolted in unison, fearing the arrival of someone. "It's Njia." Stone Qingshan hurriedly turned off the bathroom light. "Huh, why did the light go out? Where's the switch?" Njia inquired, puzzled from outside. Seizing the moment while Stone Qingshan was distracted, Snow Pear managed to break free and retreated to the corner of the wall, closing his eyes. Stone Chishan thought, this is it. It's as good as a disaster now. But unexpectedly, Snow Pear stammered back to Njia, I haven't tea finished yet. Hurry up. I still need to wash Stone's hair. The light, I don't know how it broke. I haven't tea rinsed off yet. Snow Pear was surprisingly covering for him, nearly prompting Stone Chishan to express his gratitude with a kiss. Where's the switch outside? I'll turn it on for you. No need. Snow Pear raised her voice. I can see just fine. You don't need to worry about me. Oh, then be careful and wash slowly. I can wash Stone with the water from the well outside. And Jia concluded, her footsteps echoing as she left. Stone Chishan exhaled deeply, whispering, thank you. You're remarkably bold. Hurry and leave. If we're discovered, it's over. Snow Pear retorted angrily. Oh. Stone Chishan hastily unlocked the door, escaping in a flurry. Snow Pear watched his agile silhouette disappear, wiping her lips with the back of her hand. Pa. What a stench of pig dung. After Njia exited, she lifted the curtain of the dining room in the West House. Noticing only Lu Shubao seated upright, she asked curiously, why are you alone? Where is Stone? Lu Shubao remained silent, gesturing with his eyes to indicate others were outside. Njia turned to look, the garden lush with flowers and plants. But there was no one in sight. Frowning, she asked him, are you practicing Qigong? Why are you keeping your mouth shut? Oh. Then practice away. Njia thought little of it, twisting her waist and stepping out to find Stone Chishan. Just as she exited, she happened upon Stone Chishan appearing in the courtyard. His belt in hand, she crossed her arms, advancing with a cat-like grace, demanding, where have you been? Stone Chishan averted his gaze. Guess. Guess what? Holding up your pants as if no one knows you went to the restroom. No wonder Snow Pear called you crude. Njia bit her silver teeth, frustrated. Did she really say that? I'll settle the score with her. Stone Chishan pretended to walk away. Come back here. Njia stepped forward and seized his ear, leading him to the well, where she pressed him against the water's edge to wash his hair, exclaiming, how could you be the only one to emerge from the group with such a filthy head? It's truly disgraceful. Ouch. Be gentle. Am I plowing the fields here? You ought to trim your nails. Sure, Chishan bent over, grumbling, but inwardly he felt a surge of relief. Just moments ago, he had nearly dealt with Xueli on the spot. Would he have faced execution by the old chief if he had forced himself upon her? Oh dear. The mere thought of the dreadful consequences was unbearable. Endure it. Njia retorted sharply. Xueli emerged from the bathroom, one hand clutching a basin while the other combed through her damp hair. Let him wash himself. Don't spoil him. With a soft sigh, Njia replied. But his arm is injured. He can't move it. He lacks strength. Xueli quickly interjected. Don't believe his lies. His arm is perfectly fine. He has plenty of strength. How do you know that? Njia inquired, casting a suspicious glance at Shi Qingshan's arm. I just saw him sneaking food with that hand. Xueli's mind raced, and this explanation was both truthful and clever. Oh, you foolish boy. How could you be caught sneaking food? Njia poked Shi Qingshan's forehead with her delicate finger. Shi Qingshan seethed with suppressed anger, thinking to himself, Xueli, you little vixen. Just wait until I find another opportunity to settle the score with you. He instinctively licked his lips, a sweet fragrance enveloping him, hidden in the shadows. Wang Hongwen snorted softly, thinking, you two are quite the actors. Just wait until I expose your affair. Chapter 62. Lu Shubo's grievance. What are the young couple murmuring about? They must be quite famished. Commander Yang chuckled as he approached with a beautifully braised fish. Come on, dinner is served. All right, Grandpa, just bring it out. Njia smiled sweetly. Hu Jinfeng and Yang Yanan, hearing the commotion, quietly entered from outside, taking advantage of the distraction. Wang Hongwen stealthily slipped behind them and slowly followed Commander Yang into the dining room. As everyone took their seats, Commander Yang lowered his gaze and counted. I distinctly remember preparing 10 dishes. Why are only 9 on the table? Aunt Wu, can you check what's missing? The housekeeper entered upon hearing the call and replied. We're short a plate of braised beef, but I believe I served it. Commander Yang shifted his gaze, saying, never mind. Please fetch a cucumber and bring me those 2 bottles of Moutai from under my bookshelf. Understood. The housekeeper responded and left. Commander Yang then turned to the long-haired, bearded Lu Shubao and inquired, are you Lu Shubao? Hello, sir. I am Lu Shubao. He replied, rising to salute. Sit. A fine young man indeed. Xiaohu has spoken to you, hasn't he? Commander Yang asked kindly. Feeling somewhat reserved at dining with such a high-ranking official for the first time, Lu Shubao replied. He did mention it. He wants me to accompany him on a trip to the south, right? Commander Yang nodded. Indeed. You have transitioned from military service. And under normal circumstances, this journey wouldn't be required of you. However, Xiaohu has strongly recommended you, claiming you are the most suitable candidate. If you agree to go, you may voice any request as compensation, and we shall do our utmost to accommodate. Lu Shubao chuckled sheepishly. I have no particular demands. Hu Jinfeng and Shi Qingshan are my good friends. Assisting them is merely a matter of loyalty. At that moment, Shi Qingshan entered after Njia, shaking off droplets of water from his damp hair with a towel. Shubao, don't hesitate to share your thoughts. There is no need to feel shy. Opportunities like this are fleeting. Lu Shubao scratched his head, grinning awkwardly as he pondered. There is something that has troubled my sleep for the past 2 years. It would be wonderful if the commander could help resolve it. Oh, what is it? Commander Yang inquired, intrigued. Lu Shubao hesitated, stammering, it's not a significant issue. Just the frustration of being forcibly discharged from service. Oh, so that's what it is. What happened back then? I heard you caused a ruckus at a nightclub and were later confronted by someone who found your military ID? Commander Yang glanced toward the door. That was a trap set for me. Lu Shubao exclaimed indignantly. At that moment, Xueli hurried in after changing her clothes. The scent of her presence wafting through the air as she took a seat beside Shi Qingshan. He felt a sudden rush of anxiety and averted his gaze. Seeing everyone gathered, Commander Yang picked up his chopsticks and encouraged, Come. Let us eat and converse. Xueli chimed in, be sure to savor my grandfather's cooking. Remember to offer praise, whether it's delightful or not. It was unclear whether she had emerged from sorrow or was intentionally lightening the mood. But she playfully teased about her grandfather. Amidst the warmth of the rare gathering, laughter flowed freely. Yet no one noticed that Shi Qingshan's smile was more unseemly than his tears. You rascal. Commander Yang shook his head, serving dishes to Njia and Wang Hongwen, urging everyone to eat promptly. Among the 7 young souls, aside from Lu Shubao who had sneakily indulged in a plate of beef, the others were already famished. With a call from Commander Yang, they eagerly picked up their chopsticks, diving into the dishes that piqued their interest. Those who possess a passion for cooking are seldom lacking in skill, and the flavors of Commander Yang's culinary creations were indeed exquisite. For over a month, Shi Qingshan had been eating whatever was available, having never tasted such fresh and thoughtfully prepared ingredients. After sampling a bite of the mixed 3 shreds, his eyes lit up, and he began to eat heartily. The others voiced their approval with muffled exclamations. Delicious. Truly delightful. The dishes made by our commander are exceptional. Grandfather's culinary skills have improved remarkably. Commander Yang laughed heartily, finding genuine satisfaction in the joy of his younger companions. Life is fleeting, even in despair and helplessness. One must seek moments of joy, mustn't one? As he spoke, the housekeeper entered with additional dishes and a bottle of vintage Maui liquor. Commander Yang received the bottle, uncapping it to release a fragrant aroma that immediately transformed the small dining area into a celebratory atmosphere. He poured a small glass for each of the 4 men and, noticing Njia's eager smile, filled a glass for her as well. Let us toast to a smooth journey ahead, he declared. Everyone drank to his words, including the spirited Njia, who choked slightly, her cheeks flushing, which caught Wang Hongwen's attention. Setting down his glass, Commander Yang turned to Lu Shubao. Please, continue. Lu Shubao, grinning as he swallowed the liquor, reddened around the eyes and lamented, I was set up by them. Oh, what transpired? Commander Yang inquired, extending the bottle towards him, prompting Lu Shubao to rise and take the cup. While on leave, I intervened to help a girl who was being assaulted by her boyfriend, only to find myself ensnared in a trap set by her and her boyfriend. Can you believe how infuriating and foolish that was? Lu Shubao expressed his grievances. Seeing that Xueli acted as if nothing had happened, Shi Qingshan felt relieved that she did not wish to expose him, and he continued to eat voraciously, mumbling, elaborate, please. How did you assist that girl? And Njia, noticing his lack of decorum, stealthily kicked him under the table, glaring at him fiercely, issuing her first warning. Immediately, Shi Qingshan sat up straight, chewing deliberately. Lu Shubao hesitated before stammering, I said, let her go. Scram. And then, I saw that the girl was being pitted, so I grabbed the man's arm and pushed him away. Was it truly that simple? He got up to hit me, and by chance, his nose collided with my fist, resulting in a broken nasal bone. Lu Shubao's voice grew softer with each revelation. At this point, everyone understood the situation clearly. He must have dealt quite a blow to that man. Upon encountering Lu Shubao, who was akin to toothpaste, squeezing out words in a hesitant manner, Shi Qingshan interjected, why so much trivial chatter? Just tell me how severely that man is injured. Lu Shubao raised his voice. How am I to know the extent of his injuries? All I know is that he collapsed, clutching his leg. The crowd fell into a stunned silence. It was indeed ruthless. Severing one's lineage. Could that ever be resolved? What machinations did that girl employ against you? Shi Qingshan assumed the role of the interrogator, for otherwise, Lu Shubao would spend the entire night muddled in his own explanations. Commander Yang poured another drink, and Lu Shubao downed it in one go. A few days later, she called me, claiming she wished to treat me in gratitude for my rescue. However, upon my arrival, she and a friend proceeded to ply me with liquor. Several ruffians, seeing me inebriated, attempted to take advantage, only to find themselves on the receiving end of a thorough beating, left searching for their teeth, utterly humiliated. You save someone and still leave your contact information? Your intentions are clearly dubious, Shiweli quipped sarcastically. Who left her a number? Lu Shubao protested at that moment. She was bleeding profusely from her nose. When the ambulance arrived, I accompanied her and even covered her medical expenses. During the paperwork, they recorded my number. They traced it back to me from the hospital. Shiweli erupted in laughter at his innocent expression. One acts anonymously when doing good deeds. Yet you leave your number after mischief. Are you not concerned they might seek vengeance? Lu Shubao sighed. I did not think of that at the time. Chapter 63. A wise decision, Shi Qinshan remarked. Shiweli, please refrain from interrupting. Allow him to finish his tale. Lu Shubao continued. It was only later that I discovered the bar where we had been drinking that night was owned by the very person I had fought with. The girl who accompanied me was also a professional pickpocket. She had stolen my identification, leaving me utterly penniless. I had to run all night just to return to the barracks. Haha. Even Jia could no longer suppress her laughter. This lively character had a remarkable talent for digressing. Shi Qinshan inquired, did they not break some tables and chairs, fabricate the scene, and then find witnesses to report you to the barracks with your identification? Lu Shubao shook his head, indignant. Not just that. They were even more ruthless. They smashed the restaurant on the second floor of the bar. I suspect they were looking for an excuse to remodel. What happened then? Did the barracks compensate them? Of course not. Only a fool would pay them. After a few days of investigation, I received my discharge notice. Lu Shubao sighed deeply, casting his gaze downward. Shi Qinshan understood that the general circumstances were likely as Lu Shubao had described. But the barracks would not discharge him based solely on one side of the story regarding the bar incident. It was possible that they had seized upon the fact that he had injured someone, ultimately leading to his discharge. Commander, what do you think of this matter? Shi Qinshan turned to Commander Yang. Throughout Lu Shubao's account, Commander Yang had remained silent, listening intently while nursing his drink. He was confident that Lu Shubao had not severely injured anyone and that he was not the instigator of the altercation. Otherwise, the consequences would not have been limited to mere discharge. He then asked, do you wish to re-enlist or what? I want to re-enlist. Lu Shubao replied without hesitation. Commander Yang nodded, tapping his fingers on the table as he contemplated for a moment. Here's the deal. Given the special circumstances, you and Xiao Shi should head south. If you find his unit, you can enlist there. I will write a letter for you to take along. It is a time when the nation is in need of personnel, and the local leaders should be amenable. What if we cannot locate his unit? Lu Shubao inquired cautiously. Then you shall return. My doors will always remain open for you, Commander Yang declared with a sweeping gesture. Everyone erupted in applause. And Lu Shubao joyfully toasted Commander Yang twice, while others raised their glasses to congratulate him. As the evening progressed, Shiweli noticed that Commander Yang seemed to have indulged a bit too much and advised, Grandpa, you should stop drinking. Take care of your health. In that moment, seemingly struck by a thought, tears began to fall unexpectedly from her eyes. Commander Yang raised his cup to his lips but then slowly lowered it, gently stroking Shiweli's head. Grandpa promises you, I will take good care of myself. It is dangerous out there, and you must not act recklessly. Safety must come first, do you understand? Shi Qinshan seized the opportunity to express his gratitude to Shiweli. He stood, holding his drink, and earnestly assured Commander Yang, rest assured, as long as I am alive, I will never allow Shiweli to be in danger. Well then, I shall be at ease. Commander Yang laughed heartily, standing to clink glasses with him. And they both drank deeply. In the stillness of the night, the once bustling metropolis seemed to revert to an agrarian era, with only the occasional chirping of birds breaking the silence. Suddenly, a distant yet unmistakable roar reminiscent of a small gasoline engine echoed through the air, followed by the rhythmic sound of a Gatling gun firing. The gunfire intensified, and Commander Yang's expression grew grave. The others followed his gaze to the window, where flashes of light illuminated the southern and eastern horizons, and the booming of artillery joined the fray. At that moment, the telephone on the table rang. Commander Yang turned, grasped the receiver, and placed it to his ear. Hello? Yes, understood. I'll head over immediately. After hanging up, he addressed the group. The power is back on, and the influx of zombies drawn by the light is assaulting various defense points. Enjoy your meal. I must go take a look. Hu Jinfeng quickly stood up, saying, Commander, allow us to accompany you. We need to visit the warehouse as well. There's no need. You all should eat more. Once we leave the safe zone, it won't be so easy to find good food. Commander Yang sighed, glanced at Shiweli, and then turned to exit. The group escorted him to the door, where a squad of armed guards awaited outside. Commander Yang waved back and vanished into the darkness. as the thunder of gunfire resonated. The warm atmosphere that the group had deliberately cultivated dissipated, leaving the courtyard in silence once more. Is everyone satisfied? Once we're done eating, we should proceed to the warehouse to select supplies, Shurchinshan suggested. I'm not hungry. I'm full. The others replied, their appetites waning. You men can go. We aren't sure what to choose, Shiweli said, her mood dampened. Shurchinshan pondered for a moment. It would be best if everyone went. Each person should select their preferred food and necessary equipment. If we send fewer people, we might overlook important items. If our journey south goes smoothly, we should arrive in about a week. But given the long distance and numerous uncertainties, we must bring enough supplies for a month. It is best to avoid taking risks by leaving the vehicle. Old Shur is quite right. Everyone should go. The sooner we fill the trailer, the sooner we can rest. Hu Jinfeng agreed. Shiweli pouted, fine. Who will help me carry some things? I have several large boxes. And Jia raised her hand. I'll go. I'll help you sift through everything. Space in the armored vehicle is limited, and we must discard anything unnecessary. As she spoke, she and Shurchinshan exchanged glances. With Shurchinshan grinning, while Jia rolled her eyes at him, their unspoken affection palpable. Once they entered the house, Shurchinshan took out cigarettes, passing them around. After lighting one, he posed a question to Hu Jinfeng. Why did the commander agree to let Shiweli ride with us in the armored vehicle south? Surely there are better options, like a propeller-driven military transport plane. Hu Jinfeng took a deep drag on his cigarette and replied slowly, there are no pilots available. We are currently training dozens of individuals intensively. Moreover, there's south no place to land. The casualties are too numerous. The fact that troops can maintain order in the capital is purely a fortunate decision made 5 years ago. The situation elsewhere is likely grim. Shurchinshan quickly inquired. What fortunate decision? Hu Jinfeng furrowed his brow, seemingly pondering whether to speak. At that moment, Jia called from the northern room. 2 people come and carry this large box outside. Wang Hongwen hurriedly extinguished his cigarette and rushed inside. Lu Shubao glanced around. Noticing that neither Shurchinshan nor Hu Jinfeng showed any inclination to move, and resignedly remarked, well, you are all officers. I shall go. With that, he stepped forward with determination. After they departed, Hu Jinfeng remarked, 5 years ago, the military commission, in an effort to prevent large-scale non-combat casualties from widespread infectious diseases and unforeseen disasters, designated a region in the northern mountainous area of Yanjing to station a division as a strategic reserve force. This unit possesses its own supply depot, where the drinking water and food have undergone stringent disinfection and sterilization processes, consuming only meat, vegetables, and grains that have been stored for over a year. Their daily training primarily focuses on chemical defense, epidemic prevention, and disaster rescue, which has indeed proven invaluable in the face of this epidemic. Chapter 64, The Supply Depot. The leader truly lives up to their title. They possess remarkable foresight. Shurchinshan expressed his admiration sincerely and inquired, are you aware of the number of personnel in this unit? Hu Jinfeng nodded. Our division, including the non-combat support units, comprises over 10,000 individuals. After arriving in the capital, we reduced some personnel but have since replenished our ranks, maintaining this number. Your division? Shurchinshan asked. Indeed. I hail from this very division. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here conversing with you now, Hu Jinfeng replied with a wry smile. He bent down to extinguish his cigarette but, collecting the discarded remnants from Lu Shubao and Wang Hongwen, and disposed of them in the corner trash bin. Suddenly, the door to the north room was kicked open, and Lu Shubao and Wang Hongwen emerged, their faces flushed, struggling to carry an aluminum alloy box. This box is incredibly heavy. Lend a hand. What on earth is inside? Shurchinshan prompted. Open it up and discard anything unnecessary. It's all my instruments and equipment. Nothing can be thrown away, Shiweli insisted firmly, as she laboriously dragged a large suitcase behind her. Upon hearing that it was equipment, Shurchinshan found himself at a loss for words. He had inadvertently made a mistake today, and now he felt quite guilty, most apprehensive of Shiweli chastising him. The 4 men took turns lifting the box as they proceeded ahead, while the women dragged 3 suitcases behind. They retraced their steps through the courtyard back to the armored vehicle. The trailer featured 6 tiers of shelves, arranged along both sides of the aisle. 3 tiers were temperature-controlled, while the other 3 maintained a regular temperature, with 2 additional shelves at the bottom for storage. Shiweli had 3 large boxes, Yanin had a small one, and Anjia possessed another large box, perfectly filling a tier of the shelves, coupled with the off-road tracks and spare parts for the armored vehicle occupying half a tier. There remained 4.5 tiers available, 3 of which were equipped with cool, temperature-controlled shelving, to accommodate 6 individuals for resting. The crew compartment of the armored vehicle could not be utilized for storage. Presently, the seats on one side of the vehicle were piled high with boxes of instant noodles. Vacuum-sealed marinated meat, dried noodles, bottled water, and rice, all bound together with rope, taking up a significant portion of the crew space, though it appeared that there was an abundance of supplies, as they were transferred into the trailer. They only occupied one tier of the temperature-controlled shelves in the bottom of one side shelf, leaving ample room for additional items. After half an hour of diligent effort, the 7 of them finally tidied up the armored vehicle and amicably discussed sleeping arrangements. It was then that Wang Hongwen took the wheel, with Hu Jinfeng guiding the route toward the supply depot. On the streets, the lampposts illuminated every other light, while the alleys were shrouded in darkness. Perhaps due to limited electricity or an effort to reduce nighttime brightness in the safety zone, abandoned cars cluttered the roadside, still awaiting clearance. And the narrow streets occasionally witnessed accidents caused by inebriated drivers, further exacerbating the congestion. The Humvee, laden with soldiers, sped toward the flashes of artillery fire, its siren blaring. Any vehicle that failed to yield upon hearing the siren would be overturned by the approaching armored vehicles, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. The Thunder God vehicle, adorned with machine guns and cannons atop its roof, features a sharp-edged plow at its front. Its already imposing physique is further accentuated by the addition of a similarly sized black trailer, with red and blue emergency lights flashing. It roars down the road like a freight train, exuding an aura of formidable power and lethal intent. Both military and civilian vehicles instinctively veer aside at a distance, ensuring an unobstructed passage, for no one wishes to be cleaved in two by its plow. The logistics warehouse is an underground facility, serving as a comprehensive military supply depot, extending 5 kilometers and spanning 3 ring roads. It boasts entrances and exits on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th ring roads, cleverly constructed using an abandoned air raid subway line that plunges 150 meters deep. The entrance located within the 2nd ring road is situated in a small military unit garage, which remains the only access point in operation, as the entrances on the 3rd and 4th ring roads have yet to be activated. The armored vehicle halted before the bustling entrance of the warehouse. Hu Jinfeng disembarked, clutching a note from Commander Yang, which facilitated his smooth encounter with Director Chen, the person in charge of the warehouse. Having shared the same military unit, Chen and Hu were well acquainted, and Chen personally guided the armored vehicle onto the elevator of a large garage. After a prolonged 5 minutes accompanied by the whir of the reduction gear, the elevator finally descended to the subterranean level. As soon as the elevator doors opened, the occupants of the vehicle erupted in astonished exclamations. Through the observation window, they beheld a grand tunnel illuminated with bright lights, stretching endlessly before them. The dual lanes of the road soared to a height of over 10 meters, with walls, floors, and ceilings constructed entirely of gray reinforced concrete, inducing a sense of vertigo. Countless large doors lined the sides of the tunnel, with numerous trucks busily loading and unloading cargo, appearing like oversized toy vehicles in the disproportionate height of the ceiling. Director Chen, a jovial and stout middle-aged officer with spectacles perched on his cheeks and a belt cinched at his chest, had previously been a military instructor before the outbreak, which transformed the original warehouse head into a zombie, prompting his reassignment to oversee this facility. He shared that the warehouse was initially designated solely for military supplies, predominantly field rations, ammunition, and fuel, but had since evolved into a comprehensive storage facility following the outbreak, now encompassing a variety of essential survival items. Upon learning that the occupants of the armored vehicle were bound for the rain-soaked and humid south, Director Chen enthusiastically recommended several food items that are durable and palatable. He gestured towards a nearby warehouse devoid of loading activity, asserting, "That place stores the largest variety of jerky, sourced from various locations of late. They are both nutritious and flavorful. Most importantly, dried meat has a long shelf life and is resistant to spoilage. I suggest you take plenty. Are there only meats inside? What about canned vegetables or fruits?" Shueli inquired. With a chuckle, Director Chen replied, "We do have canned vegetables and fruits in the military supply warehouse. As for this warehouse, it contains a small quantity of rice, flour, and oil sourced from supermarkets. How about we take a look inside first? If you don't find what you want, we can always check other warehouses." Very well. Shueli expressed her lack of interest in the items he mentioned. She had never experienced the pangs of hunger, but sure Qingshan was quite different. He yearned to procure a greater quantity of meat. Dried meat not only enhances flavor, but also serves as an efficient source of energy, undoubtedly a valuable asset. As he opened the rear hatch of the battle vehicle, he leaped down, stepping onto the trailer's beam, directing Wang Hongwen to reverse towards the vacant space at the warehouse entrance. Maneuvering the trailer in reverse proved to be quite a challenge. While driving forward was manageable, reversing required an entirely different skill set. Wang Hongwen understood that he needed to turn in the opposite direction to guide the rear of the vehicle where he desired, yet despite this understanding, he found himself in a flurry of confusion. He struggled to master the angles of the steering wheel and the timing of the turns, often resulting in either oversteering or veering off course. Lu Shubao finally relished the feeling of being a mentor, crouching behind Wang Hongwen and animatedly instructing him to turn left, then right. However, this only exacerbated Wang Hongwen's bewilderment. After more than 10 adjustments back and forth, the battle vehicle was, ironically, moving further away from the warehouse entrance. Quick! Stop! I need to get out. I'm about to be sick. Xueli exclaimed, her brow furrowed, her complexion pale, feeling somewhat nauseous from the tumultuous ride. Chapter 65, The Rice Cake. Can you even drive? A dog could manage to steer with a bone on the wheel. Lu Shubao's sharp tongue had Wang Hongwen rolling his eyes in exasperation. Turn right. Which way is right? I truly can't believe this. Is that a hand or a pig's trotter? How could you be so foolish? Fine, why don't you take over then? I can't handle this anymore. You've drenched my neck with your saliva, for goodness sake. At last, Wang Hongwen's temper flared from the relentless barrage of insults, and he removed his helmet in frustration. I'll do it. I can pilot a plane. Finally achieving his wish, Lu Shubao settled into the driver's seat, adjusted to the panoramic helmet, engaged the reverse gear, and gently pressed the accelerator. The trailer obediently made a sharp turn and parked steadily in the designated spot. Not bad. Your skills warrant a score of 99. I'll deduct 1 point just to keep you humble. Xueli, feeling relieved, patted her chest and offered him a rare compliment. This contraption is far easier to maneuver than a tractor. It's a cinch. Lu Shubao, basking in his self-satisfaction, patted this and poked that. Reluctant to vacate the driver's seat, Wang Hongwen could only wish for someone to drive for him while others eagerly sought tasks. What a rarity. How delightful it would be to catch some sleep or admire lovely legs instead. Hopefully, this enthusiasm wouldn't fizzle out, leaving him to take over once more. As the warehouse door was opened by the logistics manager summoned by Director Chen, energy-efficient lights flickered to life, swiftly dispelling the darkness within. Apart from Lu Shubao, everyone else exited the vehicle, each pushing a cart into the interior. The warehouse was elongated, cool, and dry, a perfect environment for preserving jerky. The air was thick with the robust aroma of processed meat. Along 2 tall shelves against the walls hung an array of cured sausages, air-dried chicken and duck, cured pork, and ham, while the opposite side was filled with boxes of assorted food items. In terms of scale, this place rivaled a supermarket's food section without even considering the variety. Xueli and Anjia were preoccupied with pushing their carts inside. One sought snacks for the journey, while the other searched for canned fruits and vegetables. Unfortunately, after reaching the end, they returned empty-handed, unable to find what they desired. Shiking-shan lifted 2 boxes of 25-kilogram dragon beard noodles onto his cart and asked Director Chen, Director, do we have any noodle sauce? Director Chen glanced around, approached a shelf, and opened a box. Here, we have some pasta sauce. Would you like it? Absolutely. Better to have than to lack. Shiking-shan inspected the packaging of the pasta sauce, noting that each can contain 1.5 pounds and that a box held 20 cans in 4 different flavors. These were ready-to-use sauces that could be poured over noodles or vegetables. After pondering briefly, he decided to take just 1 box, recognizing that these were merely for flavor enhancement and uncertain of their taste. Once the cart was loaded, Shiking-shan scanned the now vacant space and was delighted to discover a small box of peanut butter from his hometown tucked behind the pasta sauce. Director Chen nodded in approval. This peanut butter is both shelf-stable and nutritious. Consuming a little each day is beneficial for one's health. Indeed, Shiking-shan concurred. Before I went to university, I used to have it for breakfast every morning. He spoke as he added the box of peanut butter to his cart. Stone, there is flour and rice here. Do you want any? Snow Pear shouted from a distance, her voice muffled and distinct from that which resonated on the ground. What do you need flour for? Are you going to make steamed buns? Asked Shan. I can't make them, but perhaps my backpack can. Snow Pear pointed towards the area outside the warehouse. Oh. Then let's take a bag of flour and a bag of rice. Also gather the cooking pots and stoves. From now on, you 3 ladies will be the culinary team on the vehicle. I refuse to be a cook. I want to be a medic. Snow Pear retorted, displeased. Shan's eyes lit up with excitement as he asked, Medic? Do you know first aid? I certainly know more than you, thought Snow Pear, remembering her family filled with doctors. Is it necessary to explain that to you? All right. From now on, we will have Snow Pear as our medic on the vehicle. Shan declared. Dr. Yang, my arm is injured. Come and take a look. He extended his arm. Snow Pear huffed. As long as you don't use that hand to sneak a snack again, a few days of rest will suffice. Shan blushed, aware she was referring to an incident in the bathroom, and lowered his head to organize his box. Wang Hongwen grimaced and muttered under his breath, "Adulterous couple." Snow Pear, who was closer to him, caught his words and was immediately displeased. "Wang Hongwen, do you have a problem with your eyes? Should I take a look for you?" "Ah, no problem." "Oh, I just got some dust in them. It's fine now." Wang Hongwen hurriedly rubbed his eyes. "If it's fine, hurry up and load the goods. Don't break the cart handle." Snow Pear teased him with a serious expression. From afar, Shi Qingshan heard Snow Pear mocking Wang Hongwen again and came over, saying, "Old Wang, if your cart is empty, go fetch some bottled water." "Oh, sure." His words were timely, and Wang Hongwen hurriedly pushed the cart away to fetch water. Snow Pear huffed at his retreating figure, casually opening a large box on the shelf beside her. Upon peeking inside, her eyes brightened. "What is this? So beautiful." Shi Qingshan leaned in to look. "This is Chiegao. Haven't you seen it before? It's quite expensive." "Oh, so this is Chiegao. Have you heard of it?" Shi Qingshan inquired. Snow Pear nodded. "A classmate from Xinjiang gifted me a piece on my birthday once. I noticed the hotel staff seemed quite tempted, so I passed it on to her." Shi Qingshan quickly asked, "How big was the piece he gave you?" Snow Pear tilted her head and thought. It wasn't very large. Probably weighed around 4 or 5 pounds. 4 or 5 pounds. And Jia was also drawn over, saying to her, "Your classmate's gift was quite valuable." Snow Pear nodded. That classmate came from a modest background. His father was a small vendor. I understood that piece of Chiegao might represent his family's daily income. So I didn't look down on him. Instead, I was very grateful. However, in terms of value, compared to other classmates who casually gifted me new phones or electric scooters, his present was indeed on the cheaper side. No, no, no. Shi Qingshan shook his finger and head, saying, "If I were that hotel staff, receiving the Chiegao you gifted would likely prompt me to resign immediately." "Resign? Why?" Xueli blinked her long eyelashes in bewilderment. The value of that piece of cake was comparable to an apartment in the 3rd Ring Road. An apartment? How could that be? Xueli was astonished. Wasn't it just some sugar and nuts? How could it be so expensive? She simply could not believe the nonsense from Shi Qingshan. It all depended on how it was sold. Some sold it by the pound, others by the gram. Some used scales, while others employed knives. Could they be the same? Director Chen laughed heartily as he approached with Hu Jinfeng. Suddenly, Xueli realized. "Oh, so the cake is merely a tool for some people to exploit money, then? Its intrinsic value is not that high." Director Chen, smiling, pointed at the cake and said, "This walnut cake, also known as marzipan, has a long history. Its cost is indeed not cheap, but it is not as exaggerated as you think. 100 or so yuan per pound is still reasonable." "Where does the high cost come from?" Xueli curiously asked. Director Chen pointed at the cake and explained, "You see, it is made from walnut kernels, corn syrup, raisins, grape juice syrup, sesame seeds, rose petals, bitter almonds, dates, and other ingredients, which are not inexpensive to begin with. Moreover, the cake is heavy and hard, making it difficult to transport, naturally driving up the cost." Chapter 66. All set the piece of cut cake in the box measured over a meter in length, 60 centimeters in width, and 30 to 40 centimeters in thickness. As Director Chen explained, Shi Qingshan stepped forward and tugged at one corner of the cake. But it did not budge. It must weigh 400 to 500 pounds, resembling a solid block of stone. "Director Chen, can we take this entire piece of cake with us? Just a small slice to taste would suffice." And Jia said, puzzled, "You don't understand." Shi Qingshan replied mysteriously. In ancient times along the Silk Road, cut cake was an essential food item for traveling merchant caravans. It can be preserved for long periods and is highly nutritious, containing various essential nutrients. Without it, travelers would suffer from scurvy and perish during long journeys. This could be a lifesaver in critical times. Is that so? If we carry it, and someone falls ill, I can just give them a piece instead of resorting to injections and medicine. Xueli chuckled. Director Chen turned and called to the warehouse manager, "Xiao Wang, come help lift this piece of cake onto the truck." The warehouse manager acknowledged and entered a small room. Shortly after, he emerged wearing a mechanical exoskeleton, effortlessly lifting the cake and heading toward the trailer outside the warehouse. Seeing him in the external mechanical skeleton designed for logistic support, Shi Qingshan thought for a moment and, with a bold face, asked, "Director Chen, we would like one of those mechanical exoskeletons as well. Do you have any available?" Director Chen did not hesitate at all and waved his hand. "We have used ones here. If you don't mind, you can take Xiao Wang's." "Not at all." Shi Qingshan immediately replied, "We need it for work, not for display. Why would we want a new one?" "Then it's settled." Director Chen grinned warmly, making one feel as if basking in springtime sunshine. The group loaded carts filled with water, dried meat, rice, flour, canned goods, peanut butter, and more from the warehouse onto the trailer, carefully arranging everything on temperature-controlled shelves. They then followed Director Chen into another military-grade storage facility for durable food supplies. In this warehouse, Shi Qingshan found the field rations he desired. Known for their variety and exquisite taste, including various self-heating rice dishes, canned pig trotters, ribs, and braised pork with preserved vegetables, all delightful in flavor. This array of rations not only provided the necessary nutrition and calories, but also played a significant role in mobilizing body fat and combating fatigue, enabling individuals to engage in high-intensity activities even with minimal food intake. After filling the trailer with rations, Shi Qingshan also loaded 3 barrels of compressed biscuits with meat, scallion, and sesame flavors onto the battle vehicle. Although they might not be consumed during the journey, they served as a precautionary measure in case of unforeseen circumstances, ensuring there would be food available if the trailer encountered difficulties. A 5-kilogram barrel of individual soldier field rations could sustain one person for a minimum of 160 days, while a small package could support someone for half a month. In the event of special circumstances, such as the trailer being lost, these 3 barrels of compressed biscuits would ensure that the occupants would not go hungry. Finally, they needed to gather some fuel and, most importantly, ammunition. These supplies were located in the underground tunnel center and at the opposite end, kept far apart to ensure safety. After loading everything onto the trailer, only a half layer of room temperature shelves, a layer of shelf bottoms, and a layer of constant temperature shelves remained usable. Shi Qingshan intended to fill them all with ammunition and fuel barrels. This journey was fraught with peril, although they had the formidable armored vehicle as protection. There was no danger as long as they remained inside. However, it was wise to be prepared, for a formidable firepower was essential for survival. To their surprise, they discovered a cache of newly issued bomb-proof special operations uniforms for the troops, available in both male and female sizes, complete with helmets and protective gear. Naturally, each person selected a suitable outfit to take along, for items that could save lives are always worth having in abundance. Shi Qingshan also grabbed a few military engineer shovels, which were akin to Swiss army knives, capable of cutting, blocking, sawing, digging, cutting wire, opening beer, frying eggs, and chopping vegetables, truly a miraculous tool. After filling the trailer and armored vehicle with ammunition and fuel, they bid farewell to the enthusiastic Director Chen before escorting Xueli and others back home to rest. At midnight, the streets were considerably less congested. Lu Shubao drove the fully loaded armored vehicle, taking Shi Qingshan and Jia and Wang Hongwen toward Villa number 88. The cabin lights were extinguished, and the streetlights outside cast a flickering glow within the vehicle. Lu Shubao suddenly spoke. "Hey, let's go to the bar street for a drink." Shi Qingshan opened his sleepy eyes and squinted at the time displayed on the monitor. "It's quite late. We need to leave early tomorrow. Let's skip the drinks tonight. Just half an hour. We'll have a quick drink and then leave." Lu Shubao insisted with enthusiasm. Shi Qingshan glanced at Jia, who had fallen asleep against his shoulder. Then at Wang Hongwan, who was lost in thought in the gunner's seat, and softly inquired, "Where's the bar street? Is it far?" "Not far. It's right next to the workers' stadium." Lu Shubao replied eagerly. Shi Qingshan waved his hand, closing his eyes once more. Let it be. He didn't know where the workers' stadium was anyway. He would catch some sleep first. Just as he began to doze off, the vehicle jolted, and they had arrived at a nightclub named Space Club. Shi Qingshan opened his eyes just in time to see a security guard darting inside, seemingly to alert someone. Did he think a military inspection was underway? It was astonishing that in such chaotic times, a nightclub was still operational. And Jia was jolted awake by the sudden stop. Rubbing her eyes, she discerned the nightclub's sign and asked, "How did we end up here?" Shubao insisted on having a drink. "Are you going in?" Shi Qingshan replied. "Drinking? You guys don't have other intentions, do you?" And Jia inquired suspiciously. Lu Shubao emerged from the driver's seat. "We just want to have a little drink and relax. What other intentions could we have? If you're worried, just come in with us." And Jia glanced at the dark, empty street, then at the desolate entrance of the nightclub, expressing her concern. "Will there be anyone inside? It won't just be zombies, will it? There will definitely be people. I just saw a security guard go in." Lu Shubao reassured her. Shi Qingshan stretched lazily. "We're already here. Let us go in and take a look. We'll have a quick drink and head back to rest." "Old Wang, are you coming?" "I'm not going in," Wang Hongwen replied. Wang Hongwen appeared to be haunted by the recent incident at the nightclub, expressing a desire to remain behind to watch the car. And Jia, feeling uneasy, insisted on accompanying the two of them. Left with no choice, Shi Qingshan reluctantly agreed to bring her along. As the trio descended from the vehicle and approached the entrance, the security guard rushed out, clutching a large U-shaped lock, intent on securing the door. "Why do you lock the door as soon as we arrive? Are you no longer in business?" Lu Shubao called out. "Apologies, everyone. But we are not open to the public." The guard replied hastily without turning back, hastily fastening the lock. "What purpose does it serve to keep the lights on if you are not operating?" Are you merely a perpetual lantern? The guard, sensing the tone of discontent, abruptly turned around, only to find an artist clad in a white tank top, wearing old-fashioned shoes, with long hair and a flowing beard standing behind him. It was then he realized the misunderstanding. It was not a surprise military inspection after all. Chapter 67, Nightclub. Ah, so you are here for some amusement? The security guard, sporting a pair of bushy eyebrows and small eyes, lazily spoke with a toothpick dangling from his mouth. Fresh. You can't even hold a meeting here. He chuckled to himself, turned back, and unlocked the door, nonchalantly adding, each entry requires a 10-pound grain ticket. What grain ticket? Can't we just pay? Lu Shubao inquired curiously. Of course not. The guard scoffed. Haven't you heard? Paper currency is now worthless. Even the mighty dollar has lost its charm. Gold chains, gold teeth, gold fingers. We only accept grain tickets and steamed buns with pretty ladies. Nothing else is of any value. Oh, we have no grain tickets, buns, or gold fingers, but we do have a lady. Would you like her? Lu Shubao gestured towards Njia. The guard lifted his cap, his eyes widening as he beheld the alluring Njia, who stood with her arms crossed. He immediately swallowed hard, his gaze fixated upon her, as if he wished to pry out his own eyes and place them within her ample bosom. Humph. Njia turned her head away, visibly displeased. The guard's lascivious stare felt like an attempt to strip her bare, which she found utterly repugnant. And why did Lu Wubao have to make a joke at her expense? It was simply outrageous. The nightclub door creaked open, and two drunken men stumbled out, leaning on one another, babbling incoherently as they made their way to the parking lot. Hey, is there a fee now? Speak up. Are you going to let us in, or not? Lu Shubao's voice grew impatient. The guard snapped back to reality, his throat bobbing as he glanced at the stern-faced Shi Qingshan, clad in special forces attire. Unsure whether Lu Shubao was jesting, he hesitated before saying, even a pretty girl now demands at least 20 pounds of grain tickets. If you both wish to enter, then let her spend the night with me. What? Lu Shubao leaned in, as if he hadn't heard clearly. Let her. The guard was about to repeat himself when suddenly, everything blurred before his eyes. A sharp pain shot through his left cheek, and with a resounding smack, he found himself sprawled on the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood and shattered teeth, tears and blood streaming down his face as he cursed while picking up a fallen U-shaped lock, preparing to retaliate against Lu Shubao. I'll teach you not to speak so carelessly. Before the guard could fully rise, Lu Shubao delivered a swift kick to his chest, sending him flying backward like a ragdoll, crashing into the nightclub entrance, struggling to rise again. Lu Shubao approached, gripping the guard's collar fiercely, demanding, who is your boss now? Oh, learning to spit like a woman, are you? I'll kill you, you bastard. Bang, bang. Stop hitting me. I'll tell you. 2 punches in, the guard immediately caved, realizing that if he didn't cooperate, he might soon find himself without teeth to chew his food. Seeing Lu Shubao injure someone, Njia hurriedly tugged at Shi Qingshan's sleeve, anxiously urging, let us go. We're leaving tomorrow. Don't cause any trouble. As Lu Shubao engaged in a tedious exchange with the security guard, Shi Qingshan remained a silent observer, sensing something amiss. He turned to Njia and commanded, return to the vehicle. Shubao is here to cause trouble. No, hurry and call him back. You must not enter. Njia insisted, stamping her foot in frustration. It is too late. He has already gone in. Shi Qingshan declared. I will take a quick look and return. He pushed Njia into the armored vehicle, instructing Wang Hongwen to keep an eye on her, before hastily striding into the nightclub. Inside, the security guard lay unconscious on the floor, bloodied from Lu Shubao's assault. Shi Qingshan dragged him into the storage room, silencing him and binding his hands and feet. Before swiftly pursuing Lu Shubao, he traversed a corridor reminiscent of a time tunnel, entering the hall, which revealed a bizarre underground world. The pulsating music vibrated through his chest, while vibrant laser lights sliced through the air. In the dim lighting, he could vaguely discern a few couples entwined in the center of the dance floor. As his eyes adjusted, Shi Qingshan quickly identified the unmistakable figure of Lu Shubao, who sat complacently at a grand stone bar, resembling a slumbering matron rather than the anticipated ruckus. Handsome, care to join us in a private room for some fun? 30 rations for a delightful experience. Guaranteed satisfaction. A heavily made-up woman leaned in, fluttering her false eyelashes enticingly. Not interested, Shi Qingshan replied curtly. That's quite all right. This is my sister, an absolutely vivacious university student. Youthful and full of energy, tight and pure. You'll be thoroughly satisfied. The woman insisted, pulling a shy girl towards Shi Qingshan. He instinctively raised his arms in defense, stepping back, and inadvertently glanced at the door, where 5 or 6 women lingered against the wall, either chatting or engrossed in their phones. Whether they waved at him with flirtatious smiles or feigned modesty, they all appeared to be engaged in the world's oldest profession. Which one catches your eye? 1, 2, 3. Or more. It's the end of days, so each extra is just 20 rations. The heavily made-up woman persisted, clinging to Shi Qingshan's shoulder. Shi Qingshan, with a serious demeanor, admonished her, why not pursue a respectable livelihood? Haven't you heard that those who do not love themselves attract no love? As the words left his mouth, he felt a surge of righteousness. You want to be with 5? The loud music drowned out his voice, and the woman only grasped the latter part of his statement. Shi Qingshan shook his head in disbelief, choosing not to engage further as he turned toward the bar. The bar was expansive, adorned with dozens of stools, yet only 6 or 7 men occupied it, while a greater number of women were present. Lu Shubao sat expressionless on a bar stool, fixated on a flustered female bartender, one leg bobbing restlessly, ignoring the beautiful woman across from him who attempted to catch his attention with flirtatious winks. Playing it cool, are we? Shi Qingshan leaned in close and shouted in Lu Shubao's ear, startling him into a moment of vulnerability. Damn, you scared me. Just in time. Help me call that bartender over to pour some drinks. With a playful smile, Shi Qingshan positioned himself between the beautiful woman at the neighboring seat and Lu Shubao, leaning against the bar and quipping, do you possess gold, beauty, and labor points? I find myself devoid of possessions, merely trading what little I have for a drink. The woman, obstructed by his presence, cursed inwardly at the handsome interloper disrupting her business, muttering, so it turns out there are 2 deadbeats. What a waste of my time. With a disdainful spit, she rose and departed. Fear not. Here, as we indulge in libations, our camaraderie shall suffice. Lu Shubao proclaimed with bravado. Shi Qingshan, noticing the adjacent seat had become available, lifted a leg and settled down, directing his gaze towards the sole bartender, a girl busy polishing glasses with her back turned. Given the distance, he surmised she would not hear him, so he placed 2 fingers to his lips and let out a sharp whistle. The piercing sound startled the girl, causing her to flinch and shake her shoulders. Eventually, she turned slowly and ambled over, bowing her head to place a drink menu before the 2 of them. Observing her, Shi Qingshan noted, despite her heavy makeup, she appeared quite young, perhaps just in her early 20s, with round eyes and a cherubic face, exuding a certain charm. He noticed her hands, at times tightly clasped together, at others hidden behind her back, embodying a sense of nervousness as she occasionally cast furtive glances at Lu Shubao. It became evident to him that this bartender girl was likely the catalyst for Lu Shubao's forced discharge from service. Chapter 68, Narrow Paths of Enmity. 2 bottles of beer. Shi Qingshan casually pointed to the Yinjing draft beer on the menu. The girl, as if liberated from a burden, quickly turned and retrieved 2 bottles from beneath the counter. Placing them on the table, she glanced upward, not requesting any labor points, and promptly departed. Her subtle actions did not escape the keen eyes of Shi Qingshan and Lu Shubao, who simultaneously glanced upward. There, on the 2nd floor, was a room with particularly large glass windows, significantly larger than the adjacent private rooms. The glass appeared to be one-way, obscuring the interior from outside view while allowing those inside to see clearly out. Lu Shubao snorted disdainfully, watching the girl's retreating figure with a mixture of affection and resentment. Shi Qingshan drew a cigarette, lit it, and exhaled a thin wisp of smoke. Leaning closer to Lu Shubao, it seems your defense of this girl is not merely an act of chivalry, is it? Lu Shubao nodded slightly. When the beer bottles clinked against each other, he tilted his head back and gulped down the contents, slamming the empty bottle against the counter and bellowing, more beer. Shi Qingshan turned to the bartender girl, observing her pause in her task of cleaning glasses. After a moment's hesitation, she hurried over, quickly retrieving 4 bottles of beer from beneath the counter, popping them open, and placing them before the 2 men. Without another glance above, her lips curled into a faint, sorrowful smile before she turned and walked away. With bloodshot eyes, Lu Shubao opened his mouth as if to speak. But seeing the bartender girl leave without a moment's pause ignited his ire, prompting him to seize another bottle of beer to drink directly from it. Shi Qingshan grasped his wrist firmly. Do not trouble the poor girl. She is rather pitiable. Humph. There must be something loathsome about the pitiable, aside from being a bit poor. Short, and having a large face with a lower education, how am I inferior to that debauched young master? If you claim she lives a wretched life, why must she serve others like a beast of burden? Lu Shubao pondered, raising the bottle to his lips and downing nearly half of it. The contrast between the affluent young master and the impoverished, underprivileged man was glaringly apparent. How could he not comprehend it? Shi Qingshan, after much contemplation, could not join Lu Shubao in condemning the bartender girl. Instead, he reverted to an age-old saying, why obsess over one flower when countless others bloom in the world? Earlier, I spotted a charming girl at the entrance, rumored to be a university student. Would you like me to summon her for a chat? Lu Shubao, barely paying attention to Shi Qingshan's ramblings amidst the cacophony of music, continued his frustrated tirade. What infuriates me most is that I defended her, and she turned around to set a trap for me with someone else. Is this not a modern-day tale of the farmer and the snake? He vented, downing yet another bottle of beer in his vexation. The flickering, mottled lights danced across Lu Shubao's face, reflecting in his dark, restless eyes, while the empty bottle in his large hand quivered as if on the brink of shattering. Shiking-shan, aware of Lu Shubao's volatile strength, grew concerned that he might slam the bottle against the counter, risking injury from shattered glass. Cast aside the broken shoe. It is best to let it go. Come, let us share a drink. Shiking-shan seized the empty bottle from Lu Shubao's grasp and handed him a fresh beer. Lu Shubao spat bitterly. A broken shoe is still a broken shoe. Her mother is a broken shoe, and she is nothing but a broken shoe herself. Shi-Qing-shan took a sip of liquor and, filled with curiosity, inquired, "You know her mother as well?" Lu Shubao swept his hair aside, revealing a confident demeanor. "I not only know her mother, I am acquainted with her grandmother and all her numerous aunts and uncles. We hail from the same village." "Oh, so you were childhood sweethearts. But you are quite a bit older than her. Doesn't that raise suspicions of an old bull munching on tender grass?" "How much older?" "I am 27 and she is 24. Is 3 years considered significant?" Lu Shubao retorted defiantly. "Only 3 years. Indeed, that isn't much. But look at your current disheveled state. One might mistake you for her father. You didn't think to tidy yourself up before coming here." Shi-Qing-shan feigned a look of disdain. "That would be rather awkward. Even if I dressed up, I would still appear impoverished. She would spare me a second glance." Alas, girls transform immensely as they mature. Hearts change as well. Lu Shubao drowned his sorrows in drink, lifting the beer to his lips, guzzling it down. His capacity for alcohol was substantial, and Shi-Qing-shan harbored no concerns about him becoming intoxicated. Consuming 30 bottles of this beer would not incapacitate him. As if his ample belly were a black hole, absorbing all without necessitating a trip to the restroom. Observing Lu Shubao drink heartily, Shi-Qing-shan began to feel a pressing need to relieve himself. Glancing around, he stood and followed the signs to the restroom. The lavatory was located beneath the staircase, and as he passed the second-floor stairway, he brushed past a man embracing 2 young women. Shi-Qing-shan paid no mind to the man, as he had no acquaintances in Yanqing. Thus he refrained from scrutinizing anyone. However, the man, who was entwined with the 2 young girls, recognized him instantly. What a small world. Lin Feng's eyes glinted with malice as he muttered through clenched teeth. "Brother Feng, who is that fellow? What has him so riled up?" A girl, appearing around 18 or 19 and leaning against Lin Feng, inquired sweetly. "Just a filthy farmer, a mere poor security guard. Angry with me? He is not worthy." Lin Feng growled, stroking his chin, his mind racing with thoughts of how to deal with Shi-Qing-shan. Another girl, slightly older and clad in a Korean school uniform, swayed to the music, sighing, "It's not that I don't understand. The world changes too swiftly. Did you see? Most of those who come here now are farmers. They possess great stamina and are industrious, and they earn all the food tickets. My sister and I have accompanied Brother Feng for the night without charge. Yet we may not even be able to afford tomorrow's 10 pounds of entrance grain tickets." Lin Feng leered. "You two are quite skilled. Fear not. Little Ma here is always my friend." Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him, and with a cold smirk, he declared, "I shall head upstairs to ask Little Ma to grant you a few days exemption from the entrance fee." He then turned and headed back up the stairs. As Lin Feng ascended, Shi-Qing-shan emerged from the restroom. Approaching the stairwell, he sensed a gaze upon him. Lifting his eyes, he noticed 2 female students scrutinizing him from above. Lowering his head, he discreetly checked his zipper, relieved to find it fastened. Looking back, he saw no one. He mused. Could they also be engaged in the flesh trade? Indeed, the 2 girls exchanged glances, giggling as they descended the staircase. One of them nestled her arm around Shiking-shan's, swaying to the rhythm of the music, and exclaimed, "Brother, come upstairs and sing with us. There are rewards in store." "I have no food coupons," Shiking-shan replied candidly. "Is that so?" The older girl expressed disbelief, reaching out to touch him, only to be met with his raised hand. Concealed within his grasp was a firearm, a man's weapon that ought not to be handled by others. It rightfully belonged in his own palm. Sensing Shiking-shan's reluctance, the 2 girls realized that their hopes of earning food coupons that night had dwindled. With a shrug, they released their hold, their minds wandering instead to the possibility that Brother Feng might grant them a few days of free admission. Chapter 69. A meeting of enemies. Shi-Qing-shan managed to disentangle himself from the 2 individuals and return to the bar, only to discover that Lu Shubao had already consumed 5 bottles of beer and was banging on the counter for more. A girl, her eyes swollen and red, approached and squatted down to open 2 more bottles. This time, she did not leave. Before she could utter a word, tears began to cascade down her cheeks. "Uncle Bao, please drink less. If you consume this bottle, promise me you'll stop." "What? Are you worried that I'll get drunk and wreak havoc at your place?" Lu Shubao retorted. gesturing towards Shi Qinshan with his thumb. Stop spouting nonsense. Shi Qinshan pushed Lu Shubao away. Lu Shubao swayed slightly but continued. No more chit-chat. Pour the drinks. Be careful, or you might find yourselves in trouble. The bartender girl sobbed. I truly had no idea this place belonged to Ma Bin. I was deceived by that woman. I never intended to harm your Uncle Bao. From her brief remarks, Shi Qinshan gleaned several crucial insights. First, Lu Shubao's nickname was Bao Shu, a playful inversion of his given name. Second, the bartender girl appeared to be a naive type, likely manipulated by Ma Bin. Third, her evident concern for Lu Shubao suggested that she still harbored feelings for him. This last point was significant. If Lu Shubao could reconcile with her, perhaps he could emerge from his despondency and regain his spirit. The bartender girl wept like a rain-soaked pear blossom, her makeup running. She was the kind of woman who, at first glance, seemed unremarkable, yet upon closer inspection, became increasingly captivating, her skin fair enough to rival that of Anjia. Shi Qinshan mused that Lu Shubao had good taste. However, if she truly loved Ma Bin, it would be unwise to force the issue. Meanwhile, Lin Feng ascended the stairs, traversing several rooms filled with muffled sounds, and headed straight for a door adorned with large windows. Upon arriving, he pushed, only to find it locked. He knocked gently, and a gruff voice called from within. Who is it? Me, Lin Feng. Is young Master Ma in there? Wait. A click sounded, and a young man adorned with a large gold chain opened the door. Lin Feng peered through the gap and saw Ma Bin reclining on the sofa with his eyes closed, while a serpentine woman sat with her legs crossed on the armrest, grooming his slick hair with her fingers. In the corner, a trembling, naked woman, covered in bruises, seemed to have just undergone a harsh ordeal. On the other side of the sofa, a large, bald man with scars on his face and gold teeth sat bare-chested. His arms wrapped around two women as he regarded Lin Feng with a threatening glare. Lin Feng cautiously stepped inside, a forced smile on his face. I apologize for the interruption. Ma Bin was a quintessential product of parental indulgence. He had garnered a notorious reputation for his unscrupulous behavior since his school days. Once, at a tutoring center, he had assaulted a beautiful classmate from a small city, subsequently murdering her. When the incident came to light, his parents colluded with the school and corrupt police officers to obliterate the evidence, leaving the girl's family destitute and bereft of recourse, ultimately forcing them to depart in despair. From that moment on, Ma Bin became increasingly arrogant and uncontrollable. Lin Feng noticed that Ma Bin was ignoring him with his eyes shut, and he cleverly remarked, Mr. Ma, what a splendid opportunity we have. His words indeed piqued Ma Bin's interest, who opened his eyes with a weary tone and asked, what opportunity? Lin Feng pretended to look around cautiously. Ma Bin urged, just speak. Lin Feng chuckled softly, did you not ask me to introduce you to the granddaughter of the commander? Shueli, a wonderful opportunity has arisen. Oh, Ma Bin quickly sat up, his eyebrows raised in intrigue. What opportunity? Lin Feng, with a mysterious smile, hurried to the window to look down, then beckoned Ma Bin to come over. Ma Bin, puzzled, stood up and approached the window. Lin Feng pointed to two unfamiliar men seated outside the bar, while Feng Jing was attempting to wrest a beer from the plump man's grasp. Shueli has been persistently harassed by that fellow. If you can deal with him, I assure you that Shueli will come personally to thank you. Before Lin Feng could finish, Ma Bin rushed to the wall, activating the surveillance monitor and zooming in on the footage of Lu Shubao drinking beer. Upon careful examination, he leaped up in excitement. Afei, that inconsiderate brat has been the cause of my sporadic issues. How dare he come to my territory and pursue my woman? If I do not eliminate him today, I swear I am not a man. The man named Afei bellowed, suddenly pushing aside two women as he stood up, baring his teeth in anger. How dare he make my brother impotent? Watch me squash him. He turned and stomped out with determination. Lin Feng was overjoyed, feeling fortunate. He had not anticipated that the young man had a grudge against Ma Bin. Serves him right for being in trouble today. He grinned, eagerly following Afei to witness the unfolding drama. Once Afei departed, Ma Bin rushed to the window once more, glancing down with clenched teeth, cursing under his breath before storming out. The three women seated on the sofa hurriedly followed him outside. Moments later, Ma Bin returned alone, opened a drawer, and retrieved a handgun, tucking it into the waistband of his back. Lin Feng sprinted after the imposing Afei, pointing out, Brother Fei, that's the short-haired brat. Damn it. Look at him strutting around like a peacock. Go and beat him to a pulp. Avenge Mr. Ma. Does he think he is invincible? Afei's strides were longer than Lin Feng's 2 steps combined, and in a few moments, he crossed the dance floor, reaching the bar where he seized Shi Qinshan by the throat, silent yet menacing, ready to unleash his fury. Caught off guard, Shi Qinshan quickly turned to see a fist coming his way. Unable to evade, he instinctively raised his arms to shield his face, successfully blocking the lethal blow. Seizing an empty beer bottle, he swung it with force toward his assailant. Afei, tall and long-armed, saw the bottle hurtling toward him and reflexively tilted his head back, narrowly avoiding a severe injury as the bottle's base struck his chin instead. Though he escaped a bloody fate, he winced in pain, instinctively releasing his grip and stepping back. In the blink of an eye, offense, defense, and counterattack intertwined. Lu Shubao glanced back and, upon observing Fang Jing's expression, immediately deduced that this individual was undoubtedly drawn by his presence. Uncle Bao, this is Ma Bin's hired muscle. He must have realized you were here. You should flee at once, Fang Jing urged anxiously. Seeing Shiking Shan cracking his neck as he descended into the fray, and noting that the imposing figure had no allies, Lu Shubao leisurely turned back to Fang Jing and replied, fleeing is simple for me. But what about you? Fang Jing, filled with resentment, pushed him from across the counter. Don't concern yourself with me. If you escape, he will only torment me for a while. I am already accustomed to it. Lu Shubao snorted disdainfully. Do you truly believe I would abandon you to run off alone? I would not have done so before, and knowing your innocence now, I am even less inclined to leave you behind. You must come with me today. I refuse to let you suffer here any longer. As he spoke, Shiking Shan had already engaged with a Fei, and neither party wasted words. They would first determine the victor before addressing any misunderstandings. Chapter 70. Doubt in Life. As Shiking Shan approached within 2 steps of the man, a Fei extended his long arm to seize his neck. Shiking Shan deftly tilted his head to evade the grasp, sinking his hips suddenly, clenching his fist so that the back of his hand and arm formed a straight line. With a resounding thud, he delivered a powerful punch to a Fei's abdomen, striking him squarely above the waist. From behind a Fei, one could observe his waist bulging momentarily, both heels lifting off the ground as his toes slid back half a foot. He instinctively clutched his stomach and spewed forth a foul mess, nearly splattering Shiking Shan, who nimbly leapt aside. Ma Bin, rushing down the stairs, happened to witness a Fei's misfortune, exclaiming, damn it, he even brought a bodyguard. Boss Ma, this security guard is the one I mentioned who harassed Shueli. We should call in more people to deal with him. Lin Feng shouted. Ma Bin's expression darkened as he turned to the thick-headed lad behind him, signaling him with a glance. Go, have Lauer lock the door and fetch some weapons. Understood. Boss, the thick-headed lad replied, dashing off to summon the security at the entrance. As the commotion unfolded, dozens of bored men and women seated around the dance floor, booths, and bar quickly gathered to witness the spectacle. A Fei, having spat out the vile substance, resisted the urge to collapse, only feeling stars bursting before his eyes and his stomach churning painfully. Embarrassed by the disdainful gazes surrounding him, his face fluctuated between shades of dark and pale. Overwhelmed by humiliation, with a loud roar, he swung a fist at the insufferable youth before him, whose face, heart, and attire were all shrouded in darkness. Once again, Shiking Shan adeptly sidestepped, delivering a side kick to a Fei's groin. A Fei's feet left the ground simultaneously, and his towering frame was propelled 3 to 4 meters away, crashing into several tables and chairs, landing in a disoriented heap. In just 2 moves, Shiking Shan discerned that the imposing figure before him was akin to a bear on a cold bed, relying solely on brute strength with no martial skill whatsoever. The fury from the ambush dissipated significantly, replaced by a playful mindset akin to a cat toying with a mouse, as he turned his back towards the bar. A Fei, struggling to rise, no longer concerned with his pride, was consumed by a desire for vengeance. Silently, he stealthily approached, intending to execute a deadly strike from behind Shiking Shan. However, just as his hand approached within an arm's length of Shiking Shan, the latter suddenly pivoted and advanced, delivering another punch straight to a Fei's abdomen. Having already experienced the might of Shiking Shan's blows, a Fei dared not charge recklessly. But at that moment, he could not halt his momentum and awkwardly sidestepped, his hand grasping Shiking Shan's collar in a desperate attempt to bring him down. Shiking Shan, feeling a Fei's forceful pull, quickly wrapped his arms around a Fei's to avoid being thrown off balance, seizing the opportunity to land a jab to a Fei's chin. With a sharp crack, a Fei felt a ringing in his head, his jaw instantly feeling disconnected from his body, his vision blurring, and his balance faltering. In a daze, he sensed several more punches landing on his face, fiery and pulsating, while his ears rang and his feet felt as though they were treading on sponge. He shook his head, unwilling to succumb to defeat, yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not regain his footing, leading him to question the very essence of his existence. Seizing the opportunity while Ah Fei was disoriented, Shiking Shan unleashed a flurry of punches, landing a hook that sent him spinning. As his fist retracted, it swiftly transformed into a grasping motion against Ah Fei's chest, while his foot executed a sweeping kick, sending Ah Fei tumbling to the ground. He stifled a cry of pain just as a kick connected with his face, causing his neck to twist at an unnatural angle. And he collapsed, limbs sprawled, unconscious. The crowd erupted in gasps, while Lu Shubao applauded enthusiastically. Ma Bin, witnessing Ah Fei's utter inability to retaliate and his swift defeat, felt a surge of anxiety. Gritting his teeth, his hand slowly moved towards the concealed pistol at his waist. Suddenly, the nightclub door burst open, revealing a disoriented security guard limping back in a daze. Ma Bin, alarmed, rushed forward and inquired, "Who did this to you?" The guard, grimacing and scanning the room, pointed towards the bar and muttered, "It was those two fellows." "Indeed, it was them. How audacious. You chose not to walk the path laid before you, yet boldly trespassed into the depths of the earth. You too, swiftly secure both exits, not a single fly shall escape." Ma Bin commanded, his eyes narrowing. Lin Feng, astonished by Shi Qingshan's prowess, felt his heart race, silently grateful that he had not confronted him that day. Observing the injured guard, he realized Ma Bin's faction was at a disadvantage. His eyes flickered, and he stealthily repositioned his feet, slipping into the women's restroom to hide. The flamboyant woman who had previously groomed Ma Bin stood with her arms crossed, exuding arrogance as she watched the unfolding chaos. However, as Ah Fei's disastrous defeat became apparent, her confidence waned, and her arms fell by her side. Hearing Ma Bin's directive to confine everyone inside, she sensed impending danger. Hurriedly removing her high heels and stealthily following the guard in an attempt to escape, with two other women hastily trailing behind her. Ma Bin paid no heed to those fleeing behind him, his expression darkening as he traversed the dance floor, stepping over the unconscious Ah Fei, drawing closer to the bar, where the face he loathed gradually came into focus. Fang Jing rushed out from behind the counter, aware of Ma Bin's firearm. She intended to warn Lu Shubao, urging him to de-escalate the situation, but upon seeing Ma Bin approach, drawing his gun and racking the slide, her heart sank. Without a moment's hesitation, she lunged towards Lu Shubao. Bang! The deafening gunshot reverberated, sending shockwaves through both Lu Shubao and Fang Jing. The crowd erupted into screams, their decibel levels eclipsing the overpowering background music, as onlookers scrambled toward the exit, leaving behind shoes in their frantic escape. Fang Jing felt a numbness spread across her back, yet she could not discern the source of her pain. Meanwhile, Lu Shubao trembled, a perplexed grin plastered on his face as he gazed at her. Turning to look, she saw Ma Bin lying lifeless on the floor, his eyes wide open, a gaping wound in his skull, blood pooling beneath him. He was dead. With a gasp, she cried out and collapsed into Lu Shubao's embrace, trembling uncontrollably. Lu Shubao chuckled foolishly, gently patting her shoulder in a comforting manner, and remarked to Shi Qingshan, "Well done, my friend. A disagreement, and you blow his head off?" Shi Qingshan rose to retrieve the handgun belonging to Ma Bin from the ground, examining it as he remarked, "Having grown accustomed to exterminating zombies, he brought this misfortune upon himself. A commendable act indeed. A menace has been eliminated, and the safety zone shall undoubtedly bask in clearer skies." Lu Shubao, stroking his beard, erupted into hearty laughter. In the span of a single day, the three greatest concerns had been resolved, filling him with a profound sense of the wisdom in descending the mountain, and he marveled at the turn of his fortunes. Meanwhile, Jia, anxiously awaiting in the vehicle, was taken aback when she suddenly witnessed a bloodied security guard and three scantily clad women rushing out in succession. The guard grabbed the foremost woman, attempting to restrain her, but she retaliated with a resounding slap and a swift kick, prompting him to release her. The trio of women managed to evade capture, while the guard, nursing his bruised cheek, cursed as he picked up the lock to secure the door. Jia hastily leaped from her vehicle, intent on intervening, but before she could reach him, the main entrance was flung open, and a throng of men and women surged forth, toppling the guard to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, she slipped against the tide of bodies into the nightclub. Wang Hongwen, caught off guard by Jia's sudden departure from the vehicle, hurriedly pursued her upon seeing her dash into the nightclub through his helmet's fish. Chapter 71. Eradicate evil in the nightclub. Fang Jing had already turned off the music, and the lights were significantly brighter. Upon hearing her mention that there were surveillance cameras on the second floor, Shi Qingshan intended to check whether the earlier scene had been recorded when his wristband vibrated. "Captain Shi, and Jia just ran in. Did you see her?" Wang Hongwen asked anxiously. "No." Shi Qingshan looked up towards the entrance, just in time to see Jia being dragged out by a man with his hand clamped over her mouth. "Damn it! Seeking death." Shi Qingshan's eyes widened in shock as he jumped off the stool and rushed forward. The man abducting Jia was Lin Feng, who, upon hearing the gunshot in the women's restroom, could no longer conceal himself. He had stealthily made his way outside but encountered Jia as she was rushing in, and his lecherous thoughts immediately took root. Lin Feng had a notorious reputation with women. Once he set his sights on a target, escape was almost impossible. However, Jia was an exception. Despite his repeated attempts, she had always eluded him, warping his psyche. Amid the chaos, he had long desired to find an opportunity to imprison and exploit several beauties for his own gratification, and Jia was his most coveted target. After being rebuffed previously, he thought it would be challenging to find another opportunity, Yet fate had brought her back into his orbit, truly, a stroke of fortune. Shi Qingshan burst through the inner door and sprinted towards the main entrance, only to find it locked from the outside. He kicked at the heavy wooden doors several times, managing to create a small opening. As he turned to find something to pry the door open, he noticed that the lights in the private booth had been turned off, and there seemed to be movement within. Drawing his handgun, he approached quietly and spotted one of Njia's shoes lying at the entrance. He quickly switched on the light and peered inside, breathing a sigh of relief. Njia was being held from behind, her mouth covered tightly as she lay curled up in a corner, her legs pinned down to prevent her from struggling. When the light illuminated the scene, Njia shut her eyes, but upon recognizing Shi Qingshan, she immediately opened them wide, struggling and gasping for breath, clearly exhausted. Shi Qingshan raised his gun, shaking it in front of the terrified eyes peeking from behind Njia, and coldly commanded, "Let go of her if you wish to live." The assailant ducked behind Njia's head, refusing to reveal himself. At that moment, Lu Shubao also arrived, panting heavily. Shi Qingshan handed the gun to him, took a few steps forward, and landed a powerful kick to the waist of the man hiding beneath Njia. "I told you to let go. Did you hear me? Ouch. Damn it." The man howled in agony as his grip on Njia's mouth loosened, but he still clung to her tightly with his other arm. Njia gasped heavily, exclaiming, "Lin Feng, are you insane? Let me go?" Lin Feng. Shi Qingshan unleashed a torrent of curses upon hearing that name, disregarding the man's right hand clutching his waist, and kicked him twice more with force. "Damn it. Get up. Aren't you the one who wanted to kill me? Hiding under a woman as a cushion? You're killing me." Lin Feng curled up in pain, and Njia seized the opportunity to break free and stand up. "Grandson, if you have the guts, kill me. Furrow your brow, and that doesn't count as being tough." He raised his bloodied hand, still lying on the ground, pretending to be a hero. "Very well. I shall grant your wish. Having already taken a life today, I am not deterred by one more." The fierce spirit within Shi Qingshan was ignited by Lin Feng, who grabbed his hair and delivered a powerful kick to his face. The sound of military boots thudding echoed as he struck repeatedly, watching in horror as a handsome visage transformed into a grotesque mask of blood and flesh. "Stop. Enough. This is madness, old man." Lin Feng's lips peeled back, his teeth shattered, and realizing that Shi Qingshan was intent on beating him to death, he began to plead incoherently for mercy. Njia, unable to bear the sight, abruptly embraced Shi Qingshan's waist from behind and pulled him back. "Stop it. If you continue, he will die. Does he not wish for death? I can send him on his way for free." Shi Qingshan remained relentless, continuing to kick Lin Feng without restraint. This individual had trespassed upon his limits multiple times. Njia had never witnessed such ferocity from Shi Qingshan and felt a twinge of fear. She cast a pleading glance at Lu Shubao, who sighed and stepped forward, grasping Shi Qingshan's arm and pulling him back a few paces, thereby rescuing Lin Feng. "He intends to harm you, and you still plead for him?" Shi Qingshan chided Njia. "Look, he is unconscious. If you continue, he will die." Tears as large as beans began to cascade from Njia's big eyes. Immediately, Shi Qingshan's heart softened. He reached out to wipe her tears, saying, "I was angered by his bullying of you. Yes, I understand. We need not stoop to the level of trash. Let him fend for himself." Njia refrained from mentioning the vile words Lin Feng had whispered in her ear earlier, pushing Shi Qingshan towards the exit while discreetly signaling Lu Shubao to check if Lin Feng was in any life-threatening danger. Lu Shubao nodded and, after she had pushed Shi Qingshan out of the nightclub, turned and delivered a heavy kick to Lin Feng's groin. Crack! It sounded as if an egg had shattered. And Lin Feng immediately contorted like a shrimp, his eyes bulging and back-arched. "You scum! No longer shall you torment the military spouse." Lu Shubao spat on the ground, then turned and began to hum a tune, "The mountain eggs bloom, oh how red they are," as he sauntered away. The next day, when Shi Qingshan awoke, it was already past 8. He hurriedly shook Njia, who was still in deep slumber. "Wake up. Did you not wish to return home for a visit?" Njia turned over, groaning, "I'm not going back. I want to sleep a little longer." "Even if you're not going back, you must rise. It's past 8, and the commander is likely waiting anxiously." Shi Qingshan quickly got dressed, washed his face, and headed downstairs. The sky was overcast, signaling the onset of the rainy season, and the southern regions would surely be inundated with heavy rains, making travel difficult. In the villa's yard, Lu Shubao was perched on the back of a trailer, his head inside the chicken coop on the roof, inspecting his prized hen. Below, Fang Jing stood, and Shi Qingshan almost failed to recognize her at first glance. Without her makeup, she appeared as a pristine beauty. Clean and lovely, a type of beauty that grows more enchanting the longer one gazes. She had returned last night and was now supporting Lu Shubao, ensuring he did not fall and injure himself. "How many eggs did you collect? Save me 2 for some fried egg pancakes." At the entrance of the villa, Shi Qingshan inquired, "Has no one descended yet?" Lu Shubao, scratching his beard and furrowing his brow, alighted from the vehicle, perplexed, and remarked, "Perhaps he was startled yesterday. He is just lingering, but refuses to come out." Shi Qingshan stepped forward to detach the charging cable from the combat vehicle and reassured him, "Do not fret. A bumpy ride will surely coax him out." "Sure, team, it's time for us to dine," Zhang Gong called out as he emerged upon hearing the commotion. "Very well." Shi Qingshan waved, beckoning Lu Shubao and Fang Jing to join him in the dining hall. Wang Hongan had already commenced his meal, enjoying the noodles prepared by teacher Xiaomei, accompanied by some ham and pickles, for there was little novelty to be found in the city's offerings at that moment. Shi Qingshan sat down and slurped a few mouthfuls of noodles before addressing Zhang Gong. "Allow Shubao to instruct you on cultivating vegetables. The yard is quite spacious, and letting it lie fallow would be a waste. Planting cucumbers, eggplants, and tomatoes could provide a delightful change in flavor." Before Zhang Gong could respond, Lu Shubao interjected, "There is no need to learn. Fang Jing already knows how to grow them. She intends to stay here, and it would be inconvenient for her to follow us." "Oh, that is agreeable." Shi Qingshan nodded and continued to Zhang Gong, "I have already spoken with advisor Hu. You should not encounter any trouble while residing here. Shortly, I will provide you with some weapons for self-defense. The situation is quite chaotic. When you have the chance, reinforce the iron gate and walls. It is better to be prepared. Thank you immensely, Shi team." A genuine joy illuminated Zhang Gong's face. "There's no need for thanks. Establishing a foothold here will ensure we have a place to return to in the future, will it not? Indeed, this is our shared sanctuary. It will be beneficial for all of us to reside here and look out for one another." Zhang Gong nodded vigorously. After a hasty meal, Shi Qingshan retrieved 2 handguns and 2 boxes of ammunition from the combat vehicle. Once Jia descended, he bid farewell to Zhang Gong's family and the steadfast Fang Jing, then activated the vehicle, setting off towards Xueli's home. Chapter 72. Heading south as delicate raindrops began to fall from the sky, the armored vehicle rolled onto the main street. Lu Shubao stifled a yawn and asked Wang Hongwen to take the wheel while he settled into the artillery commander's seat. He turned to Shi Qingshan, who was reviewing the virtual map from the driver's seat, and inquired, "My friend, do you think it will take at least 10 days to reach the south?" Shi Qingshan, having noticed Lu's reluctance to part with Fang Jing, teased him, "Ride a horse? How could it be so swift? The journey spans a vast 2,500 kilometers. Even the monk Tang Sung took 12 years on his white dragon steed for the same distance. Enough of the jokes. I'm serious. How long will it truly take?" At this moment, Lu Shubao was not in the mood for humor. After contemplating for a moment, Shi Qingshan replied, "To be honest, I'm not entirely sure. I need to return home to check on my parents, and old Wang has his own family to see. If the roads are clear and everything goes smoothly, we might arrive in about 10 days. "Oh, so it's 10 days to go and another 10 to return. I told Fang Jing I would be back in a month, which seems more reliable." Lu Shubao nodded. Murmuring softly, Shi Qingshan exchanged a glance with Jia and asked with curiosity, "Aren't you planning to find the troops with me? Are you no longer enlisting?" "No longer. I pondered it all night last evening and came to terms with it. Life cannot be devoid of regrets. I am no longer alone. As I must also look after Fang Jing," Lu Shubao declared earnestly. "But once we reach the military, it's possible we might not return for a while. Are you prepared to find your way back alone?" Shi Qingshan inquired with concern. "Where there's a will, there's a way. We will figure it out when the time comes." Lu Shubao replied nonchalantly. Shi Qingshan stroked his chin, feeling the complexity of the situation. After some contemplation, he suggested, "Why not bring Fang Jing along? We could take turns keeping watch at night. That way, we will have a place to sleep." Lu Shubao shook his head, stating, "No need. Sooner or later, I must return. Fang Jing wishes to visit her hometown in the northeast. She has parents to see. And I must accompany her to visit my brother and sister-in-law." "Oh, I see." Suddenly, an impulse arose within Shi Qingshan to persuade Lu Shubao to stay. However, after much deliberation, he refrained from speaking, realizing that finding someone as capable as him would be a challenge in the short term. "We must ensure Xueli's safety. After we see her off, I can accompany you back," he proposed. "All right, we shall discuss it then. Whether we can escort her remains uncertain." Lu Shubao turned back to the driver's cabin. Through the panoramic helmet, several areas continued to emit thick smoke throughout the night. Shi Qingshan had initially believed that a few buildings were ablaze, but only last night had he learned from Hu Jinfeng that those smoke-emitting sites were actually makeshift cremation furnaces for the bodies of the fallen, necessary to prevent diseases caused by decaying corpses in the sweltering heat. The lives of tens of thousands were no trivial matter. The principal concerns in the safe zone remained safety and sanitation, with food supplies currently adequate for the next 6 months. After a little over 10 minutes, they arrived at Xueli's home. Shi Qingshan called her from the entrance, and shortly after, Commander Yang and Hu Jinfeng emerged, holding umbrellas. accompanying Shueli and a young man carrying a long wooden box. Siri's eyes were slightly red and swollen, indicating she had recently wept. After slowly climbing into the vehicle, she kept her head down, lacking her usual vivacity. Commander Yang proactively shook hands with Jia, Liu Shubao, Wang Hongwen, and Shi Qingshan. His expression stern as he addressed Shi Qingshan. This morning, we received news that Mentor Xiaoshua's helicopter has yet to arrive in Deep City, and we have lost contact with her. There may have been an accident en route. The materials she carries are exceedingly critical, and her safety rests in your hands. Rest assured, old chief, we will fulfill this mission resolutely. Shi Qingshan saluted, signaling his determination. Good. I trust in your capabilities. Commander Yang patted Shi Qingshan on the shoulder. Do not rush on your journey. First return home to check on your family's safety, then stop by Yanan's house. Inform his father that if they cannot endure any longer, they should all come to the capital. Also, if you encounter any survivors along the way, ensure they find their own means to reach the safe zone. Maintaining the three-ring defense line poses some challenges. We must expedite the construction of the isolation walls. The troops are currently shorthanded. Commander Yang spoke at length but notably refrained from mentioning the events of the previous night at the nightclub. Understood. Let us move quickly. Safe travels. Commander Yang, supported by Hu Jinfeng, climbed into the vehicle in silence, patting both Siri and Yang Yanan on the shoulder before turning to exit. Boarding a wheeled troop carrier waiting by the roadside without looking back, Hu Jinfeng glanced at the commander's retreating figure, hastily shook hands with Yanan, and said, "Take care," before turning to pursue the commander. Seeing that Commander Yang's vehicle had not moved, as if waiting for him to depart first, Shi Qingshan glanced at the virtual reality screen displaying the vehicle parameters, took a deep breath, and declared, "Target Highway 2, let's set off." Beneath the floor, the powerful drive motors emitted a low hum. The sleek black exterior of the Thunder God shimmered with a glossy sheen, resembling a futuristic mechanical insect as it executed a sharp turn, winding its way onto the main street and speeding away. Once they exited the three-ring elevated defense line, the sight of countless zombies once again filled their view, clawing and grasping as they were drawn by the noise from afar. The newly added sharp blade at the front of the vehicle proved effective. Any zombie struck by it would spin and be flung aside. Henceforth, they would no longer worry about being ensnared by the remnants of flesh and bone caught in the tracks. With the rain intermittently falling, the vehicle smoothly merged onto the G2 Jinghai Expressway heading towards Zhonghai, proceeding southward. After passing the 6th ring, traversing through Jinggan, and entering Jingnan, they traveled along a fully enclosed elevated highway, encountering few zombies and experiencing unobstructed roads. The Thunder God maintained an average speed of 70 kilometers per hour, and by evening, they had already entered the territory of Hedong. Along the way, they encountered several convoys from the Central Plains, primarily composed of large vehicles converted from scrapped fuel buses and electric trucks towing generators. Each group varied in size, with some numbering up to 200 individuals, while others consisted of only a few dozen, including men, women, and children, all fleeing towards the safe zone after hearing the broadcasts. Whenever Shi Qingshan met survivors, he would always disembark to exchange a few words, but the news he received was far from optimistic. Many provinces in the southern interior were in chaos, with lawlessness prevailing, and bandits as well as cult organizations seizing the opportunity to rise. The factions known as the Chopper Gang, Axe Gang, Qin Family Army, Apocalypse Salvation Society, and Sun City, among others, vie for territory and resources, their internecine conflicts resulting in a staggering proportion of the post-apocalyptic death toll. In the Central Plains, once densely populated and characterized by its flat terrain, multiple waves of zombie hordes have emerged, leaving an indelible impression on the few survivors who witnessed the chaos. From the heights of towering buildings, one could gaze down upon an interminable sea of zombies, resembling sightless army ants, meandering in pursuit of sounds and scents, swaying and colliding as they incessantly absorbed any newly encountered undead. Should a zombie falter or stumble, it would swiftly be trampled into a pulpy mass by those that followed. In their wake, all consumable resources would be devoured, rendering the land nearly barren. Chapter 73. Peril. As the armored vehicle ventured further south, the rain intensified, with certain stretches resembling cascading waterfalls, while resting at a service area before transitioning from Highway 2 to Highway 18. Shi Qingshan and his companions encountered a convoy from the Hedong province seeking refuge from the downpour. The individuals recounted tales of the rampant giant rats plaguing the coastal regions of Hedong, noting their overwhelming numbers, acute sense of smell, and insatiable appetites. Supermarkets, malls, and grain warehouses had largely fallen under their dominion, rendering them inaccessible to humans, who could only band together to pry open doors and compete with the sluggish, mindless zombies for the meager food supply. As the number of zombies and giant rats proliferated, the human population dwindled. A young man, who had miraculously escaped from the port area, shared that just 2 weeks prior, his medium-sized city had several survivor groups consisting of dozens of individuals. But as the giant rats multiplied, they had all perished, leaving no trace of humanity behind. Only he, by sheer determination, had managed to escape in a modified truck. He earnestly urged Shan to remain on the highway, warning that ordinary roads were treacherous and congested, making them nearly impassable. After expressing his gratitude, Shan noticed the rain had eased slightly and took over from Lu Shubao, resuming their journey in the armored vehicle. As they drew closer to home, a sense of urgency enveloped him. After merging onto Highway 18, from Highway 2, they drove for over 5 consecutive hours, only to find themselves once more beneath the rain clouds advancing from west to east. The dual beams of the headlights illuminated the downpour, rendering visibility to a mere 10 meters ahead. Fortunately, as they traveled further east on the highway, traffic thinned, allowing Shan to navigate the armored vehicle at a speed of 50 kilometers per hour while deftly avoiding abandoned cars. The environment was exceedingly complex. The highway was filled with various obstacles, rendering the vehicle's autopilot utterly ineffective. Lu Shubao, having driven all day in the rain, recognized that Shan was pushing the vehicle too fast under such adverse conditions, although a sense of danger lingered in his mind. He understood Shan's eagerness to return home and refrained from voicing his concerns. Tension and anxiety intertwined within him, causing him to unconsciously rest his hand on his knee and involuntarily enter a fidgeting mode. Xueli, feeling dejected throughout the day, had scarcely spoken a word and, after a light lunch, had retreated to her upper bunk to sleep. Only now did she begin to regain her spirits and came down to let Jia take her place for some rest. Her annoyance grew as she watched Lu Shubao fidgeting across from her. She shot him a glare and remarked, "Shubao, seeing you shake your legs so vigorously, why not just attach a generator? It'd be eco-friendly and save fuel." Humph. Lu Shubao found himself at a loss for words. "Do you take me for a fool? What would I do with the electricity?" Xueli nearly burst into laughter at his foolishness, her eyes crinkling with mirth as she teased. "So you're not a fool after all? I must have misjudged you. Misjudgment can be remedied. I possess an ancestral remedy specifically for squinting." Lu Shubao, who kept glancing outside while continuing to fidget, replied with playful banter. "You truly have a sharp tongue. Enough, enough. I told you to stop shaking." Xueli feigned a stern expression. "What does my fidgeting bother you?" Lu Shubao retorted, somewhat irked. "It bothers my eyes. If you find me bothersome, then pluck out your own eyes." If Lu Shubao were not intentionally conceding, Xueli would indeed be no match for him in their verbal sparring. She was unable to contain her frustration, her stomach swelling with anger. Unbuckling her seatbelt, she intended to kick him a few times. Just then, the alarm of the armored vehicle blared suddenly, causing the vehicle to lurch violently. "Anomalies detected ahead. Anomalies detected ahead." Thor's voice echoed repeatedly. Shan focused intently ahead, his expression shifting to one of alarm as he beheld a raging river a mere 10 meters away. The flood was rapidly encroaching upon the bridge, with half of it already washed away. In a split second, he slammed the brakes down. The specially designed heavy ABS system of the vehicle emitted a low hum, and with a sharp creak, the vehicle came to an abrupt halt, causing Xueli to be propelled upwards, crashing onto the seat of the artillery commander, Wang Hongwen. The trailing vehicle, lacking a point brake system, skidded on the slick surface, resulting in a loud crash as the right rear triangular track wheel collided with the stone edge of the bridge, pushing the armored vehicle forward for another half-meter. A wave of water was stirred up by the tracks, splashing into the river, while the vehicle's front hung precariously over the gap, halting just in time. Shan's heart raced as he gazed down at the roaring torrent below, silently offering thanks to Thor. Had they plunged into the water, it could have spelled disaster for all on board. Inside the crew compartment, cries of despair erupted. Xueli, holding her head, berated Shan, while Wang Hongwen groaned, clutching his waist in pain. Jia tumbled from the upper bunk, landing painfully, leaving only Lu Shubao and Yin Nan securely fastened in their seatbelts, and scathed. "What happened, sure?" Jia inquired, exasperation evident in her voice. "There is no way forward. The bridge has been partially destroyed by the flood, and nearly." Before Shan could finish, he felt the vehicle suddenly sink. He hastily activated all the overhead lights to illuminate the ground beneath them. The bridge was slowly tilting. "This is bad. Everyone brace for impact." Shan quickly flicked several switches above his head, prompting the vehicle's front plow to begin rising, while the wave deflector descended, and several propellers designed to provide buoyancy started to spin. Lu Shubao hurriedly unbuckled his seatbelt and rushed to the commander's seat. Donning a panoramic helmet, he shouted, "We're going under. Everyone, quick, remove your clothes." He reached for the overhead hatch. "Don't open it. This vehicle can submerge," Shan shouted urgently. Suddenly, A tremendous crash echoed. The bridge had collapsed. The armored vehicle plunged into the water, swaying violently in all directions. The side windows were instantly submerged, and everyone clung desperately to the handles, their eyes wide with terror as they scanned the ceiling, relieved that no water had entered. However, the rear door had not switched to waterproof mode, and water gushed in through the gaps, quickly flooding the floor. After a few moments of bobbing up and down, the tumultuous motion began to subside. Glancing through the side window, they saw the armored vehicle bobbing back to the surface, carried along by the current, while branches and debris slammed against its hull, producing a cacophony of noise. "Sure, did you ditch the trailer?" Lu Shubao inquired, raising his leg, unsure if he was more concerned about his chicken or the supplies inside the vehicle. "No, it's floating behind us," Shi Qingshan replied calmly, activating the water jets, allowing the armored vehicle to transition from a sideways position to one of navigable control. Anjia and Xueli climbed onto the chair, embracing each other tightly, their long and graceful legs extending outward, their statuesque figures and rounded curves on full display, eliciting an involuntary gulp from Wang Hongwen, who was clutching the stool beside them. "Is anyone injured?" It was only at this moment that Shi Qingshan found the opportunity to inquire about the occupants of the cabin. The group exchanged glances, confirming that no one was significantly harmed. Only Anjia exclaimed, "Yes, my backside feels like it's been shattered into 8 pieces. Let Xueli stitch it up for you. But be careful not to sew it in the wrong place. Get lost." Amidst the turbulent waters, 2 beams of light intermittently pierced through the curtain of rain and the night sky, while the searchlights on the floating war vehicle illuminated the narrow paths along the riverbanks and the poplar trees lining the embankment. Both sides were steep earthen slopes, leaving them at a loss for a place to disembark. Chapter 74. The trailer malfunctioned. Shi Qingshan had been tirelessly searching for a suitable landing spot. "Sure, team. There's a bridge ahead on the map. If we don't disembark now, it will be too late," Wang Hongwen said anxiously. "Both sides are just earthen slopes. They cannot bear the weight of our armored vehicle. If we tip over halfway, it would spell disaster." Shi Qingshan remained intensely focused, his gaze fixed on the electronic map as the small bridge rapidly approached. "How much farther? I feel so dizzy." Xueli, suffering from severe seasickness, lay with her eyes tightly shut on Anjia's lap, fanning herself. "We'll be there soon. Just hold on a little longer." Fortune smiled upon them as, in a moment of serendipity, the heavy rain ceased without warning. The dark clouds parted slightly, revealing the distant stone bridge. Shi Qingshan swiftly adjusted the binoculars to their maximum zoom of 18 times, clearly discerning the white stone embankments protruding more than a meter above the water on either side of the bridge. "Everyone, fasten your seatbelts and hold on tight," Shi Qingshan shouted, engaging the vehicle in low-speed, high-torque mode. The bridge drew nearer, and it became evident that the protective slopes were rather short, roughly 10 meters in length. To ascend successfully, they needed to be both swift and steady. Otherwise, the trailer would be swept away by the flood, and the armored vehicle would be dragged back into the water. In the face of crisis, Shi Qingshan exhibited remarkable composure, his mind a blank slate as he concentrated solely on calculating the optimal angle and throttle pressure for the ascent. The armored vehicle gradually approached one side of the riverbank, the atmosphere inside the cabin thick with tension as silence enveloped the crew. Just as the vehicle's front aligned with the stone slope, Shi Qingshan abruptly turned the steering wheel. The armored vehicle executed a sharp tailspin, the water propulsion system roaring to life at maximum speed, propelling the vehicle onto the stone slope. The treads immediately began to rotate. The front of the vehicle surged upward, vaulting onto the riverbank. The entire length of the armored vehicle and trailer extended over 10 meters, while the front had ascended. 7 to 8 meters of the trailer remained submerged. At that moment, it swung around, the rear nearly colliding with the stone bridge. Shi Qingshan felt the treads make full contact with the slope and quickly turned the wheel to the left, altering the vehicle's trajectory against the current, which was essential for securing the trailer. His instincts proved correct. As the trailer fully crossed sideways, it generated a formidable drag force, causing the armored vehicle to slide backward by half a meter. Shi Qingshan immediately increased the power, the tread slipping momentarily before surging up the embankment, dragging the trailer to the edge of the protective slope and awkwardly hauling it onto the muddy path at the top of the riverbank. "Yay!" Cheers and applause erupted within the cabin. The sensation of solid ground beneath their feet felt exhilarating. Xueli slowly opened her eyes. Her severe seasickness had been alleviated by the brief duration in the water. Had they remained adrift for just a few more minutes, she surely would have been unable to hold back her nausea. "Sure, why were you driving so fast? You nearly got us killed," Xueli exclaimed weakly. "My sincerest apologies. Everyone, I shall reflect deeply on this." Shi Qingshan scanned the faces of his companions, his expression laden with guilt. Enough. The bridge was severed in the middle by the flood, Even a slow run might lead one to plunge into the waters. Lu Shubao defended Shi Qingshan, and Jia lamented. It is astonishing how, without human intervention to manage the situation, a heavy downpour can swiftly escalate into a flood. It is primarily my fault for driving too fast. Shi Qingshan did not shirk responsibility. Exiting the driver's cabin, he beckoned Lu Shubao. Perhaps you should take the wheel. I shall not go out. The armored vehicle now rested atop the narrow riverbank. Maneuvering the trailer down to the country road more than 20 meters behind posed a considerable challenge. One beyond Shi Qingshan's capabilities. Lu Shubao took the driver's seat and reversed a few meters, suddenly exclaiming, "Wait, why is the trailer askew?" He promptly halted the vehicle. Shi Qingshan quickly donned his helmet and glanced back, only to swiftly remove it again, opening the rear door to disembark. As the door swung open, a gentle breeze wafted in, carrying the fresh scent of rain-soaked earth, while the cacophony of croaking frogs reverberated around them. Lu Shubao and Wang Hongwen followed suit. Jumping down and skirting the tilted trailer, their feet slipping on the slick grass as they made their way to the rear. They found Shi Qingshan crouched on the ground, flashlight in hand, examining the trailer's track wheel. The situation was dire. The impact had likely dislodged one of its supporting wheels when it collided with the bridge edge. As they had reversed moments ago, the track had fallen off, becoming ensnared in the rear wheel, forcing the powerful vehicle into the mud. Shubao, do you think it can be repaired? To think the trailer broke down after just a few hundred kilometers, Shi Qingshan's tone was tinged with frustration. Lu Shubao approached, then dashed back to the vehicle to retrieve a spade, which he folded into a hole-like shape to scrape away the muck concealing the track wheel. After a careful inspection, he remarked, "This is quite the predicament. We do have a spare load-bearing wheel, but this axle is stripped. We lack a replacement part." Wang Hongwen leaned closer, eyeing the bare axle, and inquired, "What shall we do? Is there a way to fit a nut on it and wrap it with iron wire to make do?" Lu Shubao shook his head. "That won't suffice. If the track falls off mid-journey, it would be troublesome." The group found themselves at a loss. Thunder rumbled ominously in the distance, and Shi Qingshan surveyed the pitch-black surroundings. The beam of the vehicle's headlights revealed nothing but an abyss of darkness, devoid of trees or building silhouettes. "I recall there is a small tool that can rectify a stripped screw." He gestured uncertainly, asking Lu Shubao, "You mean a circular die?" "It would work, but in this desolate wilderness, where could we possibly find such a thing?" Shi Qingshan bent down to wash his hands in a puddle, stating, "That's simple enough. We're not far from my home. Let us get in the vehicle and check the map to ascertain our location. I remember that this area is renowned for its trailer manufacturing, with hundreds of companies. Perhaps a factory nearby might have a circular die." "Very well. Let us first determine our location," Lu Shubao concurred. A gentle breeze stirred, and sporadic raindrops began to fall, while dark clouds gathered once more overhead, and the frogs croaked with renewed vigor. The three individuals closely huddled around the trailer and returned to the front, shaking off the mud clinging to their soles. They boarded the vehicle and gathered before the large screen to magnify the map for a closer inspection. According to the map, their current location was over 100 kilometers southwest of where Shi Qingshan resided, at the intersection of a rural road and the Wei River. Approximately 2 kilometers away lay a town through which this road passed, and the map indicated the presence of 2 trailer repair shops there. Shi Qingshan let out a long sigh, feeling a sense of fortunate misfortune. "Let us hope they have the round socket wrench," he mused. Lu Shubao tapped on a small auto repair icon on the screen, cautioning, "Do not rejoice too soon. The trailer repair shops you mentioned may not have it, but the auto repair shops might. We shall check them out shortly." "Indeed. It is pitch dark. Let us wait until dawn to venture out. We have had a long day. Let us eat something and retire early." Shi Qingshan sighed, feeling a bit disheartened. "I have come to a profound understanding of the adage, haste makes waste." A gust of wind, accompanied by a fine drizzle, swept through the rear door into the cabin, bringing a chill and desolation. Jia gazed into the pitch-black expanse of the wilderness, her heart gripped by fear at the thought of an undead creature or monster suddenly emerging from the shadows, prompting her to hastily rise and press the cabin switch. Chapter 75. The youthful ignorance of sorrow. As Jia was about to close the door, Shi Qingshan hurriedly stopped her, saying, "Don't close it. I need to grab something to eat from the trailer." He decided to climb onto the roof of the vehicle as the ground below was nothing but mud. After a moment's consideration, Shi Qingshan opened the hatch above his head and descended to the top of the truck. The rain fell increasingly heavy, with droplets illuminated by the headlights, resembling delicate threads that created a flurry of ripples on the river's surface. Standing atop the vehicle, Shi Qingshan surveyed his surroundings and stumbled upon a predicament. The embankment was too narrow. On one side lay the river and on the other, a deep ditch, rendering any attempt to advance impossible. Behind them, a broken trailer blocked their path, leaving them in a state of stagnation. Were they truly destined to traverse 2 kilometers to the town on foot? He pondered the potential density of zombies along the way. with a heart laden with concerns. Shi Qingshan leaped onto the trailer, opened the hatch, and retrieved a plastic bag containing over a dozen individual self-heating rations. He also sliced a piece of cake for dessert and gathered various dried meats, lost in contemplation as he gazed at the heavy wooden ammunition boxes on the lower shelf. Suddenly, a series of thuds echoed from the vehicle's roof, prompting Shi Qingshan to hastily emerge. He found Lu Shubao crouched down, inspecting his hens. "Any eggs yet?" he inquired. "Heh, I've gathered 15, though 2 are broken," Lu Shubao replied, his face aglow with joy as he carefully placed the eggs into an ammunition box and rose to his feet. "You take these inside first. I need to feed the chickens." Shi Qingshan hoisted the military rations and dried meat with one hand and accepted the box of eggs. "Aren't you worried we'll eat them?" "Eat? They're from my own home. Help yourselves. I've had my fill." Lu Shubao chuckled with the simplicity of a rural matron. Shi Qingshan smiled faintly, then turned and jumped back onto the armored vehicle. He opened the hatch and handed the plastic bag and egg box to Wang Hongwen before climbing inside himself. Lu Shubao was not fond of field rations, so Shi Qingshan only retrieved enough for 5 people. He selected 5 varieties: snow vegetable and shredded meat noodles, snow vegetable and diced meat rice, lamb pilaf, red bean rice, and fried rice with sausage, taking 2 or 3 packages of each flavor, allowing everyone to choose according to their preference. At noon, they had also consumed self-heating military rations, but varied flavors. There were still some left in the vehicle's compartment. And aside from Shi Qingshan and Lu Shubao, the others still found the self-heating meals novel, though it was likely that after 3 consecutive meals, their interest would wane. Just like animals, when not hungry, one might not glance at even the finest delicacies placed before them. After everyone selected their desired food, Shi Qingshan distributed an egg to each person, suggesting they could mix the egg directly into their food bags for heating, though Xueli and Njia adamantly declined. With a thud, Lu Shubao, drenched from head to toe, descended from the top. Upon entering, he removed his soaked undershirt and draped a towel over his shoulders, humming a tune as he dragged out a box of fresh shrimp and fish-flavored noodles from beneath a seat. He combined 2 packets with hot water, adding 2 eggs to steam them. "Hey, why are there only 4 eggs left? Who didn't eat?" he asked in surprise. Shi Qingshan tightened the steaming heating bag in his grasp and replied, "Xueli and Njia don't like eggs. I'll eat your 2. The purpose of eating eggs is to replenish nutrition." Lu Shubao, speaking, retrieved 2 eggs from the iron box and extended them towards Njia. Njia, leaning against the back of her chair, weakly shook her head, expressing a lack of appetite. Lu Shubao then turned his hand towards Xueli. "Why not? Red bean rice is quite delightful, is it not? Its nutritional value is commendable." Xueli continued to wave her hand, refusing the eggs. "What is so appealing about red bean rice?" Lu Shubao scoffed. "Have you ever tasted it?" Xueli retorted, her eyes wide with incredulity. "Never," Lu Shubao replied. "How can you judge its taste without having tried it?" Xueli countered, her lips pursed in disdain. Lu Shubao shook the eggs in his hand. "Is it necessary to consume a rotten egg to determine its foulness? A mere glance will suffice to ascertain its quality." Shi Qingshan, noticing the diminishing heat from the heating bag, interjected, "Enough. Do not force her. The 2 of them have been lying still since morning. They clearly cannot eat much. They left over half of what they had for lunch, which they gave to me." He added, "Fine. If you don't want it, I shall save it for scrambled eggs." Lu Shubao ceased his persuasion, estimating that the instant noodles had softened sufficiently. He brought them to his seat and began to eat them with a fork. Once everyone had finished their meal, Shi Qingshan wiped down the floor, laid out a mat, and prepared for an early night's sleep. After returning home from the nightclub the previous night, he had worked overtime with Njia, managing only 4 hours of sleep. Today, he had gone without rest all day and into the night, so as soon as his head touched the pillow, he fell into a deep slumber. He had no time to concern himself with whether others were awake or where they slept. This sleep was profoundly deep, only to be interrupted by the thunderous sound of snoring as dawn broke, the sky gradually illuminating. Upon opening his eyes, the surroundings slowly came into focus. In the upper right seat, Lu Shubao was sleeping, the snoring emanating from his mouth, while the upper bunk was occupied by Wang Hongwen, who had covered his head with a blanket. In the upper left seat, Xueli lay with her head wrapped in a towel, one delicate leg dangling down to the mat below. Above her, Yanin with short hair was asleep, his long frame causing his pale feet to dangle precariously outside the hammock. Njia lay beside him, wearing an eye mask and earplugs, clutching his arm, soundly asleep. Observing her petal-like lips, Shi Qingshan could not resist leaning in for a gentle kiss. Njia turned over and continued to sleep. Shi Qingshan quietly rose and sat at the front of the vehicle, donning a panoramic helmet to survey the surroundings. All that met his eyes was an endless expanse of wheat fields. The harvest season had long passed, and with no one to reap, Vast swathes of wheat lay flattened, succumbing to the rain and decaying in the mud. After the rain, weeds grew rampant, and he believed that in just a few days, the landscape would be enveloped in greenery, the fertile land cultivated for centuries returning to desolation. Hearing movement behind him, his companions gradually awoke, the snoring coming to an abrupt halt. Lu Shubao sat up, closing his eyes for a moment to awaken, then spoke to Wang Hongwen, who had just climbed down. "You were talking in your sleep last night." Wang Hongwen, with dark circles under his eyes, retorted, "Impossible. I barely slept at all." "How could I have been talking in my sleep?" Lu Shubao yawned and scratched his arm, saying, "Whatever dream you had, it was quite loud. So noisy. So noisy." You kept saying. A moment of silence ensued. Suddenly, a burst of laughter erupted from Anjia and Xueli. Even the typically aloof Yanin couldn't help but chuckle. Xueli, with her feet flailing in mirth, exclaimed, "Oh dear, it's your snoring that is Wang Hongwen complaining." Hee. Lu Shubao made a silly face, questioning, "What is so amusing? You're all laughing uncontrollably. How could I possibly snore?" Wang Hongwen retorted with irritation, "You must be aware of your loud snoring, otherwise, why would you always sleep last? If I sleep last, how could I disturb you? Of course. It's even more unpleasant to be awakened by your snoring after I've fallen asleep." Wang Hongwen wore a look of grievance. Anjia swiftly sprang up, proudly declaring, "Luckily, I had the foresight to bring earplugs. Bai Kai, how many do you have left? Could you lend me a pair?" Xueli immediately pleaded, "I only have one pair. Perhaps we should check the supermarket in town today." Lu Shubao, feeling embarrassed, turned his head only to see Shikingshan enjoying the spectacle, promptly saying, "You all have so many issues. Look at Shirtu." He remained silent. He knows what it means to be a comrade, a true friend. Enough. Don't deflect the discord among us. If you find earplugs, save me a pair. Shikingshan swiftly distanced himself from Lu Shubao, opening the overhead compartment for ventilation. "Look at you. You're slapping me in the face. Can we not enjoy ourselves together?" Lu Shubao lamented, his face a picture of despair. Ha. Laughter erupted once more among the group. In their youth, they were blissfully unaware of the burdens of life. After a brief adjustment period, this lively assembly of youngsters returned to their carefree nature. Perhaps this exemplifies humanity's remarkable adaptability on Earth. Chapter 76, The Unusual Yanin After the Torrential Rain. The sun blazed fiercely in the sky, mercilessly scorching the earth and all its inhabitants. The water level of the Wei River had significantly receded, and the tranquil surface resembled a mirror, reflecting the sunlight so intensely that it was blinding. After hastily finishing breakfast, Shi Qingshan launched a drone, surveying the town 2 kilometers away, only to be met with a sense of overwhelming concern. Within a 1-kilometer radius of the town, there swayed over 1,300 zombies, surely with many more lurking in radar blind spots. The 2 trailer factories and the auto repair shop he intended to visit were evenly distributed throughout the town, and it was impossible to bypass the zombies without engaging them. This situation was becoming quite troublesome. To eliminate a zombie, one must destroy its brain. However, the skull is notoriously hard, making it difficult to pierce the eye sockets or temples with melee weapons. With so many zombies present and human stamina being limited, becoming encircled would be perilous. Of course, targeting the heart or major arteries could incapacitate them swiftly, but the splattered blood posed a significant risk of infection upon contact. As for firearms, one could not carry an abundance of ammunition on their back. Moreover, even if one could manage to bring extra rounds, they must be conserved judiciously. For each bullet is a precious resource that cannot be squandered. Shi Qingshan lamented, "I forgot to bring a drone capable of transmitting video." Xueli immediately retorted, "If you had mentioned it earlier, I have a portable drone that I left behind, fearing you wouldn't allow it. Consumer-grade drones have too short an airborne time to be of any real use." Shi Qingshan waved his hand dismissively and instructed Wang Hongwen, "You stay here to operate the drone and guide us through the routes with fewer zombies. Shubao and I will go find the repair tools." Anjia anxiously inquired, "Aren't you taking the battle vehicle?" Shi Qingshan took hold of an automatic rifle, fitted it with a bayonet, and passed it to Lu Shubao. He equipped himself with a 95 rifle, also affixed with a bayonet, while slinging a magazine pouch over his shoulder, stating, "The Thunder God is immobilized. We can only proceed on foot. You all stay in the vehicle." Upon hearing this, Xueli's eyes darted towards Yang Yanin. Yanin understood her intention and slightly shook her head. Xueli's face immediately transformed into a pleading expression as she covertly clasped her hands together in prayer. Yanin shot her a glare but, with a resigned sigh, finally spoke. "I will go with you." Shi Qingshan was taken aback and asked, "What do you intend to do?" "If we had earplugs, we would bring them back." Yanin remained silent, climbing from the top of the vehicle to the trailer. After Shi Qingshan and Lu Shubao had fully armed themselves and disembarked, a moment later, there was a thud. She too jumped down. Shi Qishan and Lu Shubao were left dumbfounded. Before them stood Yanin, clad in a form-fitting black special operations uniform. Equipped with combat boots and protective gloves, she held a black ballistic helmet in her hands and bore a black-handled, white-tipped red tassel spear on her back. With her jade-like face and rosy lips, she exuded an air of valor. Where on earth did you acquire that red tassel spear? The spear Yanin casually slung over her shoulder was at least 2 meters long, and Shi Qishan could not recall when she had brought it into the vehicle. With a sidelong glance at him, Yanin replied coolly, I neither stole it nor took it by force. Her tone was as if she had consumed gunpowder. However, Shi Qishan remained unfazed, adhering to his principle that a gentleman should never quarrel with a lady. I know it belongs to you. I merely inquired why I haven't seen you bring the vehicle along. Yuan closed her eyes and turned her head aside. Lu Shubao, circling behind her, exclaimed, Hey, there's a shorter one too. Do you know how to use it? Yuan paid him no heed, resting her hand on the railing and gazing into the distance at the faint outline of the town, before taking a step forward. Shi Qishan's eyes fixated on the 2 spears she bore, one long and one short, observing them with keen interest. These spears, with their dark, woven carbon fiber shafts, stood out strikingly. The tips were pure white, sharp and pointed, likely crafted from a special ceramic. The longer spear featured a metallic ring at its center, suggesting a joint. Suddenly, Shi Qishan recalled that she had carried a wooden box when she got into the car yesterday. It must have contained these 2 disassembled spears. He exchanged a glance with Lu Shubao. The real deal doesn't reveal its secrets. They both exclaimed, hastening a few steps to catch up with her. The asphalt road, slick and dark after the rain, revealed tender green shoots of grass sprouting from its cracked surface, lush and vibrant. The sun blazed ever more fiercely, casting the ground beneath it as if enveloped by a colossal steamer, with the rainwater evaporating into the humid, stifling air. The small willows by the roadside bore scant leaves, their branches motionless, offering no shade. It wasn't long before beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads. Wild chickens foraged among the grass, pecking at the gray-black ripe wheat, while fluttering sparrows snatched up plump insects, showing no fear of humans. As they approached, the birds flapped their wings aggressively. Lu Shubao relentlessly used his slingshot to take down the emerging wild chickens and birds, sparing none, even those mid-flight, ensuring not a single shot went astray. He treated hunting as a form of amusement, honing his slingshot skills. After walking for several minutes, when their throats were parched and smoking, they happened upon a watermelon field. Lu Shubao immediately sprang into excitement, leaping over the ditch, and from the shadows of the melon shed, selected an unblemished watermelon, beckoning Shi Qishan to join him in the shade. Yuan, as always, ignored him, and Shi Qishan, in turn, paid her little mind. Leaping over the ditch to reach the melon shed, the ground was too damp to sit, so Lu Shubao turned his helmet upside down to create a seat. Removing his bayonet and wiping it clean with his shirt before slicing a piece of watermelon rind and wiping it again. With a decisive cut, he severed the center. Crack! The moment the blade touched the rind, the watermelon split open, revealing its sweet, sandy flesh. They cut the watermelon into small chunks without inviting Yuan, each taking 2 generous pieces and devouring them without a hint of decorum. They shared a common sentiment. You look down on us? We couldn't care less. Shi Qishan munched away while stealing glances at Yuan, who remained stationary, pondering in his heart. Humph. Does she really consider herself a celestial being, untouched by the mundane world? Let us see how long she can endure. Suddenly, a faint voice crackled through his helmet's intercom, and Shi Qishan distinctly caught the word danger. Suddenly looking up, Yin Nan was seen discarding her helmet and brandishing a 1-meter-long spear, which she hurled like a javelin towards them. Goodness, this woman is ruthless. With a sudden shock, Shi Qishan swiftly pushed Lu Shubao's head, using the momentum to duck. The spear, accompanied by a hissing sound, soared over their heads, striking a zombie's skull that had unexpectedly emerged from the melon shed. Hush! It was merely a false alarm. It turned out Yin Nan was saving them. He and Lu Shubao had nearly fallen prey to that silent zombie. As the zombie was shot, its head drooped over the windowsill. The spear lodged firmly in the ground, while the tip pierced through its skull, dark red blood gushing down in torrents. Oh dear, that was terrifying. Next time, could you please give a heads up? If I had stood up carelessly, I would have been decapitated on the spot. Lu Shubao grumbled at Yin Nan. There was no time for that. Yin Nan, unfazed by the lack of gratitude, jumped over a muddy ditch, approached the melon shed, opened a makeshift wooden door to peek inside, and retrieved a large handful of toilet paper, carefully wrapping the spear's handle that was embedded in the zombie's head. She stepped on the creature's face and yanked it out with force. Gurgle! A surge of congealed blood mixed with white nematodes erupted, splattering onto the cut watermelon on the ground, rendering it inedible. Ugh, that's utterly disgusting. Lu Shubao rolled away, scrambling to his feet. snatched up his helmet, dusted himself off, and hurried back to the road, abandoning the watermelon entirely. Chapter 77. A bet sure Qingshan lay in the mud, maintaining the posture of a drunken concubine, and estimated the distance from the road to the melon shed to be at least 10 meters. He was astonished that Yanin could throw a spear such a distance and accurately strike the hard skull of a zombie. Just considering her precision and force, he doubted he could accomplish the same feat. Moreover, the skull is the hardest bone in the human body, and it is almost impossible to shatter it without a firearm. Her spear effortlessly penetrated the zombie's head. It must possess an extraordinary sharpness and hardness. Yanin picked up the spear and silently returned to the edge of the ditch. Tucking her short hair behind her ear, she cautiously used a tissue dipped in water to clean the weapon. Watching her silhouette, Shi Qingshan suddenly altered his previous impressions of her, reflecting that those with unusual abilities often possess unique traits. She always appeared cold and aloof. Perhaps it was due to her mastery of some form of martial arts. There were sounds emanating from his helmet. He picked it up to listen. It was Anjia urgently calling for him. Shirtu? Shirtu? Anjia, we are fine, he replied. Why haven't you responded? You scared us to death. Anjia complained through the headset. I didn't have the helmet on earlier, so I didn't hear you. But now we're all good. No need to worry. Shi Qingshan reassured her kindly. Put the helmet on right away. All right. Shi Qingshan wiped the sweat trickling down his face, half-heartedly appeasing Anjia. Thinking to himself, you have no idea how hot it is outside. You won't make it to town without suffering from heat stroke. Ending the call, he glanced at the rifle beside him, pondering. Once the rifle is equipped with a bayonet, it cannot accommodate a silencer. Firing without a silencer would undoubtedly attract all the zombies in town. The handgun has a silencer, but the sound it produces can still be heard within a range of 50 to 60 meters. It is best to avoid using it if possible. If they encounter zombies again, it would be challenging to penetrate their skulls solely with the bayonet. How he wished he could borrow Yanin's long spear. Hey, lying there so indulgently, who are you trying to entice? Lu Shubao called out, fanning himself as he stood by the roadside. Shi Qingshan hurriedly sprang to his feet. Shaking off the crushed melon pulp and mud from his back, retrieved his helmet, slung his rifle, and picked up another intact watermelon to bring back to the roadside. Finding a patch of shade beneath a small tree, he sat on his helmet and called out to Yanin, who was squatting by the water. Hey, young Yanin. Come over and have some watermelon. Seeing Shi Qingshan grinning broadly with an ingratiating expression, Lu Shubao muttered under his breath, You really are a masochist. What is a masochist? Shi Qingshan inquired, looking up. A total submissive, Lu Shubao replied. Yanin subtly curled her lips, removed her gloves, and took out a wet wipe to clean her hands. She wrapped up the spear and, to Shi Qingshan's surprise, actually walked over, pushing the long spear aside as she sat at an angle on the roadside stone. Hand it over. Shi Qingshan extended his hand towards Lu Shubao's bayonet. After examining it closely and finding it still clean and uncontaminated, he used the tip of the blade to carve a notch around the middle of the watermelon. With a gentle tap, crack, the watermelon split in two, the blade never once touching the juicy red flesh. This watermelon was perfectly ripe and exceptionally juicy. Shi Qingshan was quite content as he skillfully etched several lines onto the watermelon rind. With a firm hand, the fruit split irregularly into various pieces, and he selected a chunk with more flesh than rind to offer to Yanin. Without hesitation or a word of thanks, Yanin took a generous bite, her eyes narrowing in satisfaction. Shi Qingshan chuckled softly, glancing at the spear behind her. Take your time. That spear of yours is quite cumbersome. Allow me to hold it for you. No need. Yanin promptly rejected his offer without a moment's thought. Shi Qingshan scratched his head in confusion. Lu Shubao suddenly realized Shi Qingshan's intentions. With a grin, he settled down cross-legged, picked up a piece of watermelon, and became an onlooker. Shi Qingshan also took his time, nibbling on a piece while pondering how to broach the subject of borrowing without facing too much embarrassment if refused. After finishing her watermelon, Yanin wiped her lips with a tissue, stood up, and, grabbing her helmet, moved to lean against another tree in the shade, leaving her spear behind. Hey, you've forgotten your things, Shi Qingshan called out. With a fleeting glance, Yanin replied coolly, Aren't you supposed to help me carry it? That short one got dirty because of you all, so please hold on to it. Oh, all right. I'll hold it for you. I don't mind the dirt. Shi Qingshan exclaimed joyfully, discarding the watermelon, wiping his hands on his clothes, donning tactical gloves, and examining the short spear that was planted on the ground. The shaft was hollow carbon fiber, and Shi Qingshan found it a bit too light for his liking. Lu Shubao, surprised that Shi Qingshan truly wanted to take it, recognized the advantages of such a sharp weapon. He tossed aside his watermelon and reached out. Let me have a look. Shi Qingshan quickly concealed the spear behind him. What are you staring at? If you look too long, you won't be able to pull it out. Do I not know you? Pfft. Such a petty mindset. Who cares? It might not even be better than my slingshot. Lu Shubao scoffed. Wiping the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, Shiking Shan retorted, "Oh, you doubt it, huh? Has your slingshot ever killed a zombie?" Lu Shubao boasted, "While I might not support you, I can indeed incapacitate them temporarily. Hitting them unconscious is still an achievement, right?" Shiking Shan was skeptical. Boasting without consequence. Don't believe me? Let's go. I'll prove it to you right now. What shall we wager? Lu Shubao sprang to his feet, ready to find a zombie to validate his claims. Seeing his confident demeanor, Shiking Shan was somewhat convinced but still retorted, "I'll bet on anything. What do you propose?" After a long deliberation, Lu Shubao couldn't think of a suitable wager, and his gaze drifted to the short spear in Shiking Shan's hand. Hey, that is mine. You can't use it as a stake. Yan'an observed coldly, having guessed Lu Shubao's intentions. I know it's yours. I don't want it. Lu Shubao pouted and turned to Shiking Shan, saying, "You're such a pauper. You don't have anything I want. Let us just keep the stakes on hold for now. I'll think of something later. As you said, anything goes." Shiking Shan nodded. All right. But what if you fail to incapacitate a zombie? Lu Shubao waved dismissively, saying, "Anything goes." Pfft. What else do you have besides chickens? Shiking Shan retorted disdainfully. Enough nonsense. I won to lose. Lu Shubao declared defiantly. Then let us go. Shiking Shan replied, equally unyielding. Lu Shubao took the lead as several individuals hastily made their way towards the town. A few hundred meters to the west of the town, a narrow path led southward, where, not far off, stood a school named Daokatown Primary School. Beneath a large tree outside the school, an electric minibus lay parked. While a ragged zombie cowered beneath it, seeking refuge from the scorching sun, Lu Shubao approached to within 10 meters of the creature, picked up a stone from the ground, and with a slingshot, struck it awake. As the zombie struggled to crawl out from beneath the vehicle, Lu Shubao retrieved a steel ball from his pocket, placed it in the pouch of the slingshot, drew back the elastic, aimed at the zombie's forehead, and released it with a sharp snap. The sound echoed as the zombie's head jerked back, its eyes rolled, and it staggered before collapsing to the ground, motionless. Chapter 78. The predicament. Lu Shubao turned back with a triumphant grin, revealing his pearly whites, and asked, "What do you think, my friend? Are you impressed?" "I concede," Shiking Shan reluctantly admitted. Yan'an shot them an annoyed glance, cautiously approached the minibus, and peered into the open driver's side door, beckoning them. "It's clear inside." Shiking Shan followed suit, and once she had jumped down, he leaned in to take a look, exclaiming, "But there is no key." At that moment, the zombie beneath the vehicle stirred, flipped over, and began to rise again. Yan'an swiftly bent down and drew the spear from her back. Lu Shubao, anticipating the zombie's revival, had already prepared the steel ball and, upon seeing it move, released another shot from his slingshot. The steel ball struck the zombie at the back of its head, causing it to drop once more, revealing a set of keys hanging from its waist. Shiking Shan's eyes lit up as he hurried forward to retrieve them. Noticing that one of the keys was a sensor key matching the minibus's brand, likely the key to this very vehicle, he waved to Lu Shubao, urging, "Hurry over and start the bus. We can safely and comfortably enter the town in this." Lu Shubao approached and glanced inside, immediately frowning. "Why don't you drive? The seats are soaked." "Who do you think I am?" Shiking Shan replied. "Didn't we divide the tasks? You drive, and I direct." Lu Shubao thought for a moment. "Don't try to use rank to pressure me. You lost our bet, and I've decided the stakes. You're driving." Shiking Shan's expression was one of surprise. Like he just swallowed a fly, and he stood speechless. "A bet is a bet." He relented, climbing into the driver's seat with a grimace. As he settled in, a stream of dark water oozed from the sponge seat. He pressed the ignition button, and the minibus roared to life, the dashboard lights illuminating. Shiking Shan adjusted the air conditioning to the lowest setting, and the compressor whirred into action, sending a refreshing breeze through the numerous vents as the temperature inside quickly dropped. With the electric doors sliding open, Yan'an and Lu Shubao swiftly boarded the vehicle, which rolled over the zombie that was once again attempting to rise, gradually accelerating towards the town district. Perhaps the outbreak had occurred late at night or in the early hours, for the streets of the small town were orderly, with vehicles parked neatly and very few corpses scattered about. The zombies lurking in the corners and the dim alleyways were mostly disheveled and emaciated, clearly suffering from a lack of sustenance. Their auditory senses were remarkably acute. Upon hearing the rustling sound of tires rapidly rolling over the pavement, they immediately surged into the streets, stretching their necks to listen intently in the direction of the noise, swaying their heads like a congregation of groundhogs standing in the middle of the road. Shiking Shan noted that the zombies in this vicinity seemed to possess a greater degree of bodily coordination, likely due to the earlier onset of their affliction, allowing the brain-eating parasites to exert better control over their limbs. He reduced the speed of the minibus, Although colliding with the undead was thrilling, the cacophony of impact would surely attract zombies from afar, rendering further movement impossible. The minibus slowly toppled the zombies standing in its path, rolling over them. Yet, those who were crushed did not succumb. They persevered, dragging their severed limbs and crawling in pursuit, pounding against the vehicle. The thudding echoed through the silent environment, drawing the attention of zombies from 500 meters away, thwarting any hopes of passing unnoticed. Unlike armored vehicles, which were heavy and powerful enough to crush the undead effortlessly, the minibus, with its small electric tires and light weight, experienced significant shaking as it rolled over the zombie bodies. Occasionally, when 2 or 3 zombies were stacked together, it had to reverse and maneuver around them. Thus, amidst the throng of zombies, they advanced and retreated. And just as they were within mere meters of the nearest trailer factory gate, they found themselves completely encircled by 200 or 300 zombies, immobilized at last. The minibus creaked and swayed violently as it was pushed from side to side. The sound of zombies' nails scraping against the metal body was maddening, despite their seemingly sluggish movements. Their strength was unexpectedly formidable. As the minibus teetered on the brink of being overturned, Shan hastily shifted into low gear, pressing the accelerator in a bid to break free. With a sudden slip of the rear wheels, the minibus lurched forward, causing a cluster of zombies in front to scurry beneath the vehicle. The front end was abruptly lifted, and upon further acceleration, the rear wheels merely spun, emitting smoke as they failed to advance, likely due to the chassis being elevated. Damn it! Do they think they can stop me? Shan gritted his teeth, shifted into reverse, and aggressively pressed the accelerator. The minibus darted back like an arrow, knocking several zombies aside. However, the drive wheels soon found themselves atop the mass of bodies, spinning helplessly. At that moment, they were ensnared in a predicament with no clear escape. The vehicle shook violently, prompting Shan to stand and survey the surroundings. He activated the radio to inquire with Wang Hongwen on the armored vehicle. Old Wang, are there more zombies at the trailer factory nearby? Wang Hongwen promptly replied, there are still only 2 red dots at the factory. Good. If you see zombies approaching from afar, notify us immediately. Understood. Sure to. Have you been surrounded? Do you need us to come to your aid? Njia asked anxiously through the radio. No. We are about to break through. I'll talk to you later. Shan retracted the microphone and turned to Lu Shubao and Yin Nan. Quick. We must eliminate the zombies surrounding the vehicle, or we'll be in serious trouble. That is not too difficult, is it? Lu Shubao steadied himself against the seat and rose, pulling open a window. With one hand, he brandished a bayonet and thrust it into the eye socket of a nearby zombie. A vigorous twist of the blade dislodged it, extracting an eye along with the weapon. Blood and filth erupted from the zombie's eye socket as it emitted a guttural sound, collapsing against the vehicle, lifeless. As one zombie fell, others surged forward, their foul mouths agape, filthy hands clawing desperately at the window frame, while some even stretched their arms inside the vehicle. The minibus tilted precariously as the weight of the undead pushed against it, lifting one side's wheel off the ground. Sensing the impending danger, Lu Shubao swiftly released his grip on the seat, assumed a stable stance, and raised his rifle, firing several shots through the window. One after another, 3 or 4 zombies fell lifelessly outside, and with a thunderous crash, the elevated wheel returned to the pavement. The bodies accumulating beneath his window grew ever higher, and any approaching zombies were tripped by the fallen, unable to rise due to the weight of those behind them. As Lu Shubao's bayonet could no longer reach them, he was compelled to switch windows for a fresh assault. Shan, perceiving the strategy, opened the opposite window and utilized a short spear to dispatch the encroaching zombies, thereby balancing the forces on either side and gradually reducing the vehicle's rocking. In this manner, Shan and Lu Shubao worked in tandem, employing their blades and spears to eliminate the zombies beneath the window, while Yanin used a long spear to fend off those unable to breach the perimeter. In a mere 10 minutes of collaboration, they decimated a significant portion of the zombies surrounding the minibus, leaving all 3 men panting and perspiring heavily. Once Yanin's long spear could no longer reach the outermost zombies, the slaughter momentarily ceased. The ground around the minibus was strewn with the lifeless forms of the undead, blood pooling from their eye sockets, streaming across the asphalt, resembling little streams flowing into the roadside drainage ditches. Chapter 79. The Trailer Factory. A swarm of corpse flies, seemingly emerging from nowhere, buzzed incessantly, growing thicker as if a dark cloud loomed overhead. On the blood-soaked ground and the decaying bodies, a layer of blackened filth settled, enough to make one's skin crawl and send shivers down the spine. Those with a fear of clusters would surely be overwhelmed with nausea at the sight. Numerous flies infiltrated the vehicle through the open windows, prompting Yanin to hastily abandon her spear and swiftly close the several ajar windows. However, while this measure prevented more flies from entering, It also trapped those already inside. The insects buzzed chaotically, colliding with everything and stinging at any exposed skin. The trio donned their helmets and lowered their visors, hoping to shield themselves from the pests. After counting, Shiking Shan noted that only a handful of zombies remained outside. Prompting a sigh of relief as he fumbled in his pocket, eager to crack open his helmet for a smoke. "Don't stop. Hand me your gun." Yanin extended her hand towards him. Shiking Shan paused, his hand instinctively moving to the holster at his thigh, hesitating as he asked, "What for? Why do you need my handgun?" Lu Shubao chuckled slyly and replied, "To take down zombies, of course. What else could it be for?" Yanin furrowed her brow, gesturing dismissively. "I have my own pistol. Why would I need yours? Bring me my short gun." Why? Why not?" Reluctantly, Shiking Shan returned her short spear. Upon receiving it, Yanin shook off the blood caked on the tip, inspecting it closely for any damage. Satisfied, she removed a headrest from one of the seats, wrapping it around the spear's tip, twisting and turning until the tip was detached. "What are you doing?" Shiking Shan and Lu Shubao inquired, curiosity evident in their expressions. Without a word, Yanin diligently attached the spear shaft to the rear of the pole, transforming it into a long lance, over 3 meters in length. Reminiscent of ancient weapons used in battle, she opened a window and cautiously extended the lance outward, holding the rear with both hands, and aimed straight at the head of a naked zombie, its genitals exposed. With precision, the spear tip pierced through the eye socket of the zombie, located 2.5 meters away. Seizing the moment before the zombie collapsed, Yanin swiftly withdrew the lance, twisting her wrist as the slender tip, akin to a serpent, accurately plunged into the eye socket of an adjacent zombie. In the sunlight, the spear tip glimmered like delicate pear blossoms. As Yanin's gaze followed the spear tip's trajectory, it bent seamlessly towards her line of sight, avoiding the window frame entirely. The sheer skill of her marksmanship left Shiking Shan and Lu Shubao in stunned silence. As they watched Yanin's extraordinary display, Shiking Shan's mouth fell agape in shock, only closing it when he felt his throat dry, swallowing hard. "Young Yanin, what kind of marksmanship is this? Who taught you?" Yanin slowly retracted the spear and shifted to another window, casually stating, "This is the Young family pear blossom spear. A family heirloom. The pear blossom spear? It truly resembles blooming pear flowers in motion. So beautiful." Shiking Shan exclaimed with genuine admiration. Yanin let out a soft hum, thinking to herself, "This is a technique for taking lives. When the barrel of a gun is pointed at you, its allure swiftly dissipates." The remaining zombies were already few in number. Yin Nan, calm and composed, methodically opened the car windows and dispatched the surrounding zombies, leaving a scene of carnage outside. Not even a few zombie cats and dogs managed to escape. Logically, the overwhelming stench of blood should have attracted the distant zombies, yet they remained indifferent, suggesting a complete disinterest in the scent of their kind's blood. Otherwise, they would not perish from hunger while surrounded by the corpses of their own. As the electric car door swung open, a wave of fetid, hot air rushed inside, nearly suffocating. Shiking Shan tore off a bed curtain and wrapped it around his neck, sealing the gaps of his helmet tightly. He stepped out, treading upon the fallen zombies, and quickly reached the roadside. Crunch, crunch, his large feet crushed hundreds of corpse flies, while the remaining ones, disturbed, buzzed into the air like a dark cloud, colliding with his helmet with a series of dull thuds. Lu Shubao and Yin Nan mimicked his actions, wrapping themselves securely before stepping onto the cleaner ground, promptly removing their scarves and helmets, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. The trio hastily departed from the repugnant scene and arrived at the first factory named Daoku Fenfa, which housed a trailer. The factory's iron gate was tightly locked, and the blue corrugated steel roof of the workshop was visible beyond the high walls. Peering through the gap in the door, they noticed 2 zombies inside, drawn by the noise, standing attentively, listening to the sounds from outside. Shiking Shan addressed Yin Nan, who was repeatedly rubbing the soles of her shoes in the sandy ground. "Young Yin Nan, may I borrow your long spear for a moment?" Yin Nan glanced at the iron gate, noting its narrowness, realizing that the gun could only be inserted through a small square lock hole. Concerned that Shiking Shan might damage the barrel, she replied, "You lift the hinge to attract the zombies, and I'll strike." "Very well." Shiking Shan promptly lifted the small hinge cover with both hands. However, in the brief moment they were speaking, the 2 zombies had lunged at the iron gate. As he opened the hinge cover, one zombie's arm suddenly shot through the lock hole, nearly scratching his face. In a flash, Yin Nan swiftly leveled her spear and thrust it between Shiking Shan's shoulder and the narrow gap created by the zombie's arm and the hinge, piercing the zombie's temple with precision. Before it could collapse, she quickly withdrew the spear and struck again, dispatching the second zombie in an instant. Shiking Shan crouched beneath the lock hole, comprehending that Yin Nan had dispatched both zombies in the blink of an eye. Lu Shubao, however, was left in bewilderment as he watched Yan Nan thrash about with her spear through the small opening, unsure if she had eliminated the remaining threats. He took a few steps back, adjusted his rifle, and with a running leap, grasped the edge of the gate, using his legs to propel himself over the top. Once settled, he peered down and exclaimed, "Oh my, it's all quiet now. Not just those two, but there are a dozen more corpses in the yard." He urged, "Wait here. I'll go inside and find a tool to unlock the door." Just as he prepared to jump inside, unexpectedly, the gate trembled. And Shi Qishan somehow managed to unlock the padlock from within, pushing the door open a crack. "Hey, someone's at the door," Lu Shubao shouted, startled. Quickly flattening himself against the iron gate, his legs tightly clamped together, fearful of falling. Shi Qishan cast a vigilant glance around the factory before turning back to look outside. "Shu, who allowed you to climb up there? Come down at once." Lu Shubao muttered discontentedly, descending the iron gate and following Yanin into the courtyard. In the expansive yard, several semi-finished trailers lay abandoned, their surfaces marred by rust from over a month of exposure to the elements. Various steel materials and axles were haphazardly strewn across the muddy ground, the rust-colored water staining the earth beneath. Scattered throughout were a dozen highly decayed corpses. Some with shattered skulls, others reduced to mere skeletons. These remnants were a testament to the brutal encounters between the living and the undead, with the living ultimately succumbing to their grisly fate. The zombies, however, still lingered, including the two recently dispatched by Yanin. The courtyard was littered with bones, overgrown with wild grass, while beneath the glaring sun, a chilling wind swept through, imbued with a sense of desolation and sorrow. Chapter 80. A grim vision observing the two rows of similar bungalows, Shi Qishan raised his hand and pointed into the distance, instructing Lu Shubao, "Search that row of houses. If there are any circular wrenches, they should be stored alongside the tools. Exercise caution. You may use your firearm if necessary." "Understood." Lu Shubao, with the efficiency characteristic of a soldier, executed his task without hesitation. Upon receiving the command, he immediately grasped his rifle and began to search along the path. Shi Qishan glanced at the 6 supporting pillars of the large shed and deemed it prudent to investigate inside as well. Given the disarray of this small factory, it was evident that management was lacking, and workers might not return tools to the storeroom after use. He approached the entrance, only to discover that the interior was filled with large machinery such as steel plate bending machines, stamping machines, and cutting machines, devoid of any assembly tools. Prompting him to exit, Yanin had already disassembled her firearm, transforming it into 2 spears of differing lengths. She tossed the shorter spear to Shi Qishan and boldly advanced towards the bungalows. The bungalows were all fitted with anti-theft screens and doors. Shi Qishan crouched by the window of the first room and peered inside, observing a complete setup of desks, chairs, a safe, and a filing cabinet resembling a finance office. He chose to bypass it and moved deeper into the complex. Yanin approached the second room and casually glanced through the window before continuing on to the third. However, as she reached the door of the third room and tilted her head to peer inside, she suddenly shuddered, gasping in horror. Her steps faltered as she stumbled backward, tripped over a brick, and fell to the ground, her face turning ghostly pale as if she had seen a phantom. Momentarily dazed, she began to wipe away tears. Sobbing uncontrollably, Shi Qishan hurried over to assist her, lifting her up while turning to glance into the room. His heart sank. There, within the confines of the mesh door, hung the foul-smelling, lifeless bodies of 2 children, one large and one small, their faces grotesquely deformed, their skin in a state of decay, having perished at least 10 days prior. Survivors had grown desensitized to such horrific sights, as if they were mere remnants of rotting wood. Yanin's tears might have been prompted by the sheer shock of encountering the children so unexpectedly, suspended just within the threshold of the door, scarcely 50 centimeters away. The sight of the hanged figures, their eyes rolled back and tongues protruding, infested with maggots, would unnerve anyone. Yet this rationale felt somewhat tenuous. While it was plausible for other women to be frightened to tears, it seemed unlikely for Yanin. Shi Qishan pondered, perhaps her tears arose from pity for the children. As the psyche of a young girl is often inscrutable and perplexing, having learned to automatically disregard grotesque imagery, Shi Qishan held his breath and approached the window of the room for a closer look. Inside, he discovered 2 adult corpses, one male and one female. The man was bound to the bed, while the woman was suspended from the ceiling fan, both bloated and beginning to decay. From the injuries on the man's body and the empty rice sack strewn about, it could be surmised that he had ventured out in search of food, only to be bitten by a zombie. After a month of infection, he was restrained by his wife and child. However, once the last morsel of food was consumed, the terror of the undead, the uncertainty of the future, despair, hunger, and helplessness ultimately drove the mother and her children to choose suicide by hanging, thus opting to end their lives on their own terms. The haunting scene weighed heavily on Shi Qingshan's chest. He refrained from discussing the grim circumstances with Yanin and ventured into the innermost room, peering inside to find a kitchen. He waved his hand, and together they hastily departed. With Yanin still quietly wiping away her tears, they made their way back to the entrance, where the unpleasant odor was somewhat diminished. And Shi Qingshan contemplated whether to offer Yanin some words of comfort when suddenly, Wang Hongwen's voice crackled through his earpiece. Captain Shi, it seems there are people in a supermarket in town. People? How many? Which supermarket? Shi Qingshan inquired urgently. Wang Hongwen responded. In the larger supermarket on the other side of town, there are 4 suspicious red dots. Ah, understood. Shi Qingshan furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Yanin, having dried her tear-streaked face with a wet wipe, felt a flicker of curiosity about the survivor's whereabouts, yet her spirits remained low. Since Shi Qingshan did not initiate conversation, she felt no inclination to ask. In the distance, Lu Shubao jogged back, grinning and waving his arms excitedly, clutching what appeared to be a round wrench. When he arrived, breathless, he exclaimed, I found it. The round wrench. Shi Qingshan reached out to take it, observing that the wrench was a hollow metallic ring with threads, equipped with 2 handles, and the screws were slightly worn, suitable for correction. Why did you only bring one? Does it match the screws on our triangular wheel? Rest assured. What do you think I am? I guarantee they are of the same specifications. I also brought a matching screw. Lu Shubao pulled out a large screw cap from his pocket to show him. Shi Qingshan nodded. Such a substantial screw cap would be hard to find elsewhere if not available at the heavy load trailer factory. All right, let us return. Wait, have you forgotten something? Yanin, her eyes still red, stood still to remind him. Shi Qingshan turned around. You mean the earplugs? Let us repair the vehicle first before heading to the supermarket. It's too hot, and traversing through the horde of zombies poses a significant risk. Is that acceptable? Shi Qingshan noticed Yanin neither opposed nor agreed and quietly inquired again. Yanin seemed to slightly nod, remaining silent as she sidestepped Shi Qingshan and Lu Shubao, exiting with her gun in hand. Such a pain, like smoke. What a pretentious thing. Lu Shubao muttered under his breath. Yanin appeared to have heard him, casting a furious glance back, her eyes quickly glistening with tears before she turned away and ran off. Observing her preoccupied with wiping her tears and not watching where she was going, Shi Qingshan hurried to catch up. He perceived that Yanin's intentions were not malevolent. Though her personality seemed peculiar, aside from Hu Jinfeng, she appeared to harbor animosity towards other men, possibly linked to her past experiences. As they navigated around a minibus surrounded by corpses, Shi Qingshan chased after Lu Shubao, admonishing, You should exercise a bit of restraint with your words. If it weren't for her saving us, we would have been disposed of by those corpses in the melon shed by now. Lu Shubao, taken aback, wondered how his comment could have brought the tough woman to tears. He hastily quickened his pace to shoulder alongside Shi Qingshan, eyeing him suspiciously and asking, Did you take advantage of her while I was away? Shi Qingshan exclaimed, Stop your nonsense. Am I that kind of person? After glancing at the distant figure of Yanin, he continued, I cannot fathom what happened. She utterly broke down upon seeing the 2 hanged children, wiping away her tears intermittently. Lu Shubao, with a discerning look in his eyes, speculated, could it be that she once had children who perished? Perhaps the sight of the hanged children triggered her emotions? Shi Qingshan furrowed his brow and pondered, that is implausible. From my observations, she appears to still be a maiden, unlikely to have borne any children. Lu Shubao, exhaling heavily as if drawing air through a bellows, retorted, Come on, when did you become an expert on women? Have you forgotten how that woman surnamed Miao deceived you? Do not mention her. I have just begun to recover, and you are already twisting the knife in my heart. Shi Qingshan seethed. All right. I shall refrain from speaking of her. Let us discuss Wang Hongwen instead. I noticed that scoundrel seems quite interested in your girlfriend. I had already discerned that. However, he is merely infatuated, and Jia shows no interest in him whatsoever. Shi Qingshan replied nonchalantly. Lu Shubao grasped his arm, panting as he wiped the sweat trickling down his face. Oh my. She truly is a whirlwind of a woman. She runs so swiftly. We cannot keep up. Let us rest in the shade of a tree for a while. Shi Qingshan glanced around, observing that Yanin had already dashed beyond the town's boundaries. Having dispatched the few zombies they encountered along the way, it seemed the danger had passed, so he and Lu Shubao settled into the shadow of a nearby wall, retrieving a soft, worn cigarette and lighting it. Chapter 81. Wang Ninba, I cautioned, do not be complacent. As the saying goes, it is not the thief that one should fear, but the thief who is constantly scheming. We venture forth while leaving Wang Hongwen to guard your woman. He is merely waiting for an opportunity to take advantage. Lu Shubao earnestly warned Shi Qingshan. Shi Qingshan chuckled lightly and replied, I have considered this. If, by chance, I were to meet my demise, at least in Jia would have someone to rely on, which is far better than wandering alone. Lu Shubao sighed in resignation. You truly have a remarkable outlook. Just don't let him usurp your position while you're still alive. Have you forgotten the lesson from Miao Feifei? Shiking-shan shot him a sharp glance. Enough of that. Lu Shubao hastily slapped his own face. Forget my words. Consider it a mere slip of the tongue. Shiking-shan took a puff of his cigarette, exhaling slowly. Wang Hongwen is a man of great thoughts yet small courage. I doubt he would dare to act forcefully. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought him along. Once we reach Zhanghai, we shall find him a safe haven. Having shared in our trials, I wish to act with a clear conscience. You, my friend, are admirable in many respects. Yet your kindness is occasionally a flaw, Lu Shubao reflected. Shiking-shan laughed. When did kindness become a liability? The world is rife with malice. If there were more kind souls, perhaps humanity could overcome this adversity. Indeed, since you are aware, I shall refrain from further commentary. Let us be off. The sooner we repair the vehicle, the sooner we can depart. Lu Shubao discarded his cigarette, but, rising to his feet. Shiking-shan had long grown accustomed to Lu Shubao's careless use of language and chose not to address his grammatical missteps. He extinguished the cigarette and pursued the vague silhouette of Yanin. As they ran under the scorching sun, drenched in sweat, they returned to the riverbank and found Wang Hongwen at the edge of a well, drawing water with a tin can tied to a thin rope. Surrounded by 3 women who were watching with interest. What are you doing? Shiking-shan gasped, leaning on his knees. Fetching water to bathe. Jia replied. Shiking-shan hurried over. Is the water from the well contaminated? Do not take risks. It must be boiled before use. What an expert you are. Xueli pointed to a large aluminum case by her feet. I have tested it. The well water is uncontaminated. Furthermore, with the addition of medicinal powder, any parasites will be eradicated. Shiking-shan glanced at her open case, which indeed contained various bottles, canisters, and instruments, all meticulously compartmentalized, explaining its heavy weight when lifted. Quite the foresight you possess. Henceforth, we need not worry about the water. Fetch more basins. We shall all bathe once the vehicle is repaired. Xueli remarked. There is plenty of water, but no place to wash. If you can procure a tent, I shall take care of your bathing water. Shiking-shan surveyed the area. There is not a soul in sight. Who would witness your bathing? Just turn the vehicle around later, and you can take turns washing behind it. I will keep watch. Xueli pouted, her sparkling eyes fixed on him. I fear some may guard their own theft. Upon hearing this, Shiking-shan found himself at a loss for words. His cheeks twitching slightly as he stammered. I want to repair the vehicle with Shubao. This sounded-like weather is simply unbearable. Wang Hongwen, pulling the rope with measured determination, glanced at Jia as Shiking-shan departed. Noticing her indifferent demeanor, he could not help but exclaim. I believe Captain Shi would not indulge in any illicit glances. The fish have already been caught. There is no need to observe them in the tank. It's all about consuming them directly. The 3 women exchanged puzzled glances, intrigued by the implications hidden within Wang Hongwen's words. Jia, aware of Wang Hongwen's furtive glances in her direction, mused to herself, what a sly fellow. That fish must certainly be a veiled reference to me. He seems to mock others while glaring. Xueli pondered. Wang Hongwen has been rather cryptic. Could it be that he witnessed Shi accidentally intruding into my bathroom that night? Meanwhile, Yanin grew wary, questioning what had been hooked. What schemes might they be plotting? Was Shi's approach towards Xiaoxue in the library truly premeditated? Each woman, consumed by her own thoughts, speculated on Wang Hongwen's seemingly nonsensical comments, while the main characters had already taken their leave. Lu Shubao had removed the jack and spare wheel from the trailer and donned his mechanical exoskeleton, preparing to repair the triangular track. Upon seeing Shiking-shan approach, he lifted the rear of the trailer with force, instructing him to wedge the jack and the wooden planks removed from the ammunition box into the gap. Shiking-shan complied, positioning the jack beneath the plank and actuating the hydraulic lever, gradually elevating the trailer until the triangular wheel was lifted off the ground. Lu Shubao, stout and perspiring, was already drenched in sweat. Wiping the perspiration from his eyes, he crouched down to arrange the metal track, meticulously cleaning out the mud within. He retrieved a round tap, fitted it onto the screw rod, and tightened it vigorously. Once completed, the threads of the rod had been successfully rectified. Shiking-shan assisted in holding the track steady as Lu Shubao carefully inserted the load-bearing wheel, securing it with the screw cap. After a gentle turn, the bearing spun smoothly, marking a success. The 2 men filled the large pit in the ground with dirt, compacting it before releasing the jack and lowering the trailer. In just half an hour, the triangular track wheel was successfully repaired. Having exerted themselves, both men were now covered in mud, and Lu Shubao exclaimed, quickly, douse me with water. I feel like I'm being steamed alive. I'll do it. Xueli volunteered, grabbing a basin of well water and playfully rushing over. Just as Shiking-shan began to protest, a splash of water drenched Lu Shubao, and he too was splattered in the process. Annoyed, Shiking-shan shouted, First, remove the mechanical exoskeleton, or it will short-circuit. However, before he could finish his sentence, Njia approached with another basin of water and doused him head to toe. The cold well water made Shi Qingshan yelp in surprise as he turned away, only to see that his helmet, resting upside down on the ground, had filled halfway with water. In a panic, he hurriedly picked it up to pour out the contents, exclaiming, "Damn it, you too." With no time to settle scores with the women, Shi Qingshan quickly dismantled the walkie-talkie's battery, shook off the water, and reassembled it. A puff of smoke erupted. "It's ruined. You two spendthrifts, where will I go to get this fixed?" Shi Qingshan lamented in utter despair. Anja and Xueli, fully aware of their mischief, stood beside each other with bewildered expressions, their earlier bravado dissipated. Lu Shubao wiped the water from his face and exclaimed, "This is your fault. How could you install the battery without ensuring the circuit board was clean? Is it any wonder it got burnt? Do you understand? Indeed, blaming others for your own blunders. Do you comprehend?" Hearing Lu Shubao's tone favoring their side, Xueli quickly retorted, "It's easy to be a wise man after the event. Why didn't you mention this earlier?" Shi Qingshan complained to Lu Shubao. "Enough. Enough. There's no point in further discussion. Step aside. I will bring the war vehicle out. After a quick wash, I shall head to town to find a multimeter and see if it can be repaired," Lu Shubao stated. "Alas, it seems we have no other option." Shi Qingshan sighed deeply. Once the war vehicle reached the asphalt road, the six of them took turns fetching water, rinsing off behind the vehicle. They washed their soiled clothes and hung them atop the vehicle to dry before setting off towards the town. Upon reaching the melon fields, Lu Shubao halted the vehicle, disembarked, and selected over a dozen watermelons to load onto the trailer. He even managed to freeze two in the temperature-controlled compartment. The trailer was now brimming, leaving no space even in the corridor. While watermelons are not essential for human survival, with humanity on the brink of extinction, it remains uncertain whether anyone will cultivate them in the future. The ability of this fruit, which has undergone extensive human enhancement, to propagate itself is indeed questionable. Shi Qingshan did not assist Lu Shubao with the watermelons. Instead, he fixated on the radar screen. The images relayed from the drone appeared rather peculiar to him. Chapter 82. The eerie red dots. The radar screen displayed 4 crimson dots, distinctly humanoid, effortlessly weaving through the throngs of zombies. Wherever they ventured, the horde followed, akin to fervent fans pursuing a celebrity, ecstatic and relentless, encircling their idol in a frenzied embrace. Yet, what was even more perplexing was that the positions of these 4 red dots coincided precisely with the locations of a supermarket and a hotel on the map. Their passage seemed unimpeded, as if walls, buildings, and the undead posed no obstacle at all. Could it be that they possessed the ability to traverse through walls? The radar emitted a series of beeps. The air within the vehicle felt thick with tension. Xueli discerned the peculiarities on the screen and, with a hint of anxiety, queried, "Are they truly human? If they are not human, then what are they?" Shi Qingshan retorted, "Could they be mutated zombies?" Xueli whispered, lowering her voice. At that moment, Lu Shubao returned to the vehicle and interjected sharply, "Are you still a scientist? If they truly were mutated zombies, I would willingly exit the vehicle and let them devour me. Why should only the zombies mutate while humanity remains stagnant? Who would entertain them?" Lu Shubao activated the armored vehicle and swiftly maneuvered to the location where the school bus was ensnared. He lowered the shovel close to the ground, engaged the low gear, and gradually pushed the sticky, blood-soaked corpses to the roadside ditch before accelerating onward. Their destination was the largest Jia Quanfu supermarket at the opposite end of town. Zombies, like groundhogs, began to multiply and obstruct their path once more. However, this time, the passengers aboard the armored vehicle felt no need to evade. Lu Shubao pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle lunged forward with a thundering roar, akin to a shell being fired from a cannon. The garments flapping atop the vehicle danced wildly in the wind, reminiscent of a heavily laden train adorned with a black flag, careening recklessly through the narrow streets. The titanium alloy shovel clanged against the skulls and shattering bones of the zombies, producing a cacophony that was almost unbearable. Zombies colliding with the pointed edge of the shovel spun like tops or flew like balls, tumbling into the ditches or crashing against rooftops, often disintegrating midair into a grotesque array of limbs. In a distance of less than a kilometer, they had traversed in under a minute. As the armored vehicle roared closer to the 2-story supermarket, the 4 vivid red dots on the screen seemed to sense the commotion and abruptly froze, merging seamlessly with the surrounding mass of zombies. From a narrow alley, a horde of gaunt, famished zombies emerged, their ribcages protruding and their chests sunken, resembling a cluster of withered twigs. They staggered and crawled towards the armored vehicle with an insatiable hunger. Lu Shubao halted the vehicle before the supermarket, and the occupants paid no heed to the approaching zombies, their gazes fixated on the anomalous red dots. The dots were scattered between the supply and sales hotel and the supermarket, as well as in the alleyway bridging the two locations. The impending revelation of whether they were human or evolved zombies was imminent. The zombies surrounding the armored vehicle clawed at its body and gnawed at the tracks. As a palpable tension enveloped the interior, Wang Hongwen's hands trembled on the weapon's grip. The eerie spectacle on the screen ignited unsettling thoughts of evolved zombies. Suddenly, the four red dots began to move. One entered the supermarket and joined the individuals inside, stealthily approaching the entrance. Another swiftly traversed the wall and slipped into the supply and marketing hotel. Instantly, the attention of those in the vehicle fixated on the supermarket's roller shutter door. However, the red dot on the screen deviated from the door and unexpectedly halted by the wall. It was exceedingly bizarre. The occupants of the vehicle pondered. Could they see through walls, or were they preparing to phase through them? Look above, came the alarmed voice of Njia, startling everyone to the brink of panic. All gazes turned upward, revealing a middle-aged man armed with a gun and a young man with a small mustache cautiously peering down from the rooftop edge. In a combat scenario, the vehicle-mounted machine gun followed the line of sight of the gunner. Upon noticing the sudden aim of the machine gun below, the two figures quickly ducked out of sight, retreating towards the supply and marketing hotel. It was no wonder those red dots could navigate through walls and move among the horde of zombies, as if in a realm devoid of danger. They were traversing a bridge constructed between rooftops, rendering the zombies helplessly unable to reach them. The battlefield radar penetrated a floor, identifying moving objects but failing to indicate their elevation, leading to the misjudgment among those in the vehicle. Though the moment was brief, Thor had already discerned the identities of the two individuals peering over. They were an uncle and nephew, both locals. The elder, Zhao Jinwu, operated a transportation company, while the younger, Zhao Hu, was the militia commander of Daoka village, with a record of detention for brawling. Upon seeing the armored vehicle, the two hastily fled towards the supply and marketing hotel, their behavior somewhat peculiar. Seeing they were living humans, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. As long as no superhuman monsters emerged, humanity wielding formidable weapons would remain the sovereign of Earth. Outside the armored vehicle, the gathering of zombies intensified, with those who had not been struck down persistently trailing behind. Shi Qingshan analyzed the situation and said, "Old Wang, fire a shell at that small truck behind us to draw the zombies away." Understood. Wang Hongwen remotely adjusted the turret towards the rear, pressing the control stick. With a click, a shell was launched, striking a small electric truck parked 200 meters down the road. With a resounding explosion, the truck shattered into pieces. Its main body propelled several meters into the air before crashing down heavily, debris scattering wildly, the shockwave shattering the glass of nearby storefronts, creating a cacophony reminiscent of crystal shattering. The earth-shattering noise caused the zombies to cease their assault on the armored vehicle. These were humans overtaken by parasitic entities, possessing low intelligence yet a strong curiosity. This behavior resembled that of a timid roe deer, cautious yet often undone by its overwhelming curiosity. If one were to shoot at it, as long as it survived, it would inevitably return to investigate the source of such a tremendous commotion. However, roe deer, having evolved over millennia, have found their own means of survival. Though curious, they are timid and swift, with strong reproductive capabilities, allowing them to persist on Earth. Zombies, in stark contrast, possess not only diminished intelligence, but also a sluggish pace. They are characterized by their insatiable greed and gluttony, exhibiting a complete lack of fear for the world around them. Moreover, they are burdened with a significant flaw, their inability to reproduce, which ultimately condemns them to gradual extinction. Following the explosion of a small truck, the bewildered zombies momentarily paused, stunned by the shockwave. One, drawn by the sound, left the armored vehicle, prompting the rest to swarm after it. Meanwhile, on the radar screen, the uncle and nephew duo halted at the edge of the supermarket rooftop, refraining from further movement. Faint shouts of cursing could be heard, and shortly thereafter, the sharp crack of 2 gunshots echoed through the air. Shubao, let us drive over and ascertain the situation. Have they turned on each other? Lu Shubao promptly maneuvered the armored vehicle toward the alleyway. Chapter 83. Internal strife. The alley between the supermarket and the hotel formed a dead end, with the two buildings adjacent to each other across a narrow lane. The supermarket rose 2 stories high, while the hotel boasted 3. There was a difference in elevation between the two structures, with the rooftop of the supermarket situated between the 2nd and 3rd floors of the hotel. As the armored vehicle arrived at the mouth of the alley, the onlookers peered inside. They observed Zhao and his nephew struggling to position a ladder against the 2nd-floor window of the hotel, only to be thwarted each time by a mop that extended from within, preventing their efforts. According to the radar, there were currently 2 individuals in the hotel courtyard, and the person wielding the mop was not visible on the radar, indicating there were at least 3 people inside. Exhausted and sweating profusely, Zhao and his nephew cursed under their breath. Each time the mop appeared, Zhao Jinwu would fire at the window, yet his shots failed to hit the elusive figure inside. Realizing their attempts were futile, the duo conferred briefly before lifting the ladder higher and leaning it against the third-floor window ledge. Just as they secured it, Zhao Hu began to ascend the shaky ladder, his face gleaming under the relentless sun, beads of sweat dripping from his chin. Just as he was about to enter the hotel window, the mop re-emerged from the third floor, blocking his entry. Seizing the mop's handle, Zhao Hu attempted to wrest it away, but the occupant inside pushed back, causing Zhao Hu to lose his grip. He swayed precariously on the ladder, flailing his arms in a desperate bid for balance, prompting gasps of alarm from Jia and Xueli in the vehicle. Everyone believed he had regained his footing, but the individual inside extended both hands, forcefully pushing the ladder away from the windowsill. Ma Jinwu, gun in hand, hesitated to fire, fearing he might accidentally harm Zhao Hu. As he darted back and forth in search of a clear angle, reluctant to pull the trigger, the assailant, from his elevated position, exerted all his strength to dislodge the ladder, leaving him with no energy for further action. Seizing the moment, Zhao Hu attempted to flip onto the ladder, but the combined forces caused it to tilt. Losing his grip, he let out a chilling cry as he plummeted 7 to 8 meters, landing heavily on the ground. "Who's he?" Zhao Jinwu shouted in alarm upon witnessing his nephew's fall, exclaiming, "Mom Matsi, you bastard." He raised his weapon and fired several shots at the hotel's window, the glass shattering with a cacophony of sound, large shards raining down perilously close to the prone Zhao Hu, heightening the tension among the onlookers in the vehicle. Mamatsi. Suddenly, Shi Qingshan recalled his father's superior, Ma Dongxiang, the director of the meat processing plant residing in the apartment above his own. In his youth, he had been marked by the scars of smallpox, earning him the nickname Ma Matsi. Could it be him? No, that was implausible. The distance from his home was over 100 kilometers. Ma Dongxiang could not possibly be here. It had to be a coincidence. Shi Qingshan quickly dismissed his initial suspicion. He spoke into the loudspeaker. "Zhao Jinwu, listen. We need to go check on Zhao Hu's injuries. I command you to immediately drop your handgun on the ground. Drop your handgun at once." Zhao Jinwu was taken aback when he heard someone calling his name. He glanced down at the unconscious Zhao Hu on the ground, his eyes darting around before he scurried to the nearest corner of the supermarket beside the armored vehicle. He inquired, "Do you know who I am, my friend?" Shi Qingshan shouted back, "I know who you are. The nation is under martial law. You have violated the law by attacking others with a firearm, and you must surrender your weapon immediately." Upon hearing Shi Qingshan's words, Zhao Jinwu instinctively recoiled, slowly retreating at first, then hastening his pace, fleeing towards the rear of the supermarket. Lu Shubao remarked, "My friend, it seems this fellow has something to hide. Look how he runs faster than a rabbit." The radar indicated that Zhao Jinwu continued to weave through the supermarket without pausing, heading towards the outskirts of the town. The surrounding zombies, drawn back by the gunfire and Shi Qingshan's shouts, began to converge again, while a large wave of zombies lured by the explosions approached. Shi Qingshan urged, "Forget about him. Shu Bao, block the alley with the vehicle. Xueli, come with me to check on Zhao Hu's injuries." "Oh, very well." Xueli reluctantly unfastened her seatbelt. Lu Shubao maneuvered the vehicle to barricade the alley. "Zhao Jinwu has fled towards the village. You must pursue him," shouted someone from a third-floor window of the hotel. Waving their arms, Shi Qingshan immediately turned to the large screen and saw the name Ma Dongxiang, 52 years old, party secretary and director of the Yong'an meat processing plant. Several key phrases leapt out at him. Overjoyed, he burst out of the vehicle and called, "Uncle Ma, it's me, Shi Qingshan. How did you end up here?" "My parents." However, before he could finish, Ma Dongxiang suddenly withdrew his head, leaving Shi Qingshan's words stuck in his throat, the joy on his face gradually fading. After waiting for over half a minute without seeing Ma Dongxiang reappear, he returned to the cabin with a sullen expression. "Sure, does Ma Dongxiang owe you money? Why did he run upon seeing you?" Jia asked curiously. Shi Qingshan shook his head in despair. "He is my neighbor. I have no idea why he fled." On the radar screen, Ma Dongxiang suddenly appeared in the yard, joining the 2 red dots that were already there. After a while, one of the red dots dashed towards the hotel entrance, with Ma Dongxiang swiftly pursuing it, blocking its path. The remaining red dot hesitated briefly before also running over, and the 3 dots became entangled. While everyone speculated about the events unfolding inside the hotel via the radar screen, Wang Hong'an suddenly exclaimed, "That person has gotten up." Shi Qingshan turned to see Zhao Hu, who had fallen from the ladder, wobbling as he stood up, attempting to look upwards. However, his left leg buckled, causing him to fall back helplessly. "Xueli, put on your protective gear. We need to go check on him," Shi Qingshan said. Grabbing a Type 05 rifle from the weapon rack, donning a damp helmet, and climbing onto the vehicle's roof, he, giggling, roaring, The side of the armored vehicle was shrouded in a dense mass of zombies, their claws scratching against the metal with a screeching sound. Upon his appearance, they erupted into a frenzy, baring their teeth and writhing restlessly. A foul stench emanated from their hair, bodies, and tattered clothing, overwhelming Shi Qingshan, who felt stars dancing before his eyes. After holding his breath for what felt like an eternity, Xiueli, donning a mask, helmet, and bulletproof vest, slowly emerged with a 05 pistol in hand. Shi Qingshan leaped into the alley, assisting her as they climbed down from the vehicle, and the pair swiftly approached the groggy Xiaohu, who was struggling to sit up. "How are you? Are you dizzy? Do you feel any discomfort?" Xiueli crouched down, bombarding the disoriented Xiaohu with questions. Startled, he lifted his gaze to the two unfamiliar faces, and upon seeing the alley was devoid of zombies, he lowered his eyelids and weakly pressed on his thigh, saying, "I can't move my leg. It feels swollen and painful. Don't squeeze it if you want to live." Xiueli retorted sharply, "Your leg might be fractured. What? What should I do? I don't want to be lame." Xiaohu's face fell in despair, with a broken leg. No one would be there to care for him. Xiueli inquired, "How many survivors are left here? Is there a doctor?" Wiping the sweat from his brow, Xiaohu smeared blood across his face. He had inadvertently pressed his hand against a shard of glass, and the wound was still bleeding profusely. "There are 5 of us left, and there's a college student studying veterinary medicine. A veterinary student will do. Call him out and have him set your bone," Xiueli insisted. "But he treats pigs. He won't know how to treat a human leg. A pig's leg is quite similar to a human's, just summon him, and I will instruct him on how to help you." Xiueli displayed an air of confidence. Chapter 84. Xiaohu's confession. Xiaohu hesitated, but ultimately acquiesced to Xiueli, craning his neck to shout toward the hotel's high wall. "Sui Fei, I have a broken leg. Come out and tend to me. Sui Fei, can you hear me?" After calling out several times with his cross-eyed gaze and receiving no response from within the wall, he turned to Xiueli with a despondent expression, lamenting, "They are staging a rebellion. They will no longer care for me. By the way, where's my uncle? Have you seen him?" He suddenly began to search frantically for Zhao Jianwu. "No need to look. Your uncle has fled," Xiueli replied. Xiaohu's face contorted with rage, and he muttered under his breath, "Damn him." Shi Qingshan remained silent, observing Xiaohu intently. The more he scrutinized his demeanor, the more he perceived him as a menace, leading him to reconsider helping Xiueli save him. He inquired, "Aside from Mamatsi and the college student, who else is inside? Why are they rebelling? Against whom?" Xiaohu raised his eyes to appraise the soldier beside him, then replied slyly, "There is also my wife. Mamatsi wants to monopolize her." Shi Qingshan stroked his chin, feeling ambivalent about Xiaohu's words. While he suspected Xiaohu was lying, he was also aware that Mamatsi had a reputation as a womanizer, a fact well known among their peers, which left him uncertain. Xiueli detected the incongruity in Xiaohu's statement and, with a hint of gossip, asked, "What do you mean Mamatsi wants to monopolize your wife? Wasn't he?" She shared before. Upon finishing her sentence, she felt her cheeks flush, but fortunately, her mask concealed it. Xiaohu's expression shifted, as if he found it difficult to respond to her. Suddenly, he groaned, "Oh no, my leg is starting to hurt. Friends, I am the militia captain of this village and a party member. I implore you to rescue me. If I stay here, I shall perish." Feigning too much distress, Xiueli remained unmoved. "What about your uncle? Surely he cares for you." Xiaohu wore a pained expression. "Please, do not mention that uncle. If anyone hinders him, he won't care for me, not even for his own son." Shi Qingshan glanced up at the hotel windows and declared, "If you wish for us to rescue you, you must answer my questions truthfully. Should I detect even a hint of deception, you can await your fate with the zombies." Xiaohu immediately raised his hand in a vow. "Brother, as long as you save me, I promise to answer truthfully. If I utter a single lie, may the heavens strike me down with lightning." Shi Qingshan nodded slowly. "Very well. Tell me, how many guns do you possess? Where did Zhao Jianwu acquire that revolver?" Xiaohu quickly responded, "Just one gun. It is one I fought for at the police station with him." Shi Qingshan recognized the truth in his words, acknowledging that revolvers were typically only issued to grassroots police officers. He pressed on, "Who is the woman in the hotel?" A look of discomfort crossed Xiaohu's face. Yet he finally admitted, "She is my wife, but only for today. Tomorrow she shall no longer be mine." "Oh, then whose will she be tomorrow?" Shi Qingshan asked. "Tomorrow she will belong to my uncle. And the day after?" "The day after she will again be mine." Xiueli widened her eyes in disbelief. "You truly share a woman with your uncle?" Xiaohu nodded in affirmation. "So, whom was she originally married to? You or your uncle?" Xiueli inquired. Her curiosity piqued. "She is only 25 and hasn't been married before. We've only known each other for a month." Xiaohu replied candidly. Shi Qingshan, growing impatient with Xiaohu's vague answers, frowned and insisted, "You must elaborate on the backgrounds of the three individuals involved. Don't be so evasive." Wiping the sweat from his brow, Zhao Hu, with a furrowed brow, lamented, "Could we perhaps move to a cooler spot? I feel I might faint from the heat." Standing in the glaring sun, Shi Qingshan was also perspiring. He glanced around and bent down, extending his arms under Zhao Hu's armpits, pulling him into the shade beneath the tall walls of the hotel. "Now, speak. Would you care for some water?" Shi Qingshan asked with a stern expression. Zhao Hu smacked his lips and cautiously glanced at him, hesitating to request water. Clearing his throat, he began, "My wife escaped from Yong'an City alongside Mom Motzi. Initially, they pretended to be father and daughter, but I later discovered that Mom Motzi had been sneaking into her room at night, which ultimately exposed their ruse." Xueli, feeling embarrassed, huffed and turned away, taking a few steps back while still eavesdropping. "And then what happened?" she prompted. "Then, she became my wife. After one encounter, I asked her why, being so young and beautiful, she would choose to be with an old man. My wife replied that she had also been deceived. Her mother worked at the same factory as Mom Motzi. Her mother was an accountant, and Mom Motzi was the factory manager, both residing in the same dormitory. When the zombie outbreak occurred, Mom Motzi approached her, claiming that the nuclear power plant 100 kilometers away would soon be unguarded and would likely suffer a radiation leak. He urged her to flee with him in his off-road vehicle. My wife, believing him, followed him here." "Wait." Shi Qingshan abruptly interrupted Zhao Hu, his expression growing anxious. "What is the woman's name?" "My wife. Her name is Miao Feifei," Zhao Hu answered. Shi Qingshan suddenly felt a tightness in his chest, instinctively loosening his collar. "What's wrong, brother?" Zhao Hu noticed Shi Qingshan's discomfort. Shi Qingshan waved his hand dismissively. Despite having long severed ties with Miao Feifei, his childhood friend, hearing of her downfall still tugged painfully at his heart. Xueli turned back, noticing Shi Qingshan's pallor, and jested, "What's the matter, Stone? Miao Feifei isn't your wife too, is she?" Shi Qingshan's head buzzed as memories he had buried deep for years resurfaced, reopening old wounds. "Stone." Xueli observed his dazed demeanor, growing concerned. Shi Qingshan shook his head, signaling that he was fine, and pointed towards a small door at the end of the alley. Asking Zhao Hu, "Can we enter the hotel from there?" Zhao Hu quickly replied, "That leads to the hotel's backyard, but it's locked." Shi Qingshan stepped over him, produced a master key, and approached the back door, inserting the key into the lock to release the padlock. Seeing him enter the hotel, Xueli hurriedly followed, squeezing through the iron gate. "Alas, do not abandon me here. Wait for me," Zhao Hu exclaimed in fear, glancing around anxiously. Ignoring the pain in his leg, he crawled on the ground, dragging his broken limb in pursuit. Xueli trotted alongside Shi Qingshan, occasionally tilting her head to observe his expression. Noticing his perpetually somber demeanor, she refrained from asking questions and obediently followed him through the small vegetable garden, entering the building via the kitchen. They traversed the dining hall and arrived at the front courtyard of the inn. This inn was modest, comprising only a main building with 2 courtyards at the front and back. Along the street stood a 2-story storefront, leaving a space for the inn's entrance, which was currently obstructed by tables, chairs, and various debris. Flanking the entrance were 3 individuals, one seated, one crouching, and one lying down. The motionless figure lying on the ground, drenched in blood, was Mom Motzi. Beside him, a frail young man with black-rimmed glasses sat, panting heavily. The woman crouching nearby was instantly recognized by Shi Qingshan. Miao Feifei. Chapter 85. Reunion. Shi Qingshan paused, gazing intently at Miao Feifei from a distance. One must not draw comparisons among people. Before encountering Jia and Xueli, he had always deemed Miao Feifei the most beautiful. However, in the present moment, it became apparent that there existed a disparity in both grace and appearance among the trio. Over the years, the mere thought of Miao Feifei would cause his heart to race with unease. Yet upon seeing her again, he felt not a flicker of emotion. Instead, an unfamiliarity enveloped him. It seemed that before the relentless passage of time, all things, including love, were but fragile. Miao Feifei appeared disheveled, her clothes torn and her demeanor quite distressed as she crouched on the ground, retching uncontrollably. Wiping her mouth with the back of her hand, she inadvertently looked up and instantly recognized Shi Qingshan standing afar. They had grown up together, attending school, falling in love, and indulging in youthful indiscretions, such familiarity that even a silhouette in the darkness could evoke recognition. Suddenly, tears blurred Miao Feifei's vision, her hand froze at her mouth, and her chest stilled as if her very breath had ceased. Witnessing her cascade of tears, Shi Qingshan felt an unexpected softness in his heart, realizing that the animosity he harbored towards her had dissipated like smoke in the wind. regardless of the deceptions and mischiefs she had inflicted upon him throughout their lives. He found himself easily forgiving her. Miao Feifei resembled a spoiled child, rebellious, willful, and self-absorbed, and it appeared she had finally encountered the dire consequences of such flaws. Shi Qingshan resolved not to punish himself for her mistakes. Casting a glance at the motionless figure of Mama Zai on the ground, he turned to retrace his steps. Wait. Miao Feifei suddenly rose and rushed a few steps forward. You haven't gone home yet? Do you know where Uncle Shi and Auntie are? Shi Qingshan whirled around, his expression a mixture of disbelief and hope. My parents are still alive? Seeing the eager glint in his eyes, Miao Feifei nodded emphatically. They were, indeed, alive. Overwhelmed with joy, Shi Qingshan clenched his fists and exclaimed, Are they still at home? I must return at once. Will you come with me? Miao Feifei, her gaze conflicted as she regarded the wary Xueli, shook her head. They were taken aboard an aircraft carrier by the military. You want to find them at home. An aircraft carrier? Miao Feifei confirmed with a nod. Shi Qingshan searched her eyes, and upon confirming her honesty, a weight lifted from his heart. Knowing his parents were safe, he felt invincible against the world. Zombies, giant rats, scoundrels, let them come. After enduring such extensive training, his only expertise lay in the art of combat. As the anxiety that had plagued him for over a month dissipated, Shi Qingshan regained his former vigor. A reassuring sense of stability enveloped him once more, to the point where Xueli even perceived a noticeable increase in his stature. Shi Qingshan gestured with his chin towards the blood-soaked Mama Zai. Did you kill him? Miao Feifei glanced back at the lifeless body of Mama Zai and the college student standing helplessly nearby. Clenching her jaw and touching her neck, she declared, If I hadn't killed that scoundrel, I would have been choked to death myself. Shi Qingshan scrutinized Miao Feifei, distinctly sensing her transformation. She had become notably more assertive. It appeared that a myriad of events had transpired in her life over the past few years. Suddenly, Xueli interjected, Sure too, it's unbearably hot here. Let us return to the car. Shi Qingshan turned back and replied, You may head back first. I need to converse with a friend for a moment longer. Xueli cast a sidelong glance at him, remaining in place as she waved her hand to fan the air, keeping watch over him. Observing the flush of heat on Xueli's face beneath her helmet, her hair dampened by sweat, he grew concerned for her well-being and pointed towards a large willow tree by the courtyard wall, saying, Let us speak beneath the tree. It's cooler there. The two women nodded and followed him to the shade of the willow. After a moment of silence, Miao Feifei was the first to inquire, How have you been these past few years? Shi Qingshan slowly nodded. Well, quite fulfilling. Miao Feifei offered a rueful smile and confessed, Though I am unaware of why you suddenly ceased to communicate with me, I realize it must be due to my own actions. I have wronged you. A subtle turbulence stirred within Shi Qingshan, yet it quickly subsided. He glanced at Xueli, her eyes sparkling, and, without evasion, lowered his gaze as he asked, I am quite curious. During your birthday celebration, who was that bald, portly man in your room? Miao Feifei's face flushed even deeper, and she stammered, Why, you saw? That was our bank supervisor. You mentioned you wouldn't return, and he accompanied me for my birthday. I was so inebriated that I can't recall what transpired that night. A pang of discomfort gripped Shi Qingshan's chest, and he hurriedly reassured himself that there are no remedies for regret. What was done is done, and lamentation serves no purpose. The conversation briefly halted, the warm breeze rustling the willow branches against Shi Qingshan's helmet. Above them, cicadas chirped, as if echoing, Understood, so that is how it is. The mysteries that lingered in their hearts were finally unveiled. Shi Qingshan comprehended Miao Feifei's betrayal, while she grasped the reason behind his sudden withdrawal. A university student stood at the entrance, bloodied and fixated on Shi Qingshan's firearm, appearing fearful yet inexplicably drawn forward, slowly approaching the willow tree. Breaking the silence, Shi Qingshan asked Miao Feifei, How did you end up here? Why did you not accompany the troops to the aircraft carrier? Miao Feifei sighed deeply. I was foolish to believe in the deceitful words of Ma Matzi. He misguidedly claimed that the nuclear power station to our north, built earlier, could not shut down autonomously, and insisted on taking me away to avoid nuclear fallout. Yet, just a day after we departed Yong'an, we heard on the radio that the troops had summoned everyone to gather at Yong'an Citizen Square, where the Navy would send helicopters to transport all to the aircraft carrier. However, by the time we hastily returned, it was too late. The entire family compound was deserted. Your door bore a message left by your parents, informing you that the troops had come to escort them to the aircraft carrier, urging you not to worry and to find a way to contact them upon seeing it. Shi Qingshan nodded slightly, contemplating that it seemed his parents were indeed safe, though he was left wondering to which aircraft carrier they had been taken. If we were to consider the timeline, it was most likely the vessels He Dong and Hu Hai that were on duty at sea at that time. The probability of one of them being involved is quite high. After Miao Feifei finished speaking, she glanced at the university student lingering beside her and stole a fleeting look at the youthful and beautiful Xueli, her voice trembling with desperation. Qingshan, could you possibly eliminate those two scoundrels, Zhao Jianwu and Zhao Hu? For the sake of our 2-decade-long acquaintance, I implore you. As she spoke, she was about to kneel. Don't. Xueli swiftly stepped in front of Shi Qingshan, gently supporting Miao Feifei. This is your personal matter. How could he interfere? Miao Feifei, in a state of urgency, retorted. They are not good people. We originally had 10 survivors, and 6 have been killed one after another. I am at least aware that 3 of them have directly or indirectly fallen victim to their hands. Shi Qingshan was taken aback. Zhao Hu had never mentioned this matter, and he had assumed that the uncle and nephew had merely coerced Miao Feifei. Considering Zhao Jianwu's hasty escape, it seemed they indeed had serious issues. Chapter 86. The terrifying obsession. Were all 6 individuals murdered? Could you elaborate on the manner of their deaths? Shi Qingshan resolved to uncover the truth, both to serve justice and to assist Miao Feifei one final time. They all met untimely ends. Initially, the proprietor of the inn was struck down in the dead of night, while his wife endured unspeakable humiliation before being strangled to death in their bed. I suspect the assailants were 2 truck drivers from out of town, for one of them later mentioned claiming that my hands felt better than the innkeeper's wife. Miao Feifei appeared somewhat hesitant to speak to Shi Qingshan, yet she confided, the month of hellish existence had dulled her sense of shame. Shi Qingshan furrowed his brow and inquired, and how did these 2 truck drivers meet their demise? Miao Feifei replied, they turned against each other, and one killed the other. The surviving one was subsequently smothered with a pillow by Zhao Jianwu and Zhao Hu, who emerged from beneath the bed in the dead of night. I witnessed it all firsthand. Oh, and what of the other 2? Shi Qingshan pressed. Miao Feifei spat with disdain. The other 2 were wretched workers from the trailer factory. They brought the ladder here. These 2 depraved individuals set the ladder against the roof to traverse it, initially in search of food at the supermarket. However, upon passing the police station, they discovered a firearm and came here to assert their dominance. Later, Zhao Jianwu and Zhao Hu got them intoxicated and disposed of them outside as fodder for the zombies. The grim narrative of murder flowed from Miao Feifei's lips, causing Xueli's heart to race. Unable to restrain her curiosity, she asked, why did they resort to infighting? Miao Feifei retorted without hesitation. Was it not to vie for control over me in the supermarket? A bunch of heartless bastards. Not a single good person among them. At that moment, she suddenly recalled the university student standing nearby and quickly added in a softer tone, not you, Yifei. You have treated me kindly, and I thank you for rescuing me earlier. It's nothing, Feifei's sister Feifei, stammered Su Yifei, his face flushed, rendered speechless and unsure of where to place his hands. Shi Qingshan glanced at the corpse of Mama Zai, infested with flies, and questioned, why did Mama Zai remove Zhao's ladder? Did he fear they would kill him? Miao Feifei scoffed. He was blinded by lust, incessantly pursuing me. I deliberately embellished my tales to Zhao Jianwu and Zhao Hu, and they expressed intent to deal with him. Perhaps Mama Zai sensed impending danger and acted preemptively. Observing the vindictive smile of Miao Feifei, Shi Qingshan felt an increasing sense of unfamiliarity. The once innocent, radiant girl had been irrevocably transformed by the harshness of reality into a cunning woman. A pang of sorrow gripped him, reflecting on the fickleness of life and the profound changes in the world. The dark desires and terrifying obsessions that humanity reveals in the face of apocalyptic despair were disquieting. It seemed that the carefree days of yore and the tranquility of life were irretrievably lost. Outside, a piercing voice blared from a loudspeaker. Hey, what have you all been up to? Respond. Lu Shubao and the others, becoming increasingly anxious, began to shout into the megaphone. Shi Qingshan slung the rifle onto his back and with a gentle leap, grasped the top of the 2.5-meter high wall. Peering over, he urged, we shall venture out shortly. So do not be hasty. Lu Shubao quickly poked his head out, pointing towards the sky above the alley, saying, look at that Zhao Hu. Before he could finish, the stench emanating from a nearby zombie overwhelmed him, causing tears to stream down his face as he hastily withdrew and slammed the hatch shut with a resounding thud. Turning his gaze, Shi Qingshan noticed that Zhao Hu, somehow, had managed to place a ladder against the hotel's 3rd floor and the supermarket roof, dragging himself towards the adjacent supermarket, already halfway up the ladder. Realizing he had been spotted, Zhao Hu immediately loosened his grip and accelerated his descent. Halt, or I shall fire. Shi Qingshan perched atop the wall, audibly racking the bolt of his rifle. Zhao Hu shivered, his hands barely grasping the supermarket roof when he attempted to roll away from the potential bullets. However, it seemed he had forgotten that one of his legs was no longer under his control. His attempt to roll resulted in a grotesque miscalculation, and with a startled cry, he fell from the ladder. With a sickening crack, his injured leg struck the ground first, the force bending it at a gruesome 90-degree angle. Sharp bone fragments piercing through his jeans, causing him to lose consciousness instantly. Blood erupted from the gaping hole in his trousers, spraying forth like a fountain. Shiking-Shan withdrew the bullet from his chamber and leaped back over the wall, addressing Xueli. Zhao Hu attempted to escape but fell from the second floor. What? Xueli exclaimed in disbelief, her eyes wide as she shook her head. That is what we call knows when no die. He is unlikely to survive this. The group hurriedly exited through the back door, only to confirm Xueli's grim prediction. Zhao Hu's leg bones had severed his femoral artery. Blood pooling around him as he lay pale and lifeless. The pungent scent of blood roused the zombies at the alley's entrance, causing the horde to surge like a wave. With several zombies even clawing their way atop the armored vehicle, tumbling into the alley and scrambling towards them. Shiking-Shan refrained from firing. The alley acted as an amplifier, making even the silenced gunfire sound thunderous, which would only further incite the zombies. Quickly, retreat inside, he urged, slowly backing away to shield the other three as they entered the hotel's back door, securing it with a bolt and padlock. Deservedly so. It's a pity the zombies didn't get to devour him. Miao Feifei spat through clenched teeth. Shiking-Shan glanced at Sui Fei, who closely followed her, and inquired of Miao Feifei, "What are your plans? Do you need us to take you to a safe settlement?" "A safe settlement?" Miao Feifei replied, her tone tinged with skepticism. "Is there truly such a place of absolute safety?" Shiking-Shan pondered for a moment, responding, "There is not." Miao Feifei's eyes dimmed, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips as she asked, "Where will you go?" "Back to Yong'an." Shiking-Shan shook his head, declaring, "Since my parents are safe, and there is no one left in Yong'an, I shall not return. We are heading south." "Oh, the south." Miao Feifei appeared somewhat disheartened, pausing for a moment before casting a furtive glance at Xueli. She pointed to the vegetable garden beneath her feet and remarked, "Why not stay a few more days? There is clean water here, and a variety of vegetables to enjoy." In her modest garden, she had cultivated cucumbers, tomatoes, lentils, and eggplants. At the edge of the garden lay an open well, its overturned vat revealing the cables and water pipes beneath. It seemed that underground water had been discreetly utilized here, which explained why so many had avoided infection. Shiqishan glanced at her and replied, "No. We have important tasks ahead." After another moment of silence, Miao Feifei suddenly stepped into the garden and gathered a large bag of cucumbers and tomatoes, placing them at Xueli's feet. "We can't consume all of this before it spoils. Consider it fruit for your journey." "Thank you." Xueli gratefully accepted the offering. Miao Feifei managed a feeble smile and turned to Su Yifei, asking, "Yifei, do you wish to go to the safe zone?" "Wherever you go, I shall follow." Su Yifei promptly declared, "I wish to remain here." "Will you stay too?" "Yes, if you stay, then I shall stay." Su Yifei seemed captivated by this older sister, who was 5 or 6 years his senior. Miao Feifei nodded slightly, then turned to Shiqishan, saying, "Qishan, we shall not leave. Human nature is too treacherous. We are merely surviving. Rather than face oppression elsewhere, it is better to live out our remaining days freely here." Shiqishan silently nodded, contemplating a few words, yet ultimately refraining from voicing them. Times have changed. In the past, when he was with Miao Feifei, there was always an abundance of conversation, but now, each utterance required careful consideration, rendering it quite exhausting. Chapter 87. A conclusion unlike any other. Shiking-Shan crouched at the doorway, peering through the narrow crack to observe the alley outside. His limited view revealed no zombies, but he could hear the unsettling sounds of gnawing and the sickening pops of flesh being torn apart. He lowered the microphone, intending to call Lu Shubao to inquire about the situation outside, only to realize that the intercom was silent, broken. Xueli tugged at his sleeve, reminding him, "Don't forget your earplugs." "Oh, right. Almost forgot." Shiking-Shan turned to Mia Feifei and asked, "Are there any earplugs in the supermarket?" "Earplugs? You mean for swimming?" "Swimming ones would suffice. Anything that can block out sound will do." "Should be some, right?" Mia Feifei glanced at Su Yifei. Su Yifei eagerly replied, "Yes, I've seen them. I'll take you to find them." "Thank you. That would be great." Shiking-Shan expressed his gratitude. No problem. Please follow me," Su Yifei gestured, leading the way into the building. The four of them traversed the dining area and ascended the staircase to the 3rd floor, arriving at a window at the end of the corridor, where a ladder was propped up. Shiking-Shan leaned out to look down and saw that the armored vehicle still blocked the alley entrance, while a pile of zombies, having precariously tumbled over one another, fought over Zhao Hu's lifeless body. Zhao Hu lay disemboweled, intestines strewn about, his ears, nose, and lips consumed, revealing bloodied white teeth. Mia Feifei glanced down briefly before retreating, leaning against the wall and gagging. Su Yifei rushed forward to gently pat her back. Shiking-Shan climbed onto the windowsill, extending his arms as he gingerly stepped across the trembling ladder, eventually reaching the rooftop of the supermarket. Sui Fei followed him but hesitated at the gruesome sight below. His eyes fixated on the frenzied zombies, his feet refusing to advance. Walking at such heights requires composure and confidence. Observing Sui Fei's trembling legs, Shiking-shan called out, "You don't need to come over. I can manage it myself." All right, brother. I remember there are earplugs in the first-floor department area." Sui Fei quickly withdrew his feet, feeling unsteady, fearing he might fall if he climbed any further. He felt inadequate in front of the two beautiful women, caught in a dilemma until Shiking-shan spoke, providing him an opportunity to retreat. "All right. If anything happens, fire a warning shot, and I will return quickly." Shiking-shan nodded at Xueli. "Okay, go ahead." Xueli waved her handgun. Shiking-shan turned and entered the stairwell leading down. The fire door on the second floor of the supermarket was ajar, and as he approached, he was met with the overpowering stench of decay and mold. He switched on his tactical flashlight, casting light into the darkness, revealing a scene of utter disarray, hot and humid. Melons and vegetables were spoiled and fuzzy with mold, left to rot on their shelves. The seafood tanks were empty. After over a month, the fish and shrimp had likely been devoured. The shelves for rice, flour, and grains stood barren, presumably stripped by the others and carried off to their hotel. Seeing nothing of his immediate need, Shiking-shan stepped down to the first floor, pushing open the door to the department area. The scale of the township's supermarket is modest, illuminated by the beam of a flashlight. At the entrance, one finds an array of high-margin products such as clothing, footwear, and small appliances, while the corridor on either side of his position is lined with office supplies and household items. As Shiking-shan carefully navigates the cluttered floor, he picks up 2 bath towels, 2 pairs of slippers, 2 pairs of shorts, and a pack of toothbrushes from the shelves. Unlike others who carry such items, he gathers these for himself and Lu Shubao. Earlier that morning, Lu Shubao had carelessly used a towel, and her toothbrush had faced the disdain of Xueli. He refrains from taking body wash, shampoo, toothpaste, and soap. Anjiao offers premium products, and others can lend theirs. These items are not easily depleted. Hence there is no need to collect too many. Suddenly, a few boxes of pink and blue noise-canceling earplugs appear in the beam of his flashlight. Each box contains 10 earplugs. Shiking-shan opens a box, selects a pair of medium-sized plugs, and inserts them into his ears, to no avail. The silence of the surroundings is so profound that he can hear his own heartbeat, rendering the earplugs ineffective. Just as he removes the earplugs, a faint sound pierces the absolute silence. The noise, though subtle, startles him, causing cold sweat to trickle down his cheeks. He exclaims inwardly, "Damn it, there's a mouse." He swiftly retreats against the wall, shining the flashlight around while chambering around in his rifle, bracing for a potential attack from a giant rodent. In the midst of contemplating how to connect with the battle vehicle, he suddenly remembers he needs to find a multimeter, soldering iron, and solder to repair his headphones. Turning back, he notices the necessary tools on the shelves behind him and selects the most expensive multimeter at 79 yuan, a roll of solder wire, and a simple household welding pen, stowing them in his pocket. Rustling sounds cause Shiking-shan's hair to stand on end. He immediately directs the flashlight towards the source of the noise, ready to fire. Just then, he catches sight of 2 small gray shadows darting from beneath the shelves and swiftly scurrying into the corridor. Letting out a sigh of relief, he wipes the sweat from his face with a towel. It was merely a false alarm. 2 little mice. Damn it, how pathetic. What of giant rats? A single magazine would finish them off. Was it really necessary to be so tense? Shiking-shan inwardly scorns himself. He shines the flashlight around once more, gathers his belongings, and ascends the stairs. Upon returning to the hotel after climbing the ladder, he realizes time has elapsed. Observing Miao Feifei's pale face and complex expression, Shiking-shan finally manages to utter, "I will take care of Zhao Jinwu. You, take care." After speaking, he calls out to Xueli and descends the stairs without a backward glance. Miao Feifei clenches her hands tightly, hesitating to speak, watching Shiking-shan's figure gradually fade away. Unable to restrain her tears, the sweet memories of youthful love have come to an end. Shiking-shan's heart is a tumult of emotions, uncertain whether to feel relief or sorrow, and he walks silently towards the backyard. I didn't expect you two to be childhood sweethearts," Xueli remarks with a peculiar tone. "We have been neighbors since we were little." Shiking-shan regarded Xueli as a mere child, responding to her with terse and dismissive remarks. "I heard you were engaged?" Xueli, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, continued to tilt her head in curiosity. "Who told you that?" Shiking-shan halted his steps, his brows knitting together. "Of course, it was Miao Feifei. She assumed I was your girlfriend and spoke highly of you, giggling all the while." Shiking-shan opened his mouth but chose not to respond, turning on his heel to continue walking outside. "Wait up." Xiueli hurried after him, struggling to keep pace. Here, take this. Upon reaching the back door, Shiking-Shan handed Xiueli the slippers, towel, and a large bag of vegetables he had been carrying, before deftly chambering a round into his rifle and gently opening the small door. Chapter 88. A secret revealed. Shiking-Shan peeked outside, then swiftly darted out. Bang, bang, bang. He fired off a series of shots, and as the smoke dissipated, he beckoned to Xiueli, come out. Lock the door. Xiueli cautiously extended her head, witnessing that all the zombies lying on Zhao Hu's corpse had been dispatched. Their blood splattered across the surrounding walls in a grotesque display. Oh, my God. She crossed herself in prayer. Lord, please guide me on how to get through this. Yet her wide eyes remained fixed on Shiking-Shan. Better to seek the Lord than to seek me. Shiking-Shan secured the small door, took the items Xiueli was holding, and with one hand supporting her waist and the other cradling her knees, he lifted her in a princess carry. Xiueli's cheeks flushed, her flawless arms naturally wrapping around his neck. Feeling the solid muscles beneath her and the steady rhythm of his heart, she experienced an unprecedented sense of safety. As Shiking-Shan maneuvered through the sticky remains of the zombies, Xiueli unexpectedly exclaimed, she's pregnant. Who? Miao Feifei. Shiking-Shan abruptly halted. He understood all too well what pregnancy under their current conditions entailed. With scarce medical resources and lurking dangers, survival was a struggle for ordinary individuals, let alone for a pregnant woman and her unborn child. Per Miao Feifei. Xiueli observed Shiking-Shan's facial expressions, deliberately speaking, her thoughts swirling in uncertainty. Standing still for a moment, Shiking-Shan clenched his jaw and declared, she is an adult. She should comprehend the consequences of her choices. Every adult must take responsibility for their words and actions. With that, he took a few brisk steps, placing Xiueli down on clean ground. Xiueli adjusted her clothing, noticing that Shiking-Shan did not wait for her and continued forward. She pouted and mumbled a few words before hastily chasing after him. Once they returned to the vehicle, everyone immediately surrounded them, chattering with curiosity. What happened inside? Did you encounter someone you know? Sure to. Have you heard any news about your parents? Sure, Qing. Did you find the earplugs? Shiking-Shan retrieved the earplugs and distributed them, calmly stating, my parents are fine. They were taken aboard the aircraft carrier by the Navy. Anjia's eyes sparkled with delight as she leaned closer, asking, aren't you thrilled? Why do you look so glum? Gazing into her large, grape-like eyes, with long eyelashes fluttering before him, Shiking-Shan felt his mood lift and broke into a smile. Hee. One mustn't become overly complacent, even enjoy. Anjia rolled her eyes at him, stifling a smile. What a bear. Lu Xiubao, noticing that others were selecting weapons to counter his snoring, felt a twinge of discomfort but could not express his irritation. Seeing Shiking-Shan remaining aloof, he quickly asked, old friend, did you find the multimeter? Found it. Shiking-Shan pulled the multimeter, soldering iron, and solder from his pocket, handing them over. After a moment's thought, he turned to Wang Hongwan. Old Wang, can Zhao Jianwu still be tracked? Wang Hongwan selected a pair of blue earplugs and, upon hearing Shi Qingshan's inquiry, turned to glance at the large screen. Pointing at a red dot, he stated, Zhao Jianwu remains within the radar's surveillance range, a mere 500 meters away. That's him. Load a missile and eliminate him. Shi Qingshan commanded coldly. Eliminate? Wang Hongwan echoed, noticing that Shi Qingshan was not jesting. After a moment's hesitation, he grasped the weapon's handle and tapped a few commands on the virtual projection screen. The tank's turret emitted a faint mechanical clatter as the missile readied itself. Xiubao, reverse a bit and create an opening for the zombies to enter the alley. Shi Qingshan continued issuing orders. Understood. Lu Xiubao engaged reverse gear, gradually retracting the tank half a meter. Immediately, the zombies at the front squeezed through the gap into the alley, drawn by the scent of blood. Everyone, maintain silence and turn off the air conditioning. The incessant chatter ceased instantly, and the air conditioning compressor halted, enveloping the tank in silence. Target selected. Target selected. Missile launch. Shi Qingshan commanded in a restrained voice. The missile was fired. With a whoosh, the tail flame pierced the air, launching a missile from the barrel that swiftly turned mid-flight, striking a nearby building in the blink of an eye. A tremendous explosion erupted, collapsing the structure and sending a plume of dust skyward. The horde of zombies abruptly halted. Those that had entered the alley, unable to resist the lure of blood, paused momentarily before surging towards Zhao Hu's corpse. The zombies yet to enter the alley ceased their assault on the tank, craning their necks to discern the direction of the smoke, then staggered away. As the thunderous echoes of the explosion faded, the tank blended seamlessly into the roadside, indistinguishable from an ordinary vehicle, exuding the same unpleasant odor and silence. Several zombies, neither having entered the alley nor drawn away by the blast, suddenly forgot their purpose for standing there, standing idly for a moment before aimlessly shuffling away. That was ruthless. Even if Zhao Jinwu survives, he will certainly be devoured by the zombies. Lu Shubao emerged from the cockpit, giving Shi Qingshan a thumbs up. When society descends into chaos, the only response to malevolence is to meet violence with violence. Hesitation leads to one's own demise. Shi Qingshan parroted this wisdom, flaunting the air of an old professor. Indeed, great minds think alike. Lu Shubao replied, his demeanor reflecting a sense of satisfaction. Enough. You too, stop the mutual flattery. Sure too, you're not heading back home, are you? And Jia inquired. Looking at the electronic map, Shi Qingshan replied, no, we won't be returning. Let's find a nearby highway entrance and retrace our steps. Just as Jia was about to say something, she felt a tug on her collar from behind. Turning, she saw Xueli stealthily signaling for silence. What's the matter? She whispered. I have a secret to share. Guess who we encountered inside? Xueli said, her eyes darting towards Shi Qingshan's back. She beckoned Jia closer and leaned in to whisper excitedly. Lu Shubao, feeling hungry, noticed that Shi Qingshan seemed to have forgotten that humans require sustenance. He provocatively inquired. Stone, where shall we go after our meal? To which Shi Qingshan responded, of course, to my home. Although Yanin seldom spoke, it did not imply that she was not attentively listening to the conversations around her. And Jia, furrowing her brow after hearing Xueli's little report, glanced at the sign next to the supply and marketing hotel that indicated parking and lodging, and suggested, let us not rush this moment, Stone. Why not dine at the hotel before we depart? After a brief moment of hesitation, Shi Qingshan made a decision. Let us take turns eating on the road. Shubao. Once we pass the small bridge where we repair vehicles, we will travel another 10 kilometers to reach a highway entrance. We can ascend from there. Very well. Everyone, take your seats. We shall set off. The air conditioning of the war vehicle resumed its cool breeze as it began to move slowly. Chapter 89. The vegetable greenhouse. The armored vehicle sped along the highway day and night, with Xueli, Anjia, and Yanin taking turns at the wheel, racing westward. Along the way, they encountered several traffic jams, but none could impede the relentless advance of the Thunder God all-terrain tracks and the fierce impact of its blade. By the afternoon of the second day, they finally entered the Central Plains. Yanin maneuvered the vehicle off the highway, directing it along the provincial road into the heart of the region. The ordinary roads were winding and complex, strewn with various obstacles, decaying corpses, fallen trees, wrecked vehicles, and zombies blocking their path, which significantly slowed their progress. As dusk approached, a cool breeze swept in from the northwest, reviving the sun-scorched leaves that had languished under the heat of the day, causing them to cheerfully sway beneath the fiery sunset. A vast vegetable greenhouse suddenly appeared along the roadside. In the expansive field stood numerous mud and bamboo structures of greenhouses. As it was summer, the insulating tarpaulins and grass curtains on the roofs were rolled up, and the edges of the white plastic sheeting shimmered like gold in the setting sun. The vehicle came to a gentle halt at the roadside, and Anjia climbed atop, stretching her arms high in a languorous yawn. What a beautiful pastoral scene. Sure too. Let us hop down and pick some vegetables. We can have a meal here before continuing our journey. The rear door of the armored vehicle swung open, and Xueli, along with Yanin wielding a spear, hurriedly descended and scurried around to the back of a greenhouse. Shi Qingshan glanced at the map, contemplating. All right. We are not far from Yanin's home. This place is safer than the highway. Let us take a break here tonight. Goodness. I've had my fill of instant noodles. Who is cooking today? I'll order some Northeast-style stew. Shi Qingshan quickly interjected. I apologize. Your sister-in-law only knows how to eat, not cook. Anjia poked her head in, retorting. Who says I can't cook? I may not know much, but I can make stew. That is splendid. I look forward to tasting your stew tonight. Shi Qingshan exclaimed as he jumped down from the vehicle and lifted her down from the roof. The pair crossed a ditch and approached the nearest greenhouse, peering over the low wall. Inside, they found nothing but celery, some rotting, some aged, entirely inedible. Concerned that a zombie might unexpectedly leap out and harm Anjia, Shi Qingshan instructed her to wait by the ditch while he climbed over the low wall to survey the highest point of the greenhouse. These greenhouses belonged to different farmers, each cultivating distinct crops. Some grew vegetables, others fruits, and surprisingly, even corn. In the distance, he noticed a greenhouse vibrant with a variety of colors and an assortment of plants. Among them were zucchini, eggplants, peppers, tomatoes, and many greens, the identities of which were indiscernible. Shi Qingshan fired his weapon, taking down 2 zombies that had approached, and then jumped down to Anjia, saying, There's a greenhouse ahead with a good variety of produce. I'll carry you there. Anjia, twirling a strand of hair in astonishment, replied, I have legs. Why would you carry me? Shi Qingshan pointed to a pathway overgrown with wild grass. Haven't you seen this type of grass before? Its scientific name is reed grass, but we call it gulaman back home, also known as cutting pain. If you walk barefoot and it brushes against you, it'll leave a painful, itchy mark. Would you like to experience that sensation? And Jia hurriedly shook her head, exclaiming, I am not a masochist. Why would I want to experience that? She then extended her arms, bashfully gesturing. Shi Qingshan felt a lump in his throat and was momentarily stunned. Little stone, what are you dawdling for? And Jia teased in a courtly tone. Oh. Shi Qingshan quickly turned around, bending down to carry her on his back. My dear wife, you are truly beautiful. And Jia joyfully swung her legs, replying, Thank you. Although others say so too, I prefer to hear it from you. Then I shall say it every day. And Jia leaned against Shi Qingshan's back, playfully tugging at his earlobe, saying, No need. I want to hear you talk about something else. What else should I say? You know I want you to take the initiative, and Jia hinted, wanting him to speak of Miao Feifei. Shi Qingshan seemed to understand. Oh, I see. But I cannot say it now. It must be spoken at a special moment. What moment? And Jia asked curiously. Wait. Shi Qingshan trotted swiftly to the designated large shed, retrieved a master key to unlock the door, and after locking it behind them, began to loosen his belt. What are you doing? No, not here. Shi Qingshan pushed Jia against the wall, lifting her skirt and raising one of her pristine legs, saying, I can't express myself otherwise. Nonsense. What is there to be embarrassed about? You are taking advantage of the situation. And Jia suddenly rolled her eyes back, inhaling sharply. And Jia, I love you. I love you too. I love you to death. The relentless sounds of their collision echoed like applause in the darkness, resonating over the low wall and drifting along the path, attracting two ragged figures, their long hair obscuring their eyes. Listening to the heavy breathing from within, the two zombies grew increasingly agitated, hissing and hooting in a muted roar, lingering at the door and shaking the wooden fence, unwilling to depart. Peering through the gap, two warm, enticing bodies pressed closely together, their alluring scent causing the zombies to incessantly lick their lips, saliva pooling on the ground. After a while, Shi Qingshan reached out to caress Jia's flushed cheek, finding her irresistibly adorable and beautiful. Unable to resist, he leaned down to kiss her. And Jia opened her sparkling eyes, shooting him a playful glare. How annoying. Are you addicted, regardless of time and place? Shi Qingshan chuckled, not just addicted. I am nearly lost in it. We must hurry. The sun has set. If we don't return soon, they will grow suspicious. Let them be suspicious. Are we not entitled to our conjugal life? Shi Qingshan said, though his body reluctantly retreated. Hurry and gather the vegetables. And Jia urged him with a gentle push. Yes, my dear wife. Shi Qingshan replied, content, as he turned to weave through the green vines. Hey, don't wander too far. I want to see you. Although the zombies could not enter, and Jia still felt uneasy under their gaze. I will remain within your sight. Indeed, just as Jia finished tidying up, Shi Qingshan emerged, carrying a hefty bundle of tender corn, green beans, bell peppers, and eggplants, which he placed gently on the ground. Outside the door, two zombies remained. Yet their incessant howling had ceased. They lay quietly, fixated on the gap of the door with unblinking intensity, an unsettling sight that was undeniably eerie. Shi Qingshan retrieved his handgun and approached the entrance, dispatching the creatures with two precise shots. He then opened the door, tore off two convenient bags from a nearby post, and filled them with the freshly harvested fruits and vegetables, hoisting them up. Ladies first. He turned around, bending slightly to glance back. And Jia's eyes sparkled with mirth, an enigmatic smile gracing her lips as she stepped forward, snatching the plastic bags from his hands and adding two green onions into the mix. Allow me to assist you. This way, your load will be lighter. Indeed, my dear wife is truly considerate. Shi Qingshan laughed heartily, bending down to lift her into his arms as he strode confidently out of the vegetable greenhouse. Chapter 90. Rest and Jia nestled contentedly against Shi Qingshan's armored chest, inquiring, Do you particularly enjoy holding women like this? What does it mean? I noticed you embrace Shueli in a similar manner. This question proves rather challenging for me to answer. Shi Qingshan responded, What could be difficult about it? If you like it, say so. If you don't, then admit it. And Jia deliberately pressed him. Her words were laden with implications, and Shi Qingshan, not wishing to engage, deftly shifted the conversation. Were you satisfied with what I just shared? Ah, right. You haven't told me yet. I am undoubtedly dissatisfied. And Jia frowned. I did tell you. That was my first time expressing such feelings to anyone. You didn't just zone out, did you? Shi Qingshan protested, feeling wronged. Nonsense. You didn't utter a single word. You are the one speaking nonsense. I clearly professed my love for you, and you reciprocated. You said you adored me. Is that what you wanted to discuss? And Jia was taken aback. Must one declare love only in the heat of the moment? Are you not aware of my bashfulness? Once I voice it, It becomes second nature. Shi Qingshan replied sheepishly. And Jia shot him a glance. I'm not interested in that. Ah? Then what do you wish to hear? Shi Qingshan asked. As they conversed, they returned to the ditch, wherein Jia noticed the others waiting beneath the war chariot. And fell silent. Shueli called out, Why have you taken so long to return? What were you up to? Gathering vegetables. What else? And Jia replied nonchalantly. Gathering vegetables took half an hour? We thought you two had been devoured by zombies. We were about to search for you. I was merely trying to prepare a more sumptuous meal. It took a bit longer to gather a few extra ingredients. Shi Qingshan explained as he effortlessly leaped over the ditch, cradling Jia in his arms, thanks to the servomotor of his mech's knee emitting a soft whir. Lu Shubao had already set up the outdoor gas stove and was steaming rice. The steam escaping from the pot diminished, signifying that the rice was perfectly cooked. Jia immediately organized Shueli and Yan'an to wash the vegetables, while Wang Hongwen served the rice and scrubbed the pot, with Lu Shubao chopping vegetables. Directing the group with ease, she retrieved 2 vacuum-sealed bags of ribs, a box of bean paste, several potatoes, and tomatoes from the trailer, pouring oil into the iron pot. She heated it, then added scallions, ginger, and garlic along with the bean paste, stirring briefly before stepping back. She then tossed in the chopped eggplant, corn, carrots, potatoes, green peppers, green beans, ribs, and tomatoes, adding water and soy sauce, along with a sprinkle of salt to let it simmer. Shi Qingshan took to the roof of the vehicle for surveillance, and, observing Jia's cooking method, teased, Ah, what a hodgepodge you've concocted. Shubao, is this what tempts your appetite? This is nothing but a mishmash. Why not add watermelon from the trailer? That way, after the meal, you wouldn't have to gnaw on it separately, it would save time. And Jia shot him a disdainful look. Do you cook with watermelon in your household? Let me tell you, not every ingredient can be tossed in haphazardly. The flavor of this dish would be compromised with even one ingredient missing. Shi Qingshan remained non-committal. Upon seeing this dish, I am instantly reminded of the bibimbap, miso soup, an army stew enjoyed by the people of the Korean peninsula. There is hardly any semblance of culinary finesse. In the kitchen, one simply tosses whatever ingredients are at hand into the pot. Aside from the spice of chili, there is little flavor to be found. However, that is not the case. And Jia proclaimed, the hallmark of Northeast cuisine lies in its multifaceted flavors and its bold, unrestrained nature. Take the mixed stew, for instance. It may appear as though anything goes, yet there is a meticulous order in which each ingredient must be added. Upon completion, it must emphasize the essence of freshness and aroma, preserving the inherent flavors of each component. Today, however, due to certain constraints, I have not truly put my heart into it. Lu Shubao vehemently disagreed with Shi Qingshan, exclaiming, Is what they eat in the land of the morning calm even worthy of being called cuisine? They might as well be roasting meat under a loose roof tile, fashioning bowls from stones, heating them to mix with cold rice, or tearing off charred rice crusts to pair with seaweed soup, and subsisting on various pickled vegetables. All doused in chili powder, it's a clear sign of poverty masquerading as newfound wealth. How can they possibly compare to us? Spare us the insult to our profound and illustrious Northeast culinary tradition. Shueli giggled, covering her mouth. Shubao, if we take your words to heart. It seems the people of the land of the morning calm indeed may have never experienced better days. That is undoubtedly true. The people of that land have borne the brunt of our wrath throughout history. Now, they have submitted to the Americans, treating them like lords and serving as their pawns. Clearly, they have not learned their lesson and are in dire need of a reminder. Shueli turned to Shi Qingshan and said with a smile, Sure. You have stirred the ire of the public. Oh, my apologies. It was a thoughtless remark. Comparing Northeast cuisine to that of the land of the morning calm is indeed inappropriate. I retract my previous statement. Shi Qingshan hastily acknowledged his error. Humph. You are wise to recognize it. Otherwise, I might just withhold your meal. And Jia threatened, hands on her hips, spoon in hand, pointing at Shi Qingshan atop the vehicle. The group chuckled, relishing the sight of their usually formidable leader brought low by Jia's commanding presence. As laughter filled the air, time flew by. When the sun finally dipped below the horizon, and before the stars emerged, a sudden swarm of mosquitoes began to buzz around. After much effort, the stew was perfectly cooked. Jia lifted the lid and retrieved a piece of potato, only to find it scalding hot. She flipped it around in her mouth before swallowing it whole. Finding it a tad bland, she pinched a handful of salt and, with a flourish, directed her eager helpers to prepare and serve the meal in the armored vehicle. Shi Qingshan jumped down, brandishing his long knife to dispatch an approaching zombie cow and 2 brain-eaters, before slowly retreating into the vehicle and shutting the hatch. Jia rummaged through some leftover self-heating food containers, serving each person a generous bowl of mixed stew over rice, then eagerly awaited Shi Qingshan to take a bite. As the group gathered, they cautiously sampled the dish and were immediately enraptured, their chopsticks flying as they devoured the meal with gusto. The sound of sizzling and slurping filling the air, their mouths glistening with oil. Even Shi Qingshan raised his thumb in approval, exclaiming, "And Jia's cooking is truly exceptional." And Jia, basking in the praise, beamed with delight, her eyes sparkling with joy. After the meal, the group members returned to their respective resting spots, some engrossed in books, others playing games, and some engaging in conversation. Meanwhile, Shi Qingshan and Lu Shubao huddled together at the cramped operations console, detaching the headphones from their helmets. Lu Shubao, wielding a screwdriver, removed the plastic casing of the headphones. Upon examining the interior under the light, he exclaimed, "Oh dear, the motherboard is covered in mold." Shi Qingshan quickly leaned in to take a look, discovering that the diminutive circuit board was infested with white and green rust. And the pins of the power management chip had turned black and loose, indicating it was beyond repair. Is there any hope for restoration? Lu Shubao scrutinized it further, contemplating. It's hard to say. We need to give it a thorough cleaning first. Then let us get to cleaning, Shi Qingshan urged. Lu Shubao shot him a glare. But where can we find cleaning solution? And where exactly do we find cleaning solution? Shi Qingshan retorted, blinking in confusion. Lu Shubao pondered, his fingers brushing against his face. That sort of thing could be available at the electronic components market. An electronics repair shop might have it too. Oh, come on. Why bother? These headphones can go unused. That is simply not an option. What should we do? We don't even have any alcohol. We can't fix it at all. Lu Shubao replied, exasperated. Xiueli, sliding into her shoes, approached and peered over, smirking disdainfully. Huh? What is your plan, Shubao? With your tendency to kick the tree and expect fruit, can you really sit down and fix such a trivial matter? Lu Shubao shot her a sidelong glance and slammed the table in frustration. Hey, do I seem like I have a volatile temper? Haven't you heard that one shouldn't question a man's capabilities? Let us find some cleaning solution at the next place. I'm determined to fix this. Chapter 91. The horde of brain eaters accompanied by the faint chirping of crickets. Several individuals took rest that night within the vegetable base. It was unclear how long they had slept when Shi Qingshan was abruptly awakened. Upon opening his eyes, he sensed a slight tremor of the armored vehicle. With a swift motion, he removed his earplugs. Amid the thunderous snores of Lu Shubao, the chilling howls of the brain eaters echoed from all directions outside the vehicle. He hastily sprang up, extinguishing all instrument lights, and raised the armored observation window to peer outside. The moon had seemingly vanished into the clouds, and under the dim light, the bulletproof glass was obscured by the grotesque faces of the brain eaters, their mouths agape, nostrils flared, eyes rolling back, and faces flattened. The armor was smeared with filthy slime, creaking under the incessant scratching of their claws. Yan Nan and Wang Hongan were also roused from their slumber. Yan Nan abruptly seized a spear from her side, preparing to leap from the upper bunk. But Shi Qingshan quickly gestured for silence to halt her. He quietly donned the vehicle commander's helmet and surveyed the surroundings, immediately breaking into a cold sweat. Through the colorful night vision goggles, a sea of heads swayed forward, an endless tide. Even the roadside ditches were filled to the brim with the bodies of brain eaters. Traversing atop these bodies posed a risk of stumbling. Thus the corpses piled higher and higher, eventually surpassing the ground level, forming two barricades along the roadside. The brain eaters, unable to ascend, could only continue their advance along the main road. The armored vehicle occupied the center of the road, taking up 1/3 of its width, which intensified the congestion of the horde. The sound of the air conditioning compressor drew them closer, but most of the brain eaters could not squeeze through. Those pressed against the vehicle were immobilized, while those on the outskirts were continually swept away by the throng. The rear of the trailer faced the advancing army of brain eaters, resembling a jagged rock amidst a turbulent stream, cleaving the horde into two segments. Those clinging to the back of the vehicle were gradually shoved down, causing a domino effect that tripped the brain eaters behind them. The roadway became increasingly elevated, forming a slope. Many brain eaters, propelled by the push from behind, successfully clambered onto the vehicle's roof, only to tumble into the gap between the trailer and the armored vehicle. As the gap filled, the brain eaters continued to ascend, ultimately scaling the turret and reaching the top of the armored vehicle. Surrounding the periscope were remnants of their tattered trousers, worn-out shoes, and mangled limbs. Yan Nan stared at the thudding noise emanating from the vehicle's roof, her voice trembling as she inquired, "Where do so many brain eaters come from?" Shi Qingshan replied in a hushed tone, "It is merely a horde of brain eaters passing through. Should we wake Xiueli and the others?" He glanced at the three still soundly asleep, responding, "No need, they will likely pass swiftly." With that, he reached out and severed the power supply to the vehicle. Once the air conditioning ceased, the noise within the armored vehicle vanished, and the brain eaters outside fell noticeably silent. After a few minutes, The throng that had encircled the vehicle began to disperse, and the grotesque faces pressed against the vehicle's body could gradually move again. The brain eaters atop the vehicle began to tumble from the front, quickly transforming the space in front of the vehicle into a steep slope, serving as a stepping stone for those behind. The putrid stench permeated the vehicle, and the air within the cabin gradually became humid and murky. Shi Qingshan hurried to the cockpit, switching the ventilation to internal circulation, and activated the oxygen supply, alleviating the oppressive sensation in his chest somewhat. Time seemed to stand still. A prolonged torment, as the horde of brain eaters slowly diminished after more than an hour. The remaining brain eaters, who had not been crushed on the road or in the ditches, resiliently rose again, following the scent to pursue the main group. Those left behind were lifeless, with severed limbs and torsos, incapable of rising, posing no further threat. Once they had completely passed, the moon slowly emerged from behind the dark clouds, casting a chilling luminescence upon the earth. Shi Qingshan activated the air conditioning, and a plume of white mist burst forth from the vents, instantly dispelling the dampness. He then took out Njia's perfume and sprayed it into the air to mask the foul odor, casually inquiring of Yan'an. You mentioned your home is on a small hill in the northern part of Zhongyang City. This road doesn't curve in front of that hill, does it? Yan'an blinked and pondered for a moment before nodding. Yes, this road indeed curves at the foot of that hill into the city. What's wrong? Shi Qingshan returned to the sleeping mat, waving his hand. It's nothing. Continue sleeping. He then inserted earplugs, pulled the towel that Njia had kicked to the floor over himself, and lay down. Yan'an and Wang Hongwen, seeing him appear unfazed, lay still for a while before gradually closing their eyes. Shi Qingshan truly wished to sleep, yet it was not as simple as wanting to. Once he lay down, his eyes remained wide open. Yan'an and Wang Hongwen only heard the commotion outside and did not witness the actual scene, allowing them to drift off to sleep. But he was profoundly shaken. The brain eaters that had just passed numbered over 100,000, akin to marching ants in a forest after their passage. Not a blade of grass remained, and the lower trunks of the 2 rows of poplar trees by the roadside were stripped bare, exposing their stark white bark. He felt fortunate that the brain eaters lacked intelligence while simultaneously fearing their potential for gradual evolution. He worried about them unknowingly turning onto the small hill where Yan'an resided, and contemplated how to eradicate them on a large scale. Lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, he was unaware of when he finally succumbed to a deep slumber. The next morning, upon awakening and beholding the scene outside, everyone was taken aback, their faces draining of color. Lu Shubao screamed, "My chickens!" Shi Qingshan recoiled, sticking his tongue out at Yan'an, having completely forgotten about Lu Shubao's prized hen, suspecting the worst. Indeed, peering through the periscope, he saw that the chicken coop's cover had been torn to shreds, and all the chickens had been gruesomely dragged out and devoured by zombies, leaving only a scattering of feathers and severed heads and claws. Surrounding them were zombies with broken necks and limbs, crawling over the mangled corpses of their brethren. The stench of blood rising into the air, attracting countless flies from miles around, creating a dark cloud overhead that obscured all other colors. Even if one had grown numb to horror, being engulfed by such a repulsive sight would deter anyone from breakfast. Merely refraining from vomiting on the spot would be a feat in itself. Alas, Njia ultimately could not contain herself. Her face turned pale, and she abruptly lifted the toilet lid, retching violently. She welly lamented to Shi Qingshan, "Why not move the vehicle to a cleaner spot before resting? You may be oblivious, but you must consider our feelings." Sleeping amidst this gruesome scene, it is no wonder I was plagued by nightmares last night. Shi Qingshan stepped forward, gently patting Anjia's back in a bid to justify himself. What choice do we have? Advancing would lead us to them again, while retreating is futile. We can only wait for them to move farther away. Let us hasten our departure from this cursed place. It reeks, Shi Weili exclaimed, waving her hand in front of her nose. Shi Qingshan cast a glance at Lu Shubao, who appeared lost in thought. Noticing his lack of response, he nudged him with his foot. A dead chicken cannot be revived. Let us go. Snapped back to reality, Lu Shubao nodded glumly, rubbed his eyes, and took his place in the driver's seat to start the war machine. The corpses of the mind-eaters had piled up to the height of the vehicle's roof, and the space between the war vehicle and the trailer was crammed full. A low, ominous hum emanated from the engine as the thunder god's sharp blades slowly parted the mass of bodies at the front, revealing a path. The tracks churned, producing a rhythmic clatter, followed by a sickening squelch, reminiscent of watermelons bursting, as skulls and chests were crushed underfoot. The war machine, stained a dark crimson, emerged from the carnage like a beast erupting from its prey, dragging along bloody entrails as it barreled forward, obliterating the scattered remains in its relentless advance. Chapter 92. The tenacious brain-eater Ainan's residence is situated in the serene Zixishan of Zhongyang City, perched along the western outer ring of the urban area. Though the small mountain boasts only 3 peaks, its breathtaking scenery and pristine air have earned it the reputation of being an oxygen bar in Zhongyang. A perennial spring flows down Zixishan, forming a meandering stream that feeds into a small lake in the city's center park, hence the name Cici. Within Zixishan lie 2 natural villages, Qianxi Shai and Hoshi Shai, home to a total population of approximately 2,000. In recent years, the village committee of Qianxi Shai has constructed 10 luxurious hillside villas for sale at exorbitant prices. Despite their questionable property rights, the villas have attracted wealthy buyers due to their proximity to the city, convenient transportation, and the allure of good scenery, air, and water, leading to their swift sell-out in a single day. Thanks to the natural spring, both villages rely on a self-constructed water tower at the mountain summit for their drinking water, rather than purchasing from the municipal water supply. This advantage proved crucial during the outbreak of the brain-eating disease, allowing over half of the inhabitants of both villages and the villa area to survive. Following the initial perilous days of the outbreak, more than 1,000 individuals remained alive. These survivors, along with those who fled from the city, congregated in Qianxi Shai and the villa area, taking refuge in the mountains, barricading roads, and relying on the collected provisions of various households to endure. Annan's family also possesses a grand villa on the mountain, housing his father, stepmother, grandfather, and 2 caretakers. Approximately 2 weeks prior, Commander Yang dispatched an armed helicopter to assess their situation, confirming their survival and temporary safety before departing. This time, Yang instructed Annan to return for a visit and to assist in resolving any difficulties. Should their circumstances prove dire, they were to relocate to Yanjing. The armored vehicle set forth early in the morning, racing northward for an hour and a half until it caught up with the trailing edge of the brain-eater horde, with Zixishan emerging faintly in the distance. Through his binoculars, Shiqingshan observed that the leading contingent of brain-eaters had not ascended the mountain, but instead circled menacingly in a flat farmland area to the south, kicking up clouds of dust and thundering with their footsteps. Any ascent would necessitate a detour. Consulting the map, he noted that a fork awaited 500 meters ahead, the main road leading to the foot of Zixishan's outer ring, while the secondary path entered the city. He resolved to take the route into the city, circumventing to the eastern side of Zixishan, but only after the brain-eater horde had passed. As they journeyed, the 2 vehicles became increasingly filthy. Spotting a car wash along the roadside, Shiqingshan instructed Lu Shubao to halt before the entrance. Donning his mech suit and grasping Annan's short spear, he opened the rear hatch and leapt down. Following closely behind the armored vehicle were a dozen dismembered brain-eaters, their clothing stained with blood. Alongside them were several others injured in the vicinity. The moment the vehicle came to a stop, they rolled and crawled toward him. A blood-soaked elderly brain-eater, her chest gaunt and sagging to her waist, staggered toward him with outstretched arms. Shiqingshan lowered his helmet visor, wielding a knife in his left hand and a spear in his right. As she drew within 2 paces, he deftly swiped her hands aside with his knife, thrusting the spear sharply into her temple, piercing through one eye socket and extracting the eyeball. The elderly woman, a grotesque figure resembling a brain-eater, emitted a guttural sound yet remained alive. Her head was ensnared, rendering her immobile, while her body twisted beneath her, with hands as filthy as chicken claws. She lunged toward him. Shiqingshan swiftly drew his spear, sidestepped, and aimed his blade at her throat, bringing it down with precision. A sickening thud echoed as her head rolled away, and she collapsed to her knees, blood gushing forth and staining the yellow earth before her. "Stone, look behind you!" Yin Nan and Shuali shouted simultaneously from the shooting holes of the battle vehicle. Shiqingshan turned sharply, just in time to see 2 disheveled, muscular brain-eaters baring their teeth and charging at him. He kicked one aside and thrust his spear into the eye socket of the other, twisting it before withdrawing. He advanced a few steps, stepping firmly on the neck of another brain-eater trying to rise, exerting just enough force to snap its spinal cord. The creature's limbs went limp, and it lay motionless. Having dispatched 3 brain-eaters in quick succession, Shiqingshan found himself surrounded by an increasing number of them. 2, with broken legs, crawled toward him, grasping at his greaves. He swiftly kicked one's cervical vertebra, then turned to thrust his spear into the mouth of the creature that had been grasping his shoulder. Another brain-eater approached, and he deftly swung his blade, cleaving through half of its skull. In that brief moment, Shiqingshan discerned a stark difference between battling brain-eaters and humans. Humans, driven by a primal fear of death, seldom unite in a concerted effort to attack. Even in numbers, they can be easily defeated individually. Wounding one could easily intimidate others into retreat. There have been instances in warfare where a single individual has captured hundreds. In contrast, brain-eaters exhibit no fear of death and feel no pain. To eliminate them, one must act swiftly, accurately, and with lethal intent, avoiding any superfluous movements. A single decisive blow is essential to incapacitate them. Although Shiqingshan was clad in armor, making combat less taxing. He knew that if they managed to grapple him, the outcome could be dire. Therefore, maintaining distance was paramount. As the adage goes, the fierce fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those who are indifferent to life. In certain respects, the mindless. Sluggish brain-eaters proved to be more formidable than living foes. On this sweltering day, even with a cooling system within his armor, sweat poured from him with every movement. Observing the remaining brain-eaters closing in, he decided to retreat, aiming to eliminate them one by one. However, as the hatch opened, Yin Nan emerged, climbing into the trailer. Shortly thereafter, she donned her own battle armor and leaped down, armed with a long rifle to provide him support. Upon disembarking, Yin Nan plunged into the throng of brain-eaters, thrusting and stabbing with her shimmering pear blossom spear, which seemed impervious to their attacks. Her pristine armor quickly became splattered with dark blood. Realizing he could no longer flee, Shiking-Shan reluctantly turned back, slashing down several brain-eaters encircling Yin Nan. Just as he intended to deliver a finishing strike, a series of muffled gunshots rang out, splattering blood as the heads of the brain-eaters exploded from the impact. It was evident that Lu Shubao was firing from within the battle vehicle. The shots were dull, yet effective. Shiking-Shan glanced back at the retreating horde of brain-eaters, noting that they showed no signs of halting. He turned to admonish Lu Shubao, be mindful of conserving ammunition. He and Yin Nan worked in perfect harmony, swiftly eliminating the remnants of the half-destroyed mind-eaters, leaving behind a gruesome scene strewn with brain matter and lifeless bodies. Shiking-Shan lifted his mask to wipe the sweat from his brow and used a master key to unlock the security door of the car wash. The establishment comprised 2 rooms, one for washing cars and the other for detailing. The washing area was too cramped to accommodate the battle vehicle, while the detailing room housed 2 large tanks filled with water, just barely sufficient for their needs. Shiking-Shan rummaged through the detailing room for a length of power cable, detaching an AC connection from the battle vehicle to power the washing pump. He first rinsed the filthy blood from Yin Nan's armor, then instructed Lu Shubao to maneuver the vehicle closer to the entrance, where they commenced cleaning the blood-soaked exterior with a high-pressure water gun. The powerful jets of water struck the vehicle, causing streaks of blood to cascade down, revealing its gleaming surface, a sight that was most gratifying. The swarms of flies feasting on the blood were caught off guard, instantly obliterated by the force of the water, tumbling to the ground. As he watched the refreshing spray of mist, Shiking-Shan yearned to shed his armor and take a shower. However, he knew such an indulgence was out of the question, for even a splash of contaminated water could lead to infection. Thus, he continued to labor diligently under the sun. Once he had thoroughly washed both the battle vehicle and the trailer, he employed a foam machine to coat the body in a pristine white, followed by scrubbing with a long-handled bristle brush. Despite the apparent cleanliness of the battle vehicle, the lingering stench of blood would render it uncomfortable to inhabit unless cleaned meticulously. This was a habit ingrained in him from his military days, where maintaining equipment cleanliness was paramount. As Shiking-Shan tirelessly toiled on, Wang Hongwen and Lu Shubao, subjected to the biting sarcasm of Njia and Xue Li from within the vehicle, could no longer bear it. Seeking a moment of tranquility, they descended from the vehicle to assist in scrubbing the tracks. Chapter 93, CC Village. After washing the vehicle, the horde of zombies had all passed through the fork in the road. The 3 of them climbed back into the significantly cleaner war vehicle and drove into the desolate, crumbling urban area. They sought out a winding footpath leading up the mountain, gradually ascending from the eastern side of CC Mountain. Following the winding road, they reached a hillside and halted outside a small village marked by a stone tablet inscribed with the name Hoshi Shai. Before they could enter the village, a vast swarm of zombies surged forth from the alleyways, groaning and roaring as they approached. Observing the ominous wave of undead, Lu Shubao exclaimed, "Oh my! The Mountain King has come to collect a toll." Shiking-Shan retorted, "Even if the King of Heaven were here, I would not pay. We shall charge through." Lu Shubao replied, "Breaking through is easy, but I wonder if this path is passable?" The group immediately turned their gaze towards Yanan, but she said, "Don't look at me. I'm not familiar with this place either. I've never been here before." Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, unable to grasp her words, except for Xue Li. She explained, Yanan's former home was in the city. This villa area was newly constructed, and she hasn't returned since starting university, so she doesn't know the way. While everyone was curious as to why Yanan had not returned, they restrained themselves from asking. Shiking-Shan peered over the heads of the zombies and observed that Hoshi Shai seemed to have been developed into a tourist attraction. The roads were flanked by quaint 2-story buildings adorned with various farmstay signs. In the center of the stone-paved road, a small stone channel carried a gentle stream of water. Although the villa area was not visible, he surmised that a path must lead there. He commanded Lu Shubao to accelerate, and the vehicle roared to life. Striding over the small stream and decisively cleaving through the wall of zombies, penetrating the encirclement. Under the forceful impact and centrifugal motion, the zombies spun away, while the tracks crushed the cobblestone road, producing a cacophony reminiscent of zookeepers banging on feeding pans, drawing throngs of zombies towards the village center. After passing a small square and rounding a corner, a sudden brick wall, rising over 2 meters, abruptly blocked the vehicle's path. This was clearly a protective wall erected by survivors. Its rough construction was evident, as various mismatched bricks were held together with mud. The war vehicle came to a stop right next to the wall, where 2 individuals peered over, observing the dark vehicle. Suddenly, Yanin opened the hatch and excitedly called out. Uncle San, a rugged man with a bushy beard, immediately looked up in surprise. Yanin, what brings you back? Hurry, come inside. He and another person quickly lowered a wooden ladder. Uncle San, what are you doing here? Yanin asked joyfully. Your grandfather's health was poor, so I stayed here to care for him for a few days. I just happened to be here when the disaster struck, Uncle San explained, as he continued to extend the wooden ladder from the wall to the vehicle. What happened to my grandfather? Yanin's tone shifted to concern. Don't worry. The last time he overate and strained his stomach, but he has since recovered. Yin Nan's third uncle glanced at the zombies clambering onto the war vehicle and urged. Hurry up. Your vehicle is too wide. It can't fit through the pathways. Yin Nan quickly replied, It's fine, uncle. If the vehicle can't enter, I'll return with Xiao Shiwei to check on you and Grandpa before we leave. What? Xiao Shiwei is here too? Their brother. Xueli bashfully peeked out from behind Yin Nan. Surprisingly, her seniority surpassed that of Yin Nan. Oh, you must be Xiao Shiwei. You are becoming more beautiful by the day. Even third brother hardly recognizes you. Thank you for the compliment, third brother. He. As they spoke, a horde of zombies surged forward, reaching out towards the 2 exposed individuals. Quick, get inside, urged Yin Nan's third uncle, waving his hands frantically. Yin Nan and Xueli hurriedly turned back to relay a few words to those inside the vehicle before climbing onto the roof. Stepping onto a wooden ladder to scale the wall, Shi Qingshan followed suit, peeking out from the vehicle's cabin, his concern evident. Do you need me to accompany you? Yin Nan, standing atop the wall, turned back and replied, No need. We will be out in an hour. You still intend to leave? Yin Nan's third uncle retracted the ladder, looking quite surprised. Yes, we have an important mission. Grandpa Zhenghua asked me to protect Xiao Shiwei on a trip to the south. With that, Yin Nan and Xueli's figures vanished behind the wall, their voices fading into silence. What is the relationship between Xueli and Yin Nan? I still can't figure it out. Shi Qingshan returned to the cabin, questioning Jia. And Jia explained, Xueli's grandfather and Yin Nan's great-grandfather were siblings, by lineage. Yin Nan should refer to Xueli as aunt. However, Xueli dislikes being called that as it makes her sound elderly, so they simply call each other by name. Oh, that explains it. No wonder Commander Yang does not treat Yin Nan as a stranger. Shi Qingshan finally resolved his confusion. Lu Shubao, with a glint in his eyes, inquired, Is Yin Nan's father still alive? And Jia confirmed, Of course. However, it seems her mother has passed away, and he remarried someone closer to her age. Lu Shubao further asked, What does her father do? I'm not sure about that. Why do you ask? Just curious. It seems like Yin Nan prefers not to mention him. Yet she is quite warm towards her uncle. And Jia replied, Yes, I've noticed that too. Yin Nan is a person of clear emotions. Her likes and dislikes are evident on her face, making her easier to get along with. So, does that mean Yin Nan's constant sternness towards me indicates her disfavor? Lu Shubao pondered. Not at all. Shi Qingshan interjected. She harbors a grudge against you. Ha. And Jia laughed. Shubao, what have you done to provoke her? How would I know? Lu Shubao shrugged. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from outside. Shi Qingshan hurried to look. Realizing that the individual on the wall had ignited a firecracker and tossed it far away, attracting a portion of the zombies away from the gathering below. The group continued their idle chatter as they awaited Yin Nan and Xueli's return, with individuals occasionally peeking over the wall to observe the war vehicle. Wang Hongwen, increasingly uneasy, remarked, Team leader, sure, I feel those people are eyeing us with ill intent. Have we offended them in some way? Shi Qingshan's eyes sparkled with determination as he stroked his short beard, declaring, Do not concern yourselves with them. When soldiers come, we shall meet them, and when waters rise, we shall build our defenses. As time languidly passed, the promised hour extended into nearly 2, with no sign of their awaited companion. Just as the 4 grew restless and their stomachs grumbled, a ladder was lowered from the wall, and Xueli hurriedly descended. Sure too, come quickly, we must save her, she exclaimed urgently upon entering the cabin. Shi Qingshan immediately grasped his weapon, inquiring, What has transpired? Yanin's father is preventing her from leaving. She replied, Her father is forbidding her. Shi Qingshan echoed, perplexed. Why? Xueli stamped her foot in frustration. The wretched village official has taken a liking to Yanin. And that foolish father of hers actually suggested she consider it. What? The group was taken aback in disbelief. Surely you jest? Xueli frowned. I am nearly at my wit's end. I would not jest at a time like this. Has Yanin agreed? Anjia asked. How could she agree? She an officer who vowed to marry no one else. Then how do we proceed? Should we storm in with guns blazing and reclaim her? Shikingshan's tone softened upon realizing Yanin was not in immediate danger. Xueli quickly gestured dismissively. That would be ill-advised. Yanin has lied. Claiming she is already wed to my grandfather's security officer, they do not believe her, which is why I returned to seek your assistance. What role do you require me to play? He inquired. It is quite simple. You shall impersonate my grandfather's aide. No one will recognize you. Xueli's excitement was palpable. As if the scheme were a delightful game. Impersonate Hu Jinfeng? That would mean pretending to be a couple with Yanin. Absolutely not. No way. Shikingshan furtively glanced at Anjia and immediately shook his head in refusal. Chapter 94. Pretending to be a couple. Seeing Shikingshan's unwilling demeanor, Xueli exclaimed in frustration, Oh dear. There's no need for you to flaunt your affection. Just stand there with a gun, and they'll believe you naturally. Why must I impersonate Hu Jinfeng? Why not Lu Shubao? Shikingshan genuinely felt he lacked the talent for performance and was quite vexed. Lu Shubao, on the other hand, appeared intrigued, waving his hand grandly and declaring, One sacrifice for the happiness of thousands. Xueli rolled her eyes. What do you mean? Go. Just look at that hairstyle of yours. There's not a hint of a soldier about you. If they see through the ruse, Yan will be trapped. I could cut it short right away. Not acceptable. Lu Shubao shrugged helplessly, his hands raised. Well, that would be quite embarrassing. Xueli turned back and pleaded with Shikingshan, stone. Will you please just say whether this is feasible? Shikingshan displayed a pained expression, glancing over at Wang Hongwen, who immediately withdrew his neck into his shoulders. Rubbing his head, he grimaced. I don't think I'm suitable for this. Absolutely suitable. You are the perfect fit. You possess military charisma, are not unattractive. And your insignia is correct. You're the only one for the role. Xueli asserted without hesitation. Upon noticing Anjia's lack of opposition, as she nodded in agreement with Xueli's assessment, Shikingshan reluctantly acquiesced. Seeing him finally agree, Xueli hurriedly adjusted his insignia and tidied his hair, saying, Hurry up. That bandit village chief is still loitering at home. Don't rush. Shikingshan set down his rifle, retrieved the hefty machine gun from the weapon rack, and wrapped the ammo belt around himself a few times, declaring, We must employ both soft and hard tactics to ensure they do not doubt me. Lu Shubao placed a hand on his forehead, exclaiming, Dude, you're impersonating Hu Jinfeng. Not Stallone. Don't get it twisted. And Jia covered her mouth, laughing. With that appearance, just standing there will make them release the hostages. There's no need to impersonate Hu Jinfeng at all. Xueli scrutinized him from head to toe, nodding repeatedly. I think it's feasible. But let's not go overboard. We're all neighbors here. Don't actually fire at them. Rest assured. I know what I'm doing. Shikingshan secured a walkie-talkie on his shoulder, handed the machine gun out of the cabin, and with a clatter of the ammo belt, climbed out, following Xueli as they ascended the ladder to the wall. The stone path continued to extend beyond the wall, with several residents peering from behind their windows, pointing and whispering. Xueli roused Yan Nan's bewildered uncle, guiding him through the winding alleys for over 10 minutes, before ascending an asphalt road on the sunny slope for a few more minutes. Arriving at the front of a 3-story villa enclosed by towering walls, the three of them knocked on the heavy iron gate and stepped inside. The villa's courtyard was lush with greenery, cobblestone paths, and white-painted chairs and round tables casually placed beneath the large trees. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled reflections upon the surface of the swimming pool, creating an illusion of being far removed from the apocalypse. The grand intricately carved entrance door of the villa stood ajar, revealing shadows of numerous figures within the living room, carrying a heavy general-purpose machine gun weighing dozens of kilograms. Shikingshan trudged for over 10 minutes, feeling slightly breathless. He wiped the perspiration from his forehead, suddenly gripped by a sense of anxiety, akin to a son-in-law facing judgment for the first time, especially in the presence of a rival. What if they demand to see my credentials? Upon witnessing Yan Nan's uncle enter the room, Shikingshan nudged Xueli with his elbow and inquired, Then just show it to him. Don't you possess a military officer's certificate? Shikingshan replied, I'm impersonating Hu Jinfeng. If I present my military officer's certificate, it will expose my ruse. Xueli scoffed. Who said you had to impersonate Hu Jinfeng? We never mentioned his name. Just be yourself. Shikingshan is my grandfather's security officer, Yan Nan's husband. Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? I need not have been so tense. Tense my foot. What could they possibly do to you? Xueli tugged at his collar and gestured with her chin. Yan Nan's uncle was standing at the door, signaling for them to enter. They exchanged a glance and stepped into the villa side by side. Inside the living room, a dozen individuals were either seated or standing. In front of the door, An elderly man, gray-haired and bearded, clad in a white silk shirt and fanning himself, occupied a redwood armchair, with Yin Nan dutifully standing beside him. To his left sat a young woman with a heavily powdered face, next to a refined middle-aged man wearing a white shirt and gold-rimmed glasses. On the right sofa sat a burly man in his 40s, characterized by a scarred forehead and small eyes. Additionally, there were over 10 men and women of various ages, displaying a rustic aura, scattered behind the scarred man, either sitting or standing. As the sound of clattering ammunition chains echoed through the entrance, all heads turned toward the door. Collectively inhaling sharply, Shi Qingshan stood at the threshold, machine gun raised high, his body adorned with ammunition, legs apart in a defiant stance. Exuding an aura of formidable power and dominance, as if a deity of death had descended, a sense of foreboding filled the room. Behind the scarred man stood a lackey named Tang Haobua, a former security guard of the villa, dismissed after being caught hiding Yin Nan's stepmother's lingerie. With the onset of calamity, he transformed into the scarred man's enforcer, brazenly displaying the gun tucked at his waist, standing proudly behind the sofa, observing his former employer. Yang Hangzhong, cowering beneath his intimidating presence, he felt a surge of arrogance. However, when he spotted Shi Qingshan, reminiscent of Rambo, striding in with a heavy machine gun, he gulped audibly, quickly lowering his jacket to conceal the gun handle that had been exposed. The scarred man gradually straightened his posture, uncrossing his legs, and scrutinized Shi Qingshan with a grim expression, pondering his thoughts. The middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses furrowed his brow tightly, examining Shi Qingshan with a look of suspicion. Under the weight of a dozen scrutinizing gazes, Shi Qingshan felt an uncomfortable prickling sensation, as if 1,000 needles were piercing his back. Upon entering, he swiftly assessed the situation and discerned that no more than 3 among these individuals welcomed him, while the majority bore unkind expressions, causing him to gradually adopt a cooler demeanor. Yin Nan's countenance was far from pleasant. After Shi Qingshan entered, a flicker of hesitation flashed in her eyes. Yet she quickly bit her lip and rushed to his side, gripping his sleeve and calling out brightly, "Darling." Shi Qingshan forced a smile, giving her a slight nod, but his body felt as if it were rusted, appearing quite rigid. Xueli could not resist covering her mouth with a laugh, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Yin Nan, seemingly mocking her. Instantly, Yin Nan's face flushed crimson. She shot a playful glare at Xueli, revealing a hint of her feminine charm, which only accentuated her exquisite beauty. At that moment, a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses stood up with a cheerful demeanor and inquired of Shi Qingshan, "Are you the bodyguard and advisor of Grandfather Jinghua?" Shi Qingshan nodded and glanced at young Yin Nan, silently asking who this man was. Yin Nan promptly introduced, "This is my father, and that gentleman is my grandfather." She gestured toward the elderly man with white hair and beard. Afterward, she pointed to Shi Qingshan, saying, "This is Shi Qingshan, Grandfather Jinghua's bodyguard and advisor, my husband." Internally, Shi Qingshan felt disdain. Observing Yin Nan's poise, he felt his own demeanor was far too awkward for a man. It was merely a performance. Why should he genuinely assume the role of a son-in-law? If they chose to believe it, so be it. If not, he could take a firmer stance. Why expend such effort? Yin Nan's grandfather, sitting comfortably, nodded at Shi Qingshan with a beaming smile and boomed, "Brother, what are you doing standing at the door with a branch? Come in and have some tea." Chapter 95. Did not attempt to escape when Ayuan's grandfather addressed Shi Qingshan as brother. Shi Qingshan was momentarily taken aback, summoning the courage to call him grandfather, only to retract it at the last moment. How could he refer to someone who called him brother as grandfather? Ayuan hurriedly whispered in explanation, "My grandfather is quite elderly and somewhat confused. You can simply let his words flow in one ear and out the other." Shi Qingshan found himself at a loss for words, merely nodding, feeling utterly uncomfortable. At that moment, Ayuan's bespectacled father interjected, "Ayuan, when did you and young Shi Qingshan get married? Why wasn't the family informed?" Ayuan's eyelashes drooped as she replied coolly, "We were married a week ago, officiated by Grandfather Jinghua. We returned to inform you." "Oh, splendid. It's wonderful that you are back." Ayuan's father awkwardly chuckled and then turned to the scarred man, expressing his discomfort. "Director Tang, our Ayuan has indeed married. And her husband is here as well. You see." "Oh, it's no trouble, old Yang. Since your daughter is married, I shall relinquish any hopes," Director Tang said. Rising and gesturing to those behind him, "The new son-in-law of the Yang family has arrived. What are we still doing here? Mooch a meal? Let us go." "Wait. Don't leave. Don't leave." Old Yang made a show of reaching out to stop them, insisting they stay for dinner. Director Tang paused, casting a surreptitious glance at Ayuan's stepmother seated on the sofa, and chuckled, "All right, old Yang. How much food do you have? Have Bai Qian fetched some flour from the village office? We must not neglect our guests." Old Yang's facial muscles twitched momentarily, and he nodded submissively, "Thank you, Director Tang." I apologize for the constant trouble. No trouble at all, old Yang. We are not just acquaintances, we are like family. Let us not speak in such formalities. If you hadn't provided me with the loan, how could I have built these villas? Director Tang remarked, his tone ambiguous. Old Yang had no retort, merely forcing an awkward laugh. Just then, a voice erupted from outside. Director Tang. Director Tang. The sound quickly approached, entering the villa. Director Tang, it's bad. The zombie vortex is about to collapse. A shirtless young man, drenched in sweat, rushed in. Ah, gasps filled the air. Director Tang quickly maneuvered past him, dodging Shiking Shan and the others standing at the door, and hurried outside. Most of the people inside, including Old Yang, followed suit, rushing out. Shiking Shan, Ayuan, and Shueli exchanged glances, with Shueli asking, what is happening? Shiking Shan shook his head. It seems the situation is dire. Ayuan turned to glance at her grandfather and said, let us go out and see. Let us go. The three of them dashed outside, trailing the crowd. After a while, they arrived at the edge of a cliff. From their vantage point, they observed a vast agricultural field below, where the massive vortex formed by the zombie tide showed signs of obstruction, its rotation slowing. Much like the sudden appearance of knots in the growth rings of a tree, disrupting its smooth operation. The horde of zombies surrounding the vortex began to creep menacingly towards the verdant outskirts, creating a scene of immense terror and awe. Someone shouted in panic, this is bad. If the zombie vortex collapses, we'll be trapped here and perish. Think of a solution, Director Tang. Silence. Director Tang barked at the clamorous individual beside him, his face contorted in rage. You go find someone to heighten the walls. The chastised man quickly retreated a few steps and dashed down the hill. Yang, the bank manager, discreetly tugged at Yanen's sleeve, leading her aside to whisper, when will Grandpa Jinghua send a plane to rescue us? If he doesn't hurry, you and I will starve. Yanen shook her head. Currently, military helicopters are scarce. You will have to devise your own means to reach the capital. Yang, growing anxious, raised his voice. How can we manage that? If we can't escape Zhongyang, the car will run out of power. Yanen shushed him. We came here to assist you. Let us return home first. Very well. The two turned back, signaling their companions with a glance, and quietly slipped away from the crowd, watching their departing figures. Tang Hao lowered his voice to Director Tang. Brother, it seems they intend to flee. Flee? How naive. Director Tang chuckled sinisterly, then addressed the bare-chested youth who had delivered the news. Did they arrive in just one armored vehicle? How many people does it hold? The youth replied. I'm not certain. It can seat only 4 or 5 at most, but the trailer seems heavily laden with something. Director Tang's eyes narrowed with malice as he commanded. Gather the women and elderly from the village. If they show any signs of attempting to escape, surround them. If they flee, we will be left to fend for ourselves. We have protected them for so long. Why should we abandon our own safety? If they leave, we all leave together. Understood. I'll rally the people. The youth nodded and dashed off. Upon returning to the villa, Shiking Shan, Shueli, Yanen, Yang, and Yanen's stepmother Bai Qian promptly secured the door. Yang urged Bai Qian. Quickly pack a few clothes while I open the safe. We must leave immediately. If we delay, we'll be trapped by the zombies. Yanen interjected. There is no need to pack anything. The luggage vehicle won't open. We can find plenty along the way. As she spoke, she hurried over to assist the elderly man in the yard. Grandpa, shall I take you to find Grandpa Jinghua? Find Jinghua? I want to go. He is younger than I am. I should call him uncle. No. The old man stubbornly waved his hands. Third uncle, please go inside and fetch Grandpa's iron gun. Time is of the essence. We must leave at once. All right. Yanen's third uncle dashed into the house and emerged with a dark iron gun. Where are you all going? 2 female caretakers suddenly appeared from behind a tree, their expression stern. Yang's countenance shifted, and he replied, this house and everything inside will belong to you from now on. Is that sufficient? This way you won't have to keep moving back and forth. Without a glance at the expressions of the 2 women, he lowered his head and walked out of the courtyard. Standing behind Yang Xingchang, Bai Qian shot a disdainful glance at the 2 middle-aged caretakers, snorted coldly, and turned to leave, with the remaining 5 promptly following suit. It was still Yanan's third uncle leading the way. The group made their way along the winding alley and had just reached the main street when, unexpectedly, they were suddenly surrounded by a throng of people, at least 100. They clamored, where do you intend to go? How heartless. You eat our food, drink our drink, and when you're full, you think you can just leave? Not a chance. If you're going, take us with you. Take us with you. They pointed fingers and hurled insults, spitting in Yang Xingchang's face. Who has eaten your food? For the past month and a half, we have been subsisting on our own rations. Bai Qian rolled her eyes and retorted with irritation. TSK, no wonder they call you Bai Qian, truly speaking nonsense with your eyes wide open, you shameless creature. Who was it last night that was caught in the village center, with their bare backside, indulging in wild chicken, clinging to the waist, unable to fit a chicken leg into their mouth, and still had the audacity to speak? Bai Qian's face turned as white as snow. You're talking nonsense. Don't slander me. Slander you? Come, ask them. At least a dozen people here have peered through the window. The brazen woman pointed at a group of feeble old men. The old men with goat-like beards immediately shrank back, tugging at each other as they sought refuge behind their companions. Chapter 96. The bandit Din Yangxing, consumed by rage, trembled as he pointed at the crowd. His voice trembling, ungrateful wretches, all of you. I financed the construction of this road. Do you not understand the virtue of gratitude? A voice from the crowd retorted. This road already existed. Who asked you to pay for its repairs? Moreover, the villa you reside in was a gift from our village. Have you ever contributed a single penny? At a loss for words, the governor of the central bank waved his hand dismissively and declared, I shall return what is rightfully yours. He then lowered his head and attempted to weave through the throng. Stop him. Do not let them escape. The crowd erupted into chaos once more. You bumped into me. A large hand suddenly landed on Xueli's shoulder. Frowning, she stepped behind Shi Qingshan in disdain. Upon turning, Shi Qingshan recognized the culprit as the shirtless young man who had earlier sought out Director Tang for news, and he quickly grasped the situation. What are you doing? Nothing at all. The young man spread his hands innocently. He touched me. Xueli immediately pointed an accusing finger at him. Keep your hands to yourself. Shi Qingshan retaliated with a swift kick that landed squarely on the young man's chest, sending him flying backward and crashing into several people behind him. Ouch! Ouch! A chorus of groans erupted from the ground. The soldiers are attacking. Help! Their cries attracted numerous villagers who rushed from their homes, encircling the scene. A few bold women, emboldened, rose from the ground, intent on clawing at Shi Qingshan. Do they truly think I am armed with merely a twig? Shi Qingshan, sensing the imminent threat, cocked his gun and fired a warning shot into the air. Everyone recoiled, startled into silence by the deafening gunfire. The women who had been about to assault Shi Qingshan dropped to the ground in terror. Old Iron, what is happening? Upon hearing the gunfire, Lu Shubao urgently contacted Shi Qingshan via walkie-talkie. The villagers are causing a commotion, surrounding us and preventing our escape. I see them raising the walls higher. Should I drive in to assist you? Not yet. Wait for my signal. Shi Qingshan replied, lowering the walkie-talkie. He signaled to Xueli, hoping to slip through the crowd while they were still in shock. He dared not fire upon them. Once they parted, no one would be left to hinder our escape. The shirtless youth, sensing the tide turning, rallied the crowd once more. Don't leave us behind. We are all human. The crowd surged forward in unison, overwhelming Shi Qingshan. The warning shot had proved futile. He found himself at a loss. These individuals were merely pawns, misled and manipulated. It was inconceivable to truly fire upon them. As the situation threatened to spiral out of control, he raised his voice. We shall not depart. We are returning. If you do not cease this, I shall be forced to fire. His booming voice reverberated in the ears of those nearby, drowning out the clamor, and gradually, the crowd ceased their actions. Deming, pass me my golden gun. Anyone who desires to live should speak up. Grandpa Yin Nan continued to threaten defiantly. Yang, clad in a crisp white shirt now drenched in perspiration, bore the marks of many grimy hands upon his once immaculate collar. He retrieved the shattered remnants of his glasses from the ground, trembling as he exclaimed, Rascals! Rascals! No wonder they say your West Shishan is a den of bandits. It is indeed a den of bandits. Bah! You are the real bandits. Reaching for millions for a grand villa, you are worse than mere bandits. What if we are bandits? Do you have the courage to confront the supernatural beings? Stone Qingshan, observing the crowd beginning to stir, quickly raised his voice. We shall return now. Those who wish to accompany us, sign up at the villa. You have until the end of the day. After that, it will be too late. With that, he took hold of Xueli, parting the throng as they made their way back. The Yin family, with no other recourse, followed suit, squeezing their way outward. Their objective had been accomplished, and the crowd naturally parted to create a passage, silencing the groans of those on the ground. The local villagers, accustomed to hosting tourists, prided themselves on having encountered numerous beautiful women, yet few could rival the stunning allure of Yin and Xueli. Thus, even as the group vanished from sight, many lingering on the street continued to gawk at the retreating figures. On the way back, Yang discarded the frame of his broken glasses and squinted with concern. Inquiring of Stone Qingshan, Little Stone, there are over 1,000 people here. It is impossible to take them all. You must be deceiving them. Over 1,000? Stone Qingshan furrowed his brow in contemplation before asking, where can we find a fuel-powered vehicle nearby? Preferably a coach. Yang grimaced, shaking his head. It will be difficult. The public transport within the city is all electric. The long-distance bus station might have some hybrid buses, but I doubt there are many. Let us first see how many will sign up. Sidestone Qingshan, quickly becoming the pillar of support for the Yang family, his words met with unanimous agreement. The group retraced their steps to the villa, only to find the front door locked from the inside, with no one possessing a key. Yin Nan's uncle, Yang Damo, knocked several times, but receiving no response, he stepped back, contemplating climbing over the door. Stone Qingshan hastily raised his hand to stop him, producing a master key from his pocket to unlock the door. As they entered the courtyard, they encountered two maids, laden with bags and drenched in sweat, exiting the house. Surprised by their return, the maids asked, "Why are you back again?" Bai Qian stepped forward, grabbing at the diamond necklaces hanging around one maid's neck, demanding, "Who allowed you to take my jewelry? Put it down immediately." "Hey," the maid protested, dropping several bags and clutching her neck. "Didn't Ti Yang say they were all ours? This is no longer your home. You need to leave." "That's absurd. He said we would give it to you in the future, not now." Bai Qian retorted, swiftly scratching at the maid's face. The other maid, witnessing her companion's plight, discarded her bags and rushed to assist, leading to a chaotic scuffle among the three women. Yin Nan, with a disdainful smirk, stood with her arms crossed at the foot of the steps, choosing not to intervene as she savored the spectacle. Bai Qian, her hair clutched by both maids, was forced to bow her head, shrieking, "Are you all deaf? Hurry and help me." Seeing this, Yang Daming swiftly shook his rifle, producing a sharp whistling sound, and aimed the barrel at the two maids. "Drop everything to the ground, or I shall pierce you through." Yang Daming's fierce glare, akin to that of a menacing demon, intimidated the two maids, who, accustomed to fearing him, immediately surrendered under the threat of the pointed weapon. Reluctantly, they unfastened their bags and let them tumble to the ground. Bai Qian tidied her hair and stepped forward to remove the jewelry from their wrists, fingers, and necks. She dealt several resounding slaps across their faces and delivered a few kicks for good measure before relenting. Yang Daming waved the rifle threateningly and gritted his teeth, commanding, "Scram. Do not let me lay eyes on you again." The two maids trembled, covering their faces in dismay, and slowly retreated around the staircase into the courtyard. Once they felt they were a safe distance away, they erupted with curses. "Damn it, Yang Daong, you turtle. You pretend not to know your wife is being toyed with by Director Tang every day. You're truly a spineless wretch." In a fit of rage, Yang Daong, the bank manager, snatched the long rifle from Yang Daming's grasp and hurled it like a javelin towards the two maids. The rifle soared a few meters before landing ineffectively in the grass. Startled, the maids ceased their insults, quickly smacked their own heads in frustration, and fled through the gate without looking back. Chapter 97. The two extra individuals. Yang Daong appeared to be a man long deprived of physical exercise, his frail body causing him to breathe heavily, gasping as he leaned on his knees. One wondered why he had not pursued the family's martial arts training. "Are you all right, old Yang? Is your asthma acting up again?" Bai Qian descended the steps, eager to assist Yang Xingchang. "Step aside." Yang Xingchang's complexion turned pale as he disdainfully shrugged off her hand. "You." Bai Qian, suddenly overwhelmed with emotion, covered her face and fled into the villa. Grandpa Yin Nan, in a fit of exasperation, stamped his foot and lamented, "The world is in decline, and the human heart has become unrecognizable. Even one's own wife cannot be held in check. No wonder misfortune befalls him." "Ba ba ba." Shai Qingshan observed Yin Nan casting a sidelong glance at her father, a sardonic smile gracing her lips, devoid of any compassion, almost as if she relished the situation. Inwardly, she reflected, wealthy families are devoid of familial affection. At that moment, Yang Damo hesitantly remarked, "Since we cannot depart today, I shall return to assist the village with wall construction." Yin Nan interjected, "Do not go, Uncle San. Let us deliberate on a strategy together." Yang Damo appeared troubled, "But if I do not go, they will not distribute today's rations to me, and our family shall suffer hunger." Yin Nan's eyes reddened. "It's all right, Uncle San. We have brought ample provisions this time, so we need not rely on them." Yang Damo's face instantly brightened. "Is that so? Splendid. Your grandfather can eat. One man consumes as much as several of us. Were it not for the bamboo shoots we could forage from the back mountain, our family would have perished from starvation long ago." As the six conversed, they entered the villa and assisted Shai Qingshan in removing the bright orange chains from his body. Just as they settled down for a drink, Bai Qian dashed down the stairs and rushed toward the courtyard. "Stop. Where are you going?" Yang Daong, having just taken a puff from his asthma inhaler, vaguely noticed Bai Qian's intent to leave and called out. Bai Qian ignored him, wiping her tears as she exited without looking back. "Huh. One reaps what one sows." Yin Nan leaned against the sofa, casting a sidelong glance, muttering under her breath, seemingly cursing someone. Yang Xingchang's complexion fluctuated between green and white as he watched her lips move. He sighed deeply and sank back into the soft embrace of the sofa, seemingly defeated. It is often said that each household has its own burdens to bear, It appears that Yin Nan's family dynamics are quite intricate. She seems to harbor a strong aversion toward her father and Bai Qian, her stepmother. Shiking-shan fanned himself with a hand fan, glancing at Shueli across from him, who sat in a meditative pose, offering no hints. Old Tai, the zombie vortex has dissipated. At that moment, the voice of Lu Shubao crackled through the intercom on his shoulder. How do you know? Shiking-shan tilted his head slightly, pressing the transmit button. The number of zombies around the armored vehicle is increasing. We deployed a drone for reconnaissance and discovered that the horde has ceased its rampage. They have now blocked all our paths down the mountain. Oh, no matter. We can always watch the vehicle again. Shiking-shan's primary concern was the people. The presence of zombies was of little consequence to him. Sure too, why aren't you all coming out yet? The voice on the line shifted to Njia. The villagers here won't allow us to leave. They insist that if we depart, we must take them all with us. Shiking-shan replied. How many are there? Do they have vehicles? And Jia inquired further. There are over 1,000 people here. If they all wish to leave, we will need to arrange several fuel buses. And Jia exclaimed, more than 1,000 people? You must be joking. With such a crowd, we would need dozens of buses to transport them. I truly did not. Ah, joking? Suddenly, Shi Qingshan had a flash of inspiration and asked the visibly troubled Yang Daong. By the way, Uncle Yang, do you have a train station here? Upon hearing this, Yang Daong quickly grasped his intention. A train station? Yes, we do have one, but currently, it is all electric locomotives. Without power, the trains cannot move at all. Shi Qingshan nodded in contemplation, stroking his short beard. Initially, it was expected that villagers would soon come to sign up to leave, but after more than 10 minutes, as noon approached, the outside remained eerily quiet. With not a single villager coming forward. A rumbling sound echoed, seemingly from someone's stomach. It appeared they were hungry. When will we have a meal? I'm starving. Yin Nan's grandfather exclaimed, patting his belly. Please bear with it a bit longer, Grandpa. I will fetch something for you right away. Yin Nan rose to retrieve food from the war vehicle. Don't rush. Let them bring it over. Shi Qingshan stopped her. Yin Nan turned back. Uncertain? Isn't that unnecessary? What if they come in and cannot leave? Shi Qingshan winked mysteriously. I have a plan. Just trust me. He then spoke into the intercom. Lao Wang, we have 7 people here. Please send us some rice and pickles via drone. The more, the better. Lu Shubao responded through the intercom. No problem. Where are you? Shi Qingshan instructed. Elevate the drone, and you will see 6 red dots forming a circle. Just land within that circle. Once I spot the drone, I will guide you via the intercom. Very well. The drone will ascend within 5 minutes. After ending the call, Shi Qingshan gestured, and everyone eagerly followed him into the courtyard, holding hands to form a large circle. Even Yin Nan's grandfather, no longer confused, looked up at the sky. Moments later, a faint buzzing sound resonated from above, growing louder, and a white drone suddenly appeared in view. Is that you down there? Yes, it's us. Please descend. Shi Qingshan exclaimed excitedly. The drone began to descend slowly, and when it reached head height, Shi Qingshan shouted, Stop. It hovered in the air. Shi Qingshan stretched out his leg to detach the plastic bag hanging from the drone, weighing it in his hand. The food inside weighed at least 3 to 4 kilograms, which he deemed sufficient. He then said into the intercom, All right, return. Affirmative. With a buzz, the drone swiftly ascended into the sky. Shueli jumped up to receive the plastic bag from Shi Qingshan's hand and, upon opening it, joyfully declared, We shall make carrot fried rice for lunch. Carrot fried rice? That sounds wonderful. I can hardly remember the last time I had a grain of rice. Yin Nan's grandfather laughed, his eyes squinting with delight. Yang Daming took the plastic bag from Shueli and said, I will prepare it. He headed towards the kitchen, carrying the bag. Shueli and Grandpa Yin followed closely behind him. In the intercom, Lu Shubao remarked, Old friend, aren't there 8 of you? Why do you say 7? Shi Qingshan silently recounted and replied, We are 6 here, 1 just stepped out, which makes a total of 7. Those 2 nearby are not with you? Shi Qingshan assumed that the 2 caretakers had not departed, so he inquired, Not far from us? Where are they? Just to your east, approximately 20 meters away, came the response. Upon hearing this, Shi Qingshan, Yin Nan, and Yang Daong glanced eastward. 20 meters would lead them beyond the surrounding wall. All right, I understand now. Shi Qingshan concluded the call and quietly instructed Yin Nan and Yang Daong, quickly turn back. It could be those 2 caretakers. I'll sneak over to take a look. If they intend to set us ablaze, it would be troublesome. I'll go with you. Yin Nan tightened her grip on the rifle. Shi Qingshan observed her and said, Very well. They might be watching us. We will head west, feigning indifference, then circle around to approach them from behind. Stay close behind me and remain silent. Understood. Yin Nan nodded in agreement. Chapter 98. The activities in the grove. Shikingshan and Yanin feigned a leisurely stroll as they slowly exited the gate and turned to the right. Upon rounding a corner, Shikingshan discreetly retrieved his walkie-talkie and inquired in a hushed tone. We turned west out of the gate. Did you see us? Lu Shubao responded. I saw you. Surely, you're not planning to venture into the grove? Before he could finish, the voice of Anjia crackled through the background. He dares. Shikingshan cleared his throat. Indeed, we are going into the grove. However, not for the reasons you might suspect. Are those two individuals still present on the east side? Those two? Yes, they remain in their original spot, unmoved. All right then, we shall quietly circle around to ascertain their identities. From now on, report any developments softly. Otherwise, maintain radio silence. Understood. Casting a glance around to ensure the path was clear, Shikingshan gestured to Yanin, leading the way up a nearby hillside and into the tangled underbrush of the secondary forest. The duo forged ahead, navigating through the thickets as they stealthily approached the eastern side of the villa. The terrain had transformed into a mosaic of rubble from the villa's construction, each step likely to produce a sound. Yanin, clad in soft-soled sneakers, took the lead, carefully selecting her footing as she steadied herself against the trees, allowing Shikingshan to tread in her footprints. They silently neared their target when the hushed voices of a man and a woman wafted through the dense foliage. Director Tang queried, "Why don't you go to the village center to fetch some food?" A muffled female voice replied, "The villagers possess the uncanny ability to scale walls. Who knows how many watchful eyes are on the village center? I refuse to go." "Then why not visit Director Tang's home? You were there last time, were you not?" "That would only plunge me deeper into trouble. Is that madwoman who has been berating me today his mistress? If I see her again, I shall surely tear her foul mouth apart. How could I know whom you refer to? I wasn't there today." At that moment, a cluster of trees parted slightly, revealing a narrow gap. Yanin crouched low to the ground, while Shikingshan bent over, peering through the opening. The man and woman were revealed. The woman was Bai Qian, Yanin's stepmother. The man was recognizable to Yanin as the gunman who had always stood behind the village head, Tang Laojiu. Bai Qian gnawed on a chicken leg, muttering, "Had I known they could procure food, I wouldn't have come out to ask you." The man snorted derisively. How much food could they possibly have? A dozen adults would surely consume it all within half a month. Bai Qian immediately retorted, "Can they just sit here and wait to run out of provisions? This time, young Yanin has come to take us away." "Away? Dream on. If Director Tang wished to let you go, you wouldn't be surrounded today." Bai Qian was taken aback, her anger flaring. "So it's Tang Laojiu's scheme. Why won't he let us go? Isn't he like a distant emperor, ruling from afar? Does he truly wish to accompany us? Of course not. Yang Yanin isn't in his grasp yet. Why would he easily let you go? Is it just for Yang Yanin?" The man chuckled. "Isn't there also you, my little beauty? If you leave, whom will he unleash his fury upon? Humph. Let him find whoever he pleases." Increasingly, I feel that I am being disregarded. Today, you brought only a chicken leg. Have you hidden the rest? That man, with a lewd smile, clutched his pants and said, "Oh, nothing escapes your notice. I also have a large ham stashed away, and I assure you, you will have your fill shortly. Is that agreeable?" "Humph. Spare me your bravado, Tang Haobo. Haven't you pilfered enough of my undergarments in the past? Is it that you lack the ability and rely solely on your sense of smell?" Bai Qian shot him a disdainful glance and resumed gnawing on the remaining piece of chicken leg. The man named Tang Haobo glared at her, exclaiming, "You are truly underestimating me. Today, I shall test your limits." As he spoke, he pulled out a pistol from his waistband and loosened his belt. Bai Qian's face paled at the sight of his intent. "No, I have been out for quite some time. If I return late, I will have to face Yang Dayong's ire." Tang Haobo's expression darkened. "That won't do. You have already ignited my desire. Today, I will put you to the test." Bai Qian glanced at the gun in his hand and then said, "If you wish to test me, it can be arranged, but under certain conditions." "What conditions?" "Find a way to let me escape unnoticed." Tang Haobo immediately shook his head. "I lack such audacity. If I let you go, Tang's director will have no recourse but to deal with me harshly. Then you can forget it. If you dare to use force, I will scream. Let us see whether your pistol is mightier than their machine guns." Upon hearing Bai Qian's words, Tang Haobo hesitated, refraining from rash actions. He glanced toward the villa, scratched his head, and pondered deeply for a moment before his eyes brightened. "I've got it." "What have you got? Speak quickly," Tang Haobo replied. "If you truly wish to leave, it is not impossible, but you must leave Yang Yanin and that sweet, fair girl for Director Tang." Bai Qian rolled her eyes. "Do you think I can just decide for them to stay? Their husband is watching them closely with a machine gun." Tang Haobo raised his finger and shook it. "Is that soldier really Yanin's husband? I doubt it. Did you not see how the pretty girl laughed when they first entered? They are clearly acting." Shi Shan, crouched behind a thicket, seethed inwardly. This Xueli is truly a liability. Yanin, overhearing their conversation about herself, gritted her teeth in frustration, barely restraining herself from exploding. Bai Qian questioned doubtfully, but what if it is true? Did you not see how imposing that soldier is with his gun? I've heard there are tanks parked outside. If their wife is taken, he might very well shoot us all. Tang Haobo tilted his head in contemplation. That's a valid point. You should return and observe discreetly. If they are not a couple, they will surely reveal their true nature. And if they are not a couple, then it becomes simpler. Once they run out of provisions, if they attempt to leave, we shall only permit the soldier to exit. The Guo family has no support and no food. They will have no choice but to comply with our demands. Bai Qian furrowed her brow and pondered. But how will I know when you will let me go? Tang Haobo adopted a condescending expression. Did I not mention? Once Director Tang has secured Yang Yanin as his primary consort, he will naturally allow you to leave. Oh, very well, then I shall return for now. Although Bai Qian found his words somewhat unreasonable, she could not immediately identify the flaw in his argument and turned to leave, burdened with her thoughts. Wait. Tang Haobo extended his hand to stop her. If you want me to let you go, you must first pay a deposit. As he spoke, he reached out toward Bai Qian's chest. Hey, stop. If Tang Leone finds out, he won't let you off easily. Bai Qian twisted her waist to evade him. Director Tang was currently preoccupied with Yang Yanin and had no time to concern himself with whom she was entangled with. Undeterred by Bai Qian's warning, Tang Haobo abruptly turned her shoulder, forcing her to bend over and grip a tree trunk, resorting to forceful advances. Bai Qian's muffled whimpers finally drove Yanin to the brink. No matter the animosity, this was still her stepmother, her biological father's wife. Her eyes widened in fury as she seized a long gun, ready to confront the brazen couple. Yet, before she could rise, a large hand firmly pressed down on her shoulder, while another hand covered her mouth, stifling her cry. Yanin felt the roughness of Shi Qingshan's fingers gripping her lips. A faint scent of tobacco wafting into her nostrils, causing her heart to race. Patience is a virtue. Acting rashly will only alert the enemy. Do not forget, it is Tang Leone who orchestrates everything from behind the scenes. Shi Qingshan whispered in Yanin's ear. Sensing her intent to resist, he added, Your father's reputation has long been tarnished. Let it be. Yanin struggled fiercely for a moment but could not break free. The bushes rustled faintly around them. Chapter 99. Manipulations within food. A few individuals, too close for comfort, froze as the rustling leaves betrayed their presence. Tang Haobo abruptly turned, raising his gun and scanning the vicinity with a vigilant gaze. Shi Qingshan recoiled slightly, exerting pressure with his hands, causing Yanin to cease her struggles. Her chest heaved with rapid breaths, the warm, humid air tickling his skin, as he felt the soft texture beneath his hands and inhaled a faint, alluring fragrance. Shi Qingshan found himself momentarily entranced. After a while, noticing no abnormalities, Tang Haobo resumed his actions, soon shivering, resembling a deflated balloon, curling into himself. Yanin's cheeks flushed crimson as she lightly tapped Shi Qingshan's hand. He hastily released her, observing her lips had turned pale from his grip. And he quickly murmured an apology. My apologies. Yanin shot him an exasperated glance, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and gently parted the foliage. Bai Qian, with a stern countenance, was adjusting her dress, clearly displeased. I warn you, Tang Haobo, just this once. Otherwise, I shall have Tang air break your legs. Come on. Just once more. This time was a bit rushed. Next time, it'll be in your bedroom. Leave. Bai Qian spat, casting a wary glance around before turning to exit the thicket. Tang Haobo leered at her retreating figure, chuckling lewdly. So very provocative, yet I like it. He glanced around, humming a tune, content as he made his way away. Once their figures had vanished completely, Yanin exhaled deeply, intending to rise. However, having squatted for too long, her legs felt numb, and she stumbled, landing face first into Shi Qingshan's lap. Both exclaimed in surprise, Yanin covering her eyes, stung by an unexpected hardness. While Shi Qingshan shielded his vital area, a grimace of pain etched upon his face. As Yanin glared at him with one wide eye, Shi Qingshan, feeling helpless, retorted, What? Do you intend to bite me now? How vulgar. Yanin spat, propping herself up on her gun as she limped out of the grove. And you think you have a right to complain? You nearly incapacitated me. Shi Qingshan grumbled quietly, following her with a stagger. Bai Qian, deep in thought as she walked, suddenly grasped the crux of Tang Haobo's words upon entering the main entrance. If the soldiers departed early, leaving behind the armored vehicle, how would she escape the encirclement of the zombies? No. Tang Haobo's words were nonsensical. She needed to consult Tang Air about this. With her mind made up, just as she was about to step into the villa, she suddenly heard footsteps behind her. Young Yanin and the soldier walked back in tandem. Bai Qian was aware that Yanin held no fondness for her, yet to escape this den of horrors, she might need to rely on her. She forced a smile and inquired, Yanan, did you go for a walk? Yanan rolled her eyes, not pausing for a moment as she swept past Bai Qian, feeling awkward. Bai Qian was relieved when Shi Qingshan approached and answered for Yanan. We went out to see the sights. Oh, were the sights pleasant? Indeed, quite lovely. Yang Daong emerged from the villa, his expression stern. Where have you been? Why is that any of your concern? Bai Qian swiftly dodged him and dashed up the steps. At that moment, Shueli emerged from the villa carrying a basin of rice, calling out to Bai Qian's retreating figure, Don't go upstairs, sister-in-law, dinner is ready. You all eat, I'm not hungry. Bai Qian tossed back a remark without looking and hurried up. Yang Daong sat beneath the large tree in the courtyard, simmering with frustration. Shi Qingshan quietly remarked to Shueli, Don't mind Bai Qian. She just finished a hearty meal. What did she eat? Shueli inquired with wide, curious eyes. Chicken, ham. And milk. Milk? Where did she get that? Shueli gasped in astonishment. I want some too. Shi Qingshan awkwardly scratched his head. The milk was a gift from someone. It cost several hundred million. Several hundred million? Then I wouldn't bother. I doubt anyone would give me that. Shueli pouted. As Shi Qingshan noticed Yunnan helping her grandfather out, he thought better of joking, instead saying, Let us eat quickly. I'm starving. Shueli nodded. Placing the fried rice on a table under the tree, Yang Damo soon followed from the villa with a plate of stir-fried bamboo shoots and chopsticks. The six of them served themselves and settled in the shade to eat. Midway through their meal, the walkie-talkie crackled to life as Lu Shubao asked Shi Qingshan, Hey, what are you up to? Having dinner? Have you eaten yet? We opened a few cans of meat and just finished. What? You're having meat while we're left with pickled carrots for the rabbits? Come on, that's too harsh. Typical of you to eat meat and then complain about the side dishes. We thought you wanted something light. Lu Shubao replied, sounding aggrieved. I wanted pickles, not pickled vegetables. Aren't pickles just pickled vegetables? Who said pickles are just pickled vegetables? Braised meat is also a dish, and it's called pickles too. All right. I'll send you some pickles right away. Lu Shubao conceded. After a while, a drone buzzed down, delivering several cans of meat. Hey. A crowd of dozens is heading your way. How many people? How far out? Shi Qingshan became alert. 24. They should arrive in 2 or 3 minutes. Got it. Shueli set down her chopsticks, inquiring, Stone, could it be the villagers coming to sign up? If it's just over 20 people. A large bus will suffice. Shi Qingshan shook his head, frowning. Not likely. Tang Lartzi doesn't he want us to leave? Yang Daong slammed his hand on the table, indignantly declaring, Why shouldn't we leave? I'm determined to go. Shoo. Shi Qingshan gestured for silence. Glancing at the windows on the second floor of the villa. Uncle San, lock the front door first. I'll grab my gun. Okay. Yang Damo immediately set his bowl down to lock the door. Just as Shi Qingshan retrieved his machine gun from the villa, he heard voices outside the door. As I circumvented the flower bed, I beheld Tang Laojiu and Tang Haobua, accompanied by a group of adolescents, standing outside the fence gate. Brother Yang, you must understand that in every other villa, there are families who have taken in a few villagers. I have always looked after your family and have never forced outsiders upon you, have I? I appreciate your continued care for my family, Director Tang. However, my father suffers from dementia and is particularly sensitive to noise. There are several vacant houses in the village. It would be best not to arrange for anyone to stay at my home, Yang Damong replied with measured composure. Tang Laojiu's expression hardened as he declared, Given the dire circumstances surrounding the zombie siege, the village has become increasingly perilous and unsuitable for habitation. Children are the future of humanity, and your home, with its high walls and ample space, is ideally suited to shelter them. His reasoning was compelling, leaving Yang Damong momentarily speechless. After a brief hesitation, he turned helplessly towards Shi Qingshan. Shi Qingshan observed the few ears of dried corn strapped to Tang Haobua's back and began to suspect Tang Laojiu's ulterior motives. He stepped forward and inquired, We have no food here. How will these children be fed? Tang Laojiu cast a fleeting glance at Shi Qingshan's machine gun and grinned. Though the village lacks surplus grain, we cannot let the children suffer. We will swiftly procure some food and deliver it. He gestured towards Tang Haobua and the ears of corn, saying, Let them eat these for now. We will return tomorrow with more provisions. Shi Qingshan chuckled softly to himself, pondering, does rural life truly lack stored grain? Even if these meager corns were ground into flour, they would yield but a few steamed buns. During mealtime, one cannot dine on rice and flour while allowing these children to watch in longing. Tang Laojiu is surely scheming to have these children rapidly deplete our food supplies to achieve his own ends. How cunning and treacherous. Chapter 100, High-Level Discussion. Shi Qingshan, having discerned Tang Lao's scheming intentions, no longer afforded him any semblance of courtesy. With an irritable tone, he remarked, There are plenty of splendid villas upon this mountain. Our accommodations are insufficient. You ought to seek lodgings elsewhere. Tang Lauer's facial flesh quivered, unable to muster a smile any longer. He, in a fit of indignation, retorted, "We stand at a critical juncture for our nation, and yet you are still so miserly about your own interests. Moreover, you are a soldier. Does the state support you merely to exert tyranny over the common folk? Ah, halt. Are you presuming to speak on behalf of the common people without their consent? Are you deceiving them to seize power for yourself? Do they know of your manipulations? Are the women of the common folk you toy with truly consenting?" As Shi Qingshan's anger escalated, he relentlessly directed his firearm towards Tang Lauer, firing off a barrage of questions. Tang Lauer, a formidable character in his own right, was unperturbed by the threat of gunfire. With a scowl, he asserted, "Fine. Since you choose to reside here without fulfilling your obligations, do not blame me when the zombies come to feast upon you. TSK, TSK, TSK. If you had any spine, you'd be soaring high." Shi Qingshan scoffed. "Are the zombies your minions? Do they bypass you to target us specifically?" Yang Daong echoed the disdain. "Enough of this. Tang Lauer, what will you use to protect us? Your second-rate status?" Unable to suppress her laughter, Xueli chuckled audibly. Enraged, Tang Lauer lost his composure, drawing the handgun from Tang Haobua's waistband. Raising it high as he shouted, "Will this suffice? Do you think this is merely a toy?" With a determined resolve, Shi Qingshan pulled the gun's bolt back, positioning his machine gun atop the iron gate. "Where did you procure that handgun? Surrender your weapon for an investigation, or I shall not hesitate to fire." The disparity in their might was stark. Tang Lauer recoiled in fear, ducking into the crowd and seizing a few children to shield himself, shouting, burning paper at the grave. "Are you trying to fool a ghost? If you dare, shoot. If you don't, you're a coward." Before he could finish his taunt, a thunderous barrage of gunfire erupted, sending the children into a cacophony of screams as they fled down the mountain. Realizing his exposed position, Tang Lauer's heart raced with terror as he sprinted after the fleeing Tang Haobua, yanking on his belt for support, wishing desperately for a swifter escape. "Old Tai, why are you firing at them?" Lu Shubao's voice crackled over the intercom. "Damn it, the leader of this village comes here to show off, and I scared him off with my gunfire. Oh, I sense the situation has taken a turn for the worse. What is the matter?" "Upon your gunfire, the horde of zombies has begun to stir. Both pathways leading up the mountain are now densely packed with red dots, forming two lines of chaos." "Is that so?" Shi Qingshan stroked his chin, pondering. "How high is the wall in front of the armored vehicle now?" Lu Shubao replied, "It has reached the height of the adjacent small building's roof, around 4 to 5 meters. That is excessively high. Thus, you park the car at the alley beside the wall, and we will seize the opportunity to escape through the rooftop tonight, preparing for our support. All right, let's move swiftly." After ending the call, Yanin inquired, "Are we sneaking out tonight?" Shi Qingshan replied, "Is there any reason to wait further? Every moment we linger here heightens the danger, as it is all part of Tang Lauer's scheme." Yanin nodded in agreement. "I concur." Yang Daong and his brother Yang Damei also declared, "Little sure. We shall heed your guidance." Shi Qingshan glanced back at the villa's rooftop, noticing a large sunshade, and waved for everyone to distance themselves from the entrance. He handed a cigarette to Yang Damei, saying, "Third uncle, Tang Lauer is no good. Having suffered here, he is likely to seek revenge. Let us take turns keeping watch on the rooftop to guard against his mischief." Yang Damei accepted the cigarette and lit it, stating earnestly, "It is not a possibility. It is a certainty that he will cause trouble." "Curious," Shi Qingshan asked, "what makes you so sure?" Yang Damei gestured for him to follow as they walked towards the villa, explaining, "You still do not understand Tang Lauer. His real name is Tang Erfing, and he is also known as Tang the Hornet, which implies that whoever provokes him essentially stirs a hornet's nest. He will undoubtedly retaliate mercilessly." Originally, Tang Lauer was a local ruffian in Zhongyang City, and after gaining wealth through demolition projects, he returned to the village to run for village chief. Leveraging his notorious reputation and engaging in vote buying, he successfully became the head of Qianqi village. Oh, so Tang Lauer hails from a background of thuggery. No wonder he exhibits a rogue demeanor in his words and actions. Yang Damei continued, "Although Tang Lauer lacks formal education, he possesses cunning intelligence. After becoming village chief, he ventured into tourism and real estate, allowing the villagers to profit handsomely under his guidance, thus securing their unwavering support. This is the fundamental reason he can wield such power here, disregarding all laws." As they spoke, the two reached the rooftop. Although it was midday, the mountains provided a cool breeze, and the sunshade kept the area from feeling excessively warm. The view was expansive, with the misty plains beneath the gray mountains. City skyscrapers stretching to the horizon, the black asphalt path winding uphill, layered terraced fields, well-ordered rural homes, and the villas nestled among the trees. If not for the ominous throngs of zombies surrounding the area, This would undoubtedly be an idyllic sanctuary. Shi Qingshan moved the sunshade to the edge of the rooftop, set up a machine gun, and he and Yang Damei each dragged a cool stool to sit and converse. He had chosen an excellent vantage point, as the mountain paths from Qianxi village to the villa lay clearly within sight, advantageous for defense. Third uncle, look at this place. It has grain, water, and firewood. Positioned above and below, easy to defend and hard to attack. What a perfect setting for a utopia for humanity to thrive. Yang Damei shook his head with a bitter smile, saying, the essence of utopia is a place that does not exist or an unattainable ideal. In a society fraught with peril, a utopian fairy tale is merely an illusion. This notion has been thoroughly validated throughout various stages of human development. The commune serves as a poignant example. Numerous utopias depicted in zombie narratives ultimately devolve into tyranny or face annihilation, a testament to the inexorable laws governing humanity's social experiments. Shi Qingshan holds a divergent perspective, asserting that under varying circumstances, the trajectory of events may not necessarily adhere to historical patterns. He posits, if we were to eliminate the few malefactors like Tang Lauer, wouldn't Zixishan become a suitable habitat for humanity? Yang Damong, with a cigarette smoldering between his fingers, the ash long and precarious, straightened his posture and remarked, humanity's propagation has persistently embodied the ruthless principles of survival of the fittest and the laws of the jungle. However, the increasingly efficient productivity has diminished the conflicts arising from resources and interests among individuals and groups. The establishment of laws serves to constrain humanity's baser instincts. Yet, when faced with apocalyptic scenarios, the collapse of legal frameworks and the scarcity of life-sustaining resources magnify humanity's darker facets, reverting society to a primal state of survival of the fittest. Historical precedents abound. Sailors and soldiers stranded on deserted islands invariably resort to seizing the indigenous women, slaughtering the men, and monopolizing all available resources. Shortly thereafter, internal strife erupts as they vie for power and mating rights, leading to mutual destruction and eventual demise. Shi Qingshan hesitated, asserting, but this is a modern society. The villagers here are civilized and should exhibit self-restraint, right? Civilized villagers, you say? Yang Damon chuckled lightly. As long as there exists an absence of legal and orderly constraints, the insatiable nature of humanity will inevitably surface, rendering conflict an imminent certainty. With Tang Lauer gone, others like Tang Lao San, Tang Lao Si, and various other chaotic figures will inevitably arise. Each power vacuum will invariably attract other forces seeking to fill the void, until equilibrium is reached or total extinction ensues. Shi Qingshan smiled, acknowledging the truth that without legal and orderly constraints, humanity is prone to transgression. Chapter 101. The affairs of others. Shi Qingshan scrutinized the rugged exterior of Yang Daming and inquired, third uncle, what is your profession? I teach at a university, specializing in philosophy. Ah, that explains it. Was what you just said philosophical in nature? Yang Daming tossed aside the spent cigarette and chuckled. Did you truly comprehend what I just articulated? Shi Qingshan nodded affirmatively. I understood. However, if something is easily grasped, it cannot be classified as philosophy. What I just expressed should fall within the realm of sociology. Sociology. Shi Qingshan pondered the significance of this term for the first time. Third uncle, what exactly constitutes society? Yang Daming replied, society refers to a group of individuals coexisting under specific circumstances, maintaining a lasting bond that is not easily altered. If a place is inhabited yet its residents are embroiled in intrigue and cannot coexist harmoniously, it is merely termed a human settlement or a temporary encampment. Strictly speaking, Zixishan can only be regarded as a settlement at present. As Yang Daming spoke, Shi Qingshan nodded in agreement. When he finished, Shi Qingshan clasped his hands together and smiled. I have learned much. Yang Daming laughed. What have you learned? It is just idle chatter, of little consequence. Shi Qingshan quickly waved his hand. How can it be of no consequence? Knowledge is the crystallization of human wisdom, enabling one to recognize oneself and evade the clutches of ignorance. Engrossed in their conversation, neither noticed that Xueli had been eavesdropping behind them for quite some time. Third brother, she interjected, you say humanity is on the brink of extinction. Why can we not unite to overcome our predicaments instead of engaging in internal strife? Both men turned to see Xueli approaching with a tea tray, having come to serve them refreshments. Yang Daming stood to accept the tea, stating, it is quite simple. If one exists in an environment plagued by scarcity and insecurity, where your survival is threatened, and you possess safety and resources while I do not, would you not be concerned that I might seize everything from you? Xueli shook her head. I would not. Yang Daming laughed heartily. Yet, in a life-threatening environment marked by food scarcity, to survive, I would likely resort to taking from others, while simultaneously guarding against the possibility of them taking from me. Distrust among individuals breeds discord, as they compete for limited resources and privileges. Xueli pondered. If everyone were free from such concerns, with an abundance of food and no worries about survival or development, would people not unite to devise ways to eliminate the external threat of zombies? Yang Daming considered her words and replied, if there were laws and institutions in place, a robust government, coupled with the conditions you mentioned, there would be a reasonable chance for humanity to stand united against external threats. Xueli felt a wave of despondency wash over her, suddenly perceiving the path ahead as dark and interminable. She feared solitude and the prospect of a dismal demise, igniting within her a profound urge to seek refuge. Her eyes, shimmering like stars, involuntarily turned towards Shi, but as if lost in thought. She pouted and lowered her gaze. Her fleeting expression did not escape Yang Daming's discerning gaze. As someone who had traversed similar experiences, he found no interest in the romantic entanglements of the younger generation. He stood up and said, I will go downstairs to take a look. You two continue your conversation. Shi Qingshan and Xueli quickly rose to see him off. Once Yang Daming's figure vanished from sight, Xueli suddenly inquired, Sure to, after I am sent to Shenzhen. Will you return to the army with the cabbage? Shi Qingshan shook his head. I haven't given it much thought yet. We'll see how things unfold. Why? Do you wish for her to remain as your companion? Xueli slowly nodded. After you return to the army, can't you come back to find us? Shi Qingshan replied. Then my words would carry no weight. If my superiors assign me a task upon my return, it could complicate our reunion. Ah? Xueli's voice quivered with emotion as she frowned. Then I must go back to the army with you first, and then to Shenzhen. If your superiors assign you a task, I will invoke my grandfather's name to shield you, claiming your duty is to protect me. Shi Qingshan shook his head with a wry smile. Would that not amount to a counterfeit military order? I cannot bear such a charge. I don't care. If you take me to Shenzhen, I will not disembark. I must first go to your army. Xueli persisted with determination. With no way to dissuade her, Shi Qingshan reluctantly agreed, reasoning that since his unit was closer, it would allow him to check on his comrade's safety while alleviating some of his worries. A significant weight lifted from Xueli's heart, her face brightening with a sunny, vibrant smile once more. As the shadows of the parasol lengthened, the afternoon slipped away unnoticed. When the sun dipped below the horizon and darkness enveloped the landscape, the zombies in the valley resumed their frenzied activity, their low, buzzing growls amplified by the valley's acoustics, creating an atmosphere akin to a world of monsters, sending shivers down one's spine. When mealtime arrived, Bai Qian hurried out the door, sprinting along the mountain path toward the village, watching her figure disappear around a bend. Yang Daming sighed helplessly. My brother's illustrious reputation has been entirely tarnished by this woman. Shi Qingshan hesitated, caught between words. It was best to listen to others' family matters without prying too deeply. Yang Daming, lost in thought for a moment, asked, Has Yanin mentioned anything about her family? Shi Qingshan slowly shook his head. Alas, ever since her mother committed suicide by hanging, Yanin has not returned. Were it not for her grandfather, who has cherished her since childhood, she might never have come back to this home. Yanin's mother committed suicide by hanging? Shi Qingshan suddenly understood the profound reaction Yanin had exhibited upon seeing the deceased at the trailer factory. Yang Dam nodded. My brother, along with his secretary, Bai Qian, had an extramarital affair. As a result, my sister-in-law fell into depression and took her own life. Yanin, once so vivacious and outgoing, has now become so reserved and taciturn. It truly breaks one's heart. You must not take advantage of her. Rest assured, Uncle San, I would never bully her. Shi Qingshan thought to himself. Yanin would be grateful for any semblance of kindness. With her prowess, who would dare to bully her? Third brother, sure to, come down for dinner. Xueli called from the courtyard, hands cupped around her mouth. All right, we shall descend at once. After concluding their conversation, Shi Qingshan and Yang Damo descended the stairs together. Following dinner, Shi Qingshan took a solitary stroll in the courtyard, simultaneously patrolling along the wall. The sky was adorned with numerous clouds, rendering visibility from the rooftop quite limited. After walking a few paces, he heard Lu Shubao whispering over the intercom. 2 individuals are approaching your vicinity. Shi Qingshan adjusted the intercom's volume, stealthily concealing himself in the shadows beside the gate, gazing down the mountain path. After a brief wait, he indeed spotted 2 furtive figures inching closer along the perimeter wall. Upon reaching the gate, one of them cautiously peered inside for a moment. By the light of the moon, Shi Qingshan recognized him as Tang Haobo, the sidekick of Tang Lauer. Clad in gloves, Tang Haobo held a black plastic bag in his hand. After observing the stillness within, he gestured to the person behind him. The other individual was the young man who had led the ambush against them earlier that day, the very one whom Shi Qingshan had kicked for his clumsiness towards Xueli. At this moment, he clutched an iron hook, and upon receiving the signal, promptly thrust the hook downwards, snagging a metal cover from the ground and dragging it aside. Tang Haobo leaned over the gaping hole revealed in the ground, switched on a flashlight, and in a hushed tone urged, "Hurry, get the tools to open it." The pit was likely a sewage or plumbing conduit from the villa. Although Shi Qingshan was uncertain of their intentions, he could surmise they were up to no good. And thus he silently ascended the wall, treading carefully upon the brick seams. Chapter 102. The water meter inspection from a vantage point above. Tang Haobo and another individual were hunched over, illuminating the pipe well with flashlights as they dismantled the water meter of the villa. They swiftly turned off the water supply valve and removed the water meter, pulling out a bruised zombie arm from a black plastic bag. At that moment, Shi Qingshan instantly grasped their nefarious intention. They planned to inject zombie blood into the villa's water supply, unwittingly infecting those inside with brain-eating parasites. Damn it. This scheme is utterly malicious. Water gushed out from the pipes, and as the flow dwindled, Tang Haobo cautiously prepared to insert the zombie arm into the pipe well. Shi Qingshan, consumed by a surge of rage, leapt from the wall without a moment's hesitation. Before the two men could react, he delivered two swift kicks, sending their upper bodies tumbling into the narrow pipe well. "Hey, which son of a gun? I gurgle, arg, damn you." The two men found themselves upside down, their heads buried in the mud at the bottom of the well, their mouths still filthy, struggling to push against the walls to escape. These scoundrels would certainly pose a future threat. Shi Qingshan would not allow them to emerge. With a series of thuds, he stomped down on their exposed backsides, panting heavily. "Let you curse. I will let you curse. Stay put." With a few more kicks, he shoved them completely into the well, leaving only their flailing legs visible above the ground. After submerging their legs as well, he quickly grabbed an iron hook, dragged the iron well cover back into place, and stepped on it to secure it. He felt a flurry of movement beneath, which soon subsided into silence. The sounds of struggle ceased, and the crickets in the grass resumed their chirping. "Old Iron, where did those two go? Did you take care of them?" Lu Shubao's voice crackled through the intercom. "They went down the well to inspect the water meter." Shi Qingshan wiped the sweat from his brow and lit a cigarette. "Inspecting the water meter? Be wary of those who claim to be meter readers, bill collectors, or delivery personnel. They might trick you into opening the door, and then..." The glowing ember of the cigarette flickered in the night. Shi Qingshan remarked, "If there are not at least 10 or 8 of them, it would be quite difficult for them to ensnare me." Well then, what time are you escaping? Do you need me to turn on the lights to mark the location?" Lu Shubao inquired again. "Escape? What a joke. The word escape does not exist in my vocabulary. If I leave, I will do so with great flair. Let us see who dares to stop me." "Whoa, your sudden display of bravado catches me off guard. What if they dare to obstruct you? Can you still shoot?" Shi Qingshan chuckled. "A mountain man has his clever strategies. By the way, where's old Wang? Ask him if he can find that person who left the villa half an hour ago." Wang Hong went to the nearby house for a big call. "He should be back soon. Once he returns, have him trace that person's path and inform me when he finds them." "Understood." With a clang, the iron door echoed, and amidst the rustling footsteps, Yang Daming and Yin Nan emerged from the villa, each wielding a long spear. "Xiao Shi, what was that commotion just now?" Yin Nan, her hair still damp, asked, "Why has the water stopped?" "Xiao Shui hasn't he finished her shower yet?" Shi Qingshan extinguished his cigarette and remarked, "Just now, Tang Laojiu's 2 lackeys came to cause trouble. They turned off the water valve of the villa. Damn it. Where are they? I will pursue them and take them down." Yang Daming, incensed, raised his rifle, ready to chase after them. Shi Qingshan hurriedly raised his hand to stop him, saying, "Wait, Uncle San, I wish to confront Tang Laojio." "Do you know where he resides?" Yang Dan replied, "I do. Let's go together. We shall avenge your father-in-law." He emphasized the term father-in-law, subtly reminding Shi Qingshan to treat Yanan well and to maintain a distance from Shiweli. Yanan quickly interjected, "Uncle San, to be honest, Shi Qingshan and I are merely pretending to be a couple. He has a girlfriend, and I have my own boyfriend." "Oh, no wonder," Yang Daming remarked, seemingly having a sudden realization. "Captain Shi, we've located the individual you seek. He is in the village, along with 2 others, all overlapping." Wang Hongwen's voice crackled through the walkie-talkie. "Overlapping? Can you tell if she is on top or below?" It's not discernible." "Captain Shi, why do you need to know if she is on top or below? The village consists of small buildings. I need to inquire if she is on the upper or lower floor. Is that not reasonable?" "Oh, fine. Of course, that is acceptable, but it's not discernible." "Understood. Guide me in the general direction while avoiding pedestrians." "All right, Captain Shi, just head straight into the village. I will let you know where to turn." Shi Qingshan withdrew his handgun, affixed a silencer, checked the ammunition, and then turned to Yang Damong, saying, "I suspect Tang Laojio is with Bai Qian. Uncle San, you should stay home. I will go alone." "I'm going too," Yanan declared, not bothering to seek anyone's consent. She drew her spear and sprinted down the hill first. Yang Daming was about to speak when suddenly, a cacophony of barking dogs and distant commotion erupted from the village. Wang Hongwen said, Captain Sure. A considerable number of people have surrounded the individual you are looking for. All right, got it. After putting down the walkie-talkie, Shiking Shan said, Uncle San, I'm off to chase Yanan. Seeing Yanan depart, Yang Daming realized that if he followed, the remaining three would be powerless, and in case of an emergency, it would be perilous. Thus, he warned. Be careful. Tang Laojiu is armed. Rest assured. Shiking Shan replied, turning back to find Yanan had already vanished from sight, and he hurriedly pursued her. The village had but one road, and at the T-junction leading down the mountain and into the village, Shiking Shan finally caught up with Yanan. She slowed her pace, seemingly awaiting him intentionally. Follow me. Shiking Shan rushed ahead, and the two stealthily advanced towards the source of the barking. Following Wang Hongwen's instructions over the walkie-talkie, Shiking Shan maneuvered through narrow alleys, quickly nearing the location of the commotion. They concealed themselves in the shadows, cautiously peering out. On the main street of Chishi village, the sound of shattering glass rang out, immediately followed by a chorus of barking. Several scattered beams of flashlight converged on the southern side of an opulent three-story building lining the street. A luxurious villa suddenly opened a window, and a beam of flashlight illuminated the scene below. Young Lao Jin, you wretched scoundrel, what business do you have here, seeking out my daughter-in-law when she is not home? Shouted Tang Laosi, emerging with his bare upper body. You bastard, Laosi. I have witnesses who saw my daughter-in-law enter your house. If I hadn't smashed your window, would you have even shown your face? Open the door quickly. I need to search. What are you searching for? I've already told you, your daughter-in-law is not here. Someone must have mistaken her. A sharp voice from an elderly woman interjected. Do you dare claim that you are the only one inside? I do have another woman here. But she is not your daughter-in-law. Then who is she? Bring her out so I can see for myself. If she isn't my daughter-in-law, you all should leave me be. Don't disturb my sleep. Indeed. Enough chatter. Hurry and bring her out. Tang Laosi turned back inside, soon returning while gripping a woman by her hair. Look and see who this is. Open your eyes and take a good look. All flashlights immediately focused on the woman's face. Chapter 103, Caught in the Act and Unforeseen Consequences. Isn't that a mistress? Her attire is identical to that of your daughter-in-law. Mother, there's been a mistake. As soon as Bai Qian emerged, Yanan's teeth began to chatter in fury. Give me a gun. I want to shoot that wretched harlot. It's too far. Let's move closer. Shi Qingshan suggested. Yet he did not hand her the pistol. Hearing the buzzing discussions from below, Tang Lao air grew brazen. Old Jen, have you figured it out? Is this your daughter-in-law? The family downstairs, now devoid of their bravado, stumbled over their words. She is not my daughter-in-law. Then, where has my daughter-in-law gone? Tang Lao air cursed vehemently. Damn it. How should I know where your daughter-in-law is gone? Hurry and get lost. Come back tomorrow to repair the glass. As the family prepared to retreat in disgrace, Shi Qingshan, hidden among the crowd, whispered a phrase into Yanan's ear. Instantly, she shouted in a Central Plains dialect, there are 2 women in his house. This revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. In an instant, no one cared who had spoken. Tang Lao Jen roared. Tang Lao Air, you are treacherous. Quickly hand over my daughter-in-law, or I shall smash all the glass in your home. Dare you? Try breaking another piece of glass, and you shall see how I shoot you. Clang. Another pane shattered. Tang Lao Jin's son remained silent, picking up a stone from the ground and smashing it through a window of Tang Lao Air's house, sending shards of glass flying, causing Bai Qian to gasp in shock. I swear. Tang Lao Air glared and cursed, then turned and dashed back into the house. Moments later, the sound of the courtyard gate echoed, and he emerged clad only in his shorts, flashlight in hand, aiming it at Tang Lao Jin's son, pulling the trigger with a bang. However, the bullet struck Tang Lao Jin's arm instead. As the gunshot rang out, the crowd scattered in panic. In the darkness, Tang Lao Jin, oblivious to his injury, rushed forward with his wife, wailing as they checked on their son's condition. After inspecting him thoroughly with the flashlight, they found him unscathed. Just as they were puzzled, Tang Lao Jin suddenly felt his arm dampening. When he attempted to lift it, he found it immobile. Shining the flashlight upon it revealed his arm soaked in blood, prompting a sudden cry of distress. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from afar, shaking the ground. Someone shouted, the wall has been toppled by zombies. Everyone, flee. Oh. Save me. From the depths of darkness, an unknown number of zombies surged into the village, their disordered footsteps, guttural growls, and the horrific screams of the townsfolk sent chaos erupting throughout the village. Those who had fled from Tang Lao Air's gunfire scrambled up trees, climbed telephone poles, while many others rushed back. Seeing the impending disaster, Tang Lao Air turned and sprinted home. Those who had been driven back by the zombies, including young Laugan's family, had nowhere to hide and surged toward his front door. Shan and Yan'an, initially standing at the periphery of the crowd, retreated and crouched in a corner as the wall collapsed. In that moment, Lu Shubao shouted over the intercom, "Run! A massive horde of zombies is coming." In the face of peril, Shan remained composed, glancing up to see that the small building behind him was also 3 stories tall. With a swift leap, he scaled the wall and pulled Yanan up alongside him. The two agilely traversed the balcony and ascended to the rooftop, where they employed a flashlight to survey the dire situation below. Chaos had erupted at Tang Lauer's home. Upon entering, he attempted to close the door to prevent Tang Laugen's family from entering, but the throngs behind him rendered it impossible to secure the door. As numerous hands and feet reached in through the cracks, shadows flitted through the street, and the zombies advanced with alarming speed. They seemed to have locked onto their target, disregarding the walls, trees, and power lines on either side of the street, growling ominously as they made a beeline for Tang Lauer's residence. The crowd gathered outside Tang Lauer's door was smeared with the blood of Tang Laojian, and upon seeing the approaching horde, they screamed in terror and pushed open the door, clamoring to escape inside. However, they all became stuck in the doorway, unable to move forward. "Don't push inside. Run to another house," Shan shouted urgently, realizing the imminent danger. Those on the periphery heard his warning and immediately fled into the alley, while those hesitating lost their chance for escape. The first zombies to arrive pounced upon several unfortunate souls trapped at the door, sinking their teeth into them. Their agonized screams quickly silenced beneath the weight of the encroaching undead. Seeing that he could not lock the front door, Tang Lauer scrambled into the small building, only to find that someone outpaced him. Young Laugen's son, like a monkey, darted inside first and slammed the living room door shut. "Open the door, you brat, or I'll shoot," Tang Lauer yelled. "Son, let me and your father in." The crowd was in disarray, shrieking as they darted about the courtyard, desperately trying to evade the throng of zombies flooding into the small yard. Bang! Bang! The sound of gunfire shattered the glass of the living room door. Tang Laugen's family clung to Tang Lauer, pleading, "Don't kill my son. I'll make him open the door. Get away." Tang Lauer shoved her aside and fired a shot, causing Tang Laugen's family member to collapse into a pool of blood. "You wretched son of a turtle." Tang Laojian, witnessing his wife's demise, abandoned his attempts to knock on the door and instead seized Tang Lauer by the throat with one hand. Bang! Bang! 2 more gunshots rang out, and Tang Laojian staggered, clutching his abdomen. Tang Lauer gasped for breath, tugging at his collar to push past those blocking the doorway. Just as he reached for the lock, he felt hands gripping his shoulders. Turning back, he was met with the gaping maw of a zombie lunging for him. "Ah!" Tang Lauer raised his hand in defense, but the zombie bit down on his fingers, and despite his frantic attempts to shake it off, he screamed as he shot the creature in the head. The zombie's bite was ferocious. It had severed the bones of 3 of Tang Lauer's fingers in one brutal snap, and did not relent even in death. With great effort, he yanked his fingers free, leaving behind 3 white tendons, and howled in pain as he cradled his injured hand. In mere moments, the courtyard was devoid of standing figures. Only a few agile youths had managed to scale the roof of the flat building, while the rest were surrounded by multiple zombies, being gnawed upon amidst a cacophony of blood splatters and anguished cries, transforming the small courtyard into a veritable hellscape. A zombie stumbled and fell at the feet of the leaping Tang Lauer, grasping his calf and sinking its teeth into him. Tang Lauer, howling in agony, raised his gun to shoot downward, but blinded by pain and panic, he lost his aim. The bullet struck the top of his other foot with a resounding bang. He cursed, "Who the hell is blinding me?" and despondently slumped to the ground. Zombies continued to flood into the courtyard, and Tang Lauer fired his gun wildly, the shots forcing nearby zombies to retreat, yet none were felled on the spot. As the gunfire rang out, the bullets finally ran dry, and the zombies surged forward, some gripping his plump arms to bite, while others sank their teeth into his chubby face. The flesh of his face, akin to a rubber mask, was stretched grotesquely, distorting his mouth and eyes. Tang Lauer emitted feeble whimpers until a substantial piece of his skin was torn away, revealing raw red muscle and starkly contrasting eyes, at which point he let out a heart-wrenching scream. Chapter 104. Clearing the harrowing scene compelled Yanan to shield her eyes, while Shan directed the beam of his flashlight upward. Tang Laugen's son appeared to be pursuing a naked woman, and Bai Qian had seemingly vanished. The overwhelming stench of blood roused the zombies, gathering in increasing numbers outside Tang Laugen's yard, desperately pushing forward. On the fetid street, a multitude of swaying heads continued to spread outward. If left unchecked, everyone would be suffocated alive. Shan hastily seized the walkie-talkie and commanded, "Shubao, you must find a way to seal the breach in the village." "All right then, I'll give it a try." A distant car's headlights flared brightly, gradually moving toward the gap in the wall before coming to an unsteady halt. "Old Tai, It's utterly impossible to block it. You fool. Drive in and blow the houses on either side to rubble. You understand how to aim, right? I don't need instruction, but you ought to teach Wang Hongwen. Teach him what? I don't care. You have 5 minutes to seal that breach. Shiking-shan's urgency was palpable, his frustration spilling over in his words. Yanan tugged at Shiking-shan's sleeve, tilting her chin in a silent plea. He followed the direction of the flashlight, and the screams from Tang Laugen's yard had ceased. The zombies had piled up in layers, with more continuing to surge in, crawling over each other. Some had managed to wedge their pointed heads through the window bars, while others successfully entered through the shattered glass of the living room door. From the small building came faint shrieks in a panic. Bai Qian scrambled out of the second-floor window, struggling to climb higher, as her hands grasped the third-floor window frame. Tang Laugen's son suddenly lunged at her from the second-floor window, his bloodied hand clutching her ankle. With a forceful tug, he attempted to pull her upwards. Bai Qian, drained of strength, could not withstand the weight of a grown man. With a piercing scream, her grip faltered, and she plummeted downward. Tang Laugen's son, perhaps stunned, continued to cling to her ankle, dragged down by the tremendous force of gravity. They both fell heavily into the throng of zombies. Akin to two morsels cast into a piranha-infested pool, their anguished cries quickly engulfed by the ravenous horde. Boom! With a resounding explosion. The fleeting light revealed that the distant armored vehicle had been overrun by zombies, resembling a toy tank swarmed by ants, with only the barrel protruding, emitting wisps of smoke. Creak! Boom! A small building near the wall collapsed, illuminated by the faint light from the car amidst the zombies. Shiking-shan discerned that the direction of the collapse was amiss. What is going on? Are you firing with your eyes shut? Shiking-shan's anger flared. We can't see, old Tai. We're literally firing with our eyes shut. Lu Shubao was unperturbed by his outburst. Rotate the turret 90 degrees to the left, lower the barrel to its lowest setting, and fire again, Shiking-shan commanded, relying on the fleeting memory of the brief illumination. The turret turned left by 90 degrees, and the barrel was lowered to its lowest point. Lu Shubao reiterated the command, and with a resounding boom, a section of the wall of the building on the left was instantaneously obliterated, sending the zombies atop the turret flying through the air. The pale light from the vehicle's roof lamp illuminated the surroundings, revealing the small building gradually collapsing with a thunderous crash, sending dust soaring and perfectly sealing the gap in the surrounding wall. Countless zombies were buried beneath the rubble, leaving no crevice unblocked. Success! Lu Shubao cheered. Where are you? I will come to assist. Do not concern yourselves with us. Just throw a tear gas canister outside the wall and fire a few shells down the slope to divert the zombies, alleviating the pressure on the wall. Then, start the vehicle and grind along the street, avoiding gunfire to eliminate the incoming zombies. Oh dear. Won't that mean another car wash? Let it be washed. It won't be damaged. Understood. The tank's turret emitted a series of clicks, and several beams of red light vanished into the sky. Shortly after, distant explosions echoed from the mountains below. The hatch on top of the tank swung open, and Lu Shubao leaned out, tossing a tear gas canister over the wall. All right, proceed. Once Lu Shubao retreated inside, the tank's treads began to move, humming as they traversed the street, producing a cacophony of sounds reminiscent of splintering wood and bursting watermelons. The street, nearly as wide as the vehicle itself, was strewn with fallen zombies, resembling a lawn mowed down, with only severed limbs swaying in the wind like grass. After a few passes, there were virtually no standing zombies left on the village street, and the putrid stench of blood assaulted their senses. Shiqingshan and Yin Nan covered their noses with their clothing, struggling to breathe. They called Lu Shubao down from the building, and the two of them gingerly descended from the rooftop, leaping onto the tank and opening the hatch to climb inside. Upon entering the tank, a profound sense of security washed over them, prompting a sigh of relief. And Jia wrinkled her nose in distaste and exclaimed, "Close the hatch quickly. I'm going to be sick. Do we need to grind through them again, my friend? Please, no? If we do, it will turn into mush, and it will be a nightmare to clean up." Noticing Jia's pallor, Shiqingshan inquired, "What's wrong?" And Jia pouted, "I'm not feeling well." She hasn't eaten all day, both lunch and dinner. Wang Hongwen added from the side, "Oh dear, you must not fall ill. Let us quickly call Xueli to examine you." Lu Shubao asked, "Where should we go? These alleys are far too narrow." Shiqingshan realized the tank could not fit through the road in front of the villa. He pondered for a moment, then lowered his head to ask Jia, "What exactly is bothering you? I just feel so weak. Do you think I might be infected by a brain-eating parasite?" Jia's face was etched with worry. "Don't say such things. That is not possible. It could just be from having the air conditioning on at night." "Oh, that could be it. I was chilled to the bone last night and was still sweating when I touched my skin." Jia's expression softened considerably. "If it's just a common cold, some medicine will do the trick. But if I'm infected with that parasite, I'd rather not survive." Shi Qingshan donned a panoramic helmet and surveyed the area. Retrieving a rifle from the weapons rack and affixing a bayonet, he addressed the group. You all stay in the vehicle. I will take Jia to find Xueli. I will go too, Yan Nin declared. Shi Qingshan nodded in agreement. The three of them opened the rear cabin door and, pinching their noses, leaped from the vehicle. Utilizing the illumination from the headlights, they hopped over the scattered corpses of the zombies as they made their way back through the narrow alley they had previously traversed. The alley was already teeming with numerous zombies, extending all the way to the asphalt road. Shi Qingshan and Yanin dispatched no fewer than 100 of them before finally returning to the front of the villa. There, the manhole cover had been overturned, revealing the remains of Tang Haobo and another individual being feasted upon by a dozen zombies. The grotesque sounds of their chewing echoed around, akin to the cacophony of a feeding pen for pigs. Surprisingly, while the zombies had lost many of their functions, their sense of smell had become remarkably acute. It was reminiscent of how a blind person, though unable to see, often possesses an enhanced sense of hearing. Chapter 105. Aftermath. Yin Nan hastened to the front, skillfully dispatching the zombies that were preoccupied with their meals. Approaching the grand iron gate, he called out softly, Uncle San. Uncle San, is that you, Yin Nan? Where is Shi? It was Xueli's voice. Shi Qingshan, holding in Jia's hand, reached the gate and exclaimed, I am here. Quickly, open the door. In Jia is unwell. Please check on her. Yang Deming clanged open the iron gate, and the three of them surged inside. Xiao Kai, where do you feel unwell? Xueli stepped forward and touched in Jia's forehead. I'm not unwell. I just feel lethargic and lack an appetite. No fever? You're not experiencing motion sickness, are you? When I have motion sickness, I also feel sluggish and disinterested in food, but I don't feel dizzy. And Jia asked Xueli with concern, could it be that I'm infected? Impossible. Those infected with brain-eating parasites often experience a surge in appetite, feeling perpetually hungry. Your symptoms are quite the opposite, Xueli asserted confidently, with a sigh of relief. And Jia's eyes brightened with a smile. Oh, why didn't you say so sooner? You nearly frightened me to death. Xueli smirked. Are you still feeling unwell? And Jia contemplated for a moment and replied, I think I'm starting to feel a bit hungry. Do you have anything to eat? Yes. Shi Qingshan beamed. How about stir-fried bamboo shoots? They're delicious and tender. Yes, I could eat bamboo right now. And Jia shed her sickly demeanor and jested. Do you think you're a national treasure? Eating bamboo without a care for your tongue. Xueli laughed playfully. Come on, let me cook you a few dishes. Shi Qingshan took in Jia's hand. I'm so envious. Xiao Kai, Shi is even better than Grey Wolf. They laughed heartily. Careful, or he might devour you whole, my beautiful little sheep. Ha! He wouldn't dare. The group continued their banter as they entered the villa, seeing them in high spirits. Yang Deming speculated that the situation outside might not be as dire as anticipated. He promptly locked the iron gate and joined them inside. That night, all except Lu Shubao and Wang Hongwen slept within the villa. The Yang family convened a meeting, and upon learning of the demise of Tang Lao'er and his two henchmen, Yang Deyong and Yang Deming unanimously decided to stay. Their concerns were twofold. The elderly patriarch was frail and could not endure the hardships of travel, and the bountiful resources of Shishi Mountain could adequately sustain everyone if labor was distributed fairly. They believed that without firearms, Yang Deming would not be subjected to further bullying by the villagers. Given the treacherous journey ahead, it was wiser to remain safely and securely alive. Shi Qingshan fully respected their decision. Early the next morning, he, Yin Nan, and Yang Deming each wielded a spear as they exited the villa. Taking advantage of the cool morning air, they began their mission to eliminate the zombies. Countless zombies had poured into the village through the broken walls the previous night, but the majority had been crushed by the armored vehicles on the main street. The remaining ones were predominantly scattered throughout alleys and courtyards, making them easy targets for elimination. The trio, with their heads thoroughly covered, arranged themselves in a triangular formation, supporting one another as they methodically cleared the zombies from each alley. With a rifle slung over his shoulder, Shi Qingshan held Grandpa Yan's heavy iron-headed shotgun, while Yang Damo and Yin Nin wielded lightweight carbon fiber guns with ceramic tips, sharp and agile. Thus, Shi Qingshan refrained from taking action unless absolutely necessary, typically allowing Yang Damo to spearhead the assault against the zombies, with Yin Nan providing support. As they worked together, more villagers emerged with their own hoes and shovels, joining the fray. Their combined strength diminished the once overwhelming numbers of the zombies, leading to a swift decline in their ranks. By mid-morning, the majority of the undead within the walls had been vanquished, leaving only a few stragglers that posed no threat. After the demise of Tang Laojiao and his two cronies, the remaining individuals lost their influence, leading the villagers to rally behind the soldiers who had saved them, unanimously deciding to follow Shi Qingshan's lead. Without hesitation, Shi Qingshan stood atop a war vehicle, organizing men, women, and children into groups to account for the survivors in the village and the villas. He instructed them to gather together under the sweltering sun, examining the wounded, burying the dead, and reinforcing the walls, as his commands were executed with admirable order. By noon, Shi Qingshan retrieved a ham from the trailer and arranged for the women to steam several dozen buns and prepare 2 large pots of fried rice with cured meat. They erected a sunshade in the village committee courtyard, allowing the over 900 survivors to indulge in a hearty meal. The villagers, especially when working for themselves, displayed a remarkable practicality. As evening approached, the stone path was washed clean by the stream, and insecticide was sprayed to eliminate any lingering flies. The bodies of the zombies were disposed of in a small valley, covered with yellow earth. They also assisted Lu Shubao and Wang Hongwen in thoroughly cleaning the war vehicle, restoring the mountain village and the vehicle to a semblance of cleanliness, despite a faint odor that lingered momentarily. After a day of contemplation, Shi Qingshan began to formulate initial ideas on managing this settlement post-departure. To prevent any emergence of tyranny, it was imperative to elect several upright individuals to lead. Young Damo, both brave and honorable, as well as a university professor, was a fitting candidate for leadership. However, as he was not a native of the village, he could only represent the interests of the over 100 villa residents and the fleeing survivors from outside. Unfamiliar with the people of CC Village, Shi Qingshan convened a gathering of over 400 adult men after dinner. During the meeting, through a democratic process, the secretary of Hoshi Village and the former village head of Qianxi Village were elected as the other 2 leaders. The 3 leaders promptly took their positions at the forefront, collaboratively determining the future security and food management of the settlement. They possessed ample experience and foresight regarding the specifics of management and long-term planning. Observing that their discussions were progressing well, Shi Qingshan quietly slipped away from the light and returned to the war vehicle. Outside, the stench was overwhelming. However, within the vehicle, the presence of women brought a subtle fragrance. 3 lovely women were gathered around Lu Shubao, eagerly listening to him boast about his capabilities. Shuling urged Lu Shubao, "Get on with it. Stop fidgeting like a fly." Lu Shubao rolled his eyes in response. "Your words are too harsh. Can't you allow me a moment to prepare?" Upon observing a rifle placed atop the box before him, Shi Qingshan inquired with curiosity, "What are you all engaged in?" And Jia replied, "The backpack claims it can silently chamber a round, and Shiweli is skeptical. He intends to demonstrate it for us." Silently chamber a round? What minimal sound could that possibly entail? Shiweli interjected. "He asserts that even if we were to stand right before him, we would not hear the sound of the round being chambered." "Oh, that indeed sounds plausible. He possesses that skill. I taught him myself," Shi Qingshan remarked, gesturing with his thumb over his shoulder towards himself. "Then hurry up and show us. Let Shubao demonstrate for you. He has surpassed his teacher," Shi Qingshan said with an air of mystery. The 3 women immediately turned their gazes towards Lu Shubao, with Yanin skeptically asking, "Why do I feel as though you were being somewhat cryptic?" No. Lu Shubao shook his finger. "Allow me to demonstrate for you." He cleared his throat, lifted the rifle with his left hand, pointing the muzzle skyward, while his right index finger hooked onto the bolt. Chapter 106. Internal combustion locomotive. 3 women huddled closely together, their ears perked up in rapt attention, listening intently to the sounds around them. Suddenly, Lu Shubao proclaimed, "Attention! I'm about to begin." 3, 2, 1. With a thunderous shout that echoed through the air, he pulled the trigger, loading the gun. "How about that? Did you hear the sound of it being loaded?" Lu Shubao chuckled mischievously. The 3 women were nearly frightened to death, shivering in unison. And after recovering from their shock, they sprang up, shouting and playfully attacking Lu Shubao. "You deceitful scoundrel! How dare you trick us? Damn it! If we don't beat you to a pulp today, consider yourself fortunate." Suddenly, Jia turned her head sharply, her gaze piercing as she directed it at Shi Qingshan. "You despicable stone! How dare you not expose him and instead conspire with him to play tricks on us? What gives you the audacity?" With that, she leaped forward, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. The morning scenery of CC Mountain was refreshingly pristine, the air imbued with a subtle scent of earth, lush greenery surrounding them. Upon noticing the damp ground and the droplets clinging to the flowers and grass, the team realized that a light rain had fallen unnoticed the previous night. The Central Plains region is home to the nation's largest railway transport hub. Upon arriving at Zixizai village, Jia remarked that his ramblings had sparked an idea in Shi Qingshan. They planned to have the Thunder God travel south along the railway, thereby circumventing the congested and complicated roads. After conjuring this notion, he meticulously calculated the width of the tracks and the Thunder God treads on paper. But no matter how he computed, it proved infeasible. The railway tracks measured just over 1.4 meters in width, whereas the Thunder God tank was 3.5 meters wide. with treads extending over 3 meters. After accounting for the width of each tread, which was over 50 centimeters, the available space in between was merely 2 meters. Making it impossible for the treads to rest on the tracks, the tank could only straddle the rails. This slow approach posed a significant challenge, particularly on elevated sections where it would be utterly unmanageable. Railways, much like highways, are predominantly enclosed, either flanked by barriers or elevated high above, designed to evade zombies and myriad unknown dangers. After much deliberation, Qin could not resist the allure of the open road and resolved that upon descending the mountain, he would first head to the train station to explore potential avenues for traveling by rail. The previous night, they had all rested at Yanan's villa. Rising early with the dawn, beneath the collapsed wall, numerous zombie corpses lay trapped. Villagers often rose early to work in the cooler hours. By the time the group finished breakfast and arrived at the Thunder God, the debris from the collapsed building at the entrance had been cleared, and even the zombies outside the wall had been drawn away by the youths throwing firecrackers. After bidding farewell to the 3 newly appointed leaders, as well as Yang Daong and the villagers who had crowded around, Qin climbed into the tank amidst their warm invitations to return. He drove through the opening in the wall, careening forward for over half an hour until they arrived at Zhongyang Railway Station. Zhongyang Railway Station lacked originating trains, and most passing trains did not stop. It was a modest station. Entering through the back door, they were met with tracks leading in and out of the station. While the platform was littered with corpses, the dried, congealed blood staining the tiles a mottled black. A high-speed train stood quietly at the platform, while several railway employees and travelers, transformed into zombies, meandered between the tracks, occasionally tripping over the rails, only to clumsily rise again, only to stumble once more. Qin gazed through the periscope at the dense array of high-voltage wires above, letting out a sigh. The railway had long been electrified, and it was likely that diesel locomotives had been entirely phased out. Lu Shubao fixed his eyes on a few rusted flat cars amidst the overgrown grass by the distant wall, exclaiming, "Old buddy, where there are flat cars, there must be towing vehicles. Let us search the locomotive depot." Qin replied, "Even if we find a towing vehicle, it would be useless without power. Nowadays, locomotives are electric. We can't just push them, can we?" Lu Shubao shook his head in disagreement. "Not necessarily. There must be at least one diesel locomotive left at the train station. Otherwise, if the high-speed train breaks down mid-journey, how would they conduct repairs?" You make a valid point." Qin's eyes brightened as he turned towards a row of locomotive depots at the far end of the train station courtyard. These enormous depots, numbered from 1 to 9, had most of their doors ajar, revealing emptiness within. To check the locked depots, they would need to traverse several railway tracks. Driving a battle vehicle over would damage the tracks, a risk Qin was unwilling to take. To avoid the hassle of immobilization due to damaged tracks would be counterproductive. He and Lu Shubao dismounted from the armored vehicle, each lighting a cigarette, as they approached on foot. Although the depots had different entrances, they were interconnected. One of them housed an automatic car wash, while the others contained tracks elevated more than a meter above the ground, designated for inspecting train bogies. Upon entering one of the depots, they immediately spotted a green and gray towing vehicle parked at the far end, emblazoned with the large red characters Harmony. Qin promptly clasped his hands together, shaking them fervently, murmuring, "Bless me. Bless me. May it be a diesel locomotive." Lu Shubao flicked the ash from his cigarette, casting a sidelong glance at him. "You're just asking for blessings without specifying who to invoke? Anyone who hears it can bless me," Qin exclaimed eagerly, leaping over a decaying corpse and jogging towards the vehicle. Lu Shubao, panting, hurried after him. "Hey, can't you tell that this is a diesel locomotive?" Qin, without pausing, turned to ask, "How do you know?" "This is an HXN7 model with dual driver cabins. It's obvious there is no pantograph on the roof. Don't you understand that?" Qin, delighted, remarked, "I didn't realize you had a knowledge of trains. Surely you can operate it?" Lu Shubao flicked away his cigarette. "But I've never driven a real train, but I've played train simulation games. It shouldn't be too difficult." Reaching beneath the train, Qin circled it, inhaling deeply. I can smell diesel. It certainly is a diesel locomotive." Lu Shubao peered into the driver's cabin through the door. "Can it deceive you? One of my roommates in college was a train enthusiast. He had numerous train simulation games on his computer, and I've operated this model before. You go first." Qin climbed up the ladder, tugging at the door, which was shut. He then produced a master key from his pocket, unlocking the door and stepping into the driver's cabin. Unexpectedly, the train's control cabin bears a striking resemblance to that of a ship, albeit devoid of a rudder. 5 large screens dominate the entire circular control panel, accompanied by a variety of multifunctional buttons, some for tuning radio stations, others displaying locomotive parameters, interspersed with several circular pressure gauges. The console is equipped with several sets of levers, each marked for the brake, high and low horns, and the master controller. Shi Qishan surveyed the main console, perplexed, and inquired, "Where is the start switch?" Lu Shubao entered shortly thereafter and approached a row of control panels on the rear wall, exclaiming, "It's right here." He muttered to himself while gesturing at the switches, searching for something, and suddenly exclaimed, "Found it, right here." Shi Qishan looked up just in time to see him activating a switch. Chapter 107. The Tremor of the Train. Why is there no response? Lu Shubao pondered. Isn't the diesel engine start button supposed to be here? Can it even start? Shi Qingshan pointed at a large green button. Go on, go on. What do you know? I'm just checking if the battery has any power. Oh right. The battery knife switch hasn't been turned on. Lu Shubao suddenly recalled something significant. He opened the control box below, closed a large knife switch, and then pressed the battery switch. Several indicator lights finally illuminated. Not bad. There's still plenty of power. Lu Shubao rubbed his hands in excitement and selectively pushed up most of the 4 rows of switches on the panel, causing a variety of alert sounds and female voice announcements to fill the cabin. After waiting for a minute, he pressed the diesel engine start button. With a buzzing sound from the motor followed by a loud rumble, the diesel engine roared to life behind them. Yay! The two excitedly high-fived. Lu Shubao turned to the driver's seat, reminiscing for a moment before sequentially turning on the generator switches, disengaging the brake lock pin, switching to operational mode, and pushing the steering control lever forward. He gently pulled down the main control lever, and the locomotive began to move with a faint hum from the motor beneath. I never expected that a diesel locomotive would also be electric-driven. I must give it a try. Shi Qingshan reached out to push Lu Shubao from the driver's seat. Where do you think you're going? First, open the garage door. We need to attach the flatbed first, Lu Shubao retorted, realizing the truth in Lu's words. Shi Qingshan promptly jumped down from the locomotive, hurried to the garage door, and manually lifted it by tugging on a chain attached to the side. The locomotive slowly exited the garage, and Lu Shubao instructed Shi Qingshan to operate the manual switch to change the track, gradually approaching the flatbed. With a clang, they made the connection. After securing the connections, Shi Qingshan gestured for Wang Hongwen to make a loop, driving the battle vehicle up onto an empty platform from the opposite slope. While the locomotive pushed the flatbed alongside, Xu Li poked her head out of the cabin, surveying the massive locomotive with awe. The diesel engine in here is probably bigger than my Mercedes. Just imagine how much fuel it consumes. Bai Kai, come out and see the train. And Zhao lazily replied, not interested. I haven't felt like moving much lately. TCH, as if you've ever been active. Xu Li turned her gaze back to Shi Qingshan and remarked, well done, sure to. You really found a big one. The train runs swiftly, all thanks to the engine. Without capability, how could I lead you all? Shi Qingshan responded with pride, calling you plump. And you're out of breath. Can such a narrow flatbed even support it? Don't tip it over. What do you know? Don't talk nonsense. It can easily haul tanks weighing 50 to 60 tons, let alone a 30-ton battle vehicle. As Shi Qingshan spoke, he measured the widths of the flatbed and the Thunder God with his foot. The width of the Thunder God's tracks is 3 meters. And the flatbed's width is also 3 meters, perfectly matched. In order to load the trailer onto the flatbed, it was necessary to reverse, and Shi Qingshan, recognizing his own limitations, instructed everyone in the armored vehicle to disembark. He called upon Lu Shubao, who possessed superior driving skills, to come down from the train. There were 5 flatbeds available. 1 each for the Thunder God, and the trailer sufficed, yet there was no need to detach the surplus. Shi Qingshan and the remaining 4 took positions guarding different directions, assisting Lu Shubao in carefully maneuvering the trailer onto the flatbed. After securing the trailer, they disconnected the towing hook and hydraulic line. Lu Shubao then gently drove the Thunder God onto another flatbed, parked it, and engaged the handbrake. As the locomotive began to move slowly, the crew members ventured along the corridor outside to explore the main driver's cabin. Inside, they discovered a cozy resting area with bunk beds, a restroom, a shower, a refrigerator, and a microwave, an array of amenities that exceeded all expectations. Xu Li entered the resting area and tossed the bedding from the lower bunk onto the floor, exclaiming, "This bed is wide. I want to sleep here." And Jia retorted, "Aren't you afraid of Lu Shubao's snoring? Besides, the men will take turns driving and need their rest, so don't compete with them for space. If the chair is too narrow for you, you can sleep on my floor." Pouting, Xu Li replied, "I refuse to sleep on the floor. Since the men will be sleeping here, I might as well stick to my chair." As they departed the station, Lu Shubao sounded the horn. The HX-7 accelerated steadily, gradually reaching a speed of 70 kilometers per hour, half of its maximum speed, after which Lu Shubao dared not push it further. With the road conditions uncertain, traveling too fast posed a risk of derailment should any issues arise on the tracks or if a sudden turn presented itself. Shi Qishan and Wang Hongyan focused intently on Lu Shubao as he operated the train, noticing that he had little to do beyond occasionally adjusting the speed and manipulating the braking lever. Their curiosity waned as they turned their attention to the various instruments and devices scattered throughout the driver's cabin. Just as the group was beginning to relish the safety and comfort of their railway journey, they were met with sporadic appearances of zombies on the tracks ahead. The train gradually decelerated, revealing a high-speed train that had come to a halt with its doors wide open. With no other choice, they had to push it aside. However, after an hour, they encountered yet another high-speed train. Fortunately, the HXN7's powerful diesel engine made it feasible to push multiple train sets without difficulty, yet visibility ahead became obscured. Lu Shubao could only lean out to sea, or, out of boredom, watch the zombies in the opposing train's driver's cabin grimacing and banging on the windows as he continued to drive. At a snail's pace, they finally arrived at a small train station by noon. Shi Qishan disembarked early with his rifle and rushed ahead to locate the manually operated switch marked with a black and yellow fishtail symbol, repeatedly pressing to change the track. Lu Shubao then quickly increased the speed, executing a sudden stop, causing the disconnected high-speed trains to slide onto another track due to inertia. Shi Qishan adjusted the switch back, successfully shedding the cumbersome loads, and the train's speed picked up once more. What was initially anticipated to be a leisurely and pleasant railway journey had become arduous and exhausting due to the continual encounters with high-speed train sets along the way. Fortunately, after altering the course of his journey in the evening, the section ahead became less congested, and no high-speed trains appeared on the same track. After finishing dinner, Shi Qishan had just taken a shower when Xueli returned, opening the door and peeking in with a mysterious wave, saying, "Shi, come out." "What is it?" Shi Qishan asked, wiping his damp hair in confusion. Xueli glanced at his V-shaped, athletic physique, her cheeks flushing as she replied, "Did you forget something? Forgot something? Is it good or bad?" Shi Qishan pondered, even more perplexed. "It's a good thing. Come out and I'll tell you." Xueli withdrew her head. "A good thing?" Shi Qishan furrowed his brow, racking his brain but unable to recall any good news he might have forgotten. He put on a short-sleeved shirt, opened the door, and stepped outside. Wang Hongyan slowly set down his chopsticks and stood up. Turning around, he noticed Lu Shubao was intently focused on driving, pretending to be at ease. He whistled silently as he approached the door, peeking outside. Seeing that Lu Shubao was not paying attention to him, he stealthily slipped out. Chapter 108. A special day. A crescent moon hung gracefully in the deep azure sky, its cool luminescence casting a silvery glow upon the moving train, illuminating the silhouettes of Shi Qishan and Xueli. The turbulent air stirred by the train tousled Xueli's long hair, and she held one hand against her flowing locks while the other clung to Shi Qishan's shoulder, their whispers mingling in the night, perhaps sharing secrets or tenderly kissing his cheek. After exchanging a few hushed words, they gingerly hopped onto a flatbed car, stealthily climbing aboard the war vehicle, lifting their feet delicately as they landed softly, quietly navigating over the turret before leaping onto the flatbed that towed the trailer, sneakily crawling inside. Wang Hongyan hurriedly grasped the handrail in the corridor to keep pace, also silently crossing over the war vehicle to land on the rear flatbed. Pressing his ear to the train's body, he listened intently before cautiously ascending the ladder to the roof. The hatch was ajar, and he could hear the voices of Shi Qishan and Xueli drifting out. Xueli murmured, "It's so thick. Can it really fit?" Shi Qishan chuckled lewdly, "Don't worry. It will definitely work." A smirk crept across Wang Hongyan's lips, revealing a sense of triumph. Indeed, this couple could not contain their desires. As the saying goes, those who frequently walk by the river will inevitably get their shoes wet. Finally, he had caught them in the act. Fearing discovery, he dared not peer inside, instead straining his ears to listen. "Are you in?" Xueli asked. "Yeah, I'm in. Just relax," Shi Qishan replied. "Move a little. Did you go all the way in?" "Oh dear. Be gentle." A sound echoed, as if Xueli had playfully slapped Shi Qishan. Wang Hongyan felt his heart racing, muttering to himself, "I've heard of car tremors, horse tremors, and earthquakes, but I've never witnessed a train tremor. Let them enjoy their moment. I'll be right back." Quietly, he crept down from the trailer, seeking Njia to inform her of the escapade. He climbed onto the Thunder God, lifting the slightly ajar hatch and peering inside, feigning curiosity, whereas Team Sure. Njia, reclining with her legs crossed, tilted her head to regard him. Hasn't he come over? Where could he have gone?" "He was just called away by Xueli." Wang Hongyan pretended to be astonished. Oblivious, Njia replied, "You should look again. They must still be at the front of the train." Wang Hongyan cursed Njia's obliviousness inwardly. He had hinted quite clearly, yet she remained unaware. So he continued, "I've searched every nook and cranny of the front. The only place I haven't checked is the trailer." "Well, go look in the trailer." If they're not anywhere else, they're definitely in there. And Jia remained unfazed. Realizing that feigning ignorance was futile, Wang hung and gritted his teeth. That wouldn't be appropriate, would it? What if we stumble upon something awkward? The moment the words left his lips, and Jia and Yin Nan sat up in unison. Stumble upon something awkward? What could happen between them? Yin Nan asked with a frosty demeanor. What else could there be between a man and a woman? Just that. Hee. Wang hung and chuckled lewdly. And Jia squinted at him, suddenly slipping on her flip-flops and standing up. She opened the back door and jumped down, with Yin Nan hurriedly following suit. Wang Hongwen watched as Jia and Yin Nan climbed into the trailer, conjuring in his mind the disheveled image of Shi Qingshan and Shueli hurriedly pulling up their pants in a startled frenzy. And a joyful laugh emanated from the depths of his heart. Upon entering the trailer, Jia was taken aback by the sight before her. The narrow corridor was strewn with food packaging, leaving no space to step, creating a scene of utter chaos. Seeing her arrival, Shi Qingshan and Shueli fumbled to retrieve a lighter, igniting a candle perched atop a cake. What are you doing? Shueli suddenly switched off the ceiling light, as Shi Qingshan cheerfully held the cake aloft, singing, Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. The final line was transformed into a harmonious chorus as Yin Nan and Shueli clapped along. At that moment, Jia comprehended everything. Her eyes brimmed with tears as she realized she had forgotten that today was her birthday. Oh my goodness. I'm truly amazed by you all. Your cunning is simply remarkable. You managed to keep this secret from me all day. Jia fanned her tear-filled eyes with her hand, her voice choked with emotion. Shi Qingshan bent down, grinning as he looked at her. Are you feeling touched? Don't hold back. If you want to cry, then cry. Jia shot him a playful glare, but then, she couldn't help but laugh, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Hurry and make a wish before blowing out the candles. Just be careful not to forget anyone. Shi Qingshan teased, squinting his eyes. Jia wiped her tear-streaked eyes, her lashes fluttering, and burst into laughter again. She closed her eyes, clasped her hands together in front of the candle, silently making a wish. Then took a deep breath and blew out the candle. Yay! The lights came on, and everyone began to clap. Thank you all. The greatest fortune is having your company. Jia spoke, her beautiful eyes shimmering as they locked onto Shi Qingshan's. Oh, come now. Your words are insincere. It was I who reminded Shi Qingshan about your birthday today. I am the one you should be most grateful to. Shueli pouted, hands on her hips. Jia replied with a smile, I speak from the heart. I can't believe you remembered my birthday. I'm truly touched. Thank you so much, Sherry. Now that's more like it. Come, let us taste the cake we prepared for you with such care. I'm absolutely drooling. Shueli rubbed her hands together, her eyes sparkling as she focused on the birthday cake in Shi Qingshan's hands. Jia's gaze followed hers to the chocolate cake adorned with a thick candle in the center and surrounded by a circle of nutty candy. Curiously, she asked, Where did you get this cake? Is the brown layer outside chocolate? The cake inside is made from tearing apart numerous individual rations, piecing together the little cakes within. The outer layer is peanut butter mixed with sugar, and the top is made of cut rice cakes. This was all Shi Qingshan's idea, and we worked together to make it. Shueli boasted. How exquisite. It must taste wonderful. Jia twirled around, looking for a knife to cut the cake. This will do. Shueli magically presented a fork, and Jia smiled as she carefully took it, gently inserting it into the cake. With a swift motion, the fork pierced through a small cake, smeared with sweet peanut butter, lifting it out. Quick, taste it. Is it delicious? Shueli said eagerly, licking her lips. Jia opened her mouth, revealing her pearly white teeth as she took a bite. It's delicious. Please don't speak English, okay? Shi Qingshan interjected, seeking attention. Jia, in a cheerful mood today, refrained from retorting and offered the remaining half of the cake to him, saying, It's so delicious. You should try it. Shi Qingshan swallowed the cake in one bite, nodding repeatedly. Indeed, it's quite good. I truly am a genius. Ha. A genius, huh? Why not ascend to the heavens? Shueli muttered, witnessing their endless display of affection. Unable to wait, she directly reached out to grab a large piece of cake, sharing half with Yin Nan as she devoured it enthusiastically. Though the cake was delightful, they had just finished their meal, and each had only a small piece before feeling stuffed. Jia suggested, let's divide a portion to send to Lu Shubao and Wang Hongwen. We can't have any ourselves. Shi Qingshan replied, I'll take it back later. Today is a momentous occasion. We should celebrate. However, upon hearing this, Jia slowly lowered her head, suddenly becoming despondent. With a hoarse voice, she said, I can't help but think of my poor mother. Shi Qingshan was taken aback. Indeed, it had not been long since Jia's mother had passed away, making celebration seem inappropriate. He sighed, gently patting Jia's shoulder and embracing her softly. Chapter 109. Events did not unfold as anticipated. The floor quivered slightly, as if time had come to a standstill. Yin Nan cast a discreet glance at Xueli, signaling her to depart and not linger like a third wheel. Xueli pouted, reluctantly dragging her feet, glancing back 3 times before following Yin Nan out. Wang Hongwen swung his arms as he returned to the motorcycle's cockpit, an irrepressible smile etched upon his face. Lu Shubao, glancing back inadvertently, inquired with a laugh, "Oh, what joyous occasion has arisen? Share it with us so we may revel together." "What joyous occasion?" Wang Hongwen replied, clasping his hands behind his back and puffing out his chest, shaking his head. "I merely recalled a saying, men are creatures of their lower halves. Are soldiers merely governed by their firearms?" Lu Shubao, feeling an aversion towards him, immediately frowned upon hearing the inappropriate remark. "What do you mean by that?" Wang Hongwen hastily waved his hands. "Oh, I mean no offense. Everyone has their 3 urgent needs, urgent bodily functions, anxious hearts, and impatient spirits. It is an inescapable truth of humanity." His words only deepened Lu Shubao's confusion. 3 urgent needs? Is it not merely the need to urinate, defecate, or pass gas? What exactly are you trying to convey? Your words are as unclear as fog. You shall understand soon enough. There is no need to rush. Wang Hongwen leaned out of the vehicle door, pondering why there was no commotion from behind. He anxiously waited another half hour, yet the silence persisted. Just as he resolved to investigate, the door swung open, and Shi Qishan returned, humming a tune. Wang Hongwen was left momentarily dumbfounded. Evidently, events had not unfolded as anticipated. Over 3,000 liters of diesel had only propelled the internal combustion locomotive for a mere 500 kilometers. Before dawn broke, the train's fuel tank ran dry. Upon arriving at a small station in the eastern part of Nandu City, Jiangnan Province, Shi Qingshan roused Lu Shubao and Wang Hongwen, and the 3 of them thoroughly scoured the station's garage. Regrettably, aside from a few rusted freight cars, they found neither the fuel locomotive nor any diesel. With no alternatives, they were compelled to offload the battle vehicle from the flatbed truck, utilizing the onboard fuel pump to siphon the remaining hundreds of liters of diesel into the auxiliary tank of the Thunder God. They abandoned the locomotive, drained of its last drop of fuel, and embarked on their journey southward. The suburban asphalt road was overrun with verdant vines, resembling a lush green carpet stretching into the horizon. Red-eyed cows and clusters of plump pigs occasionally peeked out from the roadside grass, curiously observing the passing battle vehicle. Seemingly pondering, what delectable morsel is this? Inside the crew compartment of the battle vehicle, chaos reigned, with the floor strewn with various sizes of delivery packages. They had encountered a courier truck on the road, and thus pried it open to loot its contents, each selecting items of personal interest, tossing some while receiving others, until the cargo hold was filled with a plethora of boxes, which they later unwrapped in search of treasures. Xueli opened one box and pulled out a dress, casually discarding the packaging out of the vehicle. "What do you think of this?" she asked, pinching the collar of the dress under her chin and swaying her body while holding the sleeves. "Not a bad piece at all." Angie's discerning taste is not to be trifled with. Few items purchased online ever capture her attention. "Humph," Xueli pouted, crumpling her skirt into a ball and tossing it out of the vehicle. Shikingshan, spotting a DJI foldable drone in one of the boxes, eagerly retrieved it and began the unboxing and assembly process. This drone came equipped with a pair of immersive, lightweight VR goggles, allowing the wearer to experience real-time visuals from the drone's camera. By simply turning one's head, the drone's camera would follow suit. Utilizing this tool to survey the surrounding environment proved far more vivid and intuitive than viewing it on a screen. Regrettably, the flight time of civilian drones is strictly limited to 30 minutes. However, it is a welcome addition that could compensate for the deficiencies of battlefield radar drones. One box after another was opened, with most of the items unceremoniously discarded outside the vehicle. Similar to the individuals who purchase these items, online shopping is largely a gamble. No matter how discerning one may be, most treasures end up gathering dust due to quality issues or discrepancies from expectations, rather than seeking convenience and affordability. Online shopping resembles a game of chance, driven by the thrill of unboxing and the satisfaction derived from finding value in the goods. The armored vehicle sped along, the stacks of medium-sized boxes gradually diminishing. By evening, they had been completely cleared out, leaving only a few disordered items beneath the seats: clothing, cosmetics, digital electronics, and an abundance of snacks. Remarkably, their lunch had consisted of spicy duck necks. The vehicle traversed a stone bridge, with a winding river flowing beneath. According to the map, this river is a tributary of the Great Yangtze. "I propose we stop and stretch our legs," Xueli exclaimed, raising a hand that had gotten dirty from unboxing. "All right, let's stop." The primary objective of this journey was to escort Xueli, and since she was in no hurry, neither was Shikingshan. The armored vehicle emitted a sound of electrical resistance as it came to a halt. Shikingshan opened the rear hatch, cautiously scanning the surroundings. There were few zombies here. The air was free of foul odors, and the bodies had been cleared away. A trail of blood led straight to the riverbank, suggesting they had been dragged and disposed of in the water. He curiously inquired, "Where are we? Why are there so many modified vehicles by the roadside?" Lu Shubao driving responded clearly, "Isn't it written right there? Qingshui Town, the largest specialty vehicle modification base in the country. Qingshui Town. Is this the Qingshui Town in Jiangnan?" Xueli exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock. Qingshui Town is renowned in the vehicle modification community, and as an avid car enthusiast, Xueli was well aware of its fame. This place is a gathering point for numerous classic gasoline off-road vehicles imported from abroad. No matter how old the model, one can find spare parts here. Even vehicles deemed scrap, once refurbished and modified in this town, can regain their former glory in less than half a month, earning the admiration of both mechanics and traditional engine aficionados. "Excuse me, make way," Xueli urged, tapping Shiking Shan on the shoulder to move aside as she eagerly leaped from the vehicle. She twirled in place, her mouth agape as she exclaimed, "Oh my God! Oh my God!" Her eyes sparkled with excitement, seemingly insufficient to contain her enthusiasm. Sure Qishan glanced around following her gaze, perplexed as he inquired, "Are they merely a bunch of dilapidated vehicles? What could possibly excite you so?" "Indeed, Qingshui Town is a hallowed ground in our realm of modified engines. I have long yearned to visit. Who could have imagined that today, by some twist of fate, I would disembark and find myself here? Is it not destiny at play?" "Oh my God!" Xueli exclaimed, covering her mouth, still reeling from the shock. She paid no mind to the soot on her hands, smudging her face. Chapter 110, the amphibious vehicle. Shiking Shan expressed his disdain, questioning the allure of obsolete machinery. Internal combustion engines are neither environmentally friendly nor economical. They produce excessive noise and are fraught with issues. In terms of acceleration, they cannot compete with electric vehicles, and when it comes to off-road capability, their sluggishness in extricating themselves from immobility pales in comparison to the smoothness of electric motors. Furthermore, electric vehicles now boast superior endurance. What advantages do traditional engines possess over electric vehicles? Xueli rolled her eyes. "Can electric vehicles fly?" Shiking Shan retorted, "Can traditional combustion vehicles fly?" "Of course they can." Xueli seized on his words, her pride evident. "In our town, there's an extraordinary individual who modified his car by adding a turbine engine and rotor to the rear seat, transforming it into a vehicle that can both drive and fly." Now it was Shiking Shan's turn to be astonished, his jaw dropping. How audacious. Driving a car in the streets is already odd enough. Adding wings would make it even more bizarre. This person must be quite eccentric. You don't understand. This represents a lifestyle, a statement of identity, and a flair for the extraordinary. Take horseback riding, for instance. A horse cannot outrun a car and is hardly comfortable. Yet there are equestrian clubs and horse racing venues, not to mention that horseback riding is an Olympic sport. Their passion is akin to horse riding. It seeks to stand out, a luxury that the less fortunate cannot afford. Shiking Shan scoffed, "It's merely a waste of money. Aren't they afraid of crashing and meeting a fatal end?" Xueli disparaged his remarks. "Do you think it's as simple as just attaching a turbine engine to a car and taking flight?" That individual had a helicopter company conduct test flights and calibrate the modifications, which cost an astronomical sum, enough to purchase 2 helicopters. Lu Shubao, perched atop the car, chuckled. Who would have thought that a young lady could spin such grand tales? Soaring through the skies. Xueli retorted indignantly, "Who has spinning tales? I have flown in that vehicle. It was modified at a place called Navigation right here." Xiao Xue, not lying, added, "I have also been in that car, and I heard it might still be here after maintenance." Yanin jumped down to corroborate Xueli's claim. Yes, I had nearly forgotten about that. That vehicle could very well be around here." Xueli clapped her hands in delight. Shiking Shan and Lu Shubao exchanged glances. "Shall we search for it? Let us see how that genius modified it. Why not? Perhaps I could even construct one myself. After all, my mechanical engineering skills are quite impressive," Lu Shubao declared, raising his thumb in approval. "Huh, who knew you could boast so well? Are you hoping to build one that soars to the heavens, side by side with the sun?" Xueli shot back, seizing the opportunity for a witty retort. "Side by side with the sun? You underestimate me. In truth, I wish to forge a bond with you, my God." Lu Shubao rambled without restraint. As the conversation veered into matters of faith, Xueli felt a constraining grip. The topic of divinity was not to be trifled with, especially since the apocalyptic events had deepened her reverence for her deity. Xueli, fearing that her retort might provoke Lu Shubao into uttering something even more outrageous, puffed her cheeks and glared at him with fury. If a gaze could kill, Lu Shubao would have been reduced to ashes. Unperturbed, Lu Shubao pointed his index finger skyward and began to chant nonsensically, Amohan, Amolahan. Salam Mali, who while dramatically gesturing as if exposing himself. This fool had completely muddled Shueli's religion. "Let us make a tomato and egg soup for dinner." And Jia shouted from the car. She could only cook one dish, a hodgepodge stew, and since no one else could even manage that, Lu Shubao, who had cooked for 2 years while on the mountain, assumed the role of chef once again. "What tomatoes? You all devoured them as if they were fruit." Lu Shubao retorted. "Rarely doesn't Jia have an appetite. You should contribute those 2 eggs." Shi Qingshan remarked. Lu Shubao shrugged, lamenting. "A clever woman cannot make a meal without rice. Without tomatoes, I can only prepare an egg soup." And Jia pleaded, "Live treasure, I won't call you that anymore. Just look around. We are in the suburbs. Perhaps someone has tomatoes growing in their yard." Lu Shubao glanced at Shi Qingshan, muttering, "You're reluctant to let your husband run errands, yet you keep directing me." Complaining, he prepared to disembark in search of ingredients. "There's no need to run errands." Shi Qingshan interjected hastily. "Didn't we just acquire a DJI? It would be much easier to find with that. Right? You're a genius." Lu Shubao's face lit up. Walking was his least favorite activity. "Then let us hurry. Darkness falls quickly." Shi Qingshan rushed into the car to retrieve the drone. Donning the VR goggles, the drone ascended into the air as Shi Qingshan skillfully maneuvered the remote control, scanning the surroundings. Before long, he exclaimed, "Found it. There's a small vegetable garden in this yard, and it has tomatoes." Moments later, he continued, "Shueli, there's a shop called Linghang. There are quite a few cars parked in the back. Is that the modification shop you mentioned? Let me see." Shueli promptly snatched the VR goggles from Shi Qingshan's head and placed them on her own. "Oh my, it feels as if I'm flying in the air. Look, the modified vehicle peeking out from the shed is the one I was talking about. Come quickly." Shueli gazed down from her elevated vantage point, feeling an illusion of being present there. "I know where it is. Let us go." Shi Qingshan pulled Shueli, who was still peering around, into the car, taking over from Lu Shubao. He drove the armored vehicle another kilometer until they arrived at the Linghang Special Vehicle Modification Factory. The drone hovered above them, and upon seeing that the yard was devoid of zombies, Shi Qingshan leaned out and safely landed the drone. Everyone disembarked, with Shueli leading the charge toward the modified Hummer equipped with rotors. She flung open the door, reached inside, and exclaimed with delight, "Wonderful. The keys are still in the car. Hold on. Let me take a look." Lu Shubao incessantly muttered to himself. His curiosity piqued as he circled the modified military vehicle twice. He tapped the folding tail wing, sniffed the air intake of the turboshaft engine, and then opened the passenger door to sit inside. Gazing at the array of cockpit integrated display control screens on the dashboard, he couldn't help but exclaim in awe, "Wow, quite impressive. But can it actually fly?" Shueli, filled with pride, replied, "Well, are you astonished?" Lu Shubao nodded vigorously, his hand caressing the central helicopter control stick as he exclaimed, absolutely amazed. Truly amazed. "Hurry, start it up and take me for a ride in the sky." Feeling a surge of excitement herself, Shueli glanced at the instruments before firmly pressing the brake and turning the key all the way. With a sharp whir, the starter engaged for just a moment before the V8 electronically controlled turbocharged diesel engine of the vehicle roared to life seamlessly. Chapter 111. Kidnapping. Shueli waved away the rustic and Jia and Shi Qingshan, who were leaning against the car door, shifted the vehicle into gear, and gradually drove it into the courtyard. After engaging the handbrake, she climbed atop the car to remove the tarp before jumping back inside. She flipped a switch, and the folding tail wings slowly extended, while the rotor blades, snug against the roof, began to rise. Beeping and flashing lights indicated that the helicopter's equipment was operational. Performing self-checks, Shueli scrutinized the various parameters displayed on the screen and declared, "All systems are normal. I shall take you soaring through the skies, silencing your foul mouth." With that, she donned her pilot's helmet and pressed the engine start button. With a thunderous roar, the helicopter's rotor blades began to spin slowly, gaining momentum until they reached the takeoff speed after a minute. As the dashboard bobblehead teetered precariously from the intense vibrations, Lu Shubao began to feel anxious. "Hey, do you even know how to fly? Don't take me to meet your maker." "What did you say? Put on the helmet," Shueli shouted, unable to hear him. As she pointed to the helmet behind Lu Shubao, he rolled his eyes and retorted, "I'm not playing with your life." Abruptly, he flung open the car door and jumped out, crawling on all fours to escape the rotor's radius. Shueli extended her middle finger at him, making a face while calling him a coward. Pulling the control stick, the armored vehicle's rear lifted off the ground, sliding several meters forward before wobbling into the sky. Those gathered nearby quickly scurried under the eaves of the workshop, their heads turned by the fierce wind. The sound of pebbles clattering against the modified vehicles parked in the yard filled the air. In an inconspicuous shed, a dusty BMW SUV stood, its windows and rear windshield replaced with perforated metal plates. The vehicle faced the wall, shrouded in shadows, and due to the distraction of the amphibious vehicle, Shan and the others failed to notice it. A gleaming guillotine was welded to the front bumper of the BMW, and a steel mesh, as thick as a pinky finger, was added to the windshield, though it seemed incomplete, with several vertical bars yet to be affixed. Through the holes in the iron plate windows, 3 pairs of beady eyes peered out. What a damn shame. How could we not spot such an impressive vehicle right under our noses? They've gotten the better of us, lamented a burly man in a yellow hard hat. Seventh brother, is it not the case that the stunning girl who drives it is coming here? She is beautiful and knows how to handle this car. It must be meant for us. We can simply snatch both the driver and the vehicle, suggested a scruffy young man with sparse curls on his chin. Brushing aside his greasy hair, seventh brother remained calm, his gaze fixed unblinkingly on Shan, who was armed with a rifle. Did you not see they have rifles and tanks? Are you looking to throw your life away? But after this village, we can wait at the next one. Before the disheveled youth could finish his words, seventh brother interrupted him, stating, unless we possess absolute certainty, we must refrain from taking action. The disheveled youth, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, I'm not foolish enough to confront them head-on. What I meant was to employ strategy. Use strategy. Ignoring him, seventh brother commanded a silent individual beside him. Old 9, conceal the hatchet beneath the seat. These people do not speak with a local accent. They are likely outsiders. Let us proceed with caution. Old 9, whose hairstyle starkly contrasted with that of the disheveled youth, sported a gleaming bald head with a shaved crown and hair on the sides. If not shaved daily, it would soon resemble a Mediterranean hairstyle. He nodded in acknowledgement, silently grasping a polished long-handled hatchet. After wiping the blood off with a seat cover and shaving the areas around his scalp, he discreetly stowed it beneath the chair. As daylight faded into dusk, the sun finally dipped below the horizon. Snowpair, having piloted the aircraft, did not venture far. After ascending briefly, it circled back and descended. The engine quieted, and the rotor speed gradually diminished. Before it came to a complete halt, she hunched over, pressing her hand against her hair as she exited the aircraft. The slender youth, captivated by Snowpair's ample bosom and curvaceous figure, swallowed hard, exclaiming internally, damn it. After 2 decades in internet cafes, I've never encountered such a stunning woman. If only I could touch her, I would gladly meet my end right then. Seventh brother scoffed derisively, his voice low. Look at your aspirations. Is it truly so difficult to touch her? When the moment arises, just seize the opportunity, embrace her, touch her as you desire. The disheveled youth's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? Are we actually going to take action, seventh brother? Seventh brother shook his head, his gaze flickering. It depends on the circumstances. If you truly wish to touch her, keep your eyes peeled and don't let the opportunity slip away. As the helicopter's rotor gradually ceased spinning, the noise of the wind faded. Shan lit a cigarette and wandered through the small kitchen of the modification factory before returning to instruct, the gas stove here is still operational. And Jia, you and Shu Bao prepare dinner here while Wang Hongwen and I go pick tomatoes. Am I not needed? Snowpair asked, clapping her hands with a light-hearted demeanor. I think this vehicle is quite good. You and Yin'en should secure the rotor and cover it. We'll drive it when we leave. Given the rough terrain, can we really reach our destination? Snowpair expressed her skepticism. Shan waved dismissively. Wherever we can drive it, we will. This vehicle can fly and run. It may prove invaluable at a critical moment. All right then, but I must clarify, I won't drive. The glass is bare and unprotected. It looks rather intimidating. I'll drive. Hurry and tidy up. I'm off to find tomatoes. Shan handed his rifle to Lu Shubao, who was carrying a sack of rice, discarded his cigarette butt, and climbed onto the top of the armored vehicle. Wang Hongwen started the vehicle, turning left as directed by Shan. Brothers, the opportunity has arrived. In the shadowy carport, concealed within the modified BMW, seventh brother saw Shan and the others busy with their tasks, leaving only Snowpair directing Yan'an to fold the tail and rotor. Gritting his teeth, he declared, Old 9, drive this vehicle and follow us. Old 10, let us stealthily approach from the shadows. You must cover that girl's mouth and drag her into the vehicle, while I take the wheel and speed towards the riverbank, catching them off guard. I doubt they will be able to pursue us. Seventh brother, shall we also capture that 9-headed beauty? The disheveled youth brushed aside his hair that obstructed his vision and spoke. Do not be greedy. Can you handle 2 women? I've tried it in bed before. It's absolutely no problem. The disheveled youth grinned, revealing his yellowed teeth with a lewd smile. Humph. Whether we bring back 1 or 2, it won't concern us. Why take such a great risk? Seventh brother seemed displeased with certain individuals. Indeed, the elder brother and the second brother have gone too far. The women they have played with, even if they were to kill them, would not allow us a chance. Do they not realize that the resources of women are now scarce? For every one that dies, another is lost. The disheveled youth was equally frustrated. Who told them to possess firearms? Enough nonsense. Quickly, get out of the car. Seventh brother raised his hand to switch off the BMW's dome light, quietly opened the door, and exited the vehicle. He and the disheveled youth stealthily moved through the pitch-black garage, inching closer to Shirley from behind. Chapter 112. Pursuit. Shirley stood 3 or 4 meters away from the garage, one hand on her hip while the other wielded a flashlight to assist Yanin in tying a canvas rope atop the vehicle. Noticing that Yanin seemed to have tied a knot too tightly, she was about to offer a word of caution when suddenly, someone covered her mouth from behind. A sharp pain shot through her neck, and in an instant, the world around her spun violently as she lost consciousness, her last sight being the pitch-black sky above. Yanin, atop the vehicle, suddenly found herself enveloped in darkness and, unaware of Shirley's peril, grumbled, "Hey, focus. Where are you shining that light?" At that moment, a series of rustling footsteps and the sound of something dragging across the ground reached her ears. Realizing something was amiss, her mind instantly conjured the image of a giant rat attacking, sending a chill down her spine. "Xiao Shui!" She screamed in sheer terror. The response to her cry was a roar of an engine. The car door swung open, and the Humvee lurched forward, sending her crashing to the ground. Yanin tumbled from a height of over 2 meters, dazed from the impact, yet quickly regained her footing. Sensing Shirley's absence, she stifled the intense pain in her wrist and sprinted after the Humvee that was speeding out of the courtyard. Though confusion clouded her mind, she was certain that Shirley was not the one driving. As she accelerated towards the exit, a car suddenly reversed from the garage. Yanin had no time to react. With a deafening crash, she was flung several meters away, landing motionless on the ground. "Damn it! Stop right there!" Lu Shubao, alerted by the commotion, rushed out of the kitchen with a knife in hand, witnessing Yanin being struck by the vehicle. Seeing the car show no signs of stopping, he swung the knife with all his might. The blade struck the rear steel plate of the BMW, sparking and ricocheting away. Lu Shubao halted, casting a worried glance at Yanin, who lay unconscious on the ground. At that moment, Anjia also emerged from the kitchen, calling out to him, "I'll take care of Yanin. You go after them." Without hesitation, Lu Shubao sprinted after the fleeing vehicle. "Yanin, Yanin, wake up!" Anjia knelt beside Yanin, assessing her injuries. Noticing her tightly shut eyes, the swelling on her forehead, and the blood staining her arms and knees, panic surged within her. She hurriedly propped Yanin up, resting her against her legs, gently patting her cheek to rouse her, but Yanin remained unresponsive, limp as a rag doll. "Shi-Shan, where are you? Where have you gone?" Anjia fell back in despair, tears streaming down her face as she cursed him. As if responding to her plea, a bright light flashed, and Thor roared in from the distance, swiftly approaching the entrance of the modified car factory. With a screeching halt, before the vehicle even came to a complete stop, Shi-Shan leaped from the driver's seat, rushing to Anjia and Yanin's side. He knelt, grasping Yanin's wrist, feeling for her pulse, and anxiously inquired, "What happened? What is wrong with Yanin?" "She was hit by the car." We heard her scream in terror, calling out for Xiaoxua. And then the Humvee roared to life and sped away. Yanin was about to pursue when, unexpectedly, a car tumbled out from the garage, colliding with her and then fleeing. Lu Shubao took off after it. Although Anjia was flustered, her mind remained clear, and she succinctly recounted everything she observed. As Shi-Shan listened to Anjia's narrative, he meticulously analyzed the various clues in his mind. Yanin shrieked that there were 2 possibilities regarding Shirley. Either she was in danger, or someone intended to prevent her from engaging in perilous activities. Anjia's account revealed that 2 vehicles had just sped away, indicating that individuals had been lurking in the modified factory, remaining hidden until they emerged to knock Yanin down. Certainly not good people. Shi-Shan regretted his negligence in failing to scan the area with radar. Shirley was in jeopardy. Without the luxury of further contemplation, he noticed Yanin's chest still rising and falling gently, and her pulse remained strong. He quickly bent down to lift her horizontally, instructing Wang Hongwen, who was rushing over, to open the rear compartment of the Thunder God vehicle and place her inside carefully. "Anjia, support Yanin. Do not let her fall." Lao Wang, deploy the battlefield drone and locate Lu Shubao's pursuit. As Shi-Shan spoke, he dashed into the cockpit, revving the engine and maneuvering the war vehicle to turn around in the yard. Lu Shubao turned right upon leaving. Anjia gripped the handle firmly with one hand while steadying Yanin with the other, urging him to be cautious. "Understood. Hold on tight." Shi-Shan accelerated steadily, driving the war vehicle as swiftly and smoothly as possible. Upon exiting, he turned right and sped forward. With a hum, the electric motor roared, propelling the Thunder God to exceed 100 kilometers per hour in mere seconds. The immense force nearly caused Anjia to lose her grip as Yanin slid backward. Thud, thud, thud. Several zombies, drawn in by the headlights, unexpectedly emerged from nowhere and were obliterated by the war vehicle. Just as they were about to exit Qinshui town, Lu Shubao suddenly waved his arms, dashing onto the street from the roadside. At first glance, one might mistake him for a zombie. Shiking-shan quickly recognized him and slammed the brakes. With a loud crunch, the thunder god lurched downwards, its treads gripping the ground fiercely. Yet it still skidded 4 to 5 meters before halting just half a meter from Lu Shubao. The tremendous inertia sent Anjia and Yanin tumbling forward, with Anjia landing first and cushioning Yanin's fall. Oh. Anjia gasped in pain, but quickly exclaimed, Yanin? You're awake? Xiao Shiwe has been kidnapped. Upon regaining consciousness, Yanin struggled to rise, but as soon as her head lifted, it fell heavily back down. Don't move. Rest assured, we are pursuing her. Anjia hurriedly reassured her. Damn it. Lu Shubao, are you trying to get yourself killed? Shiking-shan shouted, drenched in sweat, furious as he poked his head out to scold them. Lu Shubao, clutching his waist, gasped for breath, waving his hand in dismissal, limping around to the rear door to climb onto the war vehicle. Without pausing to wipe his sweat, he pointed ahead, exclaiming, Damn it, hurry. Chase after them. Those bastards are getting away. Shiking-shan had no time to dwell on the matter, swiftly pressing the accelerator to resume the pursuit. Inquiring as he did you catch sight of those kidnappers? Which vehicle is Xiueli in? Lu Shubao swallowed hard, struggling to articulate. I only saw the rear of a car when I came out. After a few minutes of chasing, I lost sight of it. Xiueli is in the warrior vehicle. Hurry, pursue. Yanin, lying in Anjia's embrace, uttered weakly. The speed of the Thunder God vehicle surged to its limits. The speedometer needle steadfastly fixed at 130, having reached its maximum. The incessant beeping of the bothersome speed limit warning pierced the air, occasionally forcing the speed to drop to 120. The thunderous roar of the tank tracks reverberated from afar, startling the cows and pigs hidden in the grass, which rushed into the middle of the road to observe, only to be tragically transformed into a bloody mess in the blink of an eye. Chapter 113. Aerial peril in a state of frenzied urgency. Shiking-shan turned back to ask, Yanin, how are you feeling? Where does it hurt? My whole body aches. I feel dizzy. Yanin spoke softly, as if any effort to open her mouth wider would exacerbate her discomfort. Wang Hongyan suddenly exclaimed, I've located them. 2 vehicles, moving swiftly, have just turned westward ahead of us. What is their speed? How far are they from us? Shiking-shan inquired anxiously. They're traveling faster than we are. Currently, they are 12 kilometers away, and the distance is widening. Damn it. Shiking-shan slammed his hand against the steering wheel, and a sudden inspiration struck him. Have Thor attempt to infiltrate the computers of those 2 vehicles and disable their engines. All right, I'll give it a try. Wang Hongyan swiftly tapped on the holographic projection screen, simultaneously calling out, Thor, are you there? Standing by, Wang. Can you shut down the engines of the 2 vehicles I've selected? Please hold on. After a moment, Thor responded, the civilian version of the warrior has breached the firewall and is connected successfully. If the captain gives the command, it can stop at any time. The BMW model is older and cannot be connected. Upon hearing this, Shiking-shan immediately commanded, Thor, I order you to shut down the engine of the warrior vehicle. Confirming. The engine of the warrior has been shut down, Captain. Thor responded promptly. How about it, Lao Wang? Has the warrior stopped? Shiking-shan quickly asked Wang Hongyan. It has stopped? It has stopped? Oh, the vehicle behind it is also halted. 2 people are getting out of the warrior. No, 3. They've entered the vehicle behind. The vehicle behind has started moving again. One of them must be Xiueli. She must have been restrained. Shiking-shan cursed bitterly. Sure too, Yanin asked. Can we catch up to Xiueli? Jia, speaking for the increasingly quiet Yanin, inquired. We can catch up. We will definitely catch up. I'm figuring out a way. Don't worry, they won't escape. Shiking-shan reassured them, while also bolstering his own resolve. He was determined to rescue Xiueli, even at the cost of his own life. For reasons unknown, her significance in his heart had risen to just below that of Jia. Perhaps it was due to their close encounters. Lao Tai, why don't we let the warrior take flight and pursue them more quickly? Lu Shubao suddenly suggested. Shiking-shan's eyes lit up, as if enlightened. What a splendid idea. Can you make it fly? Lu Shubao looked taken aback. Aren't you special forces trained to fly helicopters? I can't. Shiking-shan replied urgently, I can pilot a helicopter, but I'm not familiar with the controls of this vehicle. I'm afraid if we take too long, we'll lose their trail. Lu Shubao quickly stated. I saw Xiueli start it up. I know which switches to flip. I'll assist you. Great. That settles it. As they conversed, following Wang Hongyan's guidance, they turned west at an intersection and soon encountered the disabled warrior vehicle. Thor, seize control of the warrior's computer. On the edge of the mountain, Shiking-shan commanded the Thunder God, seizing a walkie-talkie. He and Lu Shubao each took up a rifle and leaped from the vehicle. They hastily scrambled to the top of the armored car, deftly untying the canvas ropes that bound the rotor. Shiking-shan first untied his portion, promptly jumping down to start the engine in the cockpit. Faced with the myriad switches cluttering the dashboard, he found himself at a loss and shouted, "Lu Shubao, have you not finished yet? Damn it, who tied this knot so tightly?" Lu Shubao appeared equally flustered. "Here is a knife for you." Shi Qingshan tossed a paratrooper's knife up from his boot. Lu Shubao caught it, swiftly severing the canvas knot before jumping down to take the co-pilot's seat. "Hurry. Which one is the helicopter's power switch? Don't rush. Let me think." Lu Shubao wiped away the sweat streaming down his brow, discerning the switches, and pushed up a silver metal switch. The rotor and tail of the vehicle prepared for action. He proceeded to flip 3 more switches. Beep. Various instruments. Indicator lights and displays instantaneously illuminated. Yes. All parameters are normal. Without a glance at the readings, Lu Shubao pressed the turbine engine start button. With a roar, the rotor atop began to spin, and as the engine speed increased, so did the rotor's velocity, ultimately reaching takeoff speed. Shi Qingshan gently pulled the control stick, sensing the vehicle's wheels were lifting off the ground, and urged Lu Shubao, "All right, you can get down now." "Why?" Lu Shubao paused, remaining still. "What is there to debate? In this pitch darkness, if we crash into a utility pole, we're both done for." Shi Qingshan replied impatiently, "I want to go." "You can't stop them alone," Lu Shubao countered stubbornly. Shi Qingshan, exasperated, thought quickly to devise a rationale. "Are you foolish? I can't leave Anjia in the vehicle. I'm not at ease. Do I need to spell it out for you? Anjia?" Lu Shubao blinked, as if he truly understood, and with a broad grin, patted Shi Qingshan on the shoulder, saying, "Now you're thinking. A cautious approach ensures longevity. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on her. No one will take her from you." With that, he turned to exit the vehicle. Once Lu Shubao had fallen for the ruse and moved out of harm's way, Shi Qingshan slowly pulled back on the control stick. The amphibious vehicle drifted slightly and lifted off, successfully navigating between the utility poles along the roadside, ascending into the air. Below, the dark earth resembled a return to ancient times, devoid of any light. To avoid alarming any adversaries, Shi Qingshan refrained from activating any headlights. In the profound darkness, a singular point of light resembling a firefly became apparent. With the absence of other light sources, as long as that vehicle kept its lights on, he could easily track it with his naked eye. Shi Qingshan adjusted the onboard radio to match the Thunder God's frequency and called out, "Old Wang, can the radar still track that vehicle?" "The signal isn't great. Sure, it's intermittent." Wang Hongwen replied. "What our drone's current altitude?" Shi Qingshan inquired further. "The drone now hovers at an altitude of 500 meters. Very well. Ensure it does not approach me too closely. Maintain a safe distance." "Understood." The headlights in the darkness flicker like fireflies, and at this moment, there are no reference points to indicate how swiftly he is flying. However, Shi Qingshan can sense that light gradually drawing nearer. He has pushed the amphibious vehicle's speed to its limits, paying no heed to the vibrations emanating from the chassis. Shi Qingshan is acutely aware that engine resonance is the greatest peril for any flying machine. Should it occur and become unmanageable, it would inevitably lead to catastrophe. Yet, he does not reduce his speed, his thoughts entirely consumed by the urgency of rescuing Xueli. With each passing minute, her peril increases. The luminous point becomes increasingly distinct. As he rounds a small hill, a larger light suddenly comes into view. What could that be? He watches in disbelief as the vehicle he is pursuing merges into the larger light ahead. The bright beacon draws nearer, and only when it is upon him does Shi Qingshan discern that it is a ship, a large roll-on roll-off passenger ferry, featuring a parking deck on the first level and 3 tiers above, filled with various rooms. Chapter 114, Perilous Encounters. The ferry, initially docked by the riverside, swiftly departed from the shore after the pursuing vehicle boarded. Shi Qingshan circled above the vessel, discovering that the brightly lit areas were the navigation lights illuminating the water and the forward deck. Once the car ascended the rear ramp, it vanished from view. The amphibious vehicle lacked a loudspeaker, thus, Shi Qingshan switched on the headlights, daringly hovering the aircraft in front of the ferry's cockpit while maneuvering it backward, oscillating between high and low beams in an attempt to signal them to halt immediately. However, being no specialized helicopter, the amphibious vehicle hovered precariously, the headlights wavering and failing to align with the cockpit. With gritted teeth, Shi Qingshan grasped the flight control stick, gradually regaining his composure. When he finally directed the headlights toward the dimly lit cockpit of the ferry, he discerned 3 figures within, one of whom appeared to be aiming a handgun at him. Instinctively, he jerked the control stick to the left, just as a flash of gunfire erupted from the ferry's cockpit, triggering the malfunction indicator lights on the aircraft's dashboard to wail and flicker ominously. What was that? Was it made of paper? The amphibious vehicle spun in the air, seemingly struck in the tail, rendering the rudder difficult to maneuver. The actions of those inside incensed him thoroughly. He resolved that if he were to perish, he would take them down with him. Yet, in that critical moment, he found a strange calmness. Though he had only caught a glimpse, he could still ascertain that the cockpit housed no one named Pear. Disregarding the impending crash, he single-handedly disengaged the safety, raised his rifle against the right window. And when the muzzle aligned with the cockpit, he pulled the trigger with fervor. Rat-a-tat-tat. The bullets, fueled by rage, poured forth, striking two of the three laughing individuals in the cockpit, who fell, flailing their arms, into a pool of blood. Ha ha ha. Let this serve as a lesson for your arrogance. Qingshan noticed the two had been hit. After a brief laugh, he immediately composed himself, tossing the rifle onto the seat and gripping the control stick with unwavering focus. The situation had become exceedingly precarious, and a safe landing for the amphibious vehicle now appeared nearly impossible. As the ferry loomed closer, he tightened his grip on the control stick and pulled upward with both hands, hoping to elevate the amphibious vehicle enough to land on the ferry's roof. Yet, the control stick had become unresponsive. The vehicle continued to spin amidst the blaring alarms, ultimately colliding with the fourth deck of the ferry. The impact shattered the rotor blades, sending half of them spiraling away. The tail section penetrated the cockpit, scattering debris chaotically within, creating utter disarray. Two navigation lights extinguished, and one of the rear wheels of the armored vehicle became ensnared in the window, leaving the body precariously dangling outside. In the violent crash, Qingshan's helmet struck the vehicle's column above. Though he suffered no severe injury, it nonetheless left him dazed and disoriented. He lay against the side door of the cockpit, his face pressed against the glass. 20 meters below lies the turbulent river, and the armored vehicle hangs precariously, supported only by a broken tail fin lodged within the cabin and a single wheel, swaying unsteadily. It is difficult to fathom how he remains alive. Save for an abundance of luck, Qingshan closed his eyes momentarily to regain his composure, gently moving his limbs to ascertain that he bore no serious injuries. Only a few minor bruises causing discomfort. Reaching for the dangling radio cord beside him, he grasped the microphone and called out, "Thunder God! Thunder God! Please respond if you hear me." There was no reply. It was unclear whether the radio was malfunctioning or if they were simply too far apart to establish a connection. Turning his gaze back, he noticed that his 05 automatic rifle had slipped to the floor beneath the passenger seat, just above his head. He carefully supported himself against the door frame, attempting to retrieve the weapon. However, just as he stood on the door, the vehicle creaked ominously, sinking suddenly, causing him to freeze in place, his heart racing as if it were about to leap from his throat. After a moment of silence, reassured that the vehicle only swayed with the motion of the water beneath, he exhaled deeply, locked the door beneath his feet, and gradually stood up, finally brushing his fingers against the rifle stock. After removing the rifle, he crouched to inspect the chamber and ammunition, switching to single-shot mode. Holding his breath, he slowly positioned the rifle on his shoulder and cautiously peeked out through the open window frame on the right side. Bang! The moment he exposed himself, a bullet whizzed past his helmet, shattering the rearview mirror and sending glass shards flying. Qingshan swiftly recoiled into the vehicle, feeling a sharp, tingling pain in his left ear, sticky with what seemed to be blood from the glass shards. Cursing under his breath, he brandished his weapon with one hand and fired 3 shots into the air. The sound of gunfire erupted, bullets ricocheted against the instruments mounted on the cockpit ceiling, sparks flying, and the lone illumination light extinguished as shattered glass rained down onto the deck below. Due to his lower vantage point between the 3rd and 4th levels, his line of fire was obstructed, rendering him ineffective against the individual taking cover in the cockpit, who possessed the advantage of height. As he fumbled to check for grenades, a sudden thud reverberated through the vehicle, and it jolted again, the assailant seemingly intent on kicking him and the vehicle off the edge. Qingshan could distinctly feel the vehicle descending slightly. The situation was dire. He planned to seize the moment to climb out while the attacker was distracted. But as he poked his head out, a bullet struck his helmet with a sharp crack. There was indeed someone else in the cockpit. Startled, he ducked back inside, firing a few rounds in retaliation, then gingerly touched the dent in his helmet, silently praying for divine protection. In a matter of minutes, he had narrowly escaped death multiple times. He could no longer afford to be passive. His mind raced with intensity as he suddenly crouched down to unlock the left side of the car door, with both feet firmly planted on the doorframe. One hand clutched the steering wheel tightly while the other yanked the inner door handle with force. With a creaking sound, the door swung open, unleashing a gust of wind that rushed in, revealing the dark, turbulent river waters and the steel framework of the bow confronting the looming, rugged mountains. Should he falter, there would be no escape from a fatal plunge. He secured the rifle sling over his shoulders, gripping the doorframe with both hands. Using the strength of his arms, he propelled his body outward, grasping a protrusion on the chassis to steady himself, before aiming a powerful kick at a glass window on the 3rd deck of the ship. Thud! His first attempt failed to break through. He staggered slightly, then delivered 2 more kicks in succession. The sound of glass rattling echoed with his final kick aimed at the juncture of the glass and the frame. The window shattered successfully. It seemed the individuals above had grasped his intentions, as the thudding grew more frantic, and the armored vehicle swayed violently, teetering on the brink of falling. Chapter 115. The betrayer of the Chai Dao gang. Gasping for breath, Shi Qingshan had no time to clear the shards of glass from the window. He brought his legs together and flung them backward, using the momentum to propel half his body through the window. Unfortunately, his waist landed squarely on a shard of glass, causing him to grimace in pain. Just as he was about to rise and inspect his injury, he sensed a sudden darkness before his eyes. Instinctively, he curled his neck and sat up, hearing a sharp crack as a military vehicle whizzed past his shoulder, crashing heavily onto the deck with a resounding thud. His heart raced like a drum, pounding rapidly in his chest. Anger surged within him, and despite the pain in his waist, he lay back down abruptly, thrusting his upper body and rifle out of the window. Indeed, 2 figures peered down from above. One recoiled in fright, while the other, brandishing a pistol, aimed to shoot. But it was too late. Shi Qingshan fired a precise shot, and the man fell, a bullet tearing through his forehead, the remnants of his brain splattering against the window frame. Seizing the opportunity, Shi Qingshan grabbed the fallen pistol, ducked just in time to avoid the gushing blood, and retreated back into the cabin. He found himself in a small dining area, permeated with the musty scent of oil. The space, over 100 square meters, was furnished with more than 20 square tables. On one table, a bottle held a withered rose, its brown petals cascading to the tabletop with the slightest tremor. In a sudden burst of urgency, Shi Qingshan swept everything off the table to the floor, perched himself atop it, and turned to inspect the painful area on his waist with his tactical flashlight. Thankfully, his stab-proof vest remained intact. Upon lifting his shirt, he discovered a small abrasion on his lower back, surrounded by a purplish hue. Damn it! If only I had worn my bulletproof vest. Relieved that the injury was not severe, he carefully tucked his shirt back into his belt and began searching for a way to ascend to the upper deck. Exiting the small dining area, he found himself in a dimly lit corridor lined with numerous doors, each marked with a number, presumably guest rooms. The corridor was shrouded in darkness, with only the stairwell at the end illuminated, revealing the ship's midsection. Opposite the corridor, a large wooden door bore a sign that read, Pearl No. Grand Ballroom. Gently pulling the door ajar, he found the interior cloaked in darkness, the presence of others unknown, accompanied by the same musty odor. Cautious not to expose himself, he returned to the stairway, straining to listen intently, but detected no sound. The thick carpet muffled his footsteps, allowing him to move silently. The ship had likely not hosted guests during the outbreak, otherwise, it would not remain so tidy. With the rifle aimed at the upper stairs, he ascended step by step. The silence around him palpable, punctuated only by the faint creaking of the ship's structure, reminiscent of a ghost ship. On the 4th level, the multifunctional hall lay at the center, illuminated corridors leading to the control room, flanked by opulent suites, yet devoid of any presence. Upon arrival, Shi Qingshan did not pause. With a swift motion, he pivoted his firearm, advancing cautiously along the corridor towards the control room. The door to the control room was opaque. He gently grasped the handle, sensing it was unlatched, then forcefully kicked the door open, swiftly retreating against the wall to listen intently for any sounds from within. A gust of cool air rushed in, causing the door to slam shut with a resounding thud. In a matter of seconds, Shi Qingshan surveyed the dimly lit interior. The control room was shrouded in darkness, illuminated solely by the soft blue glow of the display screens and various indicator lights, with cables swaying and clattering in the breeze. Sensing something amiss, he hastily twisted the door and entered, bending low to lean against the corner, his flashlight resting on his firearm as he scanned the area. The helm was adjusting under the guidance of the autopilot, indicating that the vessel was currently navigating autonomously. The remaining individual had indeed fled, leaving 2 bodies on the floor and one slumped against the window frame. Shi Qingshan rushed to the control console, shifting the throttle from the forward position to the parking slot, yet after a moment, he felt no reduction in speed. The autopilot screen was locked, rendering the ship incapable of halting. Damn it, this is troublesome. He wondered if Thor could track this vessel. Anxious and at a loss, he recognized the urgency of the situation, prioritizing the crucial task of locating Xueli within the labyrinthine expanse of the ship. He swiftly inspected the 2 compartments within the control room, finding no one, and was about to exit when he unexpectedly noticed 2 sets of 16 monitors lined up on the wall, resembling surveillance equipment. These monitors were all dark, having escaped his attention earlier. Of course, the control room must possess surveillance for the entire ship. Someone had undoubtedly turned these monitors off. Shan quickly illuminated the equipment control panel, and indeed, he discovered the switch for the monitors. With a click, the power surged on, and the two sets of displays sprang to life, revealing 64 feeds from various locations throughout the ship. Elated, Shan hurried forward, and at a glance, he spotted 3 active camera feeds. These 3 angles, both distant and close, were situated in the first-floor parking lot, where 4 individuals were hastily loading items into 2 vehicles, one of which bore a welded iron mesh on its windshield. Suddenly, the rear door of the vehicle with the iron mesh swung open, and a girl clad in denim shorts, a loose t-shirt, and high-top sneakers tumbled out. Her hands appeared to be bound behind her, and as she struggled to rise and flee, she was violently seized by the driver who had leapt from the vehicle, delivering 2 sharp slaps before roughly shoving her back inside. A slender man with long hair quickly followed, diving into the back seat. "Shiweli," Shan shouted, though she could not hear him. Damn it, are they tired of living? Frustration surged within him, wishing he could simply create a hole in the floor and drop down. He burst through the door, racing towards the staircase, bounding down with reckless abandon, disregarding any potential ambush along the way. Upon reaching the first floor, he encountered a wooden door that barred the passageway. He twisted the doorknob and pushed, only to discover it was locked. In a hurry, he retrieved his master key, inserted it, and turned it. The lock yielded, yet the door was ensnared by a chain, opening only a crack and refusing to budge further. Frustrated, he leapt up and delivered several powerful kicks, the chain clinking in protest, but the wooden door remained steadfast. Cursing under his breath, he pondered the door's excessive sturdiness. Gasping for breath, he scanned the vicinity for a suitable object to force the door open, but all he could find were 2 fire extinguishers, utterly useless for his purpose. He clasped his hands together and rammed his shoulder against the door a few times, managing to widen the gap by 2 centimeters. Yet still unable to extend his arm through. The doorknob had been pulled askew by the chain, and upon a brief inspection, he grasped his rifle with both hands, aimed at the lock, and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The wooden door splintered under the barrage of bullets, and 3 penetrating holes materialized around the lock. Stepping back, he delivered a powerful kick, and with a crack, the chain that had bound the lock fell to the ground. At last, the wooden door swung open. Chapter 116. Pursuit. He dashed out swiftly, entering the expansive ground floor parking lot, glancing left and right. The red taillights of 2 vehicles were conspicuously visible at the stern, positioned beneath the extended ramp, seemingly prepared to disembark. Amphibious vehicles again? Shan could hardly believe it, rushing to the window for a better view. In a matter of moments, the ferry had approached a small dock, gradually coming to a halt. Thud. The vessel made contact with the worn tires secured to the dock. This was soon followed by a sharp metallic scraping sound as the ramp on the right descended to the ground. Damn it, they intend to flee? Not a chance. At that moment, Shan found himself a good 70 to 80 meters away from the 2 vehicles, too far to give chase. He quickly knelt, adjusting his firearm to single shot, firmly bracing the stock against his shoulder, aiming at the rear tire of the vehicle, pulling the pair cart, and fired. Bang! The powerful recoil jolted his upper body, and the tire exploded, debris scattering everywhere. However, the front tire of that vehicle had already disembarked, showing no signs of stopping. Instead, revving up and racing onto the dock, the wheels screeching as it made its escape. The other vehicle, a pickup truck towering above a person, was not as fortunate. Shan did not target its tires, but aimed directly at the driver's seat, unleashing 2 shots. The driver's side window instantly became a web of cracks. The truck roared in protest, crashing into the ship's railing with a resounding clang, the horn blaring a prolonged note. Shan quickly rose and sprinted towards the truck, hoping it would still be operational. Otherwise, the vehicle ahead, despite losing a tire, would undoubtedly evade him. At that moment, the door on the opposite side of the pickup swung open, and a man along with 2 women bolted out. The man hunched over, racing towards the ship, while the 2 women dashed into the cabin. "Stop, or I will shoot," he bellowed. The 2 women immediately raised their hands in surrender, but the man ignored him, thundering down the ramp onto the dock. A limping zombie awaited below, and the man displayed remarkable bravery, maintaining his pace, swinging a machete with fierce precision. With a crunch, the zombie's head rolled away, viscous blood gushing from the severed neck. Shan rested his rifle on the ship's railing, aiming at the man's vanishing silhouette, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The man's head jerked back, collapsing to the ground, his machete clattering far from his grasp. After neutralizing him, Shan ran while retrieving a magazine from his chest pocket to reload, arriving beside the pickup truck. The vehicle had only a dented front bumper, but was still running, the engine purring. He opened the driver's door, and a wave of rancid blood assaulted his senses. The driver had suffered a broken neck. His head slumped on the steering wheel, activating the horn, blood splattered everywhere. Shi Qishan cursed under his breath, seized the deceased's clothing, and forcefully dragged the body from the vehicle. He hastily tore off the seat cover to wipe the blood, placing it underfoot, shifted into reverse, adjusted the angle, and prepared to drive off the ship. "Hey, you must be a soldier, right? Will you come back?" The two women, raising their hands, noticed that Shi Qishan was ignoring them and hurriedly scampered to the car door, cautiously avoiding the corpse on the ground as they trembled with fear. "Who are you? Why have you kidnapped my friend?" Shi Qishan, anxious that the vehicle ahead was distancing itself, felt compelled to inquire. "They are traitors of the Chopper Gang. We are not aligned with them. We were also abducted." The women immediately raised their hands in a vow. "Where have they gone? Speak quickly." Shi Qishan, desperate, had no time to listen to their explanations. "They have nowhere else to go. They merely disembarked temporarily to evade you." Shi Qishan raised his voice, causing the two women to stutter in fright. "Find a cabin to hide in. A military vehicle may come looking for you soon. Seek their assistance and have them wait here for me." After hurriedly giving his instructions, Shi Qishan pressed the accelerator, roaring down the ramp and pursuing the direction in which the other vehicle had fled. As the taillights of the pickup truck vanished, the two women exchanged a terrified glance at the corpse on the ground, recoiling several steps in fear as they anxiously scanned their surroundings before hastily retreating into a stairwell. The wave surged, gently rocking the massive vessel, while the iron gangway, resting on the hard stone of the dock, creaked incessantly. Due to the absence of mooring lines securing the ferry to the dock, the flowing river steadily nudged it downstream, leaving a white mark on the dock as the gangway scraped across the surface. Suddenly, several shadowy figures, resembling small pigs, darted from the darkness of the dock, scampering up the gangway and swiftly vanishing into the shadows of the first floor. As the ferry drifted further from the shore, the gangway finally clattered away from the dock. Without warning, the ship's propeller began to turn, propelling the bow away from the bank and accelerating downstream. Unbeknownst to Shi Qishan, the vessel was moving further away. He wished he could press the accelerator of the pickup truck deep into the engine compartment, but the speed refused to increase. The road was too treacherous. Under the illumination of the headlights, the road was strewn with abandoned vehicles and decaying corpses, along with zombies that would suddenly emerge from beneath cars, blocking the road. However, the complex conditions of the road had its advantages, as they allowed Shi Qishan to discern the traces left by the vehicle ahead. The corpses crushed by the wheels, the zombies with broken limbs, the bloodied tire tracks, and the repositioned vehicles all guided him in the right direction. Yet, the good fortune was short-lived. After exiting the dense urban area, the traces abruptly led onto a broad roadway. Shi Qishan parked at the intersection, disembarked, and searched for the tire tracks with his flashlight. He soon discovered that the imprints of the steel wheels suddenly vanished in the middle of the road, as if the tires had been changed right there. Faced with equally smooth surfaces on both sides, Shi Qishan found himself in a quandary, without any evidence of the tire tracks. He could not ascertain whether the vehicle had turned left or right. Time did not permit prolonged deliberation. He closed his eyes, chose a direction, and instinctively turned right as he re-entered the car. The trees along the roadside blurred past at a rapid pace, their dark branches twisting and contorting like malevolent demons, endlessly shifting into various shapes. The diesel engine emitted a steady yet exhilarating roar, while the gusts of wind pouring through the shattered window felt like the hands of a demon, tousling Shi Qingshan's hair and extinguishing the cigarette dangling from his lips. The road was nearly deserted, and Shi Qingshan discerned no traces of passing vehicles. After speeding along for 4 or 5 minutes, just as he began to lose hope and regretted his decision to venture forth, a dismembered zombie limb suddenly appeared on the roadway, accompanied by familiar bloody tire tracks. Yes, Shi Qingshan let out a low growl of excitement. Elated, he slapped the steering wheel, and the accelerator was pressed to the floor. The exhaust belched a plume of black smoke as the wheels rolled over the scattered remains, and the crimson taillights swiftly vanished into the inky darkness of the night. Chapter 117. Peculiarities to his surprise, after running less than 10 kilometers. The pickup truck halted once more at the center of an intersection marked by the S18 sign. The overhead sign indicated that straight ahead lay the Jimin Gorge tourist area. The right led to the expressway towards Huhai City, while the left led into the urban expanse of Tongjiang. Shi Qingshan clenched his fists tightly, his expression somewhat menacing as he dared not envision the tribulations that Xueli might face after being lost. How could he return empty-handed and face the old leader's expectations? How could he reconcile with his own conscience? How could he face her affections? He was not oblivious. He could discern her fondness for him. Regardless, he would not relent until he found Xueli, hoping that Lu Shubao and Jiaxin would trace her to the shipyard and await him there. He leapt from the vehicle and searched the vicinity, but found not a single clue. Lighting a cigarette, he endeavored to calm the tumult in his mind, quietly analyzing the most probable directions the individuals may have taken. The two women had claimed to be traitors of the Chai Dao gang, stating their decision to disembark here was spontaneous. Regardless of their affiliations, from the two women's accent from Hebei, it was likely these individuals had drifted downstream along the Great River, their destination possibly the ocean or Huhai City. They were undoubtedly unfamiliar with the area, having abandoned their vessel to proceed on land. If they noticed the intersection sign, the likelihood of them continuing on the expressway towards Huhai was quite high. Ahead lay a resource-deprived mountainous region, to the left a city plagued by rampant zombies, and the more Qingshan pondered, the more he felt the probability of their heading right towards the expressway was substantial. Casting aside the half-smoked cigarette, but he made a decision. He returned to the vehicle, engaged the gear, and accelerated rightward towards the expressway. The entrance to the expressway was 15 kilometers away, after approximately 10 minutes of travel as he approached the toll gate. He was met with a scene of vehicles densely packed at the entry and exit points. Qingshan immediately realized his judgment had been flawed. With such a jam, it was evident that not even an off-road vehicle, let alone the Thunder God, could traverse this blockade in less than half an hour. The lights of the cars and the scent of blood attracted the zombies from all directions as they emerged from vehicles, crawled up from the ditches alongside the road, and clambered over from the other side of the barricade, swaying as they surrounded the pickup Qingshan was driving, clawing at the shattered glass windows in an attempt to enter. The pickup was tall, with the window height reaching approximately 1.6 meters, thus posing no threat to the occupants within. Qingshan's head buzzed, and he was unsure how he managed to engage reverse gear. The pickup swiftly turned around, breaking through the encirclement and accelerating back in the direction he came. Having taken the wrong path consumed too much time. Catching up to the vehicle ahead would now be quite challenging. He could only hope that he was not veering off in the opposite direction, for if he strayed too far, he might never see Xueli again in this life. On the return journey, he felt as though he was moving faster than before. In the blink of an eye, the pickup truck reached the S18 intersection once more. During the drive, Qingshan had already contemplated that the likelihood of those individuals heading towards the mountains was greater than them going into the city. Thus, upon reaching the intersection, he did not pause, but instead turned right onto the mountainous road leading to the scenic area. The windshield began to be adorned with fine droplets of rain. As the four-lane road gradually transformed into a two-lane path, and the terrain steadily steepened. As he navigated the winding mountain road, loose stones occasionally tumbled from above, necessitating a cautious pace. Otherwise, one might easily plunge into the abyss below. After approximately half an hour on this serpentine path, he surmised that if he were on the right course, the vehicle ahead had merely a half-hour advantage. The rain intensified, with gusts of wind forcing droplets through the broken window, drenching the surroundings in an unwelcome deluge. He silently prayed that the vehicle's wiring would not short-circuit. A power failure would spell disaster for the fuel-injected engine. Suddenly, illuminated by the headlights, a dark tunnel loomed ahead, and without hesitation, he drove into its depths. Inside, the road was slick with moisture, and beyond the beams of light, darkness enveloped everything. After traversing about 500 meters, he was met with an alarming sight. Several overturned vehicles cluttered the roadway. He slammed on the brakes, but the moss-covered surface was treacherously slippery, akin to stopping on ice. The tires screeched in protest, and with the assistance of the ABS system, the pickup truck swerved erratically, barely halting a mere 10 meters from the wreckage. His heart raced as he surveyed the tightly packed blockage, despair threatening to overwhelm him. Just as his spirits began to plummet, he noticed a multitude of disordered footprints illuminated by his headlights, and from the nearest overturned vehicle, a glimmer of light flickered. It was it. He had finally caught up. Almost bursting with joy, he observed that the BMW, lying on its side, was missing its left rear tire, explaining the sudden absence of its trail on the road. They had improvised with a rag wrapped around the rim. Quickly, he seized his rifle and descended from the vehicle, approaching cautiously. The absence of a tire suggested that the car had rolled over due to a sudden brake. Inside, there was someone seated to his left. And as the vehicle tipped to the left, he hoped she was unharmed. Reaching the rear of the BMW, he saw that the back and side windows had been replaced with perforated metal plates, through which the faintest light seeped. He hurriedly moved to the front, peering through the gaps in the mesh. Inside, a lamp flickered, and the two front doors were ajar. The front seats were empty, while beneath the rear, a pair of slender, pale legs lay curled, motionless. Climbing into the car, he pulled open the rear door and shone his flashlight downwards. There lay a frail young man, his hair obscuring his eyes, his tongue protruding, and bloodied from a head wound, seemingly lifeless. This was the disheveled youth who had succeeded in reaching out to Xueli, only to succumb shortly thereafter. Seeing that Xueli was not the one dead, he felt an immediate sense of relief. As long as she remained alive, there was hope for her rescue. The beam of his flashlight seemed to lose its efficacy in the oppressive darkness of the tunnel, illuminating only a few meters ahead. As he surveyed the surroundings, he quickly recognized something unusual. The vehicles blocking the tunnel had not been involved in an accident. They appeared to have been deliberately positioned to obstruct the road. Around the overturned BMW, a multitude of disordered footprints sprawled across the ground, far exceeding the impression left by merely 4 or 5 individuals. After the vehicle had flipped, it was evident that a throng had gathered. Who could they be? Was there a possibility of an ambush? This thought surfaced in Qingshan's mind. Observing the traces on the ground under this premise, he indeed made a discovery. The footprints of these individuals traversed through the gap between the two cars, extending into the tunnel. Hastily, he exited the vehicle, following the intermittent traces for several meters, only to find that the footprints abruptly veered, entering an escape shaft carved into the tunnel wall. Suddenly, a glimmering object on the ground caught Qingshan's attention. He hurriedly approached and picked it up, recognizing it as a gemstone bracelet that Xueli typically wore on her wrist. Chapter 118. The heist. A surge of warmth flooded his heart as Qingshan felt a sense of comfort. Xueli had remained composed in the face of danger, even managing to leave traces for him to follow. This girl possessed a certain cleverness, and he hoped fervently that she had the fortune to survive long enough for him to locate her. He bent down to scrutinize the slick ground and, indeed, discovered a delicate pair of basketball shoe prints nestled among the chaotic footprints, Xueli's without a doubt. Casting a glance at the still-running pickup truck, Qingshan affixed his tactical flashlight to his rifle and resolutely began to ascend the steep staircase. The sun hung high in the sky. After a night and morning spent scaling the mountains, Qingshan licked his parched lips and plopped down on a massive rock by the riverbank. Damn, what a wretched place. Plagued by poverty and harsh terrain, rain by night and sunshine by day. What kind of hero could endure such exhaustion? He unbuttoned his collar to fan himself, grumbling about the torrential rain that had fallen all night, washing away any traces he might have found. A gust of wind swept a promotional flyer into his face. Qingshan reached up to tear it away, intending to toss it into the water, when his eyes caught an intriguing introduction. The Jinxia Scenic Area had recently been recognized as the 10,005A National Scenic Spot. Within the area, the peaks rose and fell, bizarre rock formations jutted out, and exquisite waterfalls adorned the landscape, characterized by its grandeur, strangeness, peril, elegance, seclusion, and antiquity. The geological formations, shaped by ancient tectonic movements and long-term erosion, had given rise to the marvel of the Great Canyon. The newly constructed Jinxia Hydropower Station, which had begun generating electricity in recent years, lay nestled within the canyon. The mention of the Jinxia Hydropower Station piqued Qingshan's interest. He furrowed his brow in contemplation before carelessly discarding the flyer into the water, watching it bob along the turbulent current. As he gazed at a whirlpool before him, he pondered whether the river was polluted when, suddenly, a pale, swollen face emerged from the depths, its lifeless eyes wide open in a ghastly stare, startling him out of his reverie. Goodness! A corpse! Qingshan leapt back in shock, silently grateful that he hadn't tasted the water earlier. The corpse swirled away, and soon more bodies began to rise from the whirlpool. Where had all these dead come from? Straining his neck to observe, he noted that most of the bodies were clad in sneakers, casual attire, and quick-dry garments, resembling tourists. The whirlpool continued to yield corpses until more than 30 had surfaced, forming what resembled a travel group before the water's surface returned to stillness. Qingshan looked upstream, slung his rifle over his back, and altered his course, climbing along the river valley. Suddenly, the tranquil valley erupted with the sound of gunfire. Qingshan, sipping the rainwater clinging to the leaves, immediately perked up his ears. He discerned the direction of the gunfire, and his muscles tensed as he sprang forth like a cheetah, darting over the tangled underbrush, weaving through the gaps in the trees, and swiftly ascending a small hillside. He crouched low, peering down at the scene below. An ambush was unfolding on the winding mountain road opposite him. On the hillside, 2 or 3 dozen gun emplacements were firing at a dozen vehicles on the road. The large trucks, in their frantic attempts to turn around and escape, became entangled on the narrow roadway, rendering them immobile. The drivers and passengers who had not been shot on the spot leaped from their vehicles, fleeing backward amid a cacophony of shouts, curses, and gasps, creating utter chaos. Some of the assailed took refuge beneath the vehicles, while others returned fire from behind, and some, in sheer panic, leapt off the cliff, their bodies bouncing like bags against the jutting rocks before plummeting into the tangled underbrush below. Qingshan, clutching a blade of grass between his teeth, observed the unfolding skirmish. He noted that those who had disembarked from the vehicles were clearly outmatched. Although they numbered around 40 to 50, they possessed only a dozen firearms and were positioned poorly, quickly suffering heavy casualties. As expected, the conflict concluded swiftly, leaving only 7 or 8 survivors from the convoy, who managed to retrace their steps back along the road. A whistle echoed from the hillside, prompting over 20 highwaymen to rush down. They split into two groups, one gathering the firearms strewn on the ground, while the others rummaged through various minibuses, cargo trucks, and vans, quickly shouldering heavy bundles before making their hasty exit. Spitting out the grass, Shiking Shan muttered in disdain, "Damn it. All they do is slaughter one another. They'll eventually wipe themselves out." Noticing the absence of further activity below, he too set off down the slope, hoping to scavenge some forgotten treasures. As he descended the hillside, traversed the valley, and climbed to the opposite side, the sun had been obscured by the mountains, casting a shadowy, chilling gloom over the terrain. Upon reaching the rear of the last vehicle in the convoy, he realized it was a military truck, flanked by 3 or 4 similar vehicles. Peering over the rear gate, he was immediately overwhelmed by the stench of blood, turning his head away in disgust. Several dismembered corpses lay at the back, bloodied and clearly gnawed upon by giant rats. At the front of the truck, a mound of large and small rat carcasses resembled a nest, the foul odor nearly inducing his stomach to churn. What the hell? Why bring such repulsive cargo? Shiking Shan spat, jumping down from the truck and moving to the bullet-riddled driver's cabin. He stepped onto the running board to take a look inside. The driver slumped over the seat, riddled with gunshot wounds to the chest, and appeared not to be a soldier. Shiking Shan continued to inspect the preceding military trucks, noting that none of the drivers were military personnel. The cargo hold contained no more grotesque items, primarily consisting of flour, rice, cooking oil, salt, everyday goods, medical supplies, and kitchen utensils. These trucks carried only a modest amount of goods, and many had been pilfered by the highwaymen, leaving each cargo hold with less than half of its original supplies. Shiking Shan stepped over the scattered bodies, using his flashlight to conduct a cursory inspection of each vehicle. Further ahead, the cargo varied widely. One truck was filled entirely with cigarettes and alcohol, another with clothing, and yet another with shoes. There were also vehicles laden with bedding, healthcare products, and toilet paper, showcasing an array of diverse supplies. The foremost truck was nearly empty, with only a few scattered packs of instant noodles and several cardboard boxes in the corners of the cargo hold. Shiking Shan alighted from the vehicle and brushed off the dust clinging to his attire, intending to search the car meticulously for any items he might require. Suddenly, a dull thud emanated from beneath the vehicle. Who goes there? Step out. He took a step back and clicked the safety of his firearm. Surrender! Surrender! From beneath the car emerged an individual, lying on his back, hands raised. I surrender. Shiking Shan cautiously peered under the vehicle and commanded, "Keep your hands raised and stand up." "Oh dear. Are you a fellow soldier? How splendid." The man exclaimed with a broad grin, attempting to rise by pushing off the ground with his left hand. "Do not move. I told you to keep your hands up. Disobedience will result in gunfire." The man quickly raised his hands again, struggling to stand while bowing and nodding apologetically. "I sincerely apologize. Seeing you in military garb momentarily overwhelmed me." "What is there to be overwhelmed about my uniform?" Shiking Shan inquired, illuminating the man's face with his flashlight. He remained oblivious to the inherent trust his military attire and professional gear evoked in others. The man before him had unkempt hair, a scruffy gray-white mustache adorning his upper lip, and a prominent mole on his cheek. He appeared quite aged yet bore no wrinkles, making it difficult to ascertain his true age. Chapter 119. The Unfortunate Big Mole. Upon hearing Shiking Shan's inquiry, the unfortunate Big Mole immediately averted his head to escape the harsh glare of the flashlight, responding, "Soldiers are admirable. They are straightforward and possess a sense of justice. My father is a veteran, so I know seeking your help is not a mistake." Shiking Shan scrutinized him and asked, "Seeking my help? But you aren't injured, are you? What assistance can I provide you?" At this question, Big Mole's brows knitted together, and after a moment of hesitation, he slowly lifted the right leg of his trousers. As Shiking Shan illuminated the area with his flashlight, he inhaled sharply. There on Big Mole's right calf was a dark, swollen area, with 2 large bite marks that nearly penetrated the flesh. The wound was smeared with something dark, perhaps Yunnan Baiyao or another substance. Was this a rat bite? Shiking Shan recognized such injuries well. He had experienced a similar fate, although he was protected by nano armor at the time, which prevented a deeper wound. However, he bore 2 such bite marks on his arm that had taken several days to heal. Big Mole nodded slightly, dejectedly stating, "I have less than a month to live." After a moment of silence, Shiking Shan shook his head slowly. "I cannot save you. I know. I merely wish to ask you to drive me to the vicinity of the hydropower station. I have unfinished business and do not wish to perish out here." Big Mole's voice trembled, almost breaking into tears. A chilling wind swept through, and the newly risen moon slipped behind a veil of gray clouds, ultimately disappearing into the darkness, leaving the forest enveloped in complete night. Shiking Shan's eyes glimmered in the dark as he sighed deeply. Offering him a cigarette, he inquired. Is the hydropower station a gathering place for survivors? How many people are there? Exact numbers are unknown. There should be 3,000 to 4,000 people, at least. Big Mole replied, supporting himself against the vehicle as he bent down to take the cigarette, placing it between his trembling lips as he contemplated. So many? Shirqing Shan was taken aback, lighting the cigarette for him and asking, where do all these people come from? Despite his despondency, Big Mole answered readily, extending his fingers to count, from everywhere. There are over 100 workers from the hydropower station, more than 200 from the scenic area. Over 1,000 villagers from nearby, 700 to 800 rescued from the city, and nearly 2,000 tourists. Oh. Shirqing Shan's eyes glinted with curiosity as he probed further. What about those who just robbed you? They are the despicable armed forces of Zhao Laohai. Damn it. They dare not confront Zhao Laohai openly. Instead, they steal from us, leaving us with nothing of value. Big Mole vented his pent-up frustration, seemingly forgetting his imminent demise for the moment. The cigarette bobbed at the corner of his mouth until he suddenly recalled something, cautiously asking, You. Which guerrilla group do you belong to? Shirqing Shan shook his head. I come from outside. Who is Zhao Laohai? Where did you acquire your guns? Big Mole exhaled, the cigarette slipping from his lips as he pinched it with 2 fingers, explaining, Zhao Laohai used to be involved in construction waste recycling. Now he is the leader chosen by several factions within the hydropower station. Our guns, trucks, and even the weapons used by the resistance were all taken from a light weapons arsenal hidden in these mountains. Shirqing Shan's eyes widened in disbelief. Is there an arms depot here? What happened to the guarding troops? Have they all perished? No. The large man shook his head. There are still 3 or 4 of them left. I've heard they joined a resistance group, but we haven't heard any news from them for quite some time. They abandoned their post at the arms depot and fled? Shirqing Shan could hardly believe it. The large man shook his head again. It's not as you imagine. They remained dutiful. Yet they were simply negligent. Pray tell me what transpired. I am headed to the hydropower station and can ensure your safe return. Shirqing Shan finally lost his composure. The large man brightened, peering into the darkness behind the convoy. I was rescued from the city by them. After the outbreak of the zombies, the troops guarding the ammunition depot suffered significant losses, with only a dozen survivors. Nevertheless, they managed to mobilize 10 of their number and organized over 100 from the hydropower station, scenic areas, and tourists, distributing weapons to them. They drove into the city and rescued over 800 of us. However, upon returning, Zhao Laohong and the others refused to surrender their weapons and incarcerated the surviving soldiers. They even deceived the guarding troops into opening the depot doors by parading the corpse of their commander, thereby seizing the arms depot. They seized the arms depot? Shirqing Shan furrowed his brow. Who gave the order to arm them? It was just a commander. He was our savior. Alas, he perished while attempting to rescue us. The large man sighed deeply, his expression of anguish evidently sincere. Zhao Laohong. Shirqing Shan murmured through clenched teeth, his eyes igniting with fury in the darkness. Get in. I will accompany you to the hydropower station. Wait. May I trouble you to help load some items onto my vehicle? The large man hesitated, appearing troubled. Load what? Shirqing Shan could hardly contain his eagerness to rush to the hydropower station. The large man looked distressed. To be frank, I have had an exceedingly unfortunate day. I exhausted all my savings to hire people and vehicles, hoping to uncover some rare goods for a profit. Yet, not only did I find nothing, but I was also bitten by a giant rat. Is that not the epitome of misfortune? What do you mean? Speak plainly. Shirqing Shan, already in a state of turmoil, had little patience for his lamentations. The large man quickly pointed to a corpse lying on the ground ahead. That scoundrel Wang Dapeng hit the jackpot this time. His truck was not only filled with fine cigarettes and liquor, but he also picked up a family planning service vehicle, which contains a considerable number of contraceptives items that are in high demand in our area. You wish to claim what he has found as your own? Indeed. The large man's eyes sparkled as he nodded vigorously. He continued, whenever we venture out to scavenge, we usually raid the nearby small town. After numerous visits, the sought-after goods have long been depleted. This time, we banded together with several shops and hired 30 armed men, daring to venture into the development zone outside the city. We faced tremendous hardships, losing over 10 men, and we finally managed to secure some supplies. We cannot simply leave them behind. Very well. Hurry. Do you intend to load his belongings into your vehicle, or simply drive his car? Shirqing Shan inquired hastily. The man with the large mole pointed towards a long white electric minibus behind them and replied, Let us drive this family planning service vehicle directly. Wang Dapeng and his associates are no longer with us. Whatever we salvage becomes ours. His wretched wife will not reclaim it, nor will she receive anything. However, we cannot use the other vehicles, as they are all rented from Zhao Laohai. If we were to return with them, we would not benefit. Very well. Is it that high-roofed vehicle then? Without waiting for a complete response, Shirqing Shan hurriedly made his way towards the white minibus. Chapter 120. Important clue: the large man hopped on one leg to keep up with him, exclaiming, "That van behind us is also ours. The fine cigarettes and exquisite liquor inside belong to us. Not ours, but yours." Shirshan corrected him, enunciating each word. He then climbed into the driver's seat of the minibus and opened the electric door on the side. The large man paused, then hurried over with a puzzled expression, asking, "Aren't you planning to stay at the hydropower station?" Shirshan strode swiftly to the back of the van and replied, "I'm here to find someone. A friend of mine has gone missing in this mountain today, and I wish to check if there are any traces of her at your location." "Your friend is missing? Where did she disappear?" The large man continued to follow closely behind Shirshan, inquiring. Suddenly, Shirshan halted, contemplated briefly, and turned to ask him, "Do you know why the first tunnel on the S18 road into the mountain is blocked?" "S18? The first tunnel? I know. It's a particularly crucial clue," the large man exclaimed, revealing suddenly, "Zhao Laohai has been sending people to stake out there." "What? Are you sure?" Shirshan's eyes widened as he seized the man's arms. "Ouch." The large man stumbled back, his injured leg hitting the ground heavily, causing him to grimace in pain, his face contorted. "Oh, I'm sorry. Did I hurt you?" Shirshan quickly withdrew his hands, asking a rather redundant question. Cold sweat poured down the large man's face as he hissed, drawing in a sharp breath, while lifting the pant leg of his injured leg. Shirshan swiftly shone his flashlight on it, revealing a gaping wound caused by a giant rat, oozing blood. He felt a pang of sympathy. "I apologize. I got carried away. Please bear with me." The large man gently lowered his pant leg and shook his head in pain, saying, "It's fine. I understand your feelings." Shirshan had no time for pleasantries and pressed on. "Who are they staked out to catch?" The large man inhaled sharply and replied, "There are often the gospel guerrillas appearing there. Various factions in the hydropower station take turns sending people to lie in wait, hoping to capture a few of them." "Oh, the guerrillas are also resisting Zhao Laohai? How many of them are there? And how many of Zhao Laohai's men are usually stationed there?" Shirshan bombarded him with questions. After some thought, the large man responded, "There are about 4 to 5 resistance organizations in total. The gospel guerrillas are the smallest group, reportedly numbering around 100 individuals, including men, women, and children. Zhao Laohai typically sends about 20 people to stake out, only during the day. They return to the hydropower station at night." Shirshan realized. Shuali must have been taken by those people. Zhao Laohai's group are not benevolent. And she remains in peril. "Quickly, can you lend a hand? If so, please help me pass things down from the van." Time was of the essence. He had to find Shuali expeditiously. Shirshan hurriedly opened the back door of the van and grabbed 2 boxes of liquor, dashing toward the minibus. The large man nodded vigorously. Yes, I can help you," he exclaimed, gripping the vehicle's door with both hands, using his good leg to step onto the bumper, and laboriously climbed onto the van. He sat on the floor of the vehicle, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at the array of exquisite wines and fine cigars. His nostrils flared as he inhaled the intoxicating blend of fragrances. Then he shuffled on the floor, laboriously maneuvering heavy boxes towards the door. Shirshan, eager to assist Shuali, and the burly man, anxious about the possibility of rival scavengers returning, worked fervently, emptying the cargo area in mere minutes. The extended minibus, a family planning service vehicle, was stuffed to the brim, with 2 large boxes of wine even piled on the passenger floor, so tightly packed that the electric door could barely close. Most of the heavier boxes were on the right side of the vehicle, causing it to lean precariously, the suspension on one side compressed to its limits. The burly man still wished to retrieve more supplies from other vehicles, lamenting the scarcity of stock in his shop, which had been severely diminished over time, leading to the loss of many loyal customers. Noticing him eyeing several family planning testing devices at the rear of the minibus, Shirshan quickly interjected, "That's enough. Any excess will belong to others in a month." The burly man's face instantly fell, Shirshan's words striking him deeply, more painfully than a blade. "Let us go. I don't want it anymore," he managed to utter weakly, his disheveled mustache appearing even more gray. The white electric minibus sped along the winding mountain roads, its erratic motion inducing a sense of trepidation. The burly man sat noticeably lower than Shirshan in the passenger seat, creating an impression that the vehicle might topple at any moment, crushing him beneath it. He leaned towards the higher side, betraying his anxiety. Along the way, Shirshan posed numerous questions, seeking to understand the situation further. The burly man, named Zhang Yukai, displayed a remarkable acumen for business. Before the apocalypse, he had started with a small convenience store and gradually expanded, ultimately establishing dozens of unmanned supermarkets throughout the city, becoming a prominent businessman seated behind a computer desk. He had survived the pandemic by retreating to a villa equipped with a water purification system to recuperate. Later, after being rescued to the hydropower station, He resumed his old trade, operating a convenience store for survival. In this enclave, a unique currency existed, comprised of worthless scraps of paper, as there was no hard currency. Consequently, early transactions relied heavily on barter. Eventually, due to the vast arsenal controlled by Zhao Laohong and his associates, a regulation was instituted mandating that all exchanges be conducted using 5.8mm caliber light ammunition. Handgun and machine gun rounds were not restricted, with the value of 2 handgun bullets equating to that of a single rifle bullet, which could be exchanged for any useful goods. This regulation was met with widespread approval, as bullets could not be counterfeited, and stored ammunition provided a means of self-defense, prompting everyone to stockpile as much as possible. Zhang Yukai's store primarily sourced its inventory from Zhao Laohong's group, which significantly reduced profits, barely allowing for subsistence. Gradually, the turnover of goods in his shop dwindled while ammunition reserves vanished, ultimately leaving him with no option but to take risks. After approximately half an hour of travel, the minibus cautiously navigated a landslide area, and when they were about 5 kilometers from the hydropower station, Shi Qingshan parked the vehicle, removed his military uniform, and donned a fitted t-shirt he had found in the back. "Old Zhang, what identity should I assume when they question me?" Zhang Yunkai, roused from his reverie, replied, "Well, you could simply say you are a long-time associate of mine who happens to have come to the city this time." He reached into his pocket, rummaging around before producing a round-headed bullet, saying, "The guards might turn a blind eye if they see some benefit, as long as you don't encounter anyone with the surname Zhao." Shi Qingshan inquired, "Aren't they concerned about infiltrators from the guerrilla forces attempting to assassinate them?" Zhang Yukai glanced at Shi Qingshan and shook his head. Even if they did infiltrate the guerrilla forces, it would be futile. There are plenty of undercover guerrilla operatives concealed within the power station, with the largest contingent being the gospel guerrilla team. The core members of Zhao Laohong's organization do not reside with us. They live atop the dam while we dwell in the caves, making contact nearly impossible. "You live in caves?" Shi Qingshan continued driving, curiosity piqued. "With thousands of people, can you really accommodate everyone in there?" "Absolutely," Zhang Yukai exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. The cave is an abandoned military installation, vast and expansive, with numerous chambers, resembling a labyrinth. You can barely maneuver a vehicle inside. Chapter 121. The dam checkpoint. The hydropower station, being part of a scenic area, attracted numerous visitors, resulting in many zombies wandering nearby. Inside, the survivors erected 2 iron barriers at the top of the towering gravity dam, over 200 meters high, effectively isolating the zombies outside. Shi Qingshan drove the minibus onto the bloodstained dam, where the sound of rushing water echoed ominously. He crushed through the zombies that lunged at them, maneuvering slowly between the vehicles acting as roadblocks, ultimately halting before a rusted wire fence gate. Beep. He pressed the horn, as the flashlight flickered. Over a dozen individuals emerged from a tourist bus behind the barrier, hastily seeking refuge behind their makeshift cover, brandishing dark gun barrels. A robust man draped in a coat, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, peeked over the top of a vehicle, shielding his eyes with his hand as he shouted, "Hey, who's there? Turn off the headlights." Before Shi Qingshan could respond, Zhang Yukai, in a flurry, reached out to switch off the headlights on the central console. "It's me. It's me. Old Zhang from Yunkai's convenience store," he called, stretching his neck out of the window. "Old Zhang? What is this? A family planning service vehicle? When did you become part of the family planning office?" The burly man shone his flashlight on them, accompanied by a few laid-back guards with guns slung around their necks, who approached the barrier to investigate. "Here to check on your births?" "Haraha." His words elicited a chorus of laughter from the guards. Zhang Yunkai managed a grin, though it did not fully reach his eyes. A guard hurried forward and whispered something in the burly man's ear. Upon hearing, the man's expression shifted to one of concern as he turned to Zhang Yukai and inquired, "Why are only the 2 of you back? Where are the others?" Just as Zhang Yukai was about to respond, a loud bang echoed from the rear of the minibus as 2 zombies chased after them. He quickly raised the window, leaving a small gap, and pressed his mouth against it to lament, "Alas, Brother Zhao, do not mention it. We encountered bandits on the road, and we suffered heavy casualties." Zhao, taken aback, urgently asked, "What about the others? Did Sun Lao Jiao make it back with you?" Zhang Yukai, his face drawn in despair, replied, "Not many survived. Those still alive scattered into the darkness. I could not discern who they were." Zhao spat out the half-smoked cigarette but onto the ground, his shock palpable. They had set out with over a dozen vehicles and 40 to 50 people. To lose so many in an instant was unfathomable, especially with several individuals owed substantial gambling debts now unaccounted for. "Damn it, who did this? I will annihilate them." Suddenly, the 2 grotesque zombies from behind the minibus approached, relentlessly banging on the passenger window, one even attempting to reach inside through the gap, only to be caught by Shi Qingshan as he raised the window. Zhang Yukai, retracting his neck, replied, I was hiding beneath the vehicle at the time. I couldn't see clearly. The thunderous sound of water raged on as Zhao shouted. What? You couldn't see? Damn it, you useless fool. What about you? Did you see who those bandits were? He then turned to Shi Qingshan, his glare fierce. Shi Qingshan shook his head, remaining silent. Damn it, let them in. I need to report to Brother He. Zhao Go uttered a brief remark, adjusted the coat draped over his shoulders, and hastily proceeded through the second iron gate into the encroaching darkness. The 10 or so guards had already abandoned their jovial demeanor, swiftly retrieving their shields and riot sticks propped against the bus. With a clatter, they opened the outer iron gate, coordinating their efforts to force the 2 wildly thrashing zombies to the edge of the dam, before collectively heaving them down into the water below, over 100 meters down. The zombies plunged into the water without even causing a splash, swept away by the raging current. Seizing the moment, Shi Qingshan maneuvered the vehicle into the first gate, quietly inquiring of Zhang Yunkai. Was that Zhao Ge, not Zhao Laohong? Zhang Yunkai, visibly anxious, tugged at his pant legs, responding obliquely. You mustn't tell anyone about my bite. They would surely toss me overboard as well. Before Shi Qingshan could respond, the rear iron gate clanged shut, and the group encircled the minibus, pressing their faces against the glass to peer inside. Striking it rich, Boss Zhang? Remarked a guard in a hard hat, appraising Shi Qingshan with a grin that did not reach his eyes. Zhang Yukai hastily turned to tear open a box of cigarettes, handing them out through the window. You've all worked hard. Take these. Oh, how embarrassing. These are things earned with your lives, the guard replied politely. Yet he accepted the cigarettes, tossing one to each of the other guards. Of course, it's the least we can do. Sweat began to bead down Zhang Yunkai's face. Hey, Boss Zhang, what is that delightful aroma? It smells like liquor. The guard leaned into the car window, sniffing intently. There's alcohol. There's alcohol. Zhang Yukai signaled to Shi Qingshan. Hey, get a case of liquor for the brothers. No need, no need. No need to be polite. We can help ourselves. The slightly ajar car door was suddenly yanked open. Wow, so much. There's hardly any room left to stand, the guards exclaimed, swiftly hauling out a large box of cigarettes and 7 or 8 cases of liquor, creating a significant void in the minibus. Shi Qingshan remained indifferent to their actions, but Zhang Yukai felt a pang of anguish, wishing he could leap off the dam in despair. I say, brothers, why exert yourselves like this? If you're short on anything, you can always come to me. Oh, even better. Brothers, stop moving. Boss Zhang has declared that we can take whatever we need from him. The guard in the hard hat's eyes lit up at this proclamation, and he quickly signaled for everyone to cease their efforts. The moment Zhang Yukai spoke, he immediately regretted it, wishing he could slap himself for such foolishness. What has happened to my usual shrewdness today? All right. Thank you, Boss Zhang. The car door was slammed shut, and 2 guards jogged over to fully open the second gate. The guard in the hard hat waved his hand and said, Hurry in. Boss Zhang, you're far too courteous. Just let us know whenever you need anything. Thank you. Thank you. We shall proceed now. With smiles plastered across their faces, Zhang Yukai and the others urged Shi Qingshan to move along. Shi Qingshan slowly drove the vehicle through the second gate, turning on the headlights as he advanced down the path. 5 meters above the center of the dam, a row of 2-story buildings is suspended, with lights glowing through the cracks in the curtains of many windows. Zhang Yukai mentioned that this used to be a scenic hotel where he had stayed several times. Its facilities and decor were lavish. Now, it has become the residence of Zhao Laohong and other influential leaders, commonly referred to as the Dam Top Building. The Dam Top Hotel is quite expansive, and along the road beside the dam, a line of various off-road vehicles equipped with protective wire mesh and pointed bumpers is parked. As Shi Qingshan drove slowly past the hotel, he spotted Zhao Gu, who had gone to inform He Gu, entering a guarded sightseeing elevator, ascending slowly. Old Zhang. Who is that man? He inquired again, having previously asked Zhang Yukai without receiving an answer. His curiosity piqued. Zhang Yukai replied, he is Zhao Laohong's younger brother, known as Zhao Arai, a notorious gambler responsible for guarding the dam. Guarding? Shi Qingshan suddenly slapped his thigh, abruptly hitting the brakes in frustration. I forgot to ask them whether the people who were stationed at the tunnel brought anyone back yesterday. He was about to turn the car around to head back. Don't stop here. They won't allow it. Zhang Yukai urgently grasped his arm, preventing him from making the turn. Suddenly, 4 or 5 individuals emerged from a small room beside the elevator. The sound of gun bolts being drawn echoed sharply. Chapter 122. Inquiring after a lead, let us hurry. Don't ask them. Allow me to inquire elsewhere for you, Zhang Yukai implored, shaking Shi Qingshan's arm. Whom else can we ask? Shi Qingshan retorted, glancing in the rearview mirror before retrieving a rifle concealed beneath his seat. Is it so difficult for you to call me brother? Let us depart. I assure you I will find the information you seek. He observed Zhang Yukai's astonishment and pressed the accelerator again. The minibus gradually moved forward, and he added, "You need not address me as brother. As long as you can uncover my friend's whereabouts, I shall call you uncle." "Uncle? What nonsense!" Zhang Yukai grimaced. "Once we exit this place, let us find a secluded spot to halt. I shall see if I can encounter an acquaintance to inquire on your behalf." He relaxed and reclined in his seat. Shi Qingshan maneuvered the vehicle out of the vicinity of the Bashangla Hotel, and once they were distanced from their pursuers, he halted the vehicle by the roadside and extinguished the headlights. Zhang Yukai glanced back, tore open a pack of cigarettes, and offered two to Shi Qingshan, sighing despondently. "I do not care who you are. My time is limited. I merely ask that you do not implicate me during these remaining days of my life. I have matters to attend to and cannot afford an early demise." His words piqued Shi Qingshan's interest. He took the cigarette offered, placing it between his lips, and inquired, "You have mentioned unfinished business. What is it that weighs on your mind?" Zhang Yukai offered a bitter smile, rummaging for a lighter to ignite Shi Qingshan's cigarette before lighting one for himself. He inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly through the window. "I have learned that my partner is pregnant. I must pave the way for them, ensuring a smooth delivery. I need to secure a future for the Zhang family." Shi Qingshan was momentarily taken aback and shook his head silently. He regarded Zhang Yukai as irrational. Bringing a child into such perilous circumstances would only ensure suffering from the moment of birth, deprived of adequate medical care and nutrition, significantly raising the risk of mortality. "Old Zhang, I advise you not to be constrained by futile thinking. Bringing a child into this world and neglecting them is an irresponsible act. Who says I will neglect them? I will certainly find a way for both mother and child." Zhang Yukai vowed through clenched teeth. Suddenly, movement stirred behind the vehicle. Shadows flitted about the Bashanglu Hotel as a dozen off-road vehicles illuminated their headlights, hastening toward the dam's entrance. Shi Qingshan abruptly exited the vehicle, standing with hands on hips, scrutinizing the towering Bashanglu for a moment before flinging away his cigarette. "I am sorry, old Zhang. My friend remains unfound, and there is no time to wait. You will need to find your own way home." With that, he slung the rifle over his shoulder as he descended from the driver's seat. "Hey, what are you doing? You are being utterly irresponsible. Wait, look, someone is coming. Let me inquire first." Shi Qingshan paused, noticing several figures approaching. "Get back in the car. Do not act recklessly. Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in 100 battles." Zhang Yukai urged repeatedly, aware that should trouble arise, he would undoubtedly be implicated. After a moment of contemplation, Shi Qingshan ultimately returned to the vehicle. A flash of fire illuminated the scene as Zhang Yukai offered another cigarette. The sound of rushing water roared beneath the dam, while two red cigarette butts flickered intermittently inside the car, as they quietly awaited the arrival of a few individuals. The rhythmic clatter of shoes against the ground grew ever closer, accompanied by a faint chatter that suggested the presence of women. Zhang Yukai craned his neck to scrutinize the four approaching silhouettes, discerning that two were barmaids and the other two were waitresses from the dam's establishment. Shi Qingshan, confident in his eyesight, turned to glimpse the indistinct figures and inquired, "How can you be so sure there are two barmaids?" "Quite easy to discern. Here. Women who wear high heels are predominantly engaged in the business of pleasure. Decent women tend to dress more modestly to avoid unwanted attention. In this wretched world, humanity has descended to the level of beasts, capable of committing any atrocity." Zhang Yukai's words were laced with a profound sense of helplessness. Indeed. The approaching figures were four women, two adorned in high heels and short skirts, their faces heavily made up with smoky eyes, cigarettes dangling from their lips as they approached with swagger. "What are you staring at? Keep looking, and it'll cost you." One of the barmaids swayed as she walked, clearly having indulged in a fair amount of alcohol. "Chu Xia." Just as the women were about to pass, Zhang Yunkai recognized one of them and called out urgently. The group paused, turning in unison towards the car. "Who?" a softer voice inquired. "It's me, your brother Zhang." Zhang Yukai replied, lowering his voice. "Oh, it's Boss Zhang. You startled me," exclaimed the barmaid named Chu Xia, placing her hand on her chest. "Which Boss Zhang?" slurred the drunken woman, swaying unsteadily. "The Zhang from Yunkai Grocery." Chu Xia responded. "Oh, what's up? Boss Zhang, do you need some services?" The inebriated woman hiccuped, speaking rather bluntly. Cough, no. Not at all." Zhang Yukai stammered. At that moment, the two previously silent women spoke up. "Wang Shui, Chu Xia, we should be on our way." "Wait." Zhang Yukai quickly interjected. "I have something to ask you." "Ask us about what?" The women exchanged glances, yet no one spoke. Observing Zhang Yunkai's hand inching towards the pocket containing his ammunition, Shi Qingshan tightened his grip and withdrew his hand. "I simply wish to inquire about who was stationed at the tunnel yesterday, and whether they apprehended anyone." "Why do you want to know about the tunnel guards?" One of the previously silent waitresses became cautious. Oh, it's nothing, just a casual inquiry. Shiqingshan recognized that it would be difficult to extract any information. He decisively produced a nearly empty magazine, extracting 4 bullets. Dear ladies, to be frank, my sister and I initially intended to seek refuge here. But upon passing the tunnel yesterday, we discovered it was blocked. I went out to find an alternate route, only to return and find her missing. Unsure if she was taken by the tunnel guards, hence my questions. As he spoke, he distributed a bullet to each woman. How generous. Is it customary to offer bullets for a mere conversation? After indulging excessively, the young lady Wang Shui let out a drunken belch. Her gaze hazy as she scrutinized Shiqingshan and muttered, "This tall fellow, a northerner, perhaps?" Shiqingshan, lacking the inclination to engage in trivial banter, turned his attention to the 2 waitstaff from the Basha building. It is said that one is easily swayed by the hand that feeds them. Thus, the 2 attendants finally relented, speaking in unison, "We have no idea. We weren't here yesterday." Their response was as good as saying nothing at all. Chu Xia observed them, uncertainly inquiring, "Which group went out yesterday? I haven't heard of any newcomers being brought back." One of the female attendants pondered for a moment before replying. "I only know that today, Jean Laoxi's group went out. As for yesterday, I truly cannot say." "Oh, I remember now," interjected a short, round-faced attendant. Shaoli mentioned that Jean Laoxi's group also ventured out yesterday, but they returned shortly after nightfall, only to be scolded harshly by Hage. Today, they were punished and have yet to return. Indeed, I have also heard that it was Jean Laoxi's group that went out yesterday. But I have not heard if they brought anyone back. The round-faced attendant shook her head. They certainly did not bring anyone back. If they had, Hage would not have been angry. The more Shiqingshan listened, the more perplexed he became. If those individuals had returned just after nightfall, then the timeline was clearly amiss. Chapter 123 Wang Shui and Chu Xia. Shiqingshan cautiously inquired. "I am referring to the first tunnel leading into the mountain from S18. Are there no others?" "None. I can assure you, that is the only tunnel in this mountain." Zhang Yukai interjected from the vehicle. "That is indeed peculiar." Shiqingshan mused internally. The footprints were clearly circling around the vehicle, and Snow Pear had left a mark. She had undoubtedly been taken away by someone. Wang Shui remained silent, continuously fighting back the urge to vomit. Her cheeks puffed as she struggled to suppress her nausea. After a considerable effort, she finally managed to quell her queasiness and said, "I know. Jean Laoxi brought a woman back yesterday, with large, beautiful eyes. She is divine." The impact of Wang Shui's words struck Shiqingshan like a bolt from the blue. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stepped closer, grasping her slender arms, and urgently asked, "What was she wearing? Where is she now?" Wang Shui, nearly losing her breath from his grip, weakly pleaded, "Stop shaking me. I'm dizzy. What are you doing? Let go." Chu Xia, seeing her sister in distress, immediately stepped forward to tug at Shiqingshan, while 2 other female attendants each grabbed an arm, insisting he release her. Realizing he had lost his composure, Shiqingshan hastily let go. Wang Shui's legs buckled, and she collapsed onto the ground, bending over to retch. "Great. Now we can't carry her back. You will be responsible." One of the attendants pointed an accusing finger at Shiqingshan. "I will be responsible. But how can I take responsibility?" Shiqingshan exclaimed, his hands outstretched, unsure whether to assist or not, caught in a dilemma. "Where are you from? And where are you headed?" Chu Xia suddenly asked, fixing her gaze on Shiqingshan. Shiqingshan did not divulge the truth. "I have come here specifically from the north." "Oh." Chu Xia nodded, glancing at the minibus. "You take her back. Very well. Quickly help her into the vehicle," Shiqingshan said, reaching for the minibus's electric door. Inside the minibus, a portion had been cleared, allowing space for 2 people to sit atop the boxes. "No. I'm not drunk. Oh dear, I simply ate too much. I need to take a walk." Wang Shui protested, swatting away the hands that tried to support her. Shiqingshan was eager to confirm the details regarding the woman Jean Laoxi had brought back and couldn't let this opportunity slip away. He stepped forward, scooped Wang Shui up, and placed her in the minibus on top of a box. Under the light, he noticed her arms and legs were adorned with tattoos, musing to himself, "This woman has a story to tell. Hey, you're quite solid. Let me down." Wang Shui struggled, attempting to escape the vehicle. But Shiqingshan held her firmly in place and turned to the other 3 women, asking, "Which of you will come and help her?" The round-faced attendant said to Chu Xia, "You live with her. You should assist her." Chu Xia nodded. "All right. Then we shall return now." "Yes, you may go ahead," Shiqingshan replied. Once Chu Xia boarded the vehicle and closed the door, Shiqingshan turned back to ask, "Where are you all staying?" Chu Xia remarked, "We all reside in the cave, not far from Brother Zhang's convenience store." Zhang Yukai replied, "Just keep going straight along the road, and I will inform you in advance." "All right." Shiqingshan engaged the forward gear, and the minibus glided silently towards the far end of the dam. Though Wang Shui felt utterly drained from the alcohol, her mind remained clear as she swayed, surveying her surroundings and cursing, "Damn it, this is fake liquor. The whole vehicle feels crooked." Chu Xia responded, "The bus is indeed tilted. Boss Zhang, what are you transporting in this vehicle? It feels so heavy." "Oh." Zhang Yun came to his senses, grinning as he replied, "We have everything. Cigarettes, liquor, tea, and even some essentials. If you need anything in the future, come to me. We're running a promotion for the next half month. Half price for you all." Wang Shui's stomach churned, and with a pained expression, she forced the words back down. "Well, that's wonderful. Do you have thicker, sturdier ones? I want 5 boxes. Zhang Yukai glanced at his injured leg and then at the furrowed brow of Shikingshan, hesitatingly stating, "We do have them. These are leftover supplies from the family planning office, undoubtedly the thickest, but I can't guarantee their durability. They're currently packed in the trunk of the vehicle. Perhaps you could come by my store tomorrow to pick them up. I'll set some aside for you." Wang Shui patted Zhang Yunkai on the shoulder. "Do you think they're sandpaper? Can they wear out? Chu Xia, do you want some?" I'll take 10 boxes. Did you hear that? Boss Zhang. We need a total of 15 boxes. Please reserve them for us." Wang Shui waved her hand, and the scent of alcohol inside the vehicle intensified. Shikingshan regained his composure and pondered the inconsistencies. If Jean Laosi indeed returned just as night fell, he certainly did not bring back Xueli, as she would have disembarked long before darkness enveloped the sky. However, Wang Shui mentioned that the woman believed in God, which aligned with Xueli's faith. Could it be that they misremembered the timing? Perplexed, he listened to Wang Shui's words, her mind seemingly still quite alert, and asked her once more, "Wang Shui, what time did Jean Laosi bring back that woman yesterday? What did she look like? Was she short-haired, of good figure, wearing a t-shirt and denim shorts?" He intentionally described Xueli's long hair as short to test if Wang Shui was lying. If she wished to deceive him, she would likely conform to his description, claiming the person she saw had short hair, along with the t-shirt and shorts. Let me think." Wang Shui leaned her forehead and swayed for a moment, then suddenly exclaimed, "I remember. Jean Laosi brought her back last night, but I didn't pay attention to the time. I didn't see the woman completely. I just thought her eyes were stunning, and her figure was quite good, with long hair, and she seemed to be wearing long clothes and pants." Her description contradicted Shikingshan's portrayal, suggesting she was not fabricating her words. Long clothes and pants? Shikingshan pondered, wondering if perhaps Xueli had changed her outfit. That indeed was a possibility. "Do you know where she is being held?" He desired to investigate personally. Of course, I know. Jean Laosi is like a transparent man to me. I am fully aware of his secrets." As Wang Shui, fueled by the effects of alcohol, spoke indiscriminately, she seemed oblivious to the truth or falsehood of her words. In the midst of her ramblings, the minibus descended the embankment, rounding a bend to arrive at the entrance of a cave marked Project 8643. The cave's entrance was wide enough for 2 minibuses to pass side by side. But at that moment, 2 heavy iron doors stood firmly shut, guarded by 2 sentinels brandishing firearms from a nearby kiosk. Zhang Yun pointed and declared, "We all reside within. Drive forward, and I shall have them open the gates." Shikingshan gradually reduced the speed of the vehicle and halted, glancing back at Wang Shui, awaiting her response. Wang Shui glanced up, offering a tipsy grin, and remarked playfully, "Only I know where that woman is hidden by Jean Laosi." Such theatrics. Shikingshan then retrieved from his chest pocket a nearly depleted magazine, extracting the last 2 bullets and extending them backward. "Hee, why the courtesy?" Wang Shui replied with a beaming smile, accepting the bullets and dividing one to hand to Chu Xia, exclaiming, "Let us share equally. Yours is half mine. And mine is half yours." Chu Xia declined the bullet, but Wang Shui insisted, stuffing it into her bosom. Their playful tug-of-war resembled that of a couple in affectionate banter. Chapter 124. The third underground level. Wang Shui successfully convinced Chu Xia to accept the bullet and, feigning an air of mystery, remarked to Shikingshan, "That woman is hidden by Jean Laosi in this cave." "Where exactly in this cave?" Chu Xia's eyes flickered, attentively listening from the side. Wang Shui's lips curled in a smirk, her eyes shimmering with intrigue as she slowly extended her hand. "Are you pretending to be drunk? You dare to raise the stakes. Do you believe I will shoot you dead?" A fleeting glint of malice passed through Shikingshan's eyes as he feigned menace. Wang Shui appeared genuinely frightened for a moment, her expression stiffening, but then she revealed a bright, toothy grin. "What is this? Are you going to bite me? Let me tell you, without my guidance, you will never find that woman. Consider this, just 4 bullets, and I will disclose her whereabouts, followed by a complimentary night." How does that sound? She let out a series of flirtatious giggles. Wang Shui, astute and worldly, was not easily intimidated by mere glares. Shikingshan fell silent, restarting the vehicle and gradually maneuvering the minibus to the iron door of the cave. with dwindling ammunition. He pondered whether to use Zhang Yunkai's bullets or to employ more coercive measures to extract information from Wang Shui. Two guards approached, one of whom seemed familiar with Zhang Yukai. After exchanging pleasantries and receiving 2 cigarettes, he swiftly made his way to the guard booth to manipulate the power switch. After a heavy lead door, approximately 50 centimeters thick, slowly opened, Qinshan drove the vehicle inside. The interior revealed a grand, arched cavern, soaring over 10 meters high and spanning 6 to 7 meters in width. The walls were reinforced with cement mortar, casting a cool and dim atmosphere that obscured the depths below. Electric wires and lights adorned the ceiling, illuminated by yellowed bulbs from the 1950s. Spaced out every 5 to 6 meters, many of which were burnt out, rendering the passage dimly lit. Brother, you might want to turn off the headlights. Charging here is quite a hassle, so conserve the battery, Zhang Yunkai said weakly. Charging at a hydropower station is troublesome? Qinshan asked, puzzled. Zhang Yunkai explained. The power supply here was later installed for the scenic area. It was initially meant for lighting only. The wiring is only 2 square millimeters. And now with thousands of residents, it's insufficient. So high-power devices are strictly prohibited. Only 5W bulbs can be used for illumination. Noticing that the minibus still had over 40 battery left, Qinshan complied and extinguished the headlights, continuing to navigate by the faint light filtering down from the ceiling. Wang Shui spoke again, handsome, whether this works out or not. Say something. Countless smelly men wish to be with me but cannot even get in line. I'm out of bullets, Qinshan declared, unwilling to let her lead him by the nose. He was confident that when the time came to inquire, Wang Shui would comply, as he possessed ample methods of interrogation. TSK, what a miser. How about we cut it in half, 2 bullets? That information is practically a gift. Although her body was restrained, Wang Shui's mind remained sharp. I'm still considering, Qinshan deliberately delayed, planning to ascertain her residence before proceeding. Considering what? What is there to ponder? If you don't decide soon, it won't be your turn tonight. Don't say I didn't warn you. Qinshan disregarded her incessant calls, confidently navigating forward guided by the intermittent glow of the lights. He no longer required Zhang Yunkai's directions to know the way, as a temporary PVC water pipe ran along the wall, ensuring he would not stray. After traversing approximately 500 meters and rounding a bend, a vast hall emerged beneath a dome soaring several meters high, where 4 passageways converged. The throng of people surged forth, as if erupting from the depths of the earth, densely crowding the front. Numerous food stalls lined the walls of the hall, some vendors expertly tossing ingredients in sizzling woks while calling out to potential customers. Others, adorned with strings of flickering lights, swayed rhythmically to pulsating music in an effort to attract patrons, reminiscent of a bustling street market from a time before the apocalypse. The confined space was thick with the acrid scent of smoke and the savory aroma of food. People jostled against one another, creating a lively atmosphere. Some gathered around small tables to drink and laugh, while others haggled at roadside stalls, their voices creating a buzzing symphony, punctuated by the beams of flashlight cutting through the chaos. Take the right path, down to the lower level, Zhang Yukai instructed, pointing towards a passage on the right. Can we really get through with so many people? Perhaps we should wait until it's less crowded, Qinshan murmured, somewhat bewildered as his memories intertwined and separated from the scene before him, rendering the experience dreamlike. There is never a quiet moment here, day or night. Let us proceed. I'll clear the way for you. Zhang Yukai reached out from the car window to grasp a bamboo pole that someone had propped against the wall. He extended it ahead, parting the crowd. Although the individuals prodded by the pole displayed displeasure, they obediently stepped aside, as though such a method of signaling was entirely customary in this environment. Qinshan cautiously maneuvered the minibus forward, inching ahead without sounding the horn, for the noise would undoubtedly provoke a chorus of protests. Expressionless, ghostly faces of all ages and sizes flowed past the vehicle, men and women, the young and the old, the tall and the short, the stout and the slender. These individuals had not morphed into the undead, yet they lived as if haunted. The minibus, too broad for the tight quarters, took 5 or 6 minutes to weave through the throng, finally entering the sloping passageway. This underground structure comprised 3 levels. They had entered at the middle tier, closest to the residential area, while deeper within lay the remnants of former military factories. According to Zhang Yukai, the lowest level alone housed over 300 living quarters, with even more rooms in the upper tiers. A small shop and the residences of Chu Xia and Wang Shui were located in the sublevel, within the domain of the notorious Jin Laosi. The lighting on the sublevel was dimmer still, with several sections devoid of illumination, creating patches of inky darkness. The passageways flanked by numerous rooms had many doors ajar, each adorned with various signs indicating their functions: convenience stores, barbershops, massage parlors, laundries, clothing shops, baths, and public restrooms, with nearly half dedicated to commerce. After a brief journey, Chu Xia called for a halt. "We have arrived. Thank you for the lift." Shai Qingshan eased the minibus to a stop and, glancing at the wooden doors lining the passageway, inquired, "Which one is your residence?" Just a moment ago, it was indeed in that alley, the innermost room. Chu Xia pointed towards a branching passageway and said to Shi Qingshan, Wang Shui, awaken. We have arrived home." Wang Shui, her eyes still heavy with sleep, lifted her head, her irises tinged with red. Noticing Shi Qingshan's gaze fixed upon her, she grinned and said, "Just one. If you give me one, I will tell you everything, with the same delightful perks attached. Be a man about it, shall we?" "All right." Shi Qingshan nodded. "You wait for me at home. I will unload the cargo with old Zhang first and then come to you. It's a promise. I shall await your arrival." Wang Shui playfully winked. Assisted by Chu Xia as she descended from the vehicle, her ankles twisted and unsteady as she staggered into the passageway. Zhang Yunkai's home was quite nearby, nearly about 50 meters down the main path. The light at his doorstep was unfortunately broken, thus he had hung a small lamp outside. In the dim glow, a wooden board bore a few hastily scrawled words. Yunkai General Store. Chapter 125. Psychological Barriers. Yunkai's grocery store was evidently two adjoining rooms. One of them stood ajar, and upon hearing the commotion, a plump woman in her 30s emerged. "You're back, Lao Zhang. Was your trip successful?" "Oh, surely. The goods inside are not all ours, are they?" Her face beamed with joy as she leaned into the car window to peer inside. "Indeed, they are all ours. Even the vehicle." Zhang Yunkai chuckled, clearly fond of this woman. "What do you have? Any alcohol?" Today, old Li from next door came and couldn't he find anything. So he went to that scoundrel Wang Dapeng upstairs. "Yes, we have plenty of alcohol. Let us first unload some at the warehouse. And if any customers come for cigarettes or liquor, we'll ask them to wait a moment." "Wonderful. You two hurry along." The plump woman stepped back, allowing them to proceed. Zhang Yunkai turned to Shi Qingshan, saying, "Could I trouble you to help me with the unloading? Half of what is in there belongs to you. Take whatever you need from here." The audacity of his words, given his avaricious demeanor, was quite remarkable. Shi Qingshan nodded. "Where's the warehouse?" "Just ahead. That used to be a bathhouse." Zhang Yunkai gestured toward the dim recesses ahead. The storage area was not close to the grocery store, situated at the edge of the residential and industrial zones. Above the iron door, remnants of paint still bore the words bathhouse, a place where workers typically washed up before returning home after their shifts. Zhang Yunkai limped as he opened the warehouse door. Shi Qingshan inquired while unloading, "Who is Wang Shui? Does she have a room of her own?" "Oh dear, I forgot to mention, do not seek her out. It will certainly bring you trouble." Zhang Yunkai waved his hands in distress. Shi Qingshan remained non-committal. What trouble could arise? Who would trouble me now? Zhang Yunkai glanced around, his eyes wide as he whispered, "Jean Laosi will trouble you. I've heard that Wang Shui was the former partner of Jean Laosi's boss. Although that boss may be dead, Jean Laosi still holds Wang Shui in high regard, forbidding anyone to approach her. Anyone who dares will certainly face his wrath." "Well, it seems Jean Laosi is quite loyal," Shi Qingshan replied with a nod of approval. "Nonsense. He has no connection to loyalty. If he were truly loyal, he wouldn't pursue another man's woman." Zhang Yunkai pondered, adding, "Moreover, Jean Laosi isn't back yet, but if you insist on going, to be cautious, don't let him catch you." Shi Qingshan silently nodded. The warehouse was sparse, with only a few tightly wrapped bedding sets in the corner. The two men unloaded the bulk of the cigarettes and alcohol onto the floor center, away from the damp walls, to prevent spoilage. The iron door bore 3 locks, which Zhang Yunkai secured with repeated checks for assurance before relaxing. On the way back, he remarked, "Brother, you haven't had dinner yet, have you? I'll ask my wife to prepare a couple of dishes for us." Shi Qingshan, having long since lost his appetite, shook his head. "I'm not hungry." Zhang Yunkai ceased to persuade him further, retrieving a bullet from his pocket. His face contorted in pain. "Given my leg injury, I shall refrain from venturing out. You must go to the upper level and register at the management office, allowing them to arrange accommodations for you. Take these bullets. Without them, you shall find it exceedingly difficult to navigate here." Shi Qingshan pushed his hand away, declining the offer. "We can discuss registration tomorrow. For tonight, I shall manage in the vehicle. You need not concern yourself with me." "Very well. However, it is prohibited for those not part of the security team to carry long firearms. Your weapon is too large and conspicuous. Perhaps I should hold on to it for you." Shi Qingshan feigned concentration on driving, ignoring his words and offering no response. He was resolute in keeping the rifle close at hand. Zhang Yunkai, feeling somewhat disheartened, retracted his neck. As the vehicle arrived at the general store, Shi Qingshan refrained from assisting the couple with the shelves. hastily wrapping the rifle in a change of clothes and making his way to the chamber where Wang Shui was located. Each passing moment without finding Xueli only heightened her peril. Shi Qishan had anticipated that the accommodations within the auxiliary passageway would be subpar. However, upon entering, he realized his misjudgment. The rooms were indeed suites, albeit few in number, and remarkably tranquil. He proceeded to the innermost room at the end of the corridor, glanced back to ensure no one was watching, and gently knocked on the door. After a prolonged silence, he knocked again with increased force. Knock, knock, knock. The door creaked open. Wang Shui, still in her makeup, leaned against the doorframe with her tousled short hair. I thought you wouldn't come. Please, come in. Shi Qishan cautiously turned to check for onlookers before quietly entering, securing the door behind him. To his surprise, the suite comprised 2 rooms and a living area, complete with a bathroom, indicating that Wang Shui indeed had a close relationship with Jin Laosi, who managed this place. Observing the closed door to the other room, Shi Qishan inquired, "Where's Chuxia?" "She is asleep." "What? Are you hoping for a double delight?" Wang Shui plopped onto the sofa, crossing her legs. The tattoo on her fair skin reminiscent of 3/4 pants stood out vividly. "Did no guests come here to see you?" Shi Qishan hesitated to mention the term pill guest. Wang Shui lit a cigarette. "Men are not permitted here. If there's business, I go out." "Then why did you let me in?" Shi Qishan felt as if he were being interrogated while standing, so he took a seat on the single sofa opposite her. Wang Shui glanced at the long bundle of clothing in Shi Qishan's arms and remarked, "We had an agreement, which is why I allowed you entry." Shi Qishan smiled faintly, producing a bullet. "Then let us commence. Let us not squander precious time." Wang Shui regarded him intently before suddenly bursting into laughter. "You clearly are a novice. Why the pretense?" Extinguishing her cigarette, she stood, swiftly removing her top, her slender waist twisting as she swayed toward the inner room, revealing an elaborate tattoo on her back to Shi Qishan. "Come on, the front is more appealing than the back." Shi Qishan slowly rose, glanced at the tightly shut door of Chu Xia, and followed her into the room. "Undress. Do you require my assistance?" Wang Shui, with a swift motion of her heel, emphatically closed the door behind her. Her upper body was bare, leaning against the door, her gaze fixed intently upon him. Shi Qishan surveyed the room and inquired, "First, where is the woman that Jin Laosi has captured?" Suddenly, Wang Shui erupted into an inexplicable fit of laughter, startling and behaving almost as if she were unhinged. "What is so amusing?" he pressed. "Come now, stop pretending. You are part of the gospel guerrilla, aren't you?" Wang Shui's eyes sparkled with mockery. "Oh?" Shi Qishan was taken aback, pulling a pistol from his pocket and aiming it at her. "There are people lying in ambush outside, aren't there? Aren't you afraid I might kill you first?" Wang Shui exhibited no sign of fear. "Is there really any need for that? If there were indeed an ambush, do you think I would be foolish enough to make an appearance?" Shi Qishan contemplated this and realized that if she intended to ensnare him, she would not resort to such convoluted tactics. "Then what do you intend by luring me here? Are you claiming that Jin Laosi brought back a woman merely to deceive me?" "I did not deceive you," Wang Shui replied, moving to sit at the edge of the bed and patting the surface. "Come, sit and talk. Why stand so far away? Are you afraid of my tattoos?" "Humph. What is there to fear in your tattoos? I am not a child." Shi Qishan turned to face her, yet remained rooted in his spot. Chapter 126. The fence-sitter, not necessarily. Even a gentleman can harbor fears. For instance, Jin Laosi has a psychological barrier. He always struggles to rise when he climbs atop me. Ha ha ha. Shi Qishan furrowed his brow. Enough with the frivolity. What will it take for you to divulge the location where that woman is hidden? He stepped closer, gradually losing his patience. Wang Shui seemed to sense the encroaching danger, her playful demeanor fading as she spoke slowly and deliberately. "It's quite simple. I want the password for the second fire door of the armory." Shi Qishan was taken aback, instantly realizing that Wang Shui had mistaken him for a guard. His mind raced as he decided to play along, feigning surprise. "How did you discern my identity?" Wang Shui smiled triumphantly. "Do you understand the essence?" "The essence? Is there a scent of gun oil on me?" Shi Qishan raised his arm, pretending to sniff his clothes. "The essence is a feeling more elusive than mere temperament. It cannot be described." Wang Shui, in her unclothed state, struck a pose that was both profound and ludicrous. Shi Qishan had been focused on her face, momentarily distracted by the tattoos that adorned her body. His eyes shifted. "I know the password. However, I must first meet the person." Wang Shui's lips curled into a smirk as she gently caressed the bedspread, her gaze alluring. "Now that I'm undressed, do you not desire me?" Shi Qishan replied resolutely, "Not at all." Wang Shui's expression stiffened. "Why not? Am I not beautiful?" Shi Qishan slowly shook his head. "To be honest, I find your tattoos rather daunting." Wang Shui sighed deeply upon hearing this, muttering to herself, "When I got the tattoos, I underestimated the simplicity of the decision, thinking the pain would only last a day, that I could endure it with a bit of grit. Little did I know that while the body would heal, the spirit would suffer for a lifetime. Her words cast a shadow over the previously enchanting atmosphere, leaving Shi Qingshan devoid of any desire. He had not hydrated adequately throughout the day, and now his throat felt as if it were ablaze. Turning, he noticed 2 bottles of purified water on the desk. He strode over, twisted open a bottle, and gulped down several mouthfuls. On the desk lay a sketch, its basic outline depicting a man and a woman. The woman was unmistakably Wang Shui, her chin held high, eyes narrowed, exuding an air of disdain. The man appeared significantly older, sporting slicked back hair, dark glasses, and a somewhat short face, with a hint of facial hair on his chin. Below the collar of his shirt, a glimpse of a tattoo peeked out. Shi Qingshan caught a glimpse of Wang Shui leaning against the man. Their posture suggested a relationship beyond that of father and daughter. He speculated that this older man might be the former leader of Jin Laosi. After finishing the water, he discarded the empty bottle into the trash and wiped his lips. Where exactly is the woman that Jin Laosi brought back? Are you stalling for time? Wang Shui remained silent for a moment, then abruptly stood, donning a long trench coat from the hanger. She cinched the waist with a belt and picked up a flashlight from the table, declaring, "Let us go. I only know the general direction. The specific location of the hiding place remains unclear, and we must search for it upon arrival." She crossed the stone blue mountain, gently cracked open the door, peered outside, and whispered, "Stay quiet and follow me." Stone Blue Mountain concealed his pistol beneath his clothing and stealthily exited the room with her, silently making their way down the main corridor towards the factory area. The thumping music from the upper snack stall could still be faintly heard in the corridor, while numerous rooms on either side echoed with unabashed moans of pleasure. For most individuals here, the philosophy was to seize the day and earn a living one moment at a time. Yun Kai's grocery store had closed as they passed the minibus. Stone Blue Mountain glanced through the glass and noticed that bedding had already been arranged on the floor of the vehicle. One must commend Zhang Yun Kai for his meticulousness. Creak. Bang. In the distance, a door creaked open, revealing Zhang Yun Kai being supported by his wife as they emerged from the public restroom. Stone Blue Mountain and Wang Shui quickly ducked behind the minibus. The shuffling footsteps drew nearer, and they could hear Zhang Yun Kai murmuring, "The rat meat is too dry. I haven't had a proper bowel movement in days. My lower abdomen feels bloated." "You ate rat skewers?" his wife inquired, astonished. "Hush, keep your voice down. I didn't eat rat skewers. Our skewers here sell 10 for a single bullet. Too expensive. When we went to the city, we shot a few and only skinned one small one to try. Serves you right. You can't control your appetite. Isn't our food sufficient? Why must you resort to such disgusting things?" Zhang Yun Kai's wife admonished him. Dr. Wang from the upper floor said that eating giant rat meat is beneficial for men. Even Zhao Lao eats it daily. That Dr. Putian? If you believe his words, you'll surely come to harm. Perhaps he speaks the truth. You've tried it before. The sound of jingling keys followed by a click of the lock announced their entry into the grocery store. Wang Shui cautiously peeked out and quietly asked, "Are you well acquainted with this Zhang boss?" Stone Blue Mountain pondered Zhang Yun Kai's words. If rat meat is consumable, it implies that the brain-eating parasite exists solely within the intestines of giant rats. Why then does it enter the bloodstream and reach the brain in humans? Hey, I'm asking you a question. Are you familiar with Zhang boss? Fearing for Zhang Yun Kai's safety, Stone Blue Mountain replied truthfully, "We only met today. I merely hitched a ride with him." Wang Shui narrowed her eyes and smiled. Zhang boss is quite interesting. He is a celebrity around here. Straightening up, Stone Blue Mountain noticed the store had fallen silent, allowing him to stealthily advance further inside. He thought it prudent to gain insight into what kind of person Zhang Yun Kai truly was, lest he be caught off guard by a sudden betrayal. Thus, in a feigned curiosity, he asked Wang Shui what has brought him notoriety. As Wang Shui walked, she wobbled slightly, leaning closer to his shoulder as she whispered, "It's not a good reputation. His wife arrived just a few days ago and has already gotten involved with someone else. Not only did she abandon him, but she also helped that man open a competing grocery store upstairs." His wife? That is hard to believe. I thought they seemed quite affectionate. Stone Blue Mountain exclaimed in astonishment. "Oh, by the way," Wang Shui suddenly recalled, "I was referring to his ex-wife." Shi Qingshan pondered. "The one who entangled with his wife is named Wang Daping, correct?" "Exactly. He is the proprietor of Daping Grocery." Wang Shui exclaimed. The notoriety of this Zhang is attributed to the fact that after Wang Daping lured away his wife, he retaliated by seducing Wang Daping's spouse, thus avenging himself. Over the past 2 months, the two grocery stores have engaged in fierce price wars, resulting in mutual devastation, a fact well known to all. Shi Qingshan's composure faltered. The hatred of a stolen wife. What need is there for a price war? Wouldn't they engage in a life-and-death struggle upon meeting? What life-and-death struggle? Wang Shui shot him a glare, glancing around to ensure no one was present. The cave is a chaotic mess right now. Those trapped for too long begin to resemble beasts, exchanging partners and selling their daughters' bodies. The essence of humanity has long been obliterated. If it weren't for the notoriety stemming from their price wars, who would care whose wife belongs to whom? Shi Qingshan was rendered speechless. He had no desire to hear about the sordid affairs of others. As long as he could not locate Xueli, his heart remained restless. Chapter 127. The Labyrinthine Passage. Whose side are you on? Why aren't you in accord with Jean Laosi? He inquired, voicing the doubts that lingered in his mind as he walked alongside her. Wang Shui let out a cold laugh. Jean Laosi is rather simplistic. Following him would lead to a dismal fate. Shi Qingshan observed her, patiently awaiting the continuation of her thoughts. However, Wang Shui fell silent and instead remarked, I must say, your faith seems to unite you all. That woman was captured, and you sprang to her rescue without delay. Truly admirable. Shi Qingshan refrained from offering a defense and speculated. Are you also part of the resistance? Wang Shui neither confirmed nor denied this, choosing not to respond until they had fully descended into darkness. With a long sigh, she finally expressed, in these chaotic times, being a woman is quite challenging. Whom can one rely upon? There is no freedom to choose, as long as I survive. I would rather be a mere reed swaying in the wind. A reed swaying in the wind? If I were to require your allegiance, what conditions would you impose? The footsteps came to an abrupt halt, and Wang Shui's eyes glimmered in the darkness. Very well. I could align myself with you. But you must first usurp Jean Laosi's position. That won't he do? Shi Qingshan replied as he switched on his flashlight and ventured deeper. I won't he be staying here long. I intend to find my sister and leave. That woman is your biological sister? Not merely a sibling in faith? After contemplating, Shi Qingshan responded, we share no blood relation. Then that explains it. You certainly don't seem alike. As they conversed, the pair passed Zhang Yunkai's warehouse and advanced over 100 meters to reach a fork in the path. The dim light from the corridor above had long since faded. Beneath the beam of the flashlight, a wooden sign on the cave wall was discernible. The white painted letters indicated that the left passage led upward, while the forward path led to the factory area. Wang Shui appeared to have regained her composure and illuminated a dark passage with her flashlight. We must proceed down this route. I have never ventured further, as it is too dark for my courage. Shi Qingshan detached the tactical flashlight from his rifle, gestured for her to follow, and boldly entered the factory area. Two pale beams of light pierced the darkness as their footsteps echoed. After a brief moment, they encountered an iron gate, its surface riddled with rust, tightly secured by a heavy chain and padlocked, obstructing their way. This is troublesome. Why is it locked? Wang Shui shook the iron gate in frustration, tugging at her disheveled hair. The chain clanked loudly. The gate was secured by two locks, a thick chain lock and a padlock. Shi Qingshan illuminated the gate with his flashlight and discovered a spacious hall beyond, comparable in size to the upper level they had traversed. Yet this one housed only a solitary military jeep, creating an even more desolate ambience. He lifted the chain lock, noting it was merely a standard lock used for securing motorcycles, easily opened. The padlock, however, was designed to resist tampering, constructed from high-strength steel, with its body comprised of layered steel plates, unlike ordinary cast locks. Such a padlock would resist even the mightiest of hammers. Deformation would only serve to tighten its grip. What time does Jean Laosi typically return? He asked Wang Shui, turning back to her. Wang Shui glanced at the watch on her wrist and remarked, he will not return within an hour. I caution you, do not even think about forcefully breaking the lock. If Jean Laosi notices, it will undoubtedly lead back to us. Shi Qingshan examined the keyhole of the padlock, noting that it was fitted with a grade C lock core. Though quite secure, it posed no challenge for him, provided it was not of an unusual shape. Turn off the flashlight. If someone comes in, they will see it from afar. Shi Qingshan halted Wang Shui from shining the flashlight around aimlessly. He produced a master key and inserted it into the padlock's keyhole, making slight adjustments before hearing a click as the lock bolt sprang free. He then turned the key in the chain lock, which opened even more swiftly, akin to the original key's function. Wang Shui gasped in surprise, her eyes widening. You can pick locks? Indeed, Shi Qingshan replied succinctly, gently pushing open the iron door and urging, hurry inside. Wang Shui hurriedly stepped in, and Shi Qingshan swiftly closed the door behind them, sliding his hand through the narrow gap in the iron bars to secure the lock. What exactly do you do? Wang Shui grasped his hand, feeling its texture. It doesn't feel like the hand of a thief. Have you ever touched a thief's hand? Shi Qingshan inquired casually, shining the flashlight around the hall. Wang Shui shook her head in confusion. I haven't, but I've seen plenty. Their fingers are slender, pale, and frail, nothing like your rough and sturdy hands. The hall was eerily quiet, the only sound being their soft footsteps, with even their breaths resonating clearly. Shi Qingshan approached the military green jeep, tugging at the door, which was ajar. This was a bulletproof hybrid Jeep manufactured in Yinjing, powered by both diesel and electricity, not the low and broad Hummer model, but rather one that offered a higher level of comfort. This is Jean Laoxi's vehicle. He practically takes it everywhere, even to the restroom. Yet today it remains unused. Wang Shui remarked. Shi Qingshan opened all 4 doors in succession, illuminating the interior with his flashlight, hoping to find any trace left by Shueli. Was that woman taken away by Jean Laoxi in this very vehicle? Yes, Wang Shui nodded. I vaguely saw her bound in the back seat through the passenger window, her mouth taped shut. Shi Qingshan picked up a long strand of hair from the rear and examined it closely under the flashlight before scrutinizing the hall further. It appeared that mechanical equipment had once been installed here, as numerous fixed bolt holes were visible on the floor and walls. And the air carried a scent of used oil, with remnants of black greasy residue still evident in the corners. They traversed the perimeter of the chamber and discovered 3 additional passages extending into the abyss of darkness. These paths were considerably narrower, impassable by vehicle, and bore no signs indicating their destinations, as if someone had removed them. Let us take this route. Only this passage bears footprints, Wang Shui observed intently, directing the flashlight towards a corridor directly opposite the iron door. Do you have any idea where these passages led? Why have the signposts been taken down? Shi Qingshan inquired cautiously. Wang Shui shook her head. I do not know. The other 2 passages show no footprints. There is no need for us to investigate them. Shi Qingshan approached the cave entrance she pointed to and illuminated the dark passage with his flashlight. Not far within, there was a bend, and the beam of light was obstructed after extending a mere 10 meters. Noticing a lighting switch beside the cave wall, he reached out to turn it on, but the bulb above remained unresponsive. Shi Qingshan then shifted the beam of his flashlight to the ground before him, crouching down to scrutinize the footprints for a moment. Suddenly, he rose silently and proceeded towards another passage that bore an iron door. Chapter 128. The mantis catches the cicada. Wang Shui glanced back anxiously and urged. Do not squander time. Jean Laoxi will undoubtedly return here first, and if we encounter him, we will be doomed. Shi Qingshan offered no reply, instead moving to the opposite side of the open iron gate, crouching down to illuminate the ground with his flashlight. He sighed deeply and directed the beam toward the ceiling of the passageway. What's that? Wang Shui exclaimed, noticing something unusual in the light of Shi Qingshan's flashlight. She stepped closer, intrigued by a steel rail overhead. Jean Laoxi brought that woman into this passage. Shi Qingshan responded, seemingly unfazed by her question. How do you know? Wang Shui queried, puzzled. Quite simply. The passage you pointed out had no footprints of a woman, yet this entrance does. If you truly saw Jean Laoxi bring the woman here, they must have entered via this slide rail. This is a slide rail? How does one utilize it? Wang Shui inquired, gazing up at the rusty steel rail. Shi Qingshan directed his flashlight toward the cave wall, revealing a knife gate that could open and close. The word out was inscribed above, while iron was below. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly adjusted the knife gate to out. With a metallic clang, a sound echoed from the depths of the passage. The rumbling of metal wheels grew louder as a motorized slide cart, suspended by 4 steel rods and carrying a wooden pallet, emerged into the beam of light. With a resounding thud, the slide cart halted before the 2. Wang Shui took a step back, avoiding the swaying wooden pallet, and remarked, Now you must believe your sister is inside. Yes? Do you need to tell me the password? Shi Qingshan shook his head. My sister is not inside. Wang Shui paused, immediately directing the flashlight to the ground beneath her. Isn't your sister wearing these shoes? Indeed. Shi Qingshan reversed the knife gate, and as the slide cart retreated into darkness, he cut the power and turned to exit. He was now certain that Shueli was not in this power station, but had been taken away by another group, likely the gospel guerrillas. Stop. Do not wave that flashlight around, or I will shoot. A sudden female voice pierced the air from outside the iron gate. Chu Xia? You. Wang Shui shivered, instantly recognizing the voice. A beam of light illuminated Shi Qingshan's face, causing him to squint. Drop the clothes in your hands. Obeying, Shi Qingshan slowly let the clothing fall to the ground, revealing the rifle in his grasp. I'll have you all. Chu Xia was about to erupt in anger when suddenly, Shi Qingshan vanished from her sight. Panic surged within her as she turned the flashlight to locate him, but a blinding light left her momentarily disoriented, rendering her vision a haze. If you wish to live, do not move. Shi Qingshan's cold voice drew nearer. Yet, Chu Xia, as if blinded, fumbled aimlessly until she grasped the iron gate. Shi Qingshan swiftly seized her handgun, disengaging the safety and stowing it in his pocket. A flood has swept through the Dragon King's temple. A family does not recognize its own. You are all members of the gospel guerrilla. Do not behave as if you're adversaries. Wang Shui rushed over to mediate. Is she one of the gospel guerrilla? Upon hearing this, Shi Qingshan paused his actions, stroking his chin in contemplation. How do you know I am part of the gospel guerrilla? Chu Xia, gradually regaining her sight, pitifully inquired of Wang Shui through the iron gate. Wang Shui cast her a glance, brimming with pride, and replied, I have known all along. Although you have deliberately concealed it and restrained yourself from preaching the so-called gospel to me, your subtle daily habits, such as frequently drawing a cross on your chest in secret, occasionally gazing skyward and murmuring, oh my God, have betrayed your faith. Upon hearing this, Chu Xia despondently lowered her head, but after a moment, she turned to Shi Qingshan and said, I know you are not part of the gospel guerrilla. However, since we have no conflicting interests, it is best for us to part ways amicably. Shi Qingshan, regaining his senses, curiously asked, how do you know I am not part of the gospel guerrilla? Chu Xia remained silent, as if pondering whether she could divulge her thoughts, and after a while, she said, you did not respond to my secret code. Secret code? Shi Qingshan involuntarily began to recall what questions Chu Xia had previously posed to him. At this point, the confidence on Wang Shui's face faded, and she looked at Chu Xia, then back at Shi Qingshan, asking, who exactly are you? You don't even know the password, do you? Shi Qingshan, unable to recall which question he had overlooked, smiled slightly at Wang Shui and said, I am the guardian of the arms depot and a member of the gospel guerrilla. It is entirely your own deduction. I did not disclose anything to you. Wang Shui, exceedingly vexed, pointed her flashlight at his face and asserted, if you wish to collaborate, it must be with transparency and intimacy. Your failure to disclose the truth demonstrates a lack of sincerity. Shi Qingshan narrowed his eyes, brushing aside her flashlight as he retorted, you are just like this flashlight, illuminating only others. If you demand transparency from me, why not reveal which faction you belong to? Wang Shui was rendered speechless by his rebuttal. Gritting her teeth, she redirected the flashlight to illuminate the corridor behind Chu Xia, lowering her voice to say, I am with the big brother. Shi Qingshan scoffed, I am with the little spirit. Speak clearly. You do not even know who the big brother is? Could you truly be an outsider? Both Wang Shui and Chu Xia were somewhat taken aback. I have spoken the truth, yet you do not believe me. From the very beginning, I mentioned that I had just arrived from the north. Oh. Chu Xia and Wang Shui nodded in unison, reflecting that Shi Qingshan indeed had not lied earlier. Since this is a misunderstanding, quickly unlock the door. Let us hasten our departure. The longer we linger, the less safe this place becomes. Wang Shui grew anxious again. Shi Qingshan nodded, extending his hand to unlock the two locks, and as Wang Shui exited, he prepared to lock it again. Stop. Chu Xia interjected, blocking the iron door. I must go in to rescue our people, I implore you. Please do not lock it just yet. Wang Shui turned to glance into the pitch-black interior of the iron door, asking her, are you brave enough to enter? The dim light obscured Chu Xia's expression, but one could hear her take several deep breaths, murmuring, I send you to them, that they may open their eyes and turn from darkness to light. I firmly believe that the light will dispel the darkness. With that, I slipped through the gap and entered the iron gate, illuminating my path with a flashlight as I resolutely advanced toward the corridor equipped with a sliding track. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in Shi Qingshan's mind. He recalled that Chu Xia had once asked him on the dam, from whence they came and whither they were bound. The answer was undoubtedly from the depths of darkness, aspiring to reach the realm of light. Wait, I shall accompany you in search of her, he exclaimed. There was a significant possibility that Xu Eli had been taken by the gospel guerrilla. An idea struck Shi Qingshan, a means to infiltrate their ranks. Otherwise, even if they escaped the hydroelectric station, they would wander aimlessly without finding them. Chu Xia abruptly turned around, her face alight with joy. Really? I cannot thank you enough. You were truly wonderful. Each step she had taken forward had required every ounce of her strength. For the ominous corridor instilled an overwhelming sense of dread within her. At that moment, Shi Qingshan's voice resonated like celestial music. Leaving her at a loss for words of gratitude, she contemplated offering herself in return, but feared that Shi Qingshan might disdain her. Thus she remained frozen in place, ensnared by her thoughts. Chapter 129. The warehouse. Shi Qingshan remarked to Wang Shui, the iron gate remains unlocked, making it susceptible to discovery. I shall accompany Chu Xia inside to locate someone. You should return alone. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Shui replied, my relationship with Chu Xia is far more intimate than yours. Shi Qingshan nodded in acknowledgement. I understand. Your mission is equally vital. If Jean Laosi returns, engage him to buy us some time to escape. Oh, very well then. Unfamiliar with the munitions depot's password, Shi Qingshan deemed it unnecessary for Wang Shui to take risks with them, thus he courteously accepted her decision to leave. Thank you for not exposing me. Chu Xia suddenly interjected from the shadows. Wang Shui flashed a bright smile, revealing a set of pearly whites. Do take care. Jean Laosi might have set a trap inside. Understood. Be swift in your return. With that, Shi Qingshan stepped through the iron gate, sealing it behind him. After Wang Shui hurried away, Shi Qingshan examined the footprints on the ground and, together with Chu Xia, cautiously approached the stone cave once more. This time, they navigated the path with ease. Shi Qingshan secured the knife gate again. Amid the clattering of rolling bearings, the pulley cart emerged once more. Ascend. Shi Qingshan steadied the swaying ropes, allowing Chu Xia to go first, while he promptly closed the knife gate, causing the tray to jolt as the sliding track retracted inward. Upon entering, they quickly realized the passage was relatively short. After a slight turn, the sliding track led into an expansive space. To their surprise, the area was lined with rows of iron racks, each tier adorned with thick wooden planks. The rounded corners and legs of the racks indicated substantial materials were used, exuding a distinct Soviet style. In the moment of exiting the passage, Shi Qingshan inadvertently missed halting the sliding cart, yet he refrained from jumping off the tray. Genuinely curious about where the track would lead, the sliding cart rattled through the cavernous iron racks. Though the space was not tall, it was remarkably vast, at least 5 or 6 times larger than the exterior hull. Sturdy stone columns supported the ceiling, reminiscent of a contemporary underground parking facility. It was evident that this had once served as a warehouse. Chu Xia appeared to tremble, her flashlight beam scanning erratically, betraying her anxiety. Shi Qingshan, preoccupied with his exploration, swept the beam along the ceiling's track. The steel rails turned back toward the front, forming a V-shape, leading to another corner of the space where something seemed to await. The sliding cart quickly reached its terminus, coming to a sudden stop with a clatter against the limit switch. Beside them, the racks were laden with supplies, predominantly long-lasting provisions such as cigarettes, alcohol, biscuits, and canned goods. Additionally, there were a dozen tightly sealed wooden boxes, which Shi Qingshan recognized as 5.8mm small-caliber ammunition cases. He swiftly leaped off the tray and opened a black briefcase resting on one of the racks. Inside, nestled within black foam, lay 220-style short-barreled submachine guns fitted with silencers, emanating a reassuring scent of gun oil. The ammunition cases had also been opened, each containing 4 tin boxes. 2 of the boxes had been unsealed, revealing yellow-tipped rifle cartridges within the torn oil paper wrapping. A welcome blessing after a long drought. In a state of urgency due to the scarcity of ammunition, Shi Qingshan hastily stuffed several packets into his pockets, instantly feeling a surge of confidence and fortitude. This item served not only as currency, but also as a means of self-defense. Nothing could surpass its utility. Take only a few, advised Chu Xia with concern. It would be troublesome if Jean Laosi noticed. Pausing, Shi Qingshan contemplated the situation and decided to retrieve 2 submachine guns. He located a box of handgun ammunition, opened it, and filled his numerous pockets with the round bullets, returning the now empty tin to its original place before flipping the entire wooden box to obscure any traces. If it went unnoticed at that moment, what did it matter for the future? Chu Xia appeared anxious, casting her gaze around nervously. If Jean Laosi discovers this, he will surely trace it back to us. The 5.8mm handgun and submachine gun ammunition were interchangeable. Shi Qingshan extracted several 50-round magazines from the suitcase and began loading bullets. We are here to rescue someone. Once we accomplish that, exposure is inevitable. Why dwell on such considerations? But how do we escape after rescuing them? She asked, her voice tinged with doubt. Escape? That word does not exist in my vocabulary, Shi Qingshan declared as he patted the rifle resting on the rack. Is it feasible? I fear we may not even make it out of this cave. Chu Xia expressed her lack of confidence. After loading a magazine and checking the 2 submachine guns, Shi Qingshan secured them at his lower back, donned his jacket, and illuminated the surroundings with a flashlight. First, we must locate the person and assess the situation. Between the entrance of the warehouse and the end of the tracks lay a chamber with a wooden door. Shi Qingshan gestured for Chu Xia to follow, drawing his handgun as he approached stealthily. The wooden door, painted in a mottled green, was locked from the outside. Shi Qingshan leaned in to listen, then quietly produced a master key to unlock it.